Traversing through chaos, Lin Xiao becomes the Chaos Demon God, master of souls among the 3,000 demon deities. He spends his days in dread of the celestial calamity that might lead to his demise at the hands of Pangu, yet he unexpectedly becomes Pangu's brother, fighting valiantly alongside the 3,000 demon gods. In the expanse of the Primordial, with Pangu's fall, Lin Xiao inherits Pangu's ambition. He safeguards the primordial realm and witnesses numerous epics unfold, as ferocious beasts wreak havoc and divine beings seek to refine their chaotic forms. The imperial dynasties engage in fierce competition, revealing the prowess of celestial gods and demons alike. That in the era of divine courts, the heavens audaciously attempt to supplant the heavenly way with divine doctrines. Amidst the three clans, the Tao, the demons, and the shamanic creatures, to avert the shattering of the primordial realm and the descent into a lawless age, Lin Xiao meticulously orchestrates a grand design spanning eons. He instructs the three pure ones and assumes command of the heavenly path. He leads the 12 ancestor shamans to forge the earthly path. Humanity rises. The human race is no longer the sole protagonist. Chapter 1. The chaos shatters. The primordial awakens. Standing at the edge of the celestial terrace, Lin Xiao feels the night breeze, laced with fine snow, brush against his eyelashes, its chill penetrating to the bone. His hollow gaze is cast toward the distance, and the memories of the previous day stab at his nerves like a blade. The pregnancy test slip, marked with a lipstick stain, his girlfriend's evasive eyes, the nightlife, male models, everything surges forth like a tidal wave, leaving him breathless. Lian, you wretched woman. He lifts his head and downs the last gulp of Erguo II, the cheap and fiery liquor sliding down his throat, yet failing to extinguish the chill in his chest. Suddenly his foot slips. Time elongates as he falls, neon lights dragging vibrant trails across his retina. Amidst the howling wind, he sees his reflection in the 37th floor's glass façade, akin to a speck of dust plummeting into an abyss, minuscule and helpless. In the fleeting moment before consciousness fades, a glimmer of purple light darts across his vision. In a haze of confusion, Lin Xiao's awareness gradually stirs, yet he seems to plunge into an infinite void. Here, there is neither sky nor earth, no flow of time, nor spatial boundaries. All concepts appear blurred and fragmented, save for countless streams of purple energy that undulate through the void, resembling coiling dragons and serpents, shimmering with amber light, harboring boundless mysteries and profound truths of the great Tao. Simply gazing upon them sends exhilarating tremors through Lin Xiao's soul. Am I dead? Is this the underworld? Lin Xiao murmurs. Instinctively, he attempts to raise his hand, but suddenly realizes he has no corporeal form. His body seems to have transformed into myriad particles, dispersed within the chaotic haze, formless yet undeniably existent. He tries to reach out to the streams of purple energy, yet his arm passes through like a mirage, as if grasping at emptiness. However, just as he retracts his hand, a wisp of purple energy stealthily integrates into his soul, akin to a relentless affliction. Immediately, an inexplicable enlightenment surges within him. Primordial purple chi. These purple energies. Are they the legendary primordial purple chi? Lin Xiao's heart jolts, soon overwhelmed by ecstatic joy. As a seasoned reader of web novels from the 21st century, he is acutely aware of what primordial purple chi signifies. It is the foundation of the Tao, the opportunity to attain sanctity. In the realm of primordial novels, even a mere wisp of primordial purple chi is sufficient to incite countless powerful beings to clash, potentially triggering a cataclysm. This is not the underworld. Have I traversed dimensions? Moreover, have I arrived at the primordial chaos before the world was formed? He was originally just a delivery worker, a mere cog in the wheel, tirelessly supporting his girlfriend, only to be betrayed in the end. In his previous life, he was also an orphan, detached from any ties, and little did he expect that surviving this calamity would grant him such an opportunity. Hongmeng Purple Chi. This is a treasure that can lead to sanctification. Ha! My name is Lin Xiao, and in this life, I am destined to ascend and become an ancestor. His heart surged with joy. Although he did not understand why he had been transported to this realm, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? He fervently pursued the strands of purple chi, his soul darting like a fish through the vastness of this primordial space, biting, swallowing, grasping, utilizing every possible means to absorb as much Hongmeng purple chi as he could. Gradually, the once transparent essence of his soul began to shimmer with a faint purple-golden glow, as if marked by the grand principles, exuding an extraordinary aura. If I can refine enough Hongmeng purple chi, will I not surpass the three pure ones, and even transcend the heavenly Tao? As he reveled in his fantasies, a sudden flash of golden light erupted from the depths of the Hongmeng space. This radiant glow was dazzling, akin to the very first ray of light that split the heavens and the earth, instantly tearing apart the endless chaos and illuminating the void. Lin Xiao's soul quivered violently, as if an immense force was pulling him. His consciousness, uncontrollably, traversed countless dimensions towards the source of that brilliance, the core of the Hongmeng world. At the heart of the Hongmeng world, at the origin of the golden light, a jade tome hovered silently. This tome was resplendent, neither entirely jade nor entirely gold, and as its pages turned, myriad laws and principles interwove, seemingly melting the very essence of the universe within. The pages turned of their own accord, each flip akin to the dawn of creation, as countless strands of Hongmeng purple chi were absorbed within. At the center of the tome, four purple-golden divine patterns radiated with brilliance, the Book of Origins. Though Lin Xiao could not comprehend these patterns, the meaning of the four words was indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. The Book of Origins? What is this? Could it be a primordial treasure? His spirit trembled with shock as he scanned the vicinity of the tome, only to discover four luminous orbs swirling around it. Each orb contained boundless truths of heaven and earth, the essence of the D-A-O-A-S. He gazed at the first orb. Boom. Countless images surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. He witnessed his past and present, the chaos azure lotus blooming, the 3,000 demonic gods roaring. He beheld Pangu splitting the chaos. And finally, the scene froze on a white-robed figure seated in the void, holding a jade plate and reciting the sacred words of the Tao. Pangu, Hongjun. Lin Xiao's mind was shaken to its core, but before he could ponder further, the entire Hongmeng space trembled violently. It turned out that while he was immersed in these visions, the purple chi of the entire Hongmeng space was being devoured at a terrifying speed by the jade tome. The tome flickered uncertainly, radiating an enigmatic glow, as if it were gestating something profound. Just then, the fifth orb leapt forth from the tome. In that instant, the Hongmeng shuddered, and this space began to collapse. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering reverberated through the void, with countless fissures spreading like a spider's web, rendering the entire space fragmented like a shattered mirror. Suddenly, the Book of Origins erupted with resplendent divine light, its pages flipping wildly as innumerable golden inscriptions and Tao patterns leaped forth. At that moment, Lin Xiao's spiritual awareness began to return. In the final instant, he hazily perceived two profound Tao patterns slowly materializing on a page of the Book of Origins, his very name, Lin Xiao. Then, his consciousness began to descend, as if plummeting into an endless abyss. The surrounding space was not merely collapsing on a material level, but disintegrating at the very roots of existence. How could this be? I have only just traversed here. I have barely grasped an opportunity, and now I am to perish. I have yet to attain supremacy or transcend the three pure ones. In the last moment before Lin Xiao's consciousness faded, deep within the primordial space, the Book of Origins transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly merging into the dissipating point between his brows. When his consciousness coalesced once more, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes to behold a realm of desolate chaos. Where am I? Have I traversed again? He gazed down at his hands, which remained in a purple soul form. However, unlike before, his soul was actively absorbing the surrounding chaotic energy. Before he could ponder further, a torrent of information, vast as a sea of stars, surged into his mind. Primordial land, the five supreme laws, the Book of Origins, the collapse of primordial, the emergence of chaos. The Great Path. Countless images exploded within his consciousness. Lin Xiao let out a muffled groan, his soul trembling, and it took him a considerable time to untangle the influx of information. Ah, I see. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. It turned out that the purple space he initially traversed was, in fact, the fabled primordial land, the origin and terminus of all things. The birthplace of the supreme laws. The genesis of the Chaos Great Path. The 5 luminous orbs surrounding the Book of Origins represented the 5 supreme laws that coalesced the Chaos Great Path. Destiny, chaos, infinity, primordial, and termination. As for the Book of Origins, it was a treasure of primordial creation, an entity that nurtures the supreme laws. In the final moments of the primordial's collapse, as the sole consciousness possessing an existence mark, the Book of Origins chose Lin Xiao's soul as its vessel, recognizing him as its master. This information was imparted to Lin Xiao by the Book of Origins, which also vividly presented the scenes following the shattering of the primordial space. After its collapse, it transformed into a realm of desolate chaos, devoid of light or darkness. Without up or down, only the most primal void and chaotic energy intertwined and flowed as if it had always been so. Chapter 2. The emergence of 3,000 chaotic demons. Within this boundless chaos, 5 orbs exuding the profound essence of the Great Path gradually approached, rotating, colliding, and intertwining with one another. Ultimately, the 5 orbs converged into a singular, resplendent wheel of the Great Path that will begin to spin slowly, each rotation creating rippling waves imbued with the true essence of the Great Path, sweeping across the entirety of chaos. Under the embrace of that rhythm, chaos began to undergo transformative changes. The chaotic energy surged and blended. The primordial power coalesced, gradually giving birth to 3,000 colossal cocoons. Each colossal cocoon appears to be a pathway to the origin, imbued with boundless mysteries and profound truths. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, he finds himself ensconced within one such cocoon. I have become one of the 3,000 chaos demons? At that moment, Lin Xiao's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Elated, he recognized the extraordinary foundation he now possessed, promising limitless achievements in the future. Yet, a sense of trepidation enveloped him, for he was acutely aware of the chaos demon's fate during the great cataclysm under the Pangu axe. Nearly all 3,000 demons met their demise. Those fortunate enough to survive, such as Luo Ho and Shun and I, subsequently faced reckoning in the relentless calamities of ferocious beasts, the initial tribulations of the Dragon Han era, and the fierce conflicts between Tao and demon. Ultimately, it seemed that only Hong Jun, who embodied the Tao, and Yang Mei, who retreated into the depths of chaos, emerged unscathed. The great cataclysm. How shall I confront it? Lin Xiao's gaze flickered, and the purple-gold patterns within his soul glimmered faintly, as if responding to his thoughts. Ah, the Book of Origins. A spark of realization ignited in his eyes, and his spiritual power surged, actively seeking communion with the Book of Origins within him. As a vessel capable of nurturing supreme laws, the Book of Origins undoubtedly harbored unimaginable might, perhaps capable of aiding him in traversing the great cataclysm. After extensive exploration, Lin Xiao finally unraveled several extraordinary functions of this treasured artifact. Firstly, nurturing and cultivation. The primary purpose of the Book of Origins was to cultivate the supreme laws of the primordial chaos. Yet this required an immense supply of primordial purple qi. Now that the primordial realm lay shattered and the purple qi nearly extinct, this function could no longer manifest. However, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with insight. Though it cannot cultivate supreme laws, its nurturing power remains. This power could assist him in refining his chaos demon form, and he recalled having encountered speculation regarding the drawbacks of such a form in his past Lithia caution he must heed. Moreover, the boundless Tao essence contained within the Book of Origins could nurture formless spiritual treasures, enhancing their potency. Secondly, recording the laws of the Tao. The Book of Origins meticulously documents the 5 supreme laws it has once nurtured. Upon witnessing this function, Lin Xiao couldn't help but scoff, Isn't this akin to asking elementary students to learn quantum mechanics? Currently, he possessed no understanding of cultivation, incapable even of the most rudimentary practice of drawing qi into his body to him. These supreme laws were as inscrutable as celestial scripts. Thirdly, deduction. It could deduce martial techniques, laws, and even heavenly secrets. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. Deduction necessitated a foundation. Lin Xiao was utterly inexperienced in cultivation. Having yet to encounter even the most basic techniques, how could he expect the Book of Origins to perform deductions for him? Surely, one could not anticipate that merely memorizing a few verses from the Tao Te Ching would enable the derivation of supreme techniques. Fourthly, concealment and alteration of heavenly secrets. The Book of Origins could not only conceal heavenly secrets, but also fundamentally alter the understanding of the Tao. For instance, as a transmigrator occupying the body of Chaos Demon, he should, by all accounts, be deemed an anomaly in the eyes of the Tao. Yet the Book of Origins could directly amend this reality. Even standing before the Tao, he would be recognized as a legitimate existence. This is nothing short of a legitimate cheat. Lin Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration within, yet he quickly regained his composure. Though these abilities are formidable, given my current circumstances, most remain beyond my immediate application. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, the time was still early. The chaotic deities had yet to fully gestate, and even the consciousness of other deities had not yet awakened. Lin Xiao had ample time to strategize for the future and enhance himself. Since I cannot utilize the other functions, I shall commence with reshaping the chaotic body. He summoned the nurturing power of the Book of Origins with his soul energy, enveloping the giant cocoon in its essence. Mysterious patterns emerged on the surface of the cocoon, continually absorbing the chaotic essence. Simultaneously, under the influence of the great rhythms of the Tao, Lin Xiao's soul instinctively absorbed this primordial chaotic force. Each wisp of chaotic energy that entered his being solidified his soul further, intensifying its resonance with the great rhythms of the Tao. Gradually, Lin Xiao entered a profound state under the enveloping rhythms of the Tao. He saw the myriad laws swirling through the chaos like a galaxy, each imbued with supreme truth. Among them, a law radiating a ghostly blue light resonated strongly with him. This is the law of the soul. Lin Xiao suddenly comprehended. As one of the earliest awakened deities, his soul instinctively attracted the law that resonated with it. Countless runes of the soul, Tao, coalesced on the surface of the cocoon, transforming into intricate patterns in the timeless expanse of chaos. It was impossible to discern how long had passed. The great rhythms continued unabated, while the 3,000 cocoons underwent monumental transformation. Faintly, varying phantoms emerged within the cocoons, some with 3 heads and 6 arms, others sprouting wings, and some resembling colossal eyes. Each deity embodied a singular Tao law, and their bodies naturally developed under its influence, diverse in form, yet each exuding a terrifying aura, perfectly aligned with their own Tao law. Within this great rhythm, the comprehension of the 3,000 deities regarding the laws advanced at breakneck speed. Immersed in the essence of the Tao, they had unknowingly experienced countless epochs, achieving an understanding of the laws that was both profound and illuminating. However, the tranquility of chaos did not endure for long. At a certain moment, the long silent chaos suddenly stirred, and an indescribable pressure began to rise slowly from its depths. The chaotic essence whirled and converged manically, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Soon after, a rumble, echoing from ancient times, reverberated through the chaos, shaking the very fabric of the void. At the heart of the chaos, a colossal azure lotus began to bloom, and upon its pedestal, a towering figure gradually came into focus. He stood in astonishing height, his muscles coiling like a great dragon, surrounded by the most primal laws of strength. I am Pangu, the first being of chaos. Accompanied by a resounding and authoritative voice that echoed throughout the chaos, Pangu stood atop the primordial lotus, and a formidable force of law swept across the very center of chaos. The proclamation of Pangu's emergence, which shook the foundations of chaos, abruptly awakened Lin Xiao from his meditative state. He trembled, suddenly realizing that his once ethereal soul had now transformed into a complete chaotic deity form. Is this my true self? Lin Xiao's consciousness enveloped him, and he was immediately astonished by the scene before him. A colossal demonic body towering at several million kilometers, even more immense than the sun from his past life memories. Its entire form exhibited a profound dark purple hue, with intricate patterns of soul laws swirling upon its skin, each line seemingly narrating the essence of the great Tao. At the center of its forehead was a tightly sealed vertical eye, harboring a power that sent shivers down the spine. Suspended behind its head was a luminous halo akin to the wheel of the Tao, embedded with 5 orbs resembling eyeballs. This halo seemed somewhat familiar. Could it correspond to the 5 supreme laws? Lin Xiao pondered, recognizing that this chaotic, demonic body, nurtured with the aid of the Book of Origins, was evidently more perfect than other chaotic demon gods. His amethyst eyes resembled twin suns, interwoven with the power of soul laws, endowing him with the ability to pierce through all illusions and perceive the essence of all things. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao discovered that his mastery over soul laws had become second nature, and according to the legacy of the great Tao, he had now stepped into the realm of chaos, the realm of chaos. In later generations, it would be equivalent to a quasi-saint level existence. Lin Xiao rejoiced inwardly. Yet his elation was short-lived as a series of majestic Doic sounds resonated from the depths of chaos. I am Shi Chun, the master of the laws of time. I emerge into the world today. As the sound reverberated, the river of time within a million-mile radius came to a standstill. Lin Xiao distinctly observed that, in that direction, the law of time manifested as a brilliant river, encircling a grand figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. I am Yang Mei, the master of the laws of space. I emerge into the world today. Another voice echoed, causing the chaotic space to twist and fold, revealing a towering, hollow willow tree shadow, each leaf seemingly carrying a universe within it. I am a master of causality. I emerge into the world today. Chapter 3. The Primordial Soul-Settling Scripture. A series of resounding proclamations echoed through the chaos, as each newly emerged chaos demon eagerly showcased their formidable powers, declaring their existence to the entirety of the void. Instantly, the chaos was alive with extraordinary phenomena. The forces of various laws collided, igniting turbulent storms of chaos. Lin Xiao observed with a cold gaze, a faint smirk of derision gracing his lips. Why flaunt your emergence? It's no wonder they all met their demise in the end. Don't they understand that humility is the true path? He was acutely aware that these chaos demons were all exceedingly proud. Should you emerge before them, they would undoubtedly fixate on you, intent on vying for superiority. Lin Xiao's foremost task now was to familiarize himself with and master his own powers, diligently cultivating his abilities to survive the great primordial cataclysm. Feeling the surging life force within his chaos demon form and the ability to manipulate the power of the soul with the slightest movement, Lin Xiao felt an urgent need to create a unique system of cultivation techniques that would allow him to better wield his formidable powers. He closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, and began to outline the cultivation system derived from the great Tao's teachings. The lineage offered no specific techniques, but rather guidance on realms and paths of development. From this lineage, Lin Xiao learned that the cultivation of chaos demons is divided into 3 realms: the primordial realm, the primordial great Luo realm, and the primordial infinite realm. The primordial realm is the initial stage of the chaos demon, wherein the core of the laws is condensed while the chaos body is nurtured, allowing for a preliminary mastery of the power of the laws. This realm consists of 12 layers, representing a gradual process of mastering the law's power and comprehending their essence. The first 3 layers signify the early stages of the primordial realm, where the laws can manifest, and their power can be summoned. The subsequent 3 layers represent the mid-stage, enabling the laws to take form, transforming into various manifestations, thus amplifying their might. The next 3 layers mark the late stage, where one can condense a domain of laws, suppressing other law powers. The final 3 layers signify the perfection of the primordial realm, wherein one comprehends the origin of the laws and masters their power to the utmost. The primordial great Luo realm. In this stage, the adept transcends the foundation of law power, attaining a profound understanding of the essence of the Tao, rising above the laws, rendering them powerless against him. He can reflect upon the past, glimpse the future, and withstand the trials of time, remaining immortal even as the heavens and earth collapse. This is the realm of the sages of later generations. The cultivation within the primordial Great Luo realm is similarly divided into 12 layers, each breakthrough signifying a deeper understanding and command of the Great Tao. As for the higher realm of the primordial infinite Tao, this state equates with the Tao itself, ensuring the eternal existence of the true spirit. A single thought can endure, allowing one to return anew, indelible and capable of defining the laws of the Great Tao at will. Having just condensed the core of the laws and attained a preliminary mastery of their power, Lin Xiao assessed himself to be at the first layer of the primordial realm. In accordance with the teachings of the Great Tao, he sat cross-legged in the depths of chaotic void, surrounded by ethereal blue flames of the soul. Harnessing the resonance of the Great Tao, Lin Xiao began to weave together memories of his past life with the principles of the soul's laws, preparing to construct his system of cultivation. Though many of the ancient novels of his previous life were largely fictional, their portrayals of the soul's path held a kernel of truth that Lin Xiao pondered deeply. As he prepared to enter seclusion, his divine consciousness suddenly detected a spiritual treasure concealed within the chaotic energy nearby. It was a bell-shaped artifact of profound azure hue, its surface resonating with the essence of soul laws that were intricately linked to his own, although it had yet to fully materialize. The emanations it released caused the surrounding chaotic energy to tremble. Could this be a companion treasure? Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Among the myriad chaotic demonic deities, some of the most formidable would simultaneously cultivate their chaotic bodies alongside companion treasures that harmonized with their laws. He extended his hand to gently caress the bell, immediately sensing the immense power it harbored. However, the next moment, his gaze shifted to the Book of Origins within his consciousness. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. His chaotic body, nurtured by the Book of Origins, had grown ever more perfect. If this treasure were also entrusted to its care, its might would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao absorbed the unformed spiritual bell into the Book of Origins. As the pages turned, countless grand runes and primordial creative energies surged into the bell, initiating a profound transformation. Upon completing this, Lin Xiao officially entered a state of seclusion, embarking on the creation of a unique cultivation method. In the boundless chaos, since the birth of the 3,000 chaotic deities, certain changes had occurred, yet they bore little significance at present. The chaos was infinite, and even a chaotic deity of the primordial unity realm could envelop hundreds of thousands of light years with their consciousness, yet might not encounter another chaotic deity in a short span. Time in chaos is inconceivable. In the blink of an eye, billions of years had passed. During this extensive period, Lin Xiao combined his past life's experiences, mythological legends, and the inheritance of his own laws, using the Book of Origins as a foundation to continuously calculate, evolve, and ultimately forge a supreme technique of his own, the Hongmeng Soul Suppression Sutra. While Lin Xiao's chaotic body, shaped by the Book of Origins, possessed a remarkable affinity for all laws, he understood the wisdom of not overextending oneself, especially with the impending unknown calamity of the heavens. Thus, during his formulation of the technique, Lin Xiao intentionally emphasized one aspect. The final technique predominantly revolved around the soul laws, with the chaotic body serving as a complement. In his understanding, as long as the soul remained unextinguished and the flesh unbroken, he could stand invincible. The technique was divided into two parts. The first part, Soul Sutra, focused on the cultivation of the soul, aspiring for the eternal essence of true spirit. The second part, Body Sutra, sought to refine the demonic body, achieving an indestructible state, impervious to all methods, ultimately transcending the laws. Moreover, he devised 4 unparalleled divine abilities based on the characteristics of soul laws. To wield the essence of these laws, Bridge of Rebirth, a sapphire-hued bridge of souls spanning the void, capable of ensnaring an enemy's soul into an endless cycle of illusions. Once ensnared, they would endure countless tribulations until their soul disintegrated. Judge's Pen, a stroke that determines life and death, disregarding physical defenses, directly striking at the essence of true spirit, only countered by forces of the same law tier. Eternal Lock seals the enemy's soul essence, binding their true spirit, rendering them incapable of utilizing any laws or divine abilities. Netherworld Mansion materializes the appearance of the netherworld using soul power, descending into reality to suppress all foes. The potency of these 4 divine abilities would amplify as Lin Xiao deepened his understanding of the soul laws. The cultivation techniques and divine abilities have been meticulously prepared, instilling confidence for the forthcoming cataclysm. The next step is to comprehend the principles of the great Tao and enhance one's cultivation. In the boundless chaos, where time holds no significance for the chaotic demon gods, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes within the dark void. In an instant, 2 beams of purple-gold divine light pierced through the void. The laws of the soul coalesced into substance around him, revealing the ethereal visage of a netherworld dharma form looming behind him. In that moment, amidst the chaos, all laws other than the soul law were suppressed by the netherworld dharma. Feeling the surging power of the laws within his body at the 7th level of the primordial realm, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Although the soul law may not possess the sheer dominance of the supreme laws such as power, time, and space, Lin Xiao, with the aid of the Book of Origins, was confident that he was no less formidable than any other demon god. The paths of the great Tao may diverge, but if one cultivates the soul law to its utmost, it may yet stand against the supreme laws of power, time, and space. Lin Xiao's determination was unwavering. To him, the soul is the essence of life, the foundation of all beings. Thus, the potential of the soul law is no less than that of any other law. Chapter 4. Wandering the Chaos. Obtaining treasures. As Lin Xiao concluded his seclusion, he willed the Book of Origins to unfold within his consciousness. Amidst the turning pages, a grayish ancient bell emerged, adorned with purple and gold patterns. The sound of the bell resonated softly, sending forth invisible sound waves that solidified the chaotic energy within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. What a remarkable chaos soul-quelling bell! Lin Xiao caught the ancient bell, instantly grasping the profundity of this treasure. In the chaos, spiritual treasures are classified into 6 tiers. Chaos Supreme Treasures, Top-tier Chaos Spiritual Treasures, Superior Chaos Spiritual Treasures, Middle-tier Chaos Spiritual Treasures, and Inferior Chaos Spiritual Treasures. There are only 5 Chaos Supreme Treasures, birthed from the 5 Supreme Laws: the Fate Wheel, Creation Jade Disc, the Chaos Axe, Heaven-Splitting Axe, the Chaos Pearl, Limitless Chaos Pearl, the Genesis Blue Lotus, Origin Blue Lotus, and the World Ender Mill, Apocalypse Mill. This Chaos Soul-Quelling Bell is a top-tier Chaos Spiritual Treasure, containing the complete principles of the Great Tao. It can shatter souls and true spirits in offense, while defensively it can withstand all laws. Lin Xiao gently caressed the bell, sensing the complete essence of the soul and the immortal path within, his face radiating with delight. It was truly a treasure birthed from the Book of Origins. Had Lin Xiao not placed this treasure within the Book of Origins for cultivation, it would have merely been a supreme treasure containing the soul law. However, under the nurturing of the Book of Origins, it not only encompasses the soul path, but also embodies the immortal path, integrating both offense and defense, aligning perfectly with Lin Xiao's ideals of an indestructible soul and immortal body. The Chaos Soul-Quelling Bell. Such a magnificent treasure. As Lin Xiao played with the spiritual treasure in his hands, his satisfaction grew. It was undoubtedly the most fitting companion treasure for him. With the acquisition of the Chaos Soul-Quelling Bell, Lin Xiao felt a surge of confidence. After countless years of secluded cultivation, thoughts of exploring the chaos began to arise within him. After all, the chaotic world is vast and boundless, brimming with countless opportunities and mysteries, perhaps offering more chances for breakthroughs during his wanderings. Lin Xiao casually chose a direction, stepping forth as the chaotic energy parted automatically. He traversed the chaos as if strolling leisurely, each step covering billions of miles. However, the vastness of chaos far exceeds imagination. After traversing countless epochs, what lies within sight remains an ashen haze of chaos. There is neither illumination nor direction, and one cannot even perceive the passage of time. This eternal solitude is enough to drive any being to madness. It is no wonder that chaos deities resort to fighting upon their first encounter. Lin Xiao smiled wryly and shook his head. In such an environment, conflict serves as a form of release. He attempted to quicken his pace, his demonic form transforming into a stream of purple gold light, crossing several star systems in the blink of an eye. Yet, even so, the chaos remains boundless. He encountered neither a single chaos deity nor a trace of chaos treasures or roots. Although he had anticipated this, Truly being immersed in this infinite chaos still stirred a sense of irritation within him. Could it be that I am flying too slowly? Lin Xiao paused, lost in thought. If only I could comprehend the laws of space. This thought was swiftly extinguished, while the Book of Origins recorded the 5 supreme laws. He understood the wisdom of moderation. Rather than allowing himself to be distracted, it would be better to focus on the path of the soul. Alas, I shall devote myself to cultivation. Strength is the ultimate truth. At this moment, amidst the chaos, there existed 3,000 chaos deities, yet the solitude persisted. Fundamentally due to their low cultivation levels and limited range of activity. The disparity between the Hunyuan realm and the Hunyuan de Luo realm is immense. While one in the Hunyuan realm may toil endlessly, a being in the Hunyuan de Luo realm can traverse vast distances with a mere thought. Rather than squander time wandering aimlessly through chaos, it would be more prudent to strive for a breakthrough to the Hunyuan de Luo realm. Thus, in the days that followed, Lin Xiao no longer fixated on exploring chaos, but instead concentrated on deciphering the laws and honing his physical form. Time flowed quietly in the stillness. And before he knew it, the profound rhythm enveloping the entire chaos finally dissipated. Lin Xiao opened his purple-gold eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within them. The disappearance of the grand rhythm indicated that the cultivation speed of the chaos deities had slowed. Nevertheless, a confident smile graced Lin Xiao's lips. With a thought, the Book of Origins unfurled within his consciousness. Compared to the other chaos deities, his greatest advantage lay in this extraordinary treasure that aided his cultivation. At this moment, his cultivation had broken through to the 11th layer of the Hunyuan realm. His understanding of the soul laws reaching perfection, and he was only a step away from breaking into the Hunyuan de Luo realm. However, his brow furrowed once more, awed. After such a lengthy journey, he had not encountered a single chaos deity, nor had he seen even a shadow of treasures or roots. This script seems off. Am I not the protagonist? Just as this thought arose, an earth-shattering roar echoed from the depths of chaos, the chaotic energies swirling as if stirred by an invisible hand, forming a colossal vortex with a diameter of billions of miles. This commotion could only be the emergence of a chaos deity or a treasure. Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered with intensity as his form transformed into a streak of purple light, racing towards the source of the disturbance. Upon arrival, the sight before him momentarily took his breath away. A dazzling radiance tore through the darkness of chaos, calming the tumultuous chaotic energies as if they were docile sheep. Immediately, a gunshot that pierced the void reverberated across the realms. As the sound traversed, chaos shattered and the fabric of the void cracked open. At the epicenter of the brilliance, a divine spear, entwined with the aura of ruin and destruction, gradually materialized. Its body resembled a dragon, with ancient patterns inscribed upon it, each line seemingly narrating the profound truths of annihilation and obliteration. A supreme chaotic spiritual treasure. Lin Xiao's heart raced. This weapon surpassed even the renowned treasures such as the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his perfected chaotic realm cultivation. His right hand wielded the soul-settling bell, stabilizing the chaotic void, while his left transformed into an enormous hand, reaching towards the divine spear. Buzz! The spear sensed the impending threat and trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of destruction that shattered Lin Xiao's magical hand inch by inch. With a flick of its tip, it carved a spatial rift extending millions of miles through the chaos. Such a domineering spiritual treasure. Rather than being alarmed, Lin Xiao felt exhilarated. A 5-colored halo spun rapidly behind his head, and countless profound runes emerged from the void, coiling around the divine spear. Humph! A mere spiritual treasure dares to resist? Submit to me. With a thunderous shout, the chaos soul-settling bell crashed down, the immense power of the fundamental laws striking the spear with great force. The divine spear let out a mournful cry, ultimately ceasing its struggle. The moment Lin Xiao grasped the spear's handle, a torrent of vast information surged into his consciousness. The joy on his face intensified, the perfect amalgamation of the laws of destruction and shock. This offensive power was truly a treasure born for slaughter. Upon closely examining the enigmatic patterns on the spear's body, Lin Xiao suddenly chuckled. Could it be that I am the favored child of the great Tao? To acquire such a treasure? He stroked his chin, pondering. Well, strictly speaking, I am indeed a brother of the great Tao. Such an opportunity is quite reasonable. Lin Xiao promptly channeled his magical energy to refine the divine spear, and upon completion, he acquired detailed information about this artifact. This treasure was a supreme treasure of the utmost path, distinct from other top-tier spiritual treasures. It was solely designed for combat, lacking any suppressive or concealing functions of fate. Yet, precisely because of this, its offensive power far exceeded that of other treasures. Lin Xiao wielded the spear of destruction, its body slicing through the chaos, obliterating the chaotic energy in its wake, leaving behind a lingering spatial rift. The smile on his face grew ever brighter, with the soul-settling bell for defense and the spear of destruction for offense. Beneath the great chaos, I shall be invincible. Chapter 5. The initial battle of chaos. With the spear of chaotic destruction in his possession, Lin Xiao felt an extraordinary sense of delight. Even traversing the chaos felt considerably lighter, prompting him to hum a tune from his past life. As he weaved through the chaos, he sent a fragment of his primordial spirit into the Book of Origins, delving into the profound laws inscribed within. Time passed unmeasured until, at one moment, Lin Xiao suddenly halted, his violet-golden pupils contracting sharply. Tens of thousands of light years away, an energy brimming with a fierce aura approached at an astonishing speed. The intensity of this presence made the surrounding chaotic energy recede in fear. At last, he encountered a living being. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lin Xiao was filled with joy. After traversing the chaos for countless ages, this was his first encounter with the existence of another life form. Amidst the thunderous chaos, a colossal entity surged through the void. It was a three-headed behemoth, adorned with a single horn atop its head and 4 pairs of vast, sky-shrouding wings that unleashed tempestuous storms with each flap. Its 6 crimson eyes, akin to burning blood moons, fixed intently upon Lin Xiao. A ferocious roar erupted, leaving no room for dialogue. As the 3 grotesque heads tore through the chaos, their gaping maws lunging with lightning speed towards Lin Xiao's thigh. A resounding crack echoed, akin to a comet colliding with the earth, accompanied by an intense wave of pain that coursed through Lin Xiao's entire being. He let out a muffled groan. His body, honed over countless years into a chaotic demon form, was torn asunder, fissures resembling spider webs marring its surface. Before Lin Xiao could react, the other 2 heads of the demon bore down, their jaws snapping hungrily at his arms. "Release me, you beast. Are you a dog?" The searing pain provoked Lin Xiao into a torrent of curses as he propelled his fists, enveloped in chaotic radiance, toward the approaching heads. The strikes fell like a meteor shower, yet the moment they met the beast's scaly hide, an enigmatic force dissipated their impact. A glimmer of mockery flickered in the 6 eyes of the 3-headed demon, and its biting force intensified threefold. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao felt darkness encroaching upon his vision. Suddenly jolting awake, "I possess a magical artifact." He summoned the soul-settling bell, which shot forth from his brow. The resounding chime, reminiscent of primordial chaos, erupted in the ears of the 3-headed demon, unleashing visible waves of soul energy that radiated outward. At such close range, the demon recoiled as if struck by lightning. The flames of its soul flickered violently in its eyes, and its grip weakened considerably. Seizing this moment, Lin Xiao broke free from its gaping maw and retreated a great distance. Purple-golden demon blood dripped from his wound, transforming into eerie flames amidst the chaos. His expression darkened like murky waters. "Now, it is my turn." With a thought, the chaos soul-settling bell erupted in an immortal golden light, forming layers of protective barriers around him. The annihilation spear trembled in his grasp, its tip exuding a chilling light that could obliterate all. A glimmer of cold radiance preceded it, and then the spear surged forth like a dragon. Die! The annihilation spear swept through the air, intertwining the laws of destruction and shockwaves, annihilating the chaotic essence in its path. The spear struck solidly at the central head of the 3-headed demon with a resounding crack that reverberated through the chaos. Yet, in the following moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The 3-headed demon's form split in 2, dividing into 2 slightly smaller, yet equally formidable beasts. The 6 scarlet eyes gleamed with a frenzied light, their claws entwined with potent laws of power, tearing through the chaotic void and leaving rifts in their wake. A split form? Lin Xiao's pupils constricted. This sudden turn of events left him no time to react, as the 2 fierce beasts roared and lunged at him. Clang, clang, clang. The claws collided with the barrier of the soul-settling bell, unleashing a deafening cacophony. Though the defenses held firm, the overwhelming force still surged through Lin Xiao, setting his blood ablaze. Did you think you alone possessed divine abilities? This enraged Lin Xiao, and he bellowed, "In Ming Palace, manifest!" With this fierce command, the complete power of the soul laws coalesced within the chaos. A shadowy underworld, spanning the void, suddenly descends with a resounding crash. The ominous gates swing wide open, and countless chains of confinement surge forth like dragons emerging from their lairs, instantaneously ensnaring two ferocious beasts. The three-headed demon, intent on employing its previous tactics, attempts to unleash its splitting technique. However, Lin Xiao's voice rings out once more, "Bridge of Rebirth." An ethereal azure bridge materializes, threading through the chaos, its surface pulsating with the essence of complete souls. The demon's primordial spirit is forcibly drawn into the bridge, where within the illusory realm constructed by the path of souls, its essence begins to be gradually extinguished. Lin Xiao offers no chance for resistance. Witnessing the demon's soul ensnared by the bridge of rebirth, he swiftly forms a sword with his fingers and declares, "Judge's pen." Rays of soul laws, sharp and concentrated, pierce through the air, striking the demon's primordial spirit with precision. The splitting laws can no longer hold. Its avatars shatter, leaving only the main body writhing in anguish amidst the chains. "Do you yield? You dare to bite me?" Lin Xiao swiftly mounts the demon's back, the annihilation spear pressed against the center of the middle head's brow, while his other fist descends like a torrential rain. Each strike embodies the power of perfect soul laws, causing the three-headed demon to wail in agony, its soul trembling. "I yield." The central head finally utters a garbled plea for mercy. Lin Xiao withdraws his fist, but does not lift the suppression. He coldly surveys the beast. Internally astonished, this creature possesses only the cultivation of the ninth heaven of chaos, without any divine treasures for protection. Yet it has managed to endure so long against my two treasures and multiple divine techniques. The primal combat instincts of a pure chaos demon are indeed terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xiao recognizes a significant flaw in himself, a severe lack of combat experience. Stroking his chin, an idea dawns upon him. He raises his hand and casts a soul imprint, embedding it into the forehead of the three-headed demon. "From this day forth, you shall follow me as my sparring partner." The overwhelming pressure emanating from the soul imprint compels the three-headed demon to submit, and all three heads nod vigorously. "You are the rift-splitting demon god, are you not?" Lin Xiao stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his violet golden pupils reflecting the demon's disheveled form. The central head nods hesitantly. "Indeed. Are you the demon god who commands the laws of the soul?" Lin Xiao replies calmly, "Precisely." The rift-splitting demon god initially offers a bitter smile, followed by a look of confusion. "Are the laws of the soul truly that formidable? I recall that among the first 10 demon gods to emerge, there was no demon god of the soul." Lin Xiao remains unperturbed, continuing, "Rift-splitting demon god, I shall spare your life. For now, stay by my side, and we shall cultivate and spar together. When the time is right, I will grant you your freedom." "Very well." The rift-splitting demon god bows its three heads. In the chaos, the law of survival of the fittest is an unyielding truth, and it is only natural for the defeated to submit to the stronger. Time flows like a swift current, and the chaos knows no years. In the subsequent long years of cultivation, Lin Xiao and the rift-splitting demon god engage in countless battles. Initially, the demon's primal combat instincts force Lin Xiao into perilous situations. Its splitting laws become increasingly exquisite, capable not only of rending space but also of dividing incoming divine techniques and laws, greatly diminishing their potency. "Come again." Lin Xiao grows ever more valiant in battle, shedding the thought patterns of his past life as a mortal. His combat style becomes increasingly fierce, each strike resonating with the rhythms of the great Tao. The law of the soul has evolved into myriad transformations in his hands, occasionally manifesting as chains that bind the void, and at other times coalescing into a blade that pierces the true spirit. On this day, chaos reverberated. Lin Xiao stood with his spear, surrounded by a blazing fire of soul energy. After countless life and death battles, he finally ascended to the consummate state of the 12th heaven of primordial unity. In this moment, every gesture he made exuded an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating, and within his violet gold eyes lay the primordial mysteries of the soul path. Have you broken through again? The six-eyed heavenly demon gazed in awe and shock. Throughout innumerable ages, he too had made significant progress in his understanding and application of the law of division. However, since the disappearance of the rhythm of the Tao, his speed of comprehension had slowed to a crawl. He remained wandering within the ninth heaven of primordial unity, while the unfathomable soul demon had once more achieved a breakthrough. Lin Xiao stood firm with his spear, his soul eye piercing through the endless chaos. Indeed, I have made a breakthrough. Now, you can no longer impede my progress. I grant you your freedom. Through the years of sparring and battling with the heavenly demon, he had gradually shed the vestiges of his past self, evolving into a true chaotic demon, proud, noble, and ancient. The three heads of the heavenly demon bowed in unison, expressing both relief and an inexplicable sense of loss. Lin Xiao gazed into the depths of the chaos. To traverse the chaos and not engage in discourse with Pangu would indeed be a regret. With this thought, he ceased to regard the heavenly demon and turned to soar deeper into the chaos. Chapter 6. First encounter with Pangu. Though the chaos is vast and boundless, it possesses a core. As one approaches the center of chaos, the chaotic energy intensifies, and the power of the Tao becomes increasingly vivid and perceptible. Thus, after the rhythm of the Tao dissipated, the 3,000 chaotic demons naturally gravitated toward the chaos center in pursuit of a higher understanding of the Tao. This explains the increasing frequency of encounters among the chaotic demons in the latter stages of chaos. Guided by an instinctual sense, Lin Xiao flew toward the ever-thickening chaotic energy at the core. His figure traversed the chaos like a meteor slicing through the void, and wherever he passed, the chaotic energy recoiled. During his journey, he meticulously reflected upon the insights gained from countless years of sparring with the heavenly demon. The fierce battle scenes emerged vividly in his mind, with each clash refining his mastery over the law of the soul. The several soul law techniques he had pioneered in his early years, such as the Bridge of Rebirth, the Judge's Pen, the Impermanence Lock, and the Underworld, were continuously perfected and elevated through practical application. Furthermore, through combat with the heavenly demon, Lin Xiao's control over the Chaos Destruction Spear became increasingly proficient, and he gained profound insights into the destructive and vibrational laws inherent within the spear. To unleash the full potential of this treasured weapon, he fused the laws of destruction and vibration with his own soul path, creating a stunningly extraordinary spear technique, the Return to the Ruins. As this technique was unleashed, the spear's radiance annihilated matter and shattered the laws, and Lin Xiao vaguely perceived a glimmer of a transcendent power that surpassed the laws themselves. Moreover, Lin Xiao's gains extend far beyond this. In his battle against the celestial split demon god, he discovered that his chaotic demonic form, as the fight progressed, exhibited an increasingly robust resistance to the laws of division. A brilliant idea suddenly illuminated his mind. If he could temper his physical body with the 3,000 laws of the chaos demon god, could he not attain a state where no law could erode him and no calamity could annihilate him? Lin Xiao promptly set this notion into action, reinforcing his demonic form with the laws of immortality and refining it through the laws of celestial splitting, soul, annihilation, and vibration. Under the enhancement and tempering of these laws, every inch of his flesh seemed to harbor boundless power, and his resistance to the laws grew ever stronger, propelling his physical form toward the realm of indestructibility against the laws. Deep within the chaos, vast and boundless, the gray mist of chaotic energy surged like an unending tide. Lin Xiao's figure flickered within, each step traversing distances across multiple star systems. As another divine consciousness swept across millions of light years ahead, a faint smile graced Lin Xiao's lips. It was a chaos demon god resembling a mystical tortoise, its carapace inscribed with intricate and profound patterns. This marked the 11th demon god he had encountered recently. Fellow Taoist, please hold. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Xiao appeared before the mystical tortoise demon god, without allowing the other party a moment to react. His annihilation spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, its tip coalescing the dual laws of destruction and vibration. A thunderous clash reverberated through the chaos, the violent forces of destruction and vibration striking against the tortoise demon god's carapace. Countless paths illuminated the tortoise's shell with a yellowish glow, remarkably diminishing the intensity of the destructive and vibrational forces. Interesting, Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, and the momentum of his spear shifted dramatically, launching another assault. Throughout the endless ages, whenever Lin Xiao encountered other chaos demon gods, he would eagerly engage them in sparring. Although termed sparring, it was more accurately a process through which Lin Xiao tempered his demonic form. After all, at his current level, unless facing one of the top 10 chaos demon gods, none could pose any challenge to him. On a particular day, as Lin Xiao traveled as usual, he suddenly sensed the chaotic energy ahead boiling with fervor. Countless chaotic energies converged towards a central point like rivers flowing into the sea, creating a spectacle so magnificent that even Lin Xiao was taken aback. Could this disturbance signal the emergence of a spiritual treasure? Or perhaps a chaos demon god is breaking through? A flicker of doubt arose in Lin Xiao's mind. He extended his divine consciousness to cover hundreds of thousands of light years, yet the source remained elusive. His heart raced. Could a chaos demon god be on the verge of transcending into the primordial Great Luo realm? Yet, the resonance of the Great Path had long since dissipated. Among the chaos demon gods, could there truly exist one who cultivated faster than he? Lin Xiao pondered internally, but remained undeterred. Armed with his perfected chaotic realm, he boldly soared toward the source of the gathering chaotic energy. Suddenly, the turbulent chaos settled into tranquility, as if everything had been instantaneously subdued by some force. In the absolute silence, a colossal azure lotus unfurled gracefully, comprising 36 petals. Each petal contained boundless vitality and the profound mysteries of the Great Path. At the heart of the azure lotus, there sat a colossal figure, towering several million kilometers high. His muscles were sinewy and bulging, as if every inch of flesh and blood contained the power to annihilate worlds. Pangu. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. The giant slowly opened his eyes, two beams of divine light bursting forth, instantly illuminating the entire chaotic void. His gaze traversed hundreds of thousands of light years, converging with Lin Xiao's in the expanse of nothingness. A flicker of surprise crossed Pangu's eyes, and a smile of delight graced his lips. After traversing countless eons in this chaos, he had encountered a worthy opponent at the pinnacle of perfection for the first time. How intriguing, Pangu mused, wondering which divine being could have reached the same level of cultivation as himself, achieving the great perfection of chaos. On the other hand, Lin Xiao maintained an outward calm, while tumultuous waves surged within him. He had believed himself to be unrivaled among the 3,000 demon gods due to his rapid cultivation through the Book of Origins, only to discover that Pangu had reached an equivalent realm solely through innate talent. Truly, a child of the true Tao. Greetings, fellow cultivator, Lin Xiao said. Bowing respectfully with an air of composure, I am Lin Xiao, the sole demon god. Fellow cultivator? Pangu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this appellation. The demon gods he had previously encountered either shouted threats or referred to themselves in grandiose terms. He had never experienced such an elegant title before. Noticing Pangu's confusion, Lin Xiao quickly realized that fellow cultivator was a term from a later era, and he explained with a smile. Travelers on the path of the Tao are all considered fellow cultivators. Marvelous, Pangu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating like thunder. I am Pangu, the demon god of strength. To encounter a fellow cultivator today is indeed a stroke of fortune. As they exchanged smiles, an unexpected harmony enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over Pangu's imposing figure, his mind calculating. The creation azure lotus had manifested. Yet the acts of opening heaven and the jade plate of creation were still unattained. It appeared that the true cataclysm of creation was still some distance away. Fellow cultivator, Pangu suddenly spoke, his eyes ablaze with combativeness. We are both trapped in the realm of chaos perfection. Why not engage in a discourse of techniques and delve into the secrets of the great primordial Tao together? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. He had ventured to the depths of the chaos precisely to seek out Pangu for such an exchange and would naturally not decline. That suits me perfectly. I have been ensnared in this realm for quite some time, yet have found no breakthrough. Perhaps through our sparring, I may gain some insights. Chapter 7. Discourse with Pangu. Witnessing the primordial Tao, the chaotic void abruptly fell silent as Pangu and Lin Xiao stood facing each other, two distinctly different energies clashing like abyss and prison, confronting one another in the boundless chaos. Pangu stood resolute as a divine mountain, the patterns of the laws of strength swirling upon his sinewy form. Lin Xiao's expression was as placid as an ancient well, enveloped in the power of the soul, his demonic body emanating an immortal radiance, subtly embodying an essence impervious to all laws. Boom! The clash of their energies sent ripples through the chaos, stirring it into a boiling frenzy. While the void emitted a mournful wail under the weight of their might. Lin Xiao struck first, moving like lightning, his fist aimed squarely at Pangu. This punch, seemingly simple, actually contained the full force of his perfected soul laws and the strength honed through endless epics. Come forth. Pangu stood undeterred, delivering a straightforward punch in response. There was nothing flamboyant about this strike, yet it epitomized the essence of breaking through all laws to its utmost limit. Bang! In that instant of collision, the chaos seemed to be paused, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Immediately, a visible shock wave swept through all directions, obliterating the chaotic energy in its wake. Pangu's eyes flickered with surprise as he laughed heartily. I never imagined that your physical form has cultivated to such an extraordinary level. Lin Xiao shook his numb arm and grinned. I have made some progress, yet it pales in comparison to your prowess. The laws of strength are indeed overwhelmingly formidable. Let us continue. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists colliding with visceral impact. As the battle progressed, Lin Xiao transcended mere physical strikes, beginning to unleash his divine powers. The shadow of the underworld descended with a thunderous roar as the domain of soul laws unfurled amidst the chaos. Countless soul chains and blades surged towards Pangu like a dragon. Break! Pangu responded with a single punch. Unadorned yet powerful, his fist shattered the underworld's shadow inch by inch. The chains, before they could even approach, were reduced to dust by sheer force. Lin Xiao, undeterred, felt exhilarated as the destruction spear manifested in his hand. Pangu, I shall unleash my full power now. Return to the void. The spear erupted like a dragon, embodying destruction, shockwaves, and the convergence of soul energy. A glimmering cold light at the spear's tip distorted the very fabric of chaotic void, leading to annihilation. Pangu's expression turned grave, and the shadow of the creation blue lotus appeared behind him as he crossed his fists, concentrating the laws of strength to their utmost limit, boldly meeting the attack. Boom! This clash sent tremors through the entire chaos. In its aftermath, the chaotic energy within tens of thousands of light years was cleared, forming a realm of absolute void. As the brilliance faded, the two stood facing each other. For the first time, a trace of blood appeared on Pangu's fist, while Lin Xiao's right hand, gripping the destruction spear, trembled slightly. Ha! What a thrill! Pangu laughed joyously. Since my emergence into this world, it is the first time someone has managed to injure me. Lin Xiao, however, shook his head with a wry smile. The law of strength truly deserves its title as the foremost. Despite my myriad transformations, you can dismantle them all with sheer force, which is truly admirable. Pangu gazed intently at the destruction spear and remarked, You are too modest, my friend. The final technique of your spear seems to contain power that subtly transcends the level of laws. Lin Xiao gently caressed the spear's body, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. To be honest, Pangu, this power stems from my fusion of the laws of soul, destruction, and shockwaves. Yet, I cannot precisely articulate why it reaches such a higher echelon. As he spoke, Lin Xiao candidly recounted his journey of comprehending the fusion of the laws of soul, destruction, and shockwaves. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao was simultaneously cultivating multiple laws, Pangu's pupils constricted. You can grasp such a multitude of laws concurrently and progress so swiftly? Subsequently, through Pangu's explanations, Lin Xiao discovered that the speculations from novels of his past life regarding the drawbacks of the chaotic demon body were indeed valid. Each chaotic demon corresponds to a fundamental origin law, perfectly aligned with their own law, yet comprehending other laws is as challenging as finding a needle in the ocean, akin to scaling the heavens. After absorbing Pangu's insights, Lin Xiao felt immense relief for his earlier decision to cultivate the chaotic demon body through the Book of Origins. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared by such constraints. Pangu then shifted the conversation, inquiring, My friend, I observe that your physical form appears quite unique, capable of erasing the power of laws. Lin Xiao expounded upon his concept of the indestructible body of the laws. Upon hearing that it would be forged through the refinement of 3,000 laws, Pangu's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. The notion of a singular force shattering myriad laws. The brilliance of the indestructible body of all laws. Their conversation grew increasingly harmonious, and soon they found themselves seated opposite each other amidst the chaos, engaging in profound discourse. Countless millennia slipped by in the blink of an eye, during which Pangu imparted to Lin Xiao the body-refining techniques he had grasped within the primordial blue lotus of creation. The primordial blue lotus, a chaotic treasure birth from the supreme laws of the primordial beginning, contained infinite mysteries. The body-refining techniques Pangu comprehended greatly benefited Lin Xiao, elevating his indestructible body of laws to unprecedented heights, with his physical strength nearing that of Pangu himself. Both were at the 12th layer of the primordial chaos realm, only a single step away from breaking through to the great Luo realm. To transcend the primordial realm, one must not only fully comprehend the power of the laws and grasp their fundamental essence, but also realize one's own great path within them, transforming the power of the laws into the might of the great path. Immersed in their exchanges and reflections, their understanding of their own great paths became increasingly lucid. The once impenetrable bottleneck of their cultivation finally began to show signs of loosening. After tens of thousands of years, an anomaly arose deep within the chaos. A colossal 36-petal azure lotus manifested, spanning the vast emptiness of chaos, as the surrounding chaotic energy abruptly solidified. Within the primordial blue lotus, Pangu slowly opened his eyes, and the divine light emanating from them cleaved the boundless chaos asunder like a divine thunderclap. With a resounding crack, the azure lotus, formed from countless chaotic energies, shattered as Pangu rose to his feet, unleashing a tempest of chaotic winds that surged across millions of light years, causing the very fabric of chaos to tremble. At the center of his brow, a golden divine pattern resembling a serpent in motion radiated an overwhelming pressure. This was the great Luo of primordial chaos. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted in astonishment. Within the chaotic void, immeasurable mysterious lights flowed, and the laws of power materialized into a resplendent river, ceaselessly rushing forth, as if celebrating the birth of the dominion over power. Simultaneously, across the chaos, the 3,000 demonic deities sensed this occurrence, lifting their gazes toward the void, instantly realizing the deity of power had attained the great Luo of primordial chaos. The deity of power had reached enlightenment. In a certain chaotic secret realm, a figure, veiled in the interplay of reality and illusion, gazed up at the celestial phenomenon. As the space around him collapsed incessantly, the law of power? Humph, I shall perfect my path of space. In another chaotic secret realm, a phantom of a demonic deity murmured within the flowing river of time that traversed the entire realm. Soon, deity of power, you are merely a step ahead of me. Lin Xiao approached Pangu, who was now enveloped in the aura of transcendent laws, every inch of his skin seemingly imbued with the might to create and destroy worlds. Lin Xiao sincerely praised, "Brother Pangu, congratulations on attaining the great Luo of primordial chaos." Pangu grinned broadly, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. "Brother Lin Xiao, you too are on the brink of a breakthrough, are you not?" Lin Xiao nodded, the patterns of the Tao swirling within his violet golden pupils. "Indeed, I have a clear vision in my heart." Pangu clapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder, exuberantly declaring, "If that is the case, I shall share my insights from the breakthrough with you. You may rest assured and enter your seclusion to break through, and I shall guard you." Through countless gatherings and shared discussions, they had long since transformed from mere friends into brothers, their bond deep and profound. Lin Xiao solemnly declared, "Very well. Once I achieve my breakthrough, this vast expanse of chaos shall be ours to explore." Millions of years later, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded within the chaotic void. The river of souls manifested amidst the emptiness, with countless fires of true spirits surging within. The souls of 3,000 demonic gods trembled, as if their primordial essences were grasped by an invisible hand. Chapter 8. Companions with Pangu. Roaming the chaos. This is the path of the soul. Deep within the chaos, a dreamlike figure suddenly solidified, surrounded by the currents of time. Soul demonic god, mused an ancient face that appeared upon the trunk of a sky-reaching willow tree rooted in the void. It is neither time nor causality. How intriguing. At the edge of chaos, a rift demon god, adorned with 3 fearsome heads and 4 pairs of colossal wings, gazed at the manifestation of the laws of the soul in the void. A complex expression crossed its face as it murmured, "I did not expect him to have broken through to the primordial great Luo realm." "Ha! Congratulations, Brother Lin Xiao, on your breakthrough to the primordial great Luo. From now on, the chaos is boundless, allowing us to roam freely. Pangu boomed, his laughter echoing through the chaos. Lin Xiao rose to his full height, a spark of combat spirit igniting in his eyes. Elder brother, shall we engage in another bout? Allow me to familiarize myself with the power of the primordial great Luo. Pangu responded with exuberance. Excellent. That suits my desires perfectly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two figures clashed together. Pangu unleashed a punch, causing chaos to shatter and the void to collapse. Lin Xiao thrust his spear, extinguishing true spirits and returning all things to the void. The aftermath of their confrontation turned millions of light years into nothingness, with the resonance of Tao rippling forth and the river of laws manifesting. Occasionally, passing demon gods sensed this terrifying disturbance and retreated in alarm. This earth-shattering duel continued for a staggering 100,000 years. When the battle finally ceased, Lin Xiao stood firm, his soul's resonance flowing ceaselessly around him. After this exhilarating conflict lasting 100,000 years, he had completely mastered the power of the primordial great Luo realm. Elder brother Pangu, Lin Xiao suddenly chuckled. I see you lack a suitable magical artifact. This vast chaos is filled with countless opportunities. Why not traverse together? Perhaps we might discover a weapon worthy of your prowess. Pangu laughed heartily, waving his enormous fist. Brother Lin Xiao, I command the laws of power. My fists alone can obliterate myriad techniques. What need have I for external objects? I acknowledge your unparalleled strength in the laws of chaos, Lin Xiao retorted, a cunning glimmer in his eyes. Yet cultivation requires balance. Having just achieved our breakthroughs, it would be challenging to make swift progress through rigorous training alone. Instead, let us wander and perhaps encounter fortuitous events that will enhance our understanding of the great Tao. Unable to resist Lin Xiao's repeated entreaties, Pangu eventually nodded in agreement. Thus, the two chaos demonic gods, the only ones currently in the primordial great Luo realm, journeyed forth together in the vastness of chaos. However, despite the enormity of chaos, opportunities were not easily found. As the duo traveled, they encountered only a few chaos demon gods, while precious roots and treasures were nearly non-existent. Whenever these demon gods spotted Pangu from afar, they immediately retreated. Although they were unfamiliar with Lin Xiao, they recognized Pangu as the first chaos demonic god born into existence, well aware of his visage. As Pangu transcended the realm of the primordial chaos, the extraordinary phenomenon reverberated throughout the void. The chaotic deities, aware of their own limitations, naturally refrained from provoking him. In the initial millions of years, Lin Xiao was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation, pondering that with Pangu, the son of the great Tao, the treasures of the chaos would be easily within reach. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. Not only were supreme spiritual treasures elusive, but even mid-grade treasures were a rare sight. Gradually, Lin Xiao's interest in treasure hunting waned, and he redirected his focus toward comprehending the great Tao. Thus, countless eons passed. Yet within this vast expanse of time, they had not unearthed a single noteworthy artifact. Lin Xiao couldn't help but cast an unusual glance at Pangu, inwardly musing. During my solitary travels, I acquired the top-tier Chaos Destruction Spear. Now, traveling alongside the true son of the great Tao, Pangu, I find myself with nothing. Could it be that the Pangu before me is merely a fade? Pangu, sensing Lin Xiao's peculiar gaze, inquired with confusion, Brother Lin Xiao, why do you look upon me so? Is there something amiss? Lin Xiao shook his head, offering a wry smile. It's nothing, merely a reflection. Over these tens of millions of years traversing the chaos, we have yet to discover a single remarkable spiritual treasure. The only noteworthy find was that supreme chaos spiritual root. Pangu chuckled heartily in response. This is quite normal. The chaos is vast and boundless. Who can ascertain where treasures are birthed or how many exist? Yet, Lin Xiao internally disagreed. Normal? Not in the slightest. You are Pangu, the possessor of 3 out of the 5 ultimate treasures of chaos. How is it that together we have found nothing? At that moment, the void of chaos trembled violently. Countless spectral streams of time surged forth from the abyss, each droplet reflecting the myriad dimensions of parallel worlds. Simultaneously, billions of golden threads of causality intertwined into a web, morphing into a river of cause and effect that enveloped the entire chaos. The deities of time and causality simultaneously transcended into the primordial realm. Pangu gazed at the extraordinary spectacle in the void, laughing thunderously. Time and causality have broken through as well. The chaos is finally about to become lively. However, Lin Xiao felt a tightening in his heart, visions of the cataclysmic event of the primordial opening flooding his mind. Though he shared a brotherly bond with Pangu, the potential threat posed by other chaotic deities loomed large. He envisioned the scene, over 2,000 deities of the primordial realm converging upon the two of them. With this thought, Lin Xiao resolved to momentarily abandon his quest for treasures and concentrate on his cultivation. Perhaps the time for treasures had yet to arrive. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed Pangu deep in thought as he gazed at him and asked, "Brother Pangu, is there something on your mind?" Pangu scratched his head, hesitatingly responding, "Brother Lin Xiao, I just felt a stirring within, and I wished to contemplate alone." Before Pangu could finish, Lin Xiao suddenly understood. Perhaps my presence as an unpredictable variable has prevented Pangu from obtaining his rightful acts of creation and the jade disc of fortune. Thus, Lin Xiao quickly added, "What a coincidence. Brother Pangu, I too have recently felt a spark of inspiration, yearning to seize this fleeting insight, yet I am unable to grasp it. In pursuit of tranquility and profound insight, it may be prudent for us, as brothers, to temporarily part ways and seek our own fortunes." Upon hearing these words, Pangu responded with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Excellent. When we meet again, may we both ascend to greater realms." After parting from Pangu, over the course of the ensuing millions of years, myriad phenomena of laws began to manifest within the chaotic void, with various grand paths continuously revealing themselves. Concepts such as space, destruction, creation, order, chaos, yin and yang, and reincarnation saw the demonic gods ascend to the realm of Hongmeng de Luo, heralding a true vibrancy within the chaotic world. During this time, Lin Xiao journeyed alone towards the outskirts of chaos, with the Book of Origins in hand. The distinction between the center and the periphery of chaos was merely a variance in the concentration of chaotic essence, having little impact on his comprehension of the grand path. Conversely, the chaotic center teemed with demonic gods, embroiled in relentless conflict, rendering it unsuitable for tranquil cultivation. Thus, Lin Xiao chose a relatively secluded location to meditate upon the grand path, occasionally seeking out battles among the chaotic demonic gods to hone his chaotic demonic body. Chapter 9. The Core of Chaos. The domain of Shimpan, the chaos is boundless and the passage of time immeasurable. In the blink of an eye, countless epochs have elapsed. Throughout these unfathomable ages, the chaotic demonic gods have shattered their shackles and attained the realm of Hongmeng de Luo. Yet, not all demonic gods successfully navigated this threshold. Some fell in the midst of their skirmishes with others, their true spirits transforming into mere wisps of calamity within the chaos. As an increasing number of chaotic demonic gods entered the realm of Hongmeng de Luo, the expanse of chaotic void they could explore widened, unveiling some of the hidden sanctuaries within chaos. One day, in an unfathomable depth of chaos, a silver radiance cleaved through the eternal darkness. A figure emerged, breaking through the chaos, enveloped in the rapid rhythms of speed that warped time and space. A chaotic demonic god, master of the path of speed. Suddenly, the speed demonic god halted, his gaze flickering with intricate patterns of the Tao. Before him lay a chaotic domain where the chaotic essence surged violently, with annihilation storms intertwining with turbulent temporal flows, enough to make even a Hongmeng de Luo golden immortal shudder. In that storm, flashes of gray-white light occasionally appeared, capable of erasing even the existence of the chaotic void, revealing the primordial nothingness. The speed demonic god's expression grew grave, filled with uncertainty. As a master of speed, he had traversed the chaotic void for countless ages, relying on his swiftness. Based on his past experiences, such dire places often birthed astonishing transformations. After a moment of contemplation, determination set upon his face as he made a decision, summoning a treasure cloak he had discovered within the chaotic secret realm. Silver-gray patterns danced across its surface. With the path of speed fully activated, he transformed into a silver thread, cleaving through the void and charging boldly into this tumultuous region. Within the turbulent sea of chaos, the figure of the demonic god flickered in and out of visibility. Despite the augmentation of the speed path, he was still grazed several times by the annihilation storms. The silver-white rhythms of the cloak clashed violently with the forces of obliteration, erupting into blossoms of Dao wounds within the chaos. After navigating through yet another turbulent temporal flow, the speed demonic god finally broke through the chaotic sea, arriving at the core region. The scene before him sent tremors through his heart, his pupils constricting violently as chaotic primordial energy coalesced into tangible forms, transforming into various ethereal roots and extraordinary fruits. In the central region, a hazy light and shadow materialized. 5 enigmatic orbs, each containing the essence of chaos, spun, collided, and fused, ultimately becoming a resplendent wheel inscribed with primordial runes, the Wheel of the Great Tao. A roar escaped his throat uncontrollably. This was indeed a manifestation recorded in legends, depicting the evolution of the Tao at the dawn of chaos. A fervent flame of enlightenment ignited in the eyes of the speed deity. If he could cultivate here and grasp the profound mysteries contained within, he might ascend to become the mightiest of deities. With this thought, he immediately seated himself at the heart of the most potent Tao rhythms, his spirit resonating with the Wheel of the Great Tao, gradually transforming into a cocoon that inhaled and exhaled chaotic primordial energy. As time flowed and the seasons changed, this core of chaos ceased to remain obscure. More and more chaotic deities became aware of the extraordinary phenomena here and ventured forth, upon witnessing the scene of Tao evolution in the depths of the turbulent sea. They were all captivated and awestruck. However, as the number of deities surged, the core area of chaos proved limited. Each chaotic deity at the chaotic primordial realm wielded profound control over vast Tao, their rhythms radiating boundless chaos. Yet, this core area could accommodate no more than 10 such deities seeking enlightenment. Thus, conflict erupted. Weaker deities were vanquished and expelled from this sacred space. Yet they were unwilling to concede defeat. Soon, news of the sight of Tao evolution swept through chaos like a tempest, prompting countless deities to take action. However, the turbulent sea was no ordinary realm. Annihilation storms raged, and temporal distortions slaughtered all. Only those truly in the chaotic primordial realm could, with their own Tao as protection, barely navigate this sea of death. In an instant, chaos roared to life. Numerous deities of the chaotic primordial realm surged forward, battling fiercely for the right to enter the core region. This grand conflict engulfed chaos, lasting for millions of years, fracturing the void and resonating with the echoes of countless Tao colliding. Ultimately, 10 supreme deities emerged, subduing the masses with their absolute might. Standing tall at the pinnacle of chaos, recognized as the strongest among them, the power deity, capable of shattering myriad laws, the causality deity, who determined life and death with a thought, the time deity, master of the river of time, the space deity, traversing infinite dimensions, the destruction deity, annihilating all paths, the creation deity, engendering all things, the chaos deity, subverting the universe, the order deity, governing all laws, the reincarnation deity, presiding over the cycles of existence, and the yin-yang deity, balancing the dualities of chaos. These 10 paragons were the earliest chaotic deities to emerge, their foundations profound and their powers celestial. They firmly established dominion over this core of chaos, naming it the domain of the profound matrix. Henceforth, the landscape of chaos underwent a complete transformation, with these 10 supreme deities governing the domain, making it increasingly difficult for other deities to encroach. This sacred ground, harboring the secrets of the Tao, became the most exalted place for cultivation within chaos. In the beginning, amidst the chaotic deities, many questioned why Lin Xiao, the sole demon god who ranked just after Pangu and was the second to transcend into the realm of the primordial great Luo, had yet to make an appearance. With his formidable strength, he could undoubtedly claim a position in the competition for the Xianpin Dao domain. Yet, since the emergence of the Dao domain, he had remained conspicuously absent from the fray. However, in the timeless expanse of chaos, as countless eons flowed by like a river, this question gradually faded into the vast currents of time. To many chaotic deities, Lin Xiao might merely have been fortunate to gain some extraordinary opportunity, allowing him to attain enlightenment first. In an era brimming with powerful beings, he was perhaps long surpassed by those who came after, rendering his chances of reclaiming his place among the strongest exceedingly slim. Only Pangu held a different opinion. After the emergence of the Xianpin Dao domain, he had encountered Lin Xiao, engaging in deep discussions and sparring, Realizing that Lin Xiao's cultivation was on par with his own, he had extended an invitation, wishing to join forces with Lin Xiao to vie for a position in the Dao domain. However, Lin Xiao merely smiled serenely, graciously declining the proposal. Although Pangu felt a twinge of confusion, he chose not to press the matter, firmly believing that Lin Xiao, with his strength and wisdom, must have his own reasons. Moreover, Pangu had already secured the optimal position within the Xinpin Dao domain, and should Lin Xiao choose to arrive in the future, he could certainly share this bounteous path of fortune with him. Chapter 10. The Nine Heavens of Primordial Great Luo at the Edge of Chaos. In the depths of boundless void, Buzz, a pair of golden-purple eyes suddenly opened, and in an instant, myriad Dao runes swirled within the pupils, each rune embodying the birth and demise of a universe, harboring the profoundest mysteries of the soul's path. The Nine Heavens of Primordial Great Luo had been attained. Lin Xiao rose slowly, the essence of the Dao solidifying around him. The realm of the underworld behind him had already transformed into an expansive domain of the laws of the Dao. After countless epochs of arduous cultivation, he had finally reached the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens of Primordial Great Luo, with only one step remaining to attain perfection. Should other chaotic deities become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Even among the 10 mightiest deities cultivating in the Xinpin Dao domain, the most powerful, Pangu, had only reached the 8th heaven of Primordial, while the rest lingered around the 7th heaven. As for the ordinary chaotic deities, most remained at the mid-phase of Primordial, with those achieving the 6th heaven being exceedingly rare. Lin Xiao's ability to far surpass his peers stemmed solely from the Origin Book, which contained the highest laws and the origins of the Dao. He smirked slightly, his gaze piercing through the infinite chaos, as if transcending the ages to reach the very core of chaos. It was said that his elder brother Pangu now held the esteemed title of the foremost among the 10 mightiest deities. One could only wonder how much he had progressed in his cultivation. There was a hint of anticipation in his murmured words. Yet Lin Xiao did not immediately set forth towards the Xinpin Dao domain. The chaos of the present had already been stirred into tumult by the emergence of the Xinpin Dao domain. Although the 10 mightiest deities firmly occupied the core of the Dao domain, those ranked just below them, such as the Slaughter Demon, Death Demon, and Devouring Demon, had never relinquished their ambitions to supplant them. They lay in wait, cultivating and biding their time, causing the central chaotic region surrounding the Xinpin Dao domain to buzz with activity, frequently erupting into earth-shattering battles among the deities. However, upon reaching the realm of the primordial golden immortal, where one is born of the essence of the great Dao as a chaos demon god, unless there is a significant disparity in strength or both parties are determined to fight to the death, it is exceedingly difficult for one side to be completely restrained should they wish to escape. Thus, despite the incessant battles, the number of fallen demon gods remains few. Lin Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the boundless chaos, sensing that he had attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of primordial golden immortality. His current cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and to transcend this limitation and achieve complete primordial perfection, he must comprehend the fundamental laws of the soul. This process resembles the cultivation within the primordial realm. However, while the primordial realm focuses on the power of laws, the realm of primordial golden immortality delves into the power of the great Tao of laws. It is said that to break through to the infinite realm, one must grasp the supreme power of the great Tao. Yet, understanding the fundamental power of the laws is not an endeavor to be accomplished in a single day. It requires an opportunity and fortune. Even though Lin Xiao possesses the Book of Origins, a treasure that allows for the contemplation of the great Tao at any moment, whether he can truly comprehend it still hinges upon the right opportunity. Since he cannot presently break through the laws of the soul, he may instead study other laws, honing his demonic physique in the process. Lin Xiao's gaze was profound, uncertain of when the catastrophic upheaval of the heavens would arrive. He recognized the necessity of enhancing his strength as much as possible beforehand. Unlike other chaos demon gods, whose comprehension of the laws of the soul had stagnated, he could explore other laws, investigating the fusion of law powers, and continue refining his chaos form. In the next moment, Lin Xiao's figure vanished from his original location, advancing towards the center of chaos while seeking out other chaos demon gods to spar with, utilizing their expertise to comprehend the laws and further strengthen his body. The chaos was boundless, vast, and desolate. Lin Xiao had long since acclimatized to this chaotic world, wandering through the eternal void, surrounded by chains of the soul's great Tao that had solidified into substance. After having just soundly defeated a Soundwave demon god, he was about to proceed when his steps suddenly halted. His violet golden eyes ignited with brilliance, piercing through the endless void like two chaotic suns, gazing into the depths of chaos to his left. In the next instant, his form had dissipated from the spot, traversing countless light years to appear before a swirling vortex of chaos. Indeed, it was a valuable treasure. Lin Xiao's lips curled upward, his gaze intensely fixed upon the center of the vortex. There, 4 chaos orbs were arranged in the 4 cardinal directions, each radiating divine light of azure, yellow, crimson, and black. The 4 orbs exuded distinct auras, their energies interconnected, weaving a perfect cycle of Tao rhythm within the chaos. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. He discerned that these 4 orbs each emanated an aura no less than that of mid-grade chaos spiritual treasures, and importantly, they were not yet fully formed, continuously absorbing the essence of chaos. Moreover, judging by the situation, these 4 orbs should be capable of merging into one, likely constituting a complete set of treasures. Indeed, as time passed and the essence of chaos continued to flow in, the distance between the orbs diminished, and their Tao rhythms began to intertwine. Suddenly, with a violent contraction, the chaotic vortex unleashed a terrifying suction, causing it to vanish, leaving behind only a singular orb of perfect primordial unity. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with a smile, for the aura emanating from this precious orb indeed suggested it was an exquisite chaotic spiritual treasure. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Xiao's golden-purple gaze abruptly turned frigid. A crafty little rat. Buzz. Countless translucent threads of law suddenly materialized in the void, weaving the chaotic space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles into an intricate net. Lin Xiao's golden-purple hair danced without wind as his fingertips caressed the ethereal strands that coiled around him, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his lips. A mere trifle. A wisp of ghostly blue soul flame appeared at his fingertips, flowing upstream along the threads, shattering the void with a sound akin to breaking glass. Come forth. The 3 words resonated like chaotic thunder, shattering 3,000 illusory realms. From the depths of the chaotic void emerged 2 muffled groans, and shortly after, the bridge of rebirth spanned the void, piercing through 9 layers of illusion. The soul-confining bell at the bridge's end echoed, sending invisible ripples of soul energy radiating outward. 2 figures stumbled forth amidst the tempest of soul laws, appearing before Lin Xiao. To the left, a demonic figure flickered uncertainly, shrouded in a hazy glow that pulsated like a flickering candle, imparting an unsettling sense of being neither here nor there. To the right, another demon was enveloped in a thick, inky darkness. Through the murk, one could vaguely discern its true form resembling a colossal eyeball, surrounded by countless tendrils. More disturbingly, each tendril's tip bore a blood-red eye, spinning ominously and exuding a chilling malice. Chapter 11. The Onslaught of Illusion and Nightmare Within the Chaotic Void. Lin Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his golden-purple eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the 2 suddenly materialized chaotic demons, one at the 5th tier, the other at the 6th. A cold smile crept upon Lin Xiao's lips. Illusion and nightmare? You dare covet my treasure? The illusion demon and the nightmare demon exchanged a fierce glance, their eyes ablaze with malice, and without uttering a word, they brazenly launched their attack. Boom. The illusion demon struck first, forming intricate seals with his hands, causing the surrounding chaotic energy to roil violently. Countless fierce and malevolent demon phantoms emerged from the void, each radiating an overwhelming aura of dread. 3-headed hellhounds bared their fangs, their 6 crimson eyes ablaze with bloodlust, while the fangs were entwined with chaos energy capable of rending the heavens. The chaos demon ape pounded its chest and howled to the sky, its battle intent warping space itself. Even more astonishing was the presence of a demon phantom that bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiao, brandishing a shattering spear directed at him. A mirror image? Transforming illusion into reality? How intriguing, Lin Xiao mused, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes before it transformed into a playful smile. Reaching the pinnacle of illusionary law cultivation, one could create entities from thin air, even reflecting an enemy's true self to engage in combat. Such a divine ability was indeed profoundly wondrous. Clang. Lin Xiao's shattering spear quivered as it shot forth like a dragon, targeting the swarm of demons. As the spear swept through, chaos was unraveled, and laws were shattered. In the midst of the clash, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, for these phantoms had perfectly replicated the primordial laws of the chaotic demons, each strike imbued with the authentic power of law. Regrettably, Lin Xiao's spear shifted its momentum, shattering the phantom of a three-headed demon god into fragments, ultimately constrained by the practitioner's cultivation. With the ephemeral demon god's realm at the 5th tier, it could summon no more than 5 phantasms. Observing the fluctuations in its aura, it was evident that there were limitations in numbers. Otherwise, would it not be invincible among equals? Just as Lin Xiao engaged in fierce combat with myriad demon phantoms, the onslaught of the nightmare demon god approached stealthily. Buzz! The blood-red eyes at the tips of the nightmare demon god's tendrils suddenly radiated a dark crimson glow, distorting the void. Countless nightmarish beasts crawled forth from the abyss, enveloped in a miasma that corroded the soul. As these ferocious creatures charged, they stirred the deepest nightmares within Lin Xiao's heart, memories of the cold wind howling at the edge of a rooftop in a modern city, the mournful cries of the world during the chaos of primordial fragmentation, and the confusion and solitude of the dawn of chaos surged forth like a tidal wave. A spark of brilliance flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. The spear of destruction in his hand remained unceasing, revealing an unexpected delight. During the previous clash, he distinctly sensed a subtle tremor in the laws of the soul. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the underlying mystery. The powers of illusion and nightmare seemed to both nurture and counteract the laws of the soul. Those with a formidable soul could dispel illusions and nightmares with but a thought, while the weak would forever succumb to despair. Likewise, the power of the laws of the soul could enhance the potency of the laws of illusion and nightmare. These two realms of illusion and nightmare appeared to be subordinate laws derived from the same source as the laws of the soul. A flame of inquiry ignited in Lin Xiao's gaze. He had initially sought to refine the path of the soul through the abilities of the two demon gods, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon a revelation. Lin Xiao dismissed his earlier nonchalance. The purple-golden radiance in his eyes surged, and his aura ascended exponentially. Boom! A netherworld mansion, forged from the essence of the laws of the soul, materialized out of thin air, suppressing the entirety of the chaotic void. The entrance to the mansion was engraved with countless arcane patterns, each flowing with the resonance of the soul's essence, manifesting the domain of Lin Xiao's path of the soul. The mansion radiated a magnificent, ethereal glow, while the laws of illusion and nightmare were instantaneously subdued, akin to snow meeting the blazing sun. With a gentle tremor, the chaotic spear in Lin Xiao's grasp unleashed a destructive force that struck terror into the heart. Break! A single word, yet it resonated like the true decree of the great path. The spear surged forth like a dragon, returning chaos to its origin. The multitude of nightmarish beasts let out a wretched wail, disintegrating into ash within the spear's radiance. The countless demon phantoms shattered like bubbles. The 12-layered illusory realm, painstakingly crafted by the ephemeral demon god, crumbled beneath this strike as if it were mere paper. The spear's residual force remained unyielding, and the massive core eye of the nightmare demon god exploded in response. A viscous torrent of nightmare essence gushed forth like a breached dam, inundating the entire chaotic void. In that fleeting moment, as the illusions and phantoms were vanquished, the ephemeral demon god suffered a backlash. Its corporeal form struck as though by lightning, with rule-infused blood spilling from its 7 orifices. At this juncture, both demon gods were shattered in spirit. The desire for treasure had been utterly eclipsed by the instinct for survival. The ephemeral demon god's body gradually turned transparent, attempting to meld into the chaos, while the nightmare demon god sought to escape by harnessing the scattered forces of nightmares within the void. Did this sovereign permit your escape? In the realm of the netherworld, an unexpected surge of violet light erupted as a grand bridge of reincarnation descended from the void, its structure rippling with the essence that suppressed myriad souls, forcing the demonic deities into manifestation. Simultaneously, 2 chains of soul harvesting, like ethereal serpents, emerged from the gates of the netherworld, ensnaring the true spirits of the 2 demon gods and sealing their souls. No! A piercing scream echoed as a purple-golden spear of light cleaved through eternity, annihilating the corporeal forms of the 2 demon gods. In that tremor, Both flesh and spirit were reduced to ash, leaving behind only two radiant orbs of primal law entwined in soul-binding chains, dragged back into the netherworld. As the gates shut, a wail of the laws resonated throughout the depths of chaos. Nightmare and illusion found an unexpected boon in this chaos. Lin Xiao gazed at the luminous laws swirling in his palm, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The essence of illusion wafted like smoke and mist, occasionally transforming into a vast starry river, at times solidifying into the primordial chaos, the essence of nightmare, dark as ink, twisted and morphed, reflecting the deepest fears within countless beings. Lin Xiao's gaze flickered. These two essences resonated with his own soul laws, and if he could refine them, they might elevate his mastery of the soul path to unprecedented heights. Among the chaotic demon gods, devouring each other's essences could enhance their power. Yet due to their limited comprehension of the laws, such consumption usually yielded minimal gains, often resulting in mere increases in magical energy. The potential rewards paled in comparison to the risks, as fierce battles could lead to severe injuries even in victory. However, for Lin Xiao, such limitations did not apply. He could assimilate the essences of the demon gods to grasp the corresponding powers of the laws. Generally, he refrained from doing so, wary of unforeseen consequences, as these essences would nourish the primordial universe and the divinity creation disk. This time, however, the situation was different. The two chaotic demon gods had voluntarily attacked, and their essences were particularly suited for his needs. Occasionally eliminating one or two would pose no significant threat to the overall balance. After all, since the emergence of the Shimpan domain, how many demon gods had fallen? Losing these two would hardly alter the count. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Nightmare and illusion had come to seize treasures, yet it seemed he had become the fortunate recipient of their opportunity. Although the previous battle had appeared effortless, the power of these two demons should not be underestimated, particularly the illusion demon, who had cultivated the illusionary laws to the point of material manifestation, capable of mirroring his opponents. Had it not been for its mere 5-layered cultivation, which prevented it from fully replicating Lin Xiao's 9-layered prowess, the battle would likely have been more arduous. Alas, it encountered Lin Xiao, who gently caressed the spear of annihilation. The suppression of cultivation was one factor, but more crucial was the inherent dominance of his soul laws over the paths of illusion and nightmare. Chapter 12. The Chaos Opening Acts among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods. Each wielded a distinct law, and the relationships among these laws were intricately woven, akin to the conflict between life and death, the union of light and sanctity, and the complementary nature of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements and time-space. The soul laws exhibited both harmony and dominance over the paths of illusion and nightmare. Given Lin Xiao's superior cultivation, this dynamic of restraint became particularly pronounced. With his thoughts gathered, Lin Xiao enfolded the precious orb in his palm. At this moment, he comprehended that this precious treasure was a unique spiritual artifact, capable of both merging and separating. When unified, it formed the exquisite chaos spiritual pearl, while when divided, it became 4 superior chaos 4 symbols pearls. Lin Xiao toyed with the pearl in his hand, and suddenly, a thought crossed his mind about a conjecture from a later time. This treasure, being of the same origin and capable of both division and unity, might one day validate that hypothesis. After securely storing the chaos pearl, Lin Xiao gazed into the depths of chaos, realizing that his immediate task was to find a secluded place to refine the 2 orbs of origin. These 2 orbs could resonate with the vibrations of his soul's path, and after their refinement, he would surely reap significant rewards. Once his endeavors bore fruit, he could then rendezvous with his brother Pangu in the Xinpin Dao domain without delay. Deep within the chaos, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as Lin Xiao entered a meditative state to refine the illusory and nightmarish origins. A monumental event capable of shaking the entirety of chaos was brewing in the depths of the Xinpin Dao domain. There, the 36-petal creation green lotus radiated an ethereal azure light, with Pangu seated in serene meditation on the lotus platform. With every opening and closing of the lotus petals, torrents of chaotic energy surged into his sinewy muscles, where the bronze skin shimmered with the inscriptions of 3,000 great paths. Suddenly, a vertical eye split open on Pangu's forehead, and the chaotic void erupted with 9 layers of divine thunder. He slowly opened his eyes, their gaze piercing through endless dimensions, surveying the depths of chaos. Strange. Pangu's voice rumbled like thunder. What matter could so captivate my attention? Could it be my brother Lin Xiao? Before he could finish his thought, a sudden anomaly erupted at the core of the Xianpin Dao domain. The previously unfolding phenomenon of the origin of the great paths twisted unexpectedly, and within the luminous spheres representing the 5 supreme laws, indistinct shadows began to emerge. These were the 10 mightiest demon gods, gazing intently, as the outlines of 5 extraordinary treasures materialized within the spheres: a jade plate, a precious pearl, a divine axe, a green lotus, and a great millstone. Each emanated a pressure that reverberated throughout the chaos. Supreme treasures of the great path. The 9 mightiest demon gods simultaneously turned their gazes toward the creation green lotus beneath Pangu, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had initially believed it to be merely a high-grade companion treasure, unaware of its connection to the highest laws of the great path. As the anomaly transformed once more, the spheres coalesced into 5 chaotic secret realms. The mightiest demon gods instantly realized that this was indeed the birthplace of the great path treasures. The creation jade plate floated within the vortex of fate, where countless threads of destiny interwove into an unending whirlpool. Every ripple reflected myriad possible futures, and merely gazing from afar could ensnare one's soul. The abyss of chaos lay silent and still, ravaged by violent temporal currents and annihilation storms. Any who ventured too close would be torn into chaotic particles, while the axe of creation lay quietly at the abyss's bottom. In the infinite corridor, the myriad great paths intertwined with the turbulent flow of time and space, reflecting the cycles of birth and death across countless parallel realms of chaos, resembling an eternal kaleidoscope from which one could never escape. The pool of origin sparkled with glimmering waves, a reservoir of divine creation nurturing the chaos creation green lotus, emanating boundless vitality. In contrast, the realm of end was a void, concealing the apocalyptic millstone, impervious even to the gaze of the mightiest demon gods, shrouded in eternal darkness. Pangu gazed intently at the pool of origin, his eyes glinting with determination. This was indeed the place of his creation, yet after he had taken the creation green lotus, the divine pool had been entirely absorbed by the lotus. At that moment, the yin-yang demons suddenly transformed into a flowing light of intertwining black and white, piercing through the outer realms of the chaotic sea. This action immediately alerted the other supreme demons. The time demon of the abyss murmured to himself, his pupils contracting suddenly. The environment surrounding the chaos abyss, where the heavenly axe resided, bore an uncanny resemblance to the chaotic sea. Could it be that, at the same time, several other supreme demons had already set off, clearly having sensed this connection? The 10 supreme demons simultaneously emerged in the chaotic sea, seemingly in search of something. An act that did not go unnoticed by the powerful demons lurking outside the chaotic sea, such as the Devourer demon, the Chaos Ape, and the Demon of Slaughter. In an instant, the chaotic sea roiled with activity, countless chaotic demons surging within. At a certain moment, from the depths of the long-dormant chaotic sea, a column of light pierced through the chaos, erupting with a thunderous roar. Within this column floated an ancient, colossal axe, its blade swirling with the essence of the highest laws, inscribed with the true patterns of 3,000 great paths. Upon the axe's emergence, the emanating aura of the great path intensified the surrounding chaotic turbulence and storm, causing chaotic demons below the late stage of Hunyuan de Luo to spurt blood and retreat. The heavenly axe. Pangu's eyes glimmered with brilliance, his muscles rippling with tension. He felt an invisible pull, convincing him that this axe was deeply intertwined with his boundless path. An unprecedented thrill surged through his veins. This axe rightfully belonged to him. Meanwhile, dozens of chaotic demons unleashed their path powers, racing toward the area where the heavenly axe resided. The time demon reversed the hourglass in his hand, and a river of time transformed into a silver-gray chain, descending with a thunderous crash to seal off the area surrounding the heavenly axe. A staggering 129,600 gears of time spun within the river, as the slaughter demon, at the 7th level of Hunyuan de Luo, attempted to tear through the river of time. Upon contact, his right arm disintegrated, dissolving into quantum dust. Breakthrough. The arriving destruction demon brandished the obliteration spear, thrusting it fiercely. The annihilating particles erupting from the spear corroded the chaos, carving out a terrifying black hole within the river of time. The space demon directly folded infinite chaotic dimensions, severing the river of time, stepping toward the column of light where the heavenly axe resided. The cause and effect demon's crimson threads had already penetrated the barriers of time and space, weaving a web-like crack upon the surface of the column, each thread entwined with the force of destiny, extending towards the very essence of the heavenly axe. The entire chaotic sea erupted in fury. The turbulence of laws, fragments of dimensions, and the remnants of demons intertwined into a vortex of destruction. This axe must serve as my instrument of enlightenment. It shall belong to me. Pangu's thunderous roar shattered the chaotic storms in all directions, as beneath his feet, the Genesis Blue Lotus suddenly erupted with 129,600 rays of chaotic divine light. Within this divine light, there was a faint revelation of the supreme law of the primordial beginning, the origin of all things, resonating in harmony with the chaos heavenly axe. Wherever the divine light passed, the chains formed from the river of time silently melted away, and where the lotus petals swept, the web of causality disintegrated inch by inch, and the yin-yang bridge was severed in half. At this moment, the existence of the river of time seemed akin to an admission ticket. Only true powerhouses possessed the qualifications to partake in this ultimate contest. At the core of the luminous pillar, 12 towering figures stand proudly amidst the chaos. Those capable of traversing the river of time to arrive at this place are none other than the unparalleled powerhouses who have reached the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan de Luo. Besides the 10 formidable demon gods who dominate the chaos, the elemental demon god and the chaos demon ape, brimming with battle intent, are prominently included. Pangu's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the various demon gods. Those who obstruct my path shall be severed. Before his words faded, his sinewy arms trembled violently, causing the creation blue lotus to erupt into a magnificent display, transforming into an azure armor engraved with 3,000 symbols of the great Tao. With a punch infused with overwhelming power, Pangu unleashed a strike akin to a world-destroying hammer directed at the demon gods. Chapter 13. The realm of the Tao Master. At this moment, Pangu sought to single-handedly confront the 11 chaos demon gods. The space demon gods' 10 dimensions were obliterated, and the boundless battle path of the chaos demon ape faltered when faced with Pangu's singular, all-encompassing punch. Causality reversed. Time froze. The causality demon god and the time demon god bellowed in unison. Countless crimson threads of causality slowly entwined around Pangu's form, attempting to manipulate his movements. The hourglass of time poured forth silver sands that froze eternity, emanating the might of solidified time and space, forming layer upon layer of shackles to bind Pangu's actions. Concurrently, the attacks from the destruction demon god, the reincarnation demon god, the order demon god, the yin-yang demon god, and other supreme demon gods followed closely. Break free. Pangu, consumed by fury, let out a thunderous roar, and the azure armor erupted in resplendent light. Under the might of the creation blue lotus, the shackles of time and causality were simultaneously shattered, all paths obliterated. Pangu harnessed the power of the great Tao once more to confront the onslaught of the chaos demon gods. In this moment, bolstered by the creation blue lotus, Pangu resembled an invincible war deity. Engaging 11 demon gods, he grew increasingly valiant, and his cultivation, already at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of mixed Yuan de Luo, effortlessly ascended to the 9th layer amidst the fierce battle. Yet, even as Pangu broke through to the 9th layer, the guardianship of the creation blue lotus could not fully withstand the assaults of the 11 chaos demon gods, who were at the 8th and 7th layers. The encroachment of temporal laws eroded him, spatial laws sliced through him, and the force of destruction left various scars upon his form, wrought by the divine techniques. Nevertheless, Pangu fought on relentlessly, spiraling into madness. Just as he approached the brink of exhaustion, the chaos opening axe suddenly resonated violently, and in a flash of light, it appeared before him. The moment Pangu's cracked hand grasped the axe's handle, a powerful aura erupted forth. The chaos opening axe unleashed a radiant wave that shook the chaos, unsettling the fabric of time and space, sending all 11 demon gods reeling back 100 million light years. The axe blade carved through the chaotic void, leaving an indelible mark, reminiscent of the primordial separation of the Tao. Pangu stood resolute with the axe in hand, his battle armor stained with blood, yet his spirit soaring higher. He gazed disdainfully at the disheveled array of demon gods in the distance, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. "Do you think yourselves worthy to contend?" As his words echoed, the chaotic essence spilling from his lips blossomed into scarlet Tao lotuses in the void, while the vertical pattern upon his forehead emitted an unprecedented, blazing divine light. Roar! The chaos demon ape, with crimson eyes, pounded its chest, manifesting a tangible, blood-red battle armor from the laws of war. He seized the heaven-obscuring staff and boldly leaped towards Pangu, the shadow of the staff unleashing a cataclysm of chaotic lightning and fire. "Release the treasure at once." Pangu's expression remained as inscrutable as an ancient well, and with a swift motion, he wielded his axe. This strike, though seemingly languid, manifested simultaneously across the past, present, and future, its blade freezing the ferocious visage of the chaotic demon ape at countless temporal nodes, while the crimson patterns on its armor melted away like spring snow. With a crack, at the moment the heaven-obscuring staff collided with the creation axe, this divine weapon, which had accompanied the demon ape through eons of battle, was astonishingly cleaved in twain like rotten wood. The enormous form of the demon ape plummeted like a falling star, its chaotic flesh riven by the axe's luminous sweep, instantly lacerated with innumerable wounds, as the blood of the laws surged forth like a breached river. Witnessing such formidable prowess of the creation axe, the remaining formidable demon gods were seized by a terrifying glimmer of avarice. Though Pangu was nearing his limits, his chaotic form riddled with the corrosive forces of chaotic laws, he stood resolute like a towering pine. Facing the covetous gaze of the demon gods, Pangu's demeanor was as tranquil as the depths of a chasm. He drew the creation axe across the vertical line of his brow, and in an instant, myriad divine patterns surged into the axe's body as rivers returned to the sea. The creation axe blazed with radiance, and the chaotic light swirling upon its blade transformed into tangible patterns of the Tao. A moment of realization struck the time demon god first, who, frantic, reversed the hourglass in hand, seeking to escape. Yet, an axe light that pierced through chaotic voids and severed the river of time had already descended. "Retreat!" The causal demon god shrieked in alarm, hastily retreating while propelling 3,000 threads of causality toward Pangu. However, those crimson threads of law were as fragile as spider silk before the axe light, snapping inch by inch. Other demon gods, witnessing the staggering might of this strike, exerted all their strength to fortify their defenses with the power of the Tao. Yet, halfway through its path, that earth-shattering axe light abruptly halted, slowly dissipating into the chaos. The demon gods were initially taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Pangu was indeed at the end of his strength. However, just as they prepared to surge towards him, they beheld Pangu enveloped by the Genesis Blue Lotus, transforming into a flash of azure light that vanished into the depths of chaos. As time flowed like a river, the years passed unceasingly. Since that cataclysmic clash over the creation axe in the sea of disorder, hundreds of thousands of years had silently elapsed. During this time, the most powerful demon gods sought Pangu's whereabouts within the chaos, exploring other secret realms of chaos that birthed treasures of the Tao. Yet the boundless expanse of chaos yielded nothing. Deep within the chaos, in an inconspicuous node of space, Lin Xiao sat in serene stillness, the Book of Origins forming an imperceptible barrier around him. After nearly 1,000,000 years of seclusion and cultivation, he finally refined the essences of the illusory and nightmarish demon gods, transforming them into nourishment for his soul's path. At this moment, deep within Lin Xiao's soul, an imposing and mysterious abode of the nether realms stood proudly. The entire edifice was forged from the purest essence of the soul's path, resonating with profound and unfathomable Tao rhythms. The gates of the abode swung open, revealing a staircase manifested from the soul's path, winding its way down to the deepest recesses of the nether abode. At the staircase's end, a supreme throne was faintly visible, symbolizing the pinnacle of the soul's path. After refining the essence of the demon god, although Lin Xiao had not truly stepped into the realm of perfection, he had nonetheless advanced half a step, gaining insight into the true essence of this state. The 10 to 12 levels of the Primordial Chaos realm are revered as the complete state of Primordial Chaos, also known as the Tao Master realm. This level signifies not only a complete comprehension and mastery of one's own laws and principles, but also a profound understanding of the essence of these laws, earning recognition from the source of the great Tao. The Tao Master embodies the laws, and the laws reflect the Tao Master. The true spirit approaches eternal imperishability, enduring through countless tribulations. In the realm of the same laws, there exists only one Tao Master, who possesses absolute control over their respective principles. This level begins to grasp the essence of the laws, demonstrating a stark contrast in mastery and application compared to ordinary primordial chaos. Suddenly, the tranquil sea of chaos erupted into tumultuous waves, as a chaotic vortex rapidly collapsed, ultimately transforming into an enigmatic singularity. Golden-purple Tao patterns spread like spider webs through the void, calming the surging chaotic energy in their wake, akin to subjects welcoming the arrival of a monarch. Within the singularity, Lin Xiao's true form manifested as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing deep purple-golden pupils in which flowed 129,600 strands of soul laws. Behind him, the ethereal shadow of a river of laws connecting past and present faintly emerged, while beneath him, an invisible throne of the great Tao coalesced, forming a unique spatial domain around him. Yet, he still fell short by half a step. A soft sigh echoed through the chaos, tinged with a hint of regret. Chapter 14. Battle against the Supreme Demon God. Upon exiting his retreat, Lin Xiao tore through the chaotic void, transforming into a streak of purple-golden light as he raced towards the Xianpin Dao domain. During his journey, several demonic auras caught Lin Xiao's attention, particularly one that was strikingly familiar, the sky-splitting demon god, whom he had encountered upon his initial entry into the chaos. This unexpected reunion brought a meaningful smile to Lin Xiao's lips. It had been a long time, and he felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Lin Xiao extended warm greetings to the sky-splitting demon god, and upon parting, he noticed the demon god's body had swollen grotesquely, his laws in disarray. From him, Lin Xiao learned of a significant upheaval in the chaos that had transpired during his seclusion. Pangu had obtained the axe of creation in the Sea of Reversal, but was severely injured by an ambush from numerous demon gods and had retreated into the depths of chaos, currently untraceable. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's first reaction was not concern but rather a silent scoff. As expected, the moment I leave, he acquires the axe of creation. It seems the creation jade plate is not far behind. He knew Pangu would be fine, but the emergence of the axe of creation indicated that the catastrophic event of creation was drawing nearer, and he needed to swiftly break through to the Tao Master realm. With this thought, Lin Xiao radiated a magnificent purple-golden divine light, his speed increasing dramatically. He had two objectives for his journey to the Xianpin Dao domain. First, to hone his strength through sparring with the supreme demon gods to break through his realm. Second, to avenge his elder brother Pangu. For how could he stand idly by while his brother was besieged? As a renowned cultivation ground for the top 10 supreme demon gods, the Xianpin Dao domain lived up to its reputation. The chaotic essence was as dense as substance, and the laws of the great Tao were clearer and more comprehensible than those in the outside world. Yet, just as he stepped into the Xianpin Dao domain, the chaotic void suddenly erupted. A colossal rod, wielding the might of thunder, came crashing down upon him. The shadow of the staff loomed over the heavens and the earth, enveloping an overwhelming force that caused the chaotic void to collapse inch by inch. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, raising his hand as the realm of the Great Path and the underworld descended with a thunderous roar. A web of 100,000 soul-binding chains intertwined to firmly ensnare the cataclysmic shadow of the staff. Chaos Demon Ape? Lin Xiao's voice pierced through the chaos, reverberating in the boundless void. With your strength, you are scarcely worthy of practicing here. In the distance, an imposing figure, as grand as a mountain, shattered the chaos as it approached. The Chaos Demon Ape brandished the heaven-subduing staff, its aura brimming with battle intent, its eyes scanning Lin Xiao like lightning. Are you the Soul Demon God, the coward who once trailed behind Pangu? The voice of the Chaos Demon Ape boomed like thunder, tinged with ferocity and disdain. Lin Xiao's gaze turned icy, the destruction spear firmly gripped in his hand. The spear's tip flickered with a chilling blue flame, illuminating his frostbitten visage. Heh! Should you lack the ability to articulate, I can ensure that you remain forever silent. In response, the Chaos Demon Ape scoffed, striking the void with the heaven-subduing staff. Even Pangu fled in terror from me, lost to the world. And you think you stand a chance? Ha ha! Lin Xiao laughed skyward, Injure Pangu? You? You wretched monkey. Have you even looked in the mirror to see your own worth? Seeking death. The furious chaos demon ape's eyes blazed crimson, the heaven-subduing staff descending with the might to annihilate all. At the moment of collision between the destruction spear and the heaven-subduing staff, the entire chaotic void shattered. The forces of the great path thrown into disarray. The mere peak of the seventh heaven, the chaos demon ape was utterly beneath Lin Xiao's consideration. He could contend with it using merely his physical form. Having been honed through countless ages, his chaos demon body had reached a terrifying pinnacle, every inch of his skin pulsating with the rhythm of the eternal Tao. Their fierce battle attracted the attention of the other 9 supreme demon gods. Noticing the audience had gathered, Lin Xiao's eyes glinted coldly, and he no longer held back. Boom! A realm spanning multiple dimensional spaces, the underworld, came crashing down. As the gates swung open, a vague figure could be discerned seated high upon a throne in the depths, emanating a pressure that suppressed the ages. With a whoosh, the ever-changing soul-binding chains shot forth from the realm, followed closely by the Sin Mirror, which emitted a grayish light that enveloped the Chaos Demon Ape. Under this ethereal illumination, the frenzied Chaos Demon Ape was rendered as immobile as an insect trapped in amber. Wretched monkey, you are far too weak. I shall no longer entertain you. In an instant, the destruction spear pierced through the Chaos Demon Ape's chest, followed by Lin Xiao kicking it into the turbulent sea of chaos. Turning to face the 9 supreme demon gods, Lin Xiao lightly flicked the spear's tip, his voice frigid. I have heard that the 9 of you conspired to assault Pangu? The destruction demon god's eyes blazed with cold light, the power of annihilation swirling around him, contempt dripping from his words. What? Do you intend to stand up for Pangu? If you can reveal his whereabouts, I may grant you a path to survival. Lin Xiao swept the destruction spear across, its tip grazing each of the 9 demon gods, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. I do not target any one of you specifically. Rather, all present are but refuse. Seeking death. Arrogant. Insolent. The 9 supreme demon gods erupted in furious rage, their terrifying pressure engulfing the entirety of the chaotic void in an instant. The chaotic energy solidified under this immense pressure. As if time itself had come to a halt, roars reverberated through the ages as the 9 great demon gods simultaneously struck, vowing to completely suppress Lin Xiao. Within their hearts lingered another scheme to extract the whereabouts of Pangu from Lin Xiao, although they were currently only at the 8th heaven realm. Yet to step into the perfection of the primordial Tao, they had an inexplicable sense that the 5 ultimate treasures of chaotic Tao might be related to the boundless realm beyond the primordial Tao. Yin and Yang reversed. The Yin-Yang demon god was the first to unleash an attack, unfurling the vast Yin-Yang Tao diagram in the void. The black and white energies transformed into colossal dragons, roaring as they surged towards Lin Xiao to constrict him. Wherever the dragons passed, the chaotic energy was torn to shreds, and the void appeared to be entirely engulfed by black and white. Karma and fate. The voice of the karma demon god resonated like a judgment of destiny. 3,000 threads of karma intertwining into a crimson river of fate, sweeping forth. Each thread connected to the fate trajectories of countless beings, now forcibly sketching out Lin Xiao's imminent doom. The annihilation of the Tao. The destruction demon god wielded the weapon of obliteration, piercing through the void. The tip of the spear coalesced into an annihilation black hole, rendering miles of chaos into nothingness. Wherever the black hole traversed, even time and space were consumed, as if everything were to be returned to utter oblivion. Faced with this cataclysmic assault, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, summoning the chaotic soul-suppressing bell to guard himself. As the realm of the great Tao descended to suppress myriad paths, in his hand, the chaotic destruction spear erupted with terrifying primal force, darting forth like a dragon to meet the lethal strikes of the 9 demon gods. With his cultivation at half a step into the 10th heaven, even without the chaos creation blue lotus, Lin Xiao could contend equally with the 9 most powerful demon gods for a brief period. As the battle raged on, the figure sitting upon the throne within the depths of the great Tao realm behind Lin Xiao grew increasingly distinct. The 9 supreme demon gods, witnessing Lin Xiao's formidable strength, became frustrated by their inability to prevail, and each summoned their full might. The chaotic soul-suppressing bell, after all, was not the creation blue lotus, and soon began to dim under their relentless assault. Lin Xiao bore numerous wounds, Yet his gaze grew ever brighter, his soul's Tao becoming increasingly vibrant. Suddenly, the realm of the underworld behind Lin Xiao shattered, and the 9 demon gods, poised to press their advantage, were struck with terror and halted in their tracks. Amidst the fragments of the shattered underworld, they sensed a force that sent shivers through their very souls. Countless shards gradually converged, ultimately condensing into a supreme throne. The figure seated atop, it was unmistakably Lin Xiao himself. Lin Xiao, with closed eyes and head raised, bore a faint smile of enlightenment. It had finally come to fruition. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the solemn-faced supreme demon gods before him. With a mere snap of his fingers, the entire chaos abruptly fell into silence, as the demon gods instantly felt a terrifying oppressive force descend upon them. At the same time, they were horrified to discover that the power of the Tao they had painstakingly cultivated over countless eons was utterly suppressed before this force, rendered inert. As Lin Xiao shattered the space and departed, the Xianpin Tao realm was now riddled with scars of the great Tao, while the 9 supreme demon gods each retreated to their own sanctuaries, closing themselves off to ponder the essence of the Tao. Chapter 15. The Return of Pangu in the Vastness of Chaos. Where time stretches endlessly, Pangu, having transformed into azure light, vanished into the depths of the void, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, a seemingly ordinary soul, the demon god of causality, emerged from obscurity, single-handedly vanquishing the 9 most powerful demon gods. Over billions of years, he kept the chaotic demon gods subdued, unable to raise their heads. Then, on this fateful day, 9 beams of law pierced through dimensions, ascending from the core of chaos. The Xianpin Tao domain. Strange phenomena erupted across the chaotic void. Within the river of causality, the causality demon god walked barefoot upon the waves, as crimson tides revealed the visages of countless beings. Each phantom was interconnected by threads of fate, manipulated like marionettes, with the other end of the threads firmly held within the fingers of the causality demon god. The time demon god, surrounded by a river of time that had solidified, floated remnants of sundials and hourglasses, each grain of silver sand reflecting the origins and apocalyptic visions of different epochs. Suddenly, the void unfolded into 33 layers of folded dimensions, revealing the space demon god simultaneously across each universe. The sea of reincarnation surged with monstrous waves, while the yin-yang bridge spanned across time, the shadows of the epochs and flickering in and out of sight. Astoundingly, all 9 supreme demon gods simultaneously broke through to the Tao master level of the 10th layer of primordial chaos. As they felt the immense power of the Tao master realm, they realized how absurd it was to have once faced Lin Xiao, who was at the peak of the primordial Tao, with the completeness of the realm. It was time to settle old scores. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the demon gods, each harboring their own calculations. Deep within the chaos, Lin Xiao leisurely strolled, idly toying with a cluster of violet crystal-like divine fruits, casually consuming them one by one. These fruits, resembling grapes, were serendipitously discovered by Lin Xiao during countless years in the chaos. Though merely of medium-grade chaotic spiritual root, their flavor was exquisite, known as the violet extreme soul fruit. Suddenly, Lin Xiao seemed to sense something, a mischievous glint dancing in his violet golden pupils. Here they come again. Who might it be this time? Before he could finish his thought, the entire chaotic void abruptly filled with countless crimson threads, weaving into a cage of fate. The causality demon god manifested across countless dimensions of past, present, and future. Each phantom recited different maxims of fate, as countless transparent threads of causality shot forth, targeting Lin Xiao. Still the same old trick. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, shaking his head. Did they truly believe these threads could weave a fate capable of slaying him? With a copper-hued palm raised, the underworld palace descended with a thunderous roar. The gates swung open, and countless soul-reaping agents, formed from the laws of the Tao, surged forth. They wielded the unchanging lock in their left hands and the judge's pen in their right, with chains of binding fate coiling around their waists, all brandishing their pens to strike at the phantoms of the causality demon god within the river of causality. Causality. Your breakthrough to the Tao master realm seems to have yielded no progress. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, a hint of mockery in his tone. This needlework is a skill of the feminine. You cannot defeat me. Ha! Upon hearing this, the causality demon god's scarlet robe fluttered without wind, and the threads of causality around him trembled violently, revealing his fury. Yet Lin Xiao had already risen from his throne, stepping forth to stand upon the river of causality, facing the causality demon god directly. In that moment, Lin Xiao's chaotic demonic form radiated a profound divine light, remaining utterly untainted within the river of causality, untouched by the slightest thread of fate. He raised his hand in a semblance of grasping, and countless threads of law were instantly controlled as if by a marionette. The so-called fate and causality snapped. As Lin Xiao's fingers closed, myriad threads of causality responded with a resounding break. It was merely the cage of the weak. At that moment, a flicker of azure light suddenly illuminated the depths of chaos. Initially akin to the faint glow of a firefly, it swiftly transformed into a shadow of a colossal azure lotus, devouring chaos and subduing the ages. Lin Xiao and the causality demon god simultaneously lifted their gazes. The former's eyes sparkled with delight, while the latter's visage contorted with disbelief. Pangu descended upon the azure lotus with measured steps, and with each footfall, the sea of chaos spontaneously solidified into a staircase of the great path, adorned with countless profound patterns. His bronze-hued figure radiated with ever-flowing Tao patterns, each breath setting off a resonance of 3,000 laws. Most striking was the vertical line upon his forehead, embodying the complete power of the great path. As if confronting the very essence of the Tao, the causality demon god, staring intently at Pangu, spoke with incredulity. This is impossible. Yet Lin Xiao's attention was drawn to the jade disc and axe suspended at Pangu's waist. The rhythm of the Tao flowing upon the jade disc reminded him of his own book of origins. The creation jade disc? A slight twitch of his lips betrayed his thoughts. Brother Pangu, have you entirely cast aside the pretense and simply activated your powers? Brother Lin Xiao, it is good to see you well. Pangu's hearty laughter reverberated through the chaos, and with mere sound waves, he obliterated the traces of law left by the battle between causality and Lin Xiao. The two brothers exchanged knowing smiles, completely disregarding the causality demon god. Seeing this, the demon god retreated into the river of causality, his figure gradually fading away. Brother Pangu, what has transpired? After so many eons, I had no news of you. Lin Xiao surveyed Pangu, his tone imbued with the sentiment of a long-awaited reunion. Pangu chuckled heartily, his voice booming like a bell. On that day, during the contest for the heaven-splitting axe, I sustained grave injuries and retreated into the depths of chaos. After recuperating within the creation azure lotus, I sensed a calling upon emerging from my seclusion. Following that intuition, I arrived at the fated whirlpool's secret realm where the creation jade disc resides. He patted the jade disc at his waist and continued, this creation jade disc truly deserves its title as one of the 5 supreme treasures of chaos, containing the mysteries of the great path. After acquiring it, I entered seclusion to comprehend its essence, only emerging not long ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a mixture of envy and admiration. Though he possessed the Book of Origins, a treasure of enlightenment, even surpassing the creation jade disc, he remained at the 11th heaven after years of arduous cultivation. Meanwhile, Pangu, having acquired the creation jade disc not long ago, had ascended to the realm of the 12th heaven, achieving great perfection, truly deserving of being called the son of the Tao. Lin Xiao jested, brother, is it not a tad unfair? Has the Tao secretly provided you with special favors? Pangu laughed heartily in response. Brother Lin Xiao, you are no less impressive. I have heard of your exploits in overpowering the 9 supreme demon gods. That is far superior to my own hasty escape. News of Pangu's emergence and breakthrough to the 12th heaven spread throughout the chaos, prompting other formidable demon gods to refrain from troubling Lin Xiao, despite his indifference. Pangu, too, did not pursue the grievances of their past confrontations, but instead joined Lin Xiao in profound contemplation of the great path. With the formidable existence of the 12th heavenly layer as his training partner, Lin Xiao's cultivation progressed with remarkable speed. The two would occasionally engage in profound discussions, while at other times they would spar to validate their understanding, deepening their comprehension of the great Tao. As time flowed, Lin Xiao eventually ascended to the 12th heavenly layer. Yet, although Pangu had first broken through to this realm, countless ages had passed without any insight into how to transcend the boundless Tao. The boundless realm requires an understanding of the supreme laws. Lin Xiao gazed into the depths of chaos and spoke solemnly, the 5 supreme laws. Each one is forged from the fusion of myriad source paths. Pangu nodded and replied, indeed, Brother Lin Xiao, the fusion law you previously comprehended, known as the power of the abyss, is indeed a correct path. However, for us, the chaos demons, this path is fraught with difficulty. As Pangu stated, the path of fusion law is a way to break through the boundless Tao, but although the chaos demons possess unique advantages, comprehending laws outside of their own Tao is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Thus, this path seems almost like a fool's dream for us. Suddenly, Lin Xiao had a thought. Brother Pangu, the 5 great chaos treasures are birthed from the 5 supreme laws. Within them must lie the secrets of these laws. You have acquired 3. Why not use them for insight? At Lin Xiao's words, a spark of brilliance flashed in Pangu's eyes. He gently stroked the creation jade disc at his waist, nodding thoughtfully. Chapter 16. Pangu's desire to open the heavens after countless epochs of arduous cultivation. Pangu finally found Lin Xiao one day, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Brother Lin Xiao, after many years of contemplating the 3 treasures of the great Tao, I have finally discovered a method to comprehend the supreme laws and realize the boundless Tao. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was filled with joy. Yet a tinge of worry crept into his heart. His emotions were complex. He did not wish for Pangu to perish in the act of opening the heavens. Yet he also longed for the primordial world to be created. Since Lin Xiao's ascension to the 12th heavenly layer, he had been diligently training, striving to alter Pangu's fate. Unlike the other chaos demons, once he reached the pinnacle of the soul Tao, he could cultivate and comprehend other laws, studying the power of fusion law. Simultaneously, he was fortifying his chaos demon physique through the power of the laws. Now, after such a lengthy period of training, Lin Xiao's overall strength had subtly begun to surpass that of Pangu. Suppressing his complex emotions, anticipation filled his eyes. Brother, what method have you comprehended? The method to open the heavens and validate the Tao. What? Lin Xiao's countenance suddenly changed, and the chaos spirit fruit in his hand instantly turned to dust. Could it be that the fate of his past life was ultimately inescapable? Noticing Lin Xiao's distress, Pangu inquired with concern, what is wrong? Brother Lin Xiao, is there something amiss with this method? And no, it's nothing. Lin Xiao forcefully quelled his emotions and, with a complicated expression, asked, Brother, please continue. What is the method to open the heavens and validate the Tao? Pangu's gaze was fervent as he explained, my method to open the heavens is to use the law of strength to cleave through chaos, allowing it to evolve into the boundless, the supreme ultimate, yin and yang, and the 4 symbols, ultimately manifesting into all things in the universe. Through this, I seek to comprehend the origin of the cosmos, enabling my path of strength to transform into the supreme primordial path. Lin Xiao inquired, what risks does this method entail? Pangu replied calmly, this method is of my own creation. The risks within it remain unknown. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately spoke, Elder brother, I have heard that the Chaos Infinite Pearl contains a small chaotic world capable of accommodating all things. Perhaps we should first seek this pearl and ascertain whether the method of creation is feasible within it. Pangu cast Lin Xiao a peculiar glance, pondering how one could experiment with the boundless path of truth before attaining enlightenment. Yet, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. He realized that his brother was concerned for his safety, which could lead to distractions. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao's proposal aligned perfectly with Pangu's intentions, as he too sought to procure a treasure of the chaotic path for Lin Xiao before attaining enlightenment. Given his own uncertainty regarding the path of truth, he wished for Lin Xiao to possess a treasure for protection in the event of his own failure. Very well, Pangu solemnly nodded. Let us proceed as you suggest. The chaotic world is vast and boundless, making the search for a single pearl a daunting task. Yet, curiously, shortly after their decision to seek the infinite pearl, they discovered the corridor of infinite chaos at the edge of the void within merely several tens of thousands of years. It seemed as though a mysterious force guided their journey. Elder brother here, Lin Xiao offered the chaos pearl to Pangu. You should refine this pearl and see if you can validate the method of creation with the small chaos within it. Pangu chuckled and shook his head, Brother Lin Xiao. While the chaos pearl is indeed a supreme treasure birthed from the highest laws, it lacks the complete chaotic laws necessary to encompass the boundless path. How could it serve to validate the method of creation? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him, followed by a wave of regret in his heart. This pertains to the boundless path of truth, not merely the enlightenment of future sages. The tales of the primordial era have misled me. Elder brother, then you should take this Chaos Infinite Pearl as well. Having an additional treasure may enhance the chances of successfully attaining enlightenment. Pangu shook his head once more, returning the Chaos Pearl. This pearl was sought for you. I already possess 3 treasures, each of which is invaluable for the method of creation. Otherwise, I would have bestowed them upon you long ago. Without a treasure for your protection, this Chaos Pearl is most suitable. Seeing Lin Xiao still hesitant, Pangu's expression grew serious. Brother, must we exchange words on this matter? This pearl holds no benefit for my enlightenment. Accept it so that I may focus on my path. Lin Xiao gazed into Pangu's resolute eyes and solemnly accepted the Chaos Pearl. As time flowed like a swift river and the years passed like a song, an endless expanse of time silently elapsed within the chaotic void. One day, Lin Xiao's expression turned grave, his gaze intense, fixated upon Pangu. Elder brother, have you truly resolved to undertake the act of creation? On Pangu's bronze-like skin, the divine patterns of power flickered subtly, and the blade of the creation axe in his hand reflected the grand spectacle of the universe's birth and demise. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Do not worry, brother. Throughout these infinite years, we have repeatedly deduced and validated the method of creation. It has been perfected, and I shall surely succeed." Lin Xiao's throat tightened. The phrase about the creation leading to one's demise lingered on his lips, but transformed into a long sigh upon meeting Pangu's steadfast and confident gaze. His fingers gripped the handle of the destruction spear tightly. A powerful aura of dominance and defiance against chaos surged forth. Even if the great calamity of creation descends, what of it? With me, Lin Xiao, present, even if 3,000 demons and gods converge, I shall hold no fear. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao's resolve intensified, his aura soaring ever higher, akin to an unparalleled divine weapon unsheathed, radiating brilliance. The chaotic universe remains as profound as an abyss, eternally shrouded in the relentless darkness of the void. Suddenly, an overwhelming and unparalleled force erupted, shaking the very foundations of antiquity. This terrifying momentum swept across the entire heart of chaos. At the core of chaos, a towering figure, standing at an astonishing height of 129,600 light-years, stood proudly. Above him, the heavenly jade plate released myriad resonances, while beneath his feet, the 36 grades of the primordial azure lotus inhaled and exhaled chaos. In his hand, he wielded the heavenly axe, illuminating the heavens. He resembled an unmatched deity, transcending time itself, standing before the realm of the mysterious female path. This formidable power that transcended chaos caused the very essence of the great Tao to tremble violently. 9 supreme demon gods and numerous chaos warriors changed countenance, believing that Pangu had returned to settle old scores. Pangu, what do you intend to do? Within the realm of the mysterious female path, the 9 supreme demon gods and the chaos demon ape burst forth. Upon witnessing Pangu alongside the sole demon god Lin Xiao, even the strongest demon gods of time, space, and causality wore grim expressions. Pangu's gaze pierced through the ranks of chaos demon gods, his voice resonating like the thunder of chaos. I seek no trouble with you. I have come today for a singular purpose, to establish chaos and validate the boundless path of the great Tao. You must seek another place to cultivate. What? Establish chaos. Validate the boundless path. The demon gods were aghast, for both establishing chaos and validating the boundless path were events capable of shaking the very fabric of chaos. Lin Xiao, already unsettled by Pangu's act of creation, now coldly declared, "Indeed, establish chaos. Validate the boundless path. You all must vacate this place immediately, lest you force my hand." You. The destruction demon god glared in fury, the power of annihilation swirling around him. Although the mysterious female path had seen the manifestation of the 5 great chaotic treasures dissipate since their emergence, this place remained rich in the essence of chaotic Tao. To demand their departure from this sacred realm of cultivation, to destroy their sanctuary, on what grounds? Just as the destruction demon god was about to unleash his wrath, Pangu's penetrating gaze swept across them, imbued with supreme pressure. Faced with the 2 chaotic supreme beings, these so-called supreme demon gods found their titles somewhat hollow, despite their long years of arduous training, with some having broken through to the 11th heaven of the great primordial Tao. The 2 before them had already achieved the perfection of the 12th heaven, with Pangu having reached the pinnacle of the great primordial Tao, poised to validate the boundless path. In the face of their combined might, even the 9 supreme demon gods felt uncertain of their ability to prevail. They retreated from the core of chaos but did not leave entirely. Instead, they chose to observe from a distance, eager to witness how Pangu would validate the unprecedented realm of the boundless path. Chapter 17. The onslaught of 3,000 demon gods. Pangu stood magnificently at the very core of the mysterious female path, as the primordial azure lotus suddenly blossomed, radiating 12 myriad chaotic divine lights, each containing the essence of chaotic origin. His muscular form bore divine patterns of strength that slithered like dragons and serpents, each line embodying the ultimate force and the unparalleled might of creation. With a resounding roar that reverberated through chaos, Pangu commanded, "Open." The blade of the heavenly axe erupted forth, emitting a light both profound and primordial. The axe of light cleaved through eternity, striking down towards the chaotic void along an enigmatic trajectory. With a thunderous roar, in an instant, the chaotic sea of boundless dimensions was cleaved open to the staggering distance of 360 million light-years. The vast essence of chaos fragmented under the path of power, disintegrating into the most primordial particles, giving birth to the initial form of the primordial universe. The realm of Taiji. Lin Xiao observed intently the act of Pangu creating the world, all the while remaining vigilant of the movements of other chaotic deities. Curiously, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering. Logically, the obstruction by the 3,000 deities should be a predetermined fate. Why then did they remain utterly still at this moment? Gazing distantly at the assembly of chaotic gods, he contemplated. Given the current situation, the chaotic deities truly had no reason to prevent Pangu from opening the heavens. Even though Pangu's actions would devastate their sacred domain, it was not worth their lives to resist, unless some unforeseen event were to occur during the creation process. As Lin Xiao deliberated, Pangu swung the second axe, the light carving an extraordinary trajectory through the void akin to a Klein bottle. The primordial particles roiled and danced beneath the axe's brilliance, gradually evolving into the innate qi, marking the second style of creation, Taichu. The third axe, Taishu, fell, causing the innate qi to begin coalescing into a unique form. Under the fourth axe, Taisu, a peculiar dark matter came into existence. The fifth axe, Taiji, was struck down, causing the void to churn as countless tangible and intangible substances gradually differentiated into 2 distinct properties, yin and yang. With the completion of the 5 axes, the embryonic universe came into being. In this newly birthed cosmos, independent of chaos, a collective of rules akin to the great Tao was taking shape, the embryonic form of the celestial way. Boom! At the moment of the celestial way's inception, an unforeseen change erupted. From the unfathomable depths of chaos, the primal source of the great Tao trembled violently, unleashing an invisible rhythm that swept across the entirety of chaos. In that instant, upon sensing this wave, all chaotic deities experienced a profound enlightenment. Pangu's act of creation disrupted the fundamental source of the great Tao, aiming to sever the boundless paths of the other deities. More terrifying still, within their chaotic bloodlines surged a primal desire to devour Pangu's essence and the nascent universe, propelling them towards the ultimate realm of the great unity. So that was it. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted sharply as he too felt the throbbing of this bloodline. Finally understanding why the 3,000 deities would impede the creation, his chaotic form, optimized and nurtured by the Book of Origins, swiftly suppressed this bloodline impulse. Gripping the destruction spear tightly, he gazed at the chaotic landscape, where those deities, driven by their bloodline instincts and the allure of the boundless path, descended into madness. His eyes gleaming with cold light, the true catastrophe of creation had only just begun. The first to lose control were the chaotic deities of the mid-stage of the great Luo and below. Their eyes turned blood-red, their laws in disarray, surging forth like a tide. In a flash of brilliance, Lin Xiao wielded the destruction spear. A ghostly realm, the underworld, thunderously descended, enveloping the area entirely. Brother, rest assured in your creation, I shall handle these trivial beings. Lin Xiao stood resolutely before the chaotic deities, a lone figure against the storm. Pangu slightly nodded and continued to wield the heaven-splitting axe. With the 6th strike of creation, the transformation of yin and yang unfolded. As this blow was struck, the Taiji manifested, The interplay of yin and yang initiated a cataclysmic upheaval throughout the cosmos, where the energies of yin and yang intertwined, giving birth to the essence of creation. In an instant, the first wave of several hundred mid-stage chaos demons surged forth. Lin Xiao summoned his innate treasure, the chaos soul-suppressing bell, and with the enhancement of the soul path at the 12th heaven's perfect realm, the bell's resonance reverberated through the chaos, unleashing a force that could shake the ages. A visible ripple of the soul path swept outward, sealing the true spirits of the chaos demons in its wake. Following this, the gun, like a dragon, annihilated everything as the return to ruin spear swept across the chaotic void and wherever its light reached. Both the true spirits and physical forms of the demons were obliterated. Soon, the second wave of demons arrived, led by the Nether Demon and the Yellow Spring Demon, both possessing the prowess of the ninth heaven, their Tao rhythms surging. The Nether Demon wielded a flag of ethereal light, while the Yellow Spring Demon commanded a turbulent river of the Yellow Spring. Their combined essences subtly manifested a realm of Nether and Yellow Spring. Lin Xiao? The Nether Demon bellowed, his voice resonating through the chaos. Pangu cleaved the chaos for his own desires, disrupting the fundamental source of the chaotic Tao and severing our paths. Do you intend to assist in this tyranny? Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, suddenly brandishing the obliteration spear, its tip slicing through the void, conjuring a brilliant light of chaos directed at the Nether and Yellow Spring. Sever your paths? With your stature, even if the source of the Tao lay before you, it would not validate your claims, nor are you worthy to discuss the path. Absurd. Such disdainful words not only enraged the Nether and Yellow Spring, but also incensed the multitude of demons behind them. Although they were not as powerful as the strongest demons, they were all born of the Tao and could not tolerate such humiliation. This is intolerable. The Yellow Spring Demon cried, raising his arm, the Yellow Spring River churning violently. Everyone, join me in striking down this foe. In that instant, countless chaos demons launched their assault simultaneously, the torrents of Tao laws cascading down upon Lin Xiao like a celestial river. Both the Nether Flag and the Yellow Spring River were extraordinary artifacts, forged by the Nether and Yellow Spring demons based on their own Tao laws. The waters of the Yellow Spring could annihilate the bodies of ordinary mid-stage chaos beings upon contact, while the Nether Flag, emanating a chilling aura, could erode the primordial spirit, gradually extinguishing the true spirit. Together, they could establish the notorious Nether Yellow Spring formation, capable of obliterating both physical forms and true spirits. Even more astonishing was the fact that although the Nether and Yellow Spring demons were merely at the ninth heaven, their harmonious laws allowed them to create the Nether Yellow Spring formation, which subtly aligned with the path of merging laws. Its power rivaled that of a Tao master. The Nether Demon and the Yellow Spring Demon stood within the formation, as the Yellow Spring River surged and the Nether Flag waved. Inside the formation, the dark, eerie energies of the Nether intertwined with the sinister waters of the Yellow Spring, merging into a more formidable force of law, the power of Nether and malevolence. The two demons manipulated this power, transforming it into countless chains that surged toward Lin Xiao like a torrential tide. This scene, astonishingly reminiscent of the past where Lin Xiao relied on the realms of the great Tao, the Netherworld, and the chains of the unchanging soul to bind others, now found him as the target of such confinement. Chapter 18. Celestial Divine Fiends. The embodiment of the great Tao faced with the onslaught of the Netherworld Yellow Springs formation and countless demonic deities. A smirk of derision played upon Lin Xiao's lips. Is this your reliance, you two? A mere path of the Netherworld Yellow Springs dares to flaunt itself before me? Before his words could settle, Lin Xiao's chaotic demonic form erupted with an ethereal glow, akin to an ancient deity awakening from the dawn of creation. A terrifying aura, unyielding and eternal, surged forth, dispersing the surrounding chaotic energies. Though the chains of the Nether Fiend coiled around Lin Xiao's demonic body like venomous serpents, they left no trace upon his skin. Through endless epochs of tempering, his chaotic form had ascended to a state just shy of the ultimate realm, rivaling the true form of Pangu. While the fusion power of the Netherworld Yellow Springs approached that of a Tao master, it was insufficient to harm Lin Xiao's chaotic body. Allow me to demonstrate what true fusion of laws entails. Return to the void. In Lin Xiao's grasp, the destruction spear surged with a purple-black radiance, resembling a chaotic dragon poised to devour. Wherever the spears might traverse, the chaotic void was obliterated inch by inch, dissolving into eternal nothingness. This technique, return to the void, incorporated the laws of fragmentation and space among others over countless ages. Though Lin Xiao's comprehension of these laws had not reached the level of a Tao master, he had attained a mid-stage understanding within the realm of primordial great Luo. Bolstered by the fusion of the laws of the soul and the profound intricacies of the fusion laws, even a Tao master would find it challenging to withstand its might. Boom! Countless torrents of laws converged under this strike, vanishing into nothingness. This is bad. This fiend's power is overwhelming. The expression of the Yellow Springs demon god shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "All comrades, strike with your full strength at once." In an instant, hundreds of demonic deities surged forth like a tide. The chaotic void was torn asunder by the multitude of great Tao laws, simultaneously. More demonic entities flocked from all directions to join the fray, some even circumventing Lin Xiao to directly assault the opening of the heavens by Pangu. Seeking death, a fierce glint ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes as the netherworld behind him solidified abruptly, vast spiritual power coalescing into an absolute domain. In this realm, only a Tao master could wield the laws freely, while the other demonic beings found themselves ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. Why is my law power suppressed? This is dire. It's the Tao master's domain. Retreat. Amidst the wails, Lin Xiao surged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, each swing of the destruction spear claiming the lives of several demonic entities. Wherever the spear's shadow fell, bodies of the demonic gods disintegrated, their true spirits extinguished, leaving behind echoes of chilling wails within the chaos. On another front, Pangu's fighting spirit soared, brandishing the axe of creation. Every swing he delivered carried the might to cleave the heavens. The chaotic demonic entities attempting to obstruct him were dispatched effortlessly, as easily as slicing through vegetables. In a momentary lull between waves of foes, he remained undeterred in his task of creation, wielding the seventh axe to manifest the four symbols. In an instant, the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire surged forth from the void, intertwining and evolving within the chaos, as the embryonic form of the universe became increasingly discernible. As the ordinary chaotic demon gods found themselves utterly powerless against the formidable duo of Pangu and Lin Xiao, the supreme demon gods could no longer restrain themselves and fiercely joined the fray. With the participation of 9 demon gods at the Tao master level, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The river of time morphed into silvery chains that coiled around, while spatial dimensions layered upon one another, creating a quagmire. The remaining supreme demon gods showcased their unique powers, ensnaring Pangu and Lin Xiao with relentless determination. Kill. Under the restraint of the supreme demon gods, the remaining demon gods unleashed their most potent attacks. However, Pangu and Lin Xiao had already attained a state close to the unbounded, their chaotic bodies radiating an indomitable essence of myriad laws. The assaults from those chaotic demon gods who had yet to grasp the fundamental principles of the Tao and ascend to the Tao master realm could not breach the defenses of the two. Boom, boom, boom. The echoes of fallen demon gods reverberated through the chaos, and the number of the 3,000 demon gods dwindled visibly, soon leaving fewer than 100. Unyielding through the ages, all laws returned to the void. Pangu and Lin Xiao roared in unison, unleashing 2 overwhelming divine abilities. The heaven-splitting axe swept across the universe, while the annihilation spear extinguished all laws. In the wake of this strike, the chaos trembled, and the Tao lamented. Amidst the cries of anguish, demon gods plummeted like rain. Ultimately, only 12 Tao Master Realm demon gods barely survived, each gravely injured and their vitality waning. Pangu and Lin Xiao fared no better. The relentless intensity of battle had drained them significantly, leaving numerous scars upon their forms. Pangu's creation armor dimmed, while Lin Xiao's accompanying treasure, the chaos soul-restraining bell, bore several alarming fissures. In that moment, an eerie fluctuation emanated from the depths of chaos. The causality demon god suddenly paused, a flicker of silver light flashing in its eyes. The other chaotic demon gods halted as well, and then 12,960 strands of causality abruptly pierced the foreheads of the remaining 11 chaotic demon gods. As a tribute of our essence, let the will of chaos witness. Time and space became utterly disordered at that instant. The river of time rolled backward, pouring silver sands into the sea of reincarnation. while the yin-yang Tao bridge twisted and morphed into a giant serpent, devouring 33 universes. The silhouettes of the 12 chaotic demon gods gradually became ethereal amidst various phenomena, ultimately coalescing into a chaotic divine body entwined with 3,000 divine patterns of the Tao. Pangu, the head of the divine body, resonated with 12 layers of Tao sound, the reverberations shattering chaos barriers spanning tens of thousands of light years. You defy the Tao, you shall be punished. The left eye of this divine body was a swirling hourglass, while the right eye blazed with a fiery destruction pool, with countless causality threads coursing beneath its skin. It wielded an enigmatic Tao weapon, seemingly forged from the fusion of numerous treasures, and upon swinging it, the shadow of a world-destroying mill faintly emerged. Pangu's expression grew grave as he brushed against the blade of the heaven-splitting axe. From this divine body, he sensed a hint of threat. This existence, formed from the amalgamation of 12 chaotic demon gods, had indeed stepped into a half-step unbounded realm. Boom! The chaotic divine body suddenly struck, the enigmatic Tao weapon cleaving through 12 illusory forms, each employing a supreme killing move. The causality red threads entwined fate, the hourglass froze time, the annihilation spear obliterated all, and the wheel of reincarnation reversed everything. Ultimately, the 12 illusory forms converged into a colossal world-destroying mill, crashing down fiercely upon Pangu. Heavenly God slaughter. Lin Xiao's pupils quivered violently, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. So, the great heavenly divine killing formation originated from chaos? What exactly did the 12 ancestral witches summon from Pangu, and what did the 12 chaotic demon gods evoke? The Tao. Before he could ponder further, the manifestation of the Tao had audaciously arrived, with Pangu taking the lead, raising the axe of creation to strike fiercely at the shadow of the world-destroying great millstone. Boom! Boom! As the two forces clashed, the attacks of these two formidable beings, each at the brink of the half-step Wujing realm, twisted the fabric of chaos itself. The Tao trembled. Lin Xiao hastily summoned the chaotic soul-settling bell, unleashing the dazzling power of the destruction spear towards the manifestation of the Tao. In the confrontation, he was horrified to discover that the opponent was enveloped in a special domain, akin to the domain of the Tao Master, capable of suppressing myriad forces of the Tao. Even his perfected soul Tao, cultivated through 12 heavenly layers, was constrained by this layer, unable to break through. Only his own chaotic demon body, at the half-step Wujing realm, could shatter this formidable domain. Faced with this, Lin Xiao had no choice but to conceal the power of his soul Tao within his corporeal form. Engaging in combat through the most primal means of physical confrontation, Pangu had nearly completed the act of creation. The universe had formed and was undergoing constant evolution, while Pangu's power of the Tao had also ascended to the half-step Wujing realm. Nevertheless, the alliance of Lin Xiao and Pangu in their battle against the manifestation of the Tao was fraught with peril after an indeterminate period of fierce conflict. Each clash sent tremors through the chaos and vibrations through the Tao. Chapter 19. The embodiment of all things. Pangu and Lin Xiao had fought to the brink of exhaustion, their vital essence nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the manifestation of the chaotic Tao before them was similarly on the verge of collapse, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. In this life and death moment, the manifestation of the Tao suddenly changed direction, wielding a bizarre Tao weapon infused with the power of 12 great Taos, and struck fiercely towards the newly born primordial universe. Not good, Pangu roared, instantly shifting his form to shield the primordial universe with his own body, while the chaotic creation azure lotus armor radiated a brilliant azure light. Caution! Crack! Amidst the earth-shattering sound of shattering, the already strained creation azure lotus shattered, scattering into countless beams of light. Yet, the residual might of the Tao's full-powered strike landed heavily atop the creation jade plate. Boom! The creation jade plate trembled violently, managing to withstand the blow, yet a fragment broke away, transforming into several beams of light that descended into the primordial universe. Seizing the opportunity, Pangu bellowed, channeling the entirety of his power of the Tao into the axe of creation, delivering a mighty strike towards the manifestation of the Tao. All the power of the Tao coalesced within the chaotic axe of creation as he swung it with utmost force towards the manifestation of the Tao. Bang! In a thunderous explosion, the axe of creation shattered, morphing into the Taiji diagram, alongside the Pangu banner and the chaotic bell, 3 supreme treasures. The manifestation of the Tao also disintegrated, reverting to the 12 dying chaotic demon gods. All laws returned to the void. Lin Xiao strained to muster his last breath. Sweeping the destruction spear outward, the dazzling spear light cascaded like a galaxy, engulfing the powerless 12 demon gods entirely. Pangu, brother, can you still hold on? Lin Xiao gasped, his voice hoarse. Pangu looked at his exhausted brother, a weary yet resolute smile spreading across his face. Brother, do not worry, just watch. For I shall complete the creation and attain the Tao of Wujing. As he spoke, Pangu lightly tapped the nascent universe with his finger, causing the Taiji diagram to soar amidst it, transforming into a bridge of yin and yang that spans the heavens and the earth, quelling the tumultuous forces of earth, wind, fire, and water. The Pangu banner then waved, and the cosmos underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Pure energy ascended to the skies, while turbid energy descended to the ground, delineating the powers of heaven and earth. Pangu gazed upon the primordial expanse he had just unveiled, a look of satisfaction emerging on his weary visage. Above him, the cosmic jade dish gradually floated into the primordial realm, suspended between heaven and earth, radiating boundless mystical light. As the dish spun, myriad laws intertwined and evolved. During the celestial war of creation, this cosmic jade dish had absorbed the fundamental essence of all fallen demonic deities. At this moment, it marked a pivotal juncture where Pangu's path of power transformed into the supreme primordial path. Suddenly, a resounding tremor emanated from the depths of chaos. As the nascent universe began to slowly converge, seemingly intent on returning to its chaotic state, Pangu, deeply contemplating the world he had painstakingly forged, experienced a moment of profound realization. He resolutely stepped into the newly born realm, raising his hands to the heavens and planting his feet firmly on the ground, bellowing, "Heaven and earth, open!" With this thunderous cry, Pangu's form began to swell exponentially, and the universe once again parted, with the sky rising a foot daily and the earth thickening a foot each day. Seeing this transformation, Lin Xiao wished to assist Pangu, but was halted by him. Brother Lin Xiao, this is my tribulation, as well as the inevitable path to enlightenment. In that moment, Pangu seemed to grasp a deeper truth. The path to enlightenment is boundless. How could it be devoid of tribulations? The 3,000 demonic deities represented the first tribulation, while the collapse of heaven and earth constituted the second. Pangu continued to exert his strength, and the cosmos expanded ever more boundlessly. The previously shattered fragments of the creation green lotus flew into the primordial universe, merging with the original energy born of heaven and earth and the flesh and blood remnants of chaotic demonic deities, evolving into various innate spiritual treasures. 5 lotus leaves transformed into the 5 elemental banner, concealed within the realms of heaven and earth, which would later become renowned as the 5 directions banner. The central Wujihuang banner, adorned with myriad golden lotuses, proving indestructible and repelling all evils, rendering it invulnerable. The eastern Qinglian Baos banner, radiating the light of relics, calming the mind, and driving away all malevolence. The southern Lihua flame banner, inverting yin and yang and disturbing the 5 elements. The western Sucai cloud realm banner, summoning wondrous phenomena and offering unparalleled defense. And the northern Xianyuan water control banner, shrouding the heavens and obscuring the sun, commanding the waters to submit, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. 5 lotus seeds transformed into 5 lotus platforms, representing the 24 grades of creation green lotus, the 12 grades of annihilation black lotus, the 12 grades of purification white lotus, the 12 grades of merit golden lotus, and the 12 grades of karmic fire red lotus. Among them, the creation green lotus, having absorbed the most profound essence of creation, became the 24 grades of innate supreme treasures, boasting unparalleled defense and the ability to create all things. However, due to its overwhelming power, it was ultimately feared by the heavenly Tao and subsequently divided into 3 parts, transforming into the white jade crutch of Taiji Laozi, the 3 treasure jade rui of Yuqing Yuanshi, and the Qingping sword of Shanqing Tongtian. Thus, the origins of the 3 teachings, once united, became the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf. The lotus flower evolved into many well-known innate spiritual treasures of later generations: the Earth's fetal membrane, the map of mountains and rivers, the river diagram and Luo book, and the red embroidered ball, among others. The lotus stem became the extraordinary divine weapon known as the god-slaying spear, while the lotus pod transformed into the Qiankuan cauldron. After an indeterminate span of time, the heavens and earth finally ceased their rise and fall, and chaos no longer compressed this newly born world. Stability was finally achieved. Lin Xiao gazed blankly at the vast expanse of the universe, his heart a tempest of emotions. Ultimately, Pangu could not escape his fated transformation into all things. In a moment of reverie, the voice of Pangu echoed in Lin Xiao's ears, imbued with a sense of resolve and expectation. I am about to transform into all things. This primordial world shall be entrusted to you. Perhaps, after countless tribulations before he could finish, Pangu's towering form began to slowly dissipate. His hair transformed into a resplendent river of stars. His left eye became the sun, while his right eye morphed into the moon. His teeth turned into rare mineral veins, and his breath became the winds and clouds. His limbs and body transformed into mountains and rivers. His blood flowed into oceans and lakes. His bones became the enduring earth veins, and his spine became the towering pillars supporting the heavens, with the Yang pillar becoming the first sun mountain. Pangu's primordial spirit divided into three, merging with the pure air of creation, becoming the three pure ones. 12 drops of his essence blood fused with the earthly turbid qi, transforming into the 12 ancestor shamans. At this moment, heaven and earth were established, and the great Tao acknowledged Pangu for creating the world and evolving chaos, thus bestowing boundless merit and the profound yellow qi. Among these, 2/10 of the merit qi was divided into 3 parts, entering the 3 pure ones, while 1/10 of the merit and 4/10 of the profound yellow qi coalesced into the heavenly profound yellow Linglong pagoda, safeguarding the 3 pure ones as they retreated into the primordial wasteland. The 12 ancestor shamans similarly claimed 2/10 of the merit, and from 1/10 of the merit and 3/10 of the profound yellow qi, Pangu's heart was enveloped, forming the Pangu temple, which sank into the depths of the primordial wasteland. 3/10 of the great Tao merit transformed into a rain of merit, nourishing the primordial heavens and earth, while the final 1/10 of merit, mingled with 3/10 of profound yellow qi, evolved into a purple mist-enshrouded Hongmeng measuring ruler. This extraordinary treasure of postnatal merit circled in the air several times before gently flying towards Lin Xiao. The ruler, infused with profound yellow qi, shimmered with a violet glow. As the symbols of the great Tao flickered, and the 2 innate Tao scripts of measuring the heavens radiated brilliantly, this ruler was deliberately left for Lin Xiao by Pangu, along with the profound yellow pagoda and the Pangu temple, as treasures of the merit from the creation of the heavens. Possessing it would garner the favor of the cosmic fortune, and its power was unrivaled in the primordial realm, second only to the Pangu banner and the god-slaying spear, capable of eliminating foes without entangling with karma. Lin Xiao gazed at the Hongmeng measuring ruler before him, recalling Pangu's unfinished words, and a glimmer of hope gradually ignited in his eyes. The true spirits of the powerful beings of the infinite great Tao remain indestructible. Perhaps, after countless tribulations, there may yet come a day when the brothers shall reunite. Chapter 20. The Avatar Qingming, ascending to the primordial realm at this moment. Lin Xiao had just undergone the great calamity of creation, his body marred with fierce Tao injuries, the immortal chaotic demonic form riddled with cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain about to shatter. Had it not been for the protection of the supreme treasure, the Book of Origins, the possibility of recovery from countless tribulations would have been bleak. Yet fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although this cataclysmic calamity has left him severely wounded, it has also elevated his comprehension of the laws of the universe to an entirely new realm. His chaotic demonic body has undergone a transformation akin to a rebirth. Once his injuries are healed, his understanding of the laws will undoubtedly ascend to the threshold of the semi-ultimate realm. As for his chaotic demonic form, it may seize this opportunity to break through and truly attain the state of eternal resilience, impervious to all forms of destruction. However, it remains uncertain how long he must slumber to mend this grievous wound, to ensure that the primordial world remains undisturbed during his recuperation. Lin Xiao resolves to dispatch a fragment of his essence to guard this nascent realm. He vividly recalls that within the original trajectory of the heavenly Tao, the primordial world was destined to experience the collapse of the celestial pillar, the shattering of heaven and earth, ultimately spiraling into an age of desolation. This primordial realm may conceal the key to Pangu's return, and he cannot bear to witness history repeat itself. The materials for crafting his avatar have long been prepared. They were set aside in anticipation of this cataclysm, a precautionary measure. He slowly retrieves 2 items from the Book of Origins. 1. A physical vessel forged from the supreme spiritual root of the world tree, radiating with the light of creation. The other, a fragment of his original true spirit, separated through the supreme divine ability of the soul, Tao, during his ascendance to the Tao Master Realm. Under the nurturing embrace of the Book of Origins, these 2 components have perfectly harmonized, rendering this avatar's potential second only to his own chaotic demonic body. Go, Lin Xiao commands. As a thread of consciousness merges with the true spirit, subsequently entering the world tree avatar. Moments later, the avatar slowly opens its eyes, a divine brilliance swirling within its violet golden gaze. From this day forth, I am the esteemed Qingming. It proclaims with a resounding laughter that reverberates through the heavens. With sword pointed to the firmament, I shall shatter all illusions, my heart aligned with the azure void. I shall stand proud in the primordial world. In his past life, Lin Xiao, having perused countless tomes, had always cherished the dream of becoming a sword immortal. The audacity of the Tongtian, who wielded a mere 3-foot green blade to carve out a sliver of hope for all beings, had captivated his imagination. Transcending to become a soul demon god, he had been deprived of the chance to become a sword immortal. Now, through his avatar's entry into the primordial realm, he could finally fulfill his long-cherished aspiration. To ensure that his avatar can establish itself within the primordial realm, Lin Xiao bestows the chaotic pearl, the primordial sky-covering umbrella, and the Hongming cosmic measuring ruler upon Qingming, reserving only the chaotic soul-consolidating bell and the annihilation spear as his own symbolic treasures as the soul demon god. He is acutely aware that formidable demon gods such as Yangmei, Luoho, and Shani will inevitably reappear in the primordial world. To reveal himself as a soul demon god would only serve to invite needless enmity. In the end, Lin Xiao utilizes the Book of Origins to manipulate the heavenly mechanisms, crafting an impeccable local identity for Qingming within the primordial realm. After all, in this world, the chaotic demon god is an anomaly destined for reckoning by the heavenly Tao. Having completed all preparations, he sends the Qingming avatar into the primordial world, while his true self merges into the Book of Origins. At the moment the pages close, his presence vanishes entirely from the chaos. The soul demon god has perished in the cataclysmic calamity. In the primordial world, newly born amidst the vast silence, various primordial energies permeate the heavens and the earth. Innate spiritual energy, the ominous aura of creation, the resentment of demon gods, the ferocious energy, and the chaotic essence. The vitality of all things remains in gestation, overshadowed by an inexplicable pressure that envelopes the cosmos. This formidable pressure emanates from Pangu, the great Tao, and the celestial will that imposes itself upon all living beings, serving as both a suppression and a safeguard for the nascent universe. Qingming traverses the vast expanse of the earth, immersing himself in the primal and untamed essence of the world. Murmuring to himself, it will not be long before the remnants and resentments of the chaotic demon god are reincarnated, along with ferocious beasts, imperial dynasties, divine rebels, and figures like Luo Ho, Hongjun, and Yangmei. A glimmer of anticipation flickers in his eyes at the thought of these characters from his previous life's novels soon materializing before him, stirring a sense of longing in his heart. Sensing the state of his current body, Qingming furrows his brow slightly. This vessel possesses only a rudimentary cultivation and requires dedicated practice. He casually seeks out a mountain suffused with spiritual energy, carving out a cave within its depths. After a simple arrangement, he sits cross-legged, beginning to comprehend the Qingming Tao record, tailored specifically for him by his true self. This technique amalgamates the primordial heavenly principles with the cultivation philosophies of his past life, classified into 7 realms: Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Though Qingming's avatar of the world tree has reached the consummate state of the Golden Immortal in physical prowess, his magical powers still require cultivation from the ground up. The Golden Immortal realm serves as a crucial watershed. Prior to this stage, there exists a limit to one's lifespan, while beyond it, theoretically, one's life can be eternal. By grasping even a fragment of the immortal divine intent and nurturing an indestructible spiritual light within the primordial spirit, one may attain boundless longevity. Furthermore, this realm is exceedingly difficult to annihilate. As long as the indestructible spiritual light endures, even if the physical form is shattered, rebirth through blood is still possible. Beyond the golden immortal realm lies the Tai golden immortal realm, where Tai is also known as the supreme unity. This stage necessitates the absorption of the fundamental energies of the 5 elements from the universe, refining them into the 5 vital energies within oneself, ultimately achieving the state where the 5 energies converge. The refinement of these 5 energies must follow the sequence of metal generating water, water generating wood, wood generating fire, and fire generating earth. The subsequent Great Luo realm involves the culmination of the 5 energies, giving rise to the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit, which correspond to the earthly flower, the Tao flower, and the heavenly flower. The grade of these 3 flowers profoundly influences one's future accomplishments. Blooming into 12 grades signifies perfection, opening the door to limitless potential. Blooming into grades 9 to 11 indicates the prospect of Hunyuan. Blooming into grades 6 to 8 allows for a breakthrough into the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Yet the hope of transcending to the Hunyuan Great Luo remains dim. Below grade 6, without extraordinary fortuity, one may find it exceedingly difficult to break through to the Great Luo throughout their life. The rank of the 3 flowers is not solely dependent on individual aptitude and accumulation, but is also intricately linked to the environment of the cosmos. At the dawn of creation, when spiritual energy was abundant and the quality of primordial energy was at its peak, the innate divine demons born during this era often manifested high-grade 3 flowers. However, in later generations, as spiritual energy waned and degraded, the innate spiritual essence became increasingly rare, rendering even the most gifted individuals with deep accumulations unable to reach the achievements of the primordial era. Thus, in the primordial world, those born earlier find their cultivation paths more accessible, often leading to greater accomplishments. Now, as the first living being of the primordial era, Qingming possesses confidence in becoming an eminent powerhouse, even without the assistance of his true self, securing his place as the foremost among those beneath the saints. With numerous treasures at his disposal, including the Chaos Pearl and the complete Mark of Creation, alongside the techniques crafted for him by a semi-ultimate being, the realm of saints is but a stepping stone, not his terminus. Familiarizing himself with the technique, Qingming embarks on a prolonged retreat for cultivation. Time in cultivation knows no bounds, and in the blink of an eye, countless millennia have elapsed. Throughout this span, he has attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. However, due to the constraints imposed by the cosmos, he finds himself temporarily unable to ascend to a higher plane. In the time that remains, he meticulously refines the primordial measuring ruler, the chaotic umbrella, and the chaotic pearl among other spiritual treasures. The chaotic pearl, being of exceedingly high grade, only underwent a simple refinement of several layers of restrictions. As a primordial supreme treasure, it encapsulates boundless exalted laws and a chaotic microcosm, capable of regulating the flow of time within and concealing celestial secrets, rendering it an exceptional aid for cultivation. Yet, despite searching through all the treasures, Qingming could not find a sword that truly resonated with him, letting out a soft sigh. To become a sword immortal is indeed a formidable challenge. The famed swords of later generations, such as Qingping and Zhu Xian, belong to the heavens. While I hold them in high regard, I am unwilling to usurp their fortunes. Ultimately, Qingming resolves to wield the primordial measuring ruler as his sword, to delve into the mysteries of swordsmanship. As he immerses himself in the practice of sword techniques and the exploration of sword path mysteries, the primordial world undergoes rapid transformation. Countless forms of life are emerging: flowers, trees, mountains, stones, and even a piece of flesh, a drop of blood, and a unique essence of spirit, all hold the potential to awaken sentience in the nascent environment of the cosmos. Chapter 21. The evolution of the sword path in the primordial world. Silent is the passage of time, unspoken are the moments, as endless ages quietly slip away. Within the primordial realm, myriad beings have begun to manifest. Yet, due to the harsh conditions of the current environment, saturated with oppressive force. The malevolent aura of the chaotic creation and the lingering essence of chaos. The nascent beings primarily consist of fierce beasts and innate deities of chaos. The fierce beasts are born from the vengeful spirits of the 3,000 demons of the chaotic calamity, amalgamated with the malice of the heavens and earth. They possess colossal forms, their crimson eyes filled with hatred and madness, devoid of intellect, driven solely by instinctual destruction. Wherever their claws tread, mountains crumble and spiritual essence dissipates. The emergence of these fierce beasts is a necessary phase for the primordial realm, for they possess the ability to dissipate the malevolent energies and the vengeful spirits of the demons. Only by purifying these negative essences can the cosmos nurture more vibrant life and give rise to intelligent races. The innate deities of chaos are predominantly linked to the chaotic demon gods. They may originate from the remnants of chaotic demon souls or be formed from the essence of chaotic demon gods intertwined with the primordial spiritual entities at the dawn of creation. A fragment of the reincarnation demon god's bone descends into the blood sea of the underworld, reshaping into a gray-robed figure bearing the wheel of reincarnation. His eyes swirling with the mysteries of life and death, the obliterated true spirit of the divine rebellion falls into the blood-colored bone plains, transforming into a beast emperor with crimson vertical pupils. At the moment the beast's eyes open, 100,000 fierce beasts kneel and roar towards the south, their voices shaking the heavens. A trace of the spatial demon god's soul essence escapes into an innate spiritual root willow tree, giving birth to the ancestral figure of Yangmei, who governs the laws of space at the southernmost sea. In the eastern jade capital mountain, a profound chaotic essence devours a portion of the ordered demon god's essence, transforming into an elder with the ethereal bones of a celestial, embodying the ultimate truths of the cosmos. Deep within the magic abyss beneath Mount Sumeru, the primordial primal magic energy intertwines with the chaotic demon god's obsession, manifesting as a black-robed youth, his demeanor reflecting a blend of obsession and madness. In the northern expanse of the primordial wilderness stands an unnamed divine mountain, presently exhaling a sharp energy that cleaves through the void. Its surface is marred with crisscrossing sword marks, each bearing the lingering essence of the heavenly axe's luminous path. Suddenly, the resonant and clear sound of swords shatters the chaotic mist enveloping the mountainous peak, as Qingming strides forth, stepping upon the wheel of the 5 elements. Behind him, 5 phantoms of sword intent hover, entwined in a dance that subtly conjures the nascent form of a miniature universe. "Ah, my path is realized," he exclaims, as his fingertips glide over the primordial measuring ruler at his waist. The ruler, suffused with purple energy, seems to resonate with the essence of the 5 elements. Alas, I still lack a fine sword. His 3,000-year seclusion and meditation have not only enabled Qingming to attain the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, but have also led him to grasp the quintessence of the 5 elements while condensing the 5 energies within. This foundation, combined with his understanding of the Pangu creation laws, has allowed him to derive 5 sword techniques: the celestial blade of the golden threshold, the wood of transformation sword, the boundless return to the void cut, the luminous cataclysm, and the earthly monument of boundaries. Qingming has inscribed these 5 techniques into his internal organs, thus forming a primordial 5 elements formation, enabling his physical body to create a stable field, allowing him to traverse the river of time unscathed for a brief period. As he steps beyond the 3 realms, transcending the 5 elements and drawing closer to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the mountain wind howls, billowing his dark azure robe with a resonant sound. With a mere thought, the 5 elements sword intent behind him suddenly diverges, transforming into 5 dazzling streams of light that inscribe the precepts of the Qingming sword classic in the void. The sword path is boundless, carried by the sword. Breaking the law, returning to the primordial. These 16 characters hang in the firmament, each word sharp as a blade, their brilliance contained yet imbued with the might of creation. Echoing Qingming's profound understanding of the sword path. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he gazes down upon the sacred mountain that has accompanied him through countless epochs. A wave of sentiment washing over him. Though nameless, this mountain bears the entirety of his insights into the Tao. In that case, let me leave a trace of fate here. He raises his hand, and the sword energy of the 5 elements etches the words Qingming Sword Immortal, visited here. Upon the stone walls of his cave abode, the characters exude a vigorous and formidable aura, their sword intent enduring through time. Unbeknownst to him, this whimsical act would later render the nameless divine mountain a renowned sanctuary of enlightenment in the northern wilderness. And it would also lead to the selection of several disciples for his lineage. The sword marks remaining upon the mountain not only embody the true essence of his sword path, but also imprint the resonance of Pangu's creation. Future practitioners who can decipher even a fragment of this wisdom may step into the supreme sword path and perhaps glimpse the profound mysteries of creation. This mountain can be regarded as the birthplace of the sword path within the primordial world, a vessel of its fortune. Upon exiting the divine mountain, Qingming comprehends what it means to dwell in timelessness. The world has changed over millennia. The primordial wilderness has undergone a transformation since his arrival, now pulsating with spiritual energy. The veins of mountains and rivers gradually stabilize, while the previously turbulent chaotic energies and malevolent auras have begun to subside, allowing the vitality of all things to flourish. The desolate, lifeless visage of the primordial world has vanished, replaced by colossal beings, akin to mountains, scattered throughout, consuming the energies of creation. These monstrous beings possess a fearsome appearance, their forms entwined with a dense, malevolent aura, their eyes reflecting only the intent of slaughter and destruction. Upon sensing the essence of living beings, they charge recklessly, heedless of even formidable entities like Qingming. Indeed, the manifestation of the chaos demon god's resentments has birthed a horde of mindless brutes. Qingming's gaze turned icy. Although the savage beasts can expel malevolent energy and purify the primordial wilderness, their inherent brutality wreaks havoc upon the spiritual veins, consuming life and causing far more harm than good to the cosmos. Once their mission is fulfilled, they will ultimately invoke the wrath of the heavens, leading to the first great calamity following the creation of the world, a reckoning for this species. Qingming harbors no mercy for these beasts. Their judgment is inevitable, and in slaying them, he may also earn the favor of the cosmic will. The myriad of sword intents, flowing freely, cleaved through the air and wherever they passed. The beasts fell before the onslaught. The sword of Gung metal annihilated their corporeal forms. The sword of Yi would sever their life force. And the flames of the leaf fire consumed their remnants, leaving a trail of slain beasts in their wake. Immersed in this slaughter, Qingming found that the path of the sword inherently aligns with the way of destruction, allowing him to grasp its profound truths more swiftly. As time progressed, even the senseless beasts began to instinctively evade Qingming. Though they feared not death, they were nonetheless daunted by the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him, hesitant to approach recklessly. This path of carnage deepened Qingming's understanding of the sword, leading to a transformation in the five-element sword techniques he had previously devised. In the technique of Jin Ke Kai Tian, a touch of the essence of slaughter was infused, enhancing its sharpness. With a single stroke, myriad laws were shattered. The Yi Wood transformation sword, imbued with the essence of life and death, evolved into the concept of withering and flourishing, allowing one sword to bring forth life and another to extinguish it. Qingming also gained new insights into his own swordsmanship, recognizing that his path was forged from witnessing the complete imprint of Pangu's creation. Pangu's path of strength seeks to shatter all laws with sheer force, while Qingming's swordsmanship embodies a similar essence. A single sword can dismantle myriad laws and give rise to them. However, distinctions remain. Pangu cleaved through chaos to evolve the universe, whereas Qingming wields the sword as a vessel of law, merging the sharpness of metal, the ethereality of wind, and the destructiveness of oblivion into one blade. Though their expressions differ, the myriad paths converge toward a singular goal, to evolve into the supreme laws and attain the ultimate path. Chapter 22. The ancestor of Kuan. In the vastness of the primordial wilderness, countless years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Qingming traversed the northern expanse of the wilderness on his sword, only to realize that the grandeur of this realm far exceeded his imagination. Even with his capabilities as a Tai Golden Immortal, he expended vast eons and had yet to leave the northern territories of the wilderness. Although he occasionally paused to contemplate the path, slaying savage beasts, or observe the transformations of heaven and earth, reflecting on the cycles of the five elements, this too consumed countless ages. Yet, even so, the vastness of the wilderness left him in awe. Even a Tai Golden Immortal is but a speck of dust in this boundless expanse. In truth, although the vast cosmos of the primordial era is boundless. It is not the case that a Tai golden immortal, exerting their utmost efforts, would require several 100,000 years to traverse a single domain. The reason for this predicament lies in the environment of heaven and earth. At this moment, it is the dawn of creation, with a stable space permeated by a heavy oppressive force. It is precisely this pressure that significantly restrains the might of beings at both the golden immortal and Tai golden immortal realms. As time flows, the oppressive force of heaven and earth will gradually dissipate, allowing the powers of various divine techniques to manifest increasingly. For instance, in later generations, the Pillar of Heaven, which was toppled by Gonggong and Zhurong, would be an arduous task to overcome even for those of the quasi-saint level, let alone a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. Furthermore, golden immortal cultivators in the primordial world are incapable of even shaking the fabric of space, while in later epochs, during the shattering of the primordial realm and the evolution of myriad worlds, a single golden immortal could obliterate a small world. The strength of the primordial world lies in its essence, rather than its quantity. On this day, Qingming soared through the skies on his sword, when suddenly, a thunderous roar from a beast echoed across the horizon, accompanied by the tumult of wind and thunder. Qingming raised an eyebrow, his spiritual sense sweeping across the expanse to discover a striking figure clad in a blue Taoist robe, engaged in fierce combat with a dozen ferocious beasts. This Taoist had a brilliant blue jewel hovering above his head, cascading down a myriad of shimmering water curtains. In his hand, he wielded a dark flag that summoned the winds and thunder of heaven and earth. Finally, he encountered a fellow cultivator. Qingming laughed heartily. Having grown weary of battling those beasts devoid of intelligence during this period, now, witnessing a sentient being of innate Taoist form, he felt a surge of joy, and his sword's radiance intensified beneath him. The five-element sword energy tore through the clouds, arriving swiftly above the battlefield. Before him stood those ferocious beasts, exuding overwhelming malevolence. The strongest among them was at the early Tai stage, while the weakest had attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Each possessed formidable physiques and tusks like spears, yet they were devoid of intellect, mindlessly charging at the Taoist. In contrast, the handsome Taoist had reached the mid-Tai golden immortal stage, moving with the grace of the wind. Though besieged, he navigated the onslaught with ease, protected by the radiant water curtain from the jewel above, while the flag in his hand surged with wind and thunder, periodically tearing through the flesh of the beasts. Do you require assistance, fellow Taoist? Qingming stood poised amidst the clouds, his cosmic measuring ruler trembling slightly within his sleeve. Purple aura flickering to life. The young Taoist, his flag billowing with thunder, looked up to see Qingming, dressed in a green robe, strikingly handsome, gazing at him with piercing eyes. The young Taoist laughed heartily. Then I thank you, fellow Taoist. As the words left his lips, purple radiance erupted. The cosmic measuring ruler flew forth from Qingming's sleeve, expanding in the wind to become a colossal ruler spanning the heavens. The ruler's body shimmered with purple essence, distorting and shattering the void. Before the three beasts, poised to pounce, could react, they were enveloped by the shadow of the ruler. Three muffled thuds echoed. As the bodies of the beasts, comparable to those at the mid-Tai golden immortal realm, were effortlessly severed as if they were mere tofu, crashing to the ground as their malevolence dissipated. The remaining beasts, sensing Qingming's presence, became even more frenzied, half of them redirecting their assault towards him. Meanwhile, the pressure on the blue-robed Taoist diminished sharply, and the tempestuous dance of his flag intensified further. In but a moment, Qingming and the blue-robed Taoist united their strengths to vanquish the ferocious beasts. I, Taoist Hunkin, extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance, my friend. The youthful Taoist stood with his flag, a radiant orb spinning gracefully above his head, casting a picturesque glow upon his features, still tinged with a hint of astonishment. A flicker of surprise crossed Qingming's eyes, for he had not anticipated that the first wise being he would encounter in this primeval realm would be this familiar figure. Renowned in later generations, he inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect. Taoist Hunkin, you are too kind. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. I am Qingming. Hunkin smiled gently. For you, it may be a mere trifle, but for me, it is a matter of life and death. His gaze swept over the Hongming measuring ruler at Qingming's waist, clearly impressed by its might displayed in their recent battle. Qingming laughed heartily, You jest, my friend. With your cultivation, I am certain you would have managed effortlessly even without my assistance. Hunkin, however, remained non-committal and instead inquired with keen interest. Where does your journey lead you, Taoist Qingming? Qingming raised his gaze toward the distant horizon, as if seeking to pierce the endless void. I seek to journey to Zhou Mountain, to pay homage to the legacy of the great Pangu. Zhou Mountain. Hunkin's expression became slightly solemn. I visited its base tens of thousands of years ago. The pressure from Pangu was overwhelming. Even with my cultivation as a Tai golden immortal, I could barely stand at the foot of the mountain, let alone ascend further. He was born of the fusion of the wind and water spirits among the innate four spirits, possessing a part of the essence of the speed demigod, mastering the swiftness of the world, and achieving the mid-stage of Tai golden immortal. Yet, even so, he felt as insignificant as an ant before Zhou Mountain, only able to stand at its base and gaze in awe. Qingming, astonished, remarked, with your cultivation, you could only reach the base? Hunkin nodded, then scrutinized Qingming with a smile. I perceive that your aura is complete. You must have reached the pinnacle of the Tai realm. Perhaps you could ascend even higher. Qingming humbly replied, I was fortunate to have broken through. Given the depth of your foundation, I believe your breakthrough is merely a matter of time. Hunkin laughed freely and clasped his hands together, saying, in the path of cultivation, where is there room for luck? You are too modest. The two exchanged smiles, sharing a sense of camaraderie that suggested they had known each other far longer than this encounter. After a brief pause, Hunkin turned serious. Since you intend to travel to Zhou Mountain, I shall not delay you further. However, I must impart a word of caution before your departure. Qingming inclined his head. Please, do share your insights. Hunkin spoke gravely. The road to Zhou Mountain is fraught with peril, as ferocious beasts roam the path. You must exercise caution. Should you encounter other tribes besieged by these beasts, I hope you will extend your aid. Seeing the look of uncertainty on Qingming's face, Hunkin clarified. Though the ferocious beasts lack intelligence, their numbers are overwhelming and they know only destruction. Many nascent races have been slaughtered to near extinction by them, leaving few wise beings like us. Understanding dawned on Qingming. For beings like them, the ferocious beasts were akin to a malignant tumor in the cosmos, incapable of communication and wantonly ravaging the primordial resources, thus deserving swift eradication. Yet, their sheer numbers rendered it impossible to eliminate them solely by the might of innate divine beings, which is why many powerful innate entities would intervene to protect the emerging intelligent races, aiding their growth. Qingming solemnly nodded. Rest assured, my friend. Should I encounter such a situation, I will not stand idly by. Such aberrations, ignorant of the great path, must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity to restore clarity to the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this, Hun Kuan nodded in agreement and presented a luminous jade slip. If fate allows, dear friend, come seek me in the North Sea of the underworld on another day. My place of enlightenment resides here, and we shall discuss the profound truths together then. Qingming accepted the slip with a smile, his consciousness swiftly imprinting the location in his mind. Very well, should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly pay a visit to you in the North Sea. The two exchanged courteous farewells. With a surge of sword light beneath his feet, Qingming soared away like a five-colored rainbow, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Hun Kuan stood rooted in place, gazing in the direction of Qingming's departure, his eyes shimmering with divine light as he murmured to himself, the path of the five elements heralds yet another great practitioner into the world. This indeed is a fortunate occurrence for the primordial realm. Chapter 23. Roaming the primordial world, acquiring a mount after parting ways with Hun Kuan. Qingming embarked on his journey upon the sword, the five-colored sword rainbow streaking across the sky like a meteor, racing toward the towering Zhou Mountain at the heart of the primordial realm. This primordial expanse is truly vast. Why has it not yet come into view? Qingming lay languidly upon a cloud of auspicious colors, a sprig of innate spiritual herb clutched between his teeth, muttering in boredom. Did not the novels of my previous life proclaim that treasures were abundant at the dawn of creation? That innate spiritual treasures could be found effortlessly? Why, in my case, is it so difficult to even find a decent spiritual fruit? He sighed, flicking his fingertip, a strand of sword energy severing the spiritual herb into several segments. Did we not promise that our kind would not deceive one another? Roar. Just as he was inwardly grumbling, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. The sound waves surged like a tide, causing the cloud sea within 1,000 miles to roil and disperse, even making the auspicious cloud beneath him tremble. Qing Ming's figure flickered, standing upon the cloud, his previous languid demeanor vanishing in an instant. Clad in azure robes that billowed like a sword drawn from its sheath, he exuded an unmistakable sharpness. With eyes like lightning, he pierced through the clouds toward the source of the sound. In a valley tens of thousands of miles away, a dark mass of ferocious beasts was ruthlessly besieging a group of six-winged centipedes. The beasts clearly held a numerical advantage, while the six-winged centipedes defended their position within the valley. Though the centipedes were large and appeared fearsome, they evidently belonged to an intelligent race. Remembering Hun Kuan's parting words, a chilling light flashed in Qing Ming's eyes. These aberrations truly deserved to perish. Fortunately, despite their numbers, the valley was not wide, and it seemed that at the valley's exit, there existed a natural formation obstructing the advance of the ferocious beasts. However, under the relentless assault from the beasts, the formation's protective barrier was visibly on the verge of collapse, clearly unable to withstand for long the calamity of extinguishing the world. With a flash of sword light beneath his feet, Qing Ming ascended above the valley, drawing forth the primordial measuring ruler, and with a clear shout, he wielded it as a sword. The ruler cleaved through the air, and in an instant, a sword energy as fierce as a falling sun rent the skies, crashing down into the midst of the beast horde. Boom! The violent surge of spiritual energy erupted, sending more than a dozen ferocious beasts flying. Among the scattered limbs and severed arms, the remaining beasts collectively roared, their crimson eyes turning toward Qing Ming, their fury surging into the heavens. Within the valley, the leader of the six-winged centipedes, Wu Shuanghan, anxiously observed the crumbling formation. Suddenly, the intensity of the formation's defense diminished. Elder, why has the assault from the ferocious beast clan suddenly weakened? Leader, look outside the formation. A voice called out urgently. As the six-winged centipede, Wu Shuanghan, trembled with anticipation, he gazed through the shimmering barrier to behold a figure clad in azure robes, suspended in midair. In his grasp, a long purple jade staff sliced through the air, each swing unleashing a brilliant and fierce sword qi that cleaved downwards. The figure moved through the throngs of beasts as if traversing an uninhabited realm, leaving a trail of bloodshed in his wake as the ferocious creatures succumbed to their demise. Quickly, activate the formation to assist our comrade in vanquishing the savage beasts. With the Patriarch's command, countless six-winged centipedes surged forth from the valley. Observing this, Qing Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, realizing that the clan he aided was not ungrateful. 5 elements sword formation arise. Previously, Qing Ming had refrained from exerting his full strength in order to hone his swordsmanship. Now, he unleashed his power to minimize the casualties among the centipede clan. 5 sharp swords of concentrated sword intent encircled him, transforming into a terrifying sword array that mercilessly slaughtered the beasts. The centipede clan members watched in astonishment, unable to fathom that the mysterious figure had not yet unleashed his full potential. His might far surpassed their expectations. Just as the battle neared its conclusion, Qing Ming suddenly raised an eyebrow as he noticed one of the savage beasts stealthily retreating, deliberately targeting the weaker defenses of the centipedes to break through. Interesting. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qing Ming's eyes. Savage beasts were typically devoid of intelligence, mindlessly wreaking havoc. How could one possess the discernment to assess the situation? Beneath the veil of his spiritual power, the creature, adorned with 3 menacing heads, bore a vertical eye that opened and closed at the center of its dragon-like visage, its body resembling a qilin, enveloped in a terrifying aura of chaos. However, unlike the other beasts, this one exhibited clarity in its gaze, even harboring a hint of cunning, clearly indicating the emergence of intelligence. Trying to escape? With a mere flick of his finger, Qing Ming summoned 5 resplendent swords from the void, which plummeted like divine retribution, forming a cage of sword qi that ensnared the creature within. As the last savage beast fell, the 6-winged centipede clan leader, Wu Shuanghan, hurriedly fluttered forward. His 6 crystalline wings lowered in a bow, expressing his profound gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives." With a casual wave of his hand, Qing Ming dismissed the formality. It was but a trivial effort. He then approached the imprisoned 3-headed beast. To his surprise, as he drew near, the creature suddenly lay its 3 heads upon the ground, and the central eye emanated a human-like plea. Please, esteemed elder, spare my life. I am willing to submit. Qing Ming was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, while Wu Shuanghan behind him wore a look of astonishment. This beast can speak. It possesses intelligence. A spark of interest ignited in Qing Ming's eyes as he scrutinized the peculiar creature before him. The three-headed form evoked memories of the first chaotic deity he had encountered during the Primordial Age, the Chaos Demon, who had shattered the heavens. Could it be that I share a connection with this three-headed anomaly? A subtle smile graced Qing Ming's lips as he observed the creature with increasing satisfaction. Not only had it awakened its intelligence, but its formidable appearance also resonated with strength and dominance, making it an excellent candidate for a steed. To my knowledge, the savage beast clan lacks intelligence, Qing Ming remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his azure robe billowing without wind. Could it be that you are the sovereign of the savage beasts? All three heads shook in unison, the central dragon head responding with reverence. In times of confusion, I inadvertently consumed a spiritual treasure, later realizing it was the superior innate spiritual treasure, the purification soul bell, which can cleanse the malevolent energy of the primordial spirit and nurture the true essence of the soul. As it spoke, the vertical eye on its forehead abruptly opened wide, revealing a pristine white jade bell. The bell, no larger than a fist, emanated a purifying light that cleansed the soul. Its body was entwined with innate Tao patterns, and each gentle quiver dispelled the surrounding malevolent energy by 3 paces. A gasp of astonishment arose behind, as the six-winged centipede clan members displayed expressions of sheer horror. The clan leader, Wu Shuanghan, was particularly fervent upon hearing about the superior innate spiritual treasure. However, he quickly seemed to recall something, and bowed his head in haste. Qing Ming cast a casual glance at the soul-cleansing bell before redirecting his attention to the three-headed prison dragon. I perceive you possess some fortune. Would you be willing to become my steed? The three heads nodded vigorously, having just witnessed Qing Ming's formidable prowess. Satisfied by their understanding, Qing Ming replied, "Safeguard the soul-cleansing bell. I do not covet the treasures of my own mount." The three-headed prison dragon displayed a simultaneous look of delight and promptly swallowed the jade bell back into its belly. Turning to Wu Shuanghan, Qing Ming remarked, "This place is rife with ferocious beasts. It is unwise to linger. You should seek another refuge." Wu Shuanghan hurriedly bowed, his 6 wings unfurled. "We shall never forget your great kindness, esteemed elder. May I inquire your honorable title?" "I am known as Qing Ming," came the reply. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Qing Ming gracefully alighted upon the broad back of the three-headed prison dragon. Gently patting its scaly neck, he declared, "From this day forth, you shall be called Ghidorah. Now, let us head towards the Zhou Mountain." Ghidorah let out a thunderous roar, flapping its wings as it soared into the sky, carrying Qing Ming like a streak of dark golden light towards the majestic, divine mountain at the heart of the primordial realm. Chapter 24. Enlightenment at Zhou Mountain above the vast sea of clouds. Ghidorah's golden scales glistened under the brilliant sun as it traversed the primordial world with Qing Ming aboard. Journeying from the northern territories to the central regions, they beheld the magnificent landscapes of the primordial universe and witnessed countless fierce battles. The towering Zhou Mountain gradually revealed its silhouette, resembling a colossal pillar supporting the heavens at the world's end. Qing Ming stood with his hands clasped behind him on Ghidorah's expansive back, his dark blue robe billowing in the howling wind. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow as he observed countless ferocious beasts surging southward across the wasteland below, a dark tide that seemed to stretch endlessly. "Ghidorah." Qing Ming gently tapped his steed's neck. What could be the reason for these beasts migrating southward? Ghidorah attentively sensed the situation, its central head tilting slightly as it replied in a deep tone, "My lord, it appears that a ruler has arisen among the ferocious beasts, summoning them to gather in the south." Qing Ming's eyes narrowed, his profound gaze seemingly piercing through miles of clouds to reach the southern horizon, murmuring, "Is it the divine reversal?" After a moment of silence, he inquired, "As a member of the ferocious beast clan, what do you foresee for their future?" Ghidorah's 3 heads bowed in unison, a flicker of complexity flashing in their 6 vertical eyes. After a long pause, Ghidorah spoke, its voice heavy as thunder, "My lord, though the ferocious beast clan is numerous, they lack intelligence. They slaughter living beings upon sight and devour spiritual veins without restraint. If this continues, it is likely they will not meet a favorable end." Qing Ming nodded slightly. his sleeves fluttering in the wind. The ferocious beasts are born of chaotic, demonic resentment and the malevolent essence of creation, inherently unwelcomed by the heavens and the earth. Moreover, with their innate intelligence yet to awaken, they remain unable to coexist with other primordial races, ultimately destined to become mere fodder for the cultivation of myriad beings. However, every entity possesses a glimmer of hope. The ferocious beasts, by purifying the malevolent energies of the world, contribute to the cosmos, and thus should inherently have a chance at survival. Yet, Ghidorah, shaking its three heads, cast a puzzled glance towards Qingming, awaiting further elucidation. Qingming's voice resonated softly. The monarch of the ferocious beasts you just mentioned is indeed the principal architect of their impending demise. What? The three heads swiftly turned, their vertical pupils brimming with astonishment. A slight smile graced Qingming's lips as his gaze transcended time and space, envisioning the formidable figure of the Beast Emperor commanding legions of beasts. He gestured towards the surging tide of creatures below and remarked, "Behold, the monarch's ability to command such a colossal horde. What a terrifying power! With such might, how could one possibly resign to solitude? It would inevitably incite a tempest of bloodshed, seeking to dominate the primal wilderness. This would only compel the innate deities and myriad races to unite and obliterate the ferocious beasts entirely." Upon hearing this, Ghidorah felt a tremor within, its three heads bowing in contemplation of Qingming's words. Qingming chuckled lightly, his tone shifting to one of ease. "Now that you have aligned yourself with me, you have shattered the chains of your former fate as a ferocious beast. Worry not. With me by your side, I shall ensure your safety." At these words, Ghidorah raised its three heads in unison, letting out a thunderous roar. Its six wings unfurling as its speed surged dramatically. Qingming stood upon its back, his garments billowing like clouds, his profound gaze fixed on the horizon, seeming to ponder the future upheavals of the primordial realm. Time flowed like a river, and after several 100,000 years, Qingming stood with hands clasped behind his back at the foot of Mount Zhou. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the mountain as if it were a colossal pillar reaching into the heavens. The oppressive aura of Pangu enveloping the surrounding million miles in an ancient and profound atmosphere. This familiar essence, reminiscent of a time long past, transported him back to the chaotic era when he debated with Pangu and fought alongside him against the 3,000 demonic deities, the memories vivid in his mind. "Brother, I shall safeguard the primordial realm. Mount Zhou shall never again witness calamity." Qingming murmured softly, his tone resolute. He stepped forward, ascending Mount Zhou, and with each stride, the world shifted dramatically. A monumental pressure akin to the descent of a divine mountain crashed down upon him, causing his bones to emit a brittle sound under the weight. Within his organs, the quintessence of the five elements felt as if ensnared in a quagmire, rendering the flow of his magical energy exceedingly arduous. It was no wonder that even a figure of Tai's mid-stage cultivation like the mixed Kuan Taoist could only remain at the mountain's base. As Qingming ascended step by step, the pressure only intensified. Amidst this oppressive force, he sensed his magical energy becoming increasingly solid, his internal energies compressing to perfection, and even his physical strength gradually improving. A smile graced his lips, affirming that the narratives from his past life had not deceived him. Indeed, the Pangu pressure atop Mount Zhou proved beneficial for cultivation. At the 36,000th zhang of Mount Zhou, Pangus will manifested as nearly tangible azure-gray chains. With each step Lin Xiao took, the chains coiled tighter around him. Upon reaching the 50,000th zhang, Qingming had transformed into a cocoon of multicolored light, enveloped by a profusion of ancient, intricate Dao patterns. The profound scripture of the Qingming Yudao record flowed through my mind, revealing the essence of the five elements as ethereal radiance emanated from within. Suddenly, a sound echoed as an invisible shackle within me shattered, and the once stagnant power of the five elements became harmonious and fluid. The quintessence of the five elements achieved a perfect unity, forming a flawless cycle within me, as if a more formidable power was on the verge of emergence. This was the great perfection of the five qi returning to the origin. The essence of the five elements was about to undergo transformation. Qingming felt elated. The mysteries of the cultivation path, the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, where one comprehends the laws and can wield the power of rules through divine abilities, the realm of the De Luo Golden Immortal, where the essence transforms into the rules of heaven and earth, allowing one to command the power of the cosmos with mere words and gestures. To transcend into the Deluo Golden Immortal, one must not only achieve the fullness of the 5 chi returning to the origin, but also grasp the power of the heavenly rules. The realm of the Hun Yuan Golden Immortal is where the power of rules metamorphoses into the fundamental laws, gradually mastering the essence of the laws and comprehending their origins. Ultimately, the realm of the Hun Yuan Deluo Golden Immortal signifies the complete understanding of the power of laws, the enlightenment of the fundamental principles, and the realization of one's own path of laws. This process is what is known as the proof of the laws, leveraging the essence to move the rules, evolving rules into laws, and finally transforming laws into the power of the great Tao. At this moment, Qingming had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and the essence of the 5 elements could transform into the rules of the 5 elements at any moment. Perhaps all that was needed was a single opportunity to complete the metamorphosis and truly step into the realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Ha! Qingming laughed heartily towards the heavens, marveling at the unexpected joy of his journey to Zhou Mountain, not only witnessing its grandeur, but also experiencing such delightful surprises. Reflecting upon the tales of the future, where Deluo roamed freely and golden immortals were as numerous as dogs, he couldn't help but smile at the current state of the primordial world, where the Deluo Golden Immortal was considered the pinnacle of combat power. Just as Qingming reveled in his thoughts, his primordial spirit suddenly stirred with a sense of urgency. In the depths of his being, there seemed to be an almost imperceptible call, guiding his heart and mind towards an unknown direction. Chapter 25. The Innate Supreme Treasure. The Qiankuan Cauldron. Could this be my fortune? A glimmer of joy flashed in Qingming's eyes as the colors swirled within. He was well aware of the treasures abundant atop Zhou Mountain, and he knew that any artifact originating from there was of exceptional quality. The treasures that aided the 3 pure ones in their enlightenment, such as the white jade crutch, the 3 treasures of the jade rui, and the Qingping sword, were all transformed from the 24th grade primal chi lotus of Zhou Mountain. Even the Taiji Saint's fan that scorches heaven and boils the sea, along with the exquisite innate spiritual root of the gourd vine, all hailed from this very mountain. Moreover, the purple gold gourd born from the innate gourd vine, the demon summoning banner, the celestial severing flying knife, and the soul dispelling gourd, each of these was a treasure capable of shaking the primordial world. Ha ha! It is finally my turn. May Brother Pangu bless me. Qingming laughed heartily, causing the clouds within the mountains to churn. With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light, following the mysterious sensation straight towards the mountainside. As he journeyed halfway, the scenery before him abruptly changed. The void rippled like water, and a natural cave appeared amidst the ethereal landscape. Were it not for that guiding force, even a Deluo Golden Immortal would find it difficult to perceive this blessed land shrouded in an innate grand formation. An innate grand formation. Qingming's pupils constricted. Before him, the cave entrance was shrouded in a haze of chaos, where the dual energies of yin and yang spiraled like ethereal dragons, faintly composing a naturally harmonious diagram of the Taiji formation. This formation resonated with the profound mysteries of creation at the dawn of the universe, encapsulating the exquisite balance of heaven and earth, embracing the transformations of yin and yang, and truly represented a rare primordial array from the primordial wilderness. After a moment of contemplation, Qingming clapped his hands and laughed, exclaiming, "What a masterful stroke of heaven's creation! What an extraordinary primordial array of Qiankuan!" Setting aside any treasures that might lie within the cave, the mere existence of this primordial formation presented a significant opportunity. Primordial great arrays are born from the evolution of the rules of heaven and earth, imbued with boundless profundities. If one could thoroughly comprehend them, it would not only greatly benefit one's understanding of the formation path, but also provide insight into the ultimate truths of the universe. Although the art of formations does not fall under the 3,000 fundamental pathways, it serves as a direct shortcut to the essence of the rules, ultimately being summarized, evolved, and perfected by future generations into a postnatal great path. The so-called primordial great path comprises the 3,000 fundamental pathways, while the postnatal paths include arts such as formations, artifacts, alchemy, swordsmanship, worldly pursuits, and the paths of emotions and desires. According to Qingming's understanding, The postnatal great paths are not merely creations out of nothing. Some pre-existed in an incomplete form, later refined and inscribed into the great path or heavenly path by later generations. With this thought, Qingming suddenly gained clarity. Now, as the primordial wilderness unfolds, countless naturally evolving primordial formations are scattered throughout the world, containing infinite mysteries of the formation path. This represents the optimal moment to delve into and perfect the art of formations, possibly allowing one to carve a new path and become the progenitor of the formation path, even if he did not pursue the formation path for his own enlightenment. Passing it on to his disciples would still constitute a direct lineage leading to the profound Tao of the primordial chaos. With this realization, Qingming hesitated no longer and stepped boldly into the formation. In an instant, the world spun around him, as if he had plunged into the chaotic, unformed primordial realm. The interplay of yin and yang swirled. The vastness of heaven and earth was boundless, and the power of creation surged around him. The cycles of yin and yang intertwined. The distinctions of purity and turbidity ascended and descended, and countless primordial Tao patterns flickered in the void, each containing the most fundamental truths of the universe. Qingming immediately settled into a meditative posture in the void, a cloud of auspiciousness appearing above his head. The five energies converged, transforming into a canopy of the five elements, harmonizing with the surrounding array patterns. After what felt like an eternity, one day, a great sound of the Tao resonated within the once silent array. The moment Qingming opened his eyes, galaxies seemed to flicker within his gaze, revealing the wondrous phenomena of the array's evolution. At that moment, he perceived that the grand formation had transformed, no longer obscure but composed of countless intertwined patterns of rules. So it is, Qingming mused as he gently caressed the void, his fingertips tracing the flowing Tao patterns. The art of formations, indeed, involves the arrangement of array patterns to manipulate the powers of the heavenly laws. Basic formations can summon the forces of heaven and earth, while advanced formations can alter the rules within a region, even opening up new universes. Array patterns serve as lines akin to Tao patterns, bridging the connection between all things in heaven and earth. The mysteries of the formation path are truly all-encompassing. With a sigh of awe, Qingming waved his hand to disperse the formation and stepped into the cave. As he entered the cave, the chaotic spiritual energy enveloped him, causing every pore of his skin to quiver with exhilaration. Traversing through the shadowy passage, one's vision suddenly expands into a small realm, shrouded in a mystical fog. At the center, a pool of milky essence flows serenely, each droplet seemingly imbued with the power of creation. The mere waft of its fragrant aroma evokes an insatiable hunger within him, even at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. This is the primordial essence distilled from Pangu's spinal fluid. Qingming's pupils constrict sharply, and his fingertips tremble slightly. The primordial essence is a supreme treasure for corporeal cultivation, possessing a significant fortifying effect even for those in the Hongyuan golden immortal stage. The sight of this pool of primordial essence is nothing short of a tremendous fortune. Although it bears the awkward connection of being his elder brother's spinal fluid, the thought that this realm itself is a manifestation of his brother alleviates any discomfort. With resolute determination, he retrieves a low-grade, innate spirit treasure, the gathering spirit bottle. It ascends into the air, its mouth opening and closing as if a great whale is drawing in water. The milky essence transforms into a swirling galaxy, completely engulfed by the bottle. Just as he prepares to depart, an unexpected sense of loss washes over his consciousness, as if he is about to miss out on something crucial. Qingming raises an eyebrow, his gaze falling upon the large pit left by the collection of the primordial essence. With a flicker of intention, 5 strands of sword intent erupt from his fingertips, cleaving towards the bottom of the pool. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberates, causing the cavern to tremble, as layers of rock peel away to reveal a 3-legged, 2-eared bronze cauldron slowly emerging. The cauldron is inscribed with patterns of creation, emanating a faint, mysterious glow. Goodness! The Qiankuan cauldron? Qingming's breath catches in his throat. This cauldron is an innate treasure. It can revert to its original state, refine all things, and defy the innate order. Using this cauldron, one can forge innate spirit treasures from acquired materials. It is known that even in later times, the Tao ancestor Hongjun distributed numerous treasures, including the 3 treasures of creation, yet the Qiankuan cauldron remained with him. Even when Nuwa mended the heavens, she merely borrowed it, returning it afterward. This demonstrates its unparalleled value. What a treasure almost slipped past my grasp. Qingming caresses the cauldron's weathered patina, his eyes sparkling with excitement. According to legends from a past life, this Qianquan cauldron should belong to the ancestor of Qianquan, only to be claimed by Hongjun after the former's demise. However, with the heavenly law yet to emerge, treasures rightfully belong to the worthy. Who cares about the ancestor of Qianquan? What does he mean to me? Instantly, he channels his consciousness into the cauldron. A resonant hum fills him as he feels a profound connection intertwining with his spirit, mastering the chaotic space within the cauldron and its mysteries of creation. Gently stroking the cauldron, Qingming chuckles. This Zhou mountain is indeed my blessed land, brother Pangu. As my kin, remains in my heart. Chapter 26. The Beast King. Taowu stepping beyond the boundaries of Zhou mountain, Qingming feels invigorated. This ascent not only perfected the 5 qi returning to origin, but also bestowed upon him the 2 treasures of primordial essence and the Qianquan cauldron, a true fortune, laden with blessings. Previously, due to Jadola's insufficient cultivation, merely at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, he was incapable of enduring the Pangu pressure atop Zhou mountain and had to wait at its base. As Qingming arrived at the location where he had previously parted ways with Ghidorah, he found no trace of him. A sudden darkness clouded his expression as his consciousness swept across the heavens and the earth. In an instant, his figure flickered and he tore through the void, disappearing from sight. In a desolate expanse thousands of miles away, the ground trembled. Hundreds of colossal beasts marched in formation, each step shattering the very mountains beneath their feet. At the forefront, several of these creatures bore crimson chains coiled around their necks, the other end of which was shockingly tethered to the barely conscious Ghidorah. Dark golden dragon blood dripped from his broken wings, seeping into the ground and creating scorched craters. With a thunderous roar, the leading beast king cleared 3 solitary peaks from its path. Resembling a winged demon tiger, its back was adorned with bronze-like spines that gleamed coldly, while its mouth harbored 2 menacing tusks that radiated a murderous intent. Most striking were its blood-red eyes, which glinted with an unmistakable ferocity, signifying that this was a true beast king. Qingming stepped forward, soaring above the beastly horde. What of a beast king? Could a beast king capture my steed? Such folly. Without uttering a word, Qingming brandished the primordial measuring ruler, the essence of chaos and yellow energy, transforming into a colossal measuring rod that crashed down with tremendous force. This strike, fueled by rage, shattered the void before it even made contact. With a furious roar, the Beast King Taowu bellowed in response, its god-slaying tusks swelling to immense proportions as it braced against the measuring ruler like a celestial pillar. The collision produced a cataclysmic sound, sending shockwaves that tore the surrounding clouds into circular fragments. Taowu was forced to retreat with each step, causing the ground to fracture and magma to surge forth. At the pinnacle of Tai, a flicker of seriousness crossed Taowu's crimson gaze. As one of the 4 great beast kings, it had reached the late stage of Tai, and anyone capable of suppressing it at this level was likely at the pinnacle of Tai as well. It did not dare to consider the great Luo realm, as even their own royal god, the Great Reverse, had not achieved such a breakthrough. Furthermore, the current celestial environment, infused with the will of the heavens and the pressure of the Great Path, imposed a significant restraint on cultivation, making ascension to the great Luo realm exceedingly difficult. Who are you to obstruct this king's path? How dare you touch my steed? Qingming's cold voice echoed from the heavens. The measuring ruler hovered beside him, chaos and yellow energies cascading like a waterfall. He cast a glance at Ghidorah, who was being carried by the beasts, his 3 dragon heads drooping, scales in tatters. Taowu was momentarily stunned. It had not anticipated someone would consider a beast as a mount. However, upon recalling the unique nature of that particular beast, understanding dawned upon it. With a cold smirk, it declared, I am the Beast King Taowu. You dare use my kin as your steed? Ah, but what of it? Qingming chuckled lightly. If I so wished, I could even use that divine reversal as my mount. You seek death. Taowu roared, its spine spikes suddenly detaching and transforming into countless bronze arrows that shot through the sky. Each spike was entwined with chaotic malevolence, leaving behind dark trails of corrosion in the void. This was unmistakably its innate divine ability, the god-slaying piercing spear. Unfazed, Qingming summoned an ancient, grand cauldron above his head. The chaotic currents of the Dinko engulfed the myriad of sharp spikes, revealing the newly acquired innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. A roar erupted. The crimson glare in the blood-red eyes of the Taowu surged violently. Once more, it unleashed its supernatural powers, and a torrent of ominous black mist erupted from its body. This mist was exceedingly strange, swiftly enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles, obscuring not only vision, but also suppressing spiritual perception to within a mere 10 zhang. From within the black fog came the chilling laughter of Taowu, echoing left and right, elusive and unpredictable. Humph! A mere display of trickery, Qingming scoffed, as a radiant burst of multicolored light suddenly erupted from his sleeve. The dazzling sword light, akin to the sun's ascent, melted the black mist like snow. As the sword formation expanded, the astonished figure of Taowu gradually became discernible. Found you. Qingming stepped forward, shattering the void, and brought down the Qian Kuan Ding forcefully. The Ding, imbued with the essence of the cosmos, descended with overwhelming power, crashing onto Taowu's back. With a crisp crack, the bronze spikes behind Taowu shattered inch by inch. Taowu roared in agony, its fangs suddenly protruding, enveloped in a dark light radiating an aura of annihilation. Clang! The Qian Kuan Ding turned slightly, its yellow and black light rippling like water. The fangs, capable of piercing the Tai Dharma body, struck the Ding yet left not a single mark. Taowu retreated 1,000 zhang, its form flickering and transforming into an innate Dao body, clad in obsidian armor and wielding a pair of bizarre weapons resembling fangs. Their blades entwined with the essence of slaughter, undoubtedly another innate spiritual treasure. Who are you? Taowu's expression turned grave, the pressure emanating from this individual rivaling that of the Beast Emperor. Could this person, like the Beast Emperor, also be a reincarnation of a chaotic demon god? Contemplating this, Taowu suddenly executed an enigmatic incantation. Instantly, the ferocious beasts under its command had crimson eyes, recklessly charging towards Qingming without regard for their lives. Even more bizarrely, from the corpses of the fallen beasts, their bloodthirst surged like rivers returning to the sea, flooding into Taowu's body. Qingming furrowed his brow, observing Taowu's aura escalating rapidly. Soon reaching the pinnacle of Tai, armed with dual blades, Taowu charged at Qingming once more. After several exchanges, a resounding impact echoed. Taowu was once again sent flying. Even with the power of blood sacrifice elevating its cultivation to the perfection of Tai Golden Immortal, a vast chasm remained between it and Qingming. Qingming was no ordinary Tai perfectionist, being but a step away from entering the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal. And he possessed treasures such as the Hongming, Liangtian Ruler, and Qian Kuan Ding. Realizing that it could not contend with its opponent, Taowu cast a glance at the ferocious beast Ghidorah and decisively chose to flee. With Taowu's command, the remaining ferocious beasts surged toward Qingming like a tide. Meanwhile, Taowu transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing miles away in an instant. Taowu's intention to capture Ghidorah stemmed from its discovery that Ghidorah, as a ferocious beast, had developed sentience and distinctly lacked the bloodline of a beast king. The ferocious beast clan, whether the 4 kings or the 2 emperors, were all connected to the chaotic demon god. The reincarnated beast emperor and the god-defying beast emperor were birthed from the remnants of the demon god's soul, while the likes of Chaos, Taowu, and Xiongqi were manifestations formed from the fusion of the chaotic demon god's essence. Yet, to the astonishment of all, even a creature like Ghidorah, a beast not born of the ferocious lineage, could possess intelligence. This piqued the interest of Taowu, who subsequently ensnared it with the intent to study. Unbeknownst to Taowu, Ghidorah was, in fact, the steed of Qingming. After escaping, Taowu chose to return to the headquarters of the Blood Sea Beast clan, for he was on a divine mission to guide the Beast clan back to the southern territories. The incident concerning Ghidorah was purely incidental, yet it bore significance regarding the intelligence of the beast lineage, warranting a report to the Beast Emperor. Chapter 27. Chaos and Cosmos. After Qingming exterminated the remaining ferocious beasts, he unsealed Ghidorah, with the Qian Kuan cauldron hovering above, cascading radiant streams of transformative light. This brilliance fell like nourishing rain, swiftly rejuvenating Ghidorah's shattered golden wings and healing the hidden wounds within its scales. "My lord," Ghidorah exclaimed, its 3 heads raised high, the glimmer of tears shimmering in its 6 dragon eyes, as if thinking it would never see its master again. It turned out that while Ghidorah awaited Qingming at the foot of the Zhou Mountain, it was discovered by Tao Wu, who had come to summon the ferocious beasts. Initially, Tao Wu intended to command Ghidorah to depart alongside the other beasts, only to find that Ghidorah disregarded his summons. Upon closer inspection, Tao Wu was taken aback to discover that Ghidorah, despite lacking the bloodline of a beast king, had attained intelligence, which filled him with delight. He hastily revealed himself to inquire whether there was a viable method to facilitate the emergence of intelligence in more ferocious beasts. Ghidorah, recognizing the true beast king before it, feigned ignorance, claiming to be dazed and unaware of how it had come to possess intelligence. It suggested that perhaps it had ingested something near Zhou Mountain that induced its awakening, hoping to buy time until its master arrived. Having learned of the fate of the beast clan from its master, Ghidorah was reluctant to join their ranks. Tao Wu, dissatisfied with the lack of information, sought to take Ghidorah with him, but Ghidorah resisted, yet was ultimately overpowered and rendered unconscious by Tao Wu's force. Observing Ghidorah's plight, Qingming could not help but chuckle. Enough of this charade. Tao Wu has fled. If you are upset, why not accompany me to the southern lair of the beast clan? Upon hearing this, Ghidorah shook its 3 heads vigorously. My lord, that is unwise. The Beast Emperor is gathering ferocious beasts. It would be prudent to refrain from venturing there. With a dismissive wave, Qingming gazed thoughtfully toward the south. Such significant movements by the divine command suggested that calamity was imminent. It would be best to avoid unnecessary entanglements. He then lazily reclined on Ghidorah's broad back and patted it. Let us proceed eastward. As the clouds billowed, Ghidorah unfurled its 6 wings, carrying its master eastward. Qingming rested his arms behind his head, contemplating their journey. Originally, he intended to first travel westward after departing from Zhou Mountain to meet the legendary demon ancestor Rao, then head south across the boundless blood sea to witness the most perilous land of the primordial chaos, and perhaps visit the southern immortal volcano to see if the Phoenix clan had emerged. The third destination would be the eastern region, to pay homage to the ancestral figure Hongjun at Yujing Mountain, followed by a leisurely exploration of Kunlun Mountain and Shouyang Mountain, renowned peaks from his past life. The ultimate destination was the Eastern Sea. Why, one might wonder, was the journey's end set for the Eastern Sea? This is due to the numerous immortal islands in the East China Sea, where one might seek a suitable place to cultivate. Islands such as Penglai, Fangzhong, or Yingzhou would suffice, and even Janeo Island could serve. At present, it seems one must directly venture eastward, leaving the explorations of the south and north for a future time when one has transcended to the Great Luo and may have the opportunity to embark on those journeys. As they distance themselves from the Zhou Mountain, the oppressive forces of heaven and earth indeed lessen. Qingming can distinctly sense the vitality of the 5 elemental powers within, as if on the verge of breaking free from an invisible shackle. Soon, with a gentle tap of his fingertips upon the dragon scales, he anticipates the moment of transcending to the Great Luo realm, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, allowing him to traverse the vast wilderness at will. No longer burdened by the passage of time spent on travel, amidst the vast sea of clouds, Ghidorah has borne its master through countless epochs. To Qingming's astonishment, the traces of fierce beasts along the way have become increasingly scarce, while the signs of activities from the innate intelligent races have become ever more pronounced. It is likely that with the fierce beasts retreating, these new races have flourished. After tens of thousands of years, they have arrived at the juncture between the central wilderness and the eastern and southern realms. On this day, a sudden surge of malevolence fills the air. Dark clouds swirl ominously, and a blood mist envelopes the land for miles. Accompanying this is a series of intense fluctuations of spiritual energy, suggesting that powerful beings are engaged in combat, with their cultivation levels at least in the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Qingming raised an eyebrow. Such formidable prowess could not belong to nameless individuals, likely familiar faces. He patted Ghidorah's back, urging, "Hurry, let us see." With a powerful flap of its 6 wings, Ghidorah transformed into a golden streak, racing through the void. In a short while, they arrived above a valley. The mountains flanking the valley shimmered as though gilded, radiating a brilliant golden light. The entrance of the valley was strewn with corpses, with hundreds of fierce beasts lying in gruesome repose, their remains exuding a pungent scent of blood, while thousands of other fierce beasts lurked menacingly on the periphery. Deep within the valley, The faint roars of beasts and the explosive sounds of supernatural clashes echoed. Qingming concealed Kadola within the space of the Qiankuan Ding, suppressing their presence, and quietly advanced deeper into the valley. As he progressed, the aura of metallic essence grew increasingly formidable and dense, and he could even faintly detect a subtle fragrance of fruit. Moments later, he finally reached the innermost part of the valley, where two factions stood in a tense standoff. It would be inaccurate to refer to them as two factions. Rather, it was 5 fierce beasts confronting a Taoist clad in golden robes. The leading beast bore an uncanny appearance, resembling an amorphous vortex, its form radiating chaotic, mysterious light, appearing neither entirely canine nor ursine, and was enveloped in dark purple scales, possessing 4 limbs and 6 wings. The 4 beasts accompanying it were equally fearsome: a snarling ape, a boar with menacing tusks, a 3-headed dog with 6 tails, and a bear adorned with bony spines. Opposite them, the golden-robed Taoist had a profound Taoist diagram floating above his head, interwoven in dark yellow hues, resembling an incompletely unfurled cosmic scroll, within which the silhouettes of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies continually collapsed and reformed, as if depicting the cycles of creation and destruction. He held a ruler as dark as ink, its surface adorned with silver Tao patterns resembling fissures in the world, embedded with 9 precious orbs, each seeming to encapsulate a realm. Yet, the Taoist appeared to be in a precarious state, for both the diagram above him and the ruler in his hand emanated a dim light. Old man of Qiankuan, the voice of the beast king rumbled like distant thunder. You dare to seize this precious innate spiritual root from my hands. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Concealed in the shadows, Qingming enveloped himself with the power of the Chaos Pearl, undetected by either the ferocious beasts or the golden-robed Taoist. Upon hearing the words Qiankuan, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Was this not the ancestor of Qiankuan, who was destined to possess the Qiankuan cauldron? Qingming mused, what a remarkable fate. Since such a connection exists, I shall use the Qiankuan cauldron to save you, thus resolving the karmic debt of having sought to claim your cauldron. How delightful! As he pondered, the mention of the innate spiritual root caught his attention, and his eyes gleamed with golden light. Ha! Is my fortune truly this prosperous? Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. Others blessed with abundant fortune are often the children of destiny, and I too am akin to a brother in this realm of existence. It is only natural for my luck to be favorable. Chapter 28. The innate spiritual root. Golden apple. Qingming's gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, and in the deepest part of the valley, he discovered a divine tree entirely gilded in gold, standing beside a colossal golden boulder. The tree towered 9 zhang and 9 qi, its branches and leaves forged from gold, with 9 golden apples hanging from its boughs. Each apple radiated an exquisite pure force of innate gold, tinting the surrounding air a faint golden hue. It was indeed a golden apple tree. Qingming's pupils contracted, and he gasped softly. Though this tree may not rival the likes of the Huangzhong Li, ginseng fruit, or the peach of immortality, it stands as a premier innate spiritual root, even surpassing some exceptional varieties in certain aspects. Blossoming once every 100,000 years, bearing fruit after another 100,000, and maturing after yet another 100,000, it yields only 9 fruits each time. Just 1 fruit can enable a practitioner of the golden immortal realm to achieve perfection in the gold aspect, and most importantly, this fruit aids practitioners in comprehending the laws of gold, serving as a treasured boon even for the great Luo golden immortals. Just as Qingming reveled in his discovery, the battlefield erupted into chaos. The two sides clashed once more. The chaos beast transformed into a humanoid form, 6 wings flaring in fury, dark and murky energy surging like waves. Behind it, 4 ferocious beasts roared thunderously. The simian beast pounded its chest, sending sonic waves that shattered mountains for miles. The pig demon's dripping fangs unleashed a torrent of corrosive blood, forming a river of crimson. The 3-headed canine demon's 6 tails swirled with venomous flames, distorting the very fabric of space, and the bone-spiked giant bear stomped forward, causing the earth to tremble as if struck by thunder. The ancestor of Qiankuan wielded the Qiankuan, the diagram beneath his feet rotating as the phantom of mountains and rivers descended from the Qiankuan map, seemingly intent on stabilizing this realm. Old man Qiankuan, cease your struggles and accept your fate. The chaos beast sneered, its mind-bending mist transforming into an all-encompassing darkness, causing the sky to invert as the sun and moon fell. The pure light emitted by the Qianquan was swallowed by the black fog, vanishing as if it were a cow plunging into the sea. The Qianquan was turned upside down. The ancestor of Qianquan bellowed in anger, fully unleashing the Qianquan map, compressing billions of miles of mountains and rivers as they descended, simultaneously drawing down the stars from the heavens. 9 ancestral mountains, resembling colossal dragons, surged toward the chaos beast, which remained unfazed, its 4 limbs rising like pillars of jade against the 9 divine mountains. At the same time, the 4 ferocious beasts sprang into action. The simian beast lifted an ancestral mountain as a club to strike down. The pig demon spewed forth a corrosive river of blood, ensnaring one of the ancestral mountains. The 3-headed canine demon's 6 tails, akin to venomous dragons, encircled the ancestor of Qianquan, and the bone-spiked giant bear hurtled forth like a falling star, aiming straight for the ancestor's back. Die! The Qianquan swept across, severing the blood river and shattering the mountains. As its edge turned, it summoned the divine light of the celestial bodies to fix the 4 fearsome beasts in place. Simultaneously, the attack of the Qianquan followed closely behind. The 3-headed canine demon howled in agony as one of its heads was crushed into a mist of blood. The chaos entity chuckled coldly, and the mysterious goddess cloak suddenly transformed into a vast dark canopy. The world of Qianquan was inverted. The 5 elements were thrown into disarray. With a thunderous roar from chaos, the map of Qianquan shattered, and blood trickled from the corner of the Qianquan ancestor's mouth as the cracks in the path beneath him spread like a spider's web. Die! Taking advantage of Qianquan's injury, chaos launched another assault, and the mysterious goddess cloak morphed once more into a bone spear, entwined with the chaotic essence of the path. The indestructible body of Qianquan. Upon witnessing this, the Qianquan ancestor immediately ignited his essence blood, transforming his divine form into the pure qi of Qianquan, eager to escape into the void. However, chaos, with its monstrous maw agape, turned the surrounding area into a black hole from which even light could not escape. The pure qi continuously scattered and reformed, ultimately compelled to reveal its original form. Bang! The Qianquan ancestor fell heavily, his robe torn, his hairpin shattered, drenched in blood, and his aura waning. The light of the Qianquan dimmed, while cracks spread across the map above his head. The chaos beast approached the Qianquan ancestor with a sinister grin, manipulating the mysterious god's bone spear inch by inch towards the center of the ancestor's brow. The Qianquan ancestor's face turned ashen, his eyes losing their brilliance, revealing a hint of despair as faint golden blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. The moment was ripe. It was time for my entrance, thought Qingming, observing the scene. With a mere thought, the Qianquan materialized out of thin air, hovering above the Qianquan ancestor's head, showering down a myriad of profound yellow energies. The bone spear struck the light barrier, akin to an ant shaking a tree, creating only the slightest ripple. The 6 wings of the chaos beast suddenly folded, its crimson pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Who dares to appear? Step forth. I am Qingming. Before the words faded, Qingming appeared out of thin air, standing with hands clasped behind his back in the void, his dark blue robe billowing without wind, the essence of the 5 elements swirling around him. At that moment, the Qianquan ancestor, having narrowly reclaimed his life, felt a surge of joy, yet his gaze was fixated on Qingming's Qianquan, revealing a profound longing within his eyes. It seemed as though an instinctual awareness whispered to him that this was intertwined with his fate, a key to his enlightenment. Yet in his current state of injury, he could only bury his greed deep within. Sensing the harmonious and profound aura emanating from Qingming, Chaos's expression grew grave. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary, and perhaps not one he could contend with. Thus, he sheathed the bone spear, speaking in a deep voice. If you wish to save him, take him away. Today, for the sake of your friendship, I shall let him go. However, Qingming merely smiled and shook his head. I intend to save the person. I also seek to take that golden apple tree. Upon hearing this, Chaos's crimson eyes flared with fury. You are being excessive. Arrogant. The chaos beast roared in rage, its chaotic patterns on its 6 wings suddenly igniting. As the foremost of the 4 great kings of beasts, when had it ever endured such contempt? The mysterious goddess cloak unfolded with a thunderous crash, causing the very heavens and earth to turn upside down as the sun, moon, and stars twisted within the dark veil. Roar! The four fearsome beasts joined chaos in their assault on Qingming. The terrifying onslaught surged forth like a tidal wave, the immense energy shaking the valley. Qingming stood with his hands clasped behind his back as the diagram of the five-element sword array gradually unfurled beneath his feet. The cosmic cauldron hovered above, emanating a myriad of profound hues, effectively warding off the ferocious onslaught that dared approach. The cycle of the five elements turned, and with a sweeping motion, the sword cleaved the heavens. A resounding call reverberated as the primordial measuring rod of heaven suddenly radiated with 33 layers of Tao rhythm. Golden, azure, cerulean, crimson, and yellow sword lights materialized from the void, subtly infused with strands of regulatory power. The formidable beast, resembling a monkey, bellowed towards the sky, heaving a colossal boulder as if it were a mountain, intending to crush Qingming. In a mere flick of his finger, Qingming unleashed a golden sword light that shattered the boulder, the sword energy undiminished, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly piercing the great ape's brow. The massive form froze in place, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending plumes of dust swirling. Yet the spectacle was far from over. Qingming waved his sleeve, and countless sword talismans encircled him like a galaxy, illuminating the primordial measuring rod of heaven with a dazzling brilliance. One strike fell, akin to the dawn of creation, tearing asunder the dark veil of the illusion. The chaotic beast staggered back, dark purple blood seeping from its mouth, exclaiming, "The power of regulation? Have you transcended to the great Luo?" Qingming offered no reply, raising the measuring rod once more. Heaven's judgment, a thread as fine as a hair sliced through the void, partitioning space as if it were a mirror. The chaotic beast's pupils constricted as it hastily commanded a pig-headed beast to shield itself. With a swift slash, the pig-headed beast was cleaved in two without uttering a sound. Amidst the splattering of tainted blood, the chaos erupted in manic laughter. "You have yet to enter the great Luo." "Ha!" Qingming retorted coldly. "Even without entering the great Luo, it suffices to vanquish you." "What, pray tell, is there to be joyous about?" Ignoring Qingming, the chaotic beast turned to flee into the void, prompting Qingming to pursue, only to be confronted by two remaining beasts, now frenzied in their assault. Furrowing his brow, Qingming thought, again with this tactic? He wielded the primordial measuring rod, intending to annihilate the two beasts before resuming his chase after the chaotic entity. However, as the beasts drew near, their bodies rapidly expanded. Boom! With a cataclysmic explosion, the entire valley trembled, the violent energy shattering the mountains, enveloping the skies in a mist of blood. Once the aftershocks dissipated, the chaotic beasts had vanished without a trace, leaving only the golden apple tree and the venerable ancestor of the cosmic cauldron, safe under Qingming's protection. Chapter 29. The Beast Emperor Qingming strode forth over the shattered stones, his azure robe pristine and unblemished. He regarded the disheveled ancestor of the cosmic cauldron and inquired lightly, "Are you unscathed, my friend?" The ancestor, mustering his strength to rise, wiped away the golden blood from his lips and forced a smile. "I am grateful for your timely intervention, esteemed friend. I am unharmed." Qingming nodded slightly, then turned to collect the innate spiritual root, the golden apple, with the cosmic cauldron. He addressed the ancestor, "I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." The ancestor's expression faltered at this. "You would take away the innate spiritual root just like that? Not even leaving me a single fruit? Is there no share for those who witness?" Nevertheless, he managed to summon a smile, saying, "Wait. May I inquire where you cultivate? I shall repay your life-saving grace in the future." Qingming waved his hand dismissively. "No need. It was but a small effort. I am but a wandering cloud, a free spirit with no fixed abode. Should fate allow, we may meet again." As his words faded, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Qingming harbored no desire to entangle himself further with the venerable ancestor of the universe, for who could ascertain whether he harbored intentions toward his treasured Qian Kuanding? Had he not seized this opportunity to eliminate him and claim the Qian Kuan Shi and Qian Kuan Tu as his own, it would have been the 9 years of compulsory education that had saved him. As the azure light completely faded from the horizon, the countenance of the venerable ancestor darkened instantaneously. Qingming, though the latter had spared his life, the Qian Kuan Ding, which was entwined with his fate, was pivotal to his path to enlightenment, and he could not let this matter rest. Yet, he remained unaware of Qingming's whereabouts for cultivation, necessitating a more cautious deliberation. In the blood-bone plains of the southern wilderness, countless ferocious beasts congregated like a surging tide. The sky was stained a dark crimson with the overwhelming aura of malevolence, causing even the sun, moon, and stars to pale in comparison. The earth trembled under the relentless trampling of innumerable beasts, and the white-boned expanse reverberated with their deafening roars. Atop the peak of the mountain of 10,000 bones stood a magnificent blood-red palace, constructed from the skeletal remains of ancient deities and demons, within which 6 figures emanated an oppressive aura that took one's breath away. In the palace's highest seat, Beast Emperor Shun Ni sat regally alongside the embodiment of reincarnation, while below them stood the 4 great beast kings, Chaos, Xiongqi, Taotai, and Tao, in solemn attendance. Qingming. Shun Ni's voice resonated like the clash of metal, his blood-red gaze sweeping over Chaos. Have you encountered this individual? Chaos, taken aback, was uncertain why Shun Ni would inquire, yet he nodded in affirmation. Indeed. He calls himself Qingming, his strength unfathomable, possibly rivaling your majesty. A profound silence enveloped the hall, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of Shun Ni's fingers against the armrest of the throne. After a brief pause, the embodiment of reincarnation spoke in a low tone. It appears this individual is far from ordinary. According to Tao, the beast that accompanies him is crucial to our plans. Tao then recounted his encounter with Qingming to Chaos, particularly emphasizing the presence of the intelligent beast steed, which, despite lacking the bloodline of a beast king, had achieved sentience. Upon hearing this news, Chaos was astounded, for among the myriad clans of ferocious beasts, only 6 had ever attained intelligence. This was due to the amalgamation of the chaos demon god's resentment and the malevolent energy of creation. To develop consciousness, one must suppress the influence of both. This feat could only be accomplished by those possessing the essence and residual soul of the chaos demon god. At this moment, the revelation of a beast without royal bloodline achieving sentience was unprecedented. Suddenly, Shun Ni addressed the embodiment of reincarnation. Do you think this individual could be that fellow from the 5 elements? The embodiment of reincarnation pondered briefly before shaking his head. It is uncertain. Although he engages in battle employing the 5 elements, as per Chaos, his primary method of combat is through the sword. He then turned once more to Tao, inquiring, Tao, what do you surmise could have enabled that beast to attain intelligence? After a moment of contemplation, Tao responded, I believe it may be due to the acquisition of a unique innate treasure at the moment of its birth. Otherwise, how could it have nullified the influence of resentment and malevolence? Shun Ni rose slowly, the sound of his dark gold armor clashing echoing. Let this matter be noted for now. That Qingming must have reached the pinnacle of Tai. Once the ferocious beast dynasty is established, I shall personally seek him out. Subsequently, the 6 ascended to the summit of the mountain of 10,000 bones, where a grand altar stood. The altar, adorned with ancient beast patterns, glimmered with a sanguine light. At the forefront stood the divine reversal and the cycle of rebirth, with Chaos, Xiongqi, Taowu, and Taotai positioned behind them. Below the mountain was a throng of ferocious beasts, their crimson eyes gleaming with both submission and fervor. A thunderous roar erupted, echoing like a celestial proclamation. As the voice of the divine reversal reverberated through the southern domain, I, divine reversal, cycle of rebirth, declare myself the emperor of the ferocious beasts. Today, I establish the ferocious beast dynasty, commanding the clan of ferocious beasts and ruling over the vast southern domain. Accompanying him were the 4 great beast kings, Chaos, Xiongqi, Taowu, and Taodai. A chorus of roars arose from the myriad ferocious beasts, as if responding to the divine reversal's call, their voices shattering the clouds for miles around. Suddenly, a crimson light surged forth from the altar, and the unseen power of fate descended with a thunderous crash. In an instant, 6 formidable auras shot skyward like celestial pillars. The divine reversal and the cycle of rebirth felt the flow of Tao energy around them, finally breaking free from their shackles and stepping into the realm of the great Luo. The 4 beast kings also experienced a surge in their cultivation, all reaching the pinnacle of the Tai stage. At that moment, the entire southern domain trembled. The hidden innate deities and demons awoke, gazing towards Mount Bone with eyes filled with astonishment. Beneath the blood-red sky, the divine reversal stood with hands clasped behind his back, his scarlet gaze sweeping across the southern domain. From this day forth, the ferocious beasts alone shall reign supreme in this realm. The news of the establishment of the ferocious beast dynasty swept through the wilderness like a tempest. While the extraordinary phenomenon of the divine reversal and the cycle of rebirth breaking into the great Luo shook the very foundations of the universe. The various innate clans and primordial deities reacted differently upon receiving this news. Those in the other four domains sighed in relief. For since the establishment of the ferocious beast dynasty, the majority of the ferocious beasts scattered across the wilderness had been summoned to the southern domain, leaving only a few stragglers who posed no threat to the local innate clans, thus granting these clans time to develop. However, the innate clans within the southern domain wore expressions of concern, preparing for a mass migration, while some primordial deities sensed a deeper implication behind this news. The ancestor of Yin and Yang stood upon the Taiji diagram, observing the surging blood light in the southern domain. The energies of Yin and Yang swirling restlessly in his hands. So this is how the ferocious beast dynasty breaks through to the great Luo. The ancestor of the five elements stood atop a five-colored lotus platform, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Atop Jade Capital Mountain, Hongjun stroked his beard in contemplation. As the Pangu banner before him radiated chaotic light, Rahu hovered in the void, toying with the god-slaying spear, casting a glance at the clan he protected below. A smile gracing his lips, the three brothers, Sangtian, Huangtian, and Qingtian, exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the enlightenment in the other's eyes. These supreme beings had once sheltered certain innate clans and had subtly felt the influence of that mysterious power. Now, witnessing the divine reversal establish the ferocious beast dynasty and break through the shackles to attain the realm of the great Luo, they suddenly understood and began to emulate his example. In a flash, dynasties began to rise across the wilderness. Chapter 30. The Return to the Void, Ascending to Great Luo. Time flew like an arrow, and the years sang their song. During the tumultuous period of the divine reversal's establishment of the ferocious beast dynasty, Qingming had arrived in the eastern wilderness aboard the Kidola. On this day, as Qingming journeyed along the path, intending to visit the legendary Dao ancestor Hongjun at Jade Capital Mountain, he suddenly beheld a peculiar peak rising abruptly, piercing the heavens. The mountain looms like a divine sword, exuding an intense and formidable aura, as if the surrounding sea of clouds has been cleaved asunder by an invisible blade. Gazing upon this peak, Qingming felt a subtle resonance within, as the essence of the sword flowed through his veins with newfound fluidity. What a magnificent celestial sword! His eyes sparkled with fervor as he descended from the clouds. Up close, the mountain was shrouded in mist, brimming with rich spiritual energy that seemed almost tangible. Resembling an ethereal paradise, the mountain emanated a sharpness, as if it truly were a divine blade. As Qingming ascended step by step from the base to the summit, despite the breathtaking scenery, he found no treasures. Yet, an inexplicable intuition guided him, and since entering the mountain, he felt his sword intent flowing with remarkable ease. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he discovered a natural stone platform, the very place to which his inner guidance pointed, yet it was devoid of anything. This was perplexing. Qingming surveyed the empty mountaintop, his heart filled with doubt. He then channeled his true sword intent, unleashing the five elemental sword energies. Five luminous swords spun in the air, forming a primordial sword array. Indeed, as the array activated, a tremendous resonance with the void occurred, causing the air to tremble. A grander sword intent cascaded down from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, a more powerful celestial sword array descended, its fierce intent and terrifying lethality transforming into a realm of death, enveloping Qingming entirely. However, rather than feeling alarmed, he was filled with elation. I knew this mountain was extraordinary. Indeed, he turned to Kidora and said, "This array is perilous. You should take refuge within the space of the Qinkuan cauldron." With that, he placed Kidora into the cauldron, suspending it above his head, with strands of mysterious yellow essence cascading down to form a protective barrier. Within the sword array, Qingming's eyes shone brilliantly as the five elemental sword domains gradually unfolded, intertwining with the murderous aura of the array. The supreme principles of the sword path contained within this array drew him into a profound immersion. As he continued to contemplate, The 5 elemental sword wheels manifested behind him, with the 5 sword intents evolving continuously, radiating resplendent light. At a certain moment, a vibrant explosion of colors erupted. The golden sword light cleaved the void. The green sword light conjured the shadow of the world tree. The dark sword light transformed into the boundless northern sea. The red sword light coalesced into a resplendent sun, and the yellow sword light morphed into a monument, suppressing time and sealing the 8 directions of the universe. Time passed unmeasured until Qingming suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze swirling with 5 colors, as if witnessing the birth and demise of myriad worlds. The sword energy surrounding him surged, resonating with the entire sword mountain. Through this period of contemplation, he had thoroughly comprehended the mysteries of this sword array. The great Luo Wanshang returning void sword array, Qingming murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with enlightenment. This array encompassed all things, and once fully activated, could transform into a black hole of the returning void, annihilating everything. What an extraordinary formation! I wonder how it compares to the extermination sword array. Through his understanding of the supreme sword path embodied within this array, Qingming's cultivation in the sword way experienced a breakthrough, successfully transforming the 5 elemental rules, propelling him into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With this formation as a catalyst, I shall deduce my own great 5 elements extinction return to the void sword array, evolving the return to the void sword realm to vanquish all foes. This array is born from the myriad phenomena of the return to the void sword array and can later incorporate the principles of yin and yang, chaos, and other grand laws, continuously enhancing its might, revealing boundless potential. Each innate grand array indeed embodies the tremendous transformations and opportunities within the cosmos. Qingming sighed in contemplation, then rose, sweeping his robe, causing the sword array space before him to shatter like a mirror. Simultaneously, a brilliant sword radiance surged skyward, as if to cleave the heavens and rend the firmament. Upon the previously barren stone platform, an ancient-style divine sword now stood embedded, emanating a faint spiritual glow, seemingly awaiting its rightful master. At last, a divine sword that belongs to me, ha ha ha. Qingming laughed heartily, extending his hand to grasp the hilt. The divine sword quivered lightly, emitting a melodious sword cry, as if rejoicing in delight. However, in the next moment, he furrowed his brows. This sword is, in fact, incomplete. Subsequently, he imparted a wisp of his primordial spirit to mark it, instantly gaining clarity. So it is. Through refinement, he learned that this sword is named the myriad phenomena return to the void sword, encompassing the myriad paths of heaven and earth. This sword has yet to be fully nurtured, retaining only the final step, which necessitates the wielder's infusion of their own sword path to facilitate its true metamorphosis. Presently, it exists merely as a sword embryo, yet even so, its grade barely qualifies it as a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Should one's own grand path assist in its completion, achieving a perfect transformation, it could undoubtedly transcend limitations and attain the status of an innate supreme treasure. However, that would require him to reach the level of Taoist Hunyuan Dalu before it can be accomplished. What a splendid myriad phenomena return to the void sword. My sword path merges the 5 elements, unites yin and yang, and gives rise to chaos, perfectly aligning with the true essence of this sword. This sword shall serve as the instrument for my path to enlightenment. The light in Qingming's eyes surged, deeply satisfied with this sword. As he exited the mountain, Qingming's countenance radiated with vitality, as if he were entirely rejuvenated. Upon leaving the divine mountain, he exuded an aura of brilliance, his sword intent soaring like a rainbow, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens with every gesture. Previously, atop the mountain peak, he had tested the sword, its light spanning 30,000 miles. Sword energy piercing through the 9 heavens, as if to encompass all creation within its force. After concluding his practice, Qingming sheathed the sword and soared into the sky atop his Kadola. The 3-headed Kadola let out a simultaneous roar, its dragon wings unfurling, instantly tearing through the sea of clouds, carrying Qingming as a brilliant streak of light towards the east. Above the heavens, the sea of clouds surged tumultuously, fierce winds howled, and the dragon wings of Kadola sliced through the vast expanse, leaving behind a trail of radiant brilliance. "Oh, Master, look below," Kadola exclaimed while flying, beckoning to Qingming. There, below lay a colossal city. Qingming gazed downward and beheld a magnificent city perched upon the mountains and rivers, its scale immense, spanning several 100,000 square kilometers. With walls winding like dragons and serpents. Let us descend and take a look. Qingming's gaze flickered. During his prior seclusion to comprehend the sword path and refine the myriad phenomena returned to the Void Sword, the Beast Emperor dynasty had just begun to rise. And the divine inverse had broken through to the Dalu realm amidst the dramatic shifts in the primordial landscape. Unaware of the changes in the primordial realm, upon emerging from seclusion, he was naturally curious upon witnessing such a grand city. Just as they were about to land, a sudden roar erupted. Halt! Who goes there? This is the territory of the sacred dynasty of Qiankuan, where flight is strictly prohibited. From within the city emerged a small team of cultivators, led by an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal. The name Sacred Dynasty of Qiankuan elicited a raised brow from Qingming, who, upon reflection, realized that the wilderness had been quite lively during his secluded meditation. He extended his divine consciousness like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire colossal city. Under the vast mental prowess of a great Luo Golden Immortal, all secrets within the city were laid bare, allowing him to comprehend the circumstances in mere moments. A slight smile graced Qingming's lips. It turned out to be a dynasty established by his comrade, Qiankuan, truly a fateful encounter. Meanwhile, the leading cultivator on the opposing side was drenched in cold sweat, unable to discern the depth of Qingming's cultivation despite his own status as a Tai Golden Immortal. Given Qingming's tone, it seemed he was acquainted with their ancestor. Thus, the cultivator hurriedly bowed and inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name, Senior? Are you familiar with our ancestor? He has gone out to visit friends and will return shortly. If you do not mind, please enter the city and rest for a while." Chapter 31. The chaotic formation of Qiankuan and Wu Ji as Qingming pondered whether to enter the city. A sudden sound of breaking air resonated from the horizon. Two golden streaks of light pierced the sky, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Amidst the trembling void, two young Taoists clad in golden robes emerged. The guarding cultivator was overjoyed and promptly knelt in homage, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed ancestor." However, the ancestor of Qiankuan paid him no mind, his gaze fixated intently on Qingming, his expression betraying excitement. "Qingming, my friend, it is truly fate at play. Today, you must enter my sacred city for a discussion on the Tao." He gestured to the Taoist beside him, saying, "This is my friend, Jin Jiao." Turning to Jin Jiao, he continued with a smile, "This is Qingming, the one I mentioned previously. Had he not intervened, I might have long since fallen into the hands of chaos." Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of inscrutable desire flickered in Jin Jiao's eyes before vanishing. He quickly donned a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Jin Jiao, honored to meet you, Qingming." As a great Luo Golden Immortal, Qingming's perception was exceptionally keen. He had already noticed the brief flash of greed during Jin Jiao's scrutiny. However, he remained unperturbed, wishing to observe the dealings between the ancestor of Qiankuan and Jin Jiao. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "You are both too kind. Please, lead the way." The ancestor of Qiankuan laughed heartily, guiding the way as the trio transformed into beams of light, soaring toward the majestic sacred hall of Qiankuan within the city. Returning to several 100,000 years prior, the ancestor of Qiankuan had been gravely wounded by the Beast King of Chaos. After recuperating, he learned of the emergence of the Beast Emperor established by Shun Ni, who had broken through to the great Luo realm. Immediately, he emulated Shun Ni and founded the sacred dynasty of Qiankuan, subsequently breaking through to the perfected realm of Tai Golden Immortal with the aid of the cosmic fortune. One day, the ancestor of Qiankuan soared on clouds to Jin Jiao's cave abode, seeking out his friend, who had also achieved the perfected Tai realm. During their philosophical exchange, Qiankuan suddenly inquired, "Jin Jiao, I possess news of a high-grade innate spiritual root, the golden apple tree. Might you be interested?" "What?" Jin Jiao's jade cup shattered in his grip, and his eyes gleamed with golden light. The golden apple tree held unparalleled value for cultivators of the metal element, surpassing even the finest spiritual roots. The fruit not only embodies the essence of gold, but also aids practitioners in comprehending the laws of gold, making breakthroughs to the great Luo imminent. Jin Jiao, suppressing his excitement, spoke solemnly, "What is it that you desire, my friend?" Having interacted with Qiankuan for many years, He was acutely aware that this individual never engaged in unprofitable ventures. As anticipated, Qian Kuan Laozu coldly chuckled. That spiritual root was discovered by me first. However, that rascal from Chaos intervened midway. After a fierce battle spanning thousands of rounds, we both suffered devastating losses, only for a certain Taoist to reap the benefits. Oh, Jin Jiao smirked. So, does this Taoist count as your savior? Humph. Qian Kuan Laozu flicked his sleeve dismissively and replied nonchalantly. He merely sought to take advantage. He continued. This person not only possesses the golden apple tree, but also wields 2 treasured artifacts. If you assist me, the Qian Kuan Ding will be mine. And the other artifact along with the innate spiritual root, the golden apple tree, shall belong to you. Upon hearing this, Jin Jiao's eyes gleamed with intensity as he inquired, what is this other treasured artifact you speak of? Rest assured, my friend, Qian Kuan replied. You will not suffer any loss. The other treasure is the innate merit treasure, the Hongming Liang Tian Qi. Were it not for the Qian Kuan Ding's significance to my path, I would undoubtedly choose the Hongming Liang Tian Qi. Jin Jiao's breath quickened at the mention of this treasure. Excellent. I shall heed your words. Where is this person now? Qian Kuan Laozu stiffened at the question, his expression darkening. When I inquired about his cave's location, he merely spoke of wandering clouds and wild cranes. Jin Jiao's gaze instantly filled with fury. Are you jesting with me? Are you merely painting illusions for me? Noticing Jin Jiao's resentment, Qian Kuan Laozu hastily reassured him. Fear not, I have been keeping watch. Should he appear in the eastern region, he shall not escape. From that point onward, their connection grew increasingly intimate, leading up to the present day. Both Qian Kuan and Jin Jiao harbored their own intentions as they lured Qing Ming into the Qian Kuan sacred city. Their motive for not confronting him outside the city was twofold: to allow Qing Ming to lower his guard and to leverage the various strategies Qian Kuan Laozu had established within his stronghold. Within the grand hall of the Qian Kuan sacred dynasty, clouds of auspiciousness swirled, celestial music floated through the air, and ethereal maidens danced gracefully. A jade table was laden with exquisite delicacies and spiritual fruits, while the divine nectar exuded an enticing fragrance. Qian Kuan Laozu warmly entertained his guests, and amidst their laughter, they discussed the profound subtleties of the Tao. Just as the three were immersed in the marvels of the Tao, toasting and drinking, Qian Kuan Laozu's cup suddenly fell to the ground. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattered jade echoed, and both Qian Kuan Laozu and Jin Jiao sprang into action. The entire hall changed dramatically. The Qian Kuan diagram unfurled, obscuring the heavens and sealing the space. The Qian Kuan Qi transformed into towering mountains, descending to suppress. While Jin Jiao's erupted with countless golden rays, their initial strike was a lethal one. Yet, Qing Ming remained unfazed, finishing the divine nectar in his cup. Just as the attacks were about to reach him, the Qian Kuan Ding thunderously manifested, showering down countless threads of profound and yellow transformative energy. The overwhelming force capable of shattering mountains and rivers merely stirred a ripple upon the light screen, leaving Qing Ming unscathed. My Qian Kuan Ding. Qian Kuan Laozu's eyes widened in rage, witnessing the immense power of the Qian Kuan Ding. His jealousy almost materialized. Qing Ming gently caressed the Ding's surface, a smirk playing on his lips. What? No more pretense. Qian Kuan, I have saved your life. Is this how you repay me? Turning his gaze towards the venerable Golden Horn, he exclaimed, Golden Horn, how dare you ally yourself with a treacherous scoundrel like Qian Kuan? This is the stronghold of Qian Kuan. Are you not afraid he will ensnare you as well? Upon hearing these words, Golden Horn hesitated, instinctively distancing himself from Qian Kuan, his eyes betraying a flicker of wariness. Observing this, the venerable Qian Kuan bellowed, Qing Ming, do not sow discord. My bond with Golden Horn is profound. How could your trifling words create a rift? Secretly transmitting to Golden Horn, he urged, do not fall into their trap. The primordial measuring ruler and the golden apple lie before us. We must act swiftly to seize them, lest we invite unforeseen calamities. With a sudden burst of energy, they sprang into action. A resplendent golden light erupted from Golden Horn's crown, his innate golden horn expanding in the wind, transforming into a colossal blade that rent the void asunder. The venerable Qian Kuan, stepping upon the 7 stars, sent the entire holy city into a tremor as myriad patterns emerged from the earth's veins. Conjuring the Qian Kuan infinite chaotic array. Activate. The celestial path tilts. The ninefold celestial palaces manifested from the void, layers upon layers of the 36 celestial realms materializing, each enveloped in the might to shatter stars. Under the oppressive weight of this formidable force, space twisted and collapsed, emitting a lament of unbearable strain. Feeling this immense pressure, Qingming did not reveal his status as a great Luo golden immortal. Instead, he withstood it with the completeness of Tai, as if he were Pangu standing alone amidst chaos, supporting heaven and earth. In that moment, the entire Qianquan holy dynasty trembled. Billions of cultivators looked up in terror, witnessing the sky above the imperial city shatter. The 9 celestial palaces crashing down. Across a vast expanse, powerful figures from various dynasties soared into the void, astonished by the cataclysmic energy fluctuations that forced the venerable Qianquan to utilize the city's protective array. Chapter 32. The Fall of the Primal Deity. Seeing Qingming remain steadfast beneath the protection of the Qianquan cauldron, the vicious glint in Qianquan's eyes intensified. He suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a drop of essence blood upon the array flag, commanding fiercely, "Subdue it." Instantly, the celestial images in the void collapsed, each celestial realm transforming into a weight of billions, crushing downward. The mysterious yellow light of the Qianquan cauldron quaked violently, producing a mournful cry under the strain. Seizing the moment, Golden Horn's colossal blade pierced through, sparks flying as blade met light. "Let us see how long you can endure." Qianquan's visage twisted in rage, his hands forming seals with rapidity, earthly path burial. The ground erupted violently, revealing the abyss of 9 nether, as murky malevolent energy coalesced into countless black chains, each entwined with ancient sealing runes, slithering toward Qingming like sentient beings. "You have underestimated me." Qingming smirked coldly, a glint of frost igniting in his gaze. "Allow me to demonstrate the sharpness of my newly acquired sword." With that, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens. As the vanishing all things sword manifested from thin air, 5 brilliant sword intents erupted from Qingming's being, the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth swirling around the sword, instantly forming the great 5 elements annihilation vanishing sword array. The vanishing sword realm gradually unfolded, and wherever it passed, the yellow spring chains shattered piece by piece, the collapsing celestial images disintegrating into oblivion. "With such meager abilities, do you dare to covet my Qianquan cauldron?" Qingming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Qianquan, you are far from worthy. Seeking death." The venerable ancestor of the universe was incensed, his hair standing on end, as he swiftly formed intricate hand seals with an ethereal grace. The entire formation trembled violently, and the laws of heaven and earth began to distort chaotically. Chaos of the universe, grinding of the cosmos. With a thunderous roar, the ancestor of the universe unleashed the reversal of the 9 palaces of heaven and the 8 desolations of earth, plunging the laws of existence into utter disarray. In this realm, the senses were inverted, and the inner power surged chaotically towards the purple palace. Even the unaffected golden-horned ancestor let out a groan, compelled to summon his innate golden horns to safeguard his mind. Qingming narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he beheld the colossal grinding wheel of the universe manifesting ominously in the skies. The wheel rotated slowly, each turn exuding the terrifying power to obliterate worlds, rendering even the void into chaos. What a magnificent grinding wheel of the universe! Qingming could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the revered ancestor of the universe is not to be underestimated." Instantly, a surge of battle intent ignited within his gaze. With a finger pointed like a sword, the myriad manifestations of the returning to ruins sword erupted in a dazzling display of 5-colored divine light. The essence of the 5 elements was annihilated. The sword intent of the 5 elements erupted with a thunderous force, centering around the returning to ruins sword, transforming into a 5-colored rotating sword formation. Boom! The moment the 2 grinding wheels collided in midair, a profound silence enveloped the world. This was swiftly followed by a cataclysmic shockwave that annihilated all in its path, causing the entire sacred city of the universe to tremble violently, and the runes on the city walls to shatter inch by inch. The void collapsed like fragile glass, twisting into a bizarre vortex. Bang! In a deafening explosion, the boundless chaos formation of the universe and the great 5 elements annihilation sword formation detonated simultaneously. A tempest of raging energy surged across the 8 desolations, causing even the rulers of distant empires, 100,000 miles away, to change countenance. Even the esteemed Hongjun ancestor, who had transcended to the great Luo golden immortal realm, could not help but cast a sidelong glance at the spectacle. As the dust settled, the ancestor of the universe appeared disheveled, his robe tattered, and his internal power nearly depleted. In stark contrast, Qingming stood calmly, his attire only slightly soiled, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. The ancestor of the universe glared at Qingming, snorting derisively, feigning composure. "Qingming, you must be on the brink of exhaustion as well." With that, he turned his gaze towards the golden-horned ancestor, bellowing, "Friend with golden horn, this rascal is at his last gasp. Swiftly subdue him." The golden-horned ancestor swallowed hard, still haunted by the cataclysmic scene that had just unfolded. The formations laid by the ancestor of the universe within the empire were indeed terrifying, and the immense power unleashed by Qingming was equally alarming. In such an intense battle, with the ancestor of the universe now drained of energy, he believed Qingming could not be in a much better state. The thought of the imminent acquisition of the innate spiritual root, the golden apple tree, and the primordial measuring rulers stirred his excitement, and he cast an unabashedly greedy glance at Qingming. "Subdue." The golden-horned ancestor remained vigilant, channeling his golden seal, which swelled into a mountain-sized force descending upon Qingming. Observing that Qingming did not summon the universe cauldron to defend himself, the golden-horned ancestor felt a surge of confidence, convinced that Qingming too must be out of power, and he grinned maliciously as he activated his innate golden horns. "Perish!" The towering golden horn tore through the sky, piercing directly towards Qingming's brow with an unstoppable momentum. Faced with the rapidly approaching lethal golden horn, Qingming's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond. Yet, the golden-horned ancestor could not shake off an unsettling feeling as he gazed upon Qingming's serene visage. The sharp tip of the golden horn drew ever closer to that tranquil visage. 3 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch. An escalating sense of unease surged within the heart of the golden horn ancestor. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he beheld the corner of Qingming's mouth curling into a mocking smile. Alarm surged through him. He realized he might have fallen into a trap. He attempted to withdraw, but it was already too late. A suffocating aura, so powerful that it allowed no room for resistance, erupted from Qingming. A terrifying presence that transcended the very fabric of time and space, wielding the authority of the great Tao. With a casual gesture, Qingming extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the golden horn as if plucking a flower, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering. The treasured artifact cultivated by the golden horn ancestor over countless years was reduced to fragments. The golden horn ancestor, struck as though by lightning, spewed forth a spray of blood that transformed into golden fire in the air. Staggering backward, he howled in disbelief, "The great Tao! You have already attained the great Tao." His gaze, filled with rage and resentment, turned towards Qianquan. "Qianquan, you have betrayed me to this extent. Is this what you call the perfection of Tai?" At this moment, Qianquan ancestor was evidently in a state of confusion, grappling with the realization that Qingming had indeed reached the great Tao while masquerading as merely at the perfection of Tai. Had he known earlier that his opponent had achieved the great Tao, he would never have dared to act at this time. Qingming regarded Qianquan and the golden horn with an expression of calm indifference, stating, "You brought this upon yourself. You must not live." In an instant, a flash of 5-colored sword light swept through, reducing both Qianquan and the golden horn to ashes, leaving behind only a ruler, a map, a golden seal, and a golden horn. After collecting these 4 treasures, Qingming vanished from the grand city of the Qianquan Holy Dynasty, dismissive of the cultivators remaining within. Shortly after Qingming's departure, several figures appeared quietly among the ruins of the Qianquan Holy Dynasty. Each was a formidable being at the perfection of the Tai golden immortal realm, belonging to the ruling powers of the nearby empires. They had sensed the overwhelming aura that had erupted within the Qianquan sacred city, which led them to appear only after Qingming had left. Another powerful being of the great Tao has emerged. "Diandao, you are closest to the Qianquan Holy Dynasty. Do you know who this formidable individual is?" inquired an elder clad in a dark robe. Diandao shook his head, his brow furrowed. "I do not know, only that recently the old man Qianquan and the golden horn have been in close association. However, not long ago, They seemed to have invited a Taoist riding a three-headed fierce dragon into the city for a discussion. The elder Kunwu, adorned in a golden robe, wore a grave expression. After gathering some intelligence, the group dispersed. The news of the mysterious great Tao powerhouse riding a three-headed fierce dragon quietly spread across the vast wilderness. Chapter 33. An invitation from Hongjun. After slaying Qiankuan ancestor and Golden Horn ancestor, Qingming sheathed the Wandering Universe sword and ambled eastward on his three-headed prison dragon. As the dragon flapped its wings, the sea of clouds parted to reveal a golden path. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated from behind. "Fellow Taoist, please hold." Upon hearing that familiar voice, a chill ran down Qingming's spine, and instinctively, he reached for his sword to strike. Suppressing the impulse surging within him, he slowly turned around, his expression darkening as he regarded the newcomer. Before him stood an elderly figure with white hair, yet youthful features, embodying the ethereal essence of a celestial being. Gracefully descending upon clouds, clad in a plain white bagua robe, the old sage exuded an aura of primordial energy, his bright eyes reflecting the cosmos. The left eye seemed to swirl with the movement of galaxies, while the right held the essence of life and death. "I am Hongjun, a humble practitioner, and I greet you, fellow Taoist," the old sage said, bowing respectfully, his voice as soothing as a clear spring trickling over stones. Qingming was momentarily taken aback, having intended to pay a visit to Hongjun himself, only to find the elder seeking him out first. He returned the greeting, saying, "I am Qingming, honored to meet you." Taoist Hongjun. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Hongjun smiled. "I previously sensed a surge of Deluo energy soaring near the Qiankuan sacred dynasty, and thus hurried here to observe. Surely, that Deluo must be you, my friend." Qingming furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an instinctive wariness. "I recall that there is no significant connection between Hongjun and Qiankuan. You are not here to seek a confrontation, are you?" Hongjun, noticing Qingming's displeasure, quickly realized the potential misunderstanding and waved his hand in reassurance. "Do not misconstrue my intentions, dear friend. The path of Deluo is a solitary one, and it is rare to encounter a kindred spirit. I have come to invite you to discuss the Tao and explore its mysteries." Upon hearing this, Qingming felt enlightenment dawn upon him. He had surmised that the venerable Hongjun was adept at forging friendships and fostering connections with the powerful beings of the primordial world. It was no wonder he could summon 3 fellow Taoists during the confrontation with Luo Ho. "Indeed, that is my wish as well. I would not dare refuse." Qingming responded with a hearty laugh. The two chose a nearby mountain suffused with spiritual energy, with Hongjun deliberately avoiding the invitation to Yujing Mountain, aiming to put Qingming at ease. After all, having just endured the turmoil of battle at the Qiankuan sacred dynasty, it would be unwise to intrude upon another's domain without caution. Atop the mountain, the two Deluo sat facing one another. Qingming's aura of 5 elemental sword energy ebbed and flowed, transforming at times into towering divine trees and at others into blazing flames. Hongjun, on the other hand, manifested auspicious clouds in the heavens above and a divine chain of order behind him, each link entwined with profound Taoist symbols. As their discourse on the Tao commenced, golden lotus blossoms erupted from the void, showering down like celestial rain. The flora and fauna of the mountain thrived under the influence of their shared Taoist essence, completing cycles of decay and rebirth in the blink of an eye, while even the stubborn stones were awakened to enlightenment. The entire mountain underwent a remarkable transformation, resonating with the profound vibrations of the Deluo. Qingming's swordsmanship emphasized mastery over the 5 elements, with their interrelations of growth and restraint. Conversely, Hongjun's teachings on the path of order elucidated the balance of heaven and earth, shaping the formless into form. During their philosophical exchange, Qingming astutely discerned that within Hongjun's Taoist resonance, the nascent outlines of the celestial path were beginning to take shape. At that moment, Hongjun contemplated the rampaging ferocity of the beast clan across the realm and the resistance from the myriad races of the primordial world, deriving insights into the principles of order governing the cosmos. He understood that practitioners claiming the treasures of creation must also give back to the primordial world, otherwise, they would be forsaken by the heavens and rejected by all creatures. Time in the mountain was unbound, seasons passing unnoticed. When the two emerged from their profound state of enlightenment, 36,000 years had drifted by. The once ordinary mountain had quietly transformed under the influence of their discourse, each blade of grass and tree bearing the imprint of the Deluo's essence. Moreover, numerous plant spirits, nurtured by the Taoist vibrations, had awakened to nascent consciousness, now reverently making their way to the mountain's peak in worship. As the final strands of resonance dissipated, Qingming and Hongjun opened their eyes simultaneously, both wearing smiles, their gazes reflecting the ephemeral beauty of galaxies, signifying the bountiful insights they had garnered. Both individuals are in the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, a phase that emphasizes accumulation and the continuous refinement of one's spirit and essence, thereby solidifying their foundation in preparation for the subsequent awakening of the three flowers atop the crown. The nature of the three flowers they may manifest significantly impacts the trajectory of their future paths, making every incremental advancement in this realm exceedingly vital. Hongjun gently waved his whisk and suddenly spoke with solemnity. My friend, what is your perspective on the current landscape of the primordial wilderness? And what thoughts do you harbor regarding the beastly tribes? Qingming's eyes flickered with understanding of his intent. He lightly tapped the jade table with his fingertips, each tap evoking the flow of 5 elemental sword energies. The savage beasts, in their ignorance, lack spiritual awareness. They only know how to devour the essence of heaven and earth, thereby harming the spiritual veins of the cosmos. Meanwhile, the innate divine demons are growing ever stronger, leading to an escalating conflict between the two factions. Moreover, the Beast Emperor, Shun Ni, is particularly ambitious, and a confrontation between the two sides is inevitable. At this juncture, Qingming paused momentarily before continuing. When that time comes, it shall be a great calamity, the heavens stained with blood and all beings lamenting. Hongjun furrowed his brow but nodded slightly. Indeed, the savage beasts are ignorant of the great Tao, and their annihilation is certain. However, the beasts currently possess substantial strength, having gathered in the southern region of the primordial wilderness to establish the Beast Dynasty. Both Shun Ni and the reincarnation Beast Emperor have transcended the great Luo realm, and their 4 major beast kings are on the verge of breaking through as well. In contrast, we innate divine demons are like scattered sand. Qingming laughed heartily upon hearing this. Do not fret, my friend. The time has not yet come. When Shun Ni incites a massacre and leads the beastly tribes to sweep across the primordial wilderness, the innate divine demons will naturally unite. Upon hearing this, Hongjun's expression turned grave, revealing a hint of reluctance. Though you speak wisely, countless sentient beings will inevitably fall victim to the savage beasts. As they spoke, ominous clouds swirled above, revealing visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, reflecting the devastation of the land. Suddenly, Qingming rose, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed skyward, softly declaring, in the face of great calamity, sacrifice is an inevitability. Without such sacrifices, how could various factions come together in unity? After a prolonged silence, Hongjun abruptly stood and bowed. Alas, it seems we have no choice. When the calamity arises, I hope my friend will lend me a helping hand. Qingming nodded. Rest assured, I too belong to the innate divine demons. After parting ways with Hongjun, Qingming initially intended to continue his journey to Kunlun Mountain to pay homage to the legendary ancestral peak of all mountains. However, he soon recalled that the major innate divine demons in the primordial wilderness had all established their own domains. Even a figure as serene as Hongjun had chosen to build a power to protect a realm of sentient beings. Yet, until now, he had not secured a fixed place of cultivation, living as a free-spirited wanderer. This rendered him somewhat inferior in his interactions with other powerful beings. As just demonstrated, when bidding farewell to Hongjun, he had been invited. Qingming, my friend, should you find leisure in the future, do visit Yujing Mountain for a discussion on the Great Tao. To which Qingming could only respond, certainly, certainly, but I remain a free spirit for now. Should I later find a suitable place of cultivation, I will surely invite you to partake in tea and discourse. Thus, with his mind set, Qingming promptly altered his course, abandoning his journey to Kunlun and instead heading straight toward the Eastern Sea in search of an immortal island, a blessed land to establish his own place of cultivation. With a wave of his sleeve, he summoned the giant dragon into the Qinkuan Ding, realizing that even with the speed of this Taiji golden immortal beast, it was still too slow. A clear and resonant sound of a sword echoed through the heavens, as Qingming's figure transformed into a streak of azure sword light that traversed the cosmos. Wherever the sword light passed, the sea of clouds parted, unveiling a celestial pathway, and the void trembled with ripples. In the blink of an eye, this sword light vanished towards the eastern sea, leaving a lingering azure trace high in the sky. Chapter 34. The arrival of the beast monarch in the depths of the Bone Mountain of the southern wilderness, within a blood-red grand hall exuding a terrifying aura. The beast monarch Shun Enai sat upon the highest throne, rhythmically striking the armrests with his fearsome claws. Each thud reverberated through the hall, stirring the malevolent energy, causing the heart of the crouching Tao Tai beneath to race in tandem with the rhythm. Moments later, Shin Enai abruptly opened his crimson eyes, a surge of bloodlust swelling within. "Are you saying that the Taoist Qingming has appeared in the eastern region?" The prostrate Tao Tai responded solemnly, "Your Majesty. According to the news received, a mysterious Deluo has indeed emerged in the eastern region of the wilderness. That individual rides a three-headed infernal dragon. I have seen his likeness, and it is undoubtedly the Taoist Qingming I encountered that day. The three-headed infernal dragon is the fierce beast that possesses intelligence." Deluo? Shin Ni's claws tightened suddenly, transforming the throne's armrest into dust. His eyes shimmered with a blood-red glint, as if pondering something. The Tao Tai, upon hearing this news, was equally astonished. When he had first encountered the Taoist Qingming, the latter had merely been at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Little did he expect that he had now broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. It is known that, throughout the wilderness, there are but a handful of Deluo Golden Immortals. Only 2 beast monarchs from the Fierce Beast clan have attained this level, while the rest of the innate gods and demons are exceedingly rare. Among the 4 sovereigns of the Fierce Beast clan, only Tao Tai and Hun Dun have brushed against the threshold of half-step Deluo, while he and Xiongqi remain in the Tai Pinnacle realm. This advancement was only possible due to the immense fortune of the Fierce Beast dynasty. It is astonishing that this Taoist Qingming, who appeared out of nowhere, has actually broken through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Go to the depths of the Blood Sea. After a prolonged silence, Shun Enai spoke ominously. Summon the reincarnation beast monarch back to oversee matters. I shall personally confront this Taoist Qingming. As you command. Upon receiving Shin Ni's order, the Tao Tai transformed into a shadowy light and vanished into the void, heading straight for the boundless Blood Sea. Shin Enai slowly rose, his body enveloped in a swirling mist of blood, and in an instant, he disappeared from his original location. In the eastern region of the wilderness, at the ruins of the former Qianquan Holy Dynasty, the sky suddenly darkened. A figure cloaked in black silently emerged in the void, the overwhelming pressure compelling the cultivators within the city below to kneel in submission. Boom! The primordial spirit force of a Deluo Golden Immortal swept through, forcibly sifting through the memories and traces of the entire city. Moments later, the cloaked figure let out a cold snort, gradually fading away. If anyone were able to discern the true visage beneath the black robe, they would be horrified to find that it was none other than the beast monarch Shin Enai, whose fearsome reputation struck terror throughout the wilderness. Meanwhile, Qingming breached the void and finally arrived at the shores of the eastern sea. Gazing up, he beheld the vast azure waves, where the sky and sea merged seamlessly, extending infinitely to the horizon. A sight so grand that even the primordial spirit of a Deluo Golden Immortal could scarcely fathom its limits. Qingming stood with his hands clasped behind him, his garments fluttering in the breeze, as the ancient and eternal rhythm of the tides reflected in his profound gaze. At this moment, the long-dormant aquatic principles within him trembled violently, resonating mysteriously with the boundless waters before him. A surge of water energy erupted from within, akin to a burst dam unleashing the torrential flow of a celestial river. The vast and profound essence of this moment seemed to unveil the true nature of water to him. In an instant, the path of the 5 elements began to circulate within him. Water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, fire transforms into earth, earth yields metal, and metal returns to water, perpetually cycling in a ceaseless rhythm. It was then that Qingming realized, during his discourse with Hongjun, he had reached a bottleneck in his comprehension of the principles. This barrier was akin to a mere sheet of paper, ready to be pierced at any moment. Faced with the vastness of the eastern sea, the collision of thoughts and insights within him led to a natural breakthrough in his understanding of the principles. Clang! 5 resounding sword cries suddenly echoed through the heavens. The true essence of the 5 elements sword path manifesting once more. 5 resplendent swords floated in the air, their blades shimmering with pure principle energy. Unlike the previously condensed forms created with magical power, this was a manifestation of the second level of understanding the principles. The comprehension of principle energy is akin to the understanding of laws or the path of the Tao, categorized into 4 distinct levels based on depth. The first level is a preliminary glimpse, a nascent understanding of principle energy, enabling one to harness it for combat. The second level is a deeper mastery, allowing for the visualization of principles and the manifestation of various forms. The third level represents an extraordinary command of the principles, where one can fully comprehend them and generate a domain of principles around oneself. The fourth level signifies a return to essence, where one grasps the fundamental nature of the principles, preparing for a transformative law. At this moment, the principle energy surrounding Qing Ming solidified into a tangible form, with 5 luminous swords hovering behind him, their brilliance illuminating the eastern sea. Each sword was entirely composed of the sword path and 5 elements principles, representing pure manifestations of the rules, their power far surpassing that of the past. While Qing Ming reveled in the profundity of his breakthrough, a sudden frown crossed his brow, and his gaze shifted towards the distance. A vast and malevolent aura was rapidly approaching, the oppressive force of a great Luo golden immortal unabashedly sweeping towards him like a tempest. Is this yet another confrontation aimed at me? Qing Ming's eyes turned cold, pondering whether the commotion from his breakthrough had drawn this presence. In the blink of an eye, the figure had traversed countless miles, arriving at the shores of the eastern sea before him. The newcomer, clad in a black robe adorned with dark golden patterns that slithered like dragons and serpents, exuded an aura of destruction and slaughter, reminiscent of a demon emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Before uttering a word, Qing Ming had already deduced the identity of this figure. In the primal chaos, few possessed such cultivation coupled with such a domineering ferocity. Apart from the demon ancestor Luo Hu, there was only the beast emperor, Shen and I. The regal aura emanating from this individual, overshadowing the intent of slaughter, clearly marked him as the beast emperor, Shen and I. Are you Qing Ming? The eyes of the divine adversary, resembling a blood moon, gazed intently, their voice deep yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Qing Ming raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of surprise. He knows me, although we have never crossed paths. Then, recalling the 2 formidable beast kings he had encountered, realization dawned upon him. With a serene smile, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, I am Qing Ming. You must be the divine adversary. What brings you to my presence? Upon hearing this, the divine adversary's eyes flashed crimson, his voice icy. Where is the mount of that 3-headed prison dragon? Oh, Qing Ming replied, somewhat taken aback, but soon grasped the reason behind the inquiry. So, it is for the matter of the beast's awakening intelligence that you have come. Enough with the pleasantries. The divine adversary roared abruptly, malevolent energy surging around him, as if the entire East Sea were shrouded in an invisible aura of lethal intent. I have no interest in idle chatter. Hand it over at once. Huh, such a fiery temper. Qing Ming chuckled lightly, a spark of battle intent igniting in his gaze. Defeat me, and I shall gladly relinquish it to you. Humph. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The divine adversary's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. His right hand clenched tightly, and a pitch-black spear manifested suddenly, its surface coiled with a destructive aura that seemed to make even the void tremble beneath its sharpness. Chapter 35. Confrontation by the East Sea 10,000 Calamities / of the God Slayer. The divine adversary, spear in hand, was the first to strike. He unleashed his full power without hesitation. The God Slayer spear shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, emanating a fierce and ominous light that shook the heavens, thrusting toward Qing Ming with overwhelming force. The spear was enveloped by an astonishingly intricate pattern of 129,600 destructive runes, igniting as it tore through the air, collapsing and shattering the void into nothingness. Seeing this, Qing Ming's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the notorious beast emperor, the divine adversary, was worthy of his fearsome reputation. Recognizing the gravity of the attack, Qing Ming did not dare to be careless. The myriad manifestations returned to ruin, sword in his hand shimmered with brilliant golden light, and a thread as fine as a hair sliced through the air, cleaving the space with mirror-like precision. When spear met sword, a cataclysmic roar erupted, resonating through the heavens. The terrifying shockwave swept across the surroundings, causing the sea's surface to collapse instantly, creating a colossal vacuum vortex. The clouds high above were violently dispersed, revealing an endless expanse of starry sky. Intriguing. The divine adversary cackled as the Godslayer's spear transformed into a world-destroying black dragon. As the dragon's head passed, the fabric of space twisted and contorted, the malevolent energy carving countless black fissures across the realm. Unwilling to yield, Qingming's myriad manifestations returned to Ruin's sword burst forth with a dazzling array of five-colored radiance, embodying the cyclical flow of the five elements and the return of all laws to the void. The Ruined Sword realm silently unfolded, tightly adhering to the sword's surface, enveloping it with the intent to annihilate all existence as it boldly faced the world-destroying black dragon. As the Godslayer spear collided once more with the myriad manifestations returned to Ruin's sword, the black dragon roared with a cataclysmic fury, while the Ruined Sword realm unleashed a wave of silence that sought to extinguish all. Boom! This collision sent tremors throughout the entire East Sea. The space emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, and the sea level of this realm plummeted dramatically. The divine adversary's eyes blazed with a fierce light, while within, a tempest of shock surged. He had not anticipated that this Qingming would be so formidable. The two shots, fired with nearly all of his strength, were unexpectedly intercepted. At this moment, Qingming launched a counterattack. After all, a swordsman is a tool of slaughter, like flowers blooming at dawn amidst carnage. With a mighty roar, Qingming's divine sword radiated brilliance. The golden edifice of heaven was cleaved, the essence of wood was birthed, and he effortlessly unleashed sword techniques infused with the laws of heaven and earth. Each strike precisely intercepted the lethal moves of the divine reversal, igniting fresh insights amidst their collisions. This epic battle raged from the shores of the East Sea to the heights of the nine heavens, and from the depths of the nine nether to the brink of chaos. In the blink of an eye, millennia had passed, and the two had clashed countless times. Divine Reversal grew increasingly astonished, as the sovereign of ferocious beasts. He had harnessed the fortune of his kind, and had already grasped the second tier of the laws, which should have allowed him to crush all foes. Yet, this obscure and enigmatic Taoist, Qingming, matched him blow for blow, effortlessly wielding both the sword and various laws of the universe. Despite their prolonged combat, neither could gain the upper hand. Although Qingming possessed the treasured Qian Kuanding for defense, Divine Reversal also wore the formidable Huang Shajinyu armor for protection. Furthermore, this battle, spanning nearly 10 millennia, had drawn the attention of many formidable beings from the primordial world. Who exactly is this Qingming Taoist? Capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Beast Emperor? The might of the great Luo is indeed terrifying. Observing the manifestations of the laws, it seems they had already grazed the second tier of mastery. In the void, countless thoughts intertwined. Those practitioners who had yet to reach the great Luo realm could only watch from afar, marveling silently, while a select few great Luo experts perceived the situation more acutely, their astonishment deepening. Let this day conclude. Suddenly, Divine Reversal withdrew his spear, standing still. A flicker of wariness flashed in his crimson eyes as he sent the god-slaying spear slicing through the void. Though this battle had not determined a victor, he recognized that prolonging their entanglement was futile. This abruptly emerging Qingming Taoist would undoubtedly become the greatest variable in his dominion over the primordial world. Qingming made no effort to stop Divine Reversal's departure, knowing he could not contend with him, unless he resorted to bombarding him with his numerous treasures. But that would be a dishonorable victory. As a swordsman, he still held on to a modicum of integrity. Indeed, life and death battles serve as the finest sharpening stone for the sword. Through his confrontation with Divine Reversal, Qingming's understanding of the sword path had further advanced. It became evident that a moment of inspiration was worth more than a millennium of seclusion. As the battle concluded, the probing thoughts receded like a tide. After all, spying on a great Luo expert could lead to dire consequences should Qingming choose to retaliate. Among them, several presences of the great Luo realm were particularly conspicuous. One exuded a clear radiance, imbued with a familiar Taoist resonance, undoubtedly Hongjun. Another was ethereal and elusive, seemingly resonating with spatial fluctuations, likely the legendary ancestor Yangmei. Qingming paid little heed to these onlookers. His immediate concern was to find a suitable place for cultivation. As a brother of the one who initiated the creation of this realm, it was rather absurd that he had yet to find a refuge. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, standing with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the expanse of sea and sky. He gazed at the boundless East Sea, his brow slightly furrowed. This vast ocean, with its unknown boundaries, where should he begin searching for a blessed island or sanctuary? Come forth, Ghidorah. With a wave of his sleeve, the three-headed prison dragon Ghidorah immediately revealed itself. The formidable beast, colossal as a mountain, appeared diminutive as an ant before the boundless sea. Qingming gently caressed the dragon's head and smiled, proclaiming, "Our future sanctuary shall be concealed within this vast ocean. Let us strive diligently. Somewhere among Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, a place shall belong to us." With that, the duo, one human and one dragon, traversed the waves, gradually advancing towards the depths of the eastern sea, leaving ripples in their wake amidst the expansive azure. Time flew by, and the years slipped away like threads through a needle. In the blink of an eye, millennia had quietly passed. Qingming halted upon the sea's surface, gazing around, only to find the horizon a seamless blend of sky and water, utterly boundless. Every direction appeared indistinguishable, rendering it impossible to discern east from west. His brow furrowed deeper. Could it be that the three immortal islands have yet to be fully formed? According to legend, these islands are remnants of chaos that fell into the primordial eastern sea. Is the moment of their emergence not yet at hand? Over the years, he had traversed nearly every corner of the eastern sea. Although he had not discovered the fabled three immortal islands, he had amassed a bountiful collection of celestial treasures, including innate spiritual fruits, millennia-old vermilion fruits, and mysterious ice jade marrow, all of which he had gathered within his Qianquan cauldron. The cauldron contained its own realm, infused with the essence of creation, capable of nurturing spiritual plants for future concoction of divine elixirs. Just as Qingming was on the verge of surrendering, a sudden tremor surged through his heart. Deep within the eastern sea, a wisp of chaotic energy, faint yet palpable, began to emerge. Ha ha ha! Qingming laughed joyously, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. After searching high and low, I have finally found it. As a primordial demon god, Qingming possessed an acute sensitivity to chaotic energy. Although he had merely sensed a fleeting trace, elusive in nature, he was still able to pinpoint its approximate location. Without hesitation, he summoned his powers and, accompanied by his dragon, sped towards the source of the chaotic essence. Chapter 36. The Island of Ascendance. Following the faint resonance of chaotic energy, Qingming ventured into the depths of the eastern sea, only to suddenly freeze in place. He looked skyward, astonished to discover that the energy was not at the surface of the sea, but rather in the void above. With a single step, he transcended into the vast emptiness. Before him lay an expanse of cloud sea, swirling with ethereal mists, yet there was no sign of any immortal island. Qingming closed his eyes and focused his spirit, allowing his essence to spread like a tide, delicately sensing the subtle chaotic energy. Indeed, within the seemingly ordinary cloud mass, a wisp of chaotic essence quietly swirled. So it is here, Qingming thought, a slight smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his sleeve, he tore open a rift in the cloud sea. Yet, within the clouds, a mass of vapor resembling a star system remained perfectly still. The surface of this vapor bore intricate and profound patterns, subtly forming a primordial grand array. Another primordial grand array. Qingming's eyes sparkled with brilliance. According to legend, Fangzhong Island among the three immortal islands is a floating isle. Could this be that very island? Qingming's mastery of formations had vastly improved since his earlier days. As he observed intently, he noticed that while the array was grand in scale and extensive in coverage, it bore no intent of malice. Instead, it exuded an ethereal resonance of the Tao. Without further hesitation, he stepped into the array. In an instant, the heavens and earth inverted, and the scenery before him transformed abruptly. Mist enveloped the surroundings as the swirling clouds occasionally morphed into ethereal palaces and paradisiacal mountains. Reality and illusion intertwined, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Was this an illusionary array? With a light laugh, Qingming stepped forward, executing an enigmatic footwork. His figure glided through the array like a swimming dragon, each step resonating with the profound principles of heaven and earth. In but a moment, the mists before him suddenly dissipated, revealing the true visage of the immortal island. Instantly, a rich surge of primordial spiritual energy flooded in like a tidal wave, nearly coalescing into a liquid form. This energy was intertwined with strands of chaotic essence, reminiscent of the universe's creation. As he passed through the ethereal water veil, the primordial wood energy enveloped him in emerald-hued mist, within which swam ethereal spirits shaped like the Qinghuan, alive with vitality. Towering divine trees rose from the ground, their groves brimming with various spiritual roots and extraordinary fruits. Gazing upward, he beheld, within the celestial clouds, the branches of the chaotic vermilion fruit tree pierced the heavens, its fruits swirling with starlight, as if nurturing miniature universes. By the spiritual spring, the 12th grade emerald spiritual mushroom floated above the ground. Beneath its umbrella, 5 elemental spirits frolicked, scattering droplets of radiant essence. In the depths of the ancient forest, the roots of the 9-leaf purple-gold ginseng intertwined with fallen star iron. The surface of the ginseng marked with mysterious purple-gold patterns, alongside various other wondrous beings. A gigantic dark bird soared across the skies. A crimson-gold giant ape pounded its chest and roared. A 9-colored deer with a body of glass trod the air, and a jade rabbit with gold-and-silver eyes gathered the essences of the sun and moon, while a celestial crane adorned with 9 heavenly crystals spread its wings in song. These primordial beings, whether due to the array enveloping the immortal island or other reasons, had yet to take form, yet each radiated with spirit and vitality. Qingming stood amidst the void, his pores wide open, inhaling and exhaling the purest primordial spiritual energy. This was no ordinary immortal island. It was clearly a supreme paradise unto itself. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing as he traversed the vast ancient forest. Suddenly, he beheld a towering celestial mountain at the center of the island, its body glistening like jade, adorned with 120,000 flowing primordial Tao patterns. Within each pattern, liquid stardust flowed, making the entire peak appear as though it was forged from countless stars, refracting a dreamlike celestial radiance under the sunlight. Atop the mountain, 3 heavenly pools were arranged in a triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, each exuding distinct colors and ethereal charm. The golden pool, blazing like molten gold, its depths containing sunlit divine water crystallized into red clusters. Every wisp of steam rising from the surface morphed into the shadow of a 3-legged golden crow, flapping its wings and inhaling the essence of the sun, illuminating the entire pool as though the great sun had descended. The silver pool, pure as silver, contained moonlit divine water crystallized into lifelike jade rabbit forms. Each jade rabbit floated upon the surface, inhaling and exhaling starlight, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the moon, showering down specks of lunar brilliance. The purple pool, deep as the starry sky, shimmered with purple starlight, the dense power of the stars within it evolving the celestial bodies, as if the entire universe had been captured within its depths, based on the colors and the spiritual energy emanating from the 3 pools. Qingming named them sequentially: the sun pool, the moon pool, and the star pool. At the convergence of the 3 pools lay a small heavenly pool, 9 zhang in diameter, from which wafted a rainbow-hued aura. Most striking was the white lotus platform, rank 12, slowly rotating at the center of the heavenly pool, radiating a pure, cleansing white light. A 12th grade pure world white lotus. Qingming exclaimed in astonishment, for what lay before him was the seed transformed from the chaos supreme treasure, the primordial green lotus. Standing alongside the annihilation black lotus, the fiery red lotus, the creation green lotus, and the merit golden lotus as one of the revered pure world white lotuses. Each petal of the pure world white lotus shimmered with innate purity patterns, radiating divine light. Under this divine illumination, the power of the stars and the turbid energies of the world transmuted into the most pristine primordial spiritual essence, flowing throughout the immortal island and nurturing this realm. Qingming, standing with hands clasped behind him at the mountain's peak, gazed upon this transcendent, celestial paradise. Even with his mindset as a great Luo golden immortal, he could not help but be awestruck. A myriad of sentiments surged within his consciousness, ultimately manifesting as a soft sigh. Such creation is indeed a marvel that captures the mysteries of heaven and earth. At this moment, he comprehended that this immortal island before him was likely not one of the legendary 3 immortal islands, but rather an unknown primordial blessed land within the vast wilderness. Yet upon further reflection, even the fabled Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou might not rival this extraordinary place, since fate had guided him to discover this island. It was destined to serve as his Taoist sanctuary. Suspended in the heavens, I shall henceforth name you the immortal island of Fuyou. No sooner had he spoken than the entire island erupted in resplendent radiance, adorned with countless auspicious omens. Above the central divine mountain, four innate patterns of Tao manifested in the air, representing the four fundamental truths of Fuyou Immortal Island. Qingming's figure flickered, arriving before the pure world heavenly pool. Within the pool, the 12-petal pure world white lotus spun gently, its innate patterns sparkling with the light of the Tao. He slowly extended his right hand, a mysterious glow emanating from his palm, as his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. Rise. With a soft command, the pure world white lotus responded, gradually shrinking amidst the radiant hues, ultimately hovering above his palm. Qingming slightly closed his eyes, imprinting a mark of his primordial spirit into the heart of the lotus, refining it effortlessly before returning it to the heavenly pool. He possessed an abundance of treasures and was well aware of the wisdom that one cannot overindulge. Now he wielded the unparalleled Hongmeng Liangdianshu for offense, the Wanxiang Guishu sword to obliterate all, the Qiankuan Ding to suppress fate, and the Honyuan Jitian umbrella for self-protection. These four supreme treasures, 2 for attack and 2 for defense, were more than sufficient to confront the myriad tribulations of the primordial wilderness. Moreover, deep within his consciousness lay the nurturing of the Chaos supreme treasure, the Chaos Pearl, which was indeed his true ace. While the pure world white lotus was exquisite, it was preferable to remain within the heavenly pool, continuing to absorb the power of the stars and purify the world's turbid energies and malevolent forces, thus ensuring its utmost utility. Chapter 37. Seclusion on the immortal island. Qingming gazed at the pure world white lotus, now restored to the heavenly pool, nodding in satisfaction before shifting his attention to the 3 surrounding heavenly pools. Suddenly, he flicked his fingers, causing the waters of the sun, moon, and star pools to surge, each yielding a drop of resplendent divine water that coalesced in the void. The sun divine water glimmered like molten gold, its radiant brilliance seemingly capable of incinerating heaven and boiling the seas. The moonlight divine water resembled silver, frost condensed into essence, its cool lunar radiance appearing as if it could freeze time and space. The starlight divine water sparkled like a purple dragon of lightning, its myriad starry glimmers transforming into the celestial constellations. Qingming's eyes sparkled with Tao patterns, seemingly perceiving their essence. Before he chuckled lightly, the 3 light divine waters cultivated by later generations of the primordial beginning are merely inferior replicas of what once existed after the shattering of the primordial wilderness. Before him, the 3 droplets of divine water intertwined and wove together, ultimately merging into a single drop of 7-colored glazed divine liquid. This liquid flowed with the rhythms of chaos on its surface, harboring boundless vitality within. Compared to the legendary 3-light divine water crafted by the Primordial Supreme, its profundity was incomparably greater. Perhaps it is due to the decline of the world's spiritual essence and the loss of the primordial power of the stars in later generations that the potency of the 3 radiant divine water has diminished significantly. Before me lies the resplendent 7-colored glazed divine liquid, which Qingming has aptly named the essence of the 3 suns. This is indeed a true treasure for cultivation, the solar divine water from the sunlit pool, infused with the power of the sun, can temper the physical body and assist in the understanding of the principles of the yang. The lunar divine water from the moonlit pool, imbued with the essence of the moon, can refine the soul and aid in comprehending the principles of the yin, and the starlight divine water from the starry pool, brimming with boundless vitality, can resurrect the deceased and restore flesh to bone. The amalgamation of these 3 creates the essence of the 3 suns, which possesses boundless utility. Not only can it cleanse the primordial spirit and reshape the physical form, but it can also nurture and repair the true spirit. As Qingming was savoring this drop of divine liquid, he suddenly felt an awakening within and gazed up at the infinite starry sky. Such an elixir, containing the essence of the stars, must harbor countless secrets within the vast cosmos, having yet to traverse the celestial realm throughout the endless eons of antiquity. Why not embark on a journey of exploration at this very moment? With a thought, Qingming transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring heavenward. Before departing, he left a mark of his primordial spirit on the immortal island and entrusted Kaidora to guard it. The sword light ascended for myriad miles. Yet the heavens felt increasingly oppressive. After an indeterminate flight, he suddenly encountered a chaotic barrier that spanned the heavens and the earth, the Nine Heavens Gale barrier, which isolates the primordial world from the celestial expanse. What a terrifying barrier it is. Even with Qingming's cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal, his expression changed at this moment. This barrier is insurmountable even for a great Luo golden immortal. Within the barrier, chaotic winds raged, each strand capable of shredding a great Luo golden immortal's physical form. Even invoking the Qiankuan cauldron would likely not guarantee a safe retreat. It seems that to traverse this barrier safely, one must possess at least the cultivation of a primordial golden immortal. Qingming pondered thoughtfully. During the calamity of the witch and demon, Tai and Dijuan, even in their pre-primordial state, could traverse freely. It stands to reason that this barrier will gradually dissipate with the evolution of heaven and earth. Its purpose may very well be to safeguard the still maturing celestial realm. Very well, I shall return to explore further after I break through to the primordial stage. The sword light turned back, and Qingming returned to the soaring immortal island. Upon his return, Qingming meticulously surveyed the island once more, seeking any treasures that may have been overlooked. To his delight, he discovered unexpected treasures. In the Emerald Valley on the eastern side of the island, a 12th grade emerald spirit mushroom exhaled the essence of innate wood. In the depths of the western cold pool, the abyssal twin lotus blossomed with a haunting blue luminescence. Both of these were mid-grade innate spiritual roots, which greatly pleased Qingming. He prepared to enter seclusion on this island to cultivate and consolidate the 3 flowers atop his head, but first, he needed to make ample preparations. He first retrieved 3 superior-grade spiritual roots, the golden apple, from the Qiankuan cauldron, along with a mid-grade spiritual root, the ancient tree of life, and the red sky fire jujube. Together with the 12th grade emerald spirit mushroom and the abyssal twin lotus, he perfectly balanced the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Using these 5 elemental spiritual roots as the core, he reconfigured the protective grand formation around the island, establishing 2 layers of arrays. The first was the illusionary confounding array, and the second was the great 5 elements annihilation sword array. These 2 formations, in harmony, created a cycle of reality and illusion, ensuring that even a great Luo golden immortal who dared intrude would meet their demise on the spot. Immediately thereafter, Qingming ascended to the pinnacle of the central divine mountain. With a graceful flick of his fingertips, intricate Dao patterns flowed, and an ancient Dao palace rose majestically from the ground. The plaque inscribed with the 3 characters When Dao Gong shimmered with brilliance, each stroke embodying the essence of supreme Dao. Kaidora. Upon completing this, Qingming summoned 3 prison dragons and solemnly declared, I shall enter seclusion this time to cultivate the 3 flowers atop my head. The spirit energy of the immortal island is abundant, encompassing the 5 elements, and with the presence of the 3 celestial essences, such treasures are at my disposal. If I emerge from seclusion and find your cultivation stagnant, the 3 dragon heads of Kaidora simultaneously retracted, hastily responding, rest assured, my lord. The little dragon will diligently practice without ceasing. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon entering the Qingming Dao Palace, the vanishing universe sword thundered into existence. Hovering at the apex of the palace, enveloping the entire structure in the realm of the vanishing universe sword. Within the palace, Qingming summoned the Chaos Pearl and placed it inside, arranging the 3 celestial essences, the source of creation, and other treasures one by one. His objective during this period of seclusion was to condense the 3 flowers of the earth, heaven, and Dao. Qingming's physical body and primordial spirit had already reached perfection through the practice of the Qingming Dao record, an esteemed creation of his own. Now, with the assistance of the source of creation and the 3 celestial essences, he was bound to manifest the pinnacle of the 3 flowers. As for comprehending the rules, there was no cause for concern. Not only did he possess the complete imprint of the primordial creation, but he also had various innate spiritual fruits and divine liquids that contain the essence of the source. The resources necessary for cultivation, companions, methods, and land were of the highest caliber, ensuring that this period of seclusion would culminate in success. Although Qingming entered a state of seclusion, withdrawing from the world of the primordial chaos, his name as Dao Master began to resonate ever more profoundly throughout the realm during the initial years. First, he decisively vanquished the perfected ancestor of Qianquan and the golden-horned ancestor, staining the heavens with blood, causing ripples across the land. Shortly thereafter, he engaged in battle with the beast Emperor Sheni, a being of the great Luo realm, on the shores of the Eastern Sea, where he showed no signs of weakness. It is noteworthy that in the current era of the primordial chaos, the great Luo Golden Immortal embodies supreme combat prowess. While the Tai Golden Immortal represents the pinnacle of power, each one capable of safeguarding an entire region as a formidable master. Both of Qingming's remarkable feats were sufficient to stir the entire realm. News of these events reached the northern and central regions of the primordial chaos, leaving many innate tribes astonished and pale. Among them, the six-winged centipede, the golden-eating fierce ant, and the blood-jade spider were particularly stirred, especially upon glimpsing Qingming's image. These tribes had once been rescued by Qingming during his travels in the primordial chaos, saved from the ravages of ferocious beasts. Now, as they heard his growing renown, their awe deepened, and thus, many tribes erected statues of Qingming within their territories, seeking to draw upon his esteemed name for protection. After all, should formidable foes approach, the sight of such a statue would instill a degree of trepidation, preventing hasty actions. Moreover, their initiative was not without justification. Qingming had indeed saved them from peril in the past, and erecting statues in his honor was both an expression of gratitude for past kindness and a sign of reverence towards an unparalleled powerhouse. Even if Qingming were to learn of this in the future, they could candidly express, "We honor the Tao Master for his life-saving grace. Thus, we have erected this statue for worship, never to be forgotten." Chapter 38. The emergence of the three tribes in the southern domain of the primordial chaos. At the mountain of 10,000 bones, a blood-red grand hall looms majestically atop the mountain, shrouded in a swirling mist of crimson, permeated by an aura of malevolence. Within the hall, the god of reversal and the lord of reincarnation sit side by side, the former clad in a robe of dark gold, exuding a terrifying air of destruction and overwhelming majesty, while the latter is enveloped in a gray cloak, revealing only a pair of eyes that seem to penetrate the cycles of life and death. Beneath them stand 8 formidable kings of the beast clan, each radiating an aura of dread, the weakest among them already at the pinnacle of the Tai realm. Among them, the names of Chaos, Tao Tai, Qianqi, and Tao Wu are legendary, known to all. The remaining 4, however, have long accompanied the beast sovereign of reincarnation in the depths of the blood sea, rarely emerging, thus representing the hidden strength of their kind. Is the god of reversal truly such a formidable adversary? The voice of reincarnation echoes like a chilling wind through the hall. The god of reversal lightly taps the armrest with his fingertips, nodding gravely. Indeed, this individual possesses profound swordsmanship, and his mastery of the 5 elemental paths is unparalleled. Like myself, he has comprehended the second layer of the power of rules. A flicker of apprehension glimmers in his crimson eyes as he speaks. What? The cloak of reincarnation flutters without wind, revealing half of a face adorned with demonic runes, astonishment etched upon it. For even he is yet to grasp the second layer of rules. Reincarnation inquires solemnly, God of reversal, since you have battled this individual, can you discern his origins? Which chaos demon god is he? Shaking his head, the god of reversal replies, not at all. He does not bear the aura of a chaos demon god. Reincarnation's face reflects confusion as he murmurs to himself, how strange. If he is not a chaos demon god, how can he possess such strength? Could he possibly be that soul entity? Impossible. The god of reversal asserts firmly, we would certainly recognize the aura of the soul demon god. During our confrontation, I did not sense any trace of the soul rules. Moreover, at the end of the heavenly calamity, we do not know what transpired that led to the fall of Pangu. He too may not escape unscathed. As his words linger, silence envelopes the grand hall. Chaos Tao Tai. The god of reversal suddenly speaks, his voice resonating like the clash of metal. From this day forth, you 8 shall all retreat into the blood sea for seclusion. You shall not emerge until you break through to the great Luo. I harbor an ominous premonition. It seems that the will of this realm is beginning to reject our beast clan. Reincarnation, after a moment's contemplation, nods in agreement. Indeed, I share this sentiment. We must hasten our pace. Before the reckoning of heaven and earth arrives, we must sever our ties with the Beast Clan using the fortune of the Primordial Chaos. In the early days of the Beast Clan's existence, they absorbed the malevolent energies of the heavens and purified the primordial chaos, hastening the evolution of the world, which was beneficial to the primordial realm. However, as the malevolent energies dissipated and the vitality of the heavens evolved, the Beast Clan, lacking intelligence, recklessly destroyed the world and hindered its developmental progress. When their karmic burden exceeds the merit of purifying the heavens, the reckoning of the will of the realm shall inevitably descend. The god of reversal and reincarnation, along with other intelligent beast kings, have all sensed this impending crisis. Yet they find themselves powerless to address the inability of the beasts to attain wisdom. To avoid being dragged down by the Beast Clan, they have no choice but to sever their ties and escape the reckoning of heaven and earth. After the 8 formidable beasts, including Chaos and Tautai, retreated into the boundless sea of blood for seclusion, the entire Beast Clan fell into an eerie silence. Time flew by, and countless years slipped away in the blink of an eye. New life began to emerge throughout the primordial world. During this period, the ancient 3 clans, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, who would one day dominate the vast expanse of the primordial continent, quietly came into existence. In the depths of the undying volcanoes, a realm shrouded in eternal flames. A colossal volcano known as Aegis stands. Here, heavenly fire spirals like a dragon, while earthly fire flows like a python. As the chaotic fire essence mingles with the true flames of the earth in a boiling fusion. At the center of this fiery domain, a magnificent divine tree, the primordial spiritual root of the phoenix tree, stands tall. The tree's bark is crimson as blood, adorned with lava-like patterns, and each leaf resembles a blazing flame. 7 radiant orbs of light encircle the crown of the tree, 2 larger and 5 smaller, continuously inhaling and exhaling the essence of earthly fire and chaotic flames. Suddenly, a melodious cry of the phoenix pierced the heavens, and the largest sphere of divine light erupted, giving birth to a divine bird that spread its wings. Its feathers were woven from flowing fire, its tail like a cascade of stars, and the flames dancing around it distorted the very fabric of space. In a flash of divine light, it transformed into a valiant man with fiery red hair and golden eyes, wielding a spear that, with a mere tremor, ignited the void, creating a black hole. He is the future sovereign of the Avian clan, the Supreme Phoenix. Almost simultaneously, another sphere of divine light revealed an unparalleled goddess. Her hair cascading like a waterfall, her phoenix eyes radiating authority, cradled in her palm, the blazing wheel spun, and from the true fire of nirvana, a true phoenix spiraled. She is the companion of the Supreme Phoenix, the first phoenix. With the emergence of the Supreme Phoenix and the first phoenix, the remaining 5 spheres of divine light joyfully danced around the phoenix tree. Within these luminous orbs, faint images of 5 divine birds, the red phoenix, the azure luan, the Yenke, the Honghu, and the Yuanshan, could be seen. In the southern foothills of the Zhou Mountains, a colossal cliff resembling a dormant Qilin stands majestically. Within this cliff, a microcosm flourishes, where the essence of the 5 elements flows like rivers, and the energy of the earth moves like dragons and serpents. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, the first Qilin emerged, breaking through the layers of rock. Its golden eyes shone like the sun and moon, illuminating the landscape. Its scales bore the intricate patterns of the 5 elements, and wherever it trod, sweet springs gushed forth, and stones transformed into jade. As the essence of the 5 elements coalesced into auspicious clouds. On its back, the companion treasure, the Qilin seal, radiated chaotic divine light, swirling with countless primordial runes, as if to subdue the azure skies of eternity. Deep within the dragon abyss of the eastern sea, a chaotic divine pool exuded the essence of primordial water, formed from the amalgamation of the blood of chaotic demons and a segment of Pangu's artery. Within the pool lay 4 colossal cocoons, each resembling mountains and enveloped in chaotic energy. With a resounding roar, one of the giant cocoons suddenly cracked. Golden light bursting forth as a 9-clawed golden dragon emerged from its shell, its body undulated like mountain ranges, its scales shimmering with golden brilliance, exuding an overwhelming sense of power, shaking the very foundations of the dragon abyss with its mighty dragon roar. Immediately thereafter, Three colossal cocoons simultaneously ruptured. The candle dragon opened its eyes, resembling the rotation of the sun and moon, its gaze causing day and night to alternate. The Yinglong unfurled its wings like clouds descending from the heavens, subjugating the gale of the nine skies. The Tsunglong flicked its tail, summoning the thunderous might. As chaos erupted in the void, the three dragons circled around the ancestor dragon, their roars reverberating through the heavens. Elder brother. These four dragons are none other than the four ancestral dragons of the dragon clan: the ancestor dragon, the candle dragon, the Yinglong, and the Tsunglong. The ancestor dragon, with its golden vertical pupils, gazed down at the surging dragon transformation pool, where the waters churned, faintly revealing countless dragon species within. The emergence of the dragon clan. The Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan went unnoticed, as they lay dormant in the CSI, the Earth's veins, and the depths of volcanoes, quietly cultivating and growing stronger. Chapter 39. Winds rise in the primordial wilderness. Decades have passed like fleeting shadows since Qingming entered seclusion, and the suppression of the heavens and earth has gradually weakened. In the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness, astounding forces surged upwards, as if breaking through some shackles, with countless powerful beings emerging like bamboo shoots after rain. In the northern primordial region, the northern skies suddenly erupted with the dual energies of yin and yang, the divine light of the five elements illuminating the heavens. The ancestor of yin and yang stood upon the Taiji diagram, with the yin-yang fish rotating endlessly behind. The ancestor of the five elements, adorned with a five-colored canopy, radiated the rhythms of the five elements around him. Both mighty beings simultaneously broke through their barriers, attaining the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In no time, countless races from the northern region sought to ally with them, and the Yin-Yang Divine Dynasty and the Five Elements Divine Dynasty rapidly rose to prominence, becoming the two most formidable forces in the northern domain. In the more remote northern ice plains and Hingyang Mountain, the ancestor of the mixed Kuan inhaled the mysterious energy of the northern abyss, while Taoist Liao wielded the Li Hua Changhong, both achieving breakthroughs to a half-step Great Luo, subsequently establishing the Northern Abyss Dynasty and the Liang Dynasty, respectively, each claiming their own territory. In the western primordial region, Rahu stood atop the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus, wielding the god-slaying blade, surrounded by shimmering demonic runes, and finally entered the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He instilled fear in the western region, founding the Demon God Dynasty, gathering several innate divine demons under his command, including the Lord of the Swallowing Heavens and the Lord of Shadows. Shortly thereafter, the sky-splitting demon god also broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, wielding the sky-splitting spear and establishing the sky-splitting divine dynasty with the top-tier powerhouses. The shocking universe demon god and the ancestor of sacred light, stationed under his banner, standing in equal measure against Rahu. This sky-splitting demon god was the three-headed demon that Qingming first encountered in the chaotic world, holding significant meaning for him, serving not only as a sparring partner, but also facilitating a transformation in Qingming's journey. During the Great Opening Cataclysm, Qingming intentionally held back, granting him a chance to relive his life in the primordial wilderness. In the eastern primordial region, although only the ancestor Hanjun remained as the Great Luo, numerous powers arose, with half-step Great Luo beings emerging in abundance. The ancestor Xianhuang presided over the Xianhuang furnace, founding the Xianhuang Divine Dynasty. The ancestor Kunwu resided in Kunlun Mountain, wielding the Kunwu blade, establishing the Kunwu Divine Dynasty at the mountain's foot. The ancestor Wujia evolved the Wujia Hunyuan Pearl, establishing the Wujia Holy Dynasty. The ancestor of Ocean Cover wielded the Xianming Ocean Cover flag, founding the Ocean Cover Dynasty by the Eastern Sea. In the central primordial region, the celestial god presided over the nine heavens, commanding the innate treasure, the heaven and earth chessboard. Being the sole great Luo realm powerhouse in the central domain, assisted by the two divine lords, Huangtian and Qingtian, both of whom were half-step great Luo beings. The three brothers established the heavenly divine court, which has become the most formidable force in the central region, compelling numerous clans to submit in a short span of time. Within the central region, there exist other powerful entities residing in secluded corners, each dominating their own territory. Deep within the Cloud Dream Marsh, the esteemed Kanglan sovereign stands upon a mystical tortoise, wielding the water separation divine staff, commanding the waters of the marsh to flow at his will. Even a perfected Tai Golden Immortal can contend with a half-step Deluo powerhouse within the marsh's embrace. In the depths of the Thunder Marsh, a mysterious figure known as the Thunder Ancestor lurks, brandishing a purple lightning hammer. His mastery of thunderous techniques is earth-shattering, capable of invoking divine transformations. Harnessing the power of the Thunder Marsh, he renders half-step Deluo cultivators utterly powerless against him. When he channels the full might of the Thunder Marsh, he can even unleash the overwhelming force of Deluo. In the southern wilderness, once firmly under the dominion of the Fierce Beast clan, the entire region was ruled solely by them. However, with the 8 Fierce Beast monarchs entering seclusion in a blood sea, and the 2 emperors, Shun Enai and Reincarnation, retreating to seek enlightenment, new forces have begun to emerge along the borders of the southern region. An increasing number of cultivators from other races have ventured into the southern wilderness, even daring to hunt fierce beasts. On the southeastern border lies the Juyo dynasty, ruled by a pair of brothers whose true forms are the nine-eyed demon spiders. They have inherited fragments of the legacies from the Chaos Demon God, the Nether Demon God, and the Yellow Spring Demon God. Armed with the formidable Nether and Yellow Spring Grand Formation and their half-step Deluo cultivation, they can even stand against true Deluo powerhouses, making them a force to be reckoned with as they disregard fierce beasts and expand into the southern region. In the southwestern border, another dynasty exists, known as the Yuquan dynasty, ruled by the Blood Demon, who draws strength from the Blood Sea and the Bloodbone Abyss. The Blood Demon's mastery of the Blood Path, amplified by the Blood Sea, allows him to sweep through adversaries of the same realm with invincibility, and even escape from true Deluo powerhouses. This audacity has led the Blood Demon to decimate the fierce beasts of the southwestern border, claiming it as his domain. As the suppression from the heavens and earth diminishes, the struggle for fortune intensifies, weaving a tapestry of blood and fire across the primordial land. An increasing number of powerful beings have come to realize that the power of fortune not only weakens the oppression of the heavens, but, more importantly, aids in understanding the path of enlightenment, while accelerating the absorption of the world's vital energies is beneficial. The most precious aspect is that those favored by fortune will enhance their affinity with the cosmos, allowing them to perceive the rules of the universe with unparalleled clarity. Akin to clouds parting to reveal the sun, it is essential to understand that cultivating to the Deluo realm hinges upon the convergence of the 3 flowers atop the head, each representing the physical body, the primordial spirit, and the power of the rules, the earth flower, the heaven flower, and the Tao flower. Among these, the Tao flower holds paramount importance. The body can be tempered, and the spirit nourished, yet the path of rules remains accessible only to those of great will and destiny. In this nascent era of the primordial world, with innate spiritual treasures scattered throughout, locating the corresponding innate treasures for body tempering and spirit refining is not difficult. Both earth and heaven flowers can be easily consolidated. However, to cultivate the Tao flower to a higher grade, one must delve deeply into the profound truths of the cosmic rules to blossom. Therefore, the significance of the power of fortune, which enhances the comprehension of these rules for Deluo powerhouses, is indeed profound. Equally yearning for the power of fortune are those formidable beings at the threshold of the great Luo realm. Most among them have perfected their 5 energies, teetering on the brink of comprehending the laws, which would facilitate their ascension to the great Luo. The allure of fortuitous power, which can expedite this enlightenment, drives these half-step great Luo cultivators into a frenzy. Thus, amidst the primordial chaos, the air is thick with smoke and the cries of battle, leading to the extinction of countless weaker races and the subsequent emergence of new forces. Mountains of bones accumulate, and rivers of blood flow, as the warfare rages on. The territory of the ferocious beasts in the southern domain naturally becomes a target for many. In a bid to gain more time, the divine reversal has gathered and restrained the powerful beasts of the ferocious clan near the Sea of Blood and the Mountain of Fallen Bones. This strategy aims to mitigate the devastation wrought by the beasts upon the world and delay the reckoning from the will of heaven and earth against the ferocious clan. Consequently, only weaker beasts of the golden immortal realm now roam the peripheries of the southern domain. Even though the ferocious beasts possess formidable physical strength, many of those at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm can contend against the Tai with their corporeal might. However, lacking entry into the Tai realm, They ultimately fall prey to mid-stage Tai cultivators, or even more powerful ones. Hence, along the borders of the southern domain, be it the southeastern, southwestern, or central southern borders, numerous new forces have arisen. Chapter 40. The Rise of the Divine Court in the northern domain of the primordial world. A towering divine peak pierces the heavens, its summit lost in the void, entwined with the everlasting innate purple energy. This is the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Atop the mountain, the 9 heavens palaces float amidst the sea of clouds, radiating golden light and auspicious aura. Each palace seems to embody a universe of its own, with countless divine patterns interweaving in the void, evolving into the images of celestial bodies. Here lies the most powerful force in the central domain. The divine court established by the 3 deities, Song Tian, Huang Tian, and Qing Tian. At this moment, within the grand hall of the divine court, 3 imposing figures stand upon the chaotic cloud platform. Song Tian stands with hands clasped behind him, his gaze seeming to witness the dissolution of galaxies, and speaks solemnly. Second brother, third brother, now that you have both stepped into the half-step Great Luo realm, the power of fortune is of utmost importance to us. The flames of war are igniting across the primordial world. We must swiftly expand the domain of the divine court and seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Huang Tian, surrounded by 9 sacred halos, nods in agreement. What elder brother says is indeed correct. In the central domain, 7 or 8 tents have already submitted to the divine court, leaving only a few perilous locations unyielding. I shall personally lead an expedition to the Yunming Marsh, although the Kanglan Divine Sovereign harbors no ambition for conquest. If he can be utilized, it would provide us with significant support. Upon hearing this, Qing Tian promptly concurs. Elder brother, I too shall lead my forces to deal with the one at Luai's. Does he truly believe he can hide in Luai's and evade my grasp? I am also well versed in thunderous techniques. As his words linger, a powerful aura of thunder erupts from him, instantly enveloping the skies above Heavenly Emperor Mountain in dark storm clouds, accompanied by the sound of thunderclaps. Song Tian's gaze sweeps over his 2 brothers, and his tone suddenly sharpens. Remember, these 2 occupy the innate blessed ground. Do not underestimate them. If matters become untenable, retreat immediately. United as brothers, the divine court shall undoubtedly reign supreme within this primordial domain. Huang Tian and Qing Tian exchange glances, a glint of fierce determination flashing in their eyes, and they solemnly nod in agreement. As the 2 divine sovereigns transformed into flowing light and vanished into the horizon, Song Tian sat alone upon the cloud platform, gazing southward, his vision penetrating through the 9 layers of celestial barriers. A profound sense of trepidation filled his heart regarding the beastly clan. It is essential to remember that several epochs prior, the divine adversary and reincarnation had already ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, the beastly clan had remained peculiarly tranquil for an extended period, which felt distinctly amiss. Perhaps they were brewing an even greater tempest. Thus, before this storm arrives, it would be prudent to unify the central region, enabling Huang Tian and Qing Tian to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. At that time, with the combined strength of the 3 brothers, 3 great Luo Golden Immortals, even if the divine adversary and reincarnation had their schemes, they would secure their foothold amidst the approaching tempest. In the central wilderness, Yumen Marsh, Huang Tian treaded upon the void, golden lotuses blooming beneath his feet, each step creating ripples in the air. Upon his arrival above Yumen Marsh, the entire expanse of the marsh fell into an abrupt silence, even the surging mist momentarily solidifying. Kanglan, I grant you one more opportunity to choose, submit or perish. Huang Tian's voice resonated coldly and sternly from above, echoing through the heavens and earth, causing the waters of Yumen Marsh to surge and the mist to rise. As his words echoed, the fog of the 80 million miles of Yumen Marsh began to churn violently, the depths of the 9 nether-heavy waters swirling upwards, transforming into countless ferocious water beasts, each harboring the terrifying power to rend mountains and rivers, roaring and tumultuously stirring, darkening the entire sky. Huang Tian, my Yumen Marsh has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with your divine court. Why do you suddenly descend upon this place today and provoke me? The heavenly sovereign Kanglan rose amidst the waves, surrounded by the profound laws of water, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Although he was in the water-rich Yumen Marsh, enjoying the advantage of terrain, He did not dare to let his guard down in the presence of the divine sovereign of the heavens. Huang Tian's gaze was frigid, as if looking down upon mere ants. Kenglin, today is not like any other. The tides of the wilderness have shifted. If you fail to recognize the times, today shall mark the downfall of human marsh. Kanglin's countenance darkened, glancing back at the endless water clan behind him, struggling within himself before ultimately gritting his teeth. Huang Tian, let us engage in battle. If I lose, the entirety of human marsh shall submit to the divine court. But if I win, before Kanglin could finish his sentence, Huang Tian interrupted with a scoff, a flick of his fingertip revealing a scroll of the imperial extreme law, radiating with brilliant golden light, manifesting like the very edicts of the heavens. You have no right to choose. However, as a potential member of the divine court, I offer you this chance to contend with me. As the last word fell, Kanglin felt an intangible celestial might descend, as if the entire firmament had transformed into a blade, poised to strike at any moment. Fight! Kanglin roared, brandishing the water-splitting divine staff, unleashing a torrent of roaring water beasts that surged forth, each capable of shredding a golden immortal, overwhelming the sky. Humph, mere trifles. Huang Tian sneered disdainfully, addressing the deluge of heavy waters with indifference. Decree of Huang Tian, disperse. With the utterance of his command, it seemed as though a supreme will had descended upon the world, causing the roaring nine nether-heavy water and the countless ferocious water beasts to instantly evaporate like melting snow, vanishing in an instant. Is this the decree of Huang Tian? Kanglin Tianzuan's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed at the heavenly sovereign, who held the celestial decree in his mouth. With words that seemed to command the very laws of the universe, a wave of dread washed over him. He had initially believed that within the depths of Yunming's, he could still contend against a half-stepped Deluo, yet at this moment, he comprehended that the heavenly sovereign was no ordinary half-stepped Deluo. Within mere exchanges, the signs of his impending defeat became glaringly evident. Ultimately, he bitterly closed his eyes and slowly bowed his head, conceding that Yunming's would yield to the divine court. At the same time, amidst the clash between the heavenly sovereign and Kanglin Tianzuan, the Qing Tian divine sovereign arrived at the realm of Thunder Marsh, where his overwhelming presence suppressed the very essence of the land. With a thunderous roar, the Thunder Ancestor awakened from the chaotic thunder pool, his eyes resembling two violet suns, surrounded by various divine thunders radiating an aura of destruction. His voice resonated like the sound of myriad thunders. Qing Tian, what brings you here? Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Qing Tian smirked, yet his eyes were as cold as the abyss. Thunder Ancestor, I have come today to demand your submission to the divine court. Ha! Thunder Ancestor laughed maniacally at the proclamation. You think you can compel me to submit? Bring forth the heavens. Upon hearing this, Qing Tian's expression turned icy. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your end. With indifference, he raised his hand, and an ancient sword enveloped in the essence of judgment and annihilation materialized, the heavenly punishing sword of divine execution. The impending battle was on the verge of eruption. Within the Thunder Marsh, the Thunder Ancestor's myriad thunderous techniques were amplified, yet even so, his lightning seemed ineffective against Qing Tian, who wielded the heavenly punishing sword with overwhelming force. With a furious roar, Thunder Ancestor summoned his innate divine powers, drawing forth the cataclysmic violet divine thunder from the depths of the marsh, transforming it into a colossal violet lightning dragon that surged toward Qing Tian with a ferocious roar. The terrifying power of thunder was enough to make even a typical Deluo Jin Xian retreat in fear. However, as Qing Tian's brow furrowed, a singular vertical eye, capable of judging the myriad realms, manifested and opened within his forehead. The Eye of Judgment. With a resounding thunderclap, the cataclysmic violet divine thunder was devoured entirely upon contact with the vertical eye, as if all rivers returned to the sea. What? Thunder Ancestor's pupils shrank, and a tempest of dread surged within him. Before he could react, Qing Tian coldly intoned, Heavenly Judgment Punishment. With a swift motion, 9 chains forged from judgmental divine thunder shot forth from the Eye of Judgment, instantly piercing through the chaotic thunder pool and binding Thunder Ancestor's colossal form with an unyielding grip. With a furious roar, Thunder Ancestor unleashed a torrent of thunderous light, attempting to break free, but the chains tightened ever more, confining his essence and primal thunder in a vice-like grasp. Qing Tian, I am the embodiment of thunder. As long as heaven and earth endure, so shall I. Thunder Ancestor bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the primal realm. Qing Tian remained indifferent, slowly raising the heavenly punishing sword of divine execution, and coldly declared, "Those who transgress against heaven shall be punished." As the words fell, the blade of light descended. Thunder Ancestor's roar was abruptly silenced. His essence was pierced by the 9 chaotic shackles and shattered under the sword's radiance, ultimately dissipating into a myriad of thunderous light, scattering across the heavens and earth. Following the conquest of Yunming's and Thunder Marsh, the divine cord of heaven swept through the central wilderness with unstoppable momentum, compelling countless entities of the central domain to submit. Chapter 41. The Awakening of the Beasts. While the divine cord of the central domain waged war across the lands, tumultuous winds and clouds stirred in the various realms of the primal world. In this chaotic world, the weak are akin to a flickering candle in the wind, either clinging to the powerful or perishing in obscurity. To establish a foothold in the impending calamity of this primordial era, one must possess at least half a step of the great Luo cultivation and master the divine powers that defy the heavens. Otherwise, one remains merely a morsel on another's chopping block. If one were to identify the most tranquil realm in the primordial chaos, it would undoubtedly be the Eastern Domain. The sole great Luo golden immortal, Hongjun Daoist, resides atop Jade Capital Mountain, founding the Xian Dao Alliance. He neither seeks dominance nor engages in annexation, but gathers the fortunes of myriad races. Whether one belongs to a grand sect or a minor faction, all are welcome to join the alliance, which forbids mutual strife and enjoys the protection of Hongjun. While such protection may not guarantee supremacy, it certainly shields one from the catastrophic perils posed by great Luo beings. The establishment of this power by Hongjun carries profound significance. Firstly, to safeguard the region. Secondly, to amass fortune. And thirdly, to prepare for the impending calamity wrought by ferocious beasts. It is precisely due to the favorable conditions in the Eastern Domain that numerous weaker races have migrated en masse. Though many have met their demise along the journey, time flows swiftly, and before long, another lengthy epoch has quietly passed. On this day, the boundless blood sea suddenly surged with tumultuous waves, a dreadful cloud looming overhead, and an overwhelming pressure enveloping the skies above the blood sea. In an instant, 8 towering blood pillars erupted from the depths, piercing the heavens and the earth. Countless essences of blood and malevolence surged into the blood pillars like rivers converging into the sea, solidifying them into colossal supports that exuded a suffocating aura of power. After an indeterminate passage of time, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the primordial chaos as the 8 blood pillars detonated. The terrifying wave of energy swept across the surroundings, fracturing the void at the edges of the blood sea. As the blood mist dissipated, 8 figures, resembling deities yet exuding a demonic presence, stood upon the waves, enshrouded in an unsettling aura of great Luo profundity. These were none other than the 8 sovereigns of the ferocious beast clan: Chaos, Tao Tai, Xiongqi, Tao Tai, Pao Huan, Xieji, Hong, and Zheng. At this moment, they all transcended to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, wielding the laws of heaven and earth with every movement. The 8 ferocious beasts let out a long howl that resonated through the 9 heavens, heralding the formidable return of their clan. The tumult of the blood sea attracted the attention of many great Luo powerhouses throughout the primordial chaos. Upon witnessing the emergence of 8 sovereigns from the ferocious beast clan, all having attained the great Luo golden immortal realm, they were left in a state of shock at the terrifying prowess of the beasts, contemplating the impending shift in the dynamics of the primordial world. Suddenly, the 8 ferocious beasts fell silent, respectfully gazing towards the depths of the blood sea. The sea parted spontaneously, forming a blood-red staircase leading to its abyss. 2 figures, even more terrifying than the 8 sovereigns, strode forth, each step echoing as if treading upon the hearts of all living beings in the primordial realm. Divine Reversal. Reincarnation. Humph. As Divine Reversal stepped out of the blood sea, he let out a cold snort. At the edge of the blood sea, a previously concealed figure, struck by the force of thunder, revealed himself as the blood demon ancestor, who had come to spy. A mere ant dares to pry into my affairs. A glint of cold light flashed in Divine Reversal's eyes, and 2 beams of golden divine radiance pierced through the vast expanse, locking onto the blood demon. Since you have arrived, you shall remain. The blood demon ancestor's countenance changed drastically. He had sensed the anomaly within the depths of the blood sea and had believed he could remain undetected, relying on his blood path divine abilities. Even the 8 formidable beast kings who have transcended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal were oblivious to his presence. Yet unexpectedly, he was discerned in a single glance by the divine rebel. Blood escape transformation. In a moment of life and death, the blood demon ancestor made a swift decision, his body erupting violently, transforming into countless droplets of blood that scattered into the blood sea. Each droplet contained his soul imprint. Should even one escape, he could be reborn. However, the divine rebel was no ordinary individual. He had been a great Luo Golden Immortal for countless eons, and now he had condensed both earth and heaven flowers, reaching the late stage of the great Luo. His mastery of the laws had ascended to the 3rd level of the domain. And had he not been so prideful, aspiring to forge the most potent Dao flower, he would have already attained the pinnacle of the great Luo. A trivial scheme. The golden vertical pupil on the divine rebel's forehead slowly opened, and in an instant, the world fell silent, an invisible force enveloping the blood sea. As if time itself had come to a standstill. Under the overwhelming might of his primordial spirit, every blood avatar of the blood demon was laid bare. And at that moment, the blood demon finally panicked. For eons, he had relied on this supernatural ability to navigate the blood sea with ease. Yet now it proved ineffective before the divine rebel. No, do not kill me. I am willing to submit. The blood sea echoed with the blood demon's terrified cries. The divine rebel's expression remained cold as he lightly clenched his fingers. Boom. The entire blood sea trembled violently, countless blood droplets exploding simultaneously. The blood demon ancestor's anguished wails resonated through the heavens, only to be silenced in an instant. The once mighty figure of the blood path, who had roamed the vast wilderness for countless ages, was obliterated in body and soul. The divine rebel stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his golden vertical pupil surveying the void, causing the hidden minds that lurked in the shadows to scatter in panic as if struck by lightning. Above the blood sea, only the 8 formidable beast kings stood solemnly, a suffocating pressure permeating the heavens and the earth. Southeast border of the wilderness, 9 Nether Dynasty, Yuming. We must evacuate the southern region immediately. Huang Quan's voice was urgent, tinged with anxiety. All the beast kings had awakened and transcended to the great Luo realm. And even that blood demon had fallen in an instant. The Yuming sovereign stood with his hands behind his back before the 9 Nether Palace. The Yuming banner fluttering behind him. He gazed at the sky stained with blood, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Retreat. Immediately return to the eastern region and seek refuge with the Xian Dao Alliance. The wilderness is about to undergo a transformation. Ha! Retreat? I fear you may not have that opportunity. A thunderous laugh erupted like a bolt of lightning, shaking the entire 9 Nether Royal City. In an instant, dark clouds loomed overhead, and dark red blood lightning surged within the clouds, as if intent on tearing the heavens apart. Boom! A figure shattered the void, arriving with a commanding presence. TOW donned the armor of the Xian Ming, wielding the dual blades of slaughter, an aura of overwhelming lethality enveloping him. With each step he took, the space beneath him fractured, resembling a web of black lines. Yuming, Huang Quan, TOW's crimson vertical pupil gazed downwards, his voice as chilling as 1,000-year-old frost. Just 2 insignificant creatures who have acquired a modicum of chaotic demonic heritage dare to encroach upon the territory of my beast clan? With that, TOW let out a cold laugh, swinging the dual blades of slaughter, the tips erupting with destructive power, coalescing into a killing cross slash. Aimed directly at Yuming and Huang Quan. TOW. Yuming's expression changed drastically as he exchanged a glance with Huang Quan, simultaneously forming a hand seal. Yuming Huang Quan Great Formation, arise. The ethereal banner of the underworld obscured the heavens, transforming into an immense shroud of darkness. The river of the yellow springs surged forth, weaving a serpentine course through the void. The formidable power of the array, imbued with the essence of utmost ease and gentleness, deftly neutralized the onslaught of the beast, Taowu. Taowu, the specter of the underworld intoned menacingly, do not presume that your ascension to the great Luo grants you unbridled freedom. With your strength, you shall not prevail against us. Within the confines of the array, the winds of the underworld howled fiercely, gnawing at the bones and ensnaring the soul. The rain of the yellow springs cascaded down like a deluge, transforming decaying flesh into blood. The entire formation seemed to metamorphose into the depths of the Nine Nether, intent on refining Taowu into mere essence. Chapter 42. Reactions from all sides. Taowu observed the transformation of the array with a sudden cold smirk, his eyes glinting with derision. Just as the force of annihilation was about to descend upon him, a crack of inky darkness split the void. A terrifying force of devouring energy erupted, consuming both the bone-eroding winds and the flesh-corrupting rains, all swallowed by a gaping maw reminiscent of an abyss. Taowu, the specter of the underworld, gasped in astonishment. Beside Taowu, a towering beastly silhouette emerged, tearing through the void, a creature with a goat's head and a human visage, crimson eyes glinting beneath its armpits. Its mouth, split to the abdomen, revealed a swirling vortex of chaos, akin to an unfathomable chasm. With a thunderous roar, the beast transformed into an innate embodiment of the Tao. Licking its fangs, it grinned malevolently. If Taowu cannot vanquish you alone, what of my presence? The combined aura of the two formidable beastly sovereigns intermingled, causing the entire space of the underworld and Yellow Springs array to emit a lament of unbearable strain. Devour the heavens, obliterate the Tao, slay to achieve the path. Both Taowu and the beast bellowed in unison. In that instant, the very fabric of the heavens and earth shifted. The beast opened its abyssal maw, and a vortex capable of consuming all existence materialized. Under this overwhelming force, the array contorted and warped, even light being drawn into that bottomless abyss. The surface of the underworld banner began to peel away, while the waters of the Yellow Springs were drawn back towards the vortex. Simultaneously, Taowu unleashed a flurry of dual blades, slashing through the air. Two crimson arcs of light pierced the heavens and earth, embodying the purest essence of slaughter. Where the blade's light passed, the void was effortlessly rent asunder, revealing the primordial expanse beyond the array. With a resounding crack, the great array of the underworld and Yellow Springs shattered, and the backlash of force sent both the specter and the river reeling, blood spewing from their mouths as they staggered back 1,000 paces. A mere array dares to withstand my great Luo might? Taowu stood firm, his dual blades entwined with the essence of darkness, reminiscent of a demon presiding over death itself. The specter, hair unkempt, glared at Taowu with venomous intent. Taowu, do not be so arrogant. You beasts, ignorant of the great Tao, shall ultimately face your demise. Enough of your prattle, Taowu interrupted coldly. When the divine sovereign graces the primordial realm, the very fabric of existence shall be reversed. Alas, you shall not witness that day. No sooner had he spoken than a malevolent aura surged from the horizon, blotting out the sun. Countless ferocious beasts charged forth, their advance shaking the earth with each step taken by the foremost of the great E-realm. The defensive array of the Nine Nether dynasty crumbled as if made of paper, and countless lives were reduced to blood mist amidst the onslaught. You, the specter of the Yellow Springs, eyes bulging with rage, beheld the collapse of his hard-fought dynasty amidst the tide of beasts. Turning to the specter of the underworld, their gazes met, both recognizing the futility of their situation, and their auras began to rage uncontrollably. Taowu observed this scene with calmness. Ah, do you contemplate self-detonation? World-breaking divine slayer. He raised his hand with a swift motion, and 9 streaks of dark light pierced through the void, striking the foreheads of the two figures, the Infernal and the Yellow Springs, before they could react. In the next moment, the twin blades of slaughter severed their heads with ruthless precision. The gluttonous beast turned impassively, its crimson eyes gazing toward the east. A deep, resonant roar emanated from the abyss of its throat, shaking the very heavens. Next, the chiming dynasty. With a thunderous roar, countless ferocious beasts echoed in unison, their voices shattering the clouds for miles. The earth trembled beneath the weight of iron hooves, and the sky was stained a dark crimson with malevolence. The army of ferocious beasts split into 2 factions, sweeping across the wilderness like a torrent of blood. One followed the gluttonous beast eastward, while the other, led by the formidable Taowu, surged northward. Along their path, every obstacle in the way of the ferocious army, be it towering trees or majestic mountains, was annihilated by this savage force. All beings of other races that appeared before the ferocious army were unable to escape the fate of slaughter. The entire southern world of the wilderness was engulfed in an endless massacre, a pure feast of bloodshed. Unlike the campaigns of other dynasties, which might offer terms of surrender, the ferocious beasts knew only consumption and destruction. Since the fall of the Nine Nether dynasty, neither the gluttonous beast nor Tao Wu had personally engaged in battle. They commanded their legions to wreak havoc instead. The frenzied slaughter by the ferocious army resulted in the demise of billions of souls in the southern wilderness. The skies above were thick with the stench of blood and malevolence, shrouded in ominous blood-red clouds, while deep within the sea of blood, a muffled rumble echoed. The self-purifying force of the wilderness slowly activated, drawing countless malevolent energies like rivers converging into the ocean, merging into the sea of blood. The slaughter by the ferocious army persisted for millennia, initially targeting other races within the southern domain. It soon escalated to confront the imperial powers bordering the south. Ultimately, the ferocious beasts seemed to have succumbed to madness, appearing relentlessly across every domain. These armies of ferocious beasts appeared to exist solely for the creation of chaos and slaughter, moving immediately to the next location after ravaging one area. Moreover, neither of the two rulers nor the other beast kings intervened, on the rare occasions they did. It was merely to fend off formidable opponents of the Deluo realm. They were utterly indifferent to the lives of their kin, for their numbers were too vast to count. Faced with the powerful and brutal ferocious beasts, the various factions across the wilderness began to band together for survival, forming alliances or merging into stronger forces. On Yujing Mountain, the venerable Hongjun gazed at the gathering malevolence and calamity in the heavens. Waving his dust brush, a great calamity approaches. All sentient beings are amidst tribulation. Within the divine court of the central region, the celestial master's gaze pierced through time and space, fixated on the roiling sea of blood. Has it finally arrived? In the depths of the Guishu secret realm at the southernmost edge, an elderly man with white hair calculated with his fingers, his long brows stirring without wind. Alas! It seems even I cannot evade this calamity. This first great calamity of the ferocious beasts since the dawn of creation appears to be a cleansing by the will of the heavens. Yet it targets not only the ferocious beasts but also seeks to settle accounts with the remnants of the chaotic demonic deities. In the wake of the great calamity, all remnants of the chaotic demon gods, whether in the form of lingering souls or primordial manifestations of innate deities, are compelled to undergo tribulation, repaying the cosmic balance through the slaughter of ferocious beasts. Should one miraculously survive this slaughtering tribulation, the next calamity will still demand their participation, unless they have transcended the confines of heaven and earth. Reflecting upon the previous celestial tribulations of the primordial world, whether it be the tribulation of savage beasts, the great tribulation of the three clans, or the tribulation of Tao and demons, they were all fundamentally aimed at the remnants of the chaotic demon gods. Ultimately, only Yangmei, who fled to the depths of chaos, Hongjun, who united with the heavenly path, and Luo Hu, who embodied the demonic Tao to supplement the heavenly path, evaded the reckoning. Throughout the primordial realm, as the slaughter incited by the ferocious beasts escalated, distinct factions began to crystallize. The Eastern continent, led by the Xian Dao alliance founded by Hongjun, the Western continent, dominated by the Lixiang dynasty and the Demon God dynasty, the Northern domain, ruled by the Yin Yang dynasty and the Five Elements dynasty, and the Central domain, governed by the Divine Court of Heaven. These realms formed alliances to collectively resist the ferocious beast clan, whose frenzied actions ultimately ignited a rebellion among the myriad beings. Just as the tribulation of the ferocious beasts was on the verge of eruption, the reclusive Qing Ming finally emerged after countless years of introspection. Chapter 43. The Emergence of Qing Ming, Fuyao Immortal Island. Fuyao Immortal Island majestically towers over the eastern sea of the primordial realm, shrouded in mist and ethereal clouds, resembling an unparalleled celestial paradise suspended in the heavens. At this moment, atop the central peak of the island, within Qing Ming's sanctum known as Wendao Palace, the vast spiritual essence of heaven and earth cascades like a celestial river, surging and coalescing into a brilliant ocean of spiritual radiance. Outside the sanctum, the 12-petal pure world white lotus in the pure world heavenly pool blossoms with immaculate holy light, its petals swaying gently, continuously channeling the pure spiritual power of heaven and earth, along with the essence of the three suns, into the Wendao Palace, for Qing Ming to refine and absorb. As time flows, the aura surrounding Qingming grows ever more profound and expansive, resonating with the cosmos and harmonizing with the great Tao. Behind him, the wheel of the five elements sword Tao manifests of its own accord, swirling with five-colored divine light. Its sword intent soaring into the heavens, each beam of brilliance seemingly capable of cleaving through the void and tearing apart chaos. Suddenly, the five-colored sword wheel vibrates violently, an explosion of resplendent divine light emanating from within, giving rise to two profound beams of black and white. Seven-colored luminous streams intertwine like seven meteors streaking through eternity, instantly merging into Qingming's brow. Within his sea of consciousness, dual purple and gold lotuses hover in the air, each blossoming with 12 petals. The purple lotus exudes an air of noble mystery, while the golden lotus embodies grandeur. At this moment, as the seven-colored luminous streams surge forth, the dual lotuses gradually separate, forming a triadic alignment. The purple lotus stabilizes the heavens, the golden lotus steadies the earth, while the seven-colored luminous stream occupies the human position, continuously evolving and merging, ultimately transforming into a seven-colored lotus platform. As the lotus platform takes form, it initially manifests as seven petals. Yet with the relentless infusion of the quintessence of the five elements and the power of the seven-colored laws from Qingming's primordial spirit, the platform begins to tremble violently, petals emerging from the void and gradually solidifying. 8 petals, 9 petals, 10 petals. The lotus platform undergoes continuous metamorphosis, and Qingming's mind becomes increasingly taut. Though he has already forged perfect earthly and heavenly flowers, the grade of the Tao flower determines the future of his path of laws. 11 petals. When the 11th petal unfurls, Qingming's breath nearly halts, and the entire sea of consciousness descends into an unusual silence. Finally, nourished by the endless power of laws, the 12th petal slowly unfurls, complete and flawless. Perfection. In the depths of Qingming's heart, a surge of heroic spirit erupted, compelling him to let out a long, resounding cry. Within the sea of consciousness, 3 12-petal lotus flowers manifested in a triadic formation, slowly revolving, violet, golden, and a spectrum of 7 colors, intertwining in a display of boundless arcane power, as if elucidating the profound truths of the universe. The blossoming of the 12 petals signified that his foundational strength had reached perfection, with limitless potential. Even though he had anticipated this moment, the actual realization of it still stirred his heart profoundly, illuminating his path of enlightenment. Next came the consolidation of his realm. Qingming centered his mind. As the 3 flowers spun, streams of enigmatic energy coursed through his entire being, nourishing his corporeal form, refining his primordial spirit, and crystallizing the laws of the cosmos. During this seclusion, he finally achieved his goal, his foundational essence flawless, paving a path ahead devoid of constraints. His accumulation was as vast as an abyss, with both spirit and body having attained a state of utter completeness. By the 3rd cycle of his retreat, he had already condensed the perfect and immaculate earth flower and heaven flower. In the time that followed, in pursuit of the consummation of the path flower, Qingming devoted all his focus to comprehending the celestial principles, fortuitously aided by the Chaos Pearl and the Pangu's imprint of creation. Through relentless observation of the profound trajectory of the 9 axes of creation, he ultimately experienced an epiphany into the origin of the rules, successfully condensing the path flower and stepping into the realm of great perfection. Now, he awaited the opportune moment to crystallize the fruits of his path, to undergo a true transformation into the power of the laws, thus ascending to the supreme realm of the primordial golden immortal. With a deep breath, Qingming gradually opened his eyes, which sparkled with the brilliance of rotating galaxies and the evolution of worlds. With a mere thought, his form appeared outside the Hall of Inquiry. The power of his primordial spirit unfolded like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire celestial island in an instant. There, he beheld Kedora curled up within the sea of clouds, soundly asleep, surrounded by the quintessence of the 5 elements. It had remarkably broken through to the state of perfect Tai golden immortal, merely a step away from great perfection. Contingent upon the comprehension of the rules, Qingming nodded slightly, not at all remiss. To his astonishment, he discovered that during his secluded period, many rare and wondrous beasts on the island, though not yet transformed, had instinctively absorbed and exhaled primordial energy, accumulating power at the golden immortal level. Unbeknownst to him, this retreat had spanned several million years. Qingming calculated with a flick of his fingers, and a wave of emotion washed over him. Gazing at the bewildered beings on the island, who, lacking a path to enlightenment, could only rely on instinct to absorb primordial energy, he suddenly felt a calling. As the master of this island, it was his duty to illuminate the path for them. I am Qingming, the Taoist Lord, and the sovereign of the Flying Phoenix Island. Though you have awakened your intelligence, you remain ignorant of the path of cultivation and transformation. Today, I shall elucidate the way of cultivation for you, assisting you in embarking on your journey. His resounding voice, bolstered by divine powers, reverberated through the heavens, penetrating the hearts of myriad beings. Even the creatures lacking consciousness instinctively bowed toward the direction of the Flying Phoenix Mountain. In an instant, auspicious clouds surged across the celestial island, and countless beasts gathered in reverence. Ghidorah suddenly awoke, transforming into a golden light that darted to Qingming's side, bowing deeply. Congratulations, my lord, on your emergence from seclusion. Long life to you. Before he could finish speaking, Qingming's expression darkened. You are the one who shall live long. Your entire family shall live long. Ghidorah's 3 dragon heads simultaneously recoiled, hastily amending, boundless longevity, and remained silent thereafter. Qingming flicked his sleeve and turned, sitting in midair at the pinnacle of the heavens. As he spoke the true words, the essence of the Tao flowed through the world, and the golden lotus emerged. There exists a primordial entity, born before heaven and earth. In the vast stillness, one stands solitary and unchanging, traversing the cosmos without peril, embodying the essence of the universe. I know not its name. I shall call it the Tao, and for the sake of nomenclature, I shall refer to it as the Great. The Great is termed as passing. Passing is deemed as distant, and distant leads to return. Thus, the Tao is great. Heaven is great. Earth is great, and the sovereign is also great. Within the realm, there are 4 great entities, of which the sovereign occupies one. Humanity emulates the earth emulates heaven emulates the Tao, and the Tao emulates nature. The great Tao flows boundlessly, able to be approached from all sides. All things rely upon it for sustenance without complaint, achieving success without seeking recognition. It nourishes all beings yet claims no dominion, eternally devoid of desire. It may be called small, all things return to it, yet it asserts no authority, thus it may be deemed great. Hence, the sage never seeks to elevate himself, and therefore is able to achieve greatness. As the ethereal tones of the Tao resonate like celestial music throughout the soaring island, all beings upon it are immersed in the profound and boundless sound of the Tao, as if their spirits are transported into an infinite expanse of existence. They grasp the mysteries and profundities of the Tao, as if they are touching the primal force from when the cosmos first emerged, their understanding of the Tao becoming increasingly lucid. This discourse on the Tao by Qingming persisted for a full 28,600 years. In the initial phase, Qingming meticulously elucidated how to absorb the essence of the sun and moon after awakening spiritual wisdom and the methods of transformation. While explaining the path of transformation, he recalled the images of the minor demons in the later tale of Journey to the West, each possessing an incomplete transformation, retaining aspects of their original forms and appearing rather unsightly. Therefore, during his teachings, he elaborated with great precision on the methods of transformation and the composition of the innate Tao body, striving to ensure that all beings on the island would attain a flawless innate Tao body, transcending the mundane. Chapter 44. The Ancestor Dragon. As the millennia slipped away like a fleeting shadow, Qingming slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to hold the rotation of galaxies. Unfathomably deep. This discourse concludes here. You must earnestly contemplate. Though his voice was soft, it resonated powerfully like the grandest of bells within the consciousness of every being present. Those who had instinctively cultivated to the realms of celestial and golden immortals, though yearning for deeper truths, dared not overstep their bounds. This session had already bestowed upon them immense benefits, granting them a fresh understanding of the inhalation and exhalation methods, as well as a glimpse into the mysteries of transformation. Each heart brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the next discourse. The next teaching would not occur for another 10,000 years. Before Qingming's words had fully settled, he had already closed his eyes in meditation, wandering through the vast void. He appeared to merge with the cosmos, radiating an awe-inspiring aura of the Tao. Those in the realms of celestial and golden immortals felt a surge of excitement, nearly compelled to release a joyous cry to the heavens. Yet, upon witnessing the majestic figure atop the mountain, reminiscent of the Tao itself, they restrained their fervent emotions, choosing instead to quietly reflect on the insights just gained. Fearing even the slightest oversight of the profound truths, 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Qingming opened his eyes once more, his gaze was like a flash of lightning, sweeping across the mountainside. He beheld that the number of beings gathered to listen had multiplied several times over, and most had successfully transformed, revealing the perfect form of their innate Tao bodies. Qingming nodded slightly and began to speak. This discourse directly addressed the essence of cultivation and the ultimate principles of the Tao. The profound tones cascaded like the Milky Way from the heavens, lasting for a total of 129,600 years, perfectly aligned with the number of the primordial unity. In this sermon, Qingming primarily expounded upon the cultivation methods of Earth Immortals, Celestial Immortals, Golden Immortals, and Tai Golden Immortals. The discourse encompassed the essential techniques for ascension from Earth Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal. Throughout the session, there were moments when exceptionally gifted individuals experienced sudden enlightenment, leading to remarkable breakthroughs in their cultivation. As the sermon concluded, countless beings knelt in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. We express our profound gratitude to the Taoist master for imparting the teachings. Qingming's gaze, gentle and kind, swept across the gathered multitude, a faint smile gracing his lips. The current state of Fuyo Immortal Island was vibrant and teeming with life, its spiritual essence surging like a tide. What brought him even greater joy was the presence of several individuals of extraordinary talent. While they may not rival the innate divinities of Qinkuan or Yin Yang, they were nonetheless comparable to the likes of Mingyi and Xinyuanzishi in later generations. I shall soon embark on a journey beyond the island, Qingming proclaimed, his voice flowing like a clear spring, and I will select a few among you to manage the affairs of the island during my absence. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the multitude ignited with fervent anticipation as they raised their heads, yearning for this opportunity. Qingming's gaze was sharp as it traversed the crowd. Suddenly, 3 beams of light flashed, and 3 beings were transported before him. The first was a crane with silver-gray feathers, each plume sharp as a sword. 9 transparent celestial crystals adorned its crown, each containing a primordial essence. The second was a 9-colored divine deer, its antlers radiating a pure, sanctifying light, with divine thunder subtly coursing within. The third was a silver-white rabbit, its back gradually transitioning to a golden hue, forming natural yin-yang patterns. Most remarkable were its mismatched eyes, one golden and the other silver, seemingly embodying the truths of heaven and earth. These 3 beings were rare and exceptional species: the 9-cleared crane, the pure world cloud deer, and the Tai void celestial rabbit. Each possessed innate talents that rivaled the legendary Xinyuanzishi and Hongyun Laozu of later epochs. They were positioned atop the mountain, respectfully standing before Qingming. The myriad beings below could not help but display expressions of envy, yet dared not voice any discontent. Qingming's gaze, fierce and penetrating, fell upon the trio as he inquired, "Do you wish to serve as my disciples and manage the immortal island on my behalf?" "We are willing, Taoist master. We are willing." Though their responses were not in unison, they spoke without hesitation, their voices tinged with unmistakable excitement and reverence. Qingming nodded slightly. "Do you possess names?" The 9-cleared crane stepped forward, its feathers fluttering gently. "In our ignorance, we have only known our true forms as names. Today, having encountered the Taoist master, we humbly request bestowed names." Qingming pondered briefly, the essence of the Tao swirling in his eyes. "In that case, I shall grant you the names Qingyan, Jinghuan, and Xuanji." Upon hearing this, the 3 extraordinary beings immediately prostrated themselves. "Thank you, Taoist master, for the names. I hope you will diligently cultivate and not disappoint my earnest intentions." Though Qingming's tone was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. The 3 disciples bowed once more. "We shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of the Taoist master." Once arrangements were finalized, Qingming stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the formidable heads of the 3-headed prison dragon, Ghidorah, and ascended through the sea of clouds. Upon leaving the island, he immediately sensed the oppressive aura of the world surging like a tide, contrasting sharply with the tranquility and harmony that enveloped the immortal island. This was all thanks to the purifying power of the 12-petal pure world white lotus within Fuyo Immortal Island, as well as the protective might of the island's grand formation. Gazing into the distance, one could see ominous clouds swirling above the primordial continent, a sinuous dragon, coalesced from boundless calamity, devouring the fortunes of myriad races. Qingming furrowed his brow. Could it be that the calamity of ferocious beasts has commenced? Since I have previously made a pact with Hongjun, it is prudent to first investigate the situation in the eastern domain. The three-headed dragon, Kidora, let out a resonating roar, its wings unfurling to obscure the sun. As they approached the shores of the East Sea, a thunderous clash erupted ahead, unleashing a tempest of energy that sent the waters soaring into towering waves. The corners of Qingming's eyes twitched. Who dares to engage in combat here? Has the calamity of ferocious beasts spread to the East Sea? As they drew nearer, a towering cultivator, standing at 16 feet, wielded a gilded blade entwined with 9 streams of dragon-shaped energy, battling 2 colossal, mountain-like raging sea sharks. The sharks, their bodies entirely black with razor-like dorsal fins, bore the bloodline of ferocious beasts, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson light. A flicker of surprise crossed Qingming's gaze. With his perfected Great Luo cultivation, he discerned that this imposing figure was, in fact, a 9-clawed golden dragon. The dragon clan has emerged? The dragon cultivator, robust and brimming with vitality, wielded his blade with such brilliance that each strike seemed capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Yet, his opponents were ferocious beasts at the mid-stage of Tai, their bodies impervious and fiercely bloodthirsty, relentless in their fury. Although he relied on the advantage of his treasured weapon, he found himself in perilous circumstances under the assault of the 2 beasts. Seeing this, Qingming flicked his fingers lightly. 2 streams of sword energy, like startled swans, pierced through the foreheads of the raging sharks in an instant. The massive bodies of the beasts crashed to the ground, stirring up colossal waves that darkened the sea for miles around. Only then did the dragon cultivator realize he had aided. Looking up to behold a figure in a blue robe standing atop the 3-headed demon dragon, exuding an aura that seemed to merge with the very heavens. He quickly sheathed his blade and bowed respectfully. I am the ancestor dragon of the dragon clan. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. Chapter 45, Huang Zhongli. Qingming, taken aback, felt a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. In his recollection, dragon cultivators were often proud and unruly, especially those destined to dominate the primordial realm. They were typically arrogant and dismissive of all. Yet, the ancestor dragon before him displayed humility and courtesy. Reflecting on this, in a world governed by the law of the jungle, those lacking strength yet harboring arrogance would hardly survive to become a sovereign of the primordial realm. It was but a trifling effort. Qingming's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze infused with appreciation. It was no small feat to contend against 2 mid-stage Tai ferocious beasts with an early-stage Tai cultivation. The ancestor dragon clasped his hands in gratitude, speaking earnestly. It is solely due to the power of my treasure, combined with the fact that these vile creatures lack intelligence, that I could barely hold my ground. If not for your intervention, I fear Qingming's laughter resonated through the heavens. I have great hopes for you. If fate permits, we shall meet again. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kidora roared in unison, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the distance. The ancestor dragon gazed at the figure disappearing beyond the horizon, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, remaining motionless for a long while. Elder brother. Shortly thereafter, 3 dragon figures broke through the air. Zhulong, Yinglong, and Songlong hurriedly approached, their dragon energy swirling around them. Elder brother, are you unharmed? Upon receiving the message, we hastened our journey without pause. Candle Dragon inquired eagerly, his dragon eyes filled with concern. Ancestral Dragon withdrew his gaze and replied nonchalantly, it is of no consequence. Candle Dragon scanned the surroundings, and suddenly his pupils constricted. Before him floated the massive corpses of 2 furious sea sharks, each possessing a gaping blood hole the size of a bowl at their foreheads. Is this the fearsome beast mentioned in my elder brother's transmission? A creature that was dispatched with a single blow? Candle Dragon's face was etched with astonishment. Could it truly be so lethal? Brother, this was not my doing. Ancestral Dragon remarked, his gaze drifting towards the direction of Qingming's departure. recalling that a senior had passed by and struck casually. Casually, Yinglong gasped in shock, his dragon claws instinctively tightening. That person must at least be at the pinnacle of Tai, the great Luo realm. Ancestral Dragon replied solemnly, his dragon whiskers fluttering without wind. The individual exuded no discernible aura, as if fused with the very fabric of heaven and earth, far beyond the reach of a mere Tai peak. Candle Dragon pondered for a moment before speaking. Now that fierce beasts are rampant, hidden mighty figures are emerging one after another. It seems that the wilderness is on the verge of great upheaval. Ancestral Dragon's gaze hardened, his dragon energy surging. Let us proceed. With our current cultivation, it is prudent to first hone our skills along the shores of the East Sea. With that, he transformed into a streak of golden light, cleaving through the waves. Followed closely by the other 3 dragons, their dragon cries resonating through the East Sea. Qingming once again set foot on the eastern expanse of the wilderness, making his way towards Jade Capital Mountain. Along the way, he furrowed his brow at the sight of an astonishing increase in the number of beings in the eastern domain, far exceeding his memories by several dozen times. I have merely been in seclusion for millions of years, and yet so many lives have flourished? Qingming mused silently. Little did he know, this was not solely due to the natural proliferation of the world, but also a consequence of the current chaos in the wilderness, prompting various races to migrate eastward in search of safety. His great Luo perfected consciousness unfurled, revealing the memories of beings within a radius of 10,000 miles like a scroll before his mind's eye. For one of his cultivation level, those below the golden immortal realm held no secrets. With a mere sweep of his primordial spirit, he could acquire any information he desired. The landscape of the wilderness had transformed dramatically, with the powers established by great Luo golden immortals reigning supreme across the various domains. One piece of news caught Qingming's attention. The celestial sovereign of the Central Divine Court had dispatched invitations, summoning the leaders of various domain powers to the central domain to discuss the extermination of the fierce beasts. Considering the timeline, this would unfold in 30,000 years. Celestial Sovereign? Divine Court? A glimmer sparked in Qingming's eyes. Is this the predecessor of the Heavenly Court? Fascinating. As he journeyed towards Jade Capital Mountain, a towering divine mountain abruptly entered his view. The mountain's form resembled a great dragon coiled, its peaks piercing the heavens, and amidst the swirling clouds, the innate rhythm of the Tao could be faintly discerned. Kunlun Divine Mountain. Qingming could not help but pause in awe. Indeed, it is the progenitor of all mountains. No wonder it could nurture such beings as the 3 Pure Ones and the Queen Mother of the West. Cascading spiritual springs and waterfalls adorned the mountainside, exotic flowers blossomed, and the calls of celestial cranes echoed through the valleys. The entire divine mountain radiated an ancient and profound aura, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. With 30,000 years remaining until the gathering of all spirits, a thought crossed Qingming's mind. Why not explore this Kunlun Divine Mountain first? It is said that treasures abound here. Selecting a peak at random, Qingming descended, but upon stepping foot on this mountain, he sensed an anomaly. The spiritual energy here was so dense it bordered on the tangible, with a subtle hint of chaotic essence flowing through the air. Am I truly this fortunate? Upon arriving at Kunlun Mountain, did I encounter a treasure? Qingming's brows arched slightly as his consciousness surged like a tide, enveloping the entire peak. However, moments later, a frown creased his forehead. He had discovered nothing. Doubting the absence of anything remarkable, he meticulously scanned every inch of the mountain with his spiritual awareness. Indeed, as he explored a fractured area halfway up the mountain, he suddenly sensed a trace of chaotic energy, accompanied by subtle ripples of profound laws emanating from within. There was something peculiar here. A faint smile graced Qingming's lips. With a flick of his sleeve, he approached the fracture. Within the deep chasm, dark mists swirled, and as his consciousness penetrated, it was as if it had vanished into the vast ocean. The cave, visible to the naked eye, felt desolate in his perception. This mist could distort space and obscure one's spirit. Such trivial tricks were no challenge for me. Qingming chuckled softly, his steps blossoming like lotus flowers. Wielding the primordial umbrella of heaven, surrounded by the profound resonance of the Tao, his eyes emitted 2 dazzling beams of sword light, akin to dawn's brilliance tearing through layers of fog, illuminating the obscure path ahead. As he descended along the winding rock face, an ancient, resounding wave of an array suddenly surged forth. Qingming's heart jolted, This was the aura of a primordial formation. He was well versed in primordial arrays, which often indicated the presence of treasures. Upon closer inspection, this array was even more intricate and enigmatic than any he had previously encountered, with a rich essence of chaos flowing within its patterns. Standing before the array, Qingming formed hand seals, and countless golden runes emerged around him, harmonizing with the array. It became evident after days of deliberation that, with his current mastery of arrays, he could effortlessly overcome common formations. The array before him was the Chaos Concealment Array, primarily designed to obscure heavenly secrets and provide protection. Continuously manipulating hand seals towards the array, the myriad of runes in his eyes shifted, unraveling the mysteries of the formation. Just as he broke through the final pattern, a resounding explosion erupted. A brilliant golden light soared into the heavens, illuminating the entire Kunlun mountain as brightly as day. Within this golden radiance, the ethereal silhouette of a celestial tree manifested in the sky, its trunk coiling like a dragon, adorned with 12 resplendent fruits. Each fruit was crystal clear, naturally inscribed with yellow Dao patterns, and within the flesh, the power of laws swirled like a dancing dragon. Chapter 46. The name Qingming, Yellow Middle Pair. Qingming's pupils constricted sharply. Even with his composure as a great Luo golden immortal, his heart raced uncontrollably at this sight. Such a primordial spiritual root was a treasure rare and sought after even in the present age of chaos. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to grasp, and the 12 golden fruits fell in response, each resonating with a melodious Dao sound, as if the heavens and earth were in harmony. The yellow Dao patterns on the surface of the fruits shimmered endlessly, and the inherent power of the laws caused ripples to emanate through the surrounding void. Having secured the fruits, Qingming enveloped the entire celestial tree with his spiritual energy, channeling his power to relocate it into the Qian cauldron. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. This spiritual root was far heavier than he could have imagined, as if he were attempting to uproot an entire world. Good heavens! Was this yellow middle pair truly so weighty? Qingming's brows shot upright, astonished in his heart. He inhaled deeply, and the magical energy within him surged forth like a mighty river breaking through a dam. Behind him, a 7-colored sword wheel unfurled with a thunderous roar, illuminating the vast expanse of heaven and earth with its resplendent light. His consciousness delved deep into the earth through the roots, revealing a patch of soil radiating with profound yellow divine light, connected to a spiritual root. The 9 heavens breath of earth. Qingming's heart trembled violently. Today was indeed a stroke of incredible fortune, as he encountered such a primordial divine artifact in succession. Within the breath of earth, the laws of the land flowed, and every grain of sand seemed to harbor boundless vitality. No wonder it could nurture a divine entity like the Huangzhongli. This 9 heavens breath of earth was a primordial spiritual object, capable of becoming a supreme defensive treasure with just a bit of refinement. Once summoned, the profound yellow energy would transform into a vast expanse of yellow clouds, shifting with the enemy, resilient and impenetrable, adaptable in size, swelling with the wind, offering endless utility. Arise! Qingming let out a long howl, his arms bulging with muscles like coiled dragons, resonating with the thunderous rhythm of the Tao. The roots of the Huangzhongli slowly detached from the ground, stirring a tempest of chaotic energy. The entire Kunlun mountain trembled in response, the spiritual springs flowing backward, and the birds and beasts scattering in alarm, as if the very heavens and earth were quaking at the departure of this divine entity. Just as Qingming was about to summon the Qiankuan Ding to collect the spiritual root along with the breath of earth, his brow furrowed suddenly. Several formidable auras were piercing through the air, each bearing the unique pressure of a great Luo golden immortal. With a series of whooshing sounds, 5 figures burst through the void, resembling 5 suns suspended in the sky, encircling the mountain peak so tightly that not a drop of water could escape. Once the primordial formation was breached, the gray mist that had enveloped the cliff and concealed their divine senses dissipated, allowing both parties to see clearly. The 5 individuals radiated the Tao rhythm of the great Luo, with 2 of their auras being particularly unfathomable, as if they had merged with the very fabric of the universe. The 3 slightly weaker figures were the sovereigns of nearby dynasties, the ancestor of Kunwu, the ancestor of Xianhuang, and the ancestor of Wujing. The other 2 were distinguished. One was surrounded by purple energy, wielding a whisk, none other than the ancestor Hongjun. The other, with flowing white hair and drooping brows, whose presence distorted the space behind him, was the wandering ancestor Yang Mei from the east. The three dynasty sovereigns fixed their eager gazes upon the spiritual root in Qingming's hand, their eyes gleaming with a palpable greed. The shadow that had just illuminated the heavens and earth spoke volumes. This was the Huangzhongli, the foremost among the 10 primordial spiritual roots. The 10 yuan would blossom, bear fruit, and ripen, yielding only 12 Dao fruits each time. Each fruit contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and consuming one could propel one directly into the realm of the Great Luo. In this primordial age, where the Great Luo Golden Immortal represented the pinnacle of combat power, possessing such a spiritual root was sufficient to dominate a region, or even contend for supremacy in the primal chaos. Moreover, the Huangzhongli, a divine artifact of this caliber, should not have emerged at this time. It was only due to Qingming's forceful breach of the chaotic protective formation that shielded it. When Ancestor Yang Mei beheld the Huangzhongli, a fleeting glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, yet upon realizing the spiritual root had an owner, he stood silently. As a reincarnation of a chaotic demon god, he held his own pride, and despite his yearning, he would not conspire with others to seize it. Moreover, he had already sensed the profound depth of the individual before him attempting to collect the spiritual root. Upon recognizing Qingming, Ancestor Hongjun revealed a look of delight and was about to speak, but was preempted by Ancestor Kunwu, who took the initiative. My friend, it is said that heaven and earth's spiritual treasures rightfully belong to those who are destined to possess them. Today, we have gathered here. Do you truly wish to monopolize it? The cunning old creature, unable to fathom the profound cultivation of Qingming, sought to drag others into the fray. The 5 great Luo joined forces, compelling anyone to weigh their options. Hongjun was about to speak, but received a silent warning from Qingming. With a smile that was neither here nor there, Qingming surveyed the assembly, seemingly ignoring Kunwa's words, and calmly stored Huangzhong Li and Zhutian Shirong within the Qinkuan Ding. Kunwa's ancestor turned pale with rage. You. Only then did Qingming lift his gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do my esteemed friends share this sentiment? Though Kunwa's ancestor and Xuantian's ancestor remained silent, their eyes betrayed a gluttonous intent, their stares sharp as blades, making their intentions unmistakable. Hongjun stood quietly on the cloud, lightly waving his whisk, deep in thought. Although he was unaware of Qingming's true intentions, he refrained from making a hasty declaration. Yang Mei's ancestor, with his long brows fluttering, spoke calmly. Spiritual treasures are meant for those with fate. Since you have claimed them first, I shall not impose. With that, he took a half-step back, signaling his position. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of Kunwa's ancestor and the others fluctuated dramatically. They had assumed that the 5 great Luo banding together would ensure them a share. But with Hongjun and Yang Mei stepping back, the situation became exceedingly delicate. 3 against 1, the advantage still lies with us. Kunwa's ancestor mused internally, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the nearby Jidwa, then scrutinizing Qingming's visage as if recalling something. He gasped in astonishment. You are the Taoist Qingming. This exclamation thundered like a lightning bolt. Xianyuan and Wujia, following Kunwa's pointing finger, finally noticed the fearsome 3-headed prison dragon. Memories from eons past surged forth, recalling the terror of the being who rode the prison dragon, slaying the ancestor of Qinkuan and battling the divine adversary. At this moment, the 3 displayed discomfort. In their prime, they were of comparable cultivation to Qinkuan, but now, after countless millennia, how formidable had this one become? Qingming, with a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic, stroked his chin as if acknowledging the truth of the matter. That ancestor of Qinkuan also coveted my treasures thus. His words pierced the hearts of the 3 like a sharp blade, their expressions shifting erratically. Yet the allure of Huangzhongli was far too great. Moreover, Qingming had remained concealed for millennia. Xuanyuan's ancestor, mustering his courage, spoke. Esteemed friend, we are all drawn here by the allure of spiritual treasures. It is fate, indeed. How about this? The roots belong to you, and we shall each take 2 fruits. What say you? Kunwu and Wujia quickly nodded in agreement, though their gazes flickered uncertainly. Huh? Qingming chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Why should I share my possessions with you? The air suddenly grew tense. Wujia's ancestor's countenance darkened like the depths of a stormy sea. Why must you take such an uncompromising stance? 3 against 1, if it comes to blows. You may not escape unscathed. Ha ha. Qing Ming suddenly laughed uproariously, the myriad manifestations of the Guishu sword materializing in his palm. As the sword trembled, the surrounding space began to fracture inch by inch. If you wish to fight, then let us do so without further ado. The three elders' faces darkened, each summoning their ultimate treasures. As innate demonic beings, they harbored their own pride. If they were to retreat without a fight today, how would they stand in the vast wilderness henceforth? Boom. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, the winds and clouds shifted ominously. For immense pressures of Great Luo collided violently, shattering the clouds within a 1,000-mile radius. An earth-shattering battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 47. Yang Mei and Hong Jun. As the situation abruptly shifted, Hong Jun's gaze flickered momentarily, and he covertly conveyed through sound transmission, "Dear friend Qing Ming, these three are vital allies in the battle against the ferocious beasts. I implore you to show them mercy." Qing Ming smirked slightly and replied through thought, "Fear not, esteemed friend Hong Jun. I have not traversed the primordial wilderness for long, and today I merely wish to declare my return through their voices." Boom. The venerable ancestor Kuan Wu initiated the assault, wielding the Kuan Wu blade which radiated boundless divine light. The blade's momentum soared like a rainbow, conjuring the ethereal image of Kuan Wu Mountain in the void. The mountain's formidable presence exerted a suppressive force, warping and collapsing the surrounding space for miles. Excellent. The golden light in Qing Ming's eyes surged, and the myriad manifestations of the returning ruins sword suddenly multiplied into thousands, coalescing into a colossal golden blade that spanned the heavens. Golden vault cuts the sky. As the sword light swept through, the void split apart as if the very heavens and earth had been cleaved in twain. The golden blade clashed violently with the Kuan Wu blade, a blinding brilliance illuminating the entire Kuan Luan mountain range. A thunderous crash echoed, and the Kuan Wu blade shattered inch by inch, sending the ancestor himself hurtling back 1,000 miles, a trickle of golden essence spilling from the corner of his mouth. Altogether now, witnessing this, the ancestor Xian Huang swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a colossal handprint that obscured the sun and sky. The patterns within swirled with the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, as if embodying the strength of an entire world. Simultaneously, the ancestor Wu Ji summoned his innate treasure, the Wu Ji Primordial Pearl, which erupted with a cataclysmic light capable of annihilating all existence, causing even the laws of heaven and earth to stagnate in its wake. Merely a trifling skill, Qing Ming pivoted the sword's edge lightly, and the intent of the returning ruins surged forth like a tidal wave. Limitless returning ruins slash. The sword Qi transformed into a pitch-black abyss, devouring the cataclysmic light of Wu Ji entirely. The relentless tide of the returning ruins continued to crash against the Xian Huang handprint, which bore the weight of the world, reducing it to mere paper as it crumbled under the onslaught. The residual force surged forward, sweeping towards the two venerable ancestors. Xian Huang Furnace, manifest. In haste, the ancestor Xian Huang summoned his ultimate treasure, an ancient furnace that expanded with the wind, enveloping the three in a cascade of myriad Xian Huang energies. The waves of the returning ruins clashed repeatedly against the Xian Huang barrier, producing a deafening roar. When the sword's intent finally dissipated, the barrier had grown dim and lifeless. The three ancestors turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. They had never anticipated such vulnerability when united against Qing Ming. The ancestor Yang Mei stood with arms crossed, his white hair flowing, his gaze revealing a profound understanding. Indeed, this individual's cultivation rivals my own. Without granting the three a moment to regroup, Qing Ming let out a mighty roar, and the returning ruins sword traced a trajectory that split heaven and earth. Earth Elemental Boundary Stone. With a resounding rumble, a boundless divine stone, formed from the sword intent of Earth Elemental laws, descended slowly from the void. Its inscriptions bore ancient patterns, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of subduing the heavens. The three ancestors felt the very laws around them solidify, rendering even their fingers immobile. As they beheld the impending descent of the omnipotent stone, destined to suppress all and obliterate existence, despair flickered in their eyes, no matter how fiercely they struggled. Buzz. At that moment, a 12th-rank golden lotus of merit blossomed into existence, showering down a myriad of golden rays. Concurrently, Hong Jun's resonant voice reverberated through the skies. I beseech you, dear friend, to show mercy. The collision between the divine steel and the golden lotus was not as cataclysmic as one might have imagined. The formidable divine steel, capable of obliterating an entire realm, dissipated quietly like spring snow melting away. Hong Jun, with a gentle smile, clasped his hands and said, I am grateful for your leniency, fellow Taoist. In these times of rampant ferocity from the beasts, these three companions are indeed the backbone of our resistance. Qingming feigned ignorance of Hong Jun, offering a slight nod, his gaze coldly sweeping over the three individuals. Since Hong Jun Taoist has spoken, I shall accord him this courtesy. The three elders of Kunwu, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, quickly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you for your mercy, fellow Taoist. Thank you, Alliance Leader, for your intercession. Before their words had fully escaped their lips, they transformed into beams of light and fled in haste. It turned out that the scene that had just unfolded was a deliberate act orchestrated by Qingming, who had communicated with Hong Jun. Aware of Hong Jun's establishment of the Xian Dao Alliance, Qingming noted that since the Kunwu elders had ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal level, they had begun to regard Hong Jun with a hint of disdain, primarily due to his composed demeanor and low-key cultivation style. Thus, Qingming staged this performance to serve two purposes. First, to publicly announce his own emergence from seclusion through the hands of the three great Luo Golden Immortals. Second, to bolster Hong Jun's authority. As Yang Mei observed the situation settle, he was about to take his leave when Qingming suddenly called out, Fellow Taoist, please hold on. Might I have the honor of sharing this Huangzhong Li with you and engaging in a discussion on the Tao? A spark of interest glimmered in Yang Mei's eyes. This Huangzhong Li would greatly benefit his comprehension of the spatial Tao. More importantly, it was a rare opportunity to exchange ideas with formidable beings like Qingming and Hong Jun. He had already discerned that these two individuals were profoundly enigmatic and not beneath him. With a smile, Hong Jun clapped his hands and said, The distance from here to my Taoist abode, Yujing Mountain, is not far. Why not accompany me for a conversation? The three of them traversed the clouds and soon arrived at Yujing Mountain. There, they beheld the celestial mountain towering towards the heavens, ethereal vapors stretching for 30,000 miles, a turbulent sea of clouds concealing the essence of the Tao, and a spiritual spring bubbling forth with mystical sounds. Atop the mountain peak stood an ancient Taoist palace, rising amid the sea of clouds. Above the palace door, the three characters of Xiao Palace shimmered with profound Taoist rhythms, each stroke seemingly imbued with the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. At that moment, Hong Jun was enveloped in a swirl of purple mist, subtly resonating with the heavenly Tao, while Yang Mei's form fluctuated between reality and illusion, with the laws of space shadowing his every move. Both had reached the late stage of Great Luo, mere steps away from the consummate state of the blossoming Tao flower. Upon entering Xiao Palace, Hong Jun waved his sleeve, and three innate meditation cushions materialized out of thin air. The patterns on the cushions flowed with Taoist energy, instilling clarity of mind in those who sat upon them. Hong Jun was the first to speak, his voice flowing like a clear spring. Those who pursue the celestial path transcend the confines of limitation, wandering freely in the cosmos. By attuning to heaven and earth, one grasps the essence of nature. To cherish life and navigate calamities is the true essence of the Tao. As he spoke, myriad extraordinary phenomena manifested within the palace, celestial beings riding cranes, defying the heavens to transcend tribulations, and the paradises of the immortal realm vividly illustrating the profound mysteries of the Tao. Yang Mei then elaborated on the spatial Tao, his fingertips lightly tapping the air as it rippled like water. Space is boundless. A single thought can traverse 1,000 miles. Dimensions overlap, and myriad realms converge into one. As he spoke, the entire Xiao Palace seemed to exist within an infinite void, at times contracting like a mustard seed, and at others expanding like the cosmos. Finally, Qingming took his turn, a seven-colored sword wheel manifesting behind him. The swordway revolves, dominating all paths. All phenomena return to the void, and the sword shapes the universe. The resonant sounds of their discussions intertwined within Xiao Palace, cascading like heavenly flowers and erupting like golden lotuses from the earth. This discourse on the Tao delved into the very essence of the rules, eliciting a resonance from heaven and earth alike. In the ethereal embrace of the azure firmament, Qingming stood with 3 celestial blossoms converging at the crown of his head, his understanding of the fundamental principles of the universe having reached an unparalleled zenith. Each of his utterances struck directly at the essence of the Tao, prompting both Hongjun and Yang Mei to occasionally furrow their brows in deep contemplation, and at other times, to experience moments of profound enlightenment. During a brief interlude in their discourse, Qingming gracefully waved his sleeve, and 3 Huangzhong pairs hovered in midair. The surface of the fruits shimmered with an enigmatic golden aura, revealing faintly pulsating Tao patterns, accompanied by the resonant echoes of the Tao reverberating through the void. These were the Huangzhong pears, the first to ripen since the dawn of creation, untouched by human hands, thereby encapsulating the quintessence of countless epochs and the forces of cosmic order. Qingming, with a smile, remarked that discussing the Tao with his 2 companions was perfectly complemented by the fortuitous presence of this primordial spiritual fruit, which would undoubtedly enhance their cultivation. Chapter 48. The Journey to the Divine Court. The moment Yang Mei grasped the spiritual fruit, her pupils constricted sharply. As the fruit settled in her hand, a surge of potent rule power flooded her limbs, even causing the nascent Tao flower within her sea of consciousness to tremble. What a magnificent Huangzhong pear! Yang Mei's white hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind. It was indeed the pinnacle of primordial spiritual roots. Such divine objects were rare even before the chaos was unfurled. Your generosity humbles me, esteemed friend. Hongjun examined the spiritual fruit closely. The purple aura swirling around him, the concentration and purity of the rule power contained within this fruit is extraordinary, greatly beneficial for cultivation in the great Luo realm. It seems I have indeed profited from my esteemed companion's generosity. In response to this, Qingming laughed heartily. Such a divine treasure would be tasteless if not shared with like-minded friends. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously consumed the spiritual fruit. Instantly, they were enveloped in a golden and mysterious aura, the sounds of the Tao echoing in their ears. The auras of Hongjun and Yang Mei surged, their rule power becoming vibrant, and the ephemeral shadows of Tao flowers faintly emerged behind them, indicating they had brushed against the threshold of Great Luo's consummate state. The efficacy of this transformation stemmed from the fact that this was the first ripened fruit of the Huangzhong pear, encapsulating the essence of the rules and Tao accumulated since the beginning of creation. Even Qingming, who had long attained Great Luo's perfection, found his internal power refined and his comprehension of the fundamental principles elevated further through the nurturing of this primordial spiritual fruit. Their discourse continued for over 20,000 years, only ceasing as the grand assembly of spirits approached. During this time, the trio not only engaged in philosophical discussions, but also practiced and validated their insights upon the summit of Yujing Mountain. Qingming held a favorable view of Hongjun, explaining why. In the future contention between Tao and Demon, this individual could summon 3 formidable allies, while Lihu would be left to fight alone. Although Yang Mei still retained the proud spirit of the Chaos Demon God, she proved to be a worthy companion for deepening friendships. Esteemed friends, Hongjun said, lightly sweeping his dust. The master of the divine court in the central region, Sangtian, has invited us to the central region to deliberate on the great matter of exterminating the ferocious beasts. As the appointed time approaches, shall we not travel together? Qingming nodded slightly. Indeed, I, having been solitary, shall accompany you on this journey. The 2 then turned their gaze toward Yang Mei, who had always maintained a low profile, having secluded herself in the South Sea for countless years, with very few in the primordial world aware of her existence. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Mei reflected that she originally did not wish to partake in such gatherings, intending instead to strike down the ferocious beasts when the calamity erupted. However, having enjoyed the camaraderie with Qingming and Hongjun during their discussions, she acquiesced, her long brows dancing without wind, her eyes shimmering like the rotation of galaxies. Very well, I shall join you. Thus, the 3 great Luo golden immortals soared through the void, aided by Yang Mei's spatial laws, arriving in the central region several hundred years ahead of schedule. Upon entering the boundaries of the central domain, the 3 companions immediately perceived an unusual atmosphere. The very air was thick with an interwoven force of order, imbued with a solemnity and grandeur surpassing that of the Eastern domain. It is said that this central domain is jointly governed by 3 divine sovereigns, the Celestial Sovereign, the Imperial Sovereign, and the Azure Sovereign, each commanding 4 divine lords and 12 celestial generals. Among these 4 divine lords, each has reached the great Luo realm, while the majority of the celestial generals are merely a step away from that exalted state. Thus, the divine court boasts an impressive assembly of 7 great Luo golden immortals. As they journeyed toward the divine court, Qingming's gaze sharpened, gradually unraveling the intricacies of the establishment, which unmistakably hinted at the embryonic form of future dynasties. Under the governance of the divine court, celestial deities oversee the 4 corners, accompanied by mountain gods, river gods, fire gods, and wood gods, each fulfilling their designated roles. The hierarchical structure is meticulously organized, exuding an aura of divine order and the semblance of a dynasty, with control over this realm far surpassing that of other factions. It is no wonder that such a vast reservoir of fortune can nurture so many formidable beings. In contemporary times, the various powers within the primordial wilderness merely hold titles of dominion. Those mighty entities occupy territories, not as true rulers, but as opportunists gathering fortune. Their realms serve merely as tools for accumulating power. At this juncture, the application of fortune in the primordial wilderness remains rudimentary. The abundance of fortune in a territory is intrinsically linked not only to its spatial expanse, but also to the population density, the cultivation levels, and the cohesion among its inhabitants. However, the present state of the primordial wilderness relies solely on the passive enhancement of cultivation through fortune, far from the boundless applications seen in later epochs. This is hardly surprising. In this nascent world, with primal spiritual energies surging like a tide and the principles of the great Tao manifesting, the path of cultivation is remarkably effortless. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the will of the heavens and earth, who would willingly expend effort to manage forces and accumulate fortune? Most would prefer to retreat into secluded realms to contemplate the great Tao. Unlike in later times, when the quality and concentration of spiritual energy diminish, and the laws of the universe remain obscure, the path of cultivation becomes arduous, necessitating alternative strategies. As Qingming pondered, a sudden resonance of celestial bells echoed from the heavens above. Looking up, he beheld a towering divine peak piercing the sky, its summit lost in the void. The mountain was enveloped in an eternal, indestructible primordial purple aura, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens. At the pinnacle of this divine peak stood the 9 Heavens Hall, constructed from primordial chaos stone, with celestial gold as its bones and ancient divine wood as beams. Each inch of the palace walls bore the engravings of divine patterns, while every shard of crystal emitted the power of the laws. A myriad of auspicious energies cascaded down, and brilliant rays of light surged into the heavens, heralding an overwhelming majesty that bore down upon all. Outside the hall, golden-armored celestial generals stood resolutely, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight. Celestial maidens danced gracefully, enchanting as ethereal swans. Within the great hall of the celestial heavens, guests had already gathered in abundance. Mighty beings from various domains either engaged in discussions of profound principles, savored exquisite wines, or watched the celestial maidens perform. At the head of the assembly, the celestial sovereign sat regally, his profound cultivation at the great Luo completion level unfathomable. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, depicting the cycles of sun and moon and the emergence of mountains and rivers, his visage was ancient, and his eyes held glimpses of the creation and annihilation of chaos. Simply by his presence, he seemed to embody the very center of the cosmos, commanding the submission of myriad paths. Even the venerable ancestors of Yin and Yang and formidable beings like Rahu felt an inexplicable sense of pressure in his presence. Suddenly, the celestial sovereign rose, his gaze like lightning, piercing toward the eastern horizon. In the next moment, 3 radiant beams of light pierced through the sea of clouds. Without the thunderous majesty one might expect, they carried the rhythm of the Tao, as if the heavens and earth were paving the way for their arrival. As the brilliance dissipated, the figures of Qingming, Yangmei, and Hongjun emerged, already standing before the heavenly hall. Even more astonishing was the sight of the celestial god personally welcoming them at the main entrance. This gesture immediately drew the attention of the powerful beings within the hall. The likes of Luo Ho and the split-sky demon god, formidable figures from the western regions, narrowed their eyes in displeasure. Having previously only been greeted by the celestial god, the foremost among them donned a dark blue Taoist robe, his demeanor serene yet inscrutable. At his waist hung a celestial measuring rod, enveloped in a purple mist, exuding an ethereal aura. Although he stood there, he emanated a paradoxical sensation of encompassing all things while simultaneously annihilating all laws. The assembly exchanged glances, recognizing the familiar silhouette of the figure in the dark blue robe, yet could not immediately recall his true identity. In a corner of the hall, the ancestors of Kunwu, among others, were taken aback. Was this not the Qingming Taoist who had once suppressed them with a single sword on Kunlun Mountain? To his left stood a figure with white hair and youthful features, holding a white jade whisk, his purple-robed attire flowing with profound Taoist rhythms. The gathered crowd recognized him as the illustrious Hongjun ancestor from the eastern region. The figure on the right was even more enigmatic, his form flickering between solidity and void, as if he might dissolve into the ether at any moment. Clad in a silver-gray Taoist robe that fluttered without wind, the dewdrops hanging from the green willow branch in his hand revealed glimpses of countless worlds in their rise and fall. The spatial cutting force surrounding him caused even the most powerful beings present to feel a prickling discomfort against their skin. Chapter 49. The Gathering of All Spirits. 3 fellow Taoists, having traveled from afar. I, the Celestial God, extend my humble welcome, he boomed, his voice resonating like a great bell, a fitting smile gracing his face. He stepped forward, saluting with both hands, exuding an air of imperial authority while remaining transcendently composed as a cultivator. Hongjun returned the gesture first. Celestial Taoist, you are too courteous. These are my companions, Qingming Taoist and Yangmei Taoist, both renowned recluses. Upon hearing of your gathering of all spirits, they have graciously accompanied me to this assembly. Qingming Taoist. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the hall. The figure who broke through to the great Luo millions of years ago and once contended with the Beast Emperor at the Eastern Sea. No wonder he seemed familiar. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the Celestial God, and his smile widened. Welcome, welcome. It is my honor that both of you have graced us with your presence. Qingming smiled gently, returning the courtesy. Celestial Taoist, you flatter me. I have come uninvited. Please do not take offense. Yangmei merely nodded slightly, her willow branch swaying lightly, creating ripples in the void. Please, my esteemed fellow Taoists. With a gesture, the Celestial God led the way, revealing the magnificent entirety of the heavenly hall. The ceiling soared to the heights of the 9 heavens, unveiling a true expanse of starry cosmos. Countless stars were arranged according to the celestial cycles, casting a cool, silvery radiance. The ground was paved with solid chaos jade, warm and luminous, and the hall's vastness utilized the technique of the mysterious seed of Mount Sumru, ensuring a sense of spaciousness without crowding. Qingming's gaze swept across the cloud beds and jade thrones arranged according to the cardinal directions, unexpectedly spotting several familiar figures in the northern quadrant. For figures sat in meditative posture like towering bells. At the forefront stands a figure embodying the dual forces of yin and yang, coalescing above his head into a shadowy representation of the Taiji symbol, profound and enigmatic. With eyes closed in meditation, he undoubtedly is the venerable ancestor of yin and yang. Beside him, an elder adorned with a vibrant canopy of 5 colors radiates the essences of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, perpetually cycling and manifesting the phenomena of creation and destruction. He must be the ancestor of the 5 elements. Further back, a youth clad in golden robes exudes an overwhelming yang energy, his gaze imbued with a playful irreverence, likely the Taoist Luya. Lastly, there stands an old acquaintance of Qingming, the ancient ancestor Han Kuan. In the western domain, 6 figures sit solemnly. The foremost figure, draped in a flowing black robe, possesses an extraordinarily handsome, yet eerily distinct visage. His deep-set eyes swirl with a vortex of annihilation, and the oppressive aura of slaughter surrounding him evokes unease. This individual can only be the demon ancestor, Luo Hu. When Qingming's gaze swept across the assembly, Luo Hu coldly met his eyes, a faint smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. To Luo Hu's side is none other than the celestial demon god from the primordial era. It is surprising that during the creation of the heavens, he spared him, yet now he is allied with Luo Hu. It appears he is doomed to death. The remaining 4 figures are unknown to Qingming, likely destined to meet a similar fate as the minor Karami. Qingming and his companions stride toward the eastern domain, where 4 figures await. Among them, Kunwu, Xin Huang, and Wuji rise to greet Qing Ming, their eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. Another figure, enveloped in a mist of water vapor, exuding the force of the surging seas, must be the ancestor of the overturning sea. He too rises to pay his respects as the trio approaches. Once seated, Song Tian's gaze traverses the assembly, his authoritative voice silencing all murmurs. Esteemed friends, today you honor us with your presence in the divine court. All for the grave matter of the beast calamity. He gestures, and the celestial dome of the grand hall morphs instantaneously, revealing the chaotic southern domain, a tempest of malevolence obscuring the sun and stars. The earth quakes, and rivers run red with blood. Countless ferocious beasts, known only for their destruction and insatiable hunger, rampage within, their numbers vast and their powers formidable, including many at the peak of Tai, and even those on the verge of the great Luo realm. Moreover, several terrifying presences, imbued with the resentment of chaotic demon gods and the will of annihilation, lurk deep within the southern territory, the true sovereigns of the beast kin. As you can see, the beast kin have entrenched themselves in the southern domain, becoming a dire threat to the primordial realm. Their nature is savage, devouring all life and devastating the spiritual veins of the world, leaving desolation in their wake. Should this continue unchecked, one day, the primordial realm shall revert to chaos, and all beings shall be extinguished. Song Tian's voice resonates with a somber gravity, infused with compassion and a resolute determination to eradicate the beasts. As the rulers of the central domain, we of the divine court cannot bear witness to the world's decline. Hence we invite you all to deliberate on a grand strategy to vanquish the beasts. His words ring with righteousness, yet the venerable beings present, seasoned in the annals of the primordial realm, are not easily swayed by mere rhetoric. A cold laugh shatters the silence. The assembly turns to find Luo, who reclining casually upon his clouded throne, his fingertips entwined with a tendril of inky demonic energy. There is no need for such grandiloquent proclamations. His scarlet gaze swept across the assembly. You have all gathered here, surely aware that annihilating the ferocious beasts can augment one's fortune. Yet, the power of a single domain cannot contend with the beast clan. Hence, you seek to unite. Do you not? Beside him, the formidable grinned wickedly, exclaiming, Indeed, you all have come to exterminate the ferocious beasts and seize fortune. Let us be direct. How shall we engage? When shall we strike? There is no need for such convoluted discourse. At this proclamation, the atmosphere in the hall shifted subtly. Although he had laid bare the thoughts of the assembly, the bluntness of his words rendered many of the powerful figures somewhat uncomfortable. Friend Luo Hua, your words are misguided. A clear and melodic voice interjected suddenly. Hong Jun gently waved his whisk, and amidst the swirling purple aura, he spoke with deliberate calmness, regardless of your initial intentions. We share a singular objective, the extermination of the ferocious beast clan. Perhaps friend Luo Hua seeks the fortune that will arise post their extinction, while friend Songtian aims to uphold the primordial order. However, the calamity brought forth by these beasts is indeed a great tribulation for the primordial realm. If left unchecked, it will undoubtedly lead to an irreparable situation. Were it not so, how could the will of the heavens so fervently encourage us to eradicate these beasts? Songtian nodded in agreement. What you say is indeed correct, friend Hong Jun. Since friend Luo Hua is impatient with pleasantries, let us get straight to the point. Do you have any strategies for eradicating the ferocious beasts? Luo Hua, cloaked in black, emanated a dark aura, sneering as he replied, In my view, each domain should directly lead their disciples and assault the lair of the ferocious beasts. Hong Jun frowned slightly, waving his whisk. That is unwise. Humph, Luo Hua scoffed, sensing the familiar disdain, his demonic energy surging. Then what wisdom do you possess, friend Hong Jun? Unhurriedly, Hong Jun turned his gaze towards the revered Songtian. Since you have summoned us to deliberate, I presume you have devised a plan. Songtian nodded slightly, the celestial patterns on his imperial robe swirling with motion. Allow me to share my strategy for your consideration. He raised his hand, and the celestial ceiling transformed once more, revealing the lair of the ferocious beasts deep within the southern domain. A torrent of malevolent energy surged, with glimpses of terrifying figures lurking within. The ferocious beasts ravaged the primordial realm. However, the divine reversal and the cycle, along with the beast kings, remain elusive. I suspect they are gathering malevolent energy through slaughter. harboring ulterior motives. My strategy is to assemble our elite forces and strike directly at the lair of the ferocious beasts. If we can slay the Beast Emperor and the Beast Kings, the remaining ferocious beasts will be mere rabble. As this plan was proposed, a brief silence enveloped the hall, with each faction swiftly calculating in their minds. Luo was suddenly chuckled coldly. I concur with this plan. However, who among us shall confront the divine reversal? And who shall face the cycle? As Luo's words echoed, the air within the celestial hall seemed to freeze in an instant. The powerful beings present were acutely aware that the divine reversal and the cycle had long since transcended the great Luo realm, their current powers unfathomable. Among those present, perhaps only a handful could contend with them. Song Tian, the demon ancestor Luo Hua, Hong Jun, the Taoist Qing Ming, and the enigmatic ancestor Yang Mei. The remainder, if pitted against these two formidable beast sovereigns, would likely meet with certain demise. Yet, even figures such as Luo Hua and Hong Jun could not guarantee victory when facing the divine reversal and the cycle. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, the only illumination being the faint shimmer of starlight casting shifting shadows upon the faces of the gathered. In this oppressive stillness, Qing Ming spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet resonant. The divine rebellion shall be dealt with by me. Upon hearing these words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of those present. Their gazes turned toward Qing Ming, now infused with a newfound respect. Truly, he was an entity capable of contending with the divine rebellion even millennia ago, and still possessed such unwavering confidence today. Hong Jun and Yang Mei maintained their usual composure, fully aware of Qing Ming's formidable cultivation. Among those present, if anyone could rival the divine rebellion, it could only be Qing Ming or the enigmatic Songtian divine sovereign. Yang Mei pondered privately. Were he to take action, although he could not guarantee victory, the profound intricacies of spatial laws would at least ensure his survival. Excellent. Songtian divine sovereign boomed with laughter. In that case, I shall address the matter of the reincarnation Beast Emperor myself. Among those present, only Songtian and Qing Ming had reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo, with the rest possessing late-stage Great Luo cultivation. At this juncture, Yang Mei suddenly interjected, gently waving a willow branch in his hand. Now that a strategy has been established, why not mobilize our forces to the Blood Sea immediately? Songtian divine sovereign's gaze deepened as he slowly shook his head. I advise each of you to return to your respective sanctuaries and assemble the elite forces above the late stage of Tai. After 10,000 years, we shall jointly conquer the Blood Sea. The assembled powerful beings nodded in agreement. Songtian's words held merit, particularly given that they were in the lair of ferocious beasts, where countless dangers lurked. Should they fall victim to deceptive tactics, unforeseen calamities might ensue. Leading their elite subordinates to form battle arrays against the lesser ferocious beasts, while they themselves contended with the formidable upper echelon of these beasts, was indeed a prudent choice. As the celestial powers deliberated, deep within the southern expanse of the wilderness, the Blood Sea surged tumultuously, its waves roiling violently. A shroud of ominous black clouds blotted out the sun, casting the entire Blood Sea into perpetual darkness. At the abyssal depths of the Blood Sea stood a colossal palace, constructed from the skulls of deities and demons, its grandeur imposing. In the center of this palace was a sacrificial altar with 108 tiers of steps. 72 towering blood pillars pierced the heavens, each entwined with a suffocating malevolence, their surfaces intricately carved with lifelike depictions of ferocious beasts, as if they might burst forth at any moment. The divine rebellion leaned casually against a throne sculpted from demon bones, his fingertips lightly tapping the god-slaying spear. The resonance of the spear echoed in harmony with the blood waves, creating a bizarre rhythm, while the 8 great beast kings bowed their heads in reverence. Too fearful to stir, reincarnation can only be half fulfilled. At the center of the altar, the reincarnation demon god was enveloped in a swirling mist of blood. In his hand, the soul pearl shimmered with a ghostly light, each glimmer imprisoning the essence of 100,000 souls. Alas, the source of blood and malice is insufficient. I can only forge 36 blood demon gods. As the words of reincarnation fell, the 36 blood pillars trembled violently. The beastly figures carved upon them sprang to life, breaking free from their confines. With hollow eye sockets yet glowing with an eerie crimson light, they all knelt in unison. We pay homage to our sovereign. These 36 ferocious beasts were forged by the reincarnation demon god, utilizing the blood sea as a foundation. Merging the essence of blood and malice with the souls of countless primordial beings, resulting in the creation of the formidable blood demon gods. Each entity possesses the formidable prowess of a celestial being, yet they are afflicted by profound deficiencies capable of manipulating the bloodthirsty rules against their foes, albeit only at the rudimentary level of application. Nevertheless, each blood demon is endowed with extraordinary physical strength, rivaling that of a grand Luo cultivator. This serves as a contingency prepared by the cycle of reincarnation. Throughout this time, it has incited the Beast Clan to unleash carnage across various regions, all for the purpose of crafting this. Initially, it was intended to forge 72 such entities, and under the leadership of the Divine Reversal and the Cycle, to subsequently sweep through the other 4 domains with absolute might. However, due to insufficient primal blood essence, only 36 could be completed. The Divine Reversal, with crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity, scrutinized the 36 blood demons below. 36 will suffice. We are out of time. The Grand Luo from various domains have recently converged upon the central domain's divine court, evidently to confront our Beast Clan. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. The cycle of reincarnation let out a raspy chuckle. In that case, let them experience the masterpiece of my creation. The Divine Reversal slowly rose, pointing the god-slaying spear towards the tumultuous sea of blood, chaos. Assemble the Beast Army and prepare for the decisive battle. With the Beast Emperor's command, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the blood-bone plains. Countless beasts roared simultaneously towards the heavens, their cacophony shattering the sky for miles. Their crimson eyes coalesced under the gloomy clouds, forming a veritable sea of blood, while drool dripping from their fangs corroded the earth, leaving a path of land scorched and rising with purple-black miasma. A millennium, in the eyes of the primordial titans, is but a fleeting moment. During these 1,000 years, various domains continually gathered their forces, pressing southward, while the Beast Clan amassed its legions in preparation for a full-scale assault. At the Divine Court summons, the elite from all domains emerged. Late-stage Tai Golden Immortals converged like a constellation, accompanied by over 20 Grand Luo Titans, forming a coalition of the most formidable powers, excluding the beasts. This expeditionary force finally arrived on the appointed day at the ultimate battlefield, the endless sea of blood, symbolizing bloodshed and corruption. Above the sea of blood, murky waves surged skyward. The ever-present black clouds of bloodthirst obscured the sun, while dark red lightning rolled within the clouds, heralding an apocalyptic arrival. In the depths of the blood sea, the Divine Reversal suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he and the cycle were hovering above the blood sea. The 8 great beast kings followed closely, exuding an overwhelming stench of blood. In the distant skyline, brilliant divine lights suddenly illuminated the sky. In the east, Hong Jun led the charge, his purple aura radiating for 30,000 miles. To the left, Qing Ming stood with hands clasped behind him, a 7-colored sword wheel slowly revolving behind. To the right, Yang Mei wielded a willow branch, warping the space around him. Kunwu and the 4 other ancestors led the elite of the Eastern Domain to form the Qian Kuan 2 Instruments battle formation, their momentum soaring to celestial heights. In the north, the Yin and Yang energies merged to create a vast Taiji diagram, with the ancestor of the 5 elements adorned with a 5-colored canopy. The Taoist Luya, with a red gourd at his waist, spewed forth the true fire of the sun, dyeing half the sky in golden hues. The ancestor of the mixed Kuan transformed into a colossal Kuan, his wings unfurling to obscure the heavens. While the northern elite formed both the Primordial 5 Elements formation and the Primordial Yin-Yang 2 Instruments formation. In the west, demonic energy surged. Luoho stood upon the 12th great black lotus of annihilation, wielding the god-slaying blade that exuded destructive magic. The sky-splitting demon held the sky-splitting spear, leaving a trail of shattered void in its wake. Shadows loomed behind, devouring the heavens and shaking the universe, as the 4 great paragons, Shadow, Devourer, Tremor, and Holy Light, display their extraordinary powers, their divine might unparalleled. The elite forces under their command are shrouded in an ominous mist, which seemingly acts as an enigmatic formation capable of consuming the essence of blood and slaughter. In the central domain, 9 ancient golden-backed bulls pull a golden divine chariot through the void, upon which the celestial sovereign sits, encircled by the sun, moon, and stars. The sovereigns of the imperial and azure heavens stand guard on either side, while tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers from the divine court weave a celestial net, establishing a sacred refuge within the realm of blood and slaughter. Chapter 51. The great calamity begins beneath the coalition of the four domains on the blood-soaked bone plains. An endless horde of ferocious beasts gathers, their crimson eyes merging into a sea of blood, glaring menacingly at the coalition above. The multitude of scarlet dots sending chills down the spine. The blood sea roils, turbulent waves crashing into the skies. Countless hideous beasts emerge from the sanguine waters. Some resembling giant lizards with bony spines. Others take the shape of malevolent apes with fearsome fangs. And there are terrifying forms like the nine-headed serpent and the centipede with 100 legs. Each beast's eyes burn with a pure desire for destruction, their malevolent aura coalescing into a palpable presence, like billowing smoke. The celestial sovereign stands atop the golden chariot, unfazed by the overwhelming army of beasts. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locks onto the beast emperor, Shinin. Shinin, the ferocious beasts devour all living things and ravage the veins of heaven and earth, forsaken by the world. Today marks the day of your species' annihilation. Shinin's blood-red eyes slowly open, a crimson beam shooting skyward, staining the heavens with blood. He surveys the celestial sovereign, Qingming, and over 20 other great paragons, showing no sign of fear. Who dares to challenge me? Shinin's haughty voice reverberates through the void, issuing a direct challenge without preamble. At that moment, the reincarnation beast emperor steps forward, his blood-red eyes sweeping over the innate divine demons. 6 enormous blood-red whirlpools suddenly materialize behind him, slowly rotating and emanating an eerie power capable of soul manipulation and dominion over life and death, even unsettling the great golden immortals. Shinin, Qingming steps forth, his sword intent erupting. The sword of all things returns to its sheath with a resonant sound, its blade distorting the void as he points it forward. Last time, we achieved no resolution. Let us battle again today. Shinin's blood-red eyes narrow, his formidable aura locking onto Qingming in an instant. Very well. Allow me to experience your swordsmanship once more. With a flash of divine light, the two vanish from sight. In the next heartbeat, two figures collide with a thunderous crash in the boundless void. The terrifying momentum warps space itself, creating a battlefield of its own. Sword energy and blood light intertwine, isolating that segment of void into a separate dimensional arena. The celestial sovereign descends slowly from the golden chariot, the sun, moon, and stars on his imperial robe suddenly igniting. Reincarnation, let me witness your path of reincarnation. In that fleeting moment, the mighty beings each fixate upon their adversaries. Hongjun sweeps his whisk lightly, targeting Tao Tai. Yang Mei wields a willow branch, intertwining spatial laws with chaos. Luo Ho's demonic aura surges, aiming the blade of divine slaughter at Tao Wu. The sovereign of the imperial heavens confronts Qiongqi, while the celestial sovereign faces Xieji. And the Yin-Yang ancestor battles the fierce Huang. The ancestor of the 5 elements confronts the hound, and the ripping sky demon engages with the ferocious beast. Shinin's blood-red gaze sweeps across the battlefield, noting that the coalition still has over a dozen great golden immortals without opponents. Their eyes keenly fixed on the horde of ferocious beasts below. The number of ferocious beasts is boundless. However, due to their lack of intellect, they are unable to comprehend the laws necessary to transcend to the Deluo realm. Yet, through the tempering of bloodthirsty energy, their physical forms are exceptionally formidable. On the Crimson Bone Plains, though devoid of the Deluo realm, numerous entities have attained the pinnacle of the Tai stage, with many fierce beasts having surpassed the shackles of Tai, rivaling the Deluo. The likes of Ancestor Kunwu, Ancestor Luya, and Ancestor Hunkin, all unmatched Deluo experts, have now turned their gaze towards these powerful beasts. A chilling laughter suddenly erupted from the depths of reincarnation. It seems that in terms of quantity among the Deluo, we are indeed at a disadvantage. However, he rapidly stirred his gray robes and cackled. Let you experience my latest masterpiece. With his words, 36 towering blood pillars erupted from the depths of the blood sea. Each pillar slowly ascended, revealing a terrifying silhouette. They varied in form, some resembling lava titans, their bodies coursing with boiling blood. Others appeared as skeletal overlords, their frames assembled from the bones of countless beings, ablaze with the fire of souls. Still others manifested as a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and eyes, each eye emitting a foul divine light. These bloodthirsty demonic gods, though diverse in appearance, emanated a terrifying pressure comparable to the early stages of Deluo. This was the result of countless efforts from reincarnation, utilizing the essence of bloodthirst as a foundation, merging the souls of ferocious beasts and living beings to forge these entities. This is dire. The eyes of the celestial god shrank in disbelief. Although he anticipated that the beast clan would have a contingency plan, he never expected it would be 36 demonic puppets with the power of Deluo. He had chosen to lead an elite force directly into the lair of the ferocious beasts, believing that the combined strength of the 4 domains would surely overwhelm them. Little did he know that the beast clan possessed such a stratagem. The celestial god's eyes sparkled with insight, suddenly grasping the underlying principle. The ferocious beasts had previously ravaged the wilderness, inciting boundless slaughter, all for the purpose of forging these demonic puppets. Perhaps if they were to delay further, they would face not merely 36 Deluo demonic gods, but potentially 72, or even 108. This realization struck the celestial god, and the leaders of other factions could deduce similar conclusions. With the situation escalating, they could no longer afford to hesitate, especially now that the ferocious beasts had mastered such a technique. Boom! The great battle erupted instantaneously. Celestial light and demonic energy intertwined, divine radiance resonating with the spells of the demons. The power of the 5 elements shattered the void, while the principles of yin and yang reversed the cosmos. Countless terrifying energies clashed violently above the blood sea, shattering the ominous black clouds that loomed in the heavens. Ancestor Kunwa brandished the Kunwa blade. Ancestor Xianyuan cast forth the Xianyuan cauldron. The Lord of Shadows melded into the void, and Ancestor Hunkin unfurled the storm and thunder banner. Over a dozen Deluo golden immortals unleashed their unique abilities, each battling 3 bloodthirsty demonic gods. Fortunately, these venerable ancestors possessed profound cultivation and were protected by innate spiritual treasures. Although the bloodthirsty demonic gods boasted astonishing combat prowess, their lack of intelligence and unfamiliarity with coordination allowed the battle at the Deluo level to be barely stabilized. However, the battle situation below the Great Luo appears rather grim. Although the Tai cultivators from the 4 domains are numerous and have formed innate grand formations to confront their foes, they find themselves in the den of ferocious beasts near the Blood Sea, where the malevolent energy is thick. These beasts, driven by their ferocity, exhibit a reckless disregard for death, attacking the formations with relentless fervor akin to tireless machines, resulting in significant depletion of the 4 domains coalition's forces. Occasionally, some formidable beasts, endowed with immense physical strength, manage to tear through the formations, causing substantial casualties with their sweeping claws. The top-tier powers, such as Qing Ming and Song Tian, observe this chaos with keen insight. They understand that only by swiftly vanquishing the formidable enemies before them can they alter the tide of battle. As for the likes of Ancestor Hunkin and Ancestor Luya, they are not to be relied upon. Their only task is to stall the 36 blood fiend demons. In the depths of the void, the clash between Qingming's myriad manifestations returning to Ruin's sword and Shun Ni's god-slaying spear erupts with the force of creation itself. Song Tian, wielding the treasured heavenly chessboard, unleashes supreme divine might as he charges towards the Beast Emperor's reincarnation. Hong Jun stands upon the 12th grade merit golden lotus, brandishing the Pangu banner, unleashing chaotic sword energies that threaten to obliterate the ages against the beast sovereign, Tao Tai. The slaughtering god blade in Rahu's grasp emanates a murderous light that rends the void, clashing against the equally ferocious and destructive Tao Wu, culminating in a true pinnacle showdown that erupts in full force. Chapter 52. The world-shattering battle. The terrifying tremors of the Blood Sea battlefield sweep across the primordial expanse, shaking the very heavens and earth. In the depths of the void, the horrific energy waves from the clashes of the great Luo powerhouses reverberate, shattering the firmament. The armies from various domains surge towards the Blood Sea like a torrential flood, slaughtering ferocious beasts along the way as the flames of war engulf the entire primordial realm. This cataclysmic tribulation of ferocious beasts has finally erupted in full force, with the ominous tribulation clouds above thickening to near corporeality, resembling a blood-red canopy that envelopes the land. Every battlefield transforms into a colossal meat grinder, where countless beings perish with each passing moment. The mingling of blood energy and malevolent aura, under the influence of some mysterious force, surges forth like a crimson tide towards the depths of the blood sea. Thud, thud. A dull beating sound emanates from the deepest depths of the blood sea, as if some terrifying existence is gestating, waiting for the moment to emerge from its cocoon. In a secluded small thousand worlds within the boundless void, a fierce sword intent and destructive spear radiance permeate the entire realm. The battle between Qingming and Shun Ni has reached a fever pitch. Clang. The myriad manifestations returning to Ruin's sword and the god-slaying spear collide once more, sending shockwaves that tear the space of this small thousand worlds into countless fissures. Qingming's sword intent manifests in myriad forms, the golden quarters cutting the sky, sword cleaves the heavens. The wood of creation's sword evolves vitality. The infinite returning to Ruin's sword devours all. The Li Ming burning the world's sword incinerates the 8 desolations. The earth element suppressing the realm, sword subdues heaven and earth. The flame-hued shattering the void, sword fractures the emptiness. The profound and mysterious cutting causality, sword severs fate. With a flick of his wrist, Qingming wields various sword intents, while Shun Ni's spear strikes forth like a dragon, with the 10,000 calamities slaughtering god spear technique enveloped in the purest rules of annihilation, dismantling the incoming sword intents one by one. Wherever the spear tip passes, space itself dissolves into nothingness, destroying everything and obliterating all. Suddenly, a phantom of a primordial fruit materializes behind Shun Ni, emanating a pressure that sends tremors through heaven and earth. Dao fruit. Qingming's pupils constrict sharply. The divine being, Shun Ni, has astonishingly condensed the Dao fruit, standing merely a step away from transcending into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Although this ethereal form has yet to fully solidify, it has already instigated a qualitative transformation in Shun Ni's annihilation rules. Each thrust of his weapon emanates a terrifying power capable of obliterating all existence. Qingming is compelled to summon the myriad manifestations of the return to Ruin's sword array, where countless sword intents merge into one, forming the Ruin's sword Dao to counter this formidable force. The Qian Kuan Ding hovers above his head, emanating streams of profound yellow energy to shield his entire being. Even so, bolstered by the Dao fruit, Shun Ni maintains the upper hand. Each strike sends Qingming's vital energy surging, and were it not for the protection of this extraordinary treasure, he would have surely faced defeat long ago. Ha ha. Shun Ni cackles. Qingming, your swordsmanship is but a fade. Today, I shall unveil to you the true path of annihilation. The god-slaying spear suddenly morphs into a blood-red dragon, bearing the might to devastate the heavens and earth, aiming directly for Qingming's brow. Meanwhile, in another independent battlefield, the clash between the celestial god and the reincarnation beast sovereign is equally cataclysmic. Behind the reincarnation, 6 blood-colored whirlpools hover, within which a shadow of a Dao fruit can be faintly discerned, signifying that this beast sovereign has likewise condensed a Dao fruit. Stabilize. The celestial god calls out softly, as the innate treasure, the heavenly chessboard, unfolds in the void, manifesting 9 chains of order. These chains elongate with the wind, transforming into 9 primordial dragons, each imbued with the colossal power to suppress the cosmos. Their claws rend the fabric of reality as they surge toward the reincarnation. Simultaneously, the judgment scepter in his grasp transforms into a brilliant silver light, descending with the authority to adjudicate all creation. 6 paths of reincarnation revolve. The reincarnation sneers, as the 6 reincarnation discs in front of him spin rapidly, coalescing into a blood-red vortex that darkens the skies. From within this vortex, countless phantoms of divine and demonic souls emerge, consuming the approaching primordial dragons. A twisted divine light shoots forth from the vortex's center, reversing life and death in its wake, shattering the very laws of existence. The silver light of judgment, caught in this bizarre divine radiance, quietly dissipates as if melting away like snow. The battlefield between Hong Jun and Tao Tai is equally fierce, with the golden lotus of merit floating atop Hong Jun's head, casting down myriad golden rays to envelop his being. In his hand, the Pangu banner flutters, unleashing chaotic sword chi that rends the heavens, while countless chains of confinement, forged from celestial laws, extend from the void, seeking to bind Tao Tai firmly. With a roar, Tao Tai opens his massive maw, transforming into a black hole that devours the heavens, its terrifying gravitational force warping the surrounding space and tearing even the laws asunder. The confinement chains, unable to reach him, are mercilessly consumed by the black hole. Chaotic sword Chi plunges into the abyss, provoking intense energy fluctuations, yet ultimately fails to breach this terrifying divine technique of all-consuming absorption. The confrontation between Luo Ho and Tao Wu embodies the purest collision of destruction. Each slash of the god-slaying blade carries the terrifying intent to end epics and slaughter myriad beings. As the blade sweeps through, the void fractures, and time itself stagnates. Tao Wu, wielding the dual blades of god-slaying, imbues each strike with an ultimate murderous intent capable of annihilating all. The two equally savage forces collide relentlessly in the void, their residual waves shattering the space within 1,000 miles into dust. The confrontation between Yang Mei and Chaos is shrouded in enigma. Yang Mei's form is elusive, wielding a willow branch that lightly taps the air, weaving a labyrinth of spatial illusions. Each falling leaf triggers a dimensional rift. Chaos, in turn, morphs into an amorphous vortex, wielding a mesmerizing shroud that disrupts the balance of yin and yang, distorting the very fabric of space. Where their battle ensues, space perpetually shatters and reconstitutes, at times expanding like the cosmos, and at other times contracting like a mustard seed, revealing the profound mysteries of the spatial Tao. The remainder of the Deluo battlefield remains locked in a stalemate, with both sides exchanging blows, making it difficult to discern a victor in the short term. The 36 blood fiends, akin to mobile fortresses of war, fight fiercely and without fear, their inexhaustible bloodthirst ensnaring powerful entities like Lu Ya and Han Kuan, occasionally breaching the Tai battle formation, unleashing torrents of blood and carnage. The allied cultivators suffer grievous losses, their lifeblood mingling with countless shattered corpses and fragments of magical artifacts, a palpable aura of tragedy and despair suffusing the air. A torrential blood rain falls upon the heavens and the earth, weeping for the Tao, lamenting the wilderness. The void is riddled with fissures, resembling a shattered mirror, as ferocious chaotic energies surge forth, only to be shredded by the more terrifying aftermaths of their clash. The entire blood-soaked battlefield transforms into a veritable meat grinder, where the roars of deities and demons, the howls of ferocious beasts, and the mournful cries of cultivators intertwine with the sounds of space fracturing and energy detonating. Composing a lamentation for the ages, the wilderness trembles, the stars dim, as if the apocalypse has arrived. In the face of the stalemate on the Deluo battlefield, the celestial and the azure void gradually find themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, the powerful beings are wholly consumed in their efforts, unable to turn the tide, let alone maintain equilibrium. Just as both sides reach an impasse, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Boom! The Beast Emperor of Reincarnation suddenly cackles, summoning a treasure radiating an aura of the underworld, the chart of rebirth in the Yellow Springs. The chart emits a radiant light, illuminating the 9 depths of the underworld. Simultaneously, deep within the Blood Sea, 36 faint orbs of blood light are forcibly drawn in, plunging into the chart like meteors. This is dire. The celestial god's countenance changes abruptly as the judgment scepter in his grasp bursts forth with dazzling divine light. What is he about to do? Chapter 53. The unity of 3 heavens. Those 36 orbs of bloodlight are, in fact, the incomplete essence of the blood fiends. Upon merging into the chart of rebirth in the Yellow Springs, the 6 blood-red vortices behind reincarnation suddenly erupt with blinding crimson brilliance. From within the vortex, 4 substantial phantoms emerge, strikingly resembling the beast kings among the ferocious beasts, Xieji, Aohen, Huang, and Zheng. Reincarnation, in a gamble that sacrifices this portion of the blood fiend essence, forcibly projects the shadows of these 4 beast kings using the Tao of reincarnation. While this projection can only be sustained for fleeting moments, it undeniably delivers a fatal blow to the already disadvantaged celestial god. The celestial god gazes gravely at the 4 Deluo projections, contemplating strategies to break the deadlock. Boom! Reincarnation, grinning malevolently, unleashes an offensive. The 6 paths of reincarnation dominate the celestial chessboard, ensnaring the judgment scepter within the chart of rebirth. The four Deluo projections strike simultaneously, each unleashing their most formidable divine abilities. Xieji's Light of Lawbreaking, Aohen's Soul-Devouring Claws, Huang's Heavenly Flames, and Zheng's Rending Blades. For terrifying assaults tear through the void, aiming directly at the celestial. In this moment of life and death, whoosh, whoosh, two beams of divine light suddenly merged into the body of the celestial. He raised his head to the heavens and let out a long howl, and miraculously, two additional heads sprouted from either side of his neck, revealing the Emperor of Heaven and the azure sky. The divine form of the three-headed, nine-eyed deity stood majestically in the void, exuding an aura that transcended the great Luo, radiating a terrifying presence. The central figure represented the true essence of the celestial. His features blurred as if the Tao was in motion, his aura vast and boundless. On the left was the Emperor of Heaven, with a resolute and domineering visage, adorned with a royal crown and surrounded by imperial majesty. On the right stood the azure sky, exuding an ancient and imposing demeanor, with a vertical eye on his forehead, piercing through illusions and judging all beings. 9 divine eyes opened simultaneously, their divine light sweeping across, piercing through the blood and slaughter, akin to 9 suns descending upon the world. The atmosphere surged with power, instantly breaking through the confines of great Luo's perfection, pressing towards the realm of the primordial golden immortal, a force that surpassed great Luo, infused with strands of chaotic Tao rhythm, caused the entire battlefield to momentarily freeze. The raging tide of ferocious beasts halted in an instant, and the roars of the blood demon god were laced with fear. With a decisive strike, the celestial wielded the divine sword of heavenly punishment, cleaving through the heavens with the might to judge the world, aiming for the cycle of reincarnation. With this single sword, the momentum of attack and defense was instantly reversed. It was revealed that the Emperor of Heaven, the azure sky, and the celestial were originally 3 brothers of the same origin, capable of executing a secret technique of fusion. In this moment of divine unity, their power surged tremendously. This unique state of the three-headed, 9-eyed divine form possessed strength at the threshold of the quasi-primordial golden immortal realm. The order of the celestial, the linguistic power of the Emperor of Heaven, and the judgment of the azure sky merged, creating a new force that, while not a law, far exceeded ordinary rule power. Although the immediate crisis facing the celestial was temporarily alleviated, the disappearance of the Emperor and azure sky plunged the innate demon side into greater peril. The ferocious beasts, Xiongqi and Xieji, noticing their opponents had vanished, quickly surveyed the battlefield. Their spiritual power swept through the void and immediately detected the anomalies in the battle between reincarnation and the celestial. However, they did not rush to offer support. Instead, their crimson beastly eyes scanned the allied Great Luo engaged in combat with the blood demon god, ultimately locking onto the weakest among them, the ancestor of Holy Light. With a silent roar, the 2 ferocious beast kings exchanged glances. If they could slay the ancestor of Holy Light with a single strike, they would liberate the 3 blood demon gods, turning the tide of battle completely in favor of the ferocious beasts. Xiongqi's dark laws surged around him, transforming into a celestial canopy that devoured the light. Xieji's single horn unleashed a divine light that shattered laws, their powers intertwining perfectly like 2 bolts of apocalyptic lightning cleaving through the void. Before anyone could react, the 2 ferocious beast kings launched a ferocious assault from behind the ancestor of Holy Light. No, the white light surrounding the ancestor twisted violently as he sensed the imminent danger, hastily positioning his life-protecting treasure, the twisting holy staff, behind him, unleashing blinding white light in a desperate attempt at defense. But it was too late. With a piercing sound, Xiongqi's claws, imbued with dark laws, effortlessly corroded the hasty barrier of Holy Light and brutally pierced through the back of the ancestor of Holy Light. Simultaneously, Xieji's divine light struck accurately upon the ancestor's spiritual core. A chilling scream, more monstrous than human, echoed across the battlefield. The body of the ancestor of Holy Light shattered like fragile porcelain, his flesh and essence devoured by Xiongqi in a single bite. The remnants of his spiritual essence were utterly annihilated by Xieji's divine light. A formidable entity of the great Luo realm, a significant presence in the western regions. The ancestor of Holy Light has tragically fallen. His essence and spirit have been utterly obliterated. The impact of the ancestor's demise eclipses the horror of his death itself. With his fall, 3 powerful blood fiend demons of the Great Luo realm have been unleashed, immediately redirecting their focus. The pressure on other innate deities of the Great Luo realm has intensified significantly. The ancestor of Kunwu was struck forcefully by a lava demon, sending him hurtling away, causing the phantom of the divine mountain to crack inch by inch. The Lord of Shadows let out a piercing scream as he plummeted from the darkness, instantly besieged by 4 blood fiend demons. The situation has deteriorated to the brink of collapse in an instant. In another battlefield, the Celestial God, with 3 heads raised in unison, bellowed mightily, wielding the heaven's punishment sword to sweep across the 8 directions. One stroke annihilated the divine attacks of 4 great Luo projections, followed swiftly by another slash that obliterated the residual energies of those projections, causing them to dissipate. The celestial nine-eyed divine light surged forth, poised to strike down the cycle of reincarnation. Should he succeed, the tide of battle would undoubtedly turn. With a thunderous roar, the celestial unleashed a terrifying domain of power, instantly ensnaring the cycle of reincarnation within its grasp. Within this domain, chains of order writhed like serpents, the true words of the spirit transformed into golden runes, and the light of judgment solidified into a palpable form. The eternal cycle. The beast emperor of reincarnation sensed the oppressive force within the domain, his countenance shifting dramatically as he hastily channeled all his magical energy to execute a forbidden divine technique of reincarnation. Guide to the Yellow Springs. Summon the souls of the departed. Fallen deities, with your lingering thoughts, forge my supreme demonic body. As the whispers of reincarnation echoed, the Yellow Springs resurrection diagram and the 6 paths of reincarnation plate both blazed with radiant light, and the reincarnation unleashed a mouthful of essence, splattering it upon the 2 treasured artifacts. A chilling wail, piercing in its intensity, reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Within the Yellow Springs resurrection diagram, the waters of the Yellow Springs roiled and surged, slowly giving rise to countless fragmented, twisted phantoms that exuded an ancient and terrifying aura. Those specters emerged from the Yellow Springs diagram and merged into the body of the Beast Emperor of Reincarnation. With each merging figure, the aura of the reincarnation demon surged uncontrollably. Among those phantoms, one could faintly discern several colossal and fearsome demonic figures that sent tremors throughout the heavens. Imbued with chaotic energy, endless resentment, unwillingness, and a will for destruction. Could that be the chaotic demon god? The celestial gazed in horror at those indistinct phantoms. And in that moment, the third eye at the center of his 3 foreheads radiated blinding light as he uttered the supreme decree of law. Heaven's decree. Here, the cycle of reincarnation shall not manifest. As an invisible force, infused with order, spirit language, and judgment, spread forth. A formidable will began to forcibly distort and erase the power of reincarnation within the domain. With a series of hisses, the phantoms summoned by reincarnation instantaneously dissipated in large numbers, and the surging aura of reincarnation also came to a halt. Cursed be it. Reincarnation roared in defiance. Yet even so, bolstered by a portion of the phantom's power along with the 2 innate treasures, it was now sufficient for reincarnation to contend with the 3 divine manifestations within a short time. The 2 forces once again unleashed a cataclysmic battle in the void. Chapter 54. The battlefield transforms. Dawn of victory. The clash between the celestial and reincarnation could not yield a victor in the short term, at least until the effects of the Beast Emperor of Reincarnation's forbidden technique concluded. The outcome remained uncertain. However, within the arena, the formidable figures of Qiongqi and Xiezhai loomed ominously, keenly observing and awaiting the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack, thereby exerting significant pressure on the innate divine demon faction. At that moment, the innate divine demons, wary due to the fall of the ancestor of holy light, remained on guard. Although Qiongqi and Xiezhai had caused considerable distress to the ancestor of Hunkin during a brief ambush, the latter successfully mitigated the ensuing crisis. As the situation failed to resolve through their initial assault, just as Qiongqi and Xiezhai prepared for a more forceful onslaught, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded on the battlefield of Qingming and Shani. 3 12-petal lotus flowers blossomed behind Qingming, radiating resplendent divine light. The golden lotus gleamed with the vast might of the corporeal body, The purple lotus exuded an enigmatic aura, embodying the profound essence of the primordial spirit, while the vibrant rainbow lotus vividly illustrated the myriad truths of the sword path. As the three flowers spun, the intent of the sword soared skyward. The sword truths within the rainbow lotus solidified continuously, ultimately merging into a budding Tao fruit. With a resounding chime, at the moment the Tao fruit coalesced, the sword of all phenomena emitted a sublime melody, its light shifting from a spectrum of colors to a pure azure. This azure light, seemingly unremarkable, concealed the supreme sword intent of returning to simplicity, seamlessly integrating myriad laws within its essence. Shani's blood-red eyes narrowed, hastily defending with the god-slaying spear. As spear met sword, the destructive laws were cleaved apart by this azure sword light. Had a breakthrough occurred? Shani's expression darkened, utterly astonished that Qing Ming could manifest the Tao fruit amidst life-and-death combat, achieving transformation. Ha! Qing Ming's laughter resonated through the heavens. Shani, I thank you for your guidance. My previous swordsmanship was somewhat ostentatious, but now, let me test you with another strike. The azure sword light sliced through the heavens. An ostensibly mundane strike that nevertheless instilled in Shani a profound sense of trepidation. The transformed sword path subtly surpassed his destructive law power. Both titans had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, requiring only a period of tranquil cultivation to undergo transformation and successfully break through to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. The commotion caused by Qingming's breakthrough caught the attention of Qiongqi and Xiezhai, who paused to contemplate their potential assistance. Yet, another anomaly swiftly manifested. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the battlefield of Luohe and Taowu, where the demon ancestor wielded the god-slaying demon blade, severing Taowu's colossal bone wings. The severed wing was immediately refined by Luohe, consumed as pure essence. GGG. Luohe grinned wickedly, relishing the moment, as demonic energy surged around him like an abyss. The twisted visage of the demon bore crimson eyes that glinted with a chilling ferocity. Even the notoriously fearsome beast King Taowu felt a pang of dread in that moment. Die! The god-slaying blade descended once more, its light annihilating the void with each stroke, exuding unparalleled demonic might. Taowu retreated step by step, his fierce aura relentlessly devoured by the demonic blade. Luohe grew more frenzied with each clash, enveloped in a mist of darkness that consumed all of Taowu's attacks. In this dire moment, Xiezhai tore through the void, his singular horn blossoming with a radiant anti-magic light, barely managing to assist Taowu in resisting the rampaging demon. However, calamity struck anew as the cry of space void echoed across the battlefield, the cold voice of ancestor Yangmei resounding. The divine light of the void realm suddenly materialized, rendering the chaotic beast motionless in place. The space surrounding the chaos began to collapse inward, annihilating itself, resembling the desolate scene of the universe's end. A deafening roar erupted from the chaos, an anguished cry capable of stirring the very currents of space. Yet, at that moment, its colossal form was ensnared as if caught in a quagmire. Its movements slowed to an agonizing crawl, as the surrounding space disintegrated and its own corporeal form was consumed, causing a relentless drain on its primordial power. Just in time, Qiongqi arrived, constructing a black hole from the essence of darkness to barely extricate chaos from the void. However, chaos was now left severely diminished, having lost nearly a third of its essence and potency. Only through the combined efforts of the two formidable beast kings could they withstand the inscrutable spatial onslaught of ancestor Yangmei. Meanwhile, Taotai found itself in retreat under the relentless assault of ancestor Hongjun. Each swing of the Pangu banner unleashed chaotic sword energies akin to the creation of the cosmos itself. Even with Tao Ye's innate ability to devour all, it began to falter. Its monstrous form bore deeper and deeper sword wounds, revealing bones beneath the dark golden blood that flowed like a sea of crimson. Roar! Blood demon god, aid me! Taotai bellowed in fury, compelled to call for assistance after sensing the threat from Hongjun. The three blood demon gods responded to the call, abandoning their respective foes to provide support, consequently alleviating the pressure on ancestor Kunwu and the Lord of Shadows. In that moment, the battlefield, influenced by the eruptions of Luo Hu and Yangmei, the reinforcements from Qiongqi and Xiezhi, along with Tao Ye's plea for aid and the summoning of the blood demon gods, fell into a strangely fragile equilibrium. Beneath this balance, however, lurked an even more ferocious consumption of life and a tempest of energy. The sea of blood evaporated. The void was endlessly shattered, repaired, and then shattered anew. The battlefield of the great Luo realm was thus, while beneath it, the conflicts in realms below were even more brutal, a true meat grinder where billions of primordial beings and fierce beasts perished, turning the wilderness into seas of blood and mountains of corpses. This blood war, which determined the fate of all beings in the wilderness, endured for an indeterminate span, perhaps a fleeting moment or an eternity. Under the corrosive influence of bloodlust and slaughter, the concept of time became obscured. Even in the minds of the primordial beings, only the mantra of kill, kill, kill remained. At last, with a crack, the Beast Emperor forcibly invoked the Yellow Springs rebirth diagram, summoning a projection that drew upon the power of the departed, a forbidden divine ability that had reached its limit. The phantoms of demons surrounding it dissipated like bubbles, and its forcibly heightened aura plummeted like a receding tide. The rotation of the blood-red vortex also exhibited a hint of sluggishness. Now was the moment. The 3 heads and 9 eyes of the divine image erupted simultaneously, emitting a divine light that pierced through the ages. After a prolonged and arduous battle, the wills of heaven, Emperor Heaven, and Azure Heaven unified in harmonious accord within the divine image. Words as guidance, order as the foundation, judgment as the blade. United, their combined power rendered a decree that silenced myriad paths. The 3 divine images recited in unison, their divine resonance reverberating through the heavens. The 9-eyed divine light converged at the chest, transforming into a beam of chaos whose color defied description. This beam contained the absolute will of spoken laws, maintaining the supreme order of the heavens and enacting the ultimate judgment upon all beings. Wherever the beam passed, the sea of blood evaporated, the space returned to the void, and even the chaotic rules were surrendered to oblivion. It locked onto the breath of the plummeting Beast Emperor, the reincarnation that was devoured by its own powers. No, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Yellow Springs as a shield. The reincarnation sensed a lethal threat, frantically activating the 6 paths reincarnation disc and the Yellow Springs life chart, establishing layers of blood rivers and reincarnation barriers before itself. Boom. The chaotic beam descended with a thunderous crash, shattering the defenses erected by reincarnation, and the 6 paths reincarnation disc emitted a piercing wail. Chapter 55, The Fall of Reincarnation, the Descent of the Demon God. In an instant, the chaotic beam penetrated through the layers of defense with overwhelming force, leaving reincarnation no choice but to encircle itself with the Yellow Springs life chart, relying on the innate treasure's inherent power to resist the chaotic beam. As the chaotic beam struck the essence of the Yellow Springs life chart, it unleashed a profound and eerie light, struggling to withstand the impact. Yet, in the next moment, an unfathomable scene unfolded. Crack! Under the assault of the chaotic beam, the Yellow Springs life chart was torn asunder. The waters of the Yellow Springs flowed from the painting instantaneously dried up, and countless souls of the departed howled in anguish as they dissipated. This is impossible. Reincarnation's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered motionless in shock. Even the 3-headed celestial deity revealed an expression of astonishment. How could an innate treasure be shattered so easily? Divine reversal, save me. Boom. Before the final plea could echo far, the chaotic beam had already pierced through reincarnation's chest. The body of this Beast Emperor began to twist and disintegrate, each fragment of flesh dissolving into nothingness within the beam. I am reincarnation, indestructible. Accompanied by a roar of defiance, the will of reincarnation was utterly obliterated. Only the sorrowful 6 paths reincarnation disc and the broken Yellow Springs life chart remained, both treasures emanating a dim glow. These 2 were indeed innate treasures. Even though the Yellow Springs life chart was now shattered, it was not comparable to an ordinary spirit treasure. The celestial deity's divine form extended a massive hand, and chains of order coiled towards the 2 treasures, attempting to forcibly subdue and seize them. Just as the chains were about to bind, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Buzz! The 6 paths reincarnation disc suddenly erupted with blinding blood light, and the fractured Yellow Springs life chart unleashed a powerful force. The 2 treasures broke free from the celestial deity's suppression, transforming into 2 streams of red and black light. vanishing into the depths of the sea of blood at an astonishing speed. The celestial deity's 9 eyes flared, its consciousness pursuing the two. However, the murky malevolence deep within the sea of blood acted like a chasm, obstructing even the perfect divine awareness of the great Luo. Weaker beings would find their primordial spirits eroded by the power of the blood sea, losing their sanity. Those two treasures seemed to be guided by some existence, completely disappearing from perception. The three-headed deity furrowed its brow, its gaze fixated on the depths of the blood sea, eyes glimmering with intensity. Indeed, innate treasures possess their own consciousness, but the earlier anomaly was far from ordinary. Moreover, the celestial deity recalled the bizarre rupture of the Yellow Springs life chart. Sensing that this matter was not simple, perhaps there lay a deeper scheme behind it. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Qing Ming and Divine Reversal, Reincarnation, the three heads of Divine Reversal simultaneously emitted a roar that shattered the stars, the sound wave sweeping across the blood sea, tearing apart the blood clouds and leaving a scar across the heavens. It witnessed the fall of Reincarnation, and within the Crimson Beast's eyes ignited a furious inferno, an unyielding resentment. The fall of Reincarnation, akin to the final straw, has tipped the scales of fate for the ferocious Beast clan, heralding the dawn of victory for the primordial divine demons. The divine rebel proclaims, Reincarnation has perished. The era of ferocious beasts must come to an end. The azure void sword points towards the divine rebel, its cerulean light illuminating the heavens. Do you believe this is the end? The three-headed divine rebel sneers, with a gaze filled with destruction and madness. Suddenly, it relinquishes the azure void, transforming into a beam of bloodlight that descends upon the heart of the blood sea. Boom! The blood sea churns violently, and an ancient altar rises from its depths. Crafted entirely from chaotic stone, its surface adorned with the statues and runes of 3,000 chaotic demon gods. The divine rebel stands atop the altar, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Behind it, a celestial manifestation of a demon god gradually materializes, revealing its terrifying true form, the corporeal body of the chaotic annihilation demon god. With blood as the sacrifice, with souls as the guide, all beasts return to their origin. Reconstructing my form, the demon god of destruction descends upon the primal chaos. The three heads of the divine rebel chant an ancient incantation, their voices echoing the primordial era, infused with the essence of ultimate destruction and madness. Invisible waves instantaneously sweep across the battlefield of the blood sea, causing its depths to boil and surge as countless primal forces from the blood sea flood into the divine rebel's manifestation. Simultaneously, at the edges of the blood sea, the endless tide of ferocious beasts, engaged in battle with the allied cultivators, freezes in their movements, regardless of strength. In the next moment, the bodies of billions of ferocious beasts ignite like candles, instantaneously melting into the purest and most violent essence of blood and souls, forming streams of crimson light that surge madly towards the divine rebel. Even the 36 blood demon gods, locked in combat with other supreme demon gods, revert to their blood essence, converging towards the divine rebel. Roar! Behind the divine rebel, the once ethereal manifestation of the demon god of destruction, representing the very source of annihilation, visibly solidifies after devouring this immeasurable blood essence. Crack! Crack! A true form of a demon god with 3 faces, 6 arms, and 4 legs gradually takes shape. Crowned with 4 pairs of spiraled horns entwined with chaotic malevolence, each intricate line imbued with the essence of annihilation. Dark red scales cover its body, oozing lava-like blood from the crevices. Blood-colored bone wings unfurl from its back, woven from the shattered laws of destruction. Its 4 legs resemble colossal pillars of black iron, causing whirlpools of return to arise beneath its hooves, devouring the spiritual essence of all things. 9 serpentine tails shimmer with obliterating darkness, stirring chaotic currents of time and space as they sway. An overwhelming and terrifying aura, belonging to the era of chaos and surpassing the laws of the primordial world, sweeps across the realms like a tsunami. The chaotic demon body. The azure void's pupils constrict sharply, the ruined sword in hand vibrating with unease. The 3 heads of the celestial divine sovereign simultaneously change color, astonishment evident in their 9 eyes. This is the resurrection of the chaotic demon god's true form. At this moment, The entire battlefield plunges into an eerie stillness. Both the primordial divine demons and the ferocious beast kings gaze in horror at the chaotic demon body taking shape. Even the 8 great beast kings exhibit expressions of confusion, unaware that the beast emperor, the divine rebel, harbors such a contingency. A flicker of unusual color passes through the scarlet eyes of Rahu, the slaughtering god blade trembling in hand. Using calamity as a catalyst, a blood sacrifice of all beings. What a ruthless method. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. However, in this nascent realm, where remnants of Pangus will still lingered, how could the chaotic demon god possibly be allowed to resurface? The Pangu banner in Hongjuan's grasp fluttered autonomously without wind, its aura surrounded by a heavy purple mist, revealing an unprecedented gravity on his countenance. Is this the true form of the chaotic demon god? It is no wonder that it is unwelcomed by the cosmos. The ancestral figure, Yangmei, with his white hair dancing wildly, felt the laws of space oscillating violently around him. Narrowing his eyes, he fixated intently on the demonic form, a chaotic demon body. Though merely a flawed remnant, it was beyond the capabilities of our current selves to contend with. A glimmer of brilliance flashed deep within his eyes. His innate form, the primordial willow, had absorbed half of the chaotic demon god's essence. If he could assimilate the origin of this chaotic body and transform it into his own foundation, then not only Yangmei but all present innate beings would ignite with fervent light. Most of them had achieved their current status through the legacy of the chaotic demon god. If they could refine this demonic form, the realm of primordial Great Luo would be within reach. Chapter 56. The Manifestation of Divine Punishment Roaring. The chaotic demon body howled towards the heavens, its voice sweeping through the vastness like a tangible force, reducing the boundless void to dust. This roar jolted all innate beings back to reality. At this moment, Shen and I had perfectly fused with the chaotic demon body. After sacrificing countless ferocious beasts and 36 formidable beings, he finally shattered his shackles and entered the realm of primordial golden immortal. Every inch of this chaotic body pulsed with the might of destruction, its mere existence warping the surrounding void into collapse. All innate beings wore grave expressions. Even the combined might of the 3 deities, Song Tian, and the essence-consolidating Qing Ming felt unprecedented pressure. This was a true chaotic demon god of the primordial golden immortal realm, its power surpassing all present beings. Qing Ming gripped the Gui Su sword, the blade resonating with a ringing sound as it sensed the power of annihilation. He looked up towards the heavens, pondering, though the heavenly path is not yet complete, it must have already been born. Would it intervene against this chaotic demon god? In that fleeting thought, a thunderous roar echoed, as if to respond to his conjecture. The entire primordial sky suddenly darkened like ink. It was not mere clouds, but the wrath of the will of heaven and earth manifested. Countless colossal bolts of purple-black annihilation thunder, embodying the intent to obliterate all laws and eradicate heretical forces, gathered frantically in the darkened sky, roaring, illuminated by the lightning. Shen Ni's towering, destruction-infused chaotic body appeared even more fearsome. 3 faces simultaneously revealed manic smiles, and as 6 arms stretched, they rent the very fabric of space. Below, the expressions of the innate beings flickered uncertainly in the lightning's glow. Deep within the clouds, some unknowable presence seemed to be descending slowly. The blood-soaked battlefield fell into a deathly silence, with only the terrifying rumble of annihilation thunder brewing in the heavens above and Shun Ni's manic, yet satisfied roars of destruction resonating through the souls of every living being. What is this? As time passed, the terror incubating within those clouds gradually unveiled itself. It was a gigantic silver eye, from which not a single trace of emotion belonging to any living being could be discerned. It appeared profoundly desolate, indifferent, and merciless, akin to a deity perched high above all beings, coldly surveying the enigmatic entity amidst the sea of blood. Merely gazing from afar instilled a deep-seated terror within the very essence of one's soul. Is this the eye of the heavenly Tao? Hongjun gasped in shock, his hands trembling with the Pangu banner. The myriad beings of the primordial realm simultaneously looked up, their hearts filled with dread. What manner of existence is this? All living creatures felt a shudder emanating from the depths of their souls, an instinctive fear in the face of supreme authority. Only a select few reincarnated chaos demons comprehended that this was the supreme will they had once felt when Pangu first opened the heavens. The silver eye of the heavenly Tao slowly rotated, its frigid gaze, as if tangible, fixating upon the chaotic demonic form of Shan. The oppressive force of the annihilative divine thunder surged increasingly, causing the entire blood sea to boil violently, releasing towering mists of crimson. At the center of the blood sea, Shan's 6 crimson demonic eyes coldly gazed back. 3 faces simultaneously broke into sinister grins. Is this the embodiment of the will of this realm, the heavenly Tao? So this is the greatest opportunity in this world. Ha ha ha. Though this postnatal condensed chaotic demonic body does not match a true chaos demon, it far surpasses the foundational roots of Hongjun and Luo Ho, among others of the primordial divine beings. At this moment, having broken through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, Shin could distinctly sense that the power contained within the eye of the heavenly Tao was not significantly stronger than his own. At the very least, it did not exceed the level of the primordial golden immortal. Long before he prepared the chaotic demonic body, he understood that the will of this realm would not permit such an existence to manifest. Thus, this chaotic demonic body was his final gamble after the plan involving the ferocious beast tribe had failed. Unexpectedly, the heavenly Tao was not yet fully nurtured. Its power, while formidable, was not insurmountable. Should he succeed, with the innate talents of a chaos demon, he could entirely retreat into the chaos for cultivation. Moreover, having grasped the greatest opportunity of this realm, he planned to break through to the great Luo level and then return to the primordial realm to devour the heavenly Tao. Boom. Shun stood upon the blood sea, stepping upon the void, enveloped in swirling chaotic energy, as if a mysterious being emerging from the chaos. Exuding an ancient and brutal aura, his momentum was as profound as the abyss. The full force of his primordial golden immortal cultivation erupted, instantly sweeping across the entire blood sea, contesting the endless heavenly might radiating from the vertical pupil above. The eye of heavenly punishment suddenly opened, its silver vertical pupil swirling with chaotic thunder. The terrifying pressure caused the stars of the heavens to tremble precariously, while the blood sea of the 9 Hells surged into towering waves. Clad in the armor of the savage suppression, the grayish hue of the destructive law nearly solidified, transforming into countless chains that encircled him. The immense magical power of the primordial golden immortal manifested as 6 crimson demonic dragons, each embodying the might to annihilate the heavens and earth, swirling and roaring beside him. Today, let me see what this formless heavenly Tao can do against me. Shin, with 6 arms raised to the heavens, unleashed a vortex of destruction spinning wildly in his palms. The 6 crimson demonic dragons roared in fury, standing defiantly against the heavenly thunder. Boom. The first bolt of calamity thunder crashed down like a colossal axe cleaving the heavens, transforming into a vicious red thunder dragon that tore through the void, bearing the weight of divine retribution as it hurtled downward. That destructive radiance instantaneously illuminated countless faces on the battlefield, reflecting their horror and despair. Regardless of whether they are the innate deities or the remnants of the fierce beast kings, all are daunted by this resplendent celestial might, instinctively ceasing their battles, their gazes irresistibly drawn to the figure at the heart of the sea of blood. The deity stands defiantly above the surging crimson tide, facing this world-ending strike with merely a disdainful snort. His 6 arms are outstretched, and the 6 scarlet demonic dragons encircling him roar in unison, merging into a singular, even more ferocious blood dragon, boldly charging towards the thunderous dragon of divine retribution. With a roar, the 2 dragons collide. Blinding lightning intertwines with the vivid crimson blood aura, exploding and illuminating the entire battlefield as if it were midday, a tempest of energy shockwaves sweeping outward. Ultimately, under the deity's cold gaze, the crimson thunder dragon is ruthlessly torn apart by the blood dragon, transforming into a myriad of dazzling electric serpents that dissipate into the churning blood mist. After a brief silence, an oppressive breath fills the air. The demon's scarlet eyes narrow slightly, his whisper laced with an imperceptible gravity. The might of the celestial path has reached this extent. The remaining fierce beast kings, such as Qiongqi and Taotai, are filled with terror and a near-manic hope. Their divine sovereign is contesting against the will of this realm. As the 4th bolt of tribulation thunder gathers to descend, The entire sky transforms into a chaotic hue of dark yellow. The thunder is no longer mere destruction, but reveals intricate symbols of the celestial path, teeming with supreme intent. Each flash of lightning seems to embody the judgment of the heavenly will, its power sufficient to cause the distant celestial sovereigns to change countenance, even causing Qingming to grip his sword tighter in instinctive response. This bolt of tribulation thunder is something they cannot withstand. Each flash is capable of obliterating the essence of an ordinary Hunyuan golden immortal. Chapter 57. The Celestial Path's Edict. The deity feels an unprecedented pressure. Three heads unleashing a deep, resonant roar simultaneously. His muscular arms tense as he grips the god-slaying spear, infused with the aura of annihilation, with no reservations left. The ultimate divine strike, the 10,000 calamities god-slaying slash. With a fierce shout, the unparalleled spear radiance, embodying the essence of ultimate destruction, tears through the void, leaving a path of desolation and obliterated laws in its wake. With each clash of spear radiance and tribulation thunder, a thunderous roar reverberates across the vast wilderness, causing the onlooking great Luo beings to sway in spirit, instinctively reinforcing their defenses to the utmost. Finally, after executing the unparalleled divine technique, the 10,000 calamities god-slaying slash 4 times in succession, the bolt of tribulation thunder capable of annihilating all, is ground down and extinguished. Following this, the 5th, 6th, and 7th bolts of tribulation thunder descend in rapid succession, yet the deity, exerting himself to the fullest, passes through unscathed, albeit at great cost, sustaining no severe injuries. Crack! The 8th bolt of tribulation thunder descends not merely as a strike, but as if the chaotic celestial river has burst forth. Instantly, a third of the blood sea evaporates. The deity's indomitable chaotic form groans under the terrifying pressure of the tribulation thunder, unable to bear the burden. At this critical moment, 3 vertical eyes suddenly open in the center of his 3 foreheads, unleashing intertwining beams of destructive black light, which instantly surge into the god-slaying spear. Buzz! The spear emits an unprecedented resonance, a thrilling vibration intertwining with excitement, its form twisting violently within the black light, transcending into a pure, ancient aura of destruction that erupts with a thunderous roar. Amidst the hazy silhouettes of gunfire, the spectral form of the primordial destructive demon god's accompanying treasure, the obliteration spear, subtly materializes. The spear's tip, directed towards the heavens, distorts and shatters the calamity thunder. Under the amplification of the obliteration spear, the annihilative divine powers unleashed by the god of rebellion intensify further. Yet, the 8th layer of the thunder tribulation is not only formidable in strength, but also prolonged, resembling a torrential river cascading endlessly. The aftermath of the calamity thunder is dire. The obliteration spear reverts to its guise of the god-slaying spear, and even the unparalleled defense of the abyssal suppression armor crumbles into fragments, plummeting into the sea of blood. The colossal form of the god of rebellion is marred by cracks. Dark golden demonic blood flows like magma, and his aura visibly wanes. The battlefield falls into an eerie silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths and the suppressed growls of ferocious beasts. It is astonishing that the god of rebellion can weather such a powerful calamity thunder unscathed, although merely witnessing from afar. All formidable beings can sense the terror of the thunder. Had it been their turn, it would surely be a matter of certain death. Having surpassed the 8th layer, only the final layer remains, the last vestige of the primordial demon god, the fate of life and death poised to be unveiled with the next strike. The 9th calamity thunder descends silently, yet embodies the wrath and will of the entire primordial world. No longer a thunder dragon, it transforms into a pure, penetrating column of chaotic divine lightning, the chaos heavenly god thunder. The revelation of such divine thunder astounds all present. Legends proclaim this thunder to be created by Pangu, capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Although, due to the incompleteness of the heavenly Tao, its full might cannot manifest at this moment. Nevertheless, even before its descent, the oppressive divine might has rendered the god of rebellion's demonic form grievously damaged, his essence waning like a candle flickering in the wind. In this moment, the eyes of the god of rebellion burn with an unparalleled frenzy and defiance. He brandishes the god-slaying spear, which has accompanied him through epochs and now stands at the brink of its limits, thrusting it across his chest, unleashing a final, resolute roar. The spear morphs into a three-headed blood-eyed behemoth, coalescing the purest essence of destruction, propelled by the god of rebellion's last vestiges of will and power. Charging towards the apocalyptic column of light in a desperate assault. Boom! An indescribable explosion and radiance consume all. Time and space seem to freeze and shatter in that instant. Following this, the cosmos falls into an absolute stillness. On the battlefield, whether innate deities or ferocious beasts, all instinctively close their eyes or raise their arms to shield against the cataclysmic brilliance, their primordial spirits shaken into blankness by the immense shock. The manifestation of the heavens, with its nine-eyed divine light, fixates unwaveringly on the epicenter of the explosion. The azure abyss sword emits a resounding cry, while the Rahu's god-slaying blade churns with demonic energy, and the space surrounding Yangmei ripples violently like water. Almighty beings hold their breath, awaiting the ultimate outcome. Uncertain how much time passes, perhaps just a moment, or seemingly an eternity, the tempest of thunder and annihilative energy gradually dissipates. Above the firmament, that indifferent silver vertical pupil, in its final glance before fading away, appears to convey an ineffable sense of unwillingness. It then vanishes completely into the depths of the swirling, chaotic yellow clouds. At the depths of the Blood Sea, the formidable chaos demon, Shun Ni, now knelt upon one knee, resembling a shattered ancient divine mountain, his aura dwindling to an almost extinguished flicker. Sustaining him was the god-slaying spear that had once allowed him to gaze imperiously upon the primordial chaos. A sharp, piercing crack echoed through the air. After withstanding the ultimate divine retribution, this unparalleled weapon could bear no more. Before the eyes of all, it shattered resoundingly into two fragments. One half of the spear embedded itself in the depths of the Blood Sea, still emanating a lingering, defiant aura of destruction. In that moment of profound silence, with every gaze fixed upon the broken figure, a thunderous sound erupted. It resonated not in their ears, but directly within the very souls of every Tai golden immortal and above. Across the myriad realms of the primordial universe, every entity that had reached such a pinnacle, regardless of their location or endeavors, experienced an involuntary tremor, their heads instinctively tilting skyward in awe. The void trembled violently, and an undeniable torrent of information, imbued with the supreme will of the cosmos, surged forth, etching itself into the depths of every powerful spirit like the most profound of imprints. Shun Ni's forceful refinement of the Blood Sea's essence had led to a catastrophic imbalance, resulting in the suffering of countless beings. Furthermore, his blood sacrifice of the living and the consolidation of his chaotic demonic form rendered him intolerable to the heavens. Those who slay this fiend shall be acknowledged by the will of the cosmos, and shall be graced with boundless fortune. The heavens, sensing this, would undoubtedly bestow immense merits. The decree echoed like a thunderclap. In an instant, all surviving primordial deities, Songtian, Qingming, Hongjun, Lu, Yangmei, Wuxing, Yinyang, Luya, and even the severely wounded Kunwu, Shadow, and Tunshin, who had recently escaped their foes, were ignited by a golden flame of greed and fervor, their previous solemnity and shock swiftly transformed. Boundless merits, cosmic fortune, the chance to slay an almost exhausted chaos golden immortal demon god. It was a veritable windfall, for they had long coveted the primordial power contained within this chaotic demonic form. Meanwhile, the beastly kings, Xiongqi and Taotai, let out their final, heart-wrenching wails and ferocious roars in despair. The oppressive silence of the Blood Sea battlefield was utterly shattered, replaced by an even greater, all-encompassing murderous intent directed solely at Shun and I. The climax of the calamity was now upon them. Chapter 58. The final elegy. The decree of the heavens resonated with a thunderous crash, stirring a tempest upon the Blood Sea battlefield and cleaving a chasm in the hearts of all primordial beings. This was the first manifestation of the will of the heavens in the world, apart from the reincarnated chaos demon. The inhabitants of the primordial realms finally realized that above the heavens existed such a supreme entity. Countless Tai realm experts instinctively lifted their gazes toward the direction of the Blood Sea, their eyes ignited with fervent light. As the will of the heavens manifested, they naturally comprehended. The so-called heavenly way is the manifestation of the will of the cosmos. It represents the fundamental order of the universe's operation, and the heavenly way is inherently just. The merits of the heavenly way are the transformative essence of the laws of the universe, which, when obtained, can break through realms, comprehend the Tao, craft treasures, and yield boundless benefits, a truly supreme opportunity. Even aware that the Blood Sea had become a battlefield for the great Luo, their restless hearts compelled them to rush toward the Blood Sea. In ordinary circumstances, facing the peak of the chaotic demon god, even formidable beings such as Tai practitioners, the Celestial, and the Azure Abyss would retreat in trepidation. Yet, at this moment, kneeling at the abyss of the Blood Sea, the once mighty god of rebellion, whose chaotic demonic form had once withstood divine punishment, was now marred by cracks akin to a porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering. With his left arm severed and a gruesome wound from which dark golden blood gushed forth like molten lava, his primal power was nearly depleted. Even his frenzied attempts to siphon the essence of the Blood Sea for recovery amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket. A roar erupted from him, his scarlet vertical pupils scanning the multitude of prying consciousnesses in the void, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a wild beast, his gaze imbued with boundless fury and disdain. However, his broken demonic body forced him to remain kneeling in the depths of the Blood Sea, desperately attempting to harness its essence to mend his wounds. The battlefield was thick with murderous intent, the air seemingly frozen in time. In his hands, the blade of divine slaughter vibrated violently, emitting a sharp hum. Thirsting for the blood of the demon god, the ancient demonic runes etched upon the blade writhed as if alive, reflecting the unmasked greed in his pitch-black pupils. The essence of the chaotic form might render his demonic body complete. Beside the venerable Yang Mei, the spatial dimensions folded, and the mirror of the void reflected a kaleidoscope of bizarre worlds, where the light from the mirror sent waves through the fabric of space, groaning under the burden. The other primordial demons surged with potent energy, their treasures glowing in a rhythmic dance. The 8 great beast kings formed a battle array, showcasing their divine abilities to shield the god of rebellion at the center. The enormous wings of the monster Qiongqi unfurled completely, blood-red runes igniting on the wing membranes, intertwining to create a scarlet barrier that blotted out the sky, isolating the countless probing consciousnesses in the impending assault. The devouring beast, Tao Tai, opened its immense maw, a black hole vortex forming deep within, consuming all incoming energy waves and prying thoughts. The 3 heads of the celestial god, with 9 eyes wide open, seemed to harbor the birth and death of countless stars, the threads of laws intertwining into a net, instantaneously calculating myriad possibilities. The commanding voice of the deity resonated like thunder from the heavens. The god of rebellion is now drained of essence. His demonic body is on the brink of collapse. This moment presents a divine opportunity to slay the traitor and seize the fortune. Delay may invite change. Follow me to kill. At the utterance of kill, the golden wheel of rules behind him transformed into a brilliant golden rainbow that tore through the Blood Sea. Where the golden light passed, space disintegrated like fragile glass. The vast Blood Sea cleaved open to reveal a terrifying chasm that plunged into unfathomable depths, its edges wreathed in golden flames. Heading straight for the god of rebellion at the abyss's bottom. Strike. Kill. Almost instantaneously, dozens of Deluo energies erupted without reserve, akin to an ancient volcano awakening from eons of slumber. The Pangu banner fluttered above Hongjun, and with a sweep, chaotic sword energy descended like a colossal axe. Luo Ho moved with his blade, the blade of divine slaughter transforming into a cataclysmic crimson light, ripping through the sky towards the core of the god of rebellion's shattered form. Yang Mei wielded the void mirror, its silver brilliance dazzling, as the mirror light flashed. Folding space, an unseen dimensional cut silently approached. In Qingming's grasp, the returning ruin's sword surged with azure radiance, permeating the essence of all things returning to the void. Even those Tai practitioners who had retreated to the edges of the battlefield to evade the residual force of divine punishment could not help but summon their innate treasures. In that instant, it felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. A myriad of divine powers and boundless treasures converge into a devastating stellar river, descending with the momentum to obliterate all, aimed at the abyss of blood and the solitary remnants of the demonic deity, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The entire battlefield of the Blood Sea is illuminated as if it were the twilight of a dying day, while the tempest of energy distorts and shatters the very fabric of space. At the depths of the Blood Sea abyss, the demon god, ensnared by countless murderous intents, experiences the last flicker of struggle in its 6 crimson vertical eyes, replaced by an utmost purity of brutality. Roar! How dare these insignificant ants of the great Luo challenge me thus? The roar of the divine rebel, laced with soul-rending madness, instinctively prompts him to extend his remaining right arm toward the god-slaying spear, a companion through countless ages of battle. Yet, upon grasping it, he finds only the cold remnants of broken shards. A profound, soul-ripping pain surges through him as he forcibly channels the last remnants of his magical essence. On his already crumbling chaotic form, massive fissures abruptly erupt, dark golden blood gushing forth like a fountain. However, his colossal body merely sways slightly, and the 3 ghastly faces betray an eerie calm amid the fury and agony. Their gaze remains indifferent, gazing down upon the primordial chaos, regarding the myriad gods and demons as mere weeds. He slowly turns his shattered head, his eyes sweeping over the 8 formidable beasts, flesh and blood shielding him from the tide of destruction, their scales shattered, bloodied yet resolutely resisting the onslaught. His deep voice pierces through the cacophony of divine explosions, resonating clearly in every king's ears. Chaos, Tao Tai, it is time to depart. The age of ferocity has come to an end, and our plans have turned to naught. My emperor. The chaotic beast's eyes brim with blood and tears, its voice hoarse yet resolute. Our kin has been forsaken by heaven and earth. Even if we escape for a moment, will these gods and demons grant us reprieve? The heavens do not permit our path. Rather than lingering in despair, let us fight with fervor. Fight to the death. The remaining 7 kings roar in unison, their beastly eyes ignited by the flames of mutual destruction. On the broken faces of the divine rebel, the quiet brutality and madness explode like oil ignited by starlight. Well, 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 he exclaims thrice, his voice imbued with a sense of liberation, his gaze lifting towards the heavens. If you seek my essence, then take it. With that, the core of the chaotic demon's body, the last vestige of the essence sustaining his existence, erupts like a kindled chaotic star, no longer merely drawing power, but engaging in the most thorough, most frenzied combustion. The dark golden demonic flames instantly envelop his entire form, the fissured body emitting a piercing lament under the weight of the flames, as if it were on the verge of turning to ash. He plunges the broken god-slaying spear into the depths of the blood sea, pouring forth his burning demonic flames and indomitable battle spirit into his 6 arms. Kill! Accompanied by a final battle cry that tears through the primordial chaos, the divine rebel transforms into a dark golden meteor, trailing a long tail of destruction, defiantly soaring against the torrent of annihilation, targeting the foremost figures of the great Luo. Chapter 59. The Fall of the Divine Rebel. The cataclysm stopped. Follow me, my emperor. 8 formidable beast kings, under the guidance of chaos, simultaneously unleashed their final, resounding farewell, echoing throughout the cosmos. They ceased their defenses, abandoned evasion, and instead concentrated all their arcane power and the essence of their flesh and blood, igniting it all. 8 beams of destructive light, each a different hue yet equally infused with ferocity, erupted from their battered forms, following the divine reversal, akin to 8 chaotic stars self-destructing, resolutely colliding with the relentless onslaught of the divine demonic army. An indescribable cacophony erupted. It was not merely a sound, it was the collision of divine and demonic bodies, the simultaneous self-detonation of the 8 kings, and the countless grand divine techniques converging, resulting in a symphony of destruction multiplied by billions. Time and space lost all significance in that moment. All that could be perceived was an utterly pure, chaotic tide of destruction, consuming all light and sound. Centered around the abyss of blood, it expanded spherically in all directions with wild abandon. Crack! Boom! In the face of this unimaginable force of annihilation, the boundless sea of blood suddenly erupted, revealing beneath it a pitch-black bone plain, formed from the accumulated bones of countless deities, demons, and ferocious beasts. The chaotic storm of destruction swept across the 8 realms. Where it passed, the void shattered like fragile glass. Even those grand beings fortunate enough to be at the battlefield's periphery, having narrowly escaped the core of the explosion, were violently hurled away by the ferocious shockwave, their protective divine auras shattering like paper, blood gushing forth, their breath instantly diminishing to the utmost degree, as the all-consuming chaotic orb of light finally expanded to its limit. Slowly collapsing inward and dissipating, the battlefield's center was left in a profound silence. There were no divine reversals, no 8 beast kings, no severed limbs. Not even a trace of residual energy or a fragment of artifacts remained. It was as though an invisible hand had utterly erased all existence, matter, energy, and laws from that region. Only the evaporated abyss of blood, revealing the grim bone plain below, and the 9 gaping chasms that rent the earth silently testified to the cataclysmic explosion that could have obliterated the very fabric of existence. The few innate deities and demons who survived were all in disarray, their essence waning. The 3-headed, 9-eyed divine sovereign's manifestation dimmed, the robe of Hong Jun stained with blood. The chaotic energy of Rahu disordered, while Yang Mei's white hair lay singed and withered. They gazed upon the absolute void, devoid of all. Even as space had yet to fully heal, their faces devoid of victorious joy, only reflecting the heart's trepidation of having survived calamity and an ineffable gloom. Having paid such a grievous price, nearly all were wounded, with even some grand beings having perished, and yet, apart from the annihilation of the ferocious beasts, no spoils of war were gained. The only spoils, perhaps, lay in the elusive promise of the heavenly path. Just as this silence and oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, a resounding, harmonious, soul-cleansing sound reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. From the eastern horizon, boundless purple aura surged like a heavenly river in reverse, rolling forth and instantly extending for countless miles. The heavy, oppressive blood-red calamity clouds were gently, yet irresistibly, dispelled by this sacred purple mist. Immediately, a golden cascade of resplendent light descended from the heavens, piercing through the lingering blood mist and the shroud of destruction, illuminating the battlefield that had just endured ultimate annihilation with an aura of sanctity and tranquility. Strands of robust and varied golden radiance, imbued with a sense of sentience, precisely penetrated the void, descending upon every being that had participated in the final encirclement and miraculously survived the cataclysm. Among them, the most magnificent and radiant beam, akin to a golden pillar of heaven, thunderously enveloped the somewhat dimmed 3-headed visage of the celestial deity, bathed in the golden light of virtue. The ghastly wounds on the celestial visage healed at a visible pace, its previously waning aura surged with vitality, becoming even more profound. With 9 eyes blinking in unison, he felt the tumultuous power of virtue and the fortuitous energies of the cosmos within himself. Without uttering a word, he tore through the void, his form vanishing within. Following suit were the paramount beings such as Hong Jun, Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and Qing Ming, who, having gathered their share of virtue potent enough to shake the primordial realms, also departed in a flurry, either soaring away on beams of light or tearing through the fabric of space, their figures swiftly disappearing from the blood-soaked battlefield. The remaining survivors, whether great Luos or Tai Is, regardless of their grievous or merely superficial wounds, experienced rapid recovery the moment the golden light of virtue coursed through them, their cultivation subtly advancing. They departed in a flurry of radiant trails, each bearing a complex tapestry of emotions, ecstasy, regret, and trepidation. In an instant, the sea of blood that had witnessed the most brutal battle since the dawn of creation fell silent once more, save for the lowered expanse of the blood sea, the 9 gaping abysses, and the remnants of destructive energy and faint echoes of virtue still lingering in the air. Only 2 segments of a shattered black spear stood like tombstones, skewered deep within the blood mire, silently and greedily siphoning the primordial power of the surrounding blood sea. The dim, ominous runes of destruction on the spear flickered in and out of visibility, exuding an unsettling aura. Though the blood sea battle had concluded, the aftermath of the beastly calamity had yet to settle. Across the vast expanse of the primordial world, countless ferocious beasts scattered like a plague. Having lost the dominion of their sovereign, they grew increasingly savage and bloodthirsty, attacking any congregation of living beings with the frenzy of headless flies, inciting chaos and slaughter in their wake. However, most of these beasts were of relatively low cultivation, predominantly at the golden immortal level, making them manageable for the majority of the innate beings. Furthermore, after the blood sea battle, many of the great Luo cultivators returned to their sanctums, either burdened by injuries or enlightened by insights, to engage in secluded cultivation. The might of the celestial emperor reverberated through the mountains. The purple aura of Jade Capital Mountain soared. The demonic clouds of Mount Sumer roiled. The sword energy of Immortal Island surged into the skies. And the space of the return to ruins rippled continuously. They lay dormant like ancient behemoths, digesting the spoils of the bloody conflict and comprehending the mysteries of the Tao. As the primordial realm temporarily entered a period of silence reserved for the most exalted existences, the weighty task of exterminating the remaining ferocious beasts across the primordial lands fell upon the shoulders of those who had not participated in the final battle, as well as the somewhat less potent innate clans, scattered powerful beings, and the new generation of formidable warriors. Though the will of the heavenly Tao has faded into obscurity, the decree to eradicate the ferocious beasts, which bestows merit, remains deeply imprinted upon the souls of every being in the primordial wilderness. This concept of merit shines like a beacon in the darkness, serving as the sole, unequivocal path to gain the favor of the heavenly Tao for all creatures of the primordial realm. Although the merit gained from vanquishing these remaining ferocious beasts is minuscule, a mere fraction of the merit obtained from the blood-soaked battlefield, for those cultivators fervently seeking breakthroughs on their path and yearning for fortuitous luck, this tiny contribution is a flicker of hope. Thus, an unprecedented, spontaneous hunt for ferocious beasts commenced across the vast expanse of the primordial land. Chapter 60. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The various innate clans emerged en masse, with powerful solitary cultivators eagerly joining the fray. Even the future overlords of the primordial realm, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin, mingled in the chaos. At this moment, the three clans had not yet reached the time of their emergence. The four ancestors of the dragon clan, the first Qilin and the five elements Qilin, along with the primordial phoenix and the initial phoenix, all took on the guise of solitary cultivators, honing their skills while hunting the ferocious beasts of the primordial realm. In an instant, the sounds of battle echoed throughout the primordial wilderness, the roars of ferocious beasts intertwining with the cries of agony, permeating the air with a mingling of bloodshed, malevolence, and a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of meritorious light. The legends surrounding the climactic battle that determined the fate of the primordial realm spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the land with astonishing speed. Within the flourishing domain ruled by the celestial court, cultivators passionately depicted the celestial deity with 3 heads and 9 eyes, wielding order and judgment, confronting the beast emperor with supreme might and ultimately drawing forth the grandeur of heavenly merit. The name of the celestial deity became synonymous with order, legitimacy, and supreme power, igniting a fervent longing in countless cultivators to join the celestial court and bask in divine grace. Along the shores of the Eastern Sea, cultivators spoke with reverence of the venerable Hongjun, brandishing the Pangu banner and unleashing chaotic sword energy, embodying an ethereal figure that could stabilize the universe. The mystical Tao alliance of Hongjun became an unparalleled sanctuary in the hearts of numerous seekers of the Tao and solitary cultivators. In the Western world, tales were recounted of the wails of myriad beings beneath the blade of Luo Hu, whose demonic might was overwhelming and tyrannical. Luo Hu was regarded as the embodiment of destruction and power, revered by countless cultivators in pursuit of ultimate strength as the demon ancestor. The enigmatic Yangmei, after this battle, became even more shrouded in mystery, synonymous with the supreme master of space and an extraordinary recluse. Meanwhile, the esteemed title of Qingming Daoist resonated throughout the primordial realm, echoing alongside his unrivaled swordsmanship that could vanquish the divine and dominate all adversaries. Countless well-wishers even hailed him as the sword ancestor. The exploits of these top-tier powerhouses became increasingly embellished as they were recounted, each transformed into a legendary figure of unparalleled might in the great Luo realm. Countless cultivators strained to pursue these great beings, traversing mountains and rivers, even at great personal cost, merely to seek their tutelage or protection. After all, while the ferocious beasts may have been eradicated, peace in the primordial realm remained elusive. The power struggles and resource contests among various dynasties and innate factions had already begun to brew in the shadows, heralding a new storm on the horizon. Aligning oneself with a renowned and immensely powerful patron was undoubtedly the greatest safeguard in these tumultuous times. Time flowed relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, the world transformed. Since the conclusion of the blood-soaked battle that marked the end of the era of monstrous beasts, several epochs have passed. On this day, within the heart of the Wendiagong at the center of the immortal island of Fuyo, an ancient and terrifying aura abruptly awakened. In an instant, the entire island trembled. The azure sea surged with furious waves, and the clouds in the nine heavens were torn asunder by an unseen sword intent, compelling all beings on the island to prostrate themselves, their hearts awed by the supreme sword energy. Above the Tao Palace, myriad phantoms of divine swords materialized from thin air, their resonant clangor echoing through the universe. These phantoms were manifestations of the laws of swordsmanship, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent sword that traversed the void. This was indeed a breathtaking phenomenon, representing the second tier of sword laws manifestation. After a seclusion lasting tens of thousands of years, Qingming finally broke through the barriers, ascending to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Owing to the immense accumulation of power and his profound comprehension of swordsmanship, this breakthrough surged forth like a battering ram, effortlessly surpassing the initial barriers and advancing into the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal. Moreover, this period of seclusion yielded not merely advancements in cultivation. He amalgamated insights gleaned from his travels through the primordial wilderness since the dawn of creation, along with revelations from the calamities wrought by the monstrous beasts, and the profound experiences gained while transcending into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. As his thoughts swirled, boundless patterns of Tao surged within his consciousness, resonating with the foundational scripture of his Tao, the Qingming Yudao record. Previously, during the calamity of the monstrous beasts, he realized that even the path of heaven has its limits, necessitating the use of merit to mobilize all spirits to achieve his goals. He felt within that to safeguard the primordial wilderness and prevent it from repeating the tragic fate of his past life, he could not rely solely on himself. With a resolute decree, his voice resounded deep within his primordial spirit. Boundless insights and principles converged, transforming into an everlasting scripture of golden light, the Qingming Tao Canon. As the scripture manifested, the resonant sounds of the great Tao echoed within the Wendiagong. The chaotic golden lotus surged from the earth, and the indelible imprints of myriad innate Tao patterns swiftly vanished. This scripture was not meant for personal cultivation. Rather, it was crafted to establish the doctrinal lineage of the Qingming school. Encompassing all realms of knowledge, it aimed high, directly pointing towards the source of the great Tao, and was divided into 3 volumes. Volume 1. The Foundations of Inquiry. This volume contains a cultivation technique, the Qingming Wenda Jing, and a body refinement method, the indestructible body of chaos. The combination of these two allows for an impervious physical form and a complete primordial spirit, greatly benefiting the opening of terrestrial and celestial blossoms in the realm of the Great Luo. Volume 2. The Return to the Source of All Laws. This section records the profound mysteries of formations, the creation of elixirs, the principles of artifacts, and the embryonic form of the talismanic arts, as well as the unique Qingming creation, the all-manifesting divine refinement, which melds all laws and evolves personal Tao. Although this volume pertains to techniques, it serves as a bridge to all paths. Qingming established this volume as a seed for his disciples to approach the Tao through skill, allowing all methods to serve as a beacon towards the primordial realization. It leaves behind a seed capable of defying fate for the potential future era of obscured laws. Volume 3. Reflecting on Antiquity to Illuminate the Tao. This volume chronicles Qingming's experiences traversing the primordial wilderness, the wonders of heaven and earth embodying the true forms of the great Tao, the rise and fall of myriad races concealing profound truths, and the manifestation of calamity revealing the cyclical nature of the Tao. Not merely for the sake of curiosity, but as a lesson from history, it imparts to disciples the insight to discern the essence of heaven and earth, fostering wisdom to avert calamity and seek fortune, ensuring they do not fall into the traps of heavenly machinations. With the scripture completed, Qingming stepped forth from the Wendiagong. He stood with hands clasped behind his back in the void, his robes billowing, the resonance of the Tao swirling around him, as if harmonizing with the very fabric of heaven and earth. The divine consciousness unfurled like a vast sea of stars, momentarily enveloping the entire celestial island, where every blade of grass, every tree, Every bird and beast existed within its perception. Having resolved to establish a lineage of the Tao, he understood that the sooner, the better. In this primordial age, the great Tao manifested, and the laws were clear, making it the most opportune time for comprehending the principles and cultivating the path. However, in later generations, the understanding of the Tao became fundamentally severed. Although the heavenly Tao had already manifested, it remained quite immature, unable even to resolve the divine contradictions of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm, and thus could not intervene in the grand trends of the primordial world or conceal the rules of heaven and earth. Once Hongjun became the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao and began to expound the teachings within the Purple Cloud Palace, what principles did he convey? Primarily, it was the path of the three corpses and the attainment of sanctity through merit. The most orthodox path to enlightenment was merely mentioned in passing, overshadowed by the notion of attaining the Tao through strength, and the fall of Pangu was attributed to this. This was because, by the time of the Witch and Demon War, the heavenly Tao had hidden the laws of the universe, making the comprehension of the Tao far more challenging than in the present. During that era, few beings in the primordial realm grasped the principles of the Tao. Most only understood their innate talents and supernatural powers. Moreover, the method of the three corpses, according to Qingming's speculation, was likely incomplete, concealing vital aspects. It merely stated that severing the three corpses could lead to the path of quasi-sainthood, while the process of unifying the three corpses to attain sainthood was left unmentioned. In the subsequent generations, none of the saints achieved sanctity through the three corpses. All broke through by forcibly merging with the primordial purple energy through merit. To unify the three corpses, it seemed that the innate spiritual treasures used for severing must share the same origin, or one must employ an extraordinarily powerful artifact to simultaneously sever all three corpses. It is likely that Hongjun utilized a special artifact like the Creation Jade Disc to sever the three corpses simultaneously, allowing them to merge as one. If it were otherwise, how could he have distributed all his treasures after achieving sanctity? Yet, why did Hongjun choose this course of action? Qingming gently tapped the void with his fingertip, sending ripples of Tao resonance through the surrounding space, causing it to tremble. The will of the heavenly Tao? He shook his head, a glimmer of profundity flashing in his eyes. No matter, given my rapport with Hongjun, I shall inquire directly before he achieves unity. With a thought, he conveyed his intent through his primordial spirit, and in an instant, 3 celestial lights soared from various parts of the island, belonging to the 3 guardians of the island, Qingyan, Jinghuan, and Xuanji. From afar, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, as his steed, Jidua, pierced through the void and perched upon the cloud sea, its dragon eyes burning bright, bowing respectfully. Qingming's gaze swept over the 3 individuals, and he nodded slightly. Nurtured by the rich, innate spiritual essence of the celestial island, all 3 had now entered the realm of Tai golden immortals, their bodies enveloped in celestial light. Their Tao resonance well contained, evidently showcasing a solid foundation. Indeed, his voice was calm, yet resonated like the voice of the Tao, sending ripples through the void. During my absence, the management of the celestial island has been orderly, and your cultivation has not waned. Today, I shall impart to you the Qingming Tao scripture. I hope you will diligently comprehend it and not disappoint my expectations. Upon hearing this, the 3 guardians displayed expressions of exuberant joy. Immediately prostrating themselves and responding in unison, disciples shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of our esteemed master and diligently cultivate without respite. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 beams of golden light erupted from his fingertips like shooting stars and entered the foreheads of the 3. In an instant, the vast essence of the Tao surged into the sea of consciousness, the profound meanings of the Qingming Tao scripture cascading like a starry river, indelibly imprinted within the depths of the primordial spirit. Today, I shall impart wisdom to you for 10,000 years. Should you encounter any uncertainties along your path of cultivation, feel free to voice your queries. As the words fell, the entire hall of inquiry was suddenly enveloped by an enigmatic aura, the laws of heaven and earth becoming strikingly clear, as if one could reach out and grasp the true essence of the Tao. The 3 young disciples seated cross-legged immersed themselves in profound contemplation, attentively listening to the teachings. Qingming's voice seemed to descend from the heavens, each word resonating with celestial decree, each phrase imbued with profound truth. He elucidated not only the cultivation methods of the Qingming Tao scripture, but also imparted his own insights into the cosmos and the Tao. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The radiance surrounding the three disciples grew ever more resplendent, their understanding of the Tao deepening, their cultivation progressing unawares. The gaze they directed towards Qingming was no longer merely one of reverence, but also infused with heartfelt respect and gratitude. Though Qingming did not formally accept them as disciples, the grace of his teachings was akin to that of a master. As the discourse concluded, Qingming rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over the trio, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. The realm of Tai is but a beginning. His voice, calm yet resonant like that of the Tao, sent ripples through the void. You must diligently cultivate the Tao henceforth, never slacken in your efforts, and strive to attain the fruits of the great Luo Tao at the earliest opportunity. The three disciples bowed solemnly, responding in unison, "We shall faithfully abide by your esteemed instructions." After Qingyan, Jinghuan, and Xuanji departed, Qingming strolled out of the hall of inquiry, lifting his gaze towards the heavens. His eyes pierced through the 33 layers of celestial realms, reaching the vast, boundless, and star-studded primordial cosmos. A profound anticipation flickered in his depths. The time has come. He had long harbored a yearning for the starry realm, yet his previous cultivation had been insufficient. Now, having broken through to the status of a primordial golden immortal, the moment was ripe. There existed not only the Chaos Bell, one of the three treasures of creation, but also the divine Fusang tree on the Sun Star and the Moon Laurel tree on the Yin Star, both among the top 10 innate spiritual roots. If he could procure a branch and bring it back to the Great Desolation for cultivation, perhaps a new innate spiritual root could be nurtured. With this thought, Qingming could not help but smile subtly. He possessed the Qiankuan Cauldron, a supreme treasure capable of reversing the innate origins, along with the unique Sanyao divine essence from the Nine Heavens soil and the Fusang Island. This essence was even more arcane than the Three Lights divine water and might indeed enable the cultivation of a new innate spiritual root. To be reborn in the Great Desolation and cultivate all 10 innate spiritual roots would be a magnificent feat. With a thought, a melodious sword chant reverberated through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A brilliant sword light, unmatched and reminiscent of the creation of heaven and earth, erupted suddenly, tearing apart the endless barriers of the void, enveloping the figure of Qingming Taoist as it plunged deep into the mysterious and vast starry sea. Wherever the sword light passed, time and space came to a standstill, leaving behind an eternal trajectory that severed the boundaries between the Great Desolation and the starry cosmos, lingering without dissipating. In the depths of the boundless void, Qingming stood quietly at the boundary between the starry realm and the Great Desolation, amidst the absolute domain of the 9 heavens gale. His gaze was profound, his aura restrained, as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. Within the confines of the present barrier, a tempestuous chaos intertwines with a maelstrom of spatial storms, resembling an invisible colossal beast, bearing its fangs and claws, seeking to devour any soul daring to approach. Merging heaven's umbrella, arise. With a graceful wave of his hand, Qingming summoned an ancient, enigmatic umbrella from within, which gracefully hovered above his head. The canopy emanated threads of profound light, akin to a river of stars cascading backward, encircling him in a protective embrace. He murmured to himself, a hint of nostalgia in his tone, "I never imagined that even to this day, the gale of 9 heavens remains so formidable." Before his words could fully dissipate, he stepped boldly into the gale of 9 heavens. In an instant, countless gusts of wind, sharp as blades and infused with chaotic annihilation, surged forth, threatening to render all into nothingness. Yet, the merging heavens umbrella radiated a powerful light, forming an indestructible shield, impervious to the ravages of the gale. Qingming moved with poise, each step seemingly treading upon the very veins of the void, ripples of ethereal resonance emanating beneath his feet. Indeed, this gale of 9 heavens is perilous in the extreme. Even though he had ascended to the realm of the merging golden immortal, he required the protection of a treasured artifact to traverse it safely. Upon navigating through the gale of 9 heavens, the vista before Qingming caused his spirit to tremble. The starry cosmos unfolded like an immense primordial scroll, revealing its grandeur. Amidst the boundless chaotic darkness, myriad stars sparkled like resplendent jewels, emanating an eternal and enigmatic radiance. 365 principal stars revolved along their arcane orbits, as if performing the most magnificent symphony within the universe. Each star was colossal, akin to an ancient, mysterious world, exuding immense vitality. They bore endless secrets and power, narrating the magnificence and splendor of the universe's inception. At the heart of this celestial tapestry stood the sun star and the moon star, akin to sovereigns among the stars. Standing proudly, the sun star blazed with an everlasting fire, its brilliant light piercing through the vast void, bathing the entire cosmos in a golden hue. In contrast, the moon star radiated a gentle, silvery glow, resembling a celestial maiden, harmoniously complementing the sun star, embodying the supreme path of yin and yang cycles. The trajectories of the stars intertwined to form a celestial map imbued with profound truths, each line seemingly containing the mysteries of heaven and earth. Qingming gazed from afar, his eyes reflecting the paths of the stars' movements, as countless principles of the great Tao flickered and intertwined within his vision. A spark of enlightenment arose within him, as if he had touched the very pulse of the cosmos. This must be the essence of the unparalleled formation of the grand celestial array. Chapter 62. The sun star as one who had penetrated countless primordial formations. Qingming found himself profoundly shaken by the sheer magnificence of this celestial killing array. What a breathtaking formation that seizes the very essence of creation. His eyes shimmered with the flow of the starry river, reflecting the entire celestial dance. This array not only flawlessly depicted the trajectories of the heavens, but also seamlessly fused the cycles of yin and yang, the ebb and flow of time and space, rendering it the pinnacle of array mastery. Qingming became wholly engrossed, his spirit resonating with the vast expanse of the cosmos. His consciousness gradually transformed into flecks of starlight, rising and falling in harmony with the pulsation of billions of stars. The river of time flowed silently, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years slipped by. Unbeknownst to him, Qingming remained deeply immersed in the mysteries of the stars, as if becoming one with the vast expanse of the night sky. Suddenly, the void trembled, and Qingming slowly opened his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. So it is, the celestial bodies indeed live up to their reputation. At that moment, the secrets of this primordial, supreme killing formation unfolded clearly in his mind. This formation is divided into 3 realms. The first realm centers around the sun star and the moon star, utilizing the powers of these 2 ancient celestial bodies, where yin and yang converge, perpetually giving rise to life. The second realm requires the crafting of 365 great Zhou star banners, corresponding to 365 principal stars, which, through these banners, channel the power of the principal stars to elevate the formation's might to unprecedented heights. The third realm necessitates the creation of 14,800 lesser Zhou star banners, corresponding to 14,800 auxiliary stars. Most fearsome of all, this formation can gather the strength of all beings. With each additional deity or demon entering the formation, a new star's might is added, compounding infinitely. After tens of thousands of years of contemplation, Qingming had comprehended the essence of this great formation. Yet to deploy it, a vast array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is required to craft the star banners, alongside the gathering of collective strength, making the conditions exceedingly stringent. However, a glint of brilliance sparkled in Qingming's eyes. The profound principles of the Zhou star formation bore striking similarities to his own great Luo myriad forms returning to the void sword formation. In an instant, myriad formation patterns swirled within his sea of consciousness. All the innate great formations he had once comprehended, the Zhou star formation, the great 5 elements annihilation sword formation, the myriad forms returning to the void sword formation, and even the fleeting glimpse of the chaos heavenly divine array, now manifested vividly, interweaving and colliding within his Tao heart. Boom! A resonance of the Tao reverberated through his consciousness. Countless formation patterns began to reorganize and evolve, and his understanding of the myriad laws returning to the void became increasingly lucid. With a flash, a brilliantly refined sword rainbow erupted, violently tearing through the ancient, tranquil starry veil, carving an enduring, blazing white trajectory through the boundless darkness. The sword rainbow pointed directly at the resplendent sun at the heart of the primordial starry expanse, the sun star. A millennium traversed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the colossal entity, engulfed in endless light and heat, finally filled his entire field of vision. It did not merely hang in the sky. It loomed like an ancient beast, coiled at the center of the star sea, exhaling an aura capable of incinerating all existence. Even before approaching, a terrifying wave of heat, so intense it twisted the very void, surged forth. This was no ordinary flame, but the supreme divine fire, solar true fire, nurtured by the primordial essence. Its overwhelming ferocity was such that even Qingming, at the level of a Hunyuan golden immortal, felt a searing pain upon his skin. As the sword light retracted, Qingming's figure materialized. He lightly tapped his toes, landing upon the surface of the sun star, which roiled with liquid golden flames. In an instant, towering waves of fire erupted like an enraged ancient fire dragon. The crimson golden magma roared skyward, intent on devouring this uninvited guest. The ground beneath him radiated a terrifying heat capable of melting innate divine iron, each step teetering on the brink of annihilation. The vastness of the sun star could rival myriad great worlds, searching for the legendary innate spiritual root, the Fusang divine tree. Within it was akin to fishing for a needle in the starry sea. However, Qingming surmised that such a divine object must be concealed at the very core of this resplendent sun, where the essence of solar power was most concentrated, and the laws most manifest. He traversed the sunlit realm on foot, eschewing magical artifacts or protective spells to shield himself from the searing flames of the sun. Instead, he embraced the ferocious solar fire, allowing it to scorch his flesh, refining his body in flames and forging his soul in sunlight. His physical form shimmered with a translucent brilliance under the blazing fire, as minute impurities transformed into wisps of azure smoke in the purifying flames. As he journeyed deeper, the environment grew increasingly fierce. The pervasive solar fire gradually shed its wild exterior, morphing into a more restrained, yet terrifying golden flame. Its hue shifted from a fiery gold to an almost pure platinum, with temperatures soaring to unimaginable heights. The void here seemed to be seared, leaving behind dark ripples. Confronted with such formidable flames, Qingming's corporeal form could not withstand the onslaught. Without hesitation, he summoned the Qian Kuan cauldron, which rose slowly from the auspicious clouds above him. With a resonant hum, the ancient and weighty cauldron emanated a faint, ethereal light, as if chaos itself was being birthed within, showcasing the cyclical nature of creation and destruction. This radiant luminescence enveloped Qingming. The solar golden flames, potent enough to incinerate even the most exalted celestial beings, were now guided and tamed by the cauldron's transformative power, transmuting into pure, life-infused solar torrents. No longer merely destructive, they became an unparalleled elixir for refining his path and honing his spirit. With closed eyes, Qingming directed this torrent to cleanse his limbs and vital essence. His physical form and spirit underwent continuous metamorphosis amidst annihilation and rebirth, producing a delicate, resonant chime akin to golden bells. As he sensed the changes within his body and spirit, Qingming marveled at the cauldron's unparalleled value, capable not only of alchemy and artifact crafting, but also of self-refinement. Uncertain of how long he had been walking through this sea of flames, he faintly recalled the sound of chimes. At last, at the heart of the roiling ocean of golden flames, his vision pierced the distorted light and heat, revealing an indescribable ancient and vast aura. A colossal red-gold divine tree, transcending heaven and earth, stood amidst the flames. This divine tree extended a vast canopy, with countless branches ablaze with eternal solar flames. Its bark, rugged like the scales of an ancient dragon, bore inscrutable divine patterns of the red-gold path, each flicker resonating with the primal rhythms of the sun. Suspended from its branches were fruits resembling miniature suns, where golden corona flares erupted, unleashing the purest essence of solar energy. The Fusang divine tree. Qingming gazed up in awe at this primordial spiritual root, which had existed since the dawn of creation, his spirit profoundly shaken. The seemingly chaotic fissures in the bark appeared to come alive under his comprehension at the Hunyuan golden immortal level, flowing like molten gold, swirling, decomposing, and reconstituting into a narrative that elucidated the solar path and the essence of pure yang. 3,000 years felt like a mere moment in the vastness of primordial chaos. When Qingming's tightly shut eyes reopened, within their depths flickered the brief vision of two miniature suns. The pure yang resonance that enveloped him had solidified into a tangible essence, creating visible ripples of Tao in the void. Behind him, a Taiji diagram, embodying the essence of yin and yang, slowly revolved. At this moment, Qingming's understanding of fire and the solar path deepened further, transforming it into nourishment for his swordsmanship, elevating his mastery to new heights. Chapter 63. The Winds of the Southern Domain. Subsequently, Qingming wielded his finger as if it were a sword, slicing through the air, causing a branch of the immortal Fusang divine wood, ablaze with eternal golden flames and inscribed with the patterns of the great Tao, to fall in response. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he collected this divine wood into the Qiankuan Ding, where the energies of creation swirled, nurturing the branch with utmost care. The cycle of cause and effect is not to be taken lightly. He retrieved the unique solar divine water from Fuyao Island, and with a delicate touch of his fingertip, the divine water transformed into specks of golden light that cascaded down upon the roots of the divine wood. The branches and leaves trembled gently, producing melodious sounds of the Tao, while the golden patterns on the trunk shone even more brilliantly, seemingly expressing gratitude. After an extensive search within the depths of the sun star, his consciousness swept across the sea of golden flames. However, the Chaos Bell, one of the three treasures of the primordial creation, remained elusive. A frown creased Qingming's brow. It was strange, for he had distinctly heard the sound of the bell moments ago. Just then, a faint and ethereal chime resonated from the depths of the starry sky, distant and elusive, seemingly responding to his perplexity. Enlightened by the sound, Qingming realized the Chaos Bell was still suppressing the chaos of the starry sky, stabilizing the world of the stars, and had yet to emerge. As for the legendary star spirit Emperor June, born from the essence of the sun, and Tai, they too were nowhere to be found. In the deepest recesses of the sun star, Qingming discovered a sphere as dark as ink, emanating an aura of unparalleled brightness and the essence of the sun. Could this be the solar torch? As he attempted to approach, a wave of trepidation washed over him, compelling him to observe from a distance. The surface of the black sphere flowed with profound Tao patterns. Perhaps Emperor June and Tai were within, still in the process of gestation. Although he had not acquired the Chaos Bell, obtaining the Fusang Divine would made the journey worthwhile. Qingming gazed into the depths of the sun star, murmuring softly to himself. With that, he hesitated no longer. The sword light surged once more, transforming into a stream of cool radiance that tore through the sweltering heat behind him, resolutely launching toward the distant, solitary brilliance of the moon star. In stark contrast to the fierce splendor of the sun star, the moon star resembled an ethereal goddess. Standing apart from the world, her form bathed in the tranquil light of the moon, silently nourishing the vast sea of stars. As Qingming traversed the celestial realm, the landscape of the primordial continent was undergoing subtle changes. It had been several 100,000 years since the cataclysmic final battle against the ferocious beasts. Time had gradually buried the flames and bloodshed brought forth by the beastly clan, yet the situation in the primordial realm had not settled. Instead, it was rife with undercurrents and shifting fortunes. The southern domain, once trampled by ferocious beasts and consumed by war, had transformed into a land of renewal. The shattered mountains were reuniting their spiritual veins, and the desiccated riverbeds were once again springing forth with life-giving springs, seemingly restored to infinite vitality. With the emergence of the great Luo realm cultivators who had participated in the final battle, this unclaimed territory of the southern domain naturally attracted the covetous gazes of various factions. To the east, the Jade Capital Mountains soared with purple chi reaching the heavens. Amidst the auspicious clouds and mist, the figure of the venerable Hongjun appeared ethereal, embodying the harmonious flow of Tao rhythms. Having ascended to the supreme realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the members of the Xian Dao Alliance under his command, including Kunwu, Xianhuang, Wuj, and the four ancestors of the overturned sea, had also achieved perfection in the great Luo Golden Immortal realm through the merits gained in the Battle of the Blood Sea. Hongjun, in his singular pursuit of enlightenment, exhibited no interest in the southern domain. However, the likes of Kunwu and Xianhuang gazed covetously upon it, eager to establish their dominion in the south, seeking to enhance their own fortunes in hopes of breaking through to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. In the west, the abyss of Shumi seethed with demonic energy. The demon ancestor Rahu sat upon his supreme demonic throne, constructed from the bones of myriad demons, exuding an aura of annihilation that had coalesced into a palpable form. He had indeed ascended to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. During the cataclysmic final explosion of the Blood Sea War, the fierce and tempestuous heavenly demon, in his reckless fury, charged forth without a treasure to shield him, resulting in the shattering of his corporeal form and a grievous blow to his demonic soul, though the merit of the heavenly Tao temporarily stabilized his injuries. Upon returning to the Western realm, he was ambushed by Rahu, who converted his essence into the sustenance for his own ascension to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Thereafter, Rahu transformed the demon god dynasty into the demon domain, self-proclaiming as the demon ancestor and reigning over the entire Western region. He established three great protectors: the Devourer ancestor, the Lord of Shadows, and the ancestor of Earthquake. Once Rahu broke through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal, his gaze shifted towards the southern domain. In the northern region, the Taiji diagram and the five-color divine light soared simultaneously into the heavens. The ancestor of Yin and Yang stood upon the yin-yang fish, while the ancestor of the five elements was enveloped in a resplendent five-colored canopy. Both unexpectedly breached the realm of Hunyuan. Their eyes, too, fixated on the southern territory with insatiable ambition. In the central region, the Heavenly Emperor's sacred mountain exerted pressure upon the cosmos. The Heavenly Divine Court, resembling a colossal, inverted chaotic bell, majestically loomed atop the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, seemingly poised to pierce the nine heavens. The main hall of the Divine Court, its dome adorned with the constellations of the universe, and its floor engraved with the primordial mountains and rivers, housed the four divine monarchs like towering pillars supporting the heavens. The 12 divine generals, enshrouded in divine light, stood resolutely, creating an atmosphere thick with gravity. Kinglan, the voice of the heavenly Kwai God resonated like the clash of gold and iron, his gaze sharp and penetrating as it fell upon the elder, exuding the most profound aura. Have the three heavenly emperors yet to emerge from their seclusion? The tides of primordial chaos surge, and the southern domain remains a fat sheep without a master, with all parties coveting it. When shall our divine court march forth to the southern heavens? The elder known as Kanglan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly traversing the eternal rivers of stars. As one of the earliest followers of the celestial emperor, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Deluo. At that moment, he spoke with a voice imbued with the weight of ages. Do not be hasty. Hongjun, Rahu, Yin, and Yang, and the five elements, such titans have all broken through and ascended to Hunyuan. The southern domain may appear ungoverned, yet it is, in truth, a chessboard for the powerful to contend upon. Our emperor has not yet emerged, and without a Hunyuan powerhouse to guard our divine court, to act rashly is perilous. Before he could finish, an indescribable, vast imperial might, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the primordial chaos, suddenly erupted from the deepest recesses of the divine court. The entire heavenly emperor mountain trembled violently. Both the four divine monarchs and the 12 divine generals felt an immense pressure descend upon them, as heavy as the mountains themselves. Their souls quaked, almost compelling them to kneel. Yet their faces instantaneously erupted with ecstatic joy. The heavenly emperor, the chaotic clouds churned, and the 9 dragons howled, splitting the heavens. In the awestruck gaze of all present, the exalted throne of the heavenly emperor ascended gracefully from the chaotic cloud sea. The celestial emperor sat upon it, adorned in resplendent golden robes, with the sun, moon, and stars swirling upon his garment, and the patterns of myriad beings ebbing and flowing, as if he bore the weight of an entire world. The beaded curtain of chaotic pearls, hanging from the 12-ribbon crown, swayed gently, each pearl seemingly encapsulating the cyclical rise and fall of 3,000 miniature worlds. The figure sat majestically, towering and formidable, its aura as deep and oppressive as an abyss. Its mere existence commanded the very laws of heaven and earth to submit. Flanking the celestial emperor's throne, the seats of the sovereign emperor and the azure emperor emerged simultaneously. The combined might of the 3 emperors intertwined, transforming into an unparalleled authority that suppressed all realms. We humbly welcome the 3 celestial emperors as they emerge from seclusion. The 4 divine lords, the 12 divine generals, and even the countless divine soldiers outside the hall united in a thunderous roar, their voices shattering the clouds. The earlier gloom brought by the emergence of various titans was now swept away by this magnificent divine presence, replaced by an overwhelming fervor and confidence. The gaze of the celestial emperor descended, each glance seemingly capable of collapsing eternity without uttering a word. An undeniable will was imprinted upon the very souls of all beings in the divine court, akin to a celestial decree. The primordial chaos shall be unified, and all spirits must return to order. The southern domain shall mark the beginning of the divine path's brilliance. Chapter 64, The Creation Jade Plate. In strict accordance with the emperor's decree, in an instant, myriad divine rainbows shot up into the sky. The four divine lords each led 3 divisions of divine generals, tearing apart the void, as the vast divine army cascaded downward like a river of stars, heading straight for the southern domain. Once the divine light dissipated, the celestial emperor suddenly fixed his gaze upon the south, the patterns of the great Tao on his brow flickering uncertainly. Observing this, the sovereign emperor felt a surge of imperial energy. "Brother, are you concerned about the war in the southern domain?" The celestial emperor shook his head. It seems that a finger is lightly brushing against the emperor's sword in the south, causing the blade to hum and shift the stars of the universe. This is my opportunity. With a swift motion, the sword's edge sliced through the air, revealing a rift that pierced through 33 heavens. The celestial emperor stepped in, the celestial patterns of the sun, moon, and stars on his robe illuminating. The divine court is temporarily entrusted to you. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the primordial chaos, atop Jade Capital Mountain, the ancestor Hongjun, seated upon the auspicious clouds of the heavens, slowly opened his tranquil eyes. He calculated with his fingers, his gaze seemingly penetrating layers of space, landing upon the empires of Kunwu, Xinyuan, and others. He sighed. Alas, the southern region of the primordial chaos is a place of turmoil. Why must you insist on getting involved? In the western region of the primordial chaos, Mount Sumeru was shrouded in a blanket of ominous clouds. Where Rahu sat upon the black lotus of annihilation, his closed demonic eyes suddenly opening. 2 beams of demonic flames pierced through the void in an instant. He did not speak, merely stirred his thoughts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shadowy figures, ghost-like, silently coalesced before him, kneeling on one knee. They were the 3 guardians of the demon realm, Tunshin, Enying, and Jinyu. Raha's cold gaze swept over the 3, and he spoke indifferently. The divine court has moved, and the forces of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements are also stirring. You are to immediately lead the practitioners of the demon realm, centered around the bloodbone abyss, and push southward, in strict accordance with the demon ancestors' decree. The 3 shadowy figures let out hoarse yet fervent growls, their forms blending into the swirling demonic clouds, vanishing in an instant. Since the cataclysm of fierce beasts had subsided, the long silent southern region of the primordial chaos had once again become the eye of the storm. As the gazes of various titans converged here, a grand struggle for supremacy among empires had already unfurled its bloody curtain. In the heart of the southern domain, the Valley of Absolute Danger. This place had once been one of the most brutal battlefields during the cataclysm of fierce beasts, where billions of beasts had fought and perished, their corpses piling into mountains, the ground soaked in blood. As the eons have passed, the scorched earth still harbors the lingering malevolence of a bygone era. The weathered remains of ferocious beasts lie half buried in the soil, their bleached bones towering like mountains, bathed in the sanguine glow of the setting sun. They cast grotesque and twisted shadows, as if the fallen beasts are still silently roaring, recounting the horrors of that cataclysm. Suddenly, with a crack, the heavens shattered like glass. A gilded figure emerged, shattering the void, adorned with a 12-crest crown that obscured eyes shimmering with the chaos of starlight. The celestial emperor, exuding an overwhelming majesty, wore robes embroidered with patterns of sun, moon, and stars, which seemed to pulsate with life, projecting ethereal reflections of primordial landscapes, as if the entire cosmos bowed beneath his feet. Is this the place? A deep voice reverberated in the desolate valley, as the celestial emperor's gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed upon the swirling black mist at the valley's depths. This mist, a remnant of the calamity wrought by the ferocious beasts, had persisted for countless millennia. Even the most exalted beings would find their foundational essence corroded by its lingering malevolence. Moments ago, he had sensed a subtle yet profound resonance, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the world within this valley. This resonance stirred his heart, even from the divine court of the central domain. With a hum, the The celestial sword in his palm trembled, emitting a clear, melodious chime, as a surge of imperial might erupted, causing the surrounding space to ripple like a disturbed surface of water. The oppressive black mist within the abyss was cleaved apart by his divine power, revealing a shadowy passage leading further into the depths. The celestial emperor, his expression impassive, stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure was engulfed by the infinite darkness. Inside the abyss lay an eternal night devoid of light. A glimmer of starlight ignited at the tip of the celestial emperor's finger. However, the moment it touched the black mist, it extinguished abruptly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. He furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the divine laws circulating within him were being suppressed by an ancient force, rendering even his own divine principles unable to manifest. The power of his primordial spirit was similarly constrained, limited to a short radius around him. A spark of interest ignited within his gaze as he sensed something within the valley that drew him closer. As he descended 9,900 fathoms, a sudden burst of radiant light erupted from the abyss's floor. In the center of a spiderweb-like primordial barrier floated a fragment of a jade disk, no larger than a palm. The shard gleamed with a pearlescent sheen, its surface adorned with primitive Tao patterns, each line seemingly imbued with the fundamental truths of heaven and earth, purifying the surrounding malevolent energy into wisps of purple aura, reminiscent of the primal essence at the dawn of creation, strikingly incongruous with the abyssal environment. Is this a remnant of a primordial treasure? The celestial emperor's gaze sharpened. With a resounding clang, the celestial sword unleashed a thunderous dragon's roar, manifesting 9 ancient dragon souls, their essence entwined with a blade's edge capable of severing myriad paths, fiercely striking towards the barrier. At the moment the sword's edge met the radiant web, the malevolent energy within the abyss erupted violently. The black mist surged forth, transforming into countless soul-piercing spears, descending from all directions, overwhelming the space. Each spear was entwined with devouring principles, a harbinger of obliteration for any spirit it encountered. Humph! A chilling glint flickered in the celestial emperor's eyes as he swept his sleeve with a sudden flourish, causing a celestial chessboard to materialize. This board expanded against the wind, intertwining black and white energies into a net that enveloped the entire space in an instant, subduing the roiling black mist entirely. Meanwhile, the golden wheel of supreme authority behind him radiated boundless divine light, dazzling like the ancient sun, dispelling the dark and deadly aura as if it were mere snow melting away. With a resounding clang, the heavenly emperor's sword sang, its edge carrying the power to sever the ages, cleaving down with unyielding force. A crisp sound of shattering echoed through the abyss as the web-like innate restrictions, unable to bear the weight, revealed countless cracks on its surface before collapsing with a thunderous roar. The heavenly emperor's gaze flickered, his imperial robe swirling as he directly drew the shattered jade disk into his palm, infusing it with his essence. An overwhelming, pure force surged into his mind, as though it encompassed the very source of all primordial laws. Without any earth-shattering spectacle of refinement, the heavenly emperor simply sat cross-legged in the void, the phantom of his throne manifesting beneath him, isolating him from the myriad laws of heaven and earth, as his consciousness plunged deep into the fragment. So it is. Deep within his mind, the heavenly emperor silently marveled. The torrent of information brought forth by the shard collided with his understanding, igniting the fierce flame of ambition that burned within his heart. A shocking thought, capable of sending tremors through all the mighty beings of the primordial world, sprouted like a demonic seed within the depths of his Tao heart. I shall usurp the heavenly Tao. Within this fragment of the creation jade disk, the heavenly emperor not only perceived the essence of the heavenly Tao, but also comprehended the profound laws of fortune. According to his calculations, if he could combine the laws of fortune with the authority of the divine court to govern all beings in the primordial world and consolidate the will of all sentient life, he could replace the heavenly Tao with his own divine will, transforming it into the will of the primordial universe. At that time, this supreme heavenly emperor would embody the heavenly Tao itself. The divine court of primordial fortune unified, the heavenly emperor slowly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with the fervent ambition to unify the primordial world. Chapter 65. The celestial fruit tree of the cosmic stars deep within the starry cosmos. Qingming wielded his sword light and arrived at the moon star. The moment his toes grazed the lunar soil, ripples surged across the silver frost-covered ground. He lifted his gaze, witnessing the moonlight cascading from the celestial dome, solidifying into substance. Qingming's mind stirred as he retrieved a fiery red branch of the Fusang tree from the Qiankuan cauldron. The moment this innate spiritual root from the solar star emerged, it trembled violently, its fiery tips pointing unwaveringly toward the depths of the moon star, as if an invisible thread was guiding it. The attraction of yin and yang was indeed so. The patterns of the Tao swirled in Qingming's eyes as he strolled deeper into the lunar core. With the guidance of the Fusang divine wood, the search for the laurel tree became significantly simpler. With each step he took, the surrounding moonlight thickened, until eventually, the silver radiance formed a tangible barrier, completely isolating him from the clamor of the outside world. When the towering laurel tree came into view, what reflected in Qingming's pupils was no longer the tree itself, but the manifestation of the lunar Tao. Drawing upon the insights gained from observing the Fusang divine wood, he seemed to perceive the profound intricacies of the creation of yin and yang during the primordial opening of the heavens. Qingming sat beneath the tree, his essence resonating with the laurel, as the nascent formation he had previously constructed in his mind erupted with a thunderous crash. The newly awakened lunar Tao rhythm flowed like a galactic torrent, intertwining with the solar truths he had already grasped, transforming into a chaotic ocean. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible sword intent radiated from Qingming's body, enveloping an area in silvery radiance, where space gradually froze and the flow of time slowed significantly. The essence of yin and yang, wind and thunder, the five elements, and the dimensions of time and space coalesced into the realm of the Return to the Ruins sword intent, evolving into Qingming's Return to the Ruins sword domain. In the third level of the law's domain, Qingming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting the rotation of galaxies. He had initially believed that the nascent formation within his sea of consciousness would give birth to a top-tier killing array from the primordial age. To his surprise, it instead evolved into the Return to the Ruins sword intent, advancing his sword path to new heights, a truly unexpected delight. Under the shroud of the sword domain, with a mere thought, a branch of laurel descended, which he collected along with a fragment of the Fusang divine tree, nurturing them within his Qiankuan cauldron. To compensate for the depletion of his spiritual roots and to resolve the causal ties, he retrieved a vial of lunar divine water, nourishing the roots. The crystalline droplets, upon touching the lunar soil, blossomed into exquisite ice crystal lotus flowers. Having completed these tasks, Qingming strolled deeper into the depths of the lunar star, his consciousness flowing like a tide across his path. At this moment, much like the solar star, the lunar star bore no trace of the legendary moon deities, Wangshu and Changxi. However, at the heart of the lunar star lay a mysterious locale, where a silvery hollow circular ring floated, suffused with the primordial power of the moon. Perhaps it was the ethereal illumination of the moon nurturing the fabled moon deity. It seemed that the current juncture in time was still somewhat premature. The stellar realm adjacent to chaos did not evolve as swiftly as the primordial continent. While traversing the celestial expanse, Qingming sensed a peculiar anomaly. The space and time of the starry realm differed from those in the primordial world. In the ensuing years, Qingming traversed the imperial star of Ziwei, the battle star of Chochun, the seven stars of the Big Dipper, and other celestial bodies. Yet, within the current starry realm, apart from the profound power of the stars, there remained only the chilling silence and the unfathomable darkness. Buzz, as Qingming shattered the barrier of the nine heavens and prepared to depart the stellar world, a strange fluctuation suddenly brushed against his consciousness. Within this anomaly, he sensed a surge of vibrant life. What is this? The brilliance in Qingming's eyes surged as he transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the void, following the wave to the depths of the starry expanse. The sight before him, even for one accustomed to the wonders of the primordial age, sent a tremor through his spirit. A colossal tree, its roots penetrating myriad worlds, stood majestically. Its trunk, like a celestial pillar, supported the starry sky, while the rivers of stars flowing among its branches and leaves illustrated the profound truths of the birth and demise of celestial bodies. On its 365 branches hung star fruits, each radiating the primordial power akin to that of the ancient main stars. The celestial starfruit tree. Qingming's voice trembled with awe. This was indeed among the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, renowned alongside the laurel and fusang. What was even more remarkable was that this tree, unlike the Fusang wood and laurel, was not connected to the essence of the solar star or the lunar star. Its movements could affect the entire starry realm, and the causal implications were immense. This celestial star fruit tree was entirely unclaimed. Having acquired 4 of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, Qingming's eyes shimmered with the flow of Tao patterns. He had not anticipated that a visit to the starry realm would yield him 3 supreme innate spiritual roots. He pondered the whereabouts of the remaining 6. The ginseng fruit and the peach of immortality were likely still in gestation, while the gourd vine had yet to manifest. As for the 3 plants, bitter bamboo, bodhi, and hollow willow, the hollow willow is the true form of Elder Yangmei, while bitter bamboo and bodhi are destined to become the future Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin. A slight smile graced Qingming's lips, his mind already concocting a plan. Yangmei and I share a history. Surely, if I were to barter for a branch, he would not refuse. As for bitter bamboo and the bodhi tree, should Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti possess some insight, that would be ideal. Otherwise, let them witness the perils of society. Gathering his focus, Qingming once again directed his gaze towards the ancient star tree. This spiritual root not only harbored the essence of the celestial stars, but also resonated with the profound truths of the stellar Tao. Should he unravel its mysteries, it would greatly aid in perfecting the Gui Su sword domain. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the Qiankuan Ding surged in response to the wind. From its mouth, a chaotic aura burst forth, enveloping the entire ancient tree in a canopy of azure light. The moment the tree's roots detached from the void, the entire starry sky trembled, and 365 starry fruits simultaneously radiated their brilliant luminescence, akin to a miniature stellar explosion. After securing the celestial star fruit tree, Qingming transformed once more into a resplendent beam of azure sword light, slicing through the turbulent winds of the 9 heavens. With a thunderous roar, as he stepped through the rift in the void, the laws of the primordial world surged forth like a tidal wave. Qingming's brow furrowed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. In what seemed but a fleeting moment in the starry realm, several epochs had elapsed in the primordial world. So that was it. The stars flowed in Qingming's gaze as he recalled the peculiar temporal laws he had sensed within that starry world. Just as he pondered, ripples suddenly emerged beneath his feet, a profoundly familiar spatial fluctuation resonating from afar. Lifting his eyes, Qingming pierced through layers of dimensions, discovering at the deepest recesses of the South Sea's Guisu, within a hidden realm of a spatial rift, a towering hollow willow was rooted in the void, its myriad branches traversing countless dimensions, inhaling and exhaling the essence of the universe. Elder Yangmei, what a coincidence, ha ha ha. Qingming laughed heartily, his azure aura surging, instantly traversing billions of miles of void. At the moment Qingming sensed Yangmei, he too became aware of Qingming's arrival. With a mere thought, countless spatial runes intertwined and spun, forming a time-space portal inscribed with ancient divine scripts, and Qingming's figure stepped through this portal, appearing before Yangmei. Chapter 66. Reunion with Yangmei. Qingming, my friend. What a rare guest. What brings you to my humble abode in the South Sea's Guisu? Yangmei's voice was gentle and distant, as if emanating from countless timelines simultaneously. Qingming responded with a hearty laugh, clasping his hands in greeting. I have returned from the starry world, and to my surprise, crossing that tempestuous barrier led me close to your domain. It seems our fates are deeply intertwined. Yangmei chuckled softly, raising his hand as a translucent tea tree, flowing with the essence of Tao, materialized before them. Each leaf sparkled like jade, naturally bearing the profound markings of the great Tao, and the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, momentarily calming the chaotic spatial turbulence around them. My friend, what a fortuitous encounter. This is the exquisite Taishu Enlightenment tea, newly acquired and perfectly right for sharing with you. Upon hearing this, Qingming's eyes brightened. Enlightenment tea? What a treasure. He then lifted the tea cup, savoring a delicate sip. In an instant, an indescribable fragrance surged towards the purple palace. It felt as though the primordial spirit was cleansed by a crystalline spring, becoming clear and luminous. The once obscure laws of heaven and earth seemed to transform, akin to dust being wiped away from exquisite glass, rendering them perceptibly distinct. The sword intent surrounding him began to hum spontaneously, resonating with the profound essence of the tea. What exquisite tea! Truly a creation of heaven and earth. Qingming exclaimed in admiration, placing down the teacup, and then seriously addressed Yang Mei. My dear friend Yang Mei, I have come here with a request. Yang Mei paused slightly with the jade cup in hand, as ethereal willow branches swayed gently in the void, creating delicate ripples in the fabric of space. Oh, for you to ask for something. I am indeed curious, he replied. Qingming, straightforward in his approach, stated without preamble, I seek a segment of the hollow willow's corporeal branches. Yang Mei's brows furrowed ever so slightly, the gentle warmth in his gaze replaced by a profound curiosity, as if the surrounding space momentarily froze. You are indeed forthright. However, the hollow willow is my essence, and its branches are intertwined with my source. I wonder what kind of exchange you can offer in return? Qingming had come prepared. With a flourish of his sleeves, he produced a fruit that shimmered like stars, suspended in the air. Each fruit resembled a miniature ancient star. The surface glimmered with starlight, while within, a vortex of celestial rivers swirled, the boundless pure power of the cosmic origins surging forth, illuminating the dimensional space as if one were amidst a sea of stars. Accompanying it was a yellow plum, unassuming yet radiating an innate essence that nurtured all things, echoing the primal sounds of the Tao in the surroundings. The celestial starfruit tree, the first batch of origin Tao fruits. Qingming's voice carried a note of confidence. With this yellow plum, I wonder if such an offering would pique your interest? Even for Yang Mei, whose composure was profound, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He extended his hand, and a starfruit fell into his palm. The fruit felt warm and heavy, and the inherent cosmic power within it resonated subtly with the spatial Tao he had cultivated, as if it could aid him in measuring the cosmos and stabilizing the void. As for the yellow plum, he was well aware of its immense effects from their previous tasting together. Excellent. What a remarkable celestial starfruit. You are indeed fortunate, my friend. With both the yellow plum and the starfruit, truly the envy of many. Qingming laughed heartily, a hint of pride evident in his expression. So, does this mean you agree? Yang Mei nodded with a smile. The ethereal hollow willow behind him suddenly solidified. He formed his fingers into a sword, unleashing countless spatial divine patterns that sliced gently through the void. With a soft whoosh, a willow branch, approximately 3 feet in length and glimmering green like jade, descended gracefully, suffused with an intense aura of spatial origin. The natural Tao patterns on the branch flowed like water, slicing through the invisible barriers of space. And merely its presence rendered the surrounding spatial structure more stable and profound. Qingming's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he reached out to catch it securely. The moment it was in his hand, he felt the immense spatial power and innate vitality of the wood spirit within, utterly satisfied. Thank you, my friend, for your generosity. Yang Mei playfully handled the starry fruit and inquired with keen interest, Friend, do you desire this hollow willow branch to forge some spatial treasure? Qingming responded with a mysterious smile, carefully placing the branch into the Qian Kun Ding. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. In due time, you shall understand. He shifted the conversation, his gaze falling upon the resplendent Tai Su Wu Dao tea tree, chuckling with a hint of shrewdness. How bountiful is the yield of this tea tree, dear Yang Mei. Yang Mei, the venerable elder, chuckled in surprise, the ethereal willow branches in the void joyfully quivering. Oh, you. Very well, I shall bestow some upon you. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, several leaves embossed with intricate Tao patterns floated towards Qingming. Ha ha ha, my friend. You are most generous. Qingming exclaimed, collecting the tea leaves with a flourish and producing a jade gourd. The gourd's surface was interwoven with 5 elemental patterns, and within, a faint image of the Huang Zhongli floated serenely. This is a chaos Tao source wine brewed with the 5-element spirit root and Huang Zhongli. I invite you to savor it. As Yang Mei received the jade gourd and uncorked it, a rich, fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing 5 ethereal dragons of the Tao coiling within the liquid. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Yang Mei's eyes as he filled a cup and downed it in one go. Marvelous. Instantly, his gaze radiated with brilliance. The 5 elements revolved, chaos converged into oneness, a truly extraordinary wine of the Tao. The two exchanged smiles. The aroma of tea and the essence of wine intermingling in the void, manifesting myriad wondrous phenomena. In that moment, 2 of the most formidable beings of the primordial era engaged in profound discussions, their discourse resonating with the principles of heaven and earth, causing blossoms to rain from the sky and golden lotuses to emerge from the ground. As their teacups clinked, ripples of space undulated, as if even the river of time slowed in this moment. Qingming silently reflected. Who would have thought that by a twist of fate I would arrive at the Southern Sea's return, not only acquiring a segment of the Hollow Willow branch, but also deepening my bond with Yangmei? The path of the great Tao should never be traversed in solitude. To pursue the Tao, if one toils alone in rigorous cultivation, upon achieving success, looks back only to find no like-minded companions to discuss the profound truths of the Tao, then what significance does such a path hold, even if it leads to enlightenment? Since embarking on the journey of cultivation from chaos, Qingming has always held this mindset. Initially, in the depths of chaos, he had but one dear friend, Pangu, for two reasons. First, he had just traversed into this world and felt no sense of belonging, still in a state of disorientation. Second, he knew that once the catastrophic event of the opening of heaven descended, all chaotic demons would perish in that terrifying calamity. And should one fail to survive, there would be no point in forming bonds. Now, in the primordial realm, without the looming threat of the opening of heaven, Qingming's existence became increasingly pleasant and carefree. Over the long passage of time, his mindset evolved, and he found joy in befriending the likes of Hongjun and Yangmei. Chapter 67. Changes in the Southern Domain Boom. Qingming traversed the boundless Southern Sea, breaking through layers of fierce winds. As he approached the continent of the Southern Domain, the scene before him transformed abruptly. Before him lay vast expanses of land, crimson as blood. The earth fissured, and magma surged like a furious dragon, erupting from the depths of the earth and casting the entire sky in a scarlet hue. The primordial fire energy intertwined violently with the rising water vapor, distorting the void as if an invisible hand had crumpled a grand canvas. The turbulent energies of earth, water, fire, and wind wreaked havoc, causing even space to emit mournful cries under the unbearable heat. As the azure sleeves billowed, the figure moved like lightning, traversing the vast expanse of countless miles across the southern continent. Wherever his gaze fell, innumerable immortal volcanoes loomed like red dragons coiling upon the earth, with magma surging and flames reaching skyward. The dense primordial fire energy and the rising vapor coalesced into a shroud that obscured the sun, enveloping the entire southernmost region. From afar, it resembled a mystical aura of ethereal clouds, yet upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was no celestial mist, but rather the noxious smoke of fire energy and steam, scorching the air to a degree that could melt gold and iron. In such a harsh environment, it was no wonder that even fierce beasts shunned this place. With a slight frown, Qingming extended his consciousness like a tide, swiftly covering billions of miles. In this land ravaged by fire energy, apart from a few primordial fire beings, scarcely any race could endure. When Qingming's primordial spirit enveloped the colossal central volcano, which seemed to support heaven and earth, he made an unexpected discovery. The Phoenix clan had emerged. Within the core of the volcanic sea of lava, true phoenixes stood proudly amidst swirling primordial fire, their wings unfurled like clouds descending from the sky. Surrounding them were the 5 branches of the clan: Red Phoenix, Yuk, Honghu, Yuanju, and Xingluan, who, although still weak, were uniquely positioned to thrive amidst the immortal volcanoes. Moreover, the expanse of this volcanic region far exceeded imagination. The central volcano alone was comparable to an entire world, ample enough to sustain the proliferation of the entire Phoenix clan. Retracting his gaze, Qingming transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring across the immortal volcanoes and delving into the heart of the southern continent. In times past, when fierce beasts rampaged, the southern continent was a desolate wasteland, suffused with malevolent energy that tainted the sky, the land shattered and lifeless, marked by the terrifying claw prints of beasts that had torn the heavens and devoured the earth. Yet, now, after the passage of countless millennia, the malevolent energy had receded. The mountains regained their vitality, and rivers were rejuvenated. The entire southern region had undergone a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, the southern domain had evolved into a battleground where myriad tribes of the primordial era vied for supremacy. The 4 great empires of the eastern domain, the forces of the demon ancestor Rahu from the western domain, and the sovereigns of the Yinyang Empire and the 5 Elements Empire from the northern domain all vied for resources. Countless wandering cultivators also flocked to this land. Akin to fish crossing a river, drawn by the fact that other regions of the primordial world had already been divided among the major powers, leaving only the southern domain with a glimmer of opportunity. Tens of thousands of years ago, the celestial sovereign obtained fragments of the creation jade disk. After comprehending its mysteries, he personally took command in the southern domain, governing the 4 divine monarchs and 12 divine generals under his command. With unparalleled might and an iron-fisted approach, he incorporated the vast territories of the southern continent into the dominion of the divine court, save for the 2 desolate areas of the immortal volcano and the blood sea of the underworld. In the absence of intervention from Hongjun and Yangmei, it would require the combined efforts of the Yin-Yang ancestor, the 5 elements ancestor, and Rahu from the demon domain to contend with the divine court, which boasted 3 primordial golden immortals, the celestial sovereign, the emperor of heaven, and the azure sky. In the present moment, Qingming traverses the southern domain, acutely aware that the heavens within the realm of the divine court are enshrouded by an invisible, yet palpably existent web of laws. Within this intricate lattice of regulations, Qingming distinctly senses a gaze upon him, as if a pair of frigid eyes from the ninth sky scrutinizes him from above, rendering him profoundly uneasy. Upon investigation, Qingming discovers that at the heart of every vast territory within the divine court's domain stands a majestic altar, constructed entirely from divine gold and inscribed with ancient runes that suppress the mountains and rivers. Surrounding the altar are 9 towering celestial pillars, each engraved with the constellations of the universe, reaching high into the clouds. Within the vicinity of the altar, branches of the divine court are established, housing a substantial force of divine court soldiers to guard the site. In Qingming's perception, the spiritual essence of the land, the will of living beings, and even the mysterious fortune are all gathered, refined, and amplified by the altar and the divine pillars. The overarching web of laws that envelopes the cosmos derives its power and surveillance nodes from these altars scattered throughout the realm. They serve as colossal cores of the law's array, projecting the will and strength of the divine court into every corner of their dominion. Furrowing his brow, Qingming reflects that during his previous visit to the central domain's divine court for the conference of all spirits, such constructs were not present. It appears that the heavens have gained new insights into the manipulation of fortune. However, this level of regulatory scrutiny poses little challenge for a being of Qingming's caliber. With but a thought, he can easily shroud himself from its gaze. As Qingming journeys through the southern domain, profound changes are brewing within the central divine court. Nestled deep within the Cloud Sea Palace atop the Heavenly Emperor's sacred mountain, changes that will reverberate across all realms. Upon fully incorporating the southern domain into the divine court's territory, the first decree from the heavens was to summon all 4 divine sovereigns and 12 divine generals back to the divine court. Within the grand and boundless main hall of the divine court, seemingly forged from stars and laws, the 4 divine sovereigns and 12 divine generals stand solemnly, their divine radiance enveloping them, their presence as steadfast as mountains. Though unaware of the purpose behind the Heavenly Emperor's summons, they instinctively sense that a momentous event that will alter the very fabric of the primordial world is imminent. Upon the supreme throne, the Heavenly Emperor sits with an imposing presence. His eyes, profound as the cosmos at its inception, swirl with countless runes of law, as if capable of piercing through all illusions of time and space, unraveling the ultimate mysteries of the ages. An overwhelming aura of dominion over the heavens and the authority over all beings emanates from him, solidifying the very space of the Grand Hall. On slightly lower thrones to either side, Huangtian and Qingtian sit in silence. Huangtian, infused with boundless imperial fortune, speaks with the authority of celestial laws. Qingtian exudes a chilling and lethal aura, embodying the laws of the universe, as his scrutinizing gaze compels all beings to bow, summoning the flickering light of divine punishment from the ninth sky. The Heavenly Emperor rises slowly, stepping forth, and his figure appears in the void at the center of the divine court's hall. In that instant, a terrifying aura, one that transcends all beings and commands submission from myriad paths, erupts from the Heavenly Emperor. The heavens above the divine court instantaneously shift in color and turmoil. The limitless law of the divine chain manifests, akin to billions of resplendent dragons of light cascading from the void, converging into a radiant pillar that pierces through the primordial heavens, illuminating both the past and the future, soaring into the boundless chaos beyond the 33 heavens. In this moment, numerous hidden powers of the primordial realm feel a profound resonance, their astonished gazes all directed towards the divine court. In the purple cloud palace of the Eastern Sea, the Grandmaster Hong Jun frowns deeply. In the depths of the Western Demon Abyss, the demon ancestor Luo Ho's eyes blaze with bloodlight. And on the southern continent, Qing Ming abruptly halts, gazing skyward with an expression of utmost gravity. Chapter 68. The Re-establishment of the Divine Court. Heaven and earth bear witness. The great Tao listens. The voice of the celestial emperor reverberates like the primordial thunder that split the heavens and the earth, resounding throughout the southern regions of the primordial realm and into the hearts of all living beings. Every creature experiences a profound tremor of spirit, momentarily beholding a majestic figure standing atop the river of time, gazing down upon eternity. I, the celestial emperor, hereby declare the re-establishment of the divine court, governing the primordial realm, restoring order, and enlightening all beings. Before the words fade, the entire central domain's earth veins emit a roaring sound akin to a dragon's cry. Countless golden threads of fortune converge from all directions, coalescing above the celestial emperor's head into a shadowy figure of the celestial sovereign that obscures the sun. As this declaration of cosmic order is proclaimed, the celestial emperor raises his left hand, palm upwards. Buzz. The divine court's fortunes surge, compressing and condensing. The ethereal image of a seal emerges in his palm, initially hazy, but soon solidifying. This seal, imbued with a profound yellow hue, seems forged from the primordial divine gold and immortal fortune, its base inscribed with the landscapes of the primordial realm and scenes of myriad beings in reverence, while the seal's clasp is entwined with 9 dragons encircling the chaotic stars. The moment the seal takes form, the entire primordial land resonates and trembles in unison. This seal represents the foundational essence of the divine court's fortunes, the symbol of authority, the seal of the celestial emperor, held by the celestial emperor. It commands the divine court and governs the heavens. The supreme pressure emanating from the seal of the celestial emperor causes all deities and generals within the hall to feel their souls quiver, instinctively yearning to pay homage. Immediately, the celestial emperor turns his gaze towards the emperor of heaven, who comprehends the intent and promptly presents his own life-bound treasure, the supreme law codex. The celestial emperor's right hand, fingers poised like a sword, gently points towards the unfolding codex, radiating boundless golden holy light. A stream of profound yellow fortune infuses the codex, triggering a cataclysmic transformation. The divine patterns upon the codex morph into chains of order, intertwining in the void. Buzz. Moments later, the supreme law codex trembles violently, exuding monumental power that proclaims the deification of the gods and establishes the cosmos. The entire codex transforms, morphing into a divine roster wherein the silhouettes of myriad gods appear, bowing in homage to the sacred chart. Emperor of Heaven. This treasure serves as the chart of divine ranks, the foundation of the divine court's order, governing all divine seals, rank elevations, and fortune distributions, to be wielded by you. Finally, the celestial emperor's gaze sharpens like lightning, sweeping towards the judgment lord, the azure sky. Clang. A sound akin to severing causality and cleaving through chaos resonates throughout the universe. A divine sword, entirely entwined with purple golden destructive thunder and inscribed with endless heavenly laws and symbols, materializes from the void, steadily hovering before the azure sky. The sword's point signifies the birth and death of the void, echoing with the lamentations of myriad paths. Azure sky. This is the sword of the god of punishment, a divine instrument of the celestial court, executing heavenly retribution and vanquishing all traitors and karmic debts. At this moment, 3 treasures of fortune, forged from the boundless destiny of the celestial court and the supreme might of the heavens, manifest simultaneously. The celestial emperor wields the imperial seal. The sovereign of heaven holds the divine position chart, and the azure sky commands the sword of punishment. Their energies intertwine, forming a flawless and stable triangular core of celestial fortune. As the treasures of fortune coalesce and acknowledge their master, the aura surrounding the azure sky surges, radiating the overwhelming pressure of a mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal like a tidal wave across the expanse. The sovereign of heaven and the azure sky similarly experience a surge in power, swiftly breaking through to the fourth level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. The three immense pressures intertwine, coalescing above the celestial court into a majestic three-headed, nine-eyed supreme Dharma manifestation that suppresses the ages. How could this be possible? In the western demon abyss, the demon ancestor Rahu suddenly crushes the blood jade goblet in his hand, his crimson eyes narrowing in shock. Within the Yin-Yang cavern of the Northern Territories, the ancestor of Yin and Yang finds a corner of his Taiji compass shattering unexpectedly. In the Five Elements Imperial City, the ancestor of the Five Elements violently crushes the armrests of his throne. Numerous leaders of various factions are left astounded by the scene before them. They are all sovereigns in their own right, yet they are unaware that the power of fortune possesses such extraordinary capabilities beyond merely enhancing cultivation. But this is not the end. Suddenly, the Azure Sky Emperor draws forth the Heavenly Emperor's sword. The moment the blade is unsheathed, a sword light cleaves through the heavens. The void is rent asunder, creating a fissure that stretches for billions of miles, with the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire rampaging within. As if to recreate the primordial chaos of creation, the celestial chessboard emerge. With a commanding shout from the Azure Sky Emperor, an ancient chessboard flies forth from his sleeve. The chessboard expands in the wind, transforming into a vast world, suspended above the primordial firmament. The board's 19 lines of patterns morph into the coordinates of heaven and earth, depicting the mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars of the primordial realm. What is the intent of the azure sky with this action? Hong Jun furrows his brow, pondering deeply. In the mere realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, does the azure sky intend to emulate Pangu in creating the world? Raha scoffs derisively. The Azure Sky Emperor steps forward, finding himself at the center of this newly born world. With a wave of his grand sleeve, the 33 Heavens Palace rises from the ground. With a pointed finger, countless rivers of stars cascade around him, corresponding to the four primordial domains with the eastern, western, southern, and northern heavenly gates, each radiating a terrifying aura that suppresses all realms. This realm is the divine realm, destined to be the foundation of our celestial court. As his voice falls, the entire nascent world trembles violently. Countless chains of laws descend from the void, tightly binding the divine realm to the primordial world. Furthermore, as this realm is derived from the innate treasure, the celestial chessboard, the four heavenly gates appear as portals through time and space, directly connecting to the four primordial domains. Buzz. The divine position chart suddenly quakes, transforming into a brilliant beam of golden light that shoots upwards. The scroll unfolds slowly in the void, illuminating the heavens and enveloping the entire domain of the celestial court in a sacred radiance. At the pinnacle of the scroll, 3 lines of gilded inscriptions shine resplendently. The azure sky commands the heavens, the sovereign of heaven enshrines the myriad gods, and the azure sky administers punishment. The sovereign of heaven steps forward, and beneath his feet, 9 golden dragons of fortune materialize, holding the divine scroll. His voice resonates like a great bell. By the decree of the Azure Sky Emperor, I enshrine the gods. Feng Kanglin ascended as the southern heavenly emperor of the divine court, guarding the southern gate and governing the vast southern territories of the primordial world. As his words faded, golden light swirled across the scroll, with the characters Kanglin suddenly emerging. In an instant, a colossal pillar of fortune, as grand as a mountain, descended from the heavens, enveloping Kanglin within its radiance. Above his head, 3 floral lights converged, while the 5 energies within him surged forth, causing his cultivation to ascend rapidly, achieving the pinnacle of the great Luo realm. Is this the power of fortune? The divine lords and generals within the hall widened their eyes, their breaths quickening involuntarily. Fixated on the scroll, their gazes brimming with desire. The Emperor of Heaven's gaze flashed like lightning as he continued to proclaim. Feng Taiwang as the Northern Heavenly Emperor, guarding the Northern Gate. Feng Xinghan as the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, safeguarding the Eastern Gate. Feng Tiankue as the Western Heavenly Emperor, overseeing the Western Gate. Feng Guxing, Quangmon, Xingxiao, and Zhuling as the divine generals of the divine court. With each decree, a name appeared on the scroll. As divine light descended, each newly appointed individual experienced a surge of power and remarkable progress in their cultivation. Among the 12 divine generals, the strongest among them directly broke through the great Luo bottleneck, their aura solidifying into a tangible force. The heavens rumbled as the currents of fortune flowed ceaselessly above the divine court. This spectacle evoked envy among the many great Luo and Tai powers covertly observing, as it was a deliberate display by the divine court to convey that joining their ranks offered far greater rewards of fortune than any other faction could provide. Those with keen insight noted that the four heavenly emperors corresponded distinctly to the four domains of the primordial world, revealing not a mere intent to govern two realms, but a clear ambition to engulf the entirety of the primordial expanse. Chapter 69. Arrival at the divine court. Fortune surged, and the laws resonated. The astonishing act of the celestial emperor re-establishing the divine court was akin to casting a primordial divine thunder into the ancient primordial realm. The members of the divine court, bathed in the torrents of fortune, experienced visible ascension in their cultivation, a sight that thoroughly shocked the celestial beings and demons lying in wait across the primordial domains. In the southern domain, atop the cloud sea, the Taoist of Qingming opened and closed his eyes, observing the endless flow of the river of time within. The scene of the celestial emperor forging the divine court, gathering fortune, and sealing the myriad gods was vividly reflected in his gaze. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. The heavenly court. Indeed, it was the heavenly court. The flourishing fortune and overwhelming divine might of the divine court before him unmistakably resembled the primordial heavenly court of legends in later generations. The heavenly court, which the demon race discovered and occupied atop Mount Zhou, was likely the divine realm that the celestial emperor was currently forging. As his gaze swept over the three supreme treasures that suppressed the fortune of the divine court, Qingming's thoughts stirred once more. That divine position diagram bore a striking resemblance to the later seal of gods. The heavenly emperor's sword and the punishment of the gods echoed the powers of the god-binding whip. Thus, Qingming lightly tapped the void with his fingertips, a glimmer of profound insight illuminating his eyes. The seal of gods and the god-binding whip from the later calamity of sealing gods may very well have been forged anew from these two supreme treasures of the divine court. The ambitions of the celestial emperor were far from simply ruling the primordial world. How increasingly intriguing the primordial realm has become. Qingming gazed at the scene within the river of time, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this moment, the trajectory of the mythic history of the primordial world had irrevocably shifted. This ancient divine court, emerging unrecorded from the void, ignited within Qingming a fervent desire to explore the unknown. A profound arc of meaning curled at the corners of his lips. Since the heavens have re-established the divine court, it is only reasonable for me to extend my congratulations. As the thought took shape, the void before him, fragile as delicate glass, was effortlessly torn apart by an invisible force. Qingming, with hands clasped behind his back, stepped gracefully into the dim rift of time and space. In the next moment, his figure stood resolute, like an ancient monolith, before the celestial mountain that suppressed the fortunes of the primordial world. He lifted his gaze to behold a colossal golden gate towering above the surging sea of clouds, its presence spanning the galaxy. The door shimmered with a chaotic brilliance akin to liquid stars, as if it severed the very fabric of time itself. Flanking the entrance were towering pillars adorned with the menacing reliefs of primordial beasts and chaotic deities, each intricate line exuding an aura of savage ferocity, vividly alive, as if ready to roar and devour. At the center of the lintel, a celestial mirror, the treasure of the cosmos, hung high, its surface enveloped in a mist of chaos, reflecting the myriad realms of existence. The edges of the mirror spun with constellations, as if a divine gaze scrutinized the fates of all beings. Beneath the mirror, three profound divine patterns were imprinted into the void, each stroke seemingly forged from the essence of primordial laws, radiating a terrifying pressure that could astonish even the great Luo. Before the gate stood dozens of golden-armored divine soldiers, their presence as formidable as a prison, all possessing the cultivation of the Tai realm. At their helm, a general clad in mysterious, rune-etched armor emanated an aura deep as an abyss, having reached the threshold of half a step into the great Luo. Such an assembly left Qingming inwardly astonished. The power of fate is indeed fearsome. To have a half-step great Luo stationed as a mere gatekeeper? The foundation of this divine court is truly unfathomable. Halt! This is the sacred ground of the divine court. The guard's voice boomed like thunder from the heavens, as his divine spear hummed with brilliance, its dazzling light soaring into the sky. instantly locking onto Qingming with overwhelming grandeur. However, upon recognizing Qingming's visage, his pupils constricted in shock, his astonishment barely concealed. Qingming Taoist? How could one who guards the divine court's central gate and has reached half a step into the great Luo be a fool? Qingming's illustrious reputation from the Blood Sea battle had already been etched into the hearts of the primordial elites. With a calm demeanor, he spoke aloud, his voice serene yet penetrating through the divine prohibitions, resonating clearly both inside and outside the majestic gate. I am Qingming. Having heard that the Celestial Emperor has re-established the divine court to govern the primordial realms, I have come to offer my congratulations. The guard's heart trembled greatly, not daring to show any negligence, and hurriedly performed a deep bow, his posture exceedingly respectful. The presence of the esteemed Taoist is a great honor. Forgive my lack of proper greeting. Just as the words were about to escape his lips, an unexpected event occurred. Buzz! The celestial mirror's radiance surged, and a magnificent golden beam, imbued with supreme authority, descended from the mirror towards the gate. Within the beam, the figure of the Celestial Emperor, clad in imperial robes and crowned, materialized from the ethereal. The peak pressure emanating from his mid-stage primordial golden immortal form resonated with the entire divine court's fortunes, causing myriad rays of light to spontaneously emerge, accompanied by faint celestial music. Ha! A distinguished guest has arrived. No need for formalities. The Celestial Emperor's laughter boomed like a great bell, shaking the heavens and the earth. His gaze, as tangible as reality, fell upon Qingming. Imbued with scrutiny and a hint of imperceptible depth, Qingming Taoist, after countless eons, your bearing surpasses the past. Have you been well? Qingming smiled and nodded, his gaze meeting that of the Celestial Emperor, tranquil and unwavering. With a graceful sweep of his wide sleeves, a flickering illusion of an ancient, chaotic little cauldron briefly appeared and vanished. In the next moment, a piece of yellow jade-like Huang Zhongli, imbued with the essence of chaos, and 3 starry fruits flowing with pure celestial essence, radiating a luminous aura, floated gently in the palm of his hand. Though not the most refined spiritual root, under the nurturing of the 9 heavens essence and the divine marrow of the 3 suns, the celestial essence and fragments of laws contained within were vast and formidable, enough to make even a great Luo golden immortal envious, and highly beneficial to a primordial golden immortal, a mere token of appreciation. To congratulate my friend on the re-establishment of the divine court, may fortune be everlasting. Qingming spoke with a tranquil demeanor. The Emperor of the Heavens cast a sweeping glance over the 4 spiritual fruits, pausing momentarily on the Huang Zhongli, where a glint of brilliance flickered in his imperial gaze. Just one Huang Zhongli could forge a great Luo golden immortal, such exceptional innate spiritual fruits, which could enhance one's foundation and aid in the comprehension of the Tao, hold profound significance for any faction. He laughed heartily, extending his hand to receive them, as space within his imperial robe accommodated them effortlessly. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated, my friend. Such a generous gift shall not be declined. You, dear friend, are the first esteemed guest to step into my divine court. This occasion calls for a grand toast. Please. He stepped aside, gesturing graciously. Qingming responded with an easy smile, walking alongside this enigmatic master of the divine court, taking a step into the resplendent gate of golden light. As they crossed the massive entrance, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. A radiant bridge, spanning the boundless sea of clouds, soared into the heavens, leading deep into the divine court. Qingming lightly tapped his toes, and instantly, a golden lotus blossomed beneath him, its heart exuding boundless auspicious energy, soaring straight into the celestial realm, truly embodying golden light sprawling, rolling red rainbows. Auspicious energy streaming forth like purple mist. The grandeur of the divine court was laid bare. Along their path, they passed countless floating divine islands and towering palaces, all constructed from chaotic primordial stones and celestial gold, enveloped in divine light and adorned with intricate patterns, with innate spiritual roots interspersed. Inhaling the essence of the sun and moon, the overwhelming force of fortune flowed like a tangible tide through every inch of the divine court. Qingming's gaze swept across this vast divine kingdom, and he remarked leisurely, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, gathering the fortune of ages. The foundation of your divine court, my friend, is unparalleled in its magnificence and depth, truly rare in the primordial realm. I am in awe. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of the Heavens maintained his smile, though his eyes revealed no hint of pride, only a serene response. Your praise is misplaced, my friend. The palaces and towers are merely vessels for fortune, external possessions. Yet, what occupied his thoughts was the profound cultivation of the one who had just expressed admiration. Chapter 70. The Divine Path of the Heavens While They Walked. The Emperor of the Heavens subtly stirred his divine will, calling upon the vast fortune of the divine court to empower himself. His divine consciousness, at the pinnacle of the mid-stage primordial golden immortal realm, enveloped Qing Ming like an invisible net. However, he was taken aback to discover that Qing Ming seemed shrouded in an intangible mist of chaos, rendering his penetrating consciousness as ineffective as a stone cast into the ocean, completely without trace. Not only was the depth of their cultivation unfathomable, but even a ripple of magical power could not be provoked. This was utterly astonishing. During the grand assembly of all spirits, it was evident that the other's cultivation was on par with his own, both being at the great Luo perfection. Now, having received the boundless fortune of the divine court, he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage primordial realm, yet he still could not decipher the depths of the reclusive Qing Ming. The mystery and strength he possessed far exceeded expectations, evoking a sense of wariness within him. At this moment, Qing Ming seemed to sense the invisible probing presence, turning his head slightly with a serene smile. That smile was gentle, yet inexplicably tightened the heart of Sangtian. Friend Sangtian, the congratulatory gift has been presented. I have come with another matter to inquire. In an instant, Sangtian reined in his thoughts, his imperial visage becoming solemn, the aura around him revealing a hint of dragon's roar. Speak freely, my friend. Qing Ming's gaze drifted deep into the divine court, his eyes seemingly containing fragments of time floating within. His voice, calm yet resonating with an ancient rhythm, conveyed, I have observed the divine path upon which you stand. It is filled with myriad wonders, unique and innovative, akin to the celestial Tao of Hongjun. I am drawn to it and wish to engage in discourse with you, to explore the profound mysteries of the great Tao together. To be candid, my prior discussions with Hongjun regarding the immortals have also yielded insights. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Sangtian's eyes. The invitation to debate was precisely in line with his intent to test. Excellent. Truly excellent. Sangtian clapped his hands in laughter, the sound resonating through the palace. I have long admired your mastery of the sword, unmatched across the universe. To have you validate the great Tao today is indeed my fortune. Please. The two ascended together into the Lin Xiao palace. Upon entering, an overwhelming pressure and majestic aura greeted them. The ceiling appeared as a suspended firmament, with endless stars moving along mysterious trajectories, their light cascading like waterfalls. Beneath their feet lay not gold or jade, but a surging sea of chaotic clouds, as if they were treading the heavens. Here, the very essence of primordial authority manifested. The two took their seats upon a cloud platform where the Tao's resonance converged. Sangtian flicked his fingers, and the air in the center of the hall twisted, unveiling a condensed vision of the primordial world. Mountains and rivers, seas and wilderness, sun, moon, and stars, all were vividly present, the flow of fortune's veins clearly visible, as if a fragment of the entire primordial essence was captured within the palace. My Tao is the divine path of laws, Sangtian proclaimed, his voice echoing like the edicts of heaven, majestic and overwhelming. With each syllable uttered, countless divine chains of laws manifested in the void, intertwining and reorganizing. The power of order permeated the space, as if the very rules of heaven and earth were being reshaped by his words. The divine harmonized with the laws of heaven and earth, acting on behalf of the heavens, untangling yin and yang, establishing order, using the divine court to stabilize the ages, and shepherding the populace with laws. Buzz. Behind Qing Ming, a silent, chaotic azure sword wheel appeared, slowly revolving. Countless strands of exquisitely fine sword energy surged forth, each embodying a true essence of law, instantly weaving into a vast net of sword laws that encompassed all phenomena. At the center of the sword wheel lay a void that extinguished all light and Tao. My Tao is the sword. Qing Ming's voice rang clear, like the resonant sound of a sword, commanding myriad paths, with all laws as its edge. The myriad paths turn, ultimately returning to the void. In an instant, a fierce and unparalleled sword, intense sword, severing all restraints, piercing the heavens, subtly opposing the swirling divine chains of order. The sound of the Tao thundered. Extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Within the Lin Xiao palace, the divine laws clashed with the sword intent, intertwining, obliterating, and regenerating, as at times the divine chains coiled around the sword net, attempting to draw it into the rules. At other times, the sharp sword light severed the divine chains, shattering all laws. Fragments of laws rained down like light. Ripples of Tao surged like tides. The two sat upright on the cloud platform, uttering profound truths, each word a gem, articulating their supreme understanding of heaven and earth, of laws, of order, and of power. This discourse on the Tao persisted through the ages. In the passage of countless years, Qingming has come to a profound understanding. The essence of the celestial divine path lies in the laws serving as its bones and the fortune as its blood. By harmonizing with the laws of heaven and earth, and wielding the power of fortune to exercise authority, one constructs a divine order from above downwards. This stands in stark contrast to the belief systems of later generations, which rely on the fervent wishes of mortals and are easily tainted by the errant thoughts of sentient beings. Such a distinction arises from the environmental conditions of heaven and earth. At present, the celestial path is not yet revealed, the laws are clear, yet the innate beings are unruly, resulting in an almost negligible force of belief. As the fleeting years passed like the snap of fingers, Qingming slowly retracted the sword wheel surrounding him and rose to bow. Esteemed friend of the divine path, your wisdom is vast and profound, and I have greatly benefited from our discourse. I am most grateful. Farewell. With that, his azure robe fluttered slightly, and he gracefully departed towards the temple's exit. The celestial emperor sat upon his exalted throne, his deep gaze following the figure in azure until it fully merged into the divine radiance of the temple doors, vanishing without a trace. He unconsciously tapped his fingers against the cold armrest of the throne, the light in his eyes swirling tumultuously like a fathomless sea, ultimately coalescing into a barely audible whisper. This person's mastery of the sword is unfathomable, and his understanding of the great path surpasses even mine. If I could gain his assistance. His gaze blazed with fervor, fingers tightening resolutely. Then the grand endeavor of my divine path on behalf of heaven would surely be accomplished. The unspoken latter half of that thought, fraught with foreboding, spread a chilling aura around him. With a faint crack, the seemingly indestructible armrest of the throne was etched with a web of fine fractures. Upon leaving the divine court, Qingming chose not to return to the immortal island of the east. Instead, he treaded upon the void, transforming into a streak of azure sword light, heading directly toward the western wilderness, where malevolent energy surged and demonic mists thickened. In this era of the primordial wilderness, few could carve a path of their own and embody the laws of the great path, the immortal path of Hongjun, the demonic path of Lu, the divine path of the celestial, and his own sword path. Now, he had already engaged in discourse with Hongjun on the immortal path and savored tea with the celestial on the divine path, both enriching his understanding of the way. Thus, this final step must lead him deep into the demonic realm to encounter the legendary demon ancestor Lu. The immortal path advocates for self-discipline in accordance with heaven and earth. The divine path embodies the laws, commanding celestial decrees, both grounded in order. But what of Luohu's demonic path? Qingming's gaze grew contemplative. The conflict between the paths of righteousness and demonic forces represents a struggle for the rightful authority of the celestial laws. Yet why is there no divine path present? As these thoughts unfolded, Qingming had already set foot in the Western world, sensing the pervasive bloodshed and chaos that enveloped this land. A sharp smile curled at the corner of his lips. This journey into the realm of demons would no longer offer the harmonious exchanges he had experienced with Hongjun and the Celestial. Confronting the demon ancestor, who nourishes his path through slaughters and espouses destruction, the clash between sword and demon may well prove to be the most candid form of philosophical discourse. During the primordial era, he had previously ventured westward in search of Lu's traces, but fate had denied him that encounter. He had glimpsed Lu during the myriad spirits gathering and the battle of the Blood Sea, but at that time, Luohu was merely at the late stage of the Great Luo, his demonic path not yet fully realized. Now, however, Luohu had ascended to the realm of the primal golden immortal, his domain established, and his name as the demon ancestor echoed ominously throughout the land. Both the path of magic and the path of the sword possess an equal prowess in the art of combat, reflecting on the battle of Tao and demon. The figure of Luo who stands resolute, single-handedly confronting four formidable opponents of the same rank. A flicker of long-buried anticipation ignites within Qing Ming, and the sword intent surrounding him sharpens, responding to his inner thoughts with increased ferocity. Chapter 71. Luo Hu in the Western Realm of Demons. Atop the peak of Mount Shumi, the desolate heavens are suddenly rent asunder by a dark blue sword scar that cleaves through the void for billions of miles. The rupture in the sky resembles a celestial curtain torn asunder by a colossal hand, unleashing an endless torrent of chaotic spatial currents. At the center of this sword scar, the Taoist master Qing Ming stands with hands clasped behind his back, his feet firmly planted in the ancient void, descending from the cataclysmic torrent with an air of leisurely grace. Behind him, a chaotic, dark blue sword wheel rotates languidly, its shimmering light reflecting the vast spectacle of the rise and fall of myriad worlds. Countless beams of sword radiance cascade down, akin to the Milky Way pouring forth from the heavens, its brilliance momentarily suppressing the surging demonic energy swirling beneath on Mount Shumi. Boom! The supreme pressure of the primordial golden immortal manifests like a tangible tidal wave of chaos, sweeping across the land. The towering, ancient Mount Shumi groans under the weight, its body trembling as the demonic energy dissipates. Buzz! Almost instantaneously upon the arrival of Qing Ming's oppressive aura, a terrifying demonic will awakens deep within the core of the Mount Shumi's 10,000 demons cave, a force that brings decay to all and leads countless paths to ruin. A cataclysmic inferno of annihilation erupts, instantly coalescing the scattered demonic energy into a roaring sea of darkness. At the heart of this demonic ocean, an immense shadow of a 12th-grade black lotus of annihilation slowly unfurls, its petals as dark as the void, resonating with the sounds of destruction echoing through the fabric of time and space. Rumble, a power, equally potent as that of Qing Ming, yet more ferocious and unruly, erupts from the mountaintop. The demonic energy solidifies as it entwines with chaotic demonic thunder, crashing violently against the descending chaotic sword light. The two supreme forces collide thunderously against the sky of the demonic realm. Crack! The space shatters like a fragile glass mirror, instantly covered in a web of countless fissures. The laws lament, and primal energy surges uncontrollably. The entire Western demonic realm seems engulfed in boiling oil, with millions of demonic creatures prostrating in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the tumult of the demonic sea, a figure clad in a robe adorned with chaotic demonic patterns steps forth from the shattered void. Grasping a demonic blade named Godslayer, which swirls with the essence of all that devours light and path, he strides forward, warping time and space with the edge of his weapon. Luo Hu raises his eyes, dull and lifeless yet ablaze with boundless flames of destruction. As the shadow of the world-ending Black Lotus spins slowly within his pupils, he gazes at Qing Ming, who hovers above, his voice chilling enough to freeze the currents of time. Qing Ming, what brings you to my realm of demons? A faint, enigmatic smile graces Qing Ming's lips, imbued with an unparalleled majesty that transcends the heavens. I have long been acquainted with the name of the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, and have been drawn to the mysterious depths of the demonic path. I have come to interrogate with my sword. As the echoes of his inquiry reverberate through the demonic realm, Qing Ming gestures with his fingers akin to a sword, and with a subtle stroke towards Luo Hu. He rends the sky. Swoosh! The heavens are instantly cleaved open, revealing a long river of sword intent that traverses the 33 layers of the sky. As the chaotic sword will transforms into dark blue sword essence, suspended like a galaxy between heaven and earth. Wherever the sword intent traverses, the very fabric of space fractures inch by inch. The power of the laws surges like boiling water, annihilating and giving birth anew. To question the path with a sword? Splendid. What a magnificent Taoist of the azure firmament. In the depths of the Arhu's demonic gaze, the flames of destruction erupted fiercely, not only unafraid but bursting forth with an overwhelming intent to battle. The demonic clouds that once obscured the heavens suddenly contracted and collapsed, transforming into an absolute darkness that devoured all light and warmth, a shroud capable of erasing even the essence of consciousness. Let me witness whether your sword is as formidable as the tales suggest. Arhu laughed thunderously, and the blade of the god-slaying knife emitted a piercing wail that resonated through the nine hells. As the blade trembled, the chaotic black radiance entwined around it surged violently, morphing into a ferocious, roaring doomsday dragon. The blade's direction caused the space before the suspended sword path to silently peel away, vanishing as though consumed by an invisible maw. Before the blade's light arrived, the ultimate principles of demonic law had already transmuted the 3,000 miles of demonic realm and the roiling clouds into an absolute void where even time ceased to exist. Clang! The chaotic sword river collided with the doomsday dragon in a thunderous clash. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound reminiscent of the dawn of creation, causing the very essence of the primordial world to tremble. At the core of the impact, an absolute singularity that devoured all light and sound was suddenly birthed. It swiftly expanded into a storm of annihilation that swept across the 8 wildernesses. Wherever the storm passed, space was not merely shattered, it was utterly reduced to powder, revealing the writhing, chaotic membrane beneath. Fragments of law scattered like a myriad of shattered glass, wildly shooting through the storm. The dragon roared, and the blade light cleaved through the cosmos. Arhu transformed into a shadow, the god-slaying knife tearing through the storm, its blade intent unpredictable and elusive. Akin to a dragon swimming through the 9 hells, each strike enveloped in the ultimate essence of demonic law that withers all things and concludes all principles. Wherever the blade light traversed, laws crumbled, spiritual energy fell into silence, and even time was cleaved into disarray. The sword sang a clear note, illuminating the heavens. The azure firmament moved in tandem with the sword, graceful as a startled swan. The chaotic sword will occasionally evolved to mirror the constellations, drawing upon the mighty forces of countless stars. At times, it revolved through the yin and yang of the 5 elements, giving rise to infinite cycles of creation and destruction. Sometimes, space shifted, and time became enigmatic, unfolding boundless dimensions of existence. Where the sword intent reached, the fractured space began to reshape the laws. A fleeting glimmer of nascent life momentarily flickered. Boom. Crack. 2 figures intertwined countless times within the shattered space-time. Merely the dissipating primordial energy brushed past, and the towering peak of Mount Sumeru was silently erased like a sandcastle, leaving behind a terrifying pit of unfathomable depth, with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet. The infernal fire from the earth erupted, staining the sky a dark crimson. In the heat of battle, a fierce glint flickered in Arhu's demonic eyes. The god-slaying knife, from an inconceivable angle, disregarded layer upon layer of defensive sword nets. A blade intent distilled to its utmost precision pierced through the left shoulder of the azure firmament like a venomous dragon, instantly penetrating. The demonic energy ravaged the Taoist body. However, the cold smile that had just appeared on Arhu's face abruptly froze. For at the wound on the azure firmament, there was not a chaotic mass of flesh, but instead, a miniature black hole slowly rotating into existence. The obliterating blade intent, capable of annihilating the Tao fruit of the great Luo, along with the encroaching demonic energy, was swiftly devoured by the black hole, like a whale consuming the sea. The chaotic currents around the wound swirled, returning it to its pristine state. Not even the Taoist robe bore a single mark. My esteemed companion, does this indestructible body within the chaos still capture your eye? The illustrious Qingming let out a long, resonant laughter that reverberated through the void. With an outstretched finger directed towards the heavens, 7 brilliant sword shadows, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, converged from the expanse, merging above his head into a colossal, multicolored sword of chaos that cleaved the heavens and the earth. The brilliance of the sword overshadowed the eternal night of the demonic realm, while its overwhelming intent caused the surging inferno from the depths of the earth to recoil in submission. The blade pointed directly at the demon Lord Rao, locking him in a terrifying intent that severed all ties of fate across past and future. Raha's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a needle, a deadly omen piercing through his demonic soul like countless steel needles. Beneath him, the 12th grade annihilation black lotus instantly solidified and bloomed, its layers transforming into an absolute defense against the annihilating demonic realm. Above, the celestial demon tower hummed ominously, releasing myriad twisted lights that invaded the mind and eroded the primordial spirit, weaving an impenetrable shield. Chapter 72. The Path of Demons. The demon ancestor Rahu was safeguarded by the celestial demon tower and the annihilation Black Lotus. This pinnacle battle, which shook the entire western demonic realm of the primordial chaos, endured for nearly 10 millennia. Throughout these 10,000 years, the sword light and demonic flames reigned as the sole dominators of this expanse, dimming the sun, moon, and stars, as time itself seemed to stagnate in this place. When the two figures finally stepped upon the peak of Mount Sumru, traversing the shattered fragments of law and the still smoldering embers of chaos, the fragmented void began to gradually settle. Rahu wiped away a trickle of his supreme demonic blood, glistening in purple and gold, from the corner of his mouth. Though the demonic lotus in his faded eyes still spun, it lacked some of its previous ferocity, now imbued with a hint of respect for a formidable opponent. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, his laughter shaking the fractured mountains and rivers. Excellent. What a remarkable Taoist of Qingming. The sword manifests myriad paths, all laws returning to the void. Such a sword path, I shall deem it the foremost path of slaughter in the primordial chaos. Qingming maintained his calm demeanor, his garments flowing effortlessly, untouched by dust. He gazed down at the tumultuous and increasingly chaotic aura of the demonic realm, calmly responding, "Your flattery is misplaced, my friend. Your demonic path is also fraught with endless slaughter. Truly, it is a path to the heavens, broadening my horizons." Upon hearing this, a flicker of light danced in the demonic lotus of Rahu's eyes, and he slowly spoke, a hint of inquiry and pride lacing his voice. "I have heard that you, Taoist Qingming, have once debated the path of immortality with Hongjun and discussed the divine path with the heavens. Today, you test my demonic path. In your view, how does my demonic path compare to the immortal path of Hongjun and the divine path of the heavens?" Qingming gently closed his eyes, as if recalling the eternal rhythms of the Tao. After a moment, he opened his eyes, revealing a chaotic interplay of creation and destruction. A fleeting glimpse of the cosmic cycle, his voice steady yet resonant. The immortal path harmonizes with the natural order of heaven and earth, seeking transcendence through tranquility and non-action. Grounded and stable, like the earth that bears all, forming the foundation of enlightenment. The divine path wields the authority of heaven and earth, shepherding the populace with laws and fortune, grand and noble, like the sun and moon traversing the skies, serving as the pillar of order. As for the demonic path, I gaze directly into your demonic eyes, dear friend. Your path thrives by sacrificing all things to serve oneself. The myriad powers are wholly claimed for personal use. Your decisiveness in battle and destruction is indeed unparalleled, reigning supreme among the three paths, unmatched in the primordial realm. Ha! Your words resonate deeply with me. Raha laughed heartily, his demonic energy soaring, pride radiating from his countenance. The path of cultivation is, after all, about seizing the creations of heaven and earth for oneself. The path of transcendence cannot be hindered by external forces. One's intrinsic might serves as the eternal foundation. Qingming slowly shook his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the tumultuous demonic flames enveloping Luo Ho, revealing deeper truths. Your words, my friend, are lofty in ambition. However, haste does not yield success, and rigidity is prone to fracture. His tone turned somber, laced with a note of caution. The path of your demonic way, though formidable, is harsh, depleting what is abundant to compensate for what is lacking, draining the essence of creation to fish from the depths. How is this different from the ferocious beasts of old? He paused, gesturing towards the myriad demonic entities and the shattered landscape below. Such a path harms the very roots of the universe, unworthy of the celestial fortune, and cannot uphold the primordial orthodoxy. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho's swirling demonic mist suddenly transformed into countless grotesque, roaring chaotic demonic shadows. Ha! The great way is solitary, and all spirits serve as stepping stones. This realm is merely sustenance for my path to enlightenment. So long as I achieve my goal, even if the primordial chaos collapses, what concern is it of mine? Qingming sighed softly, a hint of regret in his voice. Our paths diverge, and thus we cannot collaborate, Luo Ho. Take heed of the lessons from divine rebellion and the cycles of reincarnation. I, too, shall not stand idly by as the primordial world crumbles. Boom. At these words, Luo Ho's demonic flames erupted violently, the shadows of the demonic gods behind him roaring with the power to shatter celestial rivers. The destruction magic lotus in his gray eyes spun wildly, fixated on Qingming, the murderous intent of his blade almost tearing the heavens asunder. Had he not just fought fiercely without gaining absolute dominance, he would have already struck. The atmosphere of the entire demonic realm reached a suffocating intensity. Qingming stood at the heart of the overwhelming demonic aura, his robe billowing, yet his expression remained as calm as a still pond. As if the roars of countless demonic gods were but a gentle breeze. He regarded this paragon of chaos, born from the shattered obsessions of demonic gods, who was entrenched in his own dogmatism, with a complex mix of admiration and sorrow. He appreciated Luo Ho's unwavering fervor and brilliant talent, willing to sacrifice everything for the pursuit of the path. Had it not been for the corrosive influence of chaotic resentment, with such a mindset, his achievements would be boundless. However, his resolve had long been tainted by the chaotic god's unwillingness, resentment, and instinct for destruction, ensnared in the shackles of believing that all things may be sacrificed, with only his path exalted. Without severing these obsessive inner demons, his journey would ultimately reach an impasse, unable to glimpse true transcendence. Alas, Qingming ceased his discourse, his form subtly shifting into a radiant chaos that cleaved through the skies of the demonic realm. In a flash, the sword light pierced the heavy barriers of the demonic domain, vanishing into the endless void of chaos. On the shattered peak of Mount Sumeru, only Luo Ho remained, standing alone. The overwhelming demonic flames and shadowy figures gradually receded as he gazed towards the direction of the vanished sword light. The world-destroying black lotus in the depths of his pupils slowly revolving, glimmering with cold ferocity and a profound sense of trepidation. The fierce winds from the western continent carried with them the deadly crimson sand, howling as they swept through the heavens and earth. As if intent on tearing this desolate land asunder, Qingming walked slowly upon the fractured void, his azure robe rustling in the tempest as his garments fluttered. It appeared as though myriad stars shattered beneath his feet, dissolving into fleeting remnants of the void. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the domain of the returning ruins sword erupted with brilliance, resembling a radiant rainbow cascading from the heavens. The sword light crisscrossed, slicing the blood-red firmament into a chessboard of profound space, each beam of sword light imbued with supreme Taoist resonance, meticulously probing this realm. From the summit of Mount Sumeru, where he debated the Tao with the demon ancestor Luo Hu, it had already been 9,000 years. Qingming did not hasten to depart from the western continent. Since he was already here, he wished to test his fortune, hoping to discover the innate bamboo of suffering and the Bodhi tree among the 10 finest innate spiritual roots. Over the past millennia, he had traversed the celestial mountains and blessed lands of the western continent, surmounting countless perilous terrains and crossing endless deserts. Yet those 2 spiritual roots had remained elusive. At this moment, Qingming stood solitary on the peak of a desolate mountain at the edge of the western continent, his gaze profound as he surveyed the vast expanse of land. He inwardly lamented. It seems that the bamboo of suffering and the Bodhi tree have yet to reach the time of their emergence. Or perhaps they have already transformed into the beings of Jiejin and Zhuanti, concealed within the fabric of heaven and earth. Nonetheless, when the calamity of the witch and demon arises, they will surely manifest. It will not be too late to acquire them then. With his thoughts resolved, Qingming lingered no longer, retracting the returning ruins' sword domain. In the next instant, a sword light of azure hue, severing the sky's crimson sandstorm, suddenly ignited. The sword light rent the void and vanished from sight. Chapter 73. The Zhuyan clan. The chaotic azure sword light pierced through the celestial dome of the primordial wilderness. As Qingming Taoist master journeyed eastward, returning leisurely to the immortal island of Fuyao in the eastern sea. Suddenly, his sword-like brows furrowed. From a distance of 10,000 miles ahead, a surge of chaos and ferocity, infused with the terrifying waves of destruction, thundered forth, instantly disrupting the laws of that realm, and even stirring a wisp of the thin, malevolent aura of heaven and earth. Oh! A flicker of astonishment crossed Qingming's eyes. Amidst the divine court's oppressive might over the central domain, reigning supreme over the 8 desolations, how could any living being dare to instigate such a scale of slaughter here? With a subtle shift of thought, the void before him parted silently like a curtain. Stepping forth, he found himself enveloped in a hell of molten lava, at the heart of a battlefield where mountains and rivers had been overturned. The scene before him was harrowing. Hundreds of fearsome beasts, resembling gigantic apes with white heads and red feet, charged wildly across the boiling river of magma. Their eyes burned crimson like blood, and the catastrophic red light they emitted swept through the land, causing towering mountains to crumble into dust and vast rivers to instantaneously evaporate into poisonous mists. A dense malevolence erupted from their pores, warping the space around them, eroding the spiritual essence, transforming the surrounding 10,000 miles into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. These were the descendants of the ancient ferocious beast king, the Zhu Yan, born as embodiments of calamity, inherently capable of absorbing the malevolent aura of heaven and earth. Above them, in the direction they fled, the celestial majesty loomed. Dozens of golden war chariots, emblazoned with the divine court's edicts and drawn by golden-horned dragon rhinoceroses, crushed through the clouds and thundered down. Upon these chariots, warriors clad in lightning-patterned divine armor stood like a forest of death. At the forefront, the commanding leader wielded a square sky thunder halberd entwined with chains of order, his voice resonating like the thunderous judgment of the heavens. Shaking the universe, by the decree of the divine emperor Songtian, the calamity wrought by ferocious beasts disrupts the celestial order. The divine court's law must be executed. As the decree was proclaimed, 100,000 bolts of divine purple lightning, embodying judgment and purification, tore through the heavens. Amidst the intertwining flashes of lightning, a thunderous purgatory prison materializes, enveloping the vast expanse and binding time itself. Within this prison, destructive bolts of lightning descend like a myriad of serpentine forces, ravenously striking at the despairing Zhu Yan clan below, determined to eradicate the very source of their calamity. Standing upon the fractured void, Qingming's gaze, calm and discerning, sweeps across the battlefield, grasping the intricacies of fate. The malevolent energy coursing through the Zhu Yan bloodline resembles a maggot burrowing into bone, rendering them prone to uncontrollable rage, becoming a progenitor of disaster that disrupts the celestial order, much to the dismay of the primordial beings. The divine court's mission to annihilate is aimed at preserving order, asserting dominance, eliminating hidden threats, and solidifying their reign. As Qingming's attention falls upon the Zhu Yan king, who howls in despair, fighting like a cornered beast, he notes the sinewy muscles akin to divine iron, the ferocity born of bloodshed, and the essence of a fearsome beast king that stirs something within him. The celestial isle of Jiuxiao is sparsely populated, too serene, lacking the formidable presence required for protection. The imposing stature of the Zhu Yan clan, if subdued, could lend an air of authority to the isle in the future. Thus, the desire to conquer arises within him. Just as Qingming contemplates this, the battlefield's dynamics shift dramatically. The Zhu Yan king roars skyward, despair evident in its crimson eyes. Its colossal form becomes adorned with intricate crimson patterns as it pounds its chest, releasing a cloud of blood mist. This mist rapidly coalesces into a towering phantom, its gaping maw seeking to consume the tempestuous lightning. However, upon the war chariot of the golden-horned beasts, 36 battle flags suddenly radiate blinding light, amplifying the power of thunder. Countless bolts converge into a violet divine spear of thunder, exuding a cataclysmic force, piercing through the phantom and aiming directly at the Zhu Yan king's brow. In that critical moment, as the spear, imbued with the might of 100,000 divine thunders, is about to pierce the Zhu Yan king's brow, Qingming makes his move. Without even raising an eyelid, he nonchalantly gestures towards the impending devastation of the divine spear with a flick of his finger. A soft, ethereal azure radiance emanates from his fingertip, silently brushing past the thunderous spear. In the next instant, a scene that shatters the hearts of the golden-horned beasts unfolds. The majestic violet divine spear, brimming with the divine court's immense power, disintegrates effortlessly, like ice cast into the blazing sun, leaving no ripple in its wake, dissolving into the void as if it had never existed. Qingming's figure stands aloft, stepping upon the celestial map of the stars, his garments billowing, scattering starlight like a deity descending from the heavens. The leader of the golden-horned clan, witnessing this, pales, raising his thunder spear towards Qingming, exclaiming with urgency, "Who are you, divine being?" "We act on the divine emperor's mandate to eradicate the ferocious beast descendants of the Zhu Yan clan." Qingming's expression remains as calm as a still lake, his voice steady yet resonant. overpowering the cacophony of the battlefield. I am Qing Ming. The Zhuyan clan is mine to claim. You need only report the truth to the heavens. With that, Qing Ming disregards the golden-horned warriors, turning his attention to the Zhuyan king, who survives in bewilderment. Will you submit, or shall you perish? The crimson eyes of King Zhuyan fixated intently upon Qing Ming. The madness he had recently succumbed to dissipating under the weight of Qing Ming's indifferent gaze. Sensing the profound terror emanating from the depths of the other's soul, King Zhuyan gradually lowered his fearsome head, his colossal form prostrating on the ground in a gesture of submission. Qing Ming inclined his head slightly, his eyes swirling with the chaotic rivers of stars, billions of pathways of runes flickering into existence and fading away. His gaze enveloped King Zhuyan as if it were a tangible force, penetrating through flesh and blood to reach the very essence of his being, revealing the ancient calamities entangled within him. The root of the earth's malevolence laid bare. The malevolence invaded deeply, disrupting the core of his consciousness. With a finger poised like a sword, Qing Ming summoned a radiant crimson golden light at his fingertip, imbued with the sacred power capable of incinerating the realms and subduing the netherworld. He gently pressed his fingertip against the center of King Zhuyan's forehead. A profound and enigmatic crimson gold rune, resembling an abyssal furnace, instantly merged into King Zhuyan's sea of consciousness. The rune erupted, transforming into a profound scripture known as the Crimson Abyssal Calamity Sutra, which encapsulated the essence of refining malevolence and nurturing the body through battle. This method, the Crimson Abyssal Calamity Sutra, embodies the spirit of refining malevolence with crimson fire and subduing souls from the abyss, aiding you in purifying the malevolence and maintaining clarity. Qing Ming's voice resonated like a mighty bell within King Zhuyan's consciousness. The massive form of King Zhuyan trembled violently. The technique activated spontaneously, as the raging malevolence within him was drawn forth like rivers returning to the sea, forcibly extracted, compressed, and refined. The crimson malevolence, emblematic of calamity and chaos, rapidly retracted and coalesced, ultimately crystallizing into ancient battle runes, dark red as blood diamonds, swirling with mysterious power, imprinted upon his sinewy muscles and bones. An aura of ferocity and authority emanated forth, imbued with a profound sense of mastery. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The crimson orbs devoid of any trace of fury and chaos, replaced instead by an unprecedented clarity and ecstasy. The malevolence that had plagued his race for eons, regarded as a curse, now transformed into the very essence of divine runes that tempered his physique and amplified his combat prowess. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, King Zhuyan pounded his chest in exhilaration, then prostrated deeply once more, his voice imbued with reverence and fervor from the depths of his soul. Thank you, Daozun, for bestowing upon us the gift of rebirth. The Zhuyan clan shall serve as the guardian battle beasts beneath your esteemed presence. We shall follow your command, forever loyal. As long as our soul fire burns, this oath shall endure. Chapter 74. Jade Capital Mountain. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Qing Ming summoned an ancient Qian Kuan cauldron, from which chaotic energies emanated, forming an entrance to a small world. My Taoist sanctuary lies in the Eastern Sea, a distant journey. Given your humble cultivation, you shall temporarily enter this small world to practice. With a low growl, King Zhuyan led his entire clan, transforming into streaks of crimson rainbows, and entered the world within the cauldron. Just then, brilliant golden light erupted on the eastern horizon, as a colossal divine vessel cleaved through the sky, carrying with it an overwhelming divine majesty. The vessel, immense as a divine mountain, was forged entirely from chaotic golden essence, its body adorned with countless mysterious runes, a celestial patrol ship from the divine court. As the divine vessel hovered and the cabin doors opened, an abundance of divine light surged forth, revealing a figure clad in silver scales that shimmered like moonlight, stepping forth with grace. It was none other than the Moonshade General, one of the 12 divine generals of the divine court, wielding the powers of the moon. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the leader of the Golden Horn clan hastened forward to recount the entire sequence of occurrences. The divine general Yue listened intently, her expression unwavering, and gracefully approached Qing Ming. Offering a respectful bow, with a tone that was both reverent and composed, she declared, I, Yue of the Divine Court, pay my respects to the Taoist Master Qingming. As one of the 10 esteemed generals of the Divine Court, Yue was undoubtedly aware of Qingming's esteemed status. This Taoist Master Qingming stood as an equal to the Celestial Emperor, having engaged in profound discussions with the Emperor and possessing unfathomable cultivation. Consequently, her demeanor was exceedingly cordial, imbued with a hint of reverence. Qingming's gaze remained indifferent as it settled upon Yue. I wish to take the Zhuyan clan back to the Eastern Taoist temple for the purpose of safeguarding the island. Is there any objection from you, General Yue? Yue felt a sudden jolt of apprehension and promptly lowered her head in response. Master, your words are too generous. For the Zhuyan clan to receive your guidance and shelter, thus escaping calamity, is indeed a tremendous fortune. Moreover, it alleviates a considerable concern for our divine court. I, Yue, express my profound gratitude on behalf of the court. Her posture was exceedingly humble, reframing the destruction of the clan as a concern and the act of subjugation as an enlightening favor, leaving no room for doubt. Qingming nodded slightly, appreciating her perceptiveness. With a casual gesture, he cast forth a fruit, resplendent and crystalline like ice, imbued with the essence of the lunar source, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. This was the fruit of the lunar star, resonating with her own essence, serving as compensation for the removal of the Zhuyan clan. Yue received the fruit with both hands, and as it touched her palms, the dormant lunar essence within her surged forth in joyous exultation. A pure and vast source of power, perfectly attuned to her great path, flooded through her limbs and bones. A tremor coursed through her delicate form, and her eyes sparkled with disbelief and elation. This fruit held a value far exceeding that of countless Zhuyan, akin to an extraordinary opportunity to reshape her very foundation. Her voice quivered with emotion as she bowed deeply once more. Master, your generous gift is beyond my gratitude. Without further ado, Qingming's figure transformed into a streak of 7-colored light, slicing through the heavens, vanishing in an instant. Yue remained standing for a long while, tightly clutching the fruit that seemed to encapsulate a luminous moon, feeling the surging power of her essence within. Her gaze fixed in awe upon the direction where the sword light had disappeared, whispering, "This Taoist master is truly unfathomable." As the sword light traveled eastward, spanning the vast expanse of the central region and entering the primordial eastern territories, a magnificent mountain, rich in spirit and natural harmony, soon came into view. The mountain was enveloped in purple mist, radiant with myriad hues of dawn, where celestial cranes sang and spiritual springs bubbled melodiously. Embodying the serene and effortless essence of the Tao, this was Yujing Mountain. Qingming hovered in the air, retracting the sword light beneath his feet, gazing at this familiar sanctuary. His thoughts stirred. Since I am passing by Yujing Mountain, I ought to pay a visit to my old friend Hongjun. I recall that the exquisite innate spirit root, the Ren water peach, was said to have come into his possession before being bestowed upon the Queen Mother of the West. I wonder if it has found a new home by now. With this thought in mind, he gracefully descended, standing before the ever-present ethereal mist that shrouded the mountain. Just as he was about to convey his presence, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The eternal mist before Yujing Mountain, as if welcoming its master, parted spontaneously to reveal a crystalline staircase that ascended directly into the clouds above. The celestial ladder reaches an astonishingly lofty height of 9,900 steps, each tier meticulously adorned with primordial spirit jade, naturally inscribed with the diverse patterns of the great Tao, the cycles of yin and yang, the interplay of the 5 elements, and the alternation of the 4 symbols manifest as one ascends, making it arduous for those lacking in profound willpower and enlightenment to endure the baptism of its Taoist essence and to reach the summit. A voice, as serene and harmonious as the resonance of the Tao, wafted down from the mountain's peak. Dear friend Qingming, I trust you have been well. Please, make your way to the Xiao Palace for a discussion. Qingming smiled lightly, as the dual energies of yin and yang naturally coalesced beneath him, lifting his form. Without any visible movement, he transcended the oppressive aura of the 9,900 steps, appearing almost instantaneously before the ancient and naturally ethereal gates of the Xiao Palace. Shrouded in purple mist, the palace doors opened silently. Taoist Hongjun sat gracefully upon a cloud bed, surrounded by swirling pure energy. With 3 flowers faintly visible atop his head, and 5 energies converging in his chest. His aura was harmonious and unobstructed, perfectly attuned to the Jade Capital Mountain and the surrounding cosmos. Upon opening his eyes, a fleeting glimpse of the universe's birth and demise, and the cyclical nature of the Tao danced within them. After a long absence, the depth of Taoist Hongjuan's cultivation had indeed become unfathomable. Qingming, smiling, remarked that he could immediately discern Hongjuan had ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th heaven of the primordial golden immortal. Hongjuan slightly inclined his body, his expression warm and humble. "You flatter me, dear friend. My meager cultivation pales in comparison to yours." Qingming took a seat on the guest cloud bed and casually inquired, "Friend, with the Celestial Emperor reinstating the Divine Court to control the southern 2 domains, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Hongjuan pondered for a moment, his demeanor as calm as a still pond, and slowly responded, "The divine path shines brilliantly, with fortune boiling like water. The establishment of the 4 divine emperors in the celestial court to govern the 4 directions reveals their ambitions quite evidently." Qingming's gaze sharpened. Directly addressing the crux, Taoist Hongjuan, the divine court seeks to unify the vast wilderness, and the Xiandao alliance will be the first to face the brunt. You must prepare accordingly. Hongjuan remained silent for a moment, sighing softly. "I only wish to immerse myself in the understanding of the Tao, to attain the realm of the primordial great Luo as soon as possible. As for the disputes of heaven and earth, I truly prefer not to intervene too deeply." Hearing this, Qingming shook his head and smiled. "Taoist Hongjuan, from the moment you established the Xiandao alliance, it was destined that this day would come. You created the alliance, drawing upon its fortune for your cultivation. That is the cause. Your protection of the alliance, bearing its consequences. That is the effect. The cycle of cause and effect. How can you remain uninvolved?" Hongjuan sighed once more, the worry on his brow deepening. Qingming continued, "Moreover, I have a lingering sense that the intentions of the Celestial Emperor go beyond merely unifying the vast wilderness. There seems to be a deeper scheme at play." Upon hearing this, Hongjuan's previously tranquil eyes suddenly sharpened, his brows furrowing tightly. A deeper scheme? Have you detected any signs?" Qingming shook his head slightly. "There is no concrete evidence, merely an incessant foreboding in my heart. Perhaps I am being overly cautious." He paused, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic, and instead asked, "By the way, dear friend, do you happen to possess the primordial spirit root of the Ren water peach?" Hongjuan appeared taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, pausing momentarily before shaking his head with candor. "The Ren water peach? Such a treasure of heaven and earth. While I have heard of it, I do not share the fortune you possess and have yet to behold it." A fleeting hint of disappointment crossed Qingming's eyes, soon replaced by acceptance. It was only natural that Hongjuan had not yet become the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao and had not acquired these treasures. The two then turned their discourse to the operation of the cosmic laws, the myriad mysteries of the primordial chaos, and various speculations about the future. Time slipped away unnoticed until their discussion concluded. Qingming rose to take his leave, and Hongjuan did not insist on prolonging the farewells, personally escorting him beyond the mountain. Chapter 75. The Lineage of Qingming Buzz. The ethereal light of the chaos Xianyan sword pierced through the misty protective formation imbued with the essence of the innate 5 elements. Landing firmly atop the primordial mountain at the heart of the Xian Island, the 9 Heavens Cloud Palace. As soon as it touched the ground, a roar imbued with the majesty of a dragon and a deep sense of grievance shattered the silence. A colossal figure, cloaked in the dark flames of the abyss and adorned with 3 menacing dragon heads, tore through the clouds and thunderously descended before Qingming. It was none other than his steed, the 3-headed hell dragon, Ghidorah. With 3 dragon heads and 6 molten gold vertical pupils fixated on Qingming, the central head leaned closer, its throat emitting a rumbling whimper. "My lord, you have gone out again, leaving me behind. Have you found a new steed while away?" Upon hearing this, Qingming's countenance darkened, and he cast a cold glance at Ghidorah. "Do you dare to ask? Just look at your current cultivation. To take you out would be a waste of my time." Ghidorah's massive body trembled, and the 3 heads wished to bury themselves in the ground, not daring to utter another sound. Over the years, Ghidorah had lived a life of ease on the Xian Island, and although he had broken through to the early stages of Deluo, his cultivation had stagnated, and he had yet to even bloom a single earthly flower. Qingming no longer regarded the dragon wallowing in self-pity and stepped forward, entering the inner sanctum of the Taoist palace. With a mere thought, three figures instantly appeared within the hall. Bowing respectfully, disciple Qingyan, Jinghuan Xuanji, pays homage to the Taoist Lord. These were indeed his three true disciples, each possessing extraordinary roots and exceptional talents. Under Qingming's deliberate guidance and the practice of the Qingming Tao scripture, all three had now reached the pinnacle of Tai, their foundational essence solid, their vital energies abundant. Resonating with the five elemental forces, mere steps away from advancing to De Luo, requiring only a deeper understanding of the cosmic laws. Such progress was not solely due to their inherent gifts and exceptional talents, but also relied on the Xian Island's ability to seize the essence of heaven and earth. In his early years, Qingming had transplanted innate spiritual roots and established the five elements mixed origin formation, ensuring that the island was not only rich in spiritual energy, but also that the five elements circulated endlessly, making it a premier sanctuary for cultivation in the primordial realm. Qingming's gaze swept over the three disciples, and he nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. He sat gracefully upon the cloud bed, where the essence of the Tao converged, his voice calm, yet resonant with the tones of the great Tao. Echoing through the palace, "You have all reached the pinnacle of Tai, your foundations firmly established. Among the myriad beings of the primordial realm, you are indeed remarkable." The three disciples, upon hearing this, bowed deeply in unison, respectfully responding, "We shall heed the teachings of the Taoist Lord." He shifted his tone, suddenly adopting a solemn demeanor. "However, the realm of De Luo is merely the beginning of the Tao path. Until you have entered this gateway, you will forever linger outside, never grasping the true essence of the Tao. Do not let a modicum of achievement breed complacency. We shall diligently follow the teachings of the Lord." The three disciples felt a surge of resolve, responding in unison, their demeanor growing increasingly respectful. In the corner, Jadora, curled up, buried his three heads even deeper, not daring to draw a breath. "Today, I shall elucidate the profound mysteries of the Grand Tao and the subsequent path of cultivation." As Qingming's voice resonated, the entire temple of inquiry was enveloped in an enigmatic tranquility, as if time itself had come to a standstill, with only the flow of Taoist sound remaining. Behind him, the chaotic seven-colored sword wheel silently manifested, slowly revolving and casting down a celestial radiance imbued with boundless Tao principles. As he spoke, the essence of Tao began to take shape in the void, the Grand Luo Golden Immortal, the inception of cultivation, the foundation of the Tao. To enter this realm, one must summon the five energies towards the source and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, ripples spread through the void, and three resplendent Tao flowers materialized, exuding a supreme aura derived from diverse yet interconnected paths. The earth flower, as substantial as the towering mountains, its hue a deep yellow, symbolizing a body unblemished and the essence refined into spirit. The heaven flower, radiant as the stars of the celestial river, its color pure white, representing vast magical power, resonating throughout the cosmos. The Tao flower, the most profound and unfathomable, its form ethereal and elusive, its color a shifting chaos, symbolizing the unity of spirit with heaven and earth, the natural flow of the Tao. These three flowers form the foundation of the Grand Luo, also known as the three flowers of the summit. The convergence of these flowers signifies the true entrance into the realm of the Tao. Qingming's voice resonated like a great bell, each word imprinted deep within the souls of the listeners. He paused, surveying the crowd, and upon seeing their focused expressions and the glimmer of contemplation in their eyes, he continued, "The earth flower reaches perfection only through the refinement of the physical body to an indestructible state, a realm of completeness and flawlessness. The heaven flower is distilled, requiring a magical essence as vast as the starry ocean, capable of altering the very fabric of reality with but a thought. The Qingming Tao Sutra can assist you in solidifying your foundation, refining your essence, and condensing higher quality earth and heaven flowers." His tone shifted, deepening with a solemnity akin to the heavens. "However, the Tao flower cannot be aided by mere techniques. The quality of this flower is solely dependent on your depth of understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. The Tao flower tests the extent of your comprehension of these laws. The deeper the understanding, the higher the quality of the condensed Tao flower. Each of the three flowers can be classified into 12 grades, and the level of these grades significantly influences your future achievements. A flower blossoming at the 12th grade signifies perfection, with boundless future possibilities. A flower at the 9th to 11th grade suggests the potential to attain the Grand Luo. A flower at the 6th to 8th grade indicates the possibility of becoming a golden immortal, yet the realm of the Grand Luo remains elusive, those below the 6th grade, unless endowed with extraordinary fortuity to defy fate, will find the Grand Luo to be the terminus of their path. Upon reaching this juncture, Qingming's profound gaze swept over the audience, lingering momentarily on Kaidora, his tone laced with a hint of warning. The elevation of the three flowers quality is not only contingent upon individual aptitude and accumulation, but is also intricately linked to the environment of heaven and earth. In the primordial era, as the Tao manifested, the source of spiritual energy was abundant, making the condensation of the three flowers more attainable. However, as the calamities of later generations arose, the spiritual energy waned, rendering the attainment of high-quality Tao flowers as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Qingming's discourse continued, growing increasingly grandiose, directly addressing the path of the primordial Tao. With the three flowers converged at the summit, the foundation of the Tao is established. The next step is to condense the Tao fruit and break into the primordial realm, comprehend the essence of the rules, and cultivate the seeds of the laws. Transform the power of the rules into the power of the laws, and thus one may be called a golden immortal of the primordial. The golden immortal of the primordial exists across 12 celestial heavens, with the understanding and mastery of the power of the laws deepening at each level. In the realm of the 12 heavens, one attains completeness, comprehending the essence of the laws, imprinting them upon oneself, becoming one with the primordial chaos, thereby glimpsing the transcendent state of the great Luo golden immortal. This state signifies true transcendence, where the heavens and earth may perish, yet you remain unscathed. Within the hall of inquiry, the sound of the Tao reverberates, and extraordinary phenomena abound. The three young disciples, Qing Yan, Jing Huan, and Xian Ji, have their eyes closed, their auras subtly resonating with the Tao's melodies, clearly immersed in the profound insights of the great path. As the sounds gradually fade, the magnificent manifestations within the palace slowly dissipate, leaving only a lingering richness of Tao resonance. Qingming's gaze gently sweeps over the contemplative audience. The mysteries of the great path are profound and elusive. Do you harbor any doubts within your hearts? Qing Yan is the first to emerge from his reverie, a flicker of wisdom illuminating his eyes as he bows respectfully, esteemed Tao Lord. In the comprehension of the heavenly Tao rules within the great Luo realm, is it feasible to grasp only one principle? Chapter 76. The Tao of innate and acquired. Upon hearing this, Qingming's lips curled into a knowing smile, revealing his understanding of all things. Rather than providing a direct answer, he extended his finger like a sword and gently sliced through the void. With a sharp sound, a blade of pure white metal, so refined it appeared capable of cleaving through chaos, suddenly manifested. Where the sword's aura pointed, the silence of the void was rent asunder, revealing a chasm of darkness stretching for thousands of miles. Pure, fierce, nothing remains unbroken. Then he spread his fingers wide, his palm suffused with chaotic energy. Crimson flames seared the heavens, mysterious ice sealed the cosmos, the vitality of wood burgeoned, the stability of earth anchored the mountains, and the waters of the sunken sun flowed. Instantly, 5 distinctly different forces of law evolved, interwoven and clashing. They transformed into a perpetual cycle of existence and annihilation. A wheel of the 5 elements radiating an overwhelming aura that encompassed all, evolving myriad laws. An ultimate principle can indeed shatter myriad laws. Qingming gestured toward the blade of metal, his voice resonant, declaring that even within the rotation of myriad paths, one can dominate and overcome all adversaries. He pointed to the wheel of the 5 elements. Finally, his gaze became piercing as he fixed it on Qing Yan. The Tao knows no hierarchy, and laws possess no fixed forms. The distinction of strength lies in the depth of your understanding of the chosen path and the precision of your mastery. To be overly ambitious and unable to digest all, to be eclectic yet lack refinement, leads to chaos. To be singularly devoted yet forget the overarching view may result in a limited perspective, making it difficult to perceive the true visage of the great Tao. The essence lies in clarifying one's heart and seeing one's nature, selecting a path and steadfastly pursuing it. Qing Yan's body trembled violently. Gazing at the utterly pure sword light and the all-encompassing wheel, and listening to Qing Ming's Dao sound that pointed directly at the heart, all confusion dissipated, replaced by an unwavering clarity. He bowed deeply. Disciple understands. Thank you, esteemed Lord, for enlightening me. At that moment, Xianji's crisp voice, tinged with tension, rang out, esteemed Lord. If one's understanding is insufficient or circumstances are limiting during the gathering of the three flowers, resulting in the emergence of a flower of low quality, does this signify a severance from the great Tao? Will there be future opportunities for rectification? This question echoed the deepest anxieties of all present who had yet to break through, including Jidua. Upon hearing it, Qing Ming's gaze suddenly turned solemn, as if reflecting the terrifying sight of the foundation of the Tao crumbling, causing the temperature within the hall of inquiry to drop. His voice bore the weight of timelessness. The gathering of the three flowers at the apex forms the foundation of the Tao, the stone that determines fate. Should one act recklessly in pursuit of achievement and inadvertently cultivate a flower of inferior quality without the rare chance to rectify the disruption of yin and yang, the path of the Tao may become nearly severed. His gaze swept over the crowd like a tangible force, lingering especially on the faces of Qing Yin, Jing Huan, and Xianji. With a tone imbued with gravity, he spoke. To make amends? It is not beyond possibility, yet the price is immense. And the perils of the journey may be beyond your imagination, nor would you wish to bear them. Tread carefully. Consider this weighty matter. A profound silence enveloped the hall, with only the heavy rhythm of Tao flowing through the air. The assembled crowd bore solemn expressions, deeply imprinting his words into the very core of their hearts. This session of inquiry and enlightenment spanned millennia, during which Qing Ming patiently addressed their myriad questions regarding their cultivation. Thousands of years later, Qing Yin, Jing Huan, Xianji, and Kedola departed in succession. As they were about to leave, Qing Yin instinctively turned back, his gaze meeting the three ancient divine characters inscribed by Qing Ming, imbued with unparalleled sword intent, which adorned the palace gate, the Hall of Inquisition. In that instant of connection, the three characters seemed to come alive. No longer mere inscriptions. They transformed into three beams of sword light that tore through chaos, splitting the heavens and earth. Though intangible, the sword light carried the supreme truth of severing causality and obliterating all laws, piercing through Qing Yin's consciousness in an instant. Qing Yin felt his soul tremble violently, as if he were cast into a boiling ocean of swords. The boundless principles of swordsmanship, sword domains, sword intent, and sword momentum surged against his Tao heart like a torrential flood. The scene before him morphed. At times, he beheld a sword that could annihilate worlds. At others, he sensed the profound simplicity of a heavy sword with no edge. Occasionally, he found himself amidst a myriad of swords returning to their origin, commanding the universe. In a moment of clarity, he recognized this as the supreme opportunity bequeathed by the Tao sovereign. He immediately cast aside all distractions, fully immersing his spirit into the vast, boundless river of swordsmanship, thirstily comprehending, deducing, and absorbing its essence. Just as Qing Yin devoted himself entirely to the understanding of the sword path, Qing Ming, within the Hall of Inquisition, raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Eons passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, as Qing Ming was engaged in refining the path of weapon forging, transmuting the materials of heaven and earth, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and lifted his gaze toward the palace gate. Boom! A pure, fierce sword intent, as if it aimed to pierce the heavens and cleave the stars, erupted violently from the palace gate, like a fearsome sword that had slumbered for eons, now unleashed. Qing Ming's eyes sparked with brilliance, a faint smile of approval playing on his lips. Qing Yin has indeed grasped the true meaning of the sword path. Commendable. With a subtle shift, he appeared outside the palace. There stood Qing Yin before the palace gate, yet he radiated none of his former elegance and tranquility. Instead, an unparalleled sharpness, as if to pierce the heavens, emanated from him. He slowly opened his eyes, within which flowed a river of sword intent, and in that moment, two beams of sword essence, as solid as reality, burst forth from the depths of his pupils. Simultaneously, his cultivation, already at the pinnacle of Tai, naturally broke through to the realm of Deluo, catching sight of Qing Ming, who stood smiling. The overwhelming sword intent and the aura from his recent breakthrough coalesced back within him, like rivers converging into the sea. He respectfully bowed, his voice trembling with a nascent understanding of the Tao and longing. Tao Sovereign, I have broken through to Deluo. I have comprehended the rules. Looking upon this sword that had already been sharpened, Qing Ming's expression deepened with satisfaction as he nodded and smiled. Excellent. Your sword heart is clear. You have just entered the realm of swordsmanship. Follow me. As the sleeves unfurled, the space transformed, and the two found themselves in the vast Taoist performance arena behind the Palace of Inquiry, which contained the essence of the universe. Standing at the center of the arena, Qing Ming clasped his hands behind his back, gazing skyward, his voice resonating with the harmony of the Tao. Qing Yin, do you comprehend the distinction between the innate and the acquired paths of the myriad ways of heaven and earth? Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Qing Yin's eyes, and he gently shook his head. Disciple is dull-witted. I beseech you, my lord, to enlighten me. Qing Ming nodded slightly and gestured with his finger, causing the chaotic energies of the void to swirl, manifesting an ancient scroll depicting the primordial chaos before the differentiation of the cosmos, filled with the roars of demonic deities. The innate Tao, Qing Ming pointed to the chaotic shadows within the scroll that governed time and space, inverted yin and yang, and commanded the 5 elements, born of chaos. Nurtured by the Tao, they are the roots of heaven and earth, the mother of all things. Before Pangu split the heavens, this path already existed. The primordial forces of time, space, yin and yang, the 5 elements, creation, and destruction all represent the manifestation of the innate. The chaotic deities were its original sovereigns. As the scroll turned, the divine axe cleaved through chaos, revealing the primordial wilderness. Qing Ming gestured again, and the scroll depicted the scene of myriad beings thriving. The clash of wisdom, the acquired Tao, akin to the branches and fruits of a great tree, emerged after the creation, originating from the collision of the innate Tao and the wisdom of all beings, evolving thereafter. This path is not bestowed by heaven and earth, but is created by sentient beings. The immortal path, the demonic path, the divine path, and even the sword path I have created are all acquired. His gaze, like a blazing torch, fixed upon Qing Yin. The innate Tao can be comprehended through the principles of heaven and earth. However, the acquired Tao, Qing Ming's tone suddenly grew solemn, requires one to forge it oneself, even merging various innate Tao to derive it. The difficulty and peril far exceed mere adherence to established norms. Chapter 77. The endless years hearing this, Qing Yin's spirit swayed, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, as the past confusion was swept away by this grand discourse on the Tao. He exclaimed, My lord, what I comprehend is indeed the sword path you have created, is it not? Qing Ming nodded, and the chaotic shadow of the sword wheel behind him subtly shifted. The sword path is born from my observation of Pangu splitting the heavens, the unparalleled might cleaving the primordial chaos. Its nature is exceedingly sharp, and its Tao is immensely broad. It can embody the essence of slaughter, transforming into the sword of lifelessness. Once drawn, all beings fall silent. It can also harness the roots of destruction, becoming the sword of annihilation. When it falls, the cosmos collapses. It can also evolve the cycle of yin and yang, the generation and overcoming of the 5 elements, with the boundless void transforming infinitely, residing within the heart. His gaze rested upon Qing Yin, filled with a hint of expectation and scrutiny. You can invoke the resonance of my sword intent from the 3 characters of the Tao Palace, which demonstrates your innate talent for the sword path and your extraordinary foundation. Yet, Qing Ming's tone shifted, heavy as a mountain. The acquired Tao values originality. My sword path is my own. You may draw inspiration and insight from it. However, to reach the pinnacle of this path, you must ultimately uncover your own sword path, carving a journey that belongs solely to you. Qing Yin, to mimic me is to live. To resemble me is to perish. This path, do you wish to tread? Qing Yin did not respond immediately. She closed her eyes in concentration, the image of the sword light that tore through chaos resurfacing in her mind, feeling the nascent, eager sword intent surging within her. After a moment of deep contemplation, she slowly spoke. Disciple is dull-witted. May I inquire, my lord, what form does the sword you wield take? Upon hearing this, Qing Ming's eyes sparkled with delight, and he laughed heartily. Excellent. Now behold my path. Clang. The chaotic-colored sword wheel behind him suddenly radiated with blinding brilliance. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, violet, black, and white. A multitude of terrifying sword intents seemed to reopen chaos, surging skyward with the ferocity of earth, water, fire, and wind. The firmament was instantaneously torn asunder, revealing vast chasms that traversed the heavens. My path is not one of slaughter, nor of destruction, nor of the dualities of yin and yang. The voice of Qingming resonated like a celestial decree, echoing throughout the universe, for it is the sword that commands myriad laws, returning all paths to the void. He raised his hand in a beckoning gesture. Numerous terrifying sword intents intertwined, collided, and fused in the air. The cyclical elements transformed into the foundation of the world, as time and space unfolded to create boundless realms. The interplay of the limitless gave rise to the rise and fall of all things, and the chaos surged back to primordial beginnings. Ultimately, a vast galaxy of swordsmanship, composed of endless sword intents, enveloped all realms, evolving countless principles. Suspended above the stage of enlightenment, Qingyan felt as though struck by lightning. Before this ultimate sword path that embraced all, obliterated all, and birthed all, she felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. The initial understanding of sword intent flickered like a candle in the wind. Her soul ached, and her foundational path roared, as though it were to be assimilated and crushed by this supreme sword intent. Yet, under this extreme pressure, an even stronger and purer yearning surged wildly from the depths of her heart. I wish to learn the sword path, she nearly screamed, expending every ounce of her soul. Her voice laced with a resolute intensity, her gaze ablaze with unwavering determination. Regardless of the trials of death or calamity, her heart belonged solely to the sword. This path holds no regrets. Good. Qingming nodded, as the chaotic sword wheel retracted and the magnificent galaxy faded away. He pointed towards the core of the stage of enlightenment. With a thunderous roar, a gray-white stone sword, towering like an ancient divine peak, stood resoundingly erect. The sword's body bore the marks of time, its surface adorned with countless varying depths of sword scars, each resonating with distinct Tao rhythms. Some were as fierce as the winds of the nine heavens, some heavy as the sacred mountains, some ethereal like a startled swan amidst the clouds, and some silent as the cold abyss of the nine hells. Each scar harbored supreme sword intent. This is the Enlightenment Stone Sword. Qingming's voice was calm, yet imbued with profound wisdom. The scars upon it were left by me. And you shall take this sword as your guide, learn from the myriad scars, and let your heart be the lamp to comprehend, to create, and to carve the sword path that belongs solely to you. Qingyan. Upon finishing his words, Qingming's figure faded, returning to the depths of the Palace of Inquiry. Qingyan inhaled deeply, taking measured steps towards the Enlightenment Stone Sword that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. She extended her trembling hand, her fingertips gently brushing against a scar sharp as the winds of the nine heavens. Buzz. The moment her fingertip made contact, an overwhelming sword intent surged forth, threatening to tear her soul and sever the annals of time. Qingyan let out a muffled groan, her complexion paling instantly. Yet the flames of sword fire in her clear eyes blazed even more fiercely. As time flowed like water and the years slipped away, countless epochs passed in silence. Qingming stood atop the summit of Fuyo Island, his garments billowing in the fierce winds like an ethereal painting. He gazed down upon the entire island, observing the dragon shadows churning beneath the spirit pond and spirit birds flitting amidst the clouds, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. This period of time was a rare moment of tranquility in the primordial world, and he delighted in the leisure of Fuyo Island. Since his return, he had seldom ventured into the fray of the external world. In his daily life, he either expounds on the teachings to his disciples, sharing insights on cultivation, or he retreats for contemplation, deciphering the profound truths of the universe, or he delves into the arts of alchemy, formations, and weapons, crafting numerous rare treasures, or he wanders through the realms, capturing exotic beasts to inhabit the island, infusing it with vitality. The island has transformed into a lively sanctuary. Apart from the Zhuyin clan he brought back years ago, Qingming has also ventured to the East Sea to capture 9 pairs of dragons. He journeyed deep into the southern immortal volcano to retrieve 9 pairs of phoenixes. Even the elusive Qilin clan was tracked down, resulting in the capture of 9 pairs. Furthermore, the island is home to many other extraordinary creatures, such as the Chongming bird, ash moth, and the Calamity Qilan, all of which are rare spiritual beasts in the primordial world. Qingming is acutely aware that the tumultuous events in the primordial realm will inevitably lead to the extinction of these rare beings, especially the dragon, phoenix, and Qilan clans, whose pure-blood members will dwindle following the impending calamity, ultimately becoming delicacies upon the tables of the immortals. Seizing the opportunity while these beasts possess pure bloodlines, Qingming has early on welcomed them to the immortal island, thus preserving some invaluable bloodlines for the primordial realm. In the future, he envisions crafting a 9-dragon Agarwood chariot or a 9-phoenix Agarwood chariot, drawn by 9 golden dragons with 9 claws and 7 colored phoenixes. How magnificent would that be? A smile flickers in his eyes as he contemplates this. His 3 disciples, Qingyin, Jinghuan, and Xuanji, have also ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Qingyin comprehended the principles of the sword, while Jinghuan, inspired by the pure white lotus atop the original peak of Yuan, discerned the rules of purification through the fusion of his innate abilities. As for the youngest disciple, Xuanji, under the influence of the waters of the yin and yang deities, grasped the rules of the yin and the sun that resonate with his innate talents. Just as Qingming revels in this carefree existence, a subtle shift occurs in his brow, prompting him to gaze towards the northern heavens. His eyes seem to transcend infinite dimensions and timelines, revealing the tumultuous skies above the northern domain of the primordial world, filled with ominous energy and the foreboding essence of calamity. Is the divine court about to make a move? What could the heavens be plotting? Such ominous energy suggests that a great calamity is indeed approaching. Chapter 78. The Divine Court's northern expedition. Since the conclusion of the beast calamity, several epochs have passed. During this time, formidable beings have emerged from the primordial world, with many of the ancient Great Luo who participated in the Blood Sea's final battle having ascended to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Figures like Old Ancestor Hunkin, Old Ancestor Luya, Old Ancestor Kunwu, and Old Ancestor Xinhuang have all reached new heights, while a new generation of Great Luo powerhouses has sprung forth like mushrooms after rain. Within this dominion, the Divine Court, ruling over nearly half of the primordial world's fortunes, stands as an overwhelming force. The 4 divine emperors are all Hunyuan. The 12 divine generals are all Great Luo. Their formidable presence weighs heavily upon the celestial beings, leaving them breathless. At the summit of the heavenly Emperor Mountain, in the palace of the divine realm, the celestial god sits upon the supreme throne woven from the chaotic principles and the chains of order. His gaze opens and closes, as if observing the birth and demise of countless galaxies, the rise and fall of eternal causality, ultimately fixing upon the unfathomable depths of the primordial heavens, where an unprecedented gravity sweeps through his eyes. It must be expedited, he murmurs in a low tone, as if resonating with the very fortunes of the divine court, causing the divine light within the hall to flicker. As the heart stirred, for silhouettes appeared silently at the center of the grand hall, bowing in readiness. To the left stood the Emperor of the divine heavens, clad in a robe of platinum, his countenance as gentle as jade. The power of sacred words and laws flowed around him, and his ancient gaze, calm as a still pond, bore the weight of eternity. His voice resonated like the sound of order, echoing throughout the divine hall. He held in his hands an ancient scroll, barely visible, containing the true names and powers of the deities of the divine court, an illustration of divine status. To the right stood the Emperor of the azure heavens, enveloped in dark blue armor, his visage as unyielding as millennia-old ice, his eyes sharp enough to pierce the depths of the netherworld. The terrifying essence of judgment, decree, and punishment coiled around him like substantial shackles, causing the surrounding void to creak under the unbearable weight. At his waist hung a menacing execution sword entwined with chains of sin. Behind them, the Grand Emperor emanated an aura as formidable as a mountain, while the Star Lion Emperor exuded a murderous aura that pierced the heavens. Their combined oppressive presence resembled 2 colossal war deities emerging from the primordial age. The gaze of the Emperor of the divine heavens swept across the 4 figures, his tone tranquil, yet imprinted with the decree of the celestial path in every inch of the divine hall. In the wild domains, the 4 emperors vie for supremacy, and all souls languish in chaotic warfare. The order of heaven and earth has long been disrupted. The divine court shall act on behalf of the heavens, shepherding the primordial wilderness, to clarify the universe and restore order. Huangtian, Qingtian. Imperial brothers, I am here. The Emperor of the Divine Heavens and the Emperor of the Azure Heavens bowed in response, divine radiance and fierce aura soaring in unison. Command the Divine Punishment Army to trample the Northern Realm. Those who comply shall enter the Divine Registry and enjoy the fortune. Those who resist. The gaze of the Emperor of the Divine Heavens lifted slightly, a chill that froze eternity spreading forth. Their souls shall be eradicated. Their paths shall be extinguished. Their spirits shall be obliterated. We shall obey the imperial command. The four voices of the primordial essence reverberated like thunder, shaking the divine hall of the celestial realm. The atmosphere of slaughter surged toward the northern realm. In the southern region of the North Wilderness, amidst the Hingyang mountain range, this sacred mountain, perpetually ablaze with eternal divine flames, was now engulfed by an even colder and more blinding golden torrent. The divine army surged forth like a celestial river that had burst its banks, bearing the oppressive weight of order that shattered the long-standing tranquility of the northern realm. High above the nine heavens, the Emperor of the Divine Heavens and the Emperor of the Azure Heavens stood side by side, their divine radiance and penal aura intertwining like two celestial suns and moons suspended in the sky. Behind them, the Grand Emperor and the Star Lion stood as twin fortresses of war, accompanied by 6 divine generals clad in blood-stained armor, their oppressive aura solidified. Commanding billions adorned in divine patterned armor, their gazes fervent yet cold. Elia, the voice of the Emperor of the Divine Heavens was calm and unwavering, yet it resonated like thunder across the 9 heavens, carrying the grand will of the heavenly decree, transcending distance and barriers. Echoing within the souls of every being in the Holy Fire Dynasty. Submit to the divine court. Acknowledging the Emperor of the Azure Heavens as the sovereign of the primordial wilderness, you may enter the divine court, wield divine authority, ensuring the dynasty's everlasting legacy, and enjoy boundless fortune. To resist, the gaze of the Emperor of the Divine Heavens lowered slightly, looking toward the depths of the Crimson Mountains. Then the dynasty shall be overthrown, and the path shall be severed, all on this day. Boom. In response, the accumulated wrath of the Hingyang mountain range, spanning millions of years, erupted. The crimson divine flames of the entire mountain surged skyward, coalescing into a towering flame demon manifestation. Elia, stepping upon the divine lotus of fire, emerged from the brow of the flame demon, 7 tongues of heavenly fire swirling around him, cleaving the space as though it were mere clay, emitting a piercing sound that penetrated the 9 hells. Huantian, Qingtian, Luya's hair stood on end, his entire being ablaze with the true fire of the sun, boiling like the sea. His voice resonated with the fury capable of incinerating the 8 realms. I, of the sacred fire lineage, dwell in the northern corner, and my affairs do not intersect with your divine court. You dare to mobilize your forces today, presuming my blade is ineffective? Such obstinacy is foolish. A flicker of punishment flashed in the eyes of the celestial emperor, and the punishing sword at his waist emitted a bloodthirsty hum. The emperor, filled with compassion for the chaotic primordial world, aspired to unify the 8 realms and bestow blessings upon all living beings. Those who align with heaven shall prosper. Those who oppose shall perish. Luya, will you bow in submission, or will you meet your demise? Ha! What a noble aspiration to bless all beings. What a grand proclamation of prosperity for those who align with heaven. In his fury, Luya laughed derisively, his eyes brimming with defiance and resolve. He fancied himself as the embodiment of heaven, truly believing that you all represent the heavenly path? The ambitions of the divine court are far from trivial. Do you think you can compel me, the ancient ancestor, to submit? Dream on. As a being of immense power who rose in ancient times, my dignity and pride cannot be easily insulted. With the ability to stand firm amidst the duality of yin and yang and the 5 elements, I have my own means of support. Thus, the 7 luminaries incineration formation arise. Luya suddenly formed seals with his hands, unleashing a roar that pierced through the ages. Boom. With Luya's voice, the Hingyang mountain range came alive. Countless crimson divine flames transformed into mysterious patterns, filling the void. The heavens were completely sealed by a 7-layered canopy of primordial divine fire, each hue distinct, yet equally capable of annihilating all. This realm was pinned down by invisible chains of fire spirits, morphing into a furnace of utter destruction. Within the formation, the saber aura of world-incinerating divine flames. forged from 7 original divine fires, surged forth. The blade's aura traversed like rain, obliterating all living beings within the formation. The terrifying onslaught caused the protective divine light of the divine army to tremble violently, and those of weaker cultivation were instantly torn to shreds. Simultaneously, a force of sealing power from the formation descended like countless flaming mountains pressing down. The 4 primordial golden immortals, Emperor of Heaven, Azure Heaven, Grand Emperor, and Starhound, felt their powers suddenly stifle, suppressed by nearly 20%. The 6 divine generals found themselves ensnared in a quagmire, their strength drastically diminished. From the array, defend. Emperor of Heaven commanded calmly, and the myriad divine punishment troops swiftly formed the 10,000 God's Guardian array. Golden divine light coalescing into a massive shield to withstand the omnipresent saber aura. Meanwhile, the 4, Emperor of Heaven, Azure Heaven, Grand Emperor, and Starhound, each employed their techniques to test the formation. Some unleashed order chains to strike the heavenly canopy. Some summoned punitive lightning to tear through the sea of fire. Some unleashed mountain-shaking fists upon the earth veins, while others attempted to devour the saber aura. Yet, each assault felt as though stones were cast into the ocean. The connection between the 7-layered canopy and the earth veins remained unyieldingly steadfast. Ha! Emperor of Heaven, Azure Heaven, how does it feel? Luya's maniacal laughter echoed from all directions of the furnace. This formation is anchored by the ancestral treasure, linked to the Hingyang earth veins. As long as Hingyang endures, the formation shall not falter. Even you, as primordial golden immortals, cannot hope to budge it an inch. Chapter 79. The death of Luya at the core of the formation, a sacrificial altar of soul incineration, forged from 7 original divine fires, stood resolutely. Luya sat cross-legged in the void, 10 blossoms of soul fire, composed of pure fire spirits and the essence of the target, floated before him. One of these blossoms corresponded to the divine general, Jin Yu. For the first tribulation, I shall incinerate your essence and wither your flesh. Luya's fingertip flicked, and a phantom of the heavenly saber pierced into the soul fire representing Jin Yu. Outside, the divine general Jin Yu, straining to maintain the formation, suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching wail. A sudden eruption of celestial flames ignited within his colossal divine form, consuming his vital essence and mystical power in a frenzied blaze, rendering his divine body shriveled and cracked. Golden divine blood gushed forth from myriad fissures, only to be consumed by the ethereal fire the moment it departed from his being, dissipating into azure smoke. The immense life force of a great Luo golden immortal was swiftly depleted in a single day. The wrath of the heavens surged. Divine radiance enveloped Jin Yu, striving to dispel that enigmatic force of annihilation. Yet, that power seemed to stem from the deepest essence of Jin Yu's very life. Akin to a maggot burrowing into bone, entwined with the threads of fate, the might of the sacred laws found no purchase against it. This technique was none other than Luya's ultimate trump card, the 7 Calamities Heart Incineration spell. Once ensnared within the 7 Suns Annihilation Array, it could siphon the opponent's essence and coalesce their true spirit's phantom. With the celestial blade's aura at the forefront and the soul incineration altar as the beacon, invoking the 7 Calamities Heart Incineration spell would ensure their demise. 7 days of soul incineration, 1 calamity each day a blade is summoned, invoking a layer of cursed flames. On the first day, the vitality and blood are incinerated, the corporeal form decays. On the 3rd day, the primordial spirit is consumed, the mind shatters. On the 7th day, the true spirit is annihilated, fate is erased. It was by virtue of this causative curse and this fatal array that Luya instilled dread in the ancestors of Yin and Yang, as well as the 5 elements. Securing a foothold in the northern domain. On the 2nd day, the 3rd calamity approached, incinerating your primordial spirit, scattering your intellect. Upon the altar, Luya remained as indifferent as ancient ice, the 2nd blade intent piercing the soul fire. The anguished wails of the Jin Yu divine general abruptly ceased, and his eyes ignited with 2 bizarre flames. His primordial spirit flickered like a dying candle in the wind, swaying wildly, as his consciousness rapidly disintegrated, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Luya, you truly seek your own demise. The celestial gaze of the heavens blazed with cold light. In his hand, the divine hierarchy chart unfurled with sudden majesty. With a flourish, the The scroll appeared to unveil the entirety of the primordial order and authority. The ethereal shadows of celestial beings and demons bowed in reverence, as countless stars revolved in homage. A beam of profound yellow divine light, imbued with the supreme fortune and order of the celestial court, shot forth, instantly ensnaring the near-death Zheng general within its divine name, forcefully preserving his soul's immortality. A decree was proclaimed. All laws herein shall return to divine order. Once spoken, the law would follow. The voice of the celestial sovereign transformed into the true sound of the heavenly Tao. The radiance of the divine hierarchy chart surged for millions of miles. An overwhelming order of supreme laws, surpassing all existence and determining every rule, descended like an invisible net, crashing down upon the entirety of the Ever-Sun World Forge. A decree was issued. Sever the connection to the earth's veins. The celestial sovereign, with the heavenly constitution in his mouth, pointed towards the heart of the formation. His words, akin to golden statutes. The divine hierarchy chart shimmered once more, revealing 7 strands of profound light that shot into the depths of the formation's space, vanishing without a trace. Crack, crack, crack. 7 thunderous booms echoed, as if the spine of heaven and earth had been severed. Deep within the formation, 7 celestial blades floated at various nodes, each blade connected by an invisible thread of energy to the Ever-Sun's earth veins, bestowing boundless power to the annihilation array. At this moment, under the decree of the divine hierarchy chart, the mysterious connection snapped. The Ever-Sun Forge world lost its source of power, and the 7 suns annihilation array crumbled like a sandcastle devoid of foundation. The 7-colored divine fire canopy enveloping the world shattering inch by inch, transforming into a torrent of flames that scattered into the ether. How could this be? No. At the heart of the formation, Luya emitted a scream of utter horror, intermingled with disbelief and dread. His greatest reliance had been stripped away by a mere utterance from his adversary. The fragmented formation space collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing a figure behind. Luya, pale and breathless, his eyes reflecting an incredulous terror, and the holy fire dynasty, laid bare beneath the countless blades of the divine court, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Luya was doomed. The celestial emperor, who had long been poised to strike, radiated a chilling light of retribution in his eyes. With a gesture of the executioner's sword, he invoked the heavenly punishment thunder prison, 9 chains of purple-black annihilation lightning, entwined with the laws of judgment and inscribed with enigmatic runes, disregarded the barriers of space and time, piercing through Luya's body like 9 venomous dragons from the depths of the inferno, binding him firmly to the void's execution scaffold. As the lightning chains entered his being, his primordial essence was sealed, his soul pierced, and even his thoughts seemed to freeze. Extinction. Judgment. The celestial emperor's voice was frigid, akin to the final decree of death itself. The executioner's sword summoned the power of judgment, accurately penetrating Luya's brow, his primordial fruit, and the causal threads that intertwined past and future. Luya's body stiffened abruptly, his once proud and defiant gaze, reminiscent of a flame consuming the ages, extinguished like a candle flickering in the wind. His lips quivered as if to utter something, but ultimately, it transformed into a sigh laden with endless unwillingness and desolate melancholy. The indestructible body of the primordial golden immortal crumbled silently, like a sand sculpture eroded by the river of time for countless eons, dissolving into a cascade of blazing embers. The primordial golden immortal, Luya, perished, his path extinguished. Ancestor. Deep within the Hingyang Mountains, the remaining practitioners of the Holy Fire Dynasty were driven to the brink of madness, unleashing heart-wrenching cries of despair. Belief shattered, the dynasty was on the verge of collapse. The defier of the divine must face punishment. The celestial emperor stepped forth, hovering above the ruins of the Holy Fire Dynasty. In his grasp, the executioner's sword, entwined with endless chains of sin and inscribed with ancient execution runes, was raised high. Upon the sword's blade, the laws of judgment, decision, and punishment converged, emanating a terrifying pressure that changed the hue of heaven and earth. The executioner's sword would slay the divine. With a single sweep, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a grayish light, seemingly capable of severing causality and determining life and death, sweeping forth, wherever the sword light passed. The remaining defenses of the Holy Fire Dynasty were torn asunder like thin paper, and all those who resisted, regardless of their cultivation level, were instantly marked with the crimson brand of divine defiance. In the next moment, their bodies, primordial spirits, and even the traces of their existence vanished silently within that grayish sword light, like the erasure of a drawing by an eraser, leaving behind nothing but an expanse of void and silence. The Holy Fire Dynasty was obliterated. From the Celestial Emperor's initial plea for surrender to the Celestial Emperor's decisive strike, merely a few days had elapsed. The audacity and efficiency of the Divine Court instilled dread throughout the northern region. The news swept across the north like the most biting cold wind from the northern abyss. The myriad beings of the northern region, along with the Yin-Yang Dynasty and the Five Elements Dynasty, trembled. The might of the Divine Court was indeed fearsome. Even the primordial golden immortal was rendered as insignificant as an ant. Chapter 80. The alliance of Yin and Yang with the five elements atop an unnamed divine mountain in the heart of the northern domain. Two figures stood facing one another. The mere aura emanating from them caused the surrounding laws to emit a low groan, overwhelmed by the presence of the formidable Yin-Yang ancestor and the five elements ancestor, whose very stomp could shake the northern domain. Five elements. The ambition of the Divine Court is insatiable. My friend Luya has fallen victim to treachery, and the armies of the Divine Court approach us. The Yin-Yang ancestor spoke gravely, his eyes swirling with the laws of Yin and Yang. The Five Elements ancestor, enveloped in a radiant aura of five colors, reflected the phantoms of the Divine Court's army within his gaze. This time, the Divine Court has mobilized 4 primordial golden immortals and several great Luo golden immortals, intent on unifying the northern domain. Only by joining forces can we seize a glimmer of hope. Then let us utilize the innate powers of Yin, Yang, and the five elements to establish a grand formation. The Yin-Yang ancestor suddenly spread his palm, and the ancient and profound image of the Taiji diagram flickered and vanished, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. With the Taiji diagram and the flags of the 5 directions as the formation's core, we shall bury the Divine Court's forces in this northern abyss. Only in this way can we instill caution in the Divine Court. Do not forget, although our friend Hanjun in the eastern domain remains detached, the demon ancestor Rahu in the western domain harbors ambitions of his own. Indeed, the Five Elements ancestor declared with fervor, "In this battle, we shall stain the snowfields with the blood of the Divine Court, making it known to the heavens that the northern domain is not mere prey." Thus, these two arch-rivals set aside their past grievances, combining the might of their respective realms to forge the unparalleled formation of Yin, Yang, and the Five Elements, the illusory annihilation formation of Yin and Yang and the Five Elements, the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of the Azure Sky. Stepping upon the ashes of the Sacred Fire Dynasty, commanded the Punishment Army as they surged northward with overwhelming divine might. The icy golden torrent swept across the eternal silence ice field, heading straight for the Five Elements Dynasty. The moment the Divine Court's army set foot in the heart of the ice field, a thunderous roar shattered the eternal silence. Boom, crack. The heavens and earth abruptly changed color. It was as if an invisible, formless hand of chaos had brutally torn the entire ice field from the primordial map. The universe was inverted, and the laws collapsed. Yin and Yang ground the world. The sky transformed into a massive, slowly rotating chaotic mill that spanned countless miles. The upper part blazed with pure Yang, incinerating all. The lower part was shrouded in profound Yin, freezing souls. As the mill turned, the space groaned under unbearable strain, and the invisible grinding force bore down on each member of the Divine Court's army, as if it aimed to pulverize their flesh, mana, and even their very existence into primordial particles. The Five Elements were in turmoil. Beneath their feet, the ice field morphed into a boiling elemental hell. The unmatched sharpness of the metal weapons rent the void. The mighty wooden vines ensnared and strangled. The bone-corroding dark waters formed devouring whirlpools. The scorching flames of the southern fire roared into an inferno, and the weighty peaks of earth thunderously suppressed. The power of the Five Elements no longer fostered creation but raged violently against one another, annihilating and erupting into a cataclysmic storm of energy. Illusory rebirth. Countless twisted, grotesque, and malevolent phantoms surged forth like a tide. In one moment, there were celestial palaces and alluring celestial melodies, and in the next, There was the infernal abyss of the nine hells, where countless vengeful souls gnawed at the spirits. In this realm, the fabric of time and space is utterly distorted, with fragments of the past and future colliding and intertwining, dragging countless celestial soldiers into an endless nightmare of despair. Those with even a momentary wavering of resolve find their souls scattered. How foolish to resist stubbornly, unaware of their impending doom. The sword of punishment, wielded by the Celestial Emperor, suddenly radiates a brilliant and dazzling light of divine judgment, tearing through layers of illusion. The decree of divine law proclaims, in this place, where order is upended and the celestial sequence is defied, annihilation is inevitable. A gray, ethereal beam that seems capable of severing causality and determining fate strikes forth like a colossal axe that disregards the distances of time and space, fiercely cleaving towards the core of the grand formation, where the principles of yin-yang and the five elements converge. As the sword light passes, illusions shatter like fragile bubbles, and the chaotic energies of yin-yang and the five elements are forcefully torn apart. Simultaneously, the celestial sovereign unfurls the diagram of divine positions, his voice resounding, by decree, let the five elements return to their rightful places, and let yin-yang be established in order. The laws of this realm shall adhere to divine principles. The laws of spoken words act like an invisible net, attempting to infiltrate and interfere with the operation of the grand formation. Yet they underestimate its power. For this formation was meticulously crafted by the venerable ancestors of yin-yang and the five elements, both esteemed figures of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. The spiritual treasures guarding the formation are none other than the Taiji diagram, which connects with the primordial source of yin-yang and the five directions banner, which embodies the essence of the five elements. The ancestors of yin-yang and the five elements channel their divine techniques, employing these two supreme treasures to stabilize the foundational energies of yin-yang and the five elements within the formation. At that moment, the Taiji diagram and the five directions banner burst forth with resplendent divine light, causing the grinding force of the great yin-yang mill within the formation to surge exponentially. The protective divine array surrounding the celestial army shatters like fragile glass, piece by piece. The annihilation storm of the five elements swirls back in, and countless divine weapons and generals, unable to even utter a cry, are utterly disintegrated by the chaotic elemental maelstrom, evaporating into the primordial dust of existence. In mere moments, nearly 30% of the elite forces of the Divine Punishment Army are reduced to ashes, vanishing into nothingness. Yin-yang, five elements. You seek your own demise. Both the Celestial Emperor and the Azure Emperor roar in furious outrage. The divine light surrounding the two emperors soars into the heavens as they unleash their wrath. Simultaneously, the two divine emperors and the remaining five divine generals rally behind the Celestial and Azure Emperors, unleashing their full might. In an instant, a myriad of terrifying divine powers erupt: sacred light, thunder, spear radiance, chains, each potent enough to alter the very fabric of reality, obliterating all in their path. And they converge upon the heart of the grand formation. At the core of the formation, the powers of yin-yang and the five elements swirl in seven colors, coalescing into a chaotic vortex that nullifies all incoming attacks. The Celestial Emperor's eyes gleam with divine light, and without a shred of hesitation, he turns to the Azure Emperor. Their gazes meet, and in an instant, they reach a silent consensus, declaring in unison, their voices echoing like a celestial decree: all gods, return to your positions. Buzz. The diagram of divine positions erupts with an unprecedented brilliance, enveloping the remnants of the celestial army, the five divine generals, the two divine emperors, and the figure of the Azure Emperor all become blurred and transparent within the divine light, ultimately transforming into streams of light, like rivers converging into the sea, merging into their corresponding celestial positions within the diagram of divine positions. An overwhelming surge of divine power, faith, and fortune gathers frantically within the Celestial Emperor. Meanwhile, in the heart of the divine court, the Celestial Emperor, seated upon the lofty ninefold imperial throne, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Two beams of light, capable of piercing through the myriad realms, disregarded the barriers of time and space, instantly casting their gaze upon the chaotic battlefield of the northern ice plains. He sensed the intense fluctuations of the divine court's fortune and the ultimate summons of the divine scroll. With a command akin to the celestial decree, the divine court's headquarters erupted with a surge of divine energy from the 2 sovereign emperors, 6 divine generals, and myriad deities present. This formidable power transcended the endless void, connecting through the unseen ties of divine authority, and reinforced the divine position chart hovering above the Emperor of Heaven's head on the northern battlefield. In the name of the divine court, it was decreed to subdue. Chapter 81. The warning of the celestial Tao. The eyes of the celestial emperor reflected countless divine patterns, while the divine position chart in his hands radiated with a dazzling brilliance that pierced the heavens. At this moment, the scroll resembled not merely a treasure, but rather a manifestation of the primordial celestial Tao, embodying the will of billions of deities and concentrating the immense power to suppress the heavens. It transformed into a golden sun, engulfing the world in flames, bearing an overwhelming pressure that compelled all paths to submission. Crashing towards the seemingly unbreakable formation of the yin-yang and 5 elements. Crack, crack, crack. The formation emitted a grating groan, approaching its limits. At its core, the ancestor of yin-yang and the ancestor of the 5 elements were struck as if by a thunderstorm, simultaneously spewing forth golden-red divine blood imbued with their essence. Their faces turned as pale as paper, their Tao rhythms fluctuating violently, on the verge of collapse. The ice crystal ground beneath their feet silently crumbled into dust, revealing the turbulent chaotic currents beneath. Retreat. The ancestor of yin-yang decisively tore through the already strained space beside him, whisking away some disciples of the imperial dynasty along with the Taiji diagram. The divine court shall pay for this. The ancestor of the 5 elements roared, detonating the entire formation, unleashing a tempest of annihilation to temporarily obstruct the pursuers, while he transformed into a streak of 5-colored light, hastily following the ancestor of yin-yang's escape. With the defeat of the ancestors of yin-yang and the 5 elements, the 2 imperial dynasties followed in the footsteps of the sacred fire dynasty. The ancestor of the mixed Kun, who had been vigilantly monitoring the movements of the divine court's forces, received this news with a grave expression, his resolve already forged. If even the combined might of yin-yang and the 5 elements could not withstand this, it was futile. The whispers of the mixed Kun echoed in the depths of the sea, tinged with trepidation. It seemed the divine court was determined to claim the northern region, a place no longer suitable for prolonged residence. Without a moment's hesitation, he devoured the core territories of the northern underworld dynasty, its palaces, and the most loyal of his kin into his inner world. Subsequently, he transformed into an immense giant Kun, his colossal tail sweeping through the void, creating rifts in the fabric of space, and his magnificent form vanished into the depths of the northern underworld sea. When the vanguard divine generals of the divine court, commanding the resplendent celestial vessel, arrived at the shores of the northern underworld sea, the traces of the northern underworld dynasty had long since disappeared. Thus, the divine court's northern expedition, with the might of thunder, crushed all resistance. Wherever their military might pointed, all beings bowed in submission. The ancestor of Liao fell, and the sacred fire dynasty turned to ashes. The forces of yin-yang faltered, the 5 elements crumbled, the 2 ancestors fled, and the foundations of their dynasty collapsed. Retreating into darkness, the ancestor of the mixed Kun fled to the northern underworld's ruins as the northern underworld dynasty disintegrated. In the vast northern region, the 4 imperial dynasties stood as dominant powers. Beneath the magnificent celestial majesty and the iron fist of order, the world can swiftly topple, all fading into the vast river of time. The celestial emperor stowed away the divine map, upon which a faint golden light began to emanate from the section representing the northern expanse of the primordial realm. At the farthest reaches of the eastern sea, on the ethereal island of Fuyo, a figure clad in azure stood by the railing, his fingertips unconsciously caressing a polished jade cup. The celestial brew within swirled gently, yet he remained oblivious, his profound gaze penetrating the sea of clouds, directed towards the unfathomable heavens above. A subtle feeling of stagnation entwined his heart. It was neither the thinness of spiritual energy nor the chaos of laws, but rather an inexplicable shift in the will of this realm. According to his speculation, during the calamity of fierce beasts, the heavenly path first manifested in the primordial world. Although it had to reveal itself prematurely due to the turmoil caused by the chaotic demon gods, interrupting its gestation, it should have since regained its essence after eons. Yet, just as he pondered this, a fissure suddenly tore open the celestial canopy above the island, as if gently rent by an invisible hand. A figure clad in azure robes gracefully stepped forth, exuding an aura of Tao that seemed to suggest he was not traversing space. But that space itself was yielding to him. It was none other than the reincarnation of the chaotic space demon god, ancestor Yangmei. Regaining his composure, Qingming smiled wryly. Taoist friend Yangmei, you consumed my entire stock over the past hundreds of thousands of years in your last visit. And now it has barely been a moment, yet you return. Yangmei laughed heartily, unceremoniously sweeping aside his sleeves to take a seat on the stone bench opposite Qingming. You are mistaken, dear friend. I have come to discuss the Tao. Of course, he added, his gaze fervently sweeping over the jade pot beside Qingming. If I could once again savor your unparalleled brew, the dream of ethereal souls, it would be the icing on the cake, illuminating our hearts in the process. Qingming shook his head with a chuckle, feeling a sense of resignation. Over the past million years, his interactions with Yang Mei and Hong Jun had grown increasingly frequent, ever since Qingming had crafted that unique brew. The dream of ethereal souls, using various innate spiritual roots and fruits from the island, and had invited Hong Jun and Yang Mei to partake. Yang Mei had become a regular visitor to the island. Every few tens of thousands of years, he would arrive punctually, under the guise of philosophical discussion, but in truth, it was for the delight of the liquid within the cup. Qingming could not help but internally lament, in the myths of the past. Yang Mei was a mysterious being who attained enlightenment before Hong Jun, the reincarnated chaotic demon god, whose origins were defiant against the heavens, and whose temperament was inscrutable and elusive. How had he now transformed into such a wine-obsessed figure, so unrestrained in demeanor? Yang Mei, oblivious to Qingming's thoughts, poured himself a cup from the jade pot, the exquisite nectar emanating a fragrance that intoxicated the soul. He took a gentle sip, sighing with satisfaction, before raising his eyes, the essence of chaos swirling within them, a stark contrast to his earlier jovial demeanor. Dear friend Qingming, you must have sensed the recent changes in this world? Qingming nodded, consuming the contents of his cup, and slowly replied, it seems that the heavenly path is undergoing a transformation. As for the reason, I am uncertain. Yet I have an inkling that it may be related to the celestial court. The celestial court? Yang Mei's eyes sparkled with intensity, as though fragments of space flickered within them, contemplating deeply. Although Yang Mei did not frequently engage in the affairs of the primordial realm, with his unfathomable mastery of space, there were few occurrences in the ever-changing tides of the primordial world that he was unaware of. As the two conversed in laughter, a sudden ripple of space manifested on the horizon. At the center of this disturbance, the figure of the revered Hong Jun appeared, swaying unsteadily. On his typically calm and serene visage, a hint of unmistakable fatigue and trepidation was evident. Taoist Qingming, Taoist Yang Mei. Hong Jun clasped his hands in greeting, his voice slightly hoarse. I have come to intrude upon your peace once more. Noticing his demeanor, Yang Mei's playful expression vanished, replaced by a frown. Taoist Hong Jun, it has been quite some time since your last visit. What has transpired? Qingming, sensing the gravity of Hong Jun's state, felt a chill in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the stone table shimmered with ethereal light. The Tao patterns of Huang Hongli flickered into view, stars glimmered with a radiant glow, and the fragrant golden apples, rare treasures born from innate spiritual roots, were laid before them. He then retrieved a purple jade gourd, uncorked it, and a rich, profound aroma, far more potent than the dreaming immortal soul dew, wafted through the air, hinting at the very essence of the great Tao. Within it flowed a subtle, continuous rhythm of enlightenment tea. Taoist Hong Jun, partake of this heavenly essence of enlightenment wine to calm your spirit. Qingming poured the wine himself. Infused with the innate enlightenment tea of Taoist Yang Mei, its flavor exquisite. Yang Mei's nostrils flared, her eyes igniting with a fierce light. Without a trace of modesty, she seized a cup. Ah, you clever Qingming. You've been hoarding this. Fill it up quickly. Hong Jun complied, and as the amber liquid slid down his throat, an expansive coolness surged through his primordial spirit, alleviating some of his unease. He closed his eyes for a moment, and upon reopening them, while his exhaustion had lessened, the weight of concern lingered deeply within him, morphing into profound worry. He sighed heavily, his gaze sweeping over the idyllic scenery of the immortal island, where divine flowers bloomed and spiritual springs gurgled in harmony. Taoist Qingming, your soaring immortal island stands apart from the world. Its Tao resonance is pure, truly a sanctuary of tranquility in the wilderness. Unlike me, ensnared in a vortex, unable to find respite even for a moment. Setting down her cup, Yang Mei spoke earnestly, Hongjun, if you feel troubled, why not follow Taoist Qingming's example and retreat to a secret realm? With your abilities, surely there are places you could go. Hongjun smiled wryly, a weight of entrapment evident in his expression. The tides of fate are relentless, and I find myself ensnared. There is no retreat left for me. Dear friends, let us not dwell on trivialities. I have not come merely to savor wine and reminisce. He leaned slightly forward, each word resonating with urgency. Have you received the heavenly warning? Celestial warning. The words echoed like thunder in the ears of Qingming and Yang Mei. Yang Mei's wine cup shattered with a soft crack, a fine fissure appearing from an invisible force of space. Qingming's brow furrowed, the surface of his enlightenment wine rippling, mirroring the sudden gravity that darkened his ancient, cold gaze. Hongjun nodded slowly indeed. For tens of thousands of years, since the divine court unified the northern region and the fortunes of the three realms intertwined, I have sensed a subtle warning emanating from the primal source of the wilderness. He paused, gazing intently at Qingming, continuing. This warning reminded me of what you previously mentioned. The ambitions of the heavens are not merely to unify the wilderness. Following the thread of this warning, I infiltrated the domain of the divine court for investigation, only to encounter Luo Hu, who was also there seeking information. Upon hearing this, Qingming's brow furrowed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Luo Hu. Hongjun nodded, affirming, indeed, like Luo Hu, I too have sensed that ominous warning looming in the shadows. The silver-haired Taoist Yang Mei furrowed his brows, his surroundings rippling with chaotic energy. Friend Hongjun, could it be that both you and Luo Hu have received this portent due to your dominion over the East and West, intertwined with the fates of the realms? The impoverished Taoist shared this thought. Hongjun inclined his head in agreement. Qingming's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced the core of the matter. Friend Hongjun, have you made any discoveries within the domain of the divine court? Hongjun seemed to ponder a certain conjecture, his expression turning gravely serious. Within the divine court's domain, the divine officials wield the sacred seals of the deities, and though their cultivation may not reach the level of the great Luo, they can manipulate the rules of heaven and earth within a certain range, summoning winds and rain, commanding thunder and lightning. He inhaled deeply and continued. The intent of the celestial sovereign permeates the divine court, suspended in the vast firmament, shepherding all spirits. It is as if the celestial sovereign embodies the very Tao of this realm. Qingming interjected abruptly, his voice resolute. What? Yang Mei's pupils contracted sharply. As a chaos demon god who survived the great cataclysm, he understood the profound implications of the Tao. Impossible. The Tao within the primordial realm is akin to the chaotic path, representing the laws and will of the cosmos. How could a mere primordial golden immortal dare to covet it? Qingming's eyes shimmered with the essence of the chaotic star river, and a thought flashed through his mind, the disk of creation. At that moment, memories of the divine court's past flitted by like ephemeral shadows, the enigmatic laws of fate, the reconstruction of the divine court, the methods of deification, all interconnected. He concluded within himself, the celestial sovereign must have acquired fragments of the disk of creation, and these methods must have been derived from its wisdom, including those that could usurp the Tao. Qingming spoke with a weighty tone. It is not impossible. During the calamity of the ferocious beasts, the Tao manifested prematurely to mitigate the chaos wrought by the divine demons, suffering damage in the process. The celestial sovereign, well versed in the ways of fate, could unify the primordial realm, harnessing the will and essence of all beings to taint the very source of the primordial. If this continues, he may indeed succeed. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei frowned slightly and said in a somber tone, the Tao in the primordial realm, much like the great path in the chaos, is supremely just and high, governing without interference, thus achieving eternity. Should this fiend succeed, it would mean the Tao has fallen to partiality. The order shall crumble. It is likely that all beings will become mere resources for the divine court. Qingming nodded, his gaze sweeping over Hongjun and Yang Mei. Indeed, we, the primordial golden immortals, are but shadows in the void, minimally influenced by the Tao. Yet his tone sharpened with conviction. How can we, born of the primordial, stand idly by while the celestial sovereign disrupts the realm, turning it into his eternal pasture? What sin have the myriad beings committed? Rest assured, friend Hongjun, this is not merely a calamity for your Taoist alliance, but a crisis for the survival of all beings in the primordial. I and friend Yang Mei shall not remain aloof. Yang Mei's aura fluctuated with the patterns of the Tao, ultimately coalescing into a solemn determination. Indeed, though I abhor conflict, I shall not shy away from this matter. If that fiend truly succeeds, it is likely he will not allow us, those beyond his control, to roam freely. We may be driven to the abyss or forced to flee into the chaos. Hongjun gazed at his two resolute companions, their hearts aligned in clarity, and the last trace of his hesitation transformed into profound resolve and emotion. Very well, with both of you by my side, even if we must confront the celestial sovereign, I shall not walk this path alone. In this calamity, we strive for a glimpse of a clear and bright future amidst the primordial chaos. In the divine realm of the central domain, the celestial palace of Lin Xiao stands as a bastion not merely of divinity, but as the very core of primordial authority. Above the grand hall, countless stars move in harmonious order, while beneath, the chaotic sea of clouds churns, and the phantoms of myriad deities float and pay their homage within the clouds. Upon the exalted throne, the celestial emperor stands majestically, embodying the essence of the heavenly Tao. Ethereal purple mist coalesces into a crown adorned with 12 tassels, cascading down like a curtain of pearls as his gaze oscillates, seemingly giving rise to the birth and demise of star rivers and the ebb and flow of all realms. Within the center of his forehead, a chaotic vertical eye reveals 3,000 pathways of runes cascading like waterfalls, elucidating and deducing the fundamental laws of the primordial source. The function platform in the hall's heart displays the diagram of divine positions suspended in the air, with over half of the 3,000 divine runes illuminated, each corresponding to a rightful deity. Countless divine officials chant sacred incantations in unison, strands of divine fortune emanating from their official seals, connecting to the diagram of divine positions above the altar. Report to the celestial emperor. The divine officials of the northern domain have returned to their posts, and the divine seal is connected. The authority of the earth veins is firmly in our grasp. The Emperor of Kanglin holds aloft a jade tablet, forged from the essence of countless waters, as 9 ancient water dragons roar around him. The function platforms of the east and west have been established. We await the decree of the celestial emperor for the great emperor to hold a piece of profound yellow crystal, within which the primordial maps manifest clearly. At the borders of east and west, 2 towering dark golden altars, inscribed with millions of divine runes, stand majestically. The celestial emperor nods slightly. Invisible to the eye, deep within his consciousness, a fragment of the creation jade plate, nurtured over endless ages, trembles violently. The frigid will of the celestial emperor engages in a silent contest with an unseen force. Meanwhile, in the primordial realms of the north, south, and central, the heavens and earth tremble, the laws oscillate, and subtle cracks begin to appear in the sky. Moments later, tranquility returns to the cosmos, as an icy, domineering, and irrefutable divine shackle is ruthlessly imposed upon the world. The celestial emperor rises slowly from his throne. With this movement, it feels as though the weight of the entire primordial realm has descended. The chaotic sea of clouds within the Lin Xiao palace solidifies. From his lofty vantage, his gaze pierces through time and space, locking onto the eastern Zixiao and western Xumi. A voice, as authoritative as the edicts of the heavenly Tao, resounds through the divine court, imprinting itself deep within the souls of every divine official. Xing Han, I am here. Stepping forward, the Emperor Xing Han emanates an aura of fierce power, summoning the celestial light of the stars. I command you as the general of the Eastern Expedition. Lead the Divine Punishment Army to pacify the Eastern Domain. Kanglin shall assist you. The 6 divine generals, Gu Xing, Huang Man, Xing Su, and Yu Yu, shall heed your command. Tian Kuei, I accept the decree. The Emperor Tian Kuei, surrounded by a consuming darkness of demonic flames, rises. I command you as the general of the Western Expedition. Suppress the demon realm. The great Emperor shall assist you. The 6 divine generals, Zhu Ling, Pejun, Jin Yu, and Bing Gu, shall accompany you. Hong Jun and Luo Ho shall be dealt with by this emperor. Prepare to mobilize at once. The voice of the celestial emperor suddenly rises in intensity, stirring the fortunes of the three primordial realms into a thunderous roar. Obey the decree of the celestial emperor. May the divine path endure forever. The 4 divine emperors and 12 generals roar in unison. The martial spirit of chaos intertwines with the overwhelming fortune of the divine court, transforming into a tangible golden torrent that soars into the heavens. Chapter 83. The Great War ignites upon the decree of the celestial sovereign, the 4 divine emperors. The 12 divine generals and countless divine soldiers surged forth with unparalleled might, akin to a cataclysmic torrent sweeping across the realms, their aim directed towards the eastern and western territories of the primal chaos. A thunderous roar echoed as the skies of the eastern domain were abruptly torn apart, revealing a chasm that spanned the heavens. Subsequently, colossal bronze ships emerged from the void. Their hulls were inscribed with myriad ancient runes, exuding a majestic and venerable aura. These were the Celestial Court Sky Patrol vessels. The Sky Patrol ships shattered the fabric of space, their inscriptions radiating golden light, causing the earth to tremble and divine rivers to run dry in their wake. The Starhound Divine Emperor stood at the bow, a bird's-eye view of the eastern continent materializing before him in the void. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, his finger pointing towards several towering sacred mountains and the shores of the eastern sea on the map, his voice cold as steel. Kanglin, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor commands us to seize the entirety of the eastern continent. Do you have a strategy to break the deadlock? Kanglin, the Divine Emperor, scrutinized the map, divine light flickering in his eyes as a plan swiftly formed. The foremost power in the eastern region is the Xian Dao Alliance led by Hong Jun, who is personally confronting the Celestial Emperor. The rulers of the 4 great dynasties under him are all at the primordial golden immortal realm. Meanwhile, after unifying the northern domain, our celestial court has been infused with immense fortune, allowing Yue and Xingxiu to also break through to the primordial golden immortal realm. We shall split our forces into 2, advancing with thunderous momentum to swiftly conquer the 4 dynasties. A cruel smile curved the lips of the Starhound. The celestial court's numbers and foundation far surpassed those of the eastern domain. Moreover, they could briefly unleash catastrophic power through their overwhelming fortune. Although the eastern domain did not belong to the territory of the celestial court, the divine seal platform constructed at the eastern boundary could still barely channel divine might, making it a viable asset. As the celestial court set its plans into motion, Hong Jun and Luo, who were already aware and mobilized their respective forces, flooding the eastern and western borders with numerous cultivators. In the western continent, the Shumi mountain hall suddenly erupted in a blaze of black flames, as Luo, who stepped forth on the world-destroying Black Lotus, followed by 4 great guardians resembling blood-red meteors plummeting to the ground. Luo, whose voice carried boundless arrogance and murderous intent. Though I know not how the celestial elder has seized the authority of heaven and earth and refined this realm's Tao, if he dares to elevate himself above me, he shall first reckon with my god-slaying blade. With a wave of his hand, the god-slaying blade sliced through the void, releasing a crimson blade light that seemed poised to cleave the heavens asunder. Luo, whose gaze electrified, he commanded coldly, "Eternal night, shadow, blood demon, devourer of heaven. You 4 must lead the demonic legions to the borders at once." In the eastern domain, at the Yujing Mountains Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun, the ancestor, held the Dao dust whisk. Seated upon a cloud bed, his expression grave as water. To his left and right, the Yin-Yang ancestor sat with closed eyes in deep concentration, the Taiji diagram slowly revolving above his head, the energies of Yin and Yang entwined like dragons and snakes, manifesting the primordial chaos. Surrounding the 5 elements ancestor were 5 flags, each radiating the divine light of blue, red, yellow, white, and black, continuously constructing a realm of perpetual vitality. Seated below were the rulers of the 4 great dynasties of the eastern domain, Kunwu, Xinhuang, Wuji, and Fuhai, all sitting solemnly, their brows etched with deep concern. The Yin-Yang and 5 elements ancestors had been invited by Hong Jun to contend against the celestial court, and given their existing grievances with the celestial court, they were more than willing to accept the invitation. Esteemed ones, the gaze of the venerable Hong Jun swept across the assembly, his voice heavy and resonant, each word imbued with gravity. The great calamity has arrived. We must unite our efforts, for only then do we hold a flicker of hope." Upon hearing this, the ancient Xianyuan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of perplexity in his tone. "Hongjun, the ambition of the divine court is merely to unify the vast wilderness. How can this be termed a great calamity?" Hongjun shook his head and replied deliberately, "The divine court's ambitions extend beyond mere unification. They seek to usurp the heavenly Tao itself." "What? To replace the heavenly Tao? How can this be possible?" the ancient Wujia exclaimed in astonishment. Disbelief etched upon his face. The other sovereigns similarly turned pale. As the atmosphere within the Zixiao palace became thick with tension, the weight of impending doom nearly suffocating. Although the elders of Yin and Yang, as well as the five elements, were already privy to the situation, their expressions now mirrored the gravity of the moment. Though the means by which Hongjun foresaw this insurrection remained unclear, his voice grew increasingly somber, imbued with a chilling understanding of the celestial machinations. "Observe the realm of the divine court. The laws of heaven and earth are already in motion, bearing the mark of the celestial emperor. If we allow their dominion to spread across the vast wilderness, the celestial emperor shall become the heavenly Tao." He gestured with his whisk towards the void, as if illuminating the forcibly distorted threads of law within the divine realm. Upon hearing these words, the ancient Xianyuan lost the ease he had previously possessed, his demeanor turning grave. The other sovereigns, too, adopted solemn expressions, acutely aware of the dire implications. They understood that should the celestial emperor realize his ambitions, they would find themselves under the yoke of a supreme ruler, reduced to mere vassals, devoid of freedom. Unlike the present, where they ostensibly belonged to the Xian-Dao alliance, Hongjun had not interfered significantly, primarily restraining them from igniting internal conflict. Noticing the gravity etched on the faces of those present, Hongjun continued, "This battle pertains to the future of the vast wilderness and the rightful dominion over the laws of heaven and earth. Should the divine court succeed, we shall have no ground to stand upon. Therefore, the Xian-Dao alliance must dedicate all its strength and fight to the last breath." The ancient Wujia and Xianyuan exchanged a resolute glance, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. They rose abruptly, clasping their hands in unison and declaring, "We shall heed the command of the alliance leader and fight to the death against the divine court." Kunwu Fuhai. And others echoed their fervent pledge, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. With the command given, the 6 sovereigns transformed into 6 radiant rainbows, hurtling towards the battlefield at the edge of the vast wilderness. The venerable Hongjun stepped forth from the Zixiao palace, his form radiating pure light, piercing directly towards the heart of the central divine realm. Before departing, he also conveyed messages to Yang Mei and Qingming. Simultaneously, a terrifying demonic energy, capable of rending the heavens, surged forth from the west, targeting the demon ancestor Rahu within the central divine realm. At the eastern and western borders of the vast wilderness, the divine court's golden-armored torrent surged forth, while the demonic realm unleashed a monstrous tide of darkness, clashing against the myriad celestial formations of the Xian-Dao alliance. 3 colossal dragons, embodiments of the supreme forces of the vast wilderness, collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! Crack! The existence of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, filled with fury, unleashed their power. The clash of laws transcended the boundaries of time and space. 1,000,000 miles of picturesque landscapes silently disintegrated into the most primal dust amidst the cataclysmic energy storm. Countless cultivators, deities, demons, and beings fell, their severed limbs mingling with shattered artifacts, raining down like a desperate storm of flesh and blood from the heavens. The sky fractured, and the earth sank into ruin. The entire realm trembles in a cacophony of anguish, as if on the brink of utter collapse. The celestial vessel traverses the shattered landscape, golden inscriptions blazing like a searing brand, leaving devastation in its wake. The dark miasma of the demonic realm churns, transforming into a gaping abyss that devours all light, extinguishing life wherever it passes. The celestial alliance of the mystical Tao unites the myriad immortals, launching intricate formations imbued with the profound truths of the cosmos into the heavens. Some resembling the spiraling galaxies, others akin to divine mountains imposing their weight, fiercely resisting the onslaught of annihilation. In the skies above, divine generals roar in fury, demon kings bellow, and sovereigns shout commands. Varied divine signals tear through the heavens, the power of the laws mercilessly intertwining, weaving the celestial canopy into a net of destruction and death. On the battlefield of the western regions, the divine generals bask in the golden fortune of the celestial court. Their powers surging, their battle spirits ignited. The divine weapons in their grasp unleash the might of creation, compelling the ferocious demonic legions to retreat, their ominous energy dissipating under the pointed brilliance. In the eastern regions, the dual energies of yin and yang evolve. The five elemental lights oscillate between creation and destruction. The participation of the ancestors of yin-yang and the ancestors of the five elements, titans of primordial might, successfully halts the advance of the divine emperors, Xinghan and Zhonglan, while the remaining four sovereigns confront the six divine generals. The clash of golden and profound lights ignites a fierce confrontation, the core of the battlefield transforming into a boiling energy wasteland, as both sides are ensnared in a brutal stalemate. This grand formation engulfs the entirety of the primordial realm, with endless calamity clouds boiling like blood across the heavens. The ferocity and devastation of this war surpass even the most catastrophic, beastly calamities. The celestial court emerges in full force. The four divine emperors consume the universe with their presence, and the 12 divine generals exude an aura of dread that pierces the skies. Even the least powerful of the divine generals cultivates a fruit of the Tao, stepping half a foot into the realm of primordial golden immortals, and under the auspices of the celestial court's formidable fortune, contemporarily unleash combat prowess rivaling that of the primordial golden immortal realm. Meanwhile, the demonic realm and the mystical Tao alliance draw upon their full potential, with 10 strong beings of the primordial golden immortal realm showcasing their divine abilities, while dozens of perfected Great Luo beings engage in a blood-soaked battle. The strikes of Great Luo and primordial golden immortal beings result in clashes of divine abilities, each interaction a collision of rules and laws, leading to the obliteration of mountains and the distortion of space. However, the celestial court dominates the 3 domains of the primordial realm, south, north, and central, with resplendent fortune, outnumbering both the Great Luo golden immortals and the primordial golden immortals in strength compared to the eastern and western domains. Even with the alliance of the demonic realm and the mystical Tao alliance, they cannot gain the upper hand against the celestial court. Rather, as the battle persists, the demonic realm begins to falter, while the mystical Tao alliance, bolstered by the ancestors of yin-yang and the ancestors of the 5 elements, subtly gains the advantage. Yet, in any battlefield, the resolution of outcomes is not swiftly determined. The true decisive factor influencing the trajectory of this war lies in the ultimate battle of the central divine realm. Within the central divine realm, the celestial emperor, seated upon the throne of the heavens, suddenly opens the third eye upon his brow, with myriad laws swirling within his vertical pupil, penetrating layers of void. Since they have arrived, why conceal their presence? His voice, though not raised, reverberates like the thunder of primordial chaos, an invisible force sweeping across the surrounding void. In an instant, as his words resonate, the fabric of the divine realm's void rends open like silk. 2 figures, one black and one white, enveloped in opposing terrifying Tao rhythms, crash down with thunderous impact. The 2 figures before us are none other than the sovereign of the eastern domain, the celestial ancestor Hongjun, and the sovereign of the demon realm, the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Clad in a flowing Taoist robe, Hongjun's gaze is as indifferent as ancient ice. Fixed upon the imperial throne, heaven, for your own selfish desires, you dare to attempt to engulf the primordial heavenly path. Do you not realize that such an act will lead to the disarray of heaven and earth? All paths will fall silent. The chaos shall be reenacted. Luo Ho, with a sinister smile, is enveloped in a surging aura of destructive magic, his blade of divine slaughter aimed directly at the heavens. Enough of your prattle. Heaven, let me see whether your divine path is stronger, or if my demonic path prevails. A smirk graces the lips of the celestial emperor, a curve that looks down upon eternity, as he lightly taps the armrest of the throne. With you too, do you dare to obstruct my divine court? To hinder my path to transcendence? Before his words could fade, 2 equally formidable figures silently appeared before Hongjun and Luo Ho, their divine might overwhelming, embodying the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Azure Sky. The Emperor of Heaven, with the heavenly edict in his mouth, spoke words that became law, Brandishing a scroll flowing with the true names of countless deities, his aura locking onto Hongjun, the emperor of Azure Sky, beneath the thunderous judgment of divine retribution, wielded the sword of punishment, radiating the terrifying brilliance of judgment towards Luo Ho. Oh, fellow Taoist Qingming, fellow Taoist Yangmei, do you also wish to stand in my way? The calm voice of the celestial emperor resonated once more, his gaze seemingly penetrating through layers of spatial folds, landing in the void. The void rippled like water. As two figures quietly emerged, one donned an ancient blue robe, exuding an aura of indistinct chaos, faintly radiating the sharpness of creation. This was Qingming. The other, garbed in flowing silver, with the surrounding space folding and flowing like quicksilver, was the hollow willow transformed, the Grand Master Yangmei, who governs the path of space. Qingming gazed at the figure upon the throne, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Heaven, if your aim is merely the unification of the primordial realm, to forge the era of the divine path, I might stand by and observe. However, your ambitions are far greater, even threatening the very existence of the primordial. Then it shall be a battle, the grudge against obstructing the path. The voice of the celestial emperor suddenly turned cold, his imperial might akin to a prison, with death as the only outcome. Boom! Without warning, 7 streams of fearsome power capable of annihilating the cosmos and reshaping chaos erupted violently. The laws instantaneously went berserk, as if the entire divine realm were grasped by an invisible giant hand, groaning under the unbearable weight. Stepping forth from the throne, the celestial emperor's figure ascended infinitely. A majestic manifestation of the heavenly emperor towered above the sky. In his left hand, he upheld the imperial seal, symbolizing the supreme authority of the divine court, while in his right, he wielded the sword of the heavenly emperor, his imperial might solidifying as if tangible, emanating an everlasting divine radiance. His divine gaze flashed like lightning, directly locking onto Qingming and Yangmei. The celestial emperor faced off against Qingming and Yangmei alone. In terms of cultivation, both the celestial emperor and Qingming had attained the pinnacle of the perfected golden immortal, while Yangmei was slightly behind, being at the peak of the later stage. Yet this was the core of the divine realm, where the fortune of the divine court flowed like a celestial river, augmenting their strength. The might of the celestial emperor's sword, enabling him to confront Qingming and Yangmei with his singular power. Qingming, wielding the sword of all things returning to the void, unfolded the domain of the returning to the void sword. The Grand Master Yangmei, with the space around him surging, held the mirror of the void, folding all things, slicing through the ancient spatial domains, and converging with Qingming's returning to the void sword domain, advancing to suppress the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor, wielding the imperial seal of the heavenly sovereign, stood resolute, his heavenly sword slicing through the void with every strike imbued with the formidable power to shatter the laws of the cosmos. Behind him, the divine realm of the celestial court unfurled gradually, an awe-inspiring spectacle heralding the pilgrimage of myriad deities, exuding a pressure that reverberated through the ages. The terrifying domain of divine supremacy clashed incessantly with the realms of Qingming and Yangmei. On the other side, the Emperor of Heaven intoned sacred verses, each word transmuting into golden divine chains that intertwined to form a colossal web of laws enveloping the heavens and the earth. Ethereal images of deities emerged, resonating with powers of enfeefment, deprivation, order, and the essence of spoken words. This was met with a resounding collision against the domain of Hongjun, which embodied the ultimate truths of existence, serene yet encompassing all. The divine hierarchy unfolded, with the names of countless gods shining brightly, attempting to usurp and overshadow the foundational principles of Hongjun's celestial path. Hongjun remained unfazed, the Pangu banner sweeping lightly, as chaotic sword energy danced like dragons and serpents, annihilating divine chains. The two grand domains eroded each other, indistinguishable in their tumult. The celestial emperor transformed into a deity of punishment, unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of judgment from the thunder punishment pool. The sword of judgment invoked the powers of adjudication, destruction, and retribution, manifesting as a blood-red sword rainbow that cleaved through the cosmos, aimed directly at Rahu. Rahu howled in fury, the realm of destruction unfurling, with countless demonic souls lamenting. The god-slaying blade morphed into an embodiment of pure, unrelenting darkness, clashing fiercely with the blood-red sword rainbow. Thunderbolts and demonic energy clashed violently, with each encounter igniting energy storms potent enough to obliterate the vast universe, the battlefield erupting in savage chaos. 7 supreme beings stood at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos, their auras unleashed without restraint. The terrifying pressure intertwined, collided, and crushed, causing the surrounding spatial barriers to shatter like fragile glass under relentless blows. While black fissures spread like spider webs, consuming the dissipating divine light and demonic energy. Chapter 85. The Triad reunites. The fierce battle's duration was indeterminate. Time and space lost all significance in that moment. Though the Celestial Emperor was fortified by divine realms and possessed immeasurable power, Yangmei's spatial techniques were exceedingly cunning, shifting through voids, severing dimensions, and banishing the essence of realms with ease. While unable to gravely wound the Celestial Emperor, Yangmei significantly drained his energy like a persistent thorn. Qingming's path of the return to the void was profound and unfathomable, his sword radiance unparalleled. With each stroke, the essence of the void surged forth, every strike wielding the might to annihilate heaven and earth. Despite the advantage of his home ground, the Celestial Emperor, facing the dual onslaught of spatial confinement and the lethal strikes of the return to the void, found even his imposing divine form quietly marred by fine, web-like cracks. The once harmonious divine light now faltering. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Hongjun stood upon the golden lotus of merit, celestial clouds cascading with myriad jewels above him. While parrying the Emperor's onslaught, each swing of the Pangu banner cleaved through the void, unleashing chaotic sword energy that tore apart all laws in its path. Rahu, positioned atop the black lotus of destruction, was shielded by the celestial demon tower, intermittently unleashing annihilating sword waves that severed the chains of law binding the heavens. Despite the divine court's favor, the Emperor of Heaven and the Celestial Emperor found themselves momentarily unable to contend with Hongjun and Rahu. Witnessing the prolonged impasse and recognizing that fortune is not everlasting, the Celestial Emperor's gaze sharpened with divine intensity. A decree resounded like the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, echoing throughout the battlefield of the divine realm. Imperial Heaven, Azure Heaven, return to your places. The Celestial Emperor and the Azure Emperor, engaged in fierce combat with Hongjun and Luoho, heeded the call without hesitation. 2 radiant beams of divine light erupted from their forms, instantly freeing them from their adversary's grasp, transforming into 2 meteoric streaks that tore through the fabric of time and space, boldly colliding with the towering visage of the Celestial Emperor. A thunderous roar erupted, indescribable in its magnitude, reminiscent of the chaos thunder that rent the core of the divine realm. An overwhelming brilliance, potent enough to blind the eyes of even the most exalted golden immortals, engulfed the entire battlefield. Hongjun, Luoho, Qingming, and Yangmei were all forced to retreat in alarm, each deploying their most formidable defenses, gazing in awe at the epicenter of the explosion. As the divine light gradually receded and the energy waves dissipated, an indescribable and terrifying entity stood erect at the heart of the divine realm. This being bore 3 heads, one exuding an air of solemn indifference, surveying the ages, celestial heaven, another enunciating the celestial decrees, commanding the heavens, imperial heaven, and the last glaring fiercely, enacting judgment, azure heaven. 9 divine eyes, akin to 9 ancient suns ablaze with distinct divine flames, pierced through the past and future, illuminating all realms. Its body embodied the heavens, its form crafted from the primordial essence of divine gold, with every inch of its skin pulsating with myriad runes, emanating an ultimate pressure that caused the entire primordial world to tremble. This was indeed the 3-headed, 9-eyed divine incarnation that had manifested during the sea of blood battle. At this moment, the aura of this divine incarnation had transcended the confines of the celestial heaven, achieving the pinnacle of the 12th heaven of the golden immortal realm. Terrifying, suffocating, powerful. A grave expression of utmost seriousness emerged in Hongjun's indifferent gaze for the first time. Luoho's maniacal laughter froze, replaced by boundless apprehension and ferocity. Yangmei's surroundings warped and collapsed, her expression one of astonishment. Qingming's countenance bore an unprecedented solemnity, the Wansher Guishu sword in his hand vibrating with alarm. I am the origin of the divine path, the sovereign of all realms. Those who obstruct my way shall face divine retribution, their forms and spirits obliterated. The three heads intoned in unison, their voices intertwining to form a cataclysmic decree that pierced through the primordial spirit, causing Hongjun and his companions to feel a surge of blood and energy. Kill. The demonic intent in Luoho's eyes ignited completely, as the god-slaying blade transformed into a consuming darkness, devouring the heavens. Where the blade's light traversed, all fell into silence, and the laws of existence crumbled. Hongjun, shedding all restraint, summoned rolling auspicious clouds above, 3 Dao flowers blooming with immeasurable celestial radiance, as he wielded the Pangu flag, manifesting the supreme diagram of creation and destruction. Infused with the power of the celestial path, he aimed to suppress the divine incarnation's head. Yangmei's silver hair danced wildly as she formed seals with her hands. Intoning, void exile, all realms dispelled. The space surrounding the celestial emperor was forcibly severed, folded, and distorted by Yangmei, transforming into countless independent, yet overlapping dimensional cages. Attempting to dismember and cast it into the endless chaotic void, Qingming inhaled deeply, gripping the Wanshi Guishu sword tightly as an aura of primordial chaos emanated from him. With all his might, he unleashed a spiraling, devouring sword light, imbued with the terrifying intent to return all to chaos. Directing the blade light straight at the core of the divine incarnation, the 4 titans reveal their ultimate cards. In the realm of laws, a cataclysmic clash unfolds. The divine sovereign's 3-headed form roars in fury, and the 9-eyed divine light bursts forth. The emperor's seal transforms into a colossal mountain, crashing down, while the emperor's divine sword cleaves through the heavens, radiating a divine brilliance. The divine hierarchies unfurl, and the combined might of myriad deities surges forth like a golden torrent. The thunderous punishment of the divine retribution merges with the sword of the executioner, forging a cataclysmic judgment that threatens existence itself. Boom, 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 boom. The divine realm, a vast expanse evolved from primordial treasures, which embodies the essence of the divine path, trembles as the furious clash of divine powers rends and reshapes the very fabric of space. The torrents of earth, fire, wind, and water surge uncontrollably, while the chaotic currents of time and space rampage. Each collision sends the 4 beings reeling, their blood surging, their Dao bodies fracturing, and their primordial spirits aching. The sheer terror of the complete power of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal is overwhelming. Yet, the 4 are among the pinnacle of the primordial world, their cultivation having reached the 8th level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, while Qingming has comprehended the essence of the laws, breaking through to the 10th level. Hongjun and Yangmei coordinate their defensive maneuvers, while the battle-hardened demon ancestor Lu serves as a supporting force, aiding Qingming in launching assaults. Their synergy is impeccable, each displaying their strengths and wielding numerous divine treasures. Yangmei, Hongjun, and Qingming each possess innate supreme treasures, while Lu, though lacking such artifacts, employs 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Under the full-force assault of the quartet, even the 12th level Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the celestial sovereign, finds himself suppressed, although Lu bears grave injuries. The essence of the demonic path fuels his ferocity, pushing him towards an even deeper madness, striving to break through to the 9th level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Qingming's domain of the ruins sword astonishingly dominates Lu's demonic realm, as Hongjuan's celestial domain intertwines with Yangmei's spatial domain. A greater force of the ruins erupts, overshadowing the celestial sovereign's divine domain, which pales in comparison to this myriad of returning powers. The 3-headed, 9-eyed divine form begins to manifest profound wounds, oozing molten divine blood. Its once overbearing presence has finally been shaken, revealing a moment of stagnation. Moreover, as the battle rages on, the divine court's aura of fortune gradually wanes. After all, the divine court's fortune is not boundless, and at this moment, it faces assaults from the eastern and western domains. With the 4 divine emperors and 12 divine generals all harnessing the amplification of fortune. Good, good, good. You dare to push me this far. The furious roar emanates from the head of the celestial sovereign in the divine sovereign's form. If that is the case, behold the true power of the divine court. This is the strength I have prepared for you. Chapter 86. The fall of the divine court, the declaration resonated like a thunderous chaos. The entire divine realm began to tremble violently. Buzz. Above the celestial expanse of the divine realm, boundless fortunes of the divine court converged frantically, igniting. In the astonished gazes of Hongjun and the others, the vast celestial vault began to multiply and unfold in layers. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 10 layers, 20 layers, ultimately, a total of 33 layers, each emanating distinct divine might and radiating various law energies, thundered down from the heavens above the divine realm. Each tier was boundless, resembling a grand world, adorned with divine palaces, lined with spectral celestial soldiers, and resonating with the roars of divine beasts. The 33 heavens, layered upon one another, form an ultimate divine court that suppresses all realms and encompasses every order of law. The voice of the celestial sovereign resounded through the ages. An unimaginable and terrifying might cascaded down from the ethereal form of the 33 heavens, entirely infusing the divine avatar. With a resounding roar, the divine avatar howled toward the heavens, its voice shattering the stars. The divine light emanating from its 3 heads and 9 eyes pierced through the primal barrier, illuminating the depths of chaos. Once diminished to the 11th tier of the primordial golden immortal due to a decline in fortune, its power surged once more, instantly returning to the pinnacle of the 12th tier. Yet, the ascent of power did not cease there. Moments later, a force transcending the great perfection of the primordial golden immortal subtly approached the ineffable, indestructible realm of the primordial great Luo golden immortal, sweeping forth like a cataclysmic tsunami. The 4 figures, Hongjun, Lihu, Yangmei, and Qingming, were struck as if by the impact of a chaotic mountain, spewing forth blood infused with the essence of the Tao. Their protective spells shattered in an instant. Their Tao bodies became riddled with web-like cracks. Their primordial spirits felt as if struck by lightning. In the face of this overwhelming power surpassing the primordial golden immortal realm, they felt as insignificant as dust, succumbing to an insurmountable despair. It was over. With your Tao fruits, I shall sacrifice for my path of the primordial heavenly Tao. The divine avatar's 9 eyes locked onto the 4, and a colossal hand, entwined with the might of the 33 universes and enveloping the entire battlefield, slowly descended with the will to end all. This hand appeared to move slowly, yet it had transcended the confines of time and space, with countless scenes of worlds rising and falling flowing between its creases. The space surrounding the 4 began to solidify, and the flow of time thickened like sludge. Luahu's knuckles turned white as he gripped his blade. Hongjuan's auspicious clouds ceased to swirl, and even Yangmei, adept in spatial laws, found himself rooted in place. At this critical juncture, Qingming suddenly erupted, unleashing a sword beam from the myriad phenomena returning to Ruin's sword, radiating with the essence of primordial chaos, as if the universe had just begun to unfold, ignoring the frozen fabric of time and space. It tore open a rift in the solidified realm, directly piercing toward the celestial sovereign's true form. In a desperate struggle, the celestial sovereign scoffed, casually suppressing with the seal of the heavenly emperor, indifferent to the crushing of myriad paths. Yet, at the moment the seal touched that ultimate sword light, a supreme force erupted, freezing immeasurable time and space, imprisoning the very essence of all laws. In that instant, the space collapsed into a singularity, and both Qingming and the divine avatar vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a faint but exceptionally clear transmission of the primordial spirit echoed in the ears of Hongjun and Yangmei. Quickly destroy the divine court. I cannot hold him for long. Boundless chaos surged, devoid of time and space. Only the most primal currents of chaos prevailed. The towering divine figure with 3 heads and 9 eyes suddenly appeared, its 9-eyed divine light sweeping across the desolate world, yet it sensed only the endless void of chaos. The celestial sovereign realized that the connection with the divine court and the divine realm had been completely severed. With the enhancement of his own being, he was able to touch the supreme might of the primordial chaos, which ebbed away like the receding tide, causing his realm to plummet back to the 11 heavens of the primordial golden immortal. The silhouette of Qingming gradually coalesced amidst this chaos, his aura equally appearing feeble. Qingming, where's this? The voice of the celestial sovereign resonated deeply from the center of the heavens. The void of chaos, came Qingming's terse and cold reply. The void of chaos? Huh. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? The celestial sovereign clearly doubted Qingming's ability to transport himself into the chaos. Qingming spoke slowly. Celestial sovereign, this is chaos, where you cannot communicate with the fortunes of the divine realm or the divine court. With merely the 11 heavens of your realm, you cannot contend with me. The primordial umbrella above Qingming's head slowly rotated, its surface illuminated by the flickering shadows of the chaotic galaxy. Before his words could fully dissipate, two figures, infused with the overwhelming might of the law's essence, collided thunderously within this isolated chaos. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, as the unleashed divine powers stirred the primordial forces of earth, wind, water, and fire within the chaos. Qingming, however, focused primarily on countering the attacks, adopting a defensive stance to buy time while ensuring his own condition remained stable. This space was not true chaos, but rather a minor chaotic world within the Chaos Pearl, and with Qingming's current cultivation level, he could not fully harness the power of the Chaos Pearl. He could only transport the celestial sovereign here, confining him in this space and accelerating the passage of time, allowing Hongjun and Yang Mei to obliterate the divine court first. Just as the two were locked in combat, a swirling vortex emanating a primeval aura suddenly appeared. The celestial sovereign let out a maniacal laugh and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing within. Qingming did not intervene. He merely gazed at the gradually closing vortex, revealing a knowing smile. In the primeval land, amidst the ebb and flow of time, 3,000 springs and autumns had passed since Qingming and the celestial sovereign vanished. During this time, while the celestial sovereign was cut off and the divine court lost its ruler, Hongjun, Yang Mei, and Lu joined forces with overwhelming might, annihilating all 4 divine emperors and 12 divine generals of the divine court. Yet, the dying counterattacks of the divine emperors and generals inflicted grave losses upon the eastern and western regions. Particularly in the western region, only one primordial golden immortal remained, the Lord of Shadows, while in the eastern region, apart from the yin-yang and 5 elements, the ancestor of the sea and the ancestor of Kunwu survived. At this moment, atop the Heavenly Emperor Mountain in the central region, Hongjun wielded the Pangu banner, his gaze cold and piercing. Lu was surrounded by swirling demonic flames, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. Yang Mei revealed the void mirror from her sleeve, the laws of space swirling around her. The surviving powerhouses of yin-yang, 5 elements, Kunwu, and the sea ancestor stood behind them, all eyes fixed intently on a certain point in the void. It's here. Just as the celestial sovereign tore through space to return to the primeval realm, Hongjun shouted, "Now!" The Pangu banner roared open, transforming into a colossal axe of creation, wielding the chaotic energy capable of annihilating all laws as it descended. Luahu grinned wickedly, the god-slaying blade morphing into a world-ending black radiance, severing even the fabric of time itself. With a flourish of her sleeve, Yang Mei unleashed the void mirror's brilliance, instantly solidifying the space within a 10,000-mile radius, ensnaring the divine form of the celestial sovereign in an unyielding grip. At the same moment, the ancestor of Yin and Yang invoked the Taiji diagram, entwining the dual energies to annihilate all living things. The ancestor of the 5 elements spread forth his 5 fingers, obliterating all with a colossal handprint that shattered the void. The ancestor of Kunwu summoned his life-giving divine mountain, while the ancestor of overturning seas unleashed a torrent of weak waters. Boom! Countless apocalyptic powers collided with the heavens in an instant, unleashing a terrifying explosion that engulfed millions of miles. However, the heavens appeared to anticipate this, and as they entered the spatial vortex, they employed their most formidable defensive measures. The divine position diagram transformed into a brilliant barrier, while the Emperor's seal morphed into 9 ancient chaotic dragons that coiled protectively around the shield. Simultaneously, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded as countless divine shadows manifested as layers of barriers, safeguarding the heavens at their core. They steadfastly repelled all attacks. Chapter 87. The Fall of the Heavens. The emergence of the heavenly path as the cataclysmic energy tide began to subside. The divine visage of the heavens re-emerged amidst the shattered void. In that moment, they were bereft of the once majestic authority of the divine path. The enormous form, adorned with 3 heads and 9 eyes, was marred by grotesque and terrifying fissures of Dao scars. The pitch-black essence of malevolence, chaotic forces of yin and yang, and the piercing turbulence of spatial chaos ravaged their wounds and divine body, consuming them relentlessly. Yet, the heavens remained indifferent to this torment. Their three heads moved in unison, and the light of the nine eyes pierced into the void, seeking to sense the divine realm and the celestial court. The heavens furrowed their brow, realizing that their connection to the divine realm was alarmingly feeble. Though they stood atop the peak of the Emperor's Mountain, the divine realm was no longer present. What filled them with both fury and dread was the vast and magnificent fortune of the celestial court. It now flickered like a dying flame, pathetically weak. A surge of divine consciousness swept over the floating divine position diagram, the precious artifact symbolizing the foundation of the celestial court. On the scroll, the brilliant stars representing the 4 divine emperors and the 12 divine generals had utterly extinguished, vanishing without a trace. Even the stars of the lower-ranking divine officials had dimmed significantly. The celestial court was the foundation of their divine path, and an overwhelming rage, stemming from the destruction of their fundamental principles, instantly consumed the last remnants of the heavens' reason. To sever my path, to destroy my divine way. You shall all be unable to atone for your sins. With 3 heads howling in unison, their voices overlapping and distorting, filled with frenzied madness, they declared, "Then let us perish together with my divine path." No sooner had the words left their lips than the floating divine position diagram erupted with an unprecedented, resplendent divine light. Simultaneously, across the vast wilderness, regardless of where they were or the fierce battles being fought in the eastern and western domains, all remaining divine officials felt their divine seals resonate uncontrollably, bursting forth with equally dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, the immense cultivation that those divine officials had painstakingly achieved was forcibly extracted by an invisible force, transformed into a torrential stream that surged wildly into their respective divine seals. Subsequently, the seals themselves became radiant streams of light, akin to rivers converging into the sea, instantaneously traversing boundless space to merge with the resplendent divine position diagram before the heavens. Roar! The 3-headed, 9-eyed divine visage of the heavens let out a roar infused with overwhelming fury and insatiable resentment. Their aura surged like oil set aflame, rapidly expanding. The fortune of the divine path flowed back to the heavens, as the essence of divine power burned recklessly without regard for the cost. The celestial chain of order, the divine thunder of judgment, the divine light of judgment, the edicts of the word spirit. In this moment, the heavens have completely cast aside the calm and calculations of the heavenly emperor, transforming into a colossal mad god solely existing for destruction. He relinquishes all defenses, with 9 divine eyes fixated on Qingming and his companions, unleashing a relentless assault with the terrifying power of the perfected 12 heavens of primordial golden immortals. Faced with such ferocious attacks from the heavens, Qingming and his allies can only adopt a passive defense, awaiting the exhaustion of divine court's fortune. Yet, the desperate strikes of the perfected 12 heavens of primordial golden immortals are fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to annihilation. In mere moments, tragedies unfold in succession. The ancestor of Kunwu roars as he summons his life-bound divine mountain, only to disintegrate inch by inch beneath the resplendent light of the heavenly emperor's sword, his mountain shattered, his physical form pierced, and his spirit extinguished. The ancestor of the oversea conjures a torrent of weak waters in an attempt to obstruct the onslaught, yet is cleaved through by a bolt of divine judgment, reducing his very essence to ashes. The Lord of Shadows, utilizing his enigmatic shadow evasion techniques, barely preserves his life, but loses all combat capability. The ancestor of the 5 elements, surrounded by the 5 directions banner, struggles to maintain his existence as the cycle of the 5 elements continues, but due to insufficient cultivation, he is already at the end of his strength. At this critical juncture, Qingming intervenes. He cannot stand idly by as the heavens rampage through the primordial world. Chaos returns to the void. 10,000 paths are obliterated. Flash. Qingming's roar reverberates through the heavens as the sword domain of return to the void erupts. He forcibly connects and dominates the Dao domains of all the top powers present with his own sword domain. The boundless forces of Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, shadows, demonic paths, celestial paths, and the infinite laws of space converge under the dominion of the sword domain of return to the void, transforming into the sword of return to the void. With the will to bring all things to silence, to unravel all paths, and to return to primordial chaos. It strikes towards the heavenly emperor. Boom! An indescribable collision. The power of the void clashes violently against the burning divine power, annihilating all in its wake. The heavenly emperor bellows in rage, his divine status radiating with blinding brilliance, even willing to ignite his own immortal soul essence. Yet, the sword path of return to the void extinguishes all laws. That sword of return to the void seems to transform into a world-destroying, grinding wheel, impervious to the resistance of divine laws, slowly yet inexorably erasing the last vestiges of the heavenly emperor's power. I refuse to accept the eternity of the divine path. Bang! In the final moment, the heavens choose self-destruction, the ultimate self-detonation of a perfected 12 heavens of primordial golden immortals, the closest to the realm of the primordial great Luo. A terrifying energy surges forth. At its core, a chaotic singularity capable of annihilating all comes into existence. The ancestor of Yangmei, with hair wildly dancing, eyes bulging with rage. The laws of space are pushed to their limits. Countless layers of spatial barriers and dimensional fractures instantaneously overlapping, attempting to block the world-destroying shockwave. Qingming swiftly summons the primordial umbrella of heaven and the Qiankuan cauldron, these two innate treasures forming a solid barrier to shield against the impending doom. The auspicious clouds of the Tao ancestor Hongjun expand in an instant, their auspicious energy transforming into a tangible barrier. The Taiji diagram of the ancestor of Yin and Yang morphs into a grinding disk of Yin and Yang to envelop them. However, the ultimate self-detonation of the perfected primordial golden immortal is not to be trifled with. The spatial barriers constructed by Yangmei shatter like fragile glass, layer upon layer collapsing. The canopy of the primordial umbrella is torn open with a massive gash, and the Qiankuan cauldron wails and tremors, its radiance dimming rapidly. The heavens roiled with tumultuous clouds, as the auspicious energy was violently torn apart by chaotic forces, leading to its obliteration. The yin-yang grinding disk, transformed from the Taiji diagram, teetered on the brink of destruction. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, engulfing all in its path. The already gravely wounded Lord of Shadows could not even emit a cry. The protective divine light surrounding him shattered in an instant, and both his corporeal form and primordial spirit were vaporized, reduced to ash. Even the venerable ancestor of the five elements, despite deploying the innate five elements grand array with the five directions flags, found himself near the epicenter of the explosion. The ferocity of the unleashed energy sent the five flags careening into the void. Bereft of his treasured protection, the ancestor's Tao body melted away like ice beneath the scorching sun, leaving behind only a long, mournful sigh as his essence perished on the spot. When the cataclysmic energy, capable of annihilating galaxies, finally began to dissipate, the once prosperous and central region of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain in the primordial battlefield had been irrevocably transformed into a scene of chaotic desolation. Countless miles of territory lay flattened, mountains erased, the earth fissured into unfathomable chasms, and the very fabric of space lay in disarray, with fire, wind, and water tumultuously surging. Life, it had long since vanished. At the heart of this devastation, a colossal black hole, devouring all light and energy, slowly rotated, emanating a terrifying gravitational pull that seemed poised to consume the shattered world entirely. Suddenly, two beams of white light shot forth from the black hole, unnoticed, piercing the foreheads of Hongjun and Luo Ho. The celestial being, who once sought to dominate the primordial realm through divine authority and replace the heavenly Tao, had finally fallen. In the instant of his demise, the laws of heaven and earth across the central, southern, and northern regions unraveled like invisible shackles, beginning to surge violently and resonate. An immense, ancient yet rejuvenating will quietly awakened, re-enveloping this expanse of existence. Under the influence of this will, the very essence of the cosmos surged forth, the fragmented void began to slowly mend, collapsed mountains rose anew, and the tumultuous fires and waters gradually calmed. In the aftermath of this battle, only 6 powerful beings remained in the realm of the primordial golden immortal: Qingming, Yangmei, Luo Ho, Hongjun, Yin Yang, and the distant ancestor of Kuan, who had not participated in this conflict. At the edge of the battlefield, Hongjun and Luo Ho stood like statues, their minds completely consumed by the half-fragment of a jade disk that had suddenly emerged in their consciousness, swirling with boundless mysteries. Deep within Hongjun's celestial clouds, the half-disk radiated with a gentle light, as 3,000 Tao runes pulsed within, illustrating the profound truths of heaven and earth. In the depths of Luo Ho's demonic gaze, the other half of the disk flickered with an eerie glow, tracing the enigmatic patterns of the 9 nether demons, revealing the truths of destruction and rebirth. The secrets regarding the heavenly Tao hidden within the jade disk fragments stirred tumultuous waves within their hearts. Chapter 88. A new era. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, millions of years had passed. The once ravaged battlefield of the primordial central region, a mere wasteland of shattered Tao, began to breathe anew under the silent nurturing of the cosmic essence and the mending of time. Since the demise of the divine court, subtle transformations have unfurled across the cosmos. Some cultivators, while transcending their realms, sensed an imperceptible shackle enveloping the heavens and earth. Beings, in their contemplation of the laws, discovered an ineffable divergence in their operation. Over countless eons, innumerable new races have been birthed and thrived within the primordial world. The once mighty divine court, alongside the enigmatic Xian Dao alliance and the inscrutable demon domain, has now faded into the annals of ancient legends. As for the divine realm that embodied the authority of the divine path and signified the supreme existence of the divine court, it has been utterly obliterated by an unseen hand, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. It has long been sealed away by the combined might of the 4 primordial golden immortals, Hongjun, Yangmei, Luo Ho, and Qingming, with Yangmei employing unparalleled spatial grand magic to banish it into the depths of the chaotic temporal currents. This is the fundamental reason why, in the final battle, the heavens could neither sense nor summon the powers of the divine realm. A new era slowly unfolds. The dragon race, capable of summoning winds and rains, the phoenix race, reborn from flames, and the Qilin race, stewards of the earth, begin to emerge, vibrant upon the vast expanses of the primordial land. Deep within the eastern sea, the floating immortal island of Fuyao drifts amidst swirling mists. At the summit of the island's central mountain, within the Palace of Inquisition, Qingming sits cross-legged upon a cloud bed, surrounded by the essence of the Tao, appearing as one with the universe. Below him, the 3 Taoist disciples, Qingyan, Jinghuan, and Xianji, sit in succession, their breaths harmonized, having attained the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Behind them, the formidable steed Kidola, with a fearsome visage yet a tranquil aura, and the island guardian beast, the fire-red Zhuyan Wang, resembling a small mountain, keep vigil. Qingming's profound gaze sweeps over the assembly, his voice calm, yet imbued with the power to penetrate the ages, resonating through the vastness of the palace. You have all reached the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, a stage where understanding the principles of heaven and earth is paramount. Merely remaining in seclusion, crafting your own path, will yield little progress. Today, I have summoned you to inquire whether you harbor a desire to venture beyond the island for training. Upon hearing this, an uncontrollable fervor ignited in the eyes of Qing Yin and his companions. Since their awakening to sentience, they have been immersed in cultivation upon this immortal isle. Having attained the great Luo realm without ever leaving its confines, possessing scant knowledge of the outside world, the prospect of embarking on a journey beyond the island instilled in them a palpable eagerness. At this moment, Kadola's deep, thunderous voice resonated first, filled with utmost respect. Master, in years past, I traversed the primordial realm alongside you. This time, I shall not depart. I wish to remain on the island, delving into the understanding of the heavenly principles, aspiring to condense the Tao flower at the earliest opportunity. Qingming nodded slightly. Since the last enlightenment, this extraordinary beast has indeed stabilized its Tao heart, diligently cultivating, and is now on the verge of condensing the flower of the Tao. Following this, Zhu Yin Wang chimed in with a voice like a great bell. Master, I too shall remain. This immortal island's gate must be guarded by me. Seeing Kidola and Zhu Yin Wang express their intentions to stay, Qing Yin and his companions were about to speak when Qingming gently waved his hand, an invisible essence of the Tao passing over them, silencing their words. With a penetrating gaze, he surveyed the trio and spoke slowly. I understand your yearning. Yet, The vastness of the primordial realm is not merely magnificent, it also conceals endless perils. This journey beyond the island is not merely for exploration. It is intended to immerse you in trials and tribulations, allowing you to discern your path through the crucible of life and death, with the hope of transcending to a higher realm. The voice of Qing Ming resonated with an undeniable authority. As you step into the primordial chaos, the fates are uncertain. Today, I shall bestow upon you a treasure for your protection against the unforeseen. As his words faded, Qing Ming's robe sleeves fluttered lightly. In an instant, an indescribably resplendent light erupted from his sleeve. The brilliance was so profound, akin to the first ray of dawn at the creation of the world, illuminating the entire palace of inquiry. As the radiance receded, a divine sword was seen quietly suspended in the void. The sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches, its entire body swirling with profound and arcane runes of the Tao, exuding an aura sharp enough to sever all things and obliterate all laws. Qing Yan, the eldest disciple, was the first to receive Qing Ming's gaze, calm and clear-eyed as a spring. His voice, gentle yet filled with expectation, conveyed, "Your temperament is steady, your mind is clear, and your heart is attuned to the sword. You are innately close to the Tao." This sword is named Jingzhe. With a light touch of his fingertip, the divine sword emitted a melodious chime, its blade quivering slightly, aimed directly at Qing Yan. As the eldest brother, you must serve as a model for your junior brothers and sisters, providing comprehensive protection. This sword was originally the Kunwu sword, a treasured artifact born alongside the ancestor Kunwu, ranking among the finest innate spiritual treasures. Alas, during the final battle of the Divine Court, its essence was wounded, and its power greatly diminished. By employing the profound mysteries of the Qiankuan cauldron, I have returned it to its origins, merging it with chaotic gold, reforging its form and refining its spirit, thus creating this Jingzhe sword. Though it may not possess the might of its former self, it has nonetheless achieved the pinnacle of superior innate spiritual treasures. As Qing Ming's words concluded, the Jingzhe sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, trembling lightly as it emitted a clear, resonant sound, before slowly floating toward Qing Yan. Observing this, Qing Yan's expression turned solemn as he respectfully accepted the divine sword with both hands. He promptly knelt, offering a deep bow to Qing Ming, his voice resolute. "I, Qing Yan, express my profound gratitude for your bestowed treasure. I shall diligently heed your teachings, tirelessly cultivate my skills, and safeguard my junior brothers and sisters, living up to your high expectations." Having spoken, he reverently stored the Jingzhe sword within his primordial spirit for nurturing and retreated to one side, his aura sharpened and refined by the sword's presence. Witnessing this scene, Jing Huan and Xuanji's eyes sparkled with heightened anticipation. While Kidora and King Zhu Yan looked on in awe, Qing Ming's gaze shifted towards Jing Huan. This second disciple, transformed from the ethereal deer of the pure world, exuded a temperament of gentle serenity, with a natural aura of purification surrounding him, while crystalline deer antlers atop his head flickered with the luminous radiance of the divine thunder of the pure world. With his palm raised, Qing Ming summoned forth a radiant, immaculate light, seemingly capable of washing away all impurities and dust from the world. At the heart of this brilliance, a 12-layered lotus platform gradually emerged. The lotus platform, sculpted from flawless jade, was translucent and resplendent. Each petal shimmered with a gentle glow akin to moonlight, while at its core, a strand of primordial purity, existing since the dawn of creation, spiraled gracefully, emanating a powerful force of purification that calmed the soul, bringing clarity and a return to the essence of all things. The moment the lotus platform appeared, the residual chaotic energies within the Palace of Inquiry were instantly swept away, leaving the air as refreshing as after a rainstorm. Jinghuan. Qing Ming's voice flowed like a clear spring, gentle yet solemn. Your heart is tranquil, attuned to nature, and you hold dominion over the essence of purification. I bestow upon you this 12-petaled pure world white lotus. With a gentle gesture, the pure world white lotus transformed into a sacred stream of light, carrying an enchanting fragrance that invigorated the soul and resonated with the essence of Tao, soaring towards the pure horizon. This lotus, intrinsically linked to your origin, is a natural protector, impervious to all malevolence and immune to all forms of defilement. Through diligent cultivation, it can aid in clarifying your Tao heart and comprehending the true essence of purification, In times of conflict, it serves as a priceless safeguard, unyielding as long as the lotus pedestal remains intact, untouched by calamity. Chapter 89. On the changes of heaven and earth, the pure world white lotus gracefully descended into Jinghuan's hands. The lotus pedestal felt warm and nurturing, and a vast, pure power, perfectly harmonizing with his innate strength, instantly surged through his body, as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought, causing his aura to expand and the divine runes upon his antlers to glow more brightly. Jinghuan could not conceal the overwhelming joy and gratitude swelling within him. He immediately knelt, bowing his forehead to the ground, his voice imbued with profound reverence and appreciation. "Thank you, esteemed master, for your generous bestowal. I shall not disappoint your high expectations, and I will diligently practice and strive to repay your enlightening grace." Lastly, Qingming's gaze fell upon Xuanji. This third disciple carried an innate sharpness in her demeanor, her gaze unwavering like cold stars, and an aura of fierce determination emanated from her. A subtle smile graced Qingming's lips as he waved his sleeve once more. Buzz, a chilling wave, capable of freezing souls, suddenly enveloped the space. A divine banner, towering at 9 feet and 9 inches, tore through the fabric of reality and stood aloft in the void. The banner's pole appeared as if forged from eons of profound ice, its surface absorbing all light like an abyss, yet countless ethereal blue ice crystal runes danced upon it, radiating a terrifying chill that could freeze time and bind the soul. The temperature within the Dao Palace plummeted. Xuanji, Qingming's voice, resonant like the clash of metal, bore an air of cold authority yet carried a hint of admiration. "Your spirit is resolute, your Dao heart fiercely competitive, and your decisiveness in battle is commendable. This Xianin forbidden divine banner is bestowed upon you." With a flick of his finger, the banner transformed into an icy blue light that froze all in its path. Instantly appearing before Xuanji, the bone-chilling cold nearly extinguishing her protective divine light. This banner is forged from the essence of the Yin, integrating various primordial spiritual materials such as the 9 heavens' profound ice and the 9 hells' cold soul, tempered meticulously within the cauldron of heaven and earth. Its power is unparalleled, rivaling any premier innate spiritual treasure. Wielding this banner allows one to confine the primordial spirit, seal the true spirit, freeze time and space, transforming vast expanses into eternal frost-bound realms. In your hands, it shall wield the might to freeze the universe and silence all spirits. I hope you will make good use of this treasure to protect your path and yourself. Xuanji's eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance. She sensed the terrifying power contained within the banner, perfectly resonating with her own battle spirit, a surge of valor and combat fervor rushing forth. Stepping forward, she disregarded the biting cold, firmly grasping the icy pole with both hands. The moment she took hold, a chilling force intertwined with her bloodline surged into her body, merging seamlessly with her own fierce energy and the essence of Yin. She knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully, her voice ringing with the clarity of steel. "Disciple Xuanji expresses her heartfelt gratitude for your generous endowment, esteemed master. I shall exert every effort and never tarnish your esteemed name." Qingming sat upon his cloud bed, observing his 3 disciples, each imbued with distinct vigor and radiant spirits after receiving their treasures. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered across his profound gaze. "You have all received your treasures. During this journey of training beyond the island, remember my teachings well. In the perilous world of the primordial realm, only through unwavering unity can one secure an invulnerable position." The disciples dutifully heed their master's command. The 3 of them, Qing Yin, responded in unison, their voices resonant and powerful, echoing throughout the Palace of Inquiry. As the 3 beams of escape light vanished beyond the horizon of the ascending island, the space above the island rippled silently like water. A figure clad in an ancient, simple azure robe stepped forth with an air of tranquility. It was the space demon god, ancestor Yang Mei. Within the Palace of Inquiry, Qingming and Yang Mei sat facing each other. Qingming lightly waved his robe sleeve, and a jug of celestial brew appeared silently upon the jade table. The lid remained unopened, yet a crisp and rich fragrance, penetrating to the very essence of one's spirit, began to permeate the air. It was the celestial yuan enlightenment wine. Yang Mei lifted the cup, taking a gentle sip. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he set down the jade cup, turning his gaze towards Qingming. his expression turning solemn. My friend Qing Ming, he began, with the fall of the divine court and the celestial path looming above. Do you sense any changes in the world? Qing Ming's demeanor remained tranquil as he lightly tapped the jade table with his fingertips. Changes? Merely an additional pair of eyes now hovers above all beings, recording events and weaving destinies, he replied. Yang Mei raised an eyebrow, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Eyes. Indeed, Qing Ming said, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. What do you think this heavenly mechanism of divination is? Those of profound cultivation can use it to glean insights into the universe's affairs, tracing causes to their effects. If this is not the eye of the celestial path monitoring the beings of the primordial world, then what could it be? Upon hearing this, Yang Mei clapped his hands in laughter. Indeed, my friend, your words are pearls of wisdom, effortlessly unveiling the mysteries of the celestial. As his laughter faded, he inquired again. Then, does this mean that the celestial path has manifested solely to record heavenly secrets, with no other implications? I find this tranquility somewhat unsettling. Qing Ming slowly shook his head, his deep-set eyes seemingly reflecting the trajectory of the celestial path's operation. The time has not yet come, although the celestial path has re-emerged. Enveloping the southern and northern realms, it first endured the chaos of divine demons and the tumultuous era of the celestial path. Its essence has been damaged and has fallen into slumber. How could it exert influence over the primordial world now? Yang Mei, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative and nodded slowly. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. He then shifted the topic, asking, I noticed that the young disciples of Qing Yen are absent from the island. Have they gone out to hone their skills? Qing Ming nodded, a note of satisfaction in his tone. Indeed, they have all attained the Tao of the Great Luo. The path is long and arduous, and they must ultimately measure the primordial world with their own steps. Only through trials can they discover their true selves. Yang Mei praised him, but then his tone took on a weighty note. However, the disciples under your guidance possess exceptional roots and fortunes. Yet, with the celestial path's emergence, they must strive to break through to the primordial golden immortal stage as soon as possible. Qing Ming's expression turned serious as he nodded. Indeed, I have divined the heavenly mechanism and glimpsed a thread of the future. By the end of this era, if they cannot break through to the primordial golden immortal stage, the world may undergo significant upheaval. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Yang Mei's eyes as he pressed further. Have you perhaps calculated something? Qing Ming's gaze grew distant, as if he pierced through the palace of inquiry and beheld the cataclysmic final battle of the divine court. Cultivators comprehend the laws and wield the might of heaven and earth, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, shattering stars with a mere thought. If left unchecked, this would pose a grave threat to the primordial realm. The calamities wrought by fierce beasts and the tribulations of the divine court have already shattered the primordial world as evidence. Although the celestial path endeavors to mend the wounds of the world with merit, such merit must also consume the essence of the earth and heaven as its price. Yang Mei, a person of remarkable insight, suddenly comprehended the intention of his companion. The heavenly way seeks to uphold itself and stabilize the cosmos, inevitably imposing restrictions on sentient beings' understanding and mastery of the laws of the universe. This is a foregone conclusion. With unwavering conviction, Qing Ming stated, I foresee that in the future, the heavenly way may obscure all the principles governing the universe, rendering the pursuit of the great path for future beings akin to gazing through a fog, fraught with difficulty. Perhaps this will give rise to a new cultivation path that harmonizes with the transformed world, one with diminished destructive power. Yang Mei furrowed his brow and posed the most crucial question, in light of such a cosmic upheaval. Will it hinder our efforts to transcend into the realm of the primordial chaos? Qing Ming slowly shook his head, his eyes reflecting contemplation. This matter is shrouded in the chaos of heavenly secrets, and I, too, find it difficult to discern the complete picture. Perhaps a trial from the heavenly way will descend upon us. After all, to transcend the primordial chaos is to escape the confines of the cosmos, to traverse the void. We were born and raised within this realm, drawing upon its boundless spiritual essence to attain our current understanding. To completely transcend, how can we not repay the karmic debts of this world? The words karmic debts echoed in Yang Mei's mind, his expression complex, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. Without achieving the realm of the primordial chaos, one remains bound by the cosmos. Only by attaining this state can one truly enjoy the profound freedom and liberation. Chapter 90. The Emergence of the Multitude, the flame banner above the ground since the emergence of the heavenly way. A sense of urgency had begun to stir within Qing Ming. He understood that the time until Hong Jun attained sanctity and unity was drawing near. Shortly after Hong Jun's ascension, the primordial realm would usher in the era of saints, with the three pure ones, Niuhua, Jin, and Zhuanti attaining sanctity in succession, thereby irrevocably altering the landscape of the primordial realm. Upon his cloud bed, Qing Ming gazed at his fellow cultivator Yang Mei, observing that her cultivation had now ascended to the 9th layer of the primordial golden immortal. Since the battle in the divine court, he too had broken through a layer of shackles, reaching the 11th layer of the primordial golden immortal. Now just half a step away from the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal stage. He pondered inwardly. According to legends from past lives, Yang Mei had attained enlightenment several millennia before Hong Jun. Now, with my cultivation surpassing theirs, I cannot afford to lag behind. Qing Ming quietly set a modest goal for himself. Before the end of the Dragon Han calamity, I must break through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. He instinctively tightened his grip on the Wuxiang Guishu sword, its ancient body swirling with the dual energies of yin and yang, the radiance of the 5 elements flickering unpredictably, while temporal ripples danced along the blade's edge, as if nurturing something profound. This sword, nurtured by Qing Ming over countless eons through the Guishu sword path, had now reached the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. He sensed that the moment he breaks through to the realm of the primordial chaos would coincide with the day this sword transforms into an innate supreme treasure. Time flew like an arrow, the sun and moon weaving through the fabric of existence, and in the blink of an eye, the tranquil world of the primordial realm had passed through several decades of Yuan meetings. During this time, many renowned divine beast clans of later generations began to emerge: the White Tiger clan, Garuda clan, and Tianpeng clan from the western continent, the Xiangui clan, Bashi clan, and Pa Fu clan from the northern regions, the Huisu giant beast clan, Fengshi clan, Baizhe clan, and Pai Xiu clan from the central areas, and the Huodou clan, Chongming bird clan, Baifeng clan, and Qi Yin beast from the south, as well as the Sunfeng Tianxi clan, Nine-tailed fox clan, Bai clan, Kai Ming beast, and Lu Wu beast from the east. In addition, various aquatic races emerged from the boundless seas, including the Naga, the ancient whale tribe of the void, the moonlight merfolk, the soul-devouring demon sharks, the golden tortoise of the sea, and the Xuanjia crab spirits. Long before the calamity of ferocious beasts, the ancestral dragons, primordial phoenixes, and initial Qilins, who had traversed the primal wilderness and gathered strength, led the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans to officially manifest in the vast world. In the southern region of the wilderness, amidst the immortal volcanoes, geothermal energy surged, distorting the very fabric of reality. The Phoenix clan as Saintus, Feng Nishang, donned a resplendent robe of crimson gold, preparing to establish a temporary abode at the base of an outer volcano, striving to reach the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. However, as she summoned the essence of the geothermal flames, her brows furrowed in surprise. How could the fire essence here be even more refined and intense than that of our sacred mountain? Could there be some treasure? Intrigued, she followed the nearly boiling veins of fire energy, stealthily advancing towards the volcano's core. The deeper she ventured, the higher the temperature rose. Even an ordinary Tai golden immortal would likely be reduced to ashes. Finally, above the roiling sea of magma, she beheld the source of the strange phenomenon. A blood-red banner of flames floated silently. The flagpole was ancient, adorned with intricate cracks, as if it had endured cataclysmic impacts. Yet beneath the fissures, the overwhelming pressure of this treasure, capable of incinerating the 8 realms and commanding all flames, lay dormant like a slumbering ancient beast, sending shivers down her spine. The banner slowly rotated, resembling an endless vortex, voraciously consuming the spiritual essence of heaven and earth from all directions, transforming it into an extraordinarily pure primordial fire energy. The very source of the area's intense fire essence. What a precious treasure! Feng Nishang's beautiful eyes sparkled. Although she was unaware of the banner's origin, she instinctively recognized its extraordinary value. She activated the secret arts of the Phoenix clan, enveloped herself in a brilliant shield of phoenix flames, and reached out with her jade hand, intending to seize it. However, As she drew near, the crimson banner appeared to be provoked, suddenly unfurling. Surrounding it, the crimson and violet flames erupted violently, morphing into countless fierce roaring South Ming Li fire dragons, charged with a terrifying aura of annihilation, roaring and lunging towards her. The temperature soared far beyond her command of Li fire, and her protective divine light emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. This is bad. Feng Nishang's complexion paled as she swiftly retracted her hand, retreating with urgency. Despite her complete mastery of the golden immortal realm, she could not even approach. This treasure is beyond my reach. She decisively abandoned her breakthrough and, without regard for her own advancement, transmitted an urgent message through her bloodline's secret method to her mother, Chu Huang, far away at the sacred mountain. A moment later, a clear and resonant phoenix cry pierced the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence. A dazzling rainbow of light tore through the sky, arriving in an instant. As the light dissipated, the regal and majestic figure of Chu Huang emerged. Her gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over her somewhat disheveled daughter, her voice laced with concern and an undeniable authority. Nishang, what is the matter that prompts such urgency to summon me? Feng Nishang hurried forward, speaking rapidly. Mother, I have discovered a flag-shaped spiritual treasure deep within this volcano. Its power vast and unfathomable, and the geothermal essence it draws upon is incomparably pure. I simply cannot approach it to retrieve it. A flag-shaped spiritual treasure? Chu Huang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of intrigue passing through them. She spoke no further, taking her daughter by the hand as they stepped into the seething core of the volcano. When her gaze fell upon the fluttering crimson banner, exuding the flames that could incinerate the world, her pupils abruptly constricted to pinpoints. An ancient memory, buried deep within her bloodline, surged forth, and she gasped. The Lady Flame Light Banner. The Lady Flame Light Banner? Feng Nishang's heart trembled, and she quickly inquired, does Mother recognize this treasure? Chu Huang's expression turned grave as she slowly shook her head, her eyes seemingly piercing through time and space. Though I have never laid eyes upon it, I have heard its name. This is one of the 5 directions flags born at the dawn of creation, the primordial fire flag of the 5 elements. It was originally a supreme treasure of the ancestor of the 5 elements, possessing the unparalleled power to command the myriad fires of the primordial world and to overturn the very essence of the 5 elements. It is a true supreme innate spiritual treasure, the ancestor of the 5 elements artifact. Feng Nishang was even more astonished. How could it end up here? With a soft sigh, Chu Huang's eyes reflected a mixture of reminiscence and trepidation regarding that cataclysmic event. It was a terrifying calamity that swept across heaven and earth, claiming the lives of countless mighty beings. The ancestor of the 5 elements likely did not escape unscathed, perishing in that disaster. This flag must have been cast adrift after its fall, its essence wounded, nurtured by the endless years of the Earth's fiery veins, allowing it to resurface and gradually regain its might. Having spoken, Chu Huang gracefully advanced, ignoring the roaring, ravenous fire dragon, and made her way directly toward the Lady Flame Light Banner. Though she did not radiate a dazzling light, an aura emanating from the very source of heaven and earth, commanding all flames, naturally enveloped her. The fierce southern Ming flame, capable of incinerating golden immortals, stood before her like a subject before a sovereign. Its fierce blaze instantly turned docile and submissive, parting like the tide to reveal a clear path. Chu Huang extended her delicate finger, a drop of her primal essence mingling with the void, as she chanted an arcane incantation. The Lady Flame Light Banner trembled violently, its fabric swirling into a stream of crimson light, obediently landing in Chu Huang's palm. Chapter 91. By Feng Lishuan seeing her mother place such importance on this treasure, Feng Nishang felt increasingly certain of its extraordinary nature. With a playful glint in her eyes, she remarked, Mother, I discovered this treasure. You have gained such a tremendous benefit. How will you reward me? Chu Huang gazed at her charming daughter, her authoritative demeanor softening into a smile. Oh, and what reward do you desire? Feng Nishang blinked her large eyes, brimming with anticipation. Mother, once I conclude my seclusion, I will surely break through to the perfected golden immortal realm. After I achieve this, may I be allowed to travel through the primordial world to seek opportunities for advancing to the Tai golden immortal realm? Remaining on the holy mountain offers limited experiences. Chu Huang pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, Upon your breakthrough to the perfected golden immortal, I will permit you to journey forth. However, you must take Aunt Chiefing with you for safety." Upon hearing this, Feng Nishang's heart swelled with joy, and she eagerly agreed, having never intended to travel alone. After all, in the current primordial world, while the golden immortal realm is prevalent, the Tai golden immortal realm harbors formidable experts, and the Daluo golden immortal realm comprises the strongest beings of various races. As she herself had attained the perfected golden immortal realm, having Aunt Chiefing, a protector from the Tai golden immortal realm, would undoubtedly ensure a much safer journey. In the eastern domain of the primordial world, by the shores of the eastern sea, 3 streams of radiant light surged forth from the depths of the eastern sea, descending upon the vast and ancient earth, revealing Qin Yin, Jing Huan, and Xianji. Having departed from the immortal island of Fu Yao and traversed the boundless expanse of the eastern sea, they had journeyed for over 100,000 years. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of creatures, the formidable sea demons engaged in deep meditation, the rogue immortals occupying spirit islands, and the ferocious aberrations of the primordial wilderness. Yet, even the mightiest among them was but a mere Tai golden immortal, and before the 3, who possessed treasured artifacts and solid foundations as great Luo golden immortals, they either retreated, fled, or met their demise due to their own folly. Upon stepping onto the eastern domain continent and feeling the rich aura of heaven and earth, along with the profound resonance of the laws, the 3 were invigorated. After a brief respite, Xianji, clad in black and exuding a sharp brilliance from her brow, suddenly spoke, "Senior brother, second senior brother, the beings we have encountered outside the island are, to us, but mere trifles. Our primary purpose in leaving the island is to seek enlightenment. In this vast primordial wilderness, we must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth that resonate with our own, condense the ultimate Tao flower, and inquire into higher realms." She paused, her eyes shimmering with an eager, star-like light. "However, the Tao is vast and multifaceted, each path unique. The sword path, the path of purification, the path of thunder that you both pursued diverges from my own exploration of the paths of the sun and moon. If we remain together, we may inadvertently hinder one another's progress. It would be wiser to part ways and seek our own fortunes. What do you think?" Upon hearing Xianji's words, her face beamed with excitement, her bright eyes fixed intently on Qin Yin and Jing Huan, glimmering with anticipation. Qin Yin, bearing the sword box of awakening, possessed a serene demeanor akin to the depths of a tranquil abyss. He discerned the subtle intentions behind Xianji's words and thoroughly agreed. The path of cultivation is ultimately a personal quest, and forcing companionship could indeed lead to interference. He cast a glance at Jing Huan, calm, and Xianji, eager, and with a slight nod, he spoke clearly. "Xianji's suggestion holds merit. Parting ways would allow us to concentrate more deeply on our individual paths. However, the primordial wilderness is fraught with dangers unlike those of the eastern sea." His tone grew solemn. "Let us first explore the eastern domain and familiarize ourselves with the prevailing forces before deciding whether to separate. Does that sound acceptable?" Xianji, upon hearing his words, smiled radiantly, blooming like an ice lotus. "Very well. I shall heed senior brother's counsel. Let us venture to Kunlun Mountain. As the ancients have said, Kunlun is the progenitor of all mountains, one of the sources of the primordial veins, suffused with unparalleled spiritual energy and countless opportunities. We shall first go to Kunlun Mountain and see if we may find our fortunes there." Qin Yin nodded in agreement. "Agreed." Jing Huan also gave a slight nod, indicating his consent. With their plans established, the trio exchanged no further words, tearing through the clouds and racing toward the legendary and majestic Kunlun Mountain, shrouded in mist. The spine of the primordial world. In the vicinity of the undying volcanoes in the southern continent of the primordial world, the seething magma churned at the volcanic mouth, the scent of sulfur permeating the air, as if the very atmosphere were ablaze. Qi Huang, adorned in a robe of colorful clouds and wielding the flame-light banner, stood radiant, the flames upon the flag swirling with the boundless power of fire laws. Beside her stood a fair maiden, her daughter Feng Enai Chong, embodying grace and beauty. "Mother, the flame of the earthly fire banner is indeed wondrous. The phoenix fire within me has never been so vibrant and pure. The pinnacle of the golden immortal realm is now within reach." Her eyes shimmered with resplendent crimson golden flames. Chu Huang smiled gently, her gaze soft, This earthly fire banner is one that resonates with the essence of our clan among the 5 elemental banners. To acquire it today is truly a blessing from the heavens for our people. She looked skyward, a hint of profundity flashing in her eyes. Let us depart. This place is not suited for prolonged stay. Upon our return to the clan, I shall use this banner to assist you in breaking through to the golden, immortal realm. As her words faded, a burst of multicolored radiance surged forth, enveloping Feng Nishang, and in an instant, they vanished into the horizon. Moments later, the sky was suddenly pierced by a streak of crimson light, and a middle-aged Taoist clad in a scarlet robe descended through the flames. The Taoist was surrounded by an aura of terrifying might, exuding a fierce and fiery aura, unmistakably the ancestor of the Bibong clan, Lin Xiao. The Bibong are a fire race born from primordial fire essence, resembling a mystical crane, yet possessing a single leg. Their bodies are adorned with flowing azure and blue feathers, and the edges of their wings bear the imprints of profound red destructive runes. With a mere opening and closing of their white beak, they can unleash the devastating 9-fold Li fire. Their mastery of fire is on par with that of the Phoenix clan. Lin Xiao hovered in the air, exuding an unyielding authority without a trace of anger in his demeanor. His gaze, piercing like a torch, fixated on the volcano beneath him. Yet an inexplicable restlessness gnawed at his heart, as if some greater truth was warning him. There must be an opportunity for me here, he murmured softly. His scarlet robe fluttered without wind, and his form transformed into a streak of fire, plunging straight into the volcanic mouth. As he descended into the depths of the magma, Lin Xian's expression grew increasingly somber. Upon reaching the lowest lava cave of the volcano, the empty sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. How could this be? His deep voice echoed within the cave, and his fingertips trembled slightly as a strand of his true fire flickered in his palm. Days prior, while in seclusion contemplating the great way of fire, he had distinctly sensed that a treasure, aligned with his destiny, was about to emerge here. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and the flames within a 100-foot radius converged towards him. With his hands forming profound seals, countless fire-related runes appeared around him, weaving a blurred tapestry of celestial secrets in the void. Within the image, a woman in plain garments stood alongside a regal lady. Before them, a blood-red banner fluttered, with the runes of Southern Ming Li fire swirling incessantly upon its surface, the overwhelming power of fire laws palpable even through the image. The Southern Earthly Fire Banner. Lin Xian's eyes widened in fury, and flames erupted around him, illuminating the entire volcano as if it were daylight. He fixated on the noble woman in the image. Chu Huang of the Phoenix clan. The Bibong and the Phoenix, both fire races, were no strangers to conflict. What a remarkable Chu Huang! Lin Xiao laughed in rage, his voice laced with murderous intent that caused the surrounding lava to freeze in anticipation. To seize opportunities is to sever the path of others. Today's enmity shall be repaid in blood by your Phoenix clan. With a wave of his sleeve, the flames transformed into a colossal shadow of the Bibong. And with a roar that echoed to the heavens, the entire volcano collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 92. Each with their own schemes. Lin Xiao was consumed by rage. Yet his hatred did not cloud his reason. He was acutely aware that although the Beifong clan was formidable, attempting to challenge the Phoenix clan, who resided in the immortal volcano and were protected by 2 great Luo golden immortals, Yuan Feng and Chu Huang, would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The Phoenix clan occupied the sacred ground of fire cultivation, the immortal volcano, boasting profound heritage and enduring fortune, making them a force not to be trifled with. With merely the strength of his own clan, it was futile to achieve great deeds. Lin Xiao stood in the void, his crimson eyes shimmering with cold light. His mind raced as he swiftly identified 2 other powerful fire-based divine beast clans on the southern continent that harbored ambitions for the immortal volcano and held long-standing grievances with the Phoenix clan, the Zhuoming bird and the Huodou. The Zhuoming bird clan possessed dual eyes capable of manipulating the ethereal flames, creating illusions that could confuse the mind. The Huodou clan, on the other hand, was born to devour countless fires, fierce and savage, feasting on flames. Both clans had long coveted the seemingly inexhaustible pure fire essence of the immortal volcano. If he could rally these 2 forces and combine the might of the 3 clans, perhaps he could reclaim the Li Di Yin Guang banner that rightfully belonged to him. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. No longer hesitating, He transformed into a streak of red brilliance that tore through the sky, accompanied by a fierce wind and a menacing aura, heading straight for the Zhuoming bird clan's domain, the Red Flame Valley. Hovering above the rolling fire clouds in Red Flame Valley, Lin Xiao unfurled his expansive azure-green wings, resembling a curtain draping from the heavens, the edges flickering with eternal, unquenchable destructive flames. I, Lin Xiao of the Beifong clan, have come to pay my respects to you, my friend Ling Yuan. His voice resonated like a great bell, infused with the power of the great Luo Golden Immortal, echoing throughout the valley. Moments later, a hearty laughter emerged from within the valley. Ha! My friend Lin Xiao has traveled from afar. What brings you here? As the laughter faded, a brilliant golden flame shot skyward, landing atop the highest peak of the valley. A cliff of red crystals seemingly forged by divine flames. As the golden radiance dissipated, a strikingly handsome man draped in a resplendent golden feather cloak appeared. His features were striking, but his dual eyes held an extraordinary depth, as if they concealed two flickering fires of illusion. He was Ling Yuan, the leader of the Zhuoming bird clan. His aura was harmonious, subtly intertwined with the myriad flames of the valley, revealing that he had also attained the realm of great Luo Golden Immortal. Lin Xiao retracted his wings and descended, his crimson robe remaining undisturbed amidst the heat waves. Clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, Ling Yuan, your grace surpasses that of your. I have come from afar. Might you offer a cup of tea? Ling Yuan maintained his warm smile, yet a subtle glimmer of sharpness flickered in the depths of his dual eyes. You jest, my friend. Please, do come in. With a flourish of his sleeve, the tumultuous flames before them parted as if guided by an invisible hand, revealing a path leading to the heart of the valley's molten lake, where the Temple of Fire resided. In the core of Red Flame Valley, the Heart of Flame Temple stood, meticulously crafted from the purest crimson fire crystals, suspended above the bubbling lake of magma. Lin Xiao and Ling Yuan took their seats on two red jade platforms. The warmth of Ling Yuan's earlier smile gradually fading as he fixed his keen gaze upon Lin Xiao, imbued with an air of scrutiny. My friend Lin Xiao does not visit without purpose. What brings you here directly? Pray, speak candidly. Lin Xiao's crimson eyes, deep as an abyss, met Ling Yuan's gaze. His voice was low and direct, a matter of great significance. I wonder, does my friend Ling Yuan still harbor thoughts regarding the ownership of the immortal volcano? In the depths of Ling Yuan's double pupils, a flicker of illusory fire flashed before tranquility returned. He lifted a cup of tea, infused with the essence of the earth's core flames, and took a delicate sip, remarking softly, "The undying volcano is one of the primordial sources of fire veins, a sacred place where all flames converge. However, the Phoenix clan occupies this land, and both Yuan Feng and Chu Huang are formidable opponents. Even if I were intrigued, what could be done?" Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a hint of probing. What if our two clans joined forces? Ling Yuan set down the cup of fire essence, pondering for a moment before gently shaking his head. Lin Xiao, my friend, it is not my intention to bolster others' might. Even if our two clans were to unite against the Phoenix clan, the odds of victory would be a mere 50-50. The best outcome would result in mutual destruction. Lin Xiao had anticipated this, leaning slightly forward, his crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity. What if we were to include the Huodo clan led by Jinya? Jinya? Ling Yuan's brow subtly furrowed. Does that old fellow dare? Lin Xiao smiled faintly, his voice imbued with conviction. He will agree. Not long ago, the Huodo clan discovered a high-quality fire vein. Unfortunately, the Phoenix clan also laid claim to it, leading to a conflict where the Huodo clan was driven away by Chu Huang. Jinya is currently in a foul mood. After a moment of silence, he absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the crimson crystal platform and slowly spoke. If the three of us join forces, there may be a chance. However, how would we distribute the treasures amassed from the undying volcano and the Phoenix clan? Lin Xiao had already prepared his response. Speaking decisively, the undying volcano is a sanctuary of fire. It cannot be monopolized by a single clan. Once our endeavor succeeds, it shall be governed collectively by myself, the Zhuoming bird, and the Huodo clan led by Jinya. As for the other spoils, he paused deliberately, fixing his fiery gaze on Ling Yuan. I desire only one item. That would be the Lady Flame Light Banner, which Chu Huang recently seized from me. The Lady Flame Light Banner. Ling Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. As a fire lineage, he was well aware of the significance of such a treasure. Lin Xiao nodded, his expression composed. Indeed, Some time ago, I delved into the profundities of the path of fire and, inspired, discovered the Lidi flame light banner on the outskirts of the undying volcano, only to have it forcibly taken by Chu Wang. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan's dual pupils shimmered, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded Li Xuan. My dear friend, the Lidi flame light banner is a treasure of the fire lineage. It's worth surpassing that of many other artifacts of the Phoenix clan. Even the Yuanfeng's Lixiang spear or Chu Huang's Qi Huang burning will cannot compare. Li Xuan's countenance remained calm, yet a subtle tension gripped his heart. The Phoenix clan has accumulated far more than just 2 treasures over countless ages. Ling Yuan shook his head, declaring, not sufficient. Once our task is complete, I require the Lidi flame light banner for 3,000 years of contemplation. Li Xuan's fiery eyes widened in shock. 3,000 years. Ling Yuan's appetite was indeed insatiable. However, should Ling Yuan glean any insights leading to a breakthrough in cultivation during those years, it could spell disaster. Yet, if he refused, the alliance might shatter instantly. Weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he finally nodded. Very well, but you must swear an oath of the Great Way. Ling Yuan's expression shifted slightly before he replied. What do you mean by that? Li Xuan clarified. It is not a matter of distrust, but to ensure the stability of our alliance. For when facing the Phoenix clan, if we cannot cooperate wholeheartedly, it would be like drawing water with a basket. The grand hall fell into a momentary silence, and then a warm smile once again adorned Ling Yuan's face, as if the recent sharp exchanges had never occurred. Very well, then, let us not delay. Li Xian, my friend, we shall set off immediately to confer with Jinya regarding this matter. The two exchanged knowing glances, a flicker of successful scheming evident in their eyes. They then transformed into 2 streaks of light, hurtling towards the territory of the Huido clan. Chapter 93. The treasure flag warning outside the Scarlet Flame Valley. The burning wind howled, distorting the air with waves of heat. Li Xian and Ling Yuan became 2 dazzling meteors that tore through the fiery clouds. Laden with conspiracy and fervor, swiftly traversing the vast expanse of the fire domain and arriving at the lair of the Huido clan, the devouring flame abyss. This place was a manifestation of a primordial inferno. At the bottom of the boundless chasm, flames surged like an ocean, and magma roiled as if it were a veritable hell. Countless grotesque figures, covered in dark scales, swarmed like shadows of demons, greedily devouring and tearing at the sea of fire. The moment they set foot in this abyss of consuming flames, a wave of brutal and malevolent intent swept over them like a tangible force. Who dares to trespass upon the territory of the Huido clan? A low, thunderous roar resonated, imbued with bloodlust and gluttonous desire, erupting from the depths of the fiery sea, capable of shattering souls. Boom! A terrifying shadow, composed entirely of concentrated destructive flames, erupted from the inferno like a demon breaking free from its prison, soaring into the sky. The flames exploded, revealing a colossal figure that loomed like a mountain. He was covered in black scales, his visage fierce, with eyes as red as 2 blood moons sinking into the abyss, and fangs interlocked, glimmering with the chilling light capable of rending divine iron. None other than Jinya, the leader of the Huido clan. Jinya's blood moonlight gaze swept over Li Xian and Ling Yuan, and his ferocity diminished slightly. Oh, it is Li Xian of Baifeng and Ling Yuan of Chongming. A rare visit indeed to my devouring flame abyss. What brings you here? Li Xian, with eyes as deep as the abyss, disregarded the oppressive ferocity and stepped forward. His crimson robe billowed in the burning wind as he clasped his hands and said, Jinya, my friend, it has been too long. Today, I come not for idle pleasantries, but with a significant business matter that concerns the rise and fall of our 3 clans, and one that could alleviate the resentment in your heart. Jinya's brow furrowed, his voice cold. What matter? A glint of cold light flickered in Li Xian's crimson eyes, and he remained unfazed by Jinya's demeanor, slowly stating, Might I inquire if you have any interest in the immortal Fire Mountain? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Jinya's eyes, and anger surged within him. His voice, low and laced with suppressed fury, responded, Humph. Have you 2 perhaps received some news? Come here to amuse yourselves at my expense? Ling Yuan laughed heartily and said, You misunderstand, Jinya. What you do not know is that Li Xian has had a similar encounter. A precious treasure was seized by the Phoenix clan, and he seeks to unite with us to confront them. Li Xian nodded, adding, Indeed, Jinya, The Phoenix clan is far too tyrannical, truly oppressive. Why not let our 3 clans join forces to plot against the immortal Fire Mountain? If we succeed, we can not only avenge ourselves, but also seize the treasures and sacred lands of the Phoenix clan. At this, a flicker of greed crossed Jin Ya's eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He spoke in a deep voice. An alliance is possible, but how shall we divide the spoils? Li Xian was well prepared. His demeanor calm as he spoke in a deep voice. The undying volcano shall be divided among our 3 families. As for the other treasures, I have reached an agreement with my friend Ling Yuan. I shall only claim my own treasure, and you may share the remaining artifacts with Ling Yuan. Upon hearing this, Jun Ye's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. Only 1 item? He pondered this carefully. Li Xian's generosity undoubtedly held deeper significance. He then turned to glance at Ling Yuan, his gaze filled with scrutiny. He knew that Ling Yuan was cunning and would never suffer a loss easily. Ling Yuan, maintaining a composed expression, nodded slightly and replied calmly. What Li Xian has stated is indeed true. I have consented to this arrangement. Junya exhaled 2 jets of scorching white vapor from his enormous nostrils, his doubts not entirely assuaged. Yet Li Xian's declaration of claiming but 1 item, along with Ling Yuan's affirmation, ignited the flames of greed within him. Fueled by the allure of the Phoenix tribe's supreme treasures, the Plow Sky Spear and the blazing Phoenix Wheel. Excellent! Junya roared, his voice shattering the void, causing the sea of flames beneath him to boil and erupt. This deal I shall accept. I will personally pluck each of those colorful feathers from the Phoenix and use them as fuel. His blood-red eyes shimmered with a blend of cruelty and ecstasy, his massive form trembling with excitement. When shall we strike? Li Xian and Ling Yuan exchanged a brief, icy glance. A mutual understanding and a fleeting smile of complicity shining deep within their eyes. Meanwhile, within the Nirvana Palace at the core of the undying volcano, the initial Phoenix sat in meditation atop a red jade lotus, enveloped in a faint golden halo brimming with boundless vitality, as if she were one with the very heart of the volcano itself. Suddenly, the initial Phoenix's tightly shut eyes burst open. 2 radiant beams of golden light pierced through the sacred flames. An inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped her very soul. The once harmonious and flowing power within her surged uncontrollably. Buzz! The floating flame banner, which had been quietly shimmering with mysterious fire patterns before her, began to stir of its own accord, the banner's surface fluttering violently. The ancient Tao patterns representing the myriad sources of fire whirled chaotically, flickering erratically, as though heralding an ominous sign. Mother? The Phoenix and Aichong, who had been comprehending the banner's Tao rhythm, was startled awake by the sudden upheaval. Upon looking up, she saw the unprecedented seriousness and a hint of trepidation etched upon her mother's exquisite face. She softly inquired, "Is something amiss?" With a gentle yet undeniably authoritative hand, she brushed her daughter's hair, her tone remaining warm yet tinged with gravity. "And Aichong, do not be alarmed. Focus on your understanding of the divine banner, using this opportunity to strive for perfection. I must seek your father immediately to discuss urgent matters." Her gaze turned towards the eternally churning molten core outside the palace, her brows furrowing as she murmured softly, her voice ethereal as smoke. Could there be some unforeseen consequence tied to this floating flame banner? Before her words could fully linger in the air, the initial Phoenix transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing within the Nirvana Palace. Aichong gazed in the direction of her mother's departure, a vague sense of unease stirring within her, but she quickly reined in her thoughts, refocusing her attention on the floating flame banner. Atop the undying volcano, beneath the sacred tree of the Phoenix tribe, the innate Polonia awaited. Yuan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his stature as imposing as a pillar supporting the heavens, his profound gaze surveying the endless sea of flames beneath him. The figure of Chu Wang appeared silently at his side, her exquisite visage marred by an expression of frosty gravity, as she swiftly conveyed her alarming premonition regarding the disturbances at the center of the Nirvana Palace. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Feng's expression instantly became solemn. A cultivator of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm would never exhibit unwarranted anxiety, as every action and utterance aligned with the cosmic laws. Such a foreboding often heralded an ominous event related to oneself. This matter could not be taken lightly. Yuan Feng's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Locking eyes with Chu Wang, The two ancestors shared an instantaneous understanding. Boom. In unison, Yuan Feng and Chu Wang raised their hands. Their fingers danced, forming intricate seals. The Lixiang spear and the fiery phoenix wheel erupted with boundless golden divine radiance and resplendent hues of 7 colors. The divine light and colors stirred the heavenly mechanisms, revealing a hazy vision. Within the image, the sacred brilliance of the immortal fire mountain was engulfed by boundless darkness, crimson flames, and vicious azure light. The cacophony of battle resonated throughout the heavens. Though the scene was indistinct, both Yuan Feng and Chu Wang could sense the overwhelming aura of bloodshed and destruction approaching them. Chapter 94. Exploration of Kunlun. Moments later, the vision abruptly ceased. The divine light and colors shattered with a thunderous crash. Yuan Feng's countenance darkened like murky waters. His eyes ablaze with golden flames. It appears that someone is plotting against my Phoenix clan. Chu Wang's phoenix gaze brimmed with malice, her colorful attire billowing without wind. Could it be that the Huodo clan harbors resentment over the matter of the fire veins and seeks revenge? Yuan Feng scoffed softly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. The mere Huodo clan is worthy of invoking the heavenly warnings? There must be other hidden hands at play. He paused, speaking with commanding authority. Do not worry. We shall meet force with force and water with earth. We need only to focus on our cultivation and enhance our strength. I wish to see who dares to conspire against my Phoenix clan. Chu Wang nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. While that may be true, we must also prepare in advance to guard against unforeseen events. Meanwhile, within the Nirvana Palace, Feng Nishang's spirit was completely immersed in the boundless essence of fire emanating from the flame-light flag. The flowing fire patterns upon the flag contained the laws of the primordial fire, gently permeating her limbs and bones like a delicate stream, refining her bloodline and primordial spirit. Time slipped away in deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to her, after an indeterminate period, a resonant sound echoed. Within Feng Nishang, an invisible shackle shattered with a thunderous roar. The golden-red phoenix, true fire encircling her, suddenly surged inward, then erupted like a volcano. A resplendent column of scarlet gold light soared into the sky. Within the light, a majestic and noble phantom of a flame-divine phoenix spread its wings and let out a melodious cry. The realm of the golden immortal was shattered. As the radiance receded, Feng Nishang slowly opened her eyes, and within her pupils, 2 eternal flames of nirvana danced vibrantly, her aura harmonious and formidable. She sensed the surging power within her, and a genuine joy blossomed on her exquisite face. I have succeeded. Almost at the moment of her breakthrough, Chu Wang's figure appeared in the hall as if teleported, gazing at her daughter, who radiated a steadfast and powerful aura of completion. Chu Wang felt a flicker of reassurance in her eyes, yet more prominently, a profound gravity stemming from the forewarnings of fate. And Aichong, Chu Wang's voice remained gentle, yet laced with an almost imperceptible urgency. Now that you have achieved perfection in your endeavors, it is time for you to embark on your journey. The vastness of the primordial world holds boundless opportunities. Remaining confined to our ancestral land will hinder your understanding of the Tao of Tai. Upon hearing this, Feng Nishang's eyes instantly ignited with an insatiable yearning for the expansive world beyond. She promptly nodded, her voice melodious and clear. I understand, Mother. I wish to accompany Aunt Feng Zhao to explore the eastern continent, where myriad tribes converge and adventures abound. Chu Wang inclined her head slightly, her tone imbued with a note of caution. Though the eastern continent is rife with opportunities, it is fraught with peril as well. When traveling with Feng Zhao, you must exercise utmost caution. Recalling the ominous blood and fire concealed within the threads of destiny, her heart brimmed with concern, hoping fervently that her daughter could evade the impending tempest. Rest assured, Mother, I shall remember your words. Feng Nishang responded obediently, offering a graceful bow to Chu Wang. Go forth. Return swiftly. Chu Wang waved her sleeve, her gaze complex as she watched her daughter. Feng Nishang transformed into a vibrant stream of red gold light, eagerly darting out of the Nirvana Hall. Unbeknownst to her, a terrifying storm, poised to engulf the entire Phoenix clan, was slowly brewing in the shadows of the southern continent. In the eastern primordial region, Kunlun Mountains, Xuanji, stood upon flowing clouds, suspended above the gale of the 9 heavens, surveying the ancient, boundless expanse of the primordial spine. The Kunlun Divine Mountain. Beneath her lay a sprawling mountain range stretching for millions of miles, resembling a slumbering primordial dragon, its spine undulating across the vast primordial earth. Majestic peaks pierced the heavens, merging into the chaotic winds, shrouded in mist and radiant light. Amid the ethereal clouds, intermittent flashes of innate spiritual light flickered, exuding an aura of mystery. Wow! Xuanji couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, her bright eyes widening in astonishment. Is this truly the grand primordial vein spoken of by the Lord? Qingyan stood beside her, his white robes billowing gently in the wind. Upon hearing her exclamation, a faint smile graced his lips. The Kunlun Mountain is the transformation of the primordial deity Pangu, revered as the ancestor of all mountains. It is not to be trifled with. Within it lies an abundance of opportunities and creations. His voice resonated ethereally, like the sound of jade striking stone. It was here, deep within this sacred mountain, that the Lord once encountered a rare innate spiritual root, the Huangzhong Li, born at the dawn of creation. It is now the treasured gem of my Fuyao immortal island. Nearby, Jinghuan, enveloped in a warm and serene aura, nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with reverence. Indeed, I have heard the Lord recount how, in pursuit of this spiritual root, he once dueled with 3 sovereigns of powerful dynasties atop this mountain. At that time, the Lord and those 3 were all at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, yet the Lord's might was unparalleled. He faced them alone, and amidst his sweeping sword energy, he vanquished them, ultimately seizing the Huangzhong Li. Upon hearing this, Xuanji's eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance and fierce battle spirit. Her fists clenched tightly as a chilling and murderous aura enveloped her. The Lord is magnificent. I shall emulate the Lord. In the future, I too shall face 3 opponents. The young girl's bold declaration echoed through the sea of clouds. Jinghuan could not help but sigh, casting her a helpless glance, and gently teased, "Yes, yes. Little junior sister, you are indeed the most formidable, capable of defeating 10 foes at once." However, at this moment, he directed his gaze toward the majestic divine mountains below. Steeped in unfathomable mystery, why not accompany your senior brothers and sisters to explore within? Perhaps we might be as fortunate as our esteemed elder and stumble upon some treasures to bring back. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles, their camaraderie evident. They transformed into 3 beams of distinct colored light, Jinghuan's gentle radiance, Xuanji's ethereal blue glow, vanishing into the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun sacred mountain extends infinitely, embodying boundless creation. Yet, treasures possess spirit and can only be claimed by those with fate, immense willpower, and extraordinary prowess. Due to its colossal scale, it encompasses immeasurable worlds within, naturally delineating the boundaries of heaven and earth, dividing it into the eastern and western Kunlun realms. The eastern Kunlun is the sacred ground where the primordial essence of Pangu converges, nurturing the future masters of the Xianmin Dao lineage, Taoqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing, who shall astound the universe. It is renowned as the birthplace of myriad deities. Conversely, the western Kunlun gathers the utmost yin and spiritual essence of heaven and earth, nurturing the future sovereign of female immortals, the esteemed and boundless Queen Mother of the West. This alone attests to the Kunlun sacred mountain as a confluence of primordial fortunes. Favored by the great Tao, how could it, the ancestor of all mountains, possibly support so many exalted primordial deities? Within Kunlun Mountain, treasures abound, amidst the primordial chaos. Aside from the heavenly pillars surrounding peaks, this mountain harbors the greatest wealth. Beyond the yellow center pair acquired by Qingming, the future progenitor of the Thunder Department, the innate spiritual root of the immortal apricot also takes root here. Moreover, the Kunlun divine mirror, capable of penetrating time and space, lies concealed within the mountain's depths. Even many renowned treasures of the 3 pure ones in later generations derive their embryonic or core spiritual materials from the gifts of this mountain. Chapter 95. An encounter with the Phoenix clan. The trio of Qingyan retracted their light and walked amidst the Kunlun sacred mountain. They beheld spiritual springs cascading from the heavens, transforming into a rainbow-hued celestial waterfall. Rare flowers and extraordinary plants inhaled the sun and moon, while exotic birds and beasts flickered through the mountains, presenting a scene imbued with the essence of Tao, teeming with life. Xuanji curiously glanced around, savoring the rich spiritual energy of the mountain, but after a moment, She pursed her lips slightly and murmured, "This Kunlun sacred mountain, claimed to be the ancestor of all mountains and the origin of the earth's veins. Yet the spiritual energy here." She blinked, a hint of pride creeping in. "Compared to our Nine Heavens Cloud Palace, it seems to lack a certain something." Upon hearing this, Jinghuan smiled warmly and explained, "Little junior sister, how could this compare? On Fuyo Island, our esteemed elder has transplanted more than one innate spiritual root. Moreover, with the Nine Heaven soil solidifying the foundation and the Qiankuan cauldron organizing the earth's veins, even Kunlun, as the ancestral vein, cannot be compared." Xuanji nodded in realization, her lively eyes turning to Jinghuan, glimmering with a hint of mischief and anticipation. "Brother Jinghuan, among us three, you possess the greatest understanding of formations and restrictions. The places where innate treasures are concealed are likely guarded by natural grand formations. You must keep your eyes sharp and investigate thoroughly." Jinghuan chuckled lightly, nodding, "Rest assured, junior sister." Before his words faded, intricate patterns woven from laws began to manifest deep within his gaze. His slender fingers unconsciously traced and deduced in the void, sensing the most subtle trajectories of spiritual energy and the rhythms of the laws in the universe. The three individuals ceased their conversation, remaining vigilant as they ventured deeper into the ethereal heart of the Kunlun Mountains. Meanwhile, at the western foothills of these ancient peaks, two figures descended from the clouds, landing gracefully at the base of the timeless mountains. They were none other than Feng Nikhang, the holy maiden of the Phoenix tribe, and her protector, Feng Zhao, who wielded the power of spatial fire feathers. Feng Nikhang gazed upwards, awestruck by the towering grandeur of the mountains, their undulating ridges piercing the chaotic void. She murmured softly, her golden-red eyes reflecting the silhouette of the divine peaks, filled with wonder and exhilaration. "These Kunlun mountains surpass even our clan's immortal volcanic range in majesty. Truly, they are the embodiment of the head of the Pangu deity." Adorned in a crimson golden feathered robe, Feng Zhao exuded an air of regal elegance tinged with sharpness. Nodding in agreement, a glimmer of reverence for the Pangu deity flickered in her phoenix-like eyes. "Indeed, the progenitor of all mountains is extraordinary." Her gaze drifted toward the mist-shrouded depths of the mountains, urging, "Let us proceed, Nikhang. Such sacred peaks harbor hidden opportunities. Perhaps a fortune awaits you." Feng Nikhang nodded earnestly, her heart swelling with anticipation as the two of them stepped into the boundless expanse of the Kunlun divine mountains. A millennium of time is but a fleeting moment in the primordial realm. The duo traversed the valleys of western Kunlun, exploring and seeking. Though they did not uncover any earth-shattering treasures, they amassed a wealth of rare materials. The core fire jade, matured over millennia, and the starry tear gold, nourished by the essence of the sun and moon, both exceedingly rare in the outside world. One day, as they reached a land where peculiar peaks rose sharply, Feng Nichang's delicate form suddenly trembled. An inexplicable surge of emotion and a call from deep within her bloodline arose without warning. She halted abruptly, her brow furrowed, and her fair fingers instinctively pressed against her thumping heart, her voice tinged with uncertain excitement. "Zhaoani, wait. I think I can feel something from the mountain ahead. Something is calling to me." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhao's eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance, her face illuminating with joy. "A bloodline resonance. Nikhang, this is a sign of great fortune approaching. You carry the bloodline of the Phoenix ancestor. Indeed, you are blessed." Following the increasingly clear sensation, the two transformed into streaks of crimson golden light, swiftly crossing the mountain ridges until they arrived at the entrance of a tranquil valley enveloped in ethereal purple mist. Within the valley, the spiritual energy was so dense it nearly materialized into liquid mist, with rare flowers and exotic herbs flourishing amidst the rising auspicious vapors. Yet no trace of any treasures was to be found. Feng Zhao's formidable consciousness swept across every inch of the valley like mercury, her brow knitting in concern. "Nikhang, are you certain this is the place? There is no aura of treasures here." Feng Nikhang closed her eyes, concentrating intently on the unmistakable call within her bloodline. Moments later, her eyes flew open, filled with certainty. "This is indeed the location. Auntie Zhao, the connection lies in the heart of the valley. But why is there nothing here?" She anxiously surveyed her surroundings, her gaze darting about. Feng Zhao pondered for a moment, her eyes shimmering with wisdom. "Do not be hasty. There are two possible explanations for this situation. Either the treasure possesses sentience and conceals its form, or, more likely, this place is shrouded by a grand array, completely isolating the inner and outer energies, thus hiding the true opportunity within the void of the spatial formation. She furrowed her brows and spoke in a deep voice, regrettably. The art of formations is not my forte, rendering me unable to unravel its mysteries. What shall we do? A sense of urgency and reluctance clouded Feng Nichang's exquisite visage. In that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Feng Zhao's phoenix eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged around her, reminiscent of annihilation itself. The crimson-golden true flame of nirvana coursed across her form, distorting the very fabric of space. She declared in a solemn tone, "Nikhang, stand back. If cleverness fails, then let us shatter it by force. Allow me to wield the true flame of the phoenix to incinerate this veil of illusion." Before her words had fully settled, Feng Zhao's hands had already formed an intricate seal, and a spectral image of a blazing golden phoenix materialized behind her. An unparalleled reservoir of magical power and intense true flame converged, causing the temperature in the valley to soar as if it were on the verge of transforming into a furnace of destruction. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the valley, Qing Yan and his companions had also arrived. Jing Huan suddenly halted, her gaze fixated on what appeared to be an ordinary section of the valley, murmuring, "There seems to be traces of a formation ahead." Upon hearing this, Xianji's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her fists, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to investigate." The three nodded and swiftly approached the valley's entrance. Suddenly, Qing Yan's brow furrowed, and he whispered, "There are people within the valley." Xianji's expression tightened. Could it be that someone has arrived before us? The trio cautiously entered the valley, entirely unaware of Feng Zhao and Feng Nikhang. Feng Zhao was gathering her magical power, unleashing a formidable fire spell that bombarded every inch of the valley. Xianji sensed the searing heat emanating from within and frowned slightly. With a graceful flick of her hand, she summoned a pitch-black banner entwined with ethereal blue ice crystal patterns, the mystic nether-banning banner. The banner billowed without wind, releasing an overwhelming chill that surged forth like a deluge, freezing all in its path. Feng Zhao's flame, powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, was instantly extinguished by this frigid force. "Who goes there?" Feng Zhao's countenance shifted dramatically as she instinctively shielded Feng Nikhang behind her, her phoenix true flame rising to form a protective barrier against the biting cold, her gaze darting warily at the three enigmatic intruders. Their ability to approach undetected and to effortlessly dispel her spell indicated that their cultivation far surpassed her own. Chapter 96. The Cold Jade Vine of Azure Water. Xianji, wielding the mystic nether banner, radiated an aura of icy ferocity, reminiscent of a goddess of snow and ice. She lifted her chin slightly, exuding an air of disdain. "You dare to strike without even knowing who we are?" A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as the cold light from the mystic nether-banning banner flickered, transforming the entire valley into an icy cavern. Startled by the sudden turn of events and the terrifying chill, Feng Nichang's delicate face paled slightly, yet she reacted swiftly. Peering from behind Feng Zhao and clarifying with a clear voice, "Honored seniors, please do not be angry. This is a misunderstanding." She pointed towards the empty center of the valley, speaking rapidly. "I sensed that there was an opportunity here related to my breakthrough into the Tai realm. But I searched in vain. Aunt Zhao speculated that a formation might be concealing it, and we, lacking knowledge of formations, merely attempted to use our spells to uncover traces of it, never intending any harm towards you esteemed ones. Call me honored senior?" Xuanji's delicate brows arched slightly, and the crisp words of the elder, accompanied by the flustered explanation of the young girl before her, eased her vigilance and sparked a flicker of curiosity instead. On Fuyo Island, she was the youngest junior sister, cherished and protected by her senior brothers and sisters. Never had she been addressed with such reverence as elder. This sensation felt rather delightful. As for Feng Nichang's explanation, with their trio's cultivation and experience, it was effortless to discern the truth. Xuanji immediately adopted the demeanor of a venerable elder. Intrigued, she inquired, "Oh, what brings you two here?" Feng Zhao was about to respond when Feng Nikhang interjected, pride emanating from her as she declared, "We hail from the undying volcano of the southern region, of the Phoenix clan. My father is Yuan Feng, the clan leader." She deliberately emphasized Yuan Feng's name, believing her father to be the strongest in the primordial world, hoping to instill a sense of caution in her audience. The Phoenix clan? Yuan Feng. Xuanji blinked and turned to Qing Yin and Jing Huan, transmitting her thoughts. Elder brother, second elder brother. Have you heard of them? Qing Yin shook his head slightly, replying telepathically, not at all. We have only recently departed from the Immortal Island and have only traveled through the eastern region. How could we know of matters in the southern region? Jing Huan nodded gently in agreement, indicating his lack of knowledge. Xuanji, ever candid, regarded Feng Nikhang and her companion with a hint of confusion and curiosity. With your level of cultivation, what brings you from the southern region to this eastern region of Kunlun? Are you not fearful of encountering danger? At this, Feng Zhao felt a chill run through her. Despite being a consummate Tai golden immortal, a formidable presence in the primordial realm, she was being so dismissively assessed by Xuanji. The realization struck her. These three seemingly youthful cultivators were likely all great Luo golden immortals. The thought made Feng Zhao gasp in astonishment. The Phoenix clan dominated the southern region, and great Luo experts were few and far between. The three before her were evidently junior disciples out for training. What kind of terrifying power must lie behind them? Suppressing the tumult within, she maintained a respectful smile and cautiously replied, Elder, you jest. While the Tai realm does not claim absolute superiority, as long as one avoids provoking the true powers, one can manage to safeguard oneself. After all, the leaders of many great clans are merely at the great Luo level. Xuanji's mind raced, and a plan formed. She laughed heartily, feigning realization. Ah, I see. My brothers and I have been in secluded cultivation for countless cycles, recently emerging from our retreat, and are indeed unfamiliar with the current dynamics of the primordial realm. She turned to Feng Zhao, her eyes gleaming with an eagerness for knowledge. Since fate has brought us together, why not enlighten us about the formidable figures and powers that currently shape this primordial world? Feng Zhao, astute as she was, immediately perceived Xuanji's intent to extract information. Yet she welcomed the opportunity. Establishing a positive rapport with three potential great Luo disciples, who must have an overwhelming backing, was a fortunate chance. Sharing commonly known information about the primordial world was hardly a burden. Composing her thoughts, she began to narrate the intricate tapestry of the primordial realm, detailing the interwoven clans and the myriad factions vying for power. Listening to Feng Zhao's narration, the brilliance in Xuanji's eyes grew ever brighter. She immediately transmitted a message to Qing Yin and Jing Huan. Elder brother, second brother, did you hear that? In this primordial realm, even the patriarchs of the great clans are merely at the Deluo level. I told you, with our cultivation, we can certainly venture forth independently. Look at them. They are daring enough to traverse continents. Qing Yan's composed voice resonated within their minds. Do not be hasty. While Feng Zhao's words possess merit, they should not be wholly trusted. After our expedition to Kunlun concludes and we ascertain the external circumstances, we can discuss the matter of splitting up then. Upon hearing this, Xuanji's face blossomed into a radiant smile. She turned her gaze towards Feng Nichang and Feng Zhao, pointing to the center of the valley, her tone carrying a hint of seniority. Now, back to the main topic. This place is indeed shrouded by a primordial formation, and your discovery of it is quite fortuitous. Here's the deal. If you can break this formation on your own, we shall not interfere with the opportunities within. However, should you fail, do not blame us for taking action. Feng Zhao responded immediately, bowing respectfully and adopting a humble demeanor. Esteemed senior, please see clearly. The art of formations is profoundly intricate and beyond our expertise. This opportunity belongs to us as fate decrees, so please, feel free to act. She understood well that, in the face of three Deluo beings, merely preserving her life was already a stroke of fortune, let alone coveting a share of the spoils. Xuanji nodded in satisfaction and turned to Jing Huan. It is up to you now, second brother. Jing Huan smiled gently as he stepped forward. The brilliance in his eyes shimmered, as if countless patterns of formation were being born and extinguished within. His elongated fingers lightly tapped the air, and profound runes, coalesced from pure starlight, flew forth like living entities, silently merging into the spiritual veins of the valley. After a moment, the brilliance in his eyes dimmed, and he spoke softly. This formation is known as the Water Spirit Mist Concealment Formation, born from the primordial essence of water. It bears no malice but excels in transforming water essence to obscure the heavenly mysteries and confuse perceptions, much like a mirage. Give it a moment. and we shall unravel its mechanisms. Shortly thereafter, a sound akin to the shattering of glass echoed, and the unseen barrier enveloping the valley suddenly dissipated. As if a layer of hazy water mist had been lifted, the scene at the center of the valley transformed instantaneously. Where once there was nothing, a vine of pure, vivid green, akin to the finest jade, burst forth from the earth, winding and coiling, emanating a gentle and vibrant spiritual light. Surrounding the vine, misty water vapor swirled, and eight fruit, as blue as jade and adorned with a light frost, hung amidst it, exuding a refreshing and pure aroma, as if capable of cleansing the soul. Feng Ni Chang gasped in delight, her eyes alight with excitement. This is the primordial spiritual root, the cold jade vine of pure water. Now at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, she needed to cultivate the 5 energies within her chest to advance to the Tai realm. Since gold generates water, to break into the Tai stage, she needed to incorporate the energy of the water element into her being. And this cold jade vine of pure water could assist her in achieving that breakthrough more swiftly. A flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of Qing Yin and the others. Jing Huan nodded slightly. Indeed, it is the mid-grade primordial spiritual root, the cold jade vine of pure water. No wonder it is guarded by a primordial formation. This item contains the purest essence of primordial water spirit and can aid perfected golden immortals in overcoming the shackles of Tai, making it quite a remarkable treasure. Chapter 97. The Phoenix of Fortune. Upon witnessing the scene, Xuanji gracefully waved her small hand and declared with a certain grandeur, "The formation has been dismantled, and the treasures have revealed themselves. Since you were the first to sense their presence and have awaited here, it would be inappropriate for us to take all. I shall grant you 2 of these alluring cold jade fruits." As she spoke, her gaze swept across the 8 enticing fruits, and she playfully winked at Qing Yin and Jing Huan, as if to inquire, "Is this arrangement acceptable?" Qing Yin and Jing Huan exchanged smiles and nodded slightly. For them, 2 mid-grade spiritual fruits were of little consequence, and it was a fine opportunity to foster goodwill. Feng Zhao's eyes flickered with unmistakable surprise at her words. Feng Nishang's heart also trembled. Though young, she was no fool. Observing Aunt Zhao's profound respect towards the trio, she understood that these 3 possessed unfathomable cultivation. Initially believing this fortuitous encounter was beyond her reach, she was taken aback by their generosity. Together with Feng Zhao, she bowed solemnly and expressed, "We are deeply grateful for the generous gift from the 3 esteemed seniors. The Feng clan, Nishang, shall remember this kindness." Feng Zhao turned to Feng Nishang, her eyes filled with warmth and pride. "Nishang, this is your fortune. The cold jade fruit contains the essence of innate water spirit. It will not only assist you in breaking through to the Tai realm, but also enhance your mastery of water." Feng Nishang nodded earnestly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She then offered another graceful bow to the 3, her voice ringing clear and sincere. "The grace of the seniors is unforgettable. Should you ever visit the undying volcano in the southern domain, the Feng clan shall welcome you with open arms to repay today's kindness." Xuanji smiled gently, her delicate hand raised, and the radiant cold jade vine, along with the spiritual jade it was rooted in, transformed into a streak of light that vanished into her sleeve. Subsequently, with a flick of her fingertip, 2 ethereal fruits of deep blue hue, exuding a chilling aura, floated toward Feng Nishang and Feng Zhao. "Fortune will bring us together again." As her voice lingered in the air, 3 streaks of light, pure as snow, luminous as the moon, and deep as the abyss, ascended into the sky, swiftly disappearing into the vast clouds of Kunlun Mountain. Feng Zhao gazed at the horizon, a complex expression fleeting across her golden phoenix eyes as she murmured, "Who are these 3 individuals?" Feng Nishang withdrew her gaze, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Aunt Zhao, are their cultivation levels exceedingly high?" Feng Zhao's countenance grew serious as she slowly replied, "They are unfathomable. Despite my complete mastery of the Tai realm, I cannot discern their depths. They may well rival the clan leader." Feng Nishang's pupils constricted slightly, her lips parted in astonishment. "Comparable to father and mother?" Feng Zhao nodded silently, her eyes reflecting both reverence and an indescribable yearning. "Let us depart, Nishang, and seek a safe place to aid you in refining the spiritual fruit and achieving your breakthrough in Tai." Feng Nishang nodded gently, yet her gaze flickered with myriad thoughts. Lost in contemplation, Feng Zhao and Feng Nishang transformed into 2 streaks of crimson light, swiftly traversing the Kunlun mountain range. They glided over lush forests and soared above turbulent ravines, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a secluded cave. Ethereal mist enveloped the cave, where the faint glimmer of restrictive runes could be discerned. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, with vines coiling like dragons, and the rich spiritual energy coalesced into dew-like droplets, rolling upon the leaves. This place is splendid. With a flourish of her sleeve, Feng Zhao released several crimson-golden runes that formed a protective barrier at the cave entrance. She turned to Feng Nishang and solemnly stated, "The abundant spiritual energy here is perfect for your breakthrough. Focus solely on your cultivation. I shall guard you." Feng Nishang sat cross-legged, retrieving the translucent cold jade fruit. Upon tasting the flesh, it dissolved effortlessly, unleashing a rush of pure, crystalline water essence that surged through her entire being, nourishing both her spirit and corporeal form. The phoenix true fire within her intertwined with the water essence, elevating her aura of perfection to new heights, as a faint illusion of a phoenix, poised to take flight, emerged behind her. Time flowed like a swift river, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Deep in Kunlun, Qingyan and his companions continued their quest among the peaks in search of opportunities. Regrettably, their harvest over the millennia had been meager. Aside from some ordinary spirit herbs, the most valuable find remained the mid-grade spiritual root, the cold jade vine. It seemed that our fortunes in Kunlun had run their course. With a gentle sigh, Qingyan stood with hands clasped behind his back, his white garments billowing, suggesting it was time for them to part ways and explore the vast wilderness independently. At that moment, Jinghuan suddenly felt a tremor in his spirit. Halting in his tracks to gaze toward the horizon, "Wait. I sense that something of great affinity to me is about to emerge." No sooner had he spoken than the sky darkened ominously. Tumultuous thunderclouds churned like ink, while bolts of violet lightning danced within the depths of the clouds. The terrifying pressure of heaven and earth caused all creatures within a 1,000-mile radius to retreat in fear. Such a formidable aura of thunder. Xuanji deftly flipped her hand, summoning the Xianming divine banner, declaring, "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed." 3 streaks of light cleaved through the heavens, swirling clouds in their wake as they raced toward the heart of the thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Feng Nishang, having consumed the cold jade fruit and thus transcended to the Tai golden immortal realm, continued to wander Kunlun with Feng Zhao, seeking further opportunities. Perhaps it was her profound fortune that over the millennia, she had acquired numerous treasures, including a low-grade spiritual root and the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Nine-Yang Pearl. As they traversed the landscape, Feng Nishang suddenly paused before an extraordinary peak, her eyes shimmering with a golden light. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Feng Zhao inquired, "Nishang, have you sensed another treasure?" "Yes, Aunt Zhao," Feng Nishang replied. "I have a strong feeling that there is indeed a treasure calling to me from this mountain." Feng Zhao expressed her surprise. "Oh, Nishang, from where did you acquire this treasure-finding ability?" Feng Nishang, somewhat puzzled, shook her head. "I cannot explain it. It is merely an instinctive intuition, as if this mountain is extraordinary." Feng Zhao nodded. "In that case, let us search thoroughly. With your keen sense, we may uncover several treasures." The two proceeded to investigate meticulously, eventually halting before a cave concealed by dense vines halfway up the mountain. A glimmer of joy flashed in Feng Nishang's eyes. "The source of my intuition lies within." Just as Feng Zhao was about to enter the cave with her, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several blinding bolts of lightning rent the air, descending with astonishing speed before the cave. Simultaneously, a deafening roar echoed. "Who dares to covet the treasures of my thunderclap heavenly python clan?" Startled, Feng Zhao and Feng Nishang raised their heads, only to behold 4 figures descending with a tempestuous aura, embodying the formidable thunderclap heavenly python clan of the eastern continent. At the forefront stood the clan leader, Litian, flanked by 2 deeply resonant elders and a young clan member, Li Feng, who had attained the golden immortal realm. Li Feng pointed urgently at the cave, exclaiming, "Leader, it is this cave. It is warded by a formation, and I lack the strength to breach it." Feng Zhao stepped protectively in front of Feng Nikhang, his gaze frosty. "This place was discovered by us first." "Who are you?" Lei Feng scoffed, interjecting, "Clearly, I was the first here." "Silence!" Lei Tian suddenly bellowed. And with a flick of his sleeve, 2 colossal thunder serpents surged forth with a fearsome roar. The blinding lightning surged toward Feng Zhao and his companion with overwhelming force. Feng Zhao's pupils constricted as he swiftly summoned his life-bound treasure, the fiery phoenix shield. The shield's surface, adorned with phoenix patterns, gleamed brightly, transforming into a fiery curtain that spanned 100 feet before him. Boom! The thunder serpents collided violently with the fire shield, creating a deafening roar as flames and thunder clashed in a frenzied dance, annihilating everything in their wake. A terrifying shockwave swept across the surroundings. However, the might of the thunder serpents proved superior. The fire shield could only withstand the assault for a fleeting moment before shattering into fragments. The residual violent thunder crashed down upon the protective magic surrounding the two. Puff! Feng Zhao and Feng Nikhang were struck as if by a heavy blow, blood spewing from their mouths as their bodies were uncontrollably flung backward, crashing heavily into the solid mountain behind them. The rock face erupted, debris scattering, instantly burying their figures. Without even casting a glance at the rubble, Lei Tian turned and strode into the cave. His icy voice directed at the two elders, "Capture them and await my return to deal with them." The two elders crackled with flickering lightning, their thunder serpents weaving through the air as they locked onto the pile of stones, ready to strike. Lei Feng stood by, arms crossed, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. Just moments after Lei Tian vanished into the cave, the entire mountain trembled violently. A radiant bolt of lightning, brilliant beyond measure, erupted from the cave like divine retribution, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the dim world was illuminated in a blinding white. A terrifying aura of thunder, one that sent shivers through the soul, spread from the depths of the cave, accompanied by a cataclysmic rumble reminiscent of ancient destruction. The smug expressions on Lei Feng and the two elders froze, morphing into boundless terror. The overwhelming pressure, rooted deep within their bloodlines, nearly forced them to their knees. The rubble exploded. Feng Zhao and Feng Nikhang emerged, disheveled and bloodied, their eyes ablaze with fury and astonishment. At that precise moment, 3 streaks of light tore through the raging storm, swiftly hovering over the mountain. It was Qin Yan, Jing Huan, and Xianji, who had raced to the scene following the thunderous disturbance. Xianji squinted, the chilling aura of Xianin coalescing into frost around her. "It appears we have arrived just in time." The 3 figures stood poised in the air, Qin Yan's white jade crown glistening under the lightning's glow. On the mountainside, Feng Nikhang and Feng Zhao were ensnared by chains of thunder, their bodies flickering with lightning, clearly gravely injured. "Again, it's them?" Xianji toyed with a strand of her hair, a glint of amusement flashing in her eyes. "Senior brother, second brother. Do you think these two are blessed with fortune or cursed with misfortune? They always stumble upon treasures, yet seem incapable of seizing them." Qin Yan stood with hands clasped behind his back, a slight smile gracing his lips. "They possess fortune, albeit limited. However, their encounter with us once more signifies that their fates are not yet sealed. Allow me." Xianji elegantly flipped her hand, the Xianin forbidden banner swirling into her grasp. Eager to outshine her brothers. Boom! A banner's shadow, transcending the heavens, surged forth. Half of the banner shimmered with an ethereal blue crystal, while the other half blazed with a fiery golden flame. As it passed through the space, a distortion ensued, accompanied by a piercing sound of tearing. The pupils of the two elders from the Thunderstrike Heavenly Python contracted sharply, their scales bristling in alarm. The overwhelming pressure made them immediately comprehend the presence of a great Luo golden immortal. They had no time to react, hastily activating their innate divine abilities to envelop themselves in a protective shield of thunder. Crack! The intertwining flames of ice and fire consumed the essence of both the lunar and solar fires, shattering all defenses with an unstoppable force. The two elders were struck as if by thunder, their scales fracturing, blood gushing forth like a fountain, as they were violently smashed into the mountainside, stirring clouds of dust. TSK, Sioux, New Jersey recalled the divine banner, a smirk gracing her lips. "This is rather weak, isn't it?" Thankfully, I held back somewhat. Hu Ingyan shook his head in resignation. "Sister, your impatience." Before he could finish, an earth-shattering thunderclap erupted from the depths of the cave. The thunderous sound carried the destructive resonance of primordial chaos, shaking the entire mountain range. Ha! The annihilation thunder bamboo. What a top-tier innate spiritual root. A voice of unrestrained joy echoed from within the cave, accompanied by an unsettling wave of thunder. The expressions of Qu Yingyin and his companions hardened simultaneously, their lips curving into a dangerous smile. Zhang Nguyen's lips curled slightly as he gestured towards the cave. Su New Jersey, that one inside is yours. This is the first formidable Great Luo opponent we've encountered since leaving the island. Isn't that generous of me? Su New Jersey's eyes gleamed with excitement, her lips licking in anticipation. Brother, does this count as killing for treasure, taking advantage of others? Qu Yingyin chuckled lightly. Not at all. Treasure belongs to the virtuous. Since this treasure has just emerged into the world, it is ownerless, and thus should be claimed by one's abilities. As soon as Qu Yingyin finished speaking, Lin emerged from the cave, a radiant expression upon his face, gripping a segment of purple bamboo. The surface of the bamboo pulsed with purple, thunderous energy, consisting of 9 segments, surrounded by an aura of annihilating thunder. Faintly, one could hear the resonant thunder emanating from the bamboo, imbued with profound and esoteric rhythms that struck at the very essence of one's soul. Zhang Nguyen's eyes narrowed, a flicker of brilliance flashing within. Indeed, it is the Annihilation Thunder Bamboo. This bamboo is a top-tier innate spiritual root, capable of unleashing divine thunder and annihilation thunder sound with boundless might. Moreover, Zhang Nguyen's innate divine ability coincidentally aligns with the divine annihilation thunder, which may explain why he could sense its emergence. Upon seeing Qu Yingyin and his companions alongside the fallen elders, Lin's initial anger was tempered by the realization of their unfathomable cultivation. A wary glint crossed his eyes as he forced a smile. Esteemed friends, I am the chieftain of the Thunderstrike Heavenly Python clan. I am unaware of how my kin have offended you, but I offer my apologies on their behalf. Hearing this, Su New Jersey let out a cold laugh, her voice as frigid as ice. If it is an apology, then hand over the Annihilation Thunder Bamboo. At her words, Lin's expression darkened significantly, his tone turning grim. You came here for my treasure? Su New Jersey scoffed. Your treasure? Lin insisted. Indeed, I discovered this treasure first and have since claimed it. How can it not be mine? Su New Jersey pointed towards the side where F Ing Nch Ing and F Ing Zicho stood. I believe it was them who found it first. Li Tian's expression darkened as he grimly stated, what of it? They are merely insignificant beings, unworthy of possessing such a treasure. The Xuanji, wielding the Xianming Forbidden God banner, chuckled, how fortuitous. I believe you, a mere Deluo, are also unworthy of this treasure. Go. The Forbidden God banner surged with black and white brilliance, and the powers of the Yin and Yang transformed into a flowing Tai Chi diagram, exuding an overwhelming might as it pressed down fiercely upon Li Tian. Caught off guard by Xuanji's sudden assault, Li Tian hastily raised the sorrowful thunder bamboo in defense. The exceptional spiritual bamboo indeed possessed remarkable qualities, even without prior refinement. The formidable thunder and the annihilating sound waves it unleashed managed to momentarily hold back the Tai Chi diagram. Xuanji's eyes brightened at the sight of the extraordinary bamboo. What a splendid treasure! Seizing the opportunity, Li Tian roared in fury and summoned his innate treasure, the mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Thunder Punishment 9 Calamities Whip. The whip coiled with 9 strands of devastating thunder. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, with the Thunder Whip and the Yin-Yang Divine Light clashing violently, unleashing a tempest of energy that swept in all directions. Chapter 99. Sorrowful Thunder Bamboo. Jinghuan's figure flickered, arriving beside Feng Nishang and Feng Zhao. With a flicker of lightning from his fingertips, he effortlessly severed the thunder chains binding them. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely rescue, the two exclaimed in unison. Jinghuan nodded slightly, his gaze shifting toward the battlefield where Xuanji fought. There, Xuanji wielded the Xianming Forbidden God banner, alternating between frigid frost and blazing true sun, the essence of yin and yang transforming into a grand grinding wheel. After a prolonged struggle, a sudden expansion of ice enveloped Li Tian, completely encasing him and his raging thunder in a crystalline prison. His soul fluctuations ceased, succumbing to stillness. Li Tian, merely at the mid-stage of Deluo, faced Xuanji, who had already attained the late stage of Deluo, having a far deeper comprehension of the rule's essence. The length of their battle was merely due to Xuanji's initial encounter with other Deluo Golden Immortals, leading to a slight inexperience in wielding her power. Xuanji's figure shimmered, appearing beside the ice sculpture. With a casual gesture, She collected Li Tian's Thunder Punishment 9 Calamities whip and the sorrowful Thunder Bamboo. She grinned broadly, revealing her pearly white teeth, and tossed the two treasures to Jinghuan, saying, "Here, brother, I feel these treasures are destined for you." Jinghuan accepted them with a gentle smile, weighing the spiritual whip and the Thunder Bamboo in his hands. The Thunder Punishment 9 Calamities whip shimmered with lightning, as if a thunder dragon lay dormant within. The sorrowful Thunder Bamboo was crystalline and translucent, with a faint sound of thunder echoing, its aura of annihilation swirling around it. Wait, Xuanji seemed to recall something, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. There's one more item we haven't taken. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the others, Xuanji gently waved the forbidden god banner. A pure surge of solar true fire erupted, precisely melting the ice that had encased Li Tian's form. With a sudden burst, Li Tian's body transformed into a colossal Thunder Punishment celestial python, his massive frame still entwined with arcs of lightning. Xuanji remarked nonchalantly, "The corpse of a Thunder-type divine beast at the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm is a rare material for forging. We should bring it back to the Master. Combined with this Thunder Punishment 9 Calamities whip, its power will undoubtedly soar." Jinghuan nodded, waving his hand to collect the enormous python's carcass. Indeed, this item is worth as much as the finest heavenly materials. Nearby, Feng Mishang, Feng Zhao, and the remaining 3 members of the Thunder Punishment Celestial Python clan trembled, their souls shaken with fear. Are they not even sparing the corpses? Qing Yan's indifferent gaze swept over the 3 gravely injured members of the Lei Mang tribe, revealing no sign of movement. In an instant, 3 invisible sword intents surged forth. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heads rolled away, their breaths extinguished. Having concluded this grim task, Xianji turned her attention to Feng Zhao and the others, her tone casual. "Gentlemen, our affairs in Kunlun are settled. It is time for us to depart. The primordial wilderness is fraught with peril, and your cultivation is still rather shallow. Exercise caution in your future endeavors." Feng Yichang bit her lip, summoning her courage, and looked earnestly at Xianji. "Senior Xianji, may I have the honor of becoming your disciple?" Upon hearing this, Feng Zhao's pupils contracted, his face a mask of astonishment. Yichang was the grand princess of the Feng tribe. Her parents, Yuan Feng and Shi Huang, were both formidable Deluo Golden Immortals, the pinnacle of strength in the primordial world. Yet, she wished to take a master? Xianji was equally taken aback. To have a disciple on her first journey outside the island? The prospect of being a mentor seemed rather enticing. She nearly acquiesced without a second thought, but then hesitated. She was still a disciple under her master, and what if he deemed her actions too reckless? Suppressing her emotions, Xianji smiled gently and declined. "As for the matter of apprenticeship, I must regretfully refuse. My own cultivation remains insufficient, and I have not yet reached the stage to guide others." Disappointment flickered in Feng Yichang's eyes. Her desire to take a master was not a fleeting whim. Xianji and her companions were shrouded in mystery, their cultivation unfathomable. As a fellow woman, Xianji's strength and poise were in stark contrast to those antiquated and rigid elders. Moreover, her mastery of the true fire of yin and yang held profound significance for Yichang's own path. Noticing her despondency, Xianji shifted the conversation. "However, while I cannot accept you as a disciple, I would not mind offering some guidance in your cultivation. Are you planning to return to the southern domain? If our paths align, we may journey together." The disappointment in Feng Yichang's eyes was swiftly replaced by joy. "Senior Xianji, are you headed to the southern domain?" Xianji nodded. "Wandering through various lands, I have no fixed destination. The southern domain is indeed worth a visit." As she spoke, she glanced at Qing Yan and Jinghuan. Qing Yan nodded in agreement. Feng Yichang exclaimed with delight, "That is wonderful. We were just about to head back. Will Senior Qing Yan and Senior Jinghuan accompany us?" Qing Yan shook his head. "Jinghuan and I have other destinations in mind. We shall explore different domains." Feng Yichang hurriedly said, "If you 2 seniors find yourselves in the southern domain in the future, please do let me know. The Feng tribe will surely welcome you with open arms." Qing Yan smiled and nodded, addressing Xianji. "In that case, junior sister, we shall part ways here." With that, Qing Yan and Jinghuan transformed into 2 streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, embarking on their own unknown journeys. Meanwhile, Xianji, along with Feng Yichang and Feng Zhao, set forth on the path back to the southern domain of the Feng tribe. Along the way, Feng Yichang brimming with enthusiasm, regaled Xianji with tales of the customs and wonders of her tribe. Xianji listened with keen interest, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement, occasionally interjecting with her own thoughts. Simultaneously, Qin Yen soared through the skies on his sword, advancing towards the western domain, where the abundant essence of metal was particularly conducive to sword cultivation. Jing Huan, on the other hand, made his way to the eastern domain, specifically to the Leizhe region, a sacred ground for thunder cultivation, allowing for a deeper comprehension of the path of thunder. Fu Yao Immortal Island. Above Fu Yao Immortal Island, the space rippled unexpectedly, and soon after, a figure clad in a pure white Taoist robe materialized silently in the void. He stood effortlessly, his presence seamlessly blending with the cosmos, as if he were an inherent part of the celestial laws. An ineffable aura of profound mystery surrounded him. His deep gaze fell upon the distant celestial island, and a calm, yet penetrating voice resonated. "Dear Taoist Qingming, an old friend, Hongjun, has come to visit. Please permit me to enter your island." Inside the Hall of Inquiring Tao, Qingming sat in tranquil meditation, gradually opening his eyes. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through the void, reaching beyond the island, and a faint smile graced his lips. With a hum, the immense formation enveloping the celestial island silently parted, akin to the opening and closing of heaven and earth. A staircase formed from pure spiritual energy extended from the Hall of Inquiring Tao, steadily leading to Hongjun's feet. Nodding with a gentle smile, Hongjun ascended the staircase with measured grace, swiftly arriving within the palace. He settled across from Qingming, his expression warm, yet concealing a hint of gravity. Qingming raised his hand, lightly brushing the surface, and a pot of celestial brew materialized on the table. The rich aroma of wine filled the air, seemingly infused with the essence of the universe. He filled a cup and pushed it towards Hongjun, casually remarking, "Dear friend Hongjun, what brings you to my Cloud Pavilion Island on this fine day?" Upon hearing this, a trace of resigned amusement flickered across Hongjun's face as he gently shook his head. "Dear Taoist Qingming, I come burdened with questions, seeking your wisdom to resolve my doubts." "Oh." Qingming raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of interest appearing in his eyes. "Is it perhaps concerning the heavenly Tao?" Following the Great War in the Divine Court, Qingming felt a sense of urgency and secluded himself on the island to contemplate the Great Tao. Meanwhile, Hongjun, along with Yang Mei and others, had also gleaned insights from the battle and entered seclusion for cultivation. It had been a considerable time since they had engaged in discourse together. Chapter 100. The Secrets of Harmonizing Tao. Hongjun nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, my friend, your insight is truly remarkable. This matter is indeed related to the heavenly Tao." Qingming, contemplating, gestured for Hongjun to continue. Hongjun's expression turned solemn as he took a deep breath. Without any visible action, the Pangu banner and the myriad celebratory clouds simultaneously manifested. The two supreme treasures radiated brilliant light, instantaneously intertwining into a resplendent veil that enveloped the entire Hall of Inquiring Tao, isolating its celestial secrets from the outside world, rendering all laws inscrutable. After establishing a barrier to conceal the heavenly secrets, Hongjun fixed his piercing gaze upon Qingming, his voice low and grave. "Are you aware of the creation jade plate?" A flicker of understanding crossed Qingming's eyes, but he quickly returned to his tranquil demeanor, responding indifferently. "I am indeed aware. The creation jade plate is one of the 5 supreme treasures of chaos, a treasure of the Great Tao, containing the essence of the 3,000 Great Taos." Hongjun nodded and continued, "Then do you know the whereabouts of the creation jade plate after the Pangu opened the heavens?" Qingming slowly set down his jade cup, his gaze growing profound and distant, his tone imbued with insight into celestial mysteries. During the opening of the heavens, the creation jade plate was struck by the chaos demon god, fracturing a corner and transforming into the heavenly Tao of this realm. It is due to this incomplete fragment that the current heavenly Tao remains unfulfilled, harboring a lingering flaw. Upon hearing Qingming articulate such profound secrets of the opening of the heavens, astonishment etched itself across Hongjun's face. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with awe. "You truly are enigmatic. How do you possess knowledge of such celestial mysteries? What is your true identity?" Qingming replied calmly, "I am merely fortunate to have acquired a fragment of the inheritance from the chaos demon god, which has allowed me to grasp such profound mysteries of the universe. Upon hearing this, Hongjun's expression softened slightly, yet the gravity in his eyes remained unwavering. He continued, "My friend, do you understand why the heavens have chosen to act in such a manner?" Qingming shook his head. "This matter is beyond my knowledge. However, I surmise it is related to the shattered fragment of the creation jade disc." Hearing this, Hongjun fell into a deeper silence, as if weighing an exceedingly significant decision. At last, he slowly raised his hand and, with great care from within his ample sleeves, produced a remarkable object, a translucent shard of the jade disc, radiant with inner light. The fragment hovered gently in the palm of Hongjun, emanating a warm and vast brilliance. As the light swirled, it seemed to contain innumerable Tao runes, manifesting and evolving, revealing the most primal secrets of the cosmos. In a solemn tone, Hongjun spoke, "This is the fragment of the creation jade disc, which not only records the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, but also embodies the principles of the great Tao. As you have rightly surmised, the creation jade disc was fractured by the chaos demon god, resulting in the incompleteness of the heavenly Tao. By refining this shard, one can, with the assistance of the heavenly fortune, unite with the heavenly Tao and mend its deficiencies." Upon hearing this, a profound light flickered in Qingming's eyes. As he realized Hongjun had indeed acquired the fragment of the creation jade disc, he spoke slowly, "I see. The heavens chose to employ the divine path in place of the heavenly Tao because of this fragment?" Hongjun nodded slightly. "Indeed. It is through the insights gained from this creation jade disc that the method of acting on behalf of the heavens was derived." Qingming continued, "What brings you to share this secret with me today?" Upon hearing this, Hongjun's expression turned serious, his gaze unwavering, as if he had resolved upon a certain determination. He spoke gravely, "I observe that the primordial world is devoid of order. The law of the jungle prevails, and the strong prey upon the weak. Battles among the powerful can easily lead to the destruction of the heavens and the earth, causing the primordial realm to fracture. If this continues, the primordial world will inevitably descend into silence, all things sinking into oblivion, perhaps even returning to chaos. I wish to establish order for the universe, uniting my immortal path with the heavenly Tao, allowing the immortal path to become the mainstream righteous path of the primordial realm. What do you think, my friend?" Qingming fell into contemplation upon hearing this. His gaze deepened, as if penetrating through time and space to glimpse the myriad possibilities of the future. He mused inwardly, "Is this the reason Hongjun seeks to unite with the Tao?" After a moment, Qingming spoke cautiously, "Have you perhaps forgotten the lessons learned from the celestial divine court? I know you have good intentions. This method may be feasible, but who among the beings of the primordial realm would willingly live under a blade suspended above them?" Hongjun calmly nodded, his eyes clear. "I am aware of what you speak, yet my intention of uniting with the Tao is not akin to that of the heavens. The heavens act through the divine path, shepherding the populace, whereas my endeavor is to align the immortal path with the heavenly Tao, which is but a branch of the heavenly Tao. The universe continues to operate according to the fundamental principles of the heavenly Tao. My aim is merely to harness the power of the heavenly Tao to establish order in the primordial realm, guiding all beings towards the immortal path, rather than to elevate myself above them." Upon hearing this, Qingming's eyes sparkled with countless celestial insights as he contemplated the future of Hongjun's words. After a brief moment, Qingming slowly spoke, "This method is feasible, yet the way of heaven is impartial. If you transform yourself into the Tao, you will no longer be Hongjun." Upon hearing these words, Hongjun's expression grew solemn, and he fell into a long silence, as if weighing the pros and cons ultimately. His voice carried a hint of determination. "Dear Tao friend Qingming, am I not aware of the implications involved? It is precisely for this reason that I seek your counsel, hoping to discover a glimmer of opportunity. If the will of heaven is truly unyielding and no other path exists, then I shall accept it with equanimity." Upon hearing this, Qingming's gaze flickered, as if a spark of enlightenment had crossed his mind. He tentatively inquired, "Hongjun, have you ever comprehended the method of severing the three corpses?" "Severing the three corpses?" Hongjun first paused, instinctively murmuring the phrase. Suddenly, an unprecedented brilliance ignited in his eyes, as if a thunderclap had cleaved through endless darkness. In an instant, he was enveloped in a profound state of realization, with the Tao's resonance swirling around him ceaselessly. Qingming was taken aback. He had assumed that Hongjun had already grasped this method, and that it contained some undiscovered nuance. To his surprise, a casual mention from him had become the key to breaking through that veil. Time passed, and Hongjuan's radiance gradually receded, the Tao's resonance calming. He solemnly rose and deeply bowed to Qingming. "Thank you for your enlightening grace. Your words are akin to nectar poured upon my mind, dispelling the clouds and revealing the sun. Were it not for you, I might still be lost on my path." Qingming chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "You overstate my contribution. It was merely a casual remark. Yet your own innate understanding and the arrival of your opportunity would have led you to comprehend this method in due time, even if I had remained silent." While Qingming maintained a calm demeanor, his thoughts were tumultuous. Recalling what he had heard in his previous life, the path of severing the 3 corpses passed down by Hongjun only spoke of needing to cut away the 3 corpses of good intentions, evil thoughts, and obsessions. As for what to do after severing the 3 corpses, whether to reforge them into one with the original self or to amalgamate the 3 into an independent existence, it seemed likely that the latter was the more common interpretation. Upon hearing this, Hongjun chuckled lightly, as if recalling something significant. His expression turned grave as he said, "Tao friend Qingming, to be candid, the fragment I possess should only be 1/2. I suspect that the other half has been obtained by Luo Ho." Chapter 101. The Phoenix Clan under attack. Qingming gently caressed the jade cup, his eyes shimmering with starlight. Since Hongjun has already acquired the creation jade plate, it is highly probable that Luo Ho has also obtained the other fragment. He nodded slightly. "Indeed, if what you say is true, the other piece must certainly be in Luo Ho's possession. At the time, among those present, you and Luo Ho governed the eastern and western domains, respectively, bearing immense celestial fortune. The fragments of the creation jade plate would naturally gravitate towards you." A flicker of understanding flashed in Hongjuan's eyes, and he then spoke in a deep voice. "Tao friend Qingming, if Luo Ho has obtained the other fragment, will he not emulate the actions of the Azure Heaven and pursue the path of using demons to replace heaven?" Qingming chuckled lightly, exuding an air of composed insight. "You worry too much, dear Tao friend. Although Luo Ho is the demon ancestor, rebellious and unruly, he is not a fool. The bloody lesson of the Azure Heaven lies starkly before him. Would he dare to tread the same path? In my view, he is more likely to follow your example of harmonizing the demonic path with the heavenly Tao, rather than seeking to replace heaven." Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. Given his understanding of Luo Ho, that demon would not willingly submit to the constraints of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, he grasped the profound meaning embedded in Qingming's words, his gaze sharpening. "Are you suggesting that Luo Ho has also discerned the method of escape?" Qingming nodded affirmatively. "Naturally. Luo Ho is a person of exceptional talent. If we can conceive of it, surely he can unravel it as well." Hongjun silently acknowledged this, and as his thoughts raced, a heavy wave of pressure descended upon him. The conflict between immortals and demons, the battle for the Tao, was inescapable. This war would determine the rightful path of the primordial chaos. Should the demonic path prevail, the world would undoubtedly descend into oblivion. Qingming seemed to perceive Hongjuan's apprehensions, taking a gentle sip of wine, and spoke with a serene demeanor. "Your confrontation with Luo Ho is unavoidable, as it pertains to the struggle for the primordial chaos's legitimacy. However, you need not worry. The immortal path aligns with the heavens and caters to the people, benefiting all beings. The demonic path, in its arrogance, harms all for its own gain. As the saying goes, those who follow the Tao gain assistance, while those who stray from it find little support. I firmly believe that the immortal path will prevail over the demonic." Although Hongjun harbored concerns, he also held confidence in himself, just as Qingming had articulated. Luo Ho was fierce and brutal, with countless enemies, whereas he himself had forged numerous benevolent connections, spreading virtue far and wide. The momentum was in his favor. At the juncture of the southern and eastern continents, as twilight deepened, the evening glow painted the sky in hues of fire. 3 figures treaded lightly along the ridge at the boundary of the 2 realms, illuminated by the golden afterglow. Leading them was a young girl clad in fiery red feathers, her features strikingly beautiful, exuding brilliance as she chattered incessantly, her voice ringing clear like silver bells. Beside her stood Xuanji, draped in a deep blue robe, her delicate features reminiscent of a frost-kissed goddess. These 3 were Feng Nishang, Feng Zhao, and Xuanji, who had journeyed southward from Kunlun Mountain. After millennia of companionship, Xuanji had grown less aloof than when they first met. The slight smile gracing her lips now revealed a hint of youthful exuberance. Through the passage of time, Xuanji had been astonished to discover that Feng Nishang possessed an uncanny intuition for rare treasures. Just recently, while traversing the battlefield of fierce beasts, guided by Feng Nishang, they had stumbled upon a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Liang sword. Senior Xuanji, look. Beyond that ridge of crimson flames lies the southern continent, Feng Nishang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The southern continent, blessed with abundant fire elemental vitality, was home to numerous fiery beings. Moreover, Feng Nishang continued, her tone tinged with pride. Our Phoenix clan's immortal volcano is the sacred ground of fire. To speak without modesty, we, the Phoenix clan, are among the most powerful races in the southern continent. At this juncture, a look of pride illuminated Feng Nishang's face, as if the glory of her clan were her greatest pride. After a brief pause, she continued, in addition to our Phoenix clan, there are other formidable races in the southern continent, such as the nearby Bifeng clan, the Chongming Bird clan, and the Huodou clan. Furthermore, there are the more distant Qi Yin Divine Eagles and Liang Eagles. Near the Blood Sea, one can also find the Blood Flame Gu Eagle and the Yuming Blood Crow clan. Listening intently as Feng Nishang enumerated the major powers of the southern continent, Xuanji found herself captivated, her eyes occasionally glinting with curiosity and contemplation. After all, this was her first journey beyond the island to explore the vastness of the primordial chaos, and she was filled with wonder regarding the distribution of powers and the myriad beings among the world outside. In this manner, Enai Chang remarked, the Phoenix clan indeed reigns supreme in the southern continent. Xianji spoke softly, her tone imbued with genuine admiration. Feng Enai Chang proudly lifted her chin, her feathered attire rustling in the warm breeze. That is only natural. As one travels further south, the essence of fire intensifies and conflicts grow fiercer. Yet, it is solely the Phoenix clan that can eternally quell the restless volcanoes, and no other race dares to covet our dominion. Her golden-hued eyes reflected the scorching sunlight of the south. Xianji smiled and nodded, though her heart remained undisturbed. She held no interest in the prowess of the Phoenix clan, as no strength could rival that of her master. What truly captivated her were the legends surrounding the immortal volcanic ranges that birthed myriad flames and the boundless sea of blood. The trio continued their journey southward, the air thick with the palpable essence of fire. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the immortal volcanoes, the sky turned crimson and the heavens themselves shattered. Above the immortal volcanic domain, the united forces of the Bifeng, the Chongming Bird, and the Huodou clans loomed like a dark cloud, eclipsing the sun. The chief of the Chongming Bird, Ling Yuan, unfurled his wings, dark golden feathers entwined with the 9 netherschench fire, which manifested into a multitude of fantastical beasts that licked the void. The Huodou chief, Jinya, transformed into a colossal beast, its fangs dripping with corrosive flames. And the ancestor of the Bifeng, Li Xian, stood upon the fire, wielding 3,000 red gold feather blades that hovered behind him. Their edges pointed menacingly towards the Phoenix territory. Yuan Feng, your clan has monopolized the sacred land of flames with tyranny. Today, it is time for you to vacate the immortal volcanoes. Li Xian bellowed, and the 3,000 red gold feather blades surged forth like shooting stars, trailing crimson tails that stained the sky a bloody hue. Yuan Feng and Chu Huang stood side by side on the summit of the immortal volcano, flanked by 5 branch clan leaders of the Tai Luo Golden Immortal Realm. The leader of the Red Phoenix clan, Feng Lai, radiated with golden flames that morphed into towering fire clouds. The leader of the Yizhuang clan, Feng Xian, spread his wings, encircled by violet divine fire. The leader of the Honghu clan, Feng Ling Shuang, let out a piercing cry, crystallizing the dark frost fire into a river of ice across the horizon. The leader of the Yuanzhu clan, Feng Yan, wielded a red gold spear that cleaved through the void, and the leader of the Qingwan clan, Feng Yu, elegantly waved a feather fan, turning azure extinguishing fire into countless Luan birds, their melodious cries tearing through the clouds. Yuan Feng grasped the Nirvana plow heaven spear, its black and white body erupting with sacred flames, transforming into a vast Tai Chi vortex that obscured the sky. At the vortex's center, the interplay of yin and yang devoured Li Xian's 3,000 red gold feather blades entirely. With a swift motion, a wave of black and white flames surged forth. morphing into a phoenix and a huang, charging at the united clans, leaving mountains evaporated and space severed in their wake. You who covet the sacred mountain and dare to offend the Phoenix clan shall find only a path to demise. Yuan Feng's voice thundered like celestial rumblings, shattering the formation of the united clans. Chapter 102. The calamity of Lian. Before Yuan Feng's words could fully resonate, the Phoenix clan's cultivators transformed into a sea of flames, fiercely colliding with the ranks of the three united clans. In an instant, the world lost its color, with only the blazing inferno ruling the cosmos. Above, the fire clouds roiled like furious waves, igniting the entire sky and painting it a blinding scarlet. As if the furnace of apocalypse had descended, the intertwining black and white flames of nirvana, the flowing pure gold fire of the phoenix, the enigmatic and otherworldly fires of the nine nether, and the profound and violent flames of the nine veils all compete to bloom, weaving a magnificent yet heart-wrenching tapestry of destruction. The flames transform into roaring dragons and serpents, rampaging through the skies. The scorching heat waves crack the earth inch by inch, warping and tearing the very void under the terrifying temperatures. The laws of this realm are utterly torn asunder amidst the onslaught of these ferocious flames. The ethereal fire of the Jioming bird tribe cascades from the heavens like a torrential rain of fire. Wherever the flames sweep, time and space warp like ripples, ushering in a nightmarish illusion that erodes the mind. The purifying divine fire of the Qinghuan tribe rises, its sacred white light cleansing the surroundings, dispelling evil and gloom, clashing violently with the mysterious Shen fire, leading to mutual annihilation. The Huodo tribe, born to devour myriad flames, possesses an almost instinctive resistance to fire. Their summoned abyssal devouring flames, imbued with unparalleled corrosive and consuming power, leave desolation in their wake, reducing all to decay. The Frostfire River of the Honghu tribe boldly confronts the chaos, a colossal dragon of intertwining ice blue and blazing white flames. Enshrined with the chilling cold that freezes souls and the searing heat that incinerates all, collides fiercely with the abyssal devouring flames. The crimson golden rain of swords summoned by the Bifong tribe blankets the sky, yet is consumed whole by the transcendent golden fire clouds commanded by the Chiefing tribe, transforming molten iron into a shower of dazzling sparks. Though the allied forces of the three tribes, bolstered by numerical superiority, surge forth like a tide, the warriors of the Fong tribe fight amidst the flames, their eyes ablaze like stars, their will to battle soaring to the heavens, refusing to yield. With wings spread wide, Ling Yuan manifests myriad fire crows, golden crows, and fire dragons from the nine nether, all roaring and clawing towards the Yuanfeng. In response, Yuanfeng's nirvana sky-piercing spear trembles, transforming into a divine phoenix engulfed in flames, its cry splitting the air. The claws of the divine phoenix, akin to celestial blades, strike out fiercely, tearing apart the myriad fiery beasts that charge forth, exploding them into a torrent of flames. As the jaws of destruction pierce the ground, a tremendous roar resonates, and the once unyielding earth is rent asunder by colossal fissures. From these crevices, the purple-black flames of calamity surge forth like a cataclysmic tsunami. Wherever the flames sweep, towering mountains are swiftly corroded, collapsing into a cloud of dust. With a singular step, Li Xuan shatters the void. The nine veils flames coalesce into a towering pillar of annihilation, bearing the might to consume the 8 realms, crashing towards the heavens. Yuan Feng and Chu Huang stand proudly side by side, one wielding the sacred flames of nirvana, the crimson golden divine fire swirling around the spear, incinerating all impurities like an indelible divine radiance, the other commanding the southern bright flames, where the white-hot flames on the rotating blade burn fiercely, consuming all as if divine retribution has arrived. Together, their divine might is overwhelming, and they withstand the relentless assault of the 3 tribal leaders with sheer force. As the fierce battle rages on, the skies above the immortal volcano have transformed into a hellish battleground. The violent energy of fire rages and churns, as if seeking to melt and evaporate this realm entirely. Deeper within, the long-dormant terrifying flames at the heart of the immortal volcano are stirred into a frenzy by the tumultuous energy of this earth-shattering conflict. Crimson Lotus Inferno, celestial fire of the heavens, the cataclysmic fire of creation, and the chaotic flame capable of incinerating the void itself, intertwined with searing magma, roared and churned deep within the earth's veins like countless enraged apocalyptic fire dragons, surging with fury. Were it not for the mighty array of the undying volcano suppressing the earth's core, the infernal fire would have erupted uncontrollably, igniting the entire cluster of undying volcanoes. At that moment, the devastation wrought would rival the cataclysmic force unleashed by Rahu during the celestial conflict in the west. The grand formation enveloping the undying volcanoes was not merely intended to suppress the core flames, but to channel this cataclysmic energy that could bring about the end of the world. It is more prudent to guide than to obstruct. Thus, this cluster of undying volcanoes serves as a natural outlet for the Earth's core fire to unleash its power. Every Yuanhui, the undying volcano, experiences a controlled, periodic eruption. For the myriad fire-dwelling beings of the southern continent, this event becomes a grand occasion for self-refinement and enhancement of their cultivation. They bask in divine flames, absorb the essence, and may even have the opportunity to refine a rare and special divine fire, transforming their intrinsic flames. However, this time, the ferocious energy unleashed during the catastrophic conflict among the four clans far exceeded previous instances, prematurely igniting the accumulated core flames. The intensity of this eruption would undoubtedly surpass any Yuanhui eruption before. Yet, the clans embroiled in fierce battle remained blissfully unaware of the impending catastrophe. Lost in their frenzied combat, the three clan leaders, witnessing their prolonged assault yield no results and suffering heavy casualties among their kin, felt an acute sense of urgency. Their gazes met, and in an instant, a silent consensus was reached. The illusionary flames of Ling Yuan, the infernal fire of Jinya, and the fire of Li Huan converged, intertwining into a singular force of destruction. In an ephemeral moment, a bizarre tricolored apocalyptic fire lotus coalesced in the heavens. The lotus leaves spun, morphing into a deathly grinding wheel, radiating an aura of annihilation that made the very laws of the universe tremble, descending upon Yuanfeng and Chuang. Yuanfeng and Chuang, attuned to each other's thoughts, required no words. The nirvana plowing heaven spear in Yuanfeng's grasp erupted with a piercing golden-red brilliance, while the blazing phoenix wheel in Chu Huang's hand blazed with incandescent divine fire. In unison, they unleashed a roar that shook the heavens, heavenly phoenix shattering strike, true phoenix rending claw. The two assaults descended like divine thunder from the ninth heaven. The nirvana plowing heaven spear collided fiercely with the apocalyptic tricolored fire lotus. In that moment of impact, time seemed to freeze, and space itself became suspended. Then, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated, a sound potent enough to shatter souls. Unimaginable torrents of chaotic energy erupted, sweeping across the 8 directions. Space shattered like fragile glass, and the earth was violently upheaved and torn asunder. Even the ancient array suppressing the undying volcano trembled violently under the weight of this world-destroying collision, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. This is dire. Chu Huang's complexion turned as pale as paper. It was too late. The instant the array was shaken, the cataclysmic force accumulated to its limit deep within the Earth's core found its outlet, spiraling into uncontrollable chaos. The crimson lotus inferno, celestial fire of the heavens, and the cataclysmic fire coalesced into a torrent of annihilation, merging with the boiling magma, breaking free from all constraints and erupting with thunderous force. The crimson magma transformed into towering waves, instantaneously engulfing thousands of miles of landscape. Wherever it passed, all life turned to ash, vitality extinguished. Even space was seared, leaving behind inky black fissures. The immortal volcanoes erupted collectively amidst a thunderous roar. Crimson lava surged into the heavens like countless furious fire dragons. The chaotic flames permeated the world, transforming into terrifying serpentine fires that hunted indiscriminately, spreading wildly. In the past, the Yuanhui eruptions merely released a limited amount of red lotus flames, celestial fires, and heavenly fires, possessing formidable power yet remaining manageable. However, this time was entirely different. A vast deluge of red lotus flames, celestial fires, and heavenly infernos cascaded like a breached river, raging uncontrollably. Even the cataclysmic flames capable of incinerating worlds, which would make even the most revered saints tremble, occasionally emerged from the fiery abyss, like demonic claws seeking annihilation. The entire expanse seemed on the brink of being consumed into nothingness by the boundless inferno. At the forefront of this calamity were the core factions of the battlefield, the Zhuoming Bird, the Huidou, the Bai Fong, and the Phoenix clans. Catastrophe struck in an instant. The Zhuoming Bird's 9 nether-shimmering fire was ignited and backfired by the Red Lotus flames, searing their hearts and causing their kin to wail in relentless agony. The Huidou's colossal beastly forms were submerged in molten lava, their once resilient pelts reduced to ashes under the searing heat, their cries echoing through the skies, despite being fire spirits. The Phoenix clan found it nearly impossible to fend off the onslaught of the chaotic celestial fires. Their resplendent feathers charred and burned. The anguished cries of the Phoenix resonated like thunder. The Bai Fong clan, ensnared by the malevolent and overpowering dazzling heavenly flames, suffered grievously, their flesh and blood scorched. Barely able to stand, lamentations filling the air. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Feng and Chong was enthusiastically introducing the magnificent sights of the immortal volcano to Xianji, her tone light and her demeanor brimming with pride as a member of the Phoenix clan. Yet, her words abruptly halted, her smile freezing into a fiery crimson. She stared intently towards the direction of the immortal volcano, where sinister energies surged skyward, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. The entire sky transformed into a swirling inferno of flames. Atop the volcano, the figures of Yuan Feng and Chu Huang flickered amidst the towering flames, as if they could be entirely engulfed by the world-ending fire at any moment. How could this happen? Feng Yanai Chang's pupils constricted as she murmured in disbelief, an overwhelming fear clenching her heart. In the next instant, her golden wings erupted with blinding brilliance. She transformed into a crimson meteor, hurtling towards the very core of the inferno, heedless of everything. And Chong, be careful. Feng Zhao's expression changed drastically as he shouted in a strained voice, his form shimmering as he raced to follow her. Xianji's previously calm brow furrowed slightly upon witnessing Feng Chong's reckless silhouette. Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a spectral figure of intertwined black and white, flowing with profound rhythms of the Tao, swiftly trailing behind Feng and Chong. Upon reaching the battlefield, the scene was chilling. It was as if one had stepped into a realm of fiery hell, with molten lava flowing everywhere, flames rampaging, distorting even the air. The once mighty divine beasts who commanded the flames now lay lifeless within the inferno, their charred bodies a sight too harrowing to behold. Quickly, set up the Phoenix Nirvana formation. Yuan Feng held aloft the flame-light banner, its surface enveloped in swirling flames, barely resisting the onslaught of the infernal fire from the earth's core. His voice resonated with a steady and powerful timbre, akin to a calming elixir, instilling a sense of strength into the panicked tribespeople. As Yuan Feng's words echoed through the tumult, the Phoenix clan seemed to find their anchor, gathering in an orderly fashion to arrange the grand formation of the Phoenix's rebirth. The 5 clan leaders, Feng Lai, Feng Xian, Feng Ling Shuang, Feng Yan, and Feng Yuqian, each guided their respective kin, encircling the true Phoenix and true Huang members at the center according to the 5 elemental directions. In the heart of the formation, Yuan Feng and Chu Huang led the true Phoenix and true Huang in a circular dance of yin and yang, summoning the immense divine fire of rebirth to engulf the entire clan. In an instant, the black and white divine fire of rebirth intertwined in the air, forming a colossal Taiji symbol, akin to a grinding wheel, slowly extinguishing and assimilating the encroaching infernal flames. When Feng and Chong and Feng Zhao, accompanied by Xianji, arrived, they were met with this awe-inspiring sight. Feng and Chang's gaze instantly fixed upon Yuan Feng and Chu Huang, her eyes brimming with urgency and concern. "Father, Mother," she cried out, her voice trembling with emotion. Without hesitation, Feng and Chong summoned the Crimson Sun celestial umbrella and dashed toward Yuan Feng. Upon hearing the familiar yet frantic voice of their daughter, both Yuan Feng and Chu Huang were jolted with alarm. Chu Huang turned sharply, and upon seeing Feng and Chang's figure appear in this perilous realm, she shouted urgently, "And Chong, do not come closer. Flee at once." No sooner had she spoken than a sudden calamity struck. A colossal surge of divine fire, as thick as a mountain, surged toward Feng and Chong like an enraged dragon. The flames had yet to reach her, but the searing pressure that could extinguish souls had her firmly ensnared, rendering her utterly immobile, her eyes filled with a despairing crimson. "Be careful, daughter," Yuan Feng and Chu Huang cried out in unison, their voices laced with terror and helplessness. Yet, bound to the heart of the formation, they could not extricate themselves, powerless to watch as the destructive flames threatened to consume their cherished jewel. Just as the divine fire was about to obliterate Feng Ni Chang into nothingness, a flame Taiji diagram, exuding profound Taoist resonance and swirling with the energies of yin and yang, unfolded before her without warning, standing as an ancient barrier. Boom! The cataclysmic divine fire collided violently with the Taiji diagram, erupting in a deafening roar. The ferocious waves of fire scattered outward, warping the surrounding space. Yet that seemingly fragile black and white barrier remained steadfast and unyielding. Surviving the cataclysm, Feng Ni Chang turned abruptly, only to find Xianji standing a half-step behind her. One hand weaving an intricate spell, her expression calm and unwavering. Only her deep-set eyes reflected the swirling black and white divine light, as if holding the profound truths of the universe's creation and destruction. "Senior," Feng Ni Chang's voice quivered, the tremendous shock of her survival rendering her momentarily speechless. Xianji's voice was cool and devoid of distance, yet laced with resolve. "This place is far too perilous. I shall escort you to your father." No sooner had she spoken than Xianji's aura transformed dramatically. A vast and overwhelming pressure surged forth, instantly parting the surrounding inferno by several paces. The ethereal shadows of the celestial and terrestrial flowers flickered above her head, heralding her ascension to the supreme realm of the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The Xianming Forbidden Divine Banner manifested in her grasp, its fabric billowing without wind, emanating a ghostly luminescence that suppressed the eons. The yin-yang mystical light coalesced behind her, gradually rotating, casting her as a transcendent deity emerging from chaos, majestic and aloof. With one hand gently resting on Feng Nizhang's shoulder and the other holding the banner, she moved with serene grace, as if strolling leisurely through a garden, towards the center of the tempestuous sea of flames where the Phoenix Nirvana Grand Formation awaited. As she passed, the raging divine fire instinctively parted to create a path. From a distance, Chu Wang beheld her daughter shielded by that enigmatic figure, and her taut heartstrings finally relaxed, while Yuan Feng looked at Xuanji with a face full of astonishment and inquiry. Chapter 104. The Rise of the Phoenix Clan. The Nirvana Grand Formation sensed the auras of Xuanji and Nizhang, slowly parting to welcome the trio inside. Upon entering the formation, Feng Nizhang, like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, dashed into Chu Wang's embrace, exclaiming, "Mother! Father!" Chu Wang held her daughter tightly, tenderly smoothing her disheveled hair, her tone a blend of gentleness and reproach. "My dear child, why did you return at such a time? You nearly scared your mother to death." Feng Nizhang lifted her head from her mother's arms, playfully sticking out her tongue in a mix of relief and anxiety. Pointing at Xuanji, "I thought I was done for. Thankfully, it was Sister Xuanji who saved me." Yuan Feng suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within her, stepping forward to solemnly clasp her fists toward Xuanji, bowing deeply. "I am Yuan Feng, the clan leader of the Phoenix clan. On behalf of my daughter and the entire Phoenix lineage, I express my profound gratitude for your life-saving grace. May I inquire your esteemed title?" In response to Yuan Feng, Xuanji regained her icy composure, offering a slight nod and a cool reply. "Xuanji." It was but a trifling effort, no need for concern. Her gaze then shifted to the apocalyptic scene beyond the formation, particularly lingering for a moment on the churning crimson lotus flames, the heavenly divine fire. And the extinguishing divine fire, her tone tinged with an almost imperceptible curiosity, as if witnessing a marvel for the first time. This immortal volcano, with its abundant geothermal fire source and the extraordinary convergence of myriad flames, indeed lives up to its reputation. At this moment, the world outside the formation had become a hellish inferno. The Rejuvenation Bird, the Bai Fong, and the Huodou clans, though united under their leaders to establish formations against the flames, were no match for Yuan Feng and Chu Wang's prowess. Nor did they possess treasures like the Ledi Flame Light Banner to control the fire. Under the increasingly violent assault of the core divine fire, the formations of the three clans flickered like candles in a tempest, their brilliance waning and on the brink of collapse. Yuan Feng stood within the Nirvana Grand Formation, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing through layers of flames to observe the three clans struggling in the sea of fire. A glimmer of profound insight flashed in his eyes, as if weighing some decision. Moments later, he stood upon the flames, his voice reverberating like thunder through the heavens, echoing across the earth. Li Xian, Jinya, Ling Yuan. Today, you have audaciously trespassed upon my Phoenix clan, and you ought to perish amidst this inferno, your souls scattered. However, considering you are also beings of the fire element, having endured the trials of cultivation, should you be willing to submit to my Phoenix clan, I can offer the protection of the Ledi Flame Light Banner, ensuring the survival of your lineage. At that moment, the leaders of the three clans were engulfed in flames, in a state of utter disarray. With the wings of Ling Yuan shattered and the crimson lotus flames eroding their very souls, the fangs of Jinya crumbled, and the flames of calamity rebounded upon themselves. Li Xian, reduced to cinders, found himself ensnared by the relentless celestial fire. They gazed back at their wailing kin, their eyes brimming with despair and unwillingness. Ultimately, the three exchanged a glance, lowering their proud heads in unison, proclaiming, "We shall yield to the Phoenix clan, beseeching the protection of our ancestral Phoenix." Upon witnessing this, Yuan Feng raised a hand, and the sacred fire of Nirvana transformed into three chains of flame, entwining the souls of the three clan leaders as if they were the very laws of the universe. By fire, we swear eternal allegiance to the Phoenix. The leaders trembled yet dared not resist, bowing their heads in acquiescence. We shall faithfully obey the command of clan leader Yuan Feng. Having completed this, Yuan Feng waved the flag of the flame of departure, its fiery patterns swirling, emanating an array of arcane light. He commanded the Phoenix clan to extend the array's reach. As the formation spread, the Nirvana Great Array manifested as a black and white fortress, spanning the heavens and earth, shielding against the rampaging fires of the earth's core. Under Yuan Feng's direction, the Phoenix clan escorted the remnants of the three clans, gradually emerging from the fiery domain. Beneath the blood-stained sky, the remnants of the three clans knelt upon the ground, their spirits waning, bereft of their former grandeur. Yuan Feng stood upon the clouds, his garments billowing, his gaze fierce as that of a sovereign ruling over the realm. Chu Huang stood behind him, gazing at the still erupting immortal volcano in the distance, sighing softly. Though this battle is won, the eruption of the immortal volcano has cost us dearly. Our kin have suffered great losses, and the fires of the earth's veins remain difficult to quell. Yuan Feng, however, remained undaunted, his gaze fixed resolutely toward the south, his voice imbued with boundless ambition. No matter. The three clans of Bifeng, Chongming, and Huodo shall unite, and our Phoenix clan shall flourish. In 100,000 years, we shall unify the southern continent and become the sovereign of this realm. As Yuan Feng conversed with Chu Huang, Feng Nishang was eagerly engaging Xuanji, chattering incessantly. "Sister Xuanji." She tugged at Xuanji's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "How did you cultivate? That mastery of yin-yang true fire is simply astounding." In the blink of an eye, millennia slipped away, and the core flames of the immortal volcano had gradually subsided, the molten rocks solidifying into obsidian stone. The remnants of the four clans' battle appeared to vanish under the relentless passage of time. Beneath one of the volcanoes, Xuanji sat cross-legged, the essence of life and death swirling around her, embodying the annihilating divine fire, which carried the breath of extinction and the sacred fire of nirvana. Symbolizing the true essence of rebirth, now perfectly fused, manifesting beneath her as a grand, slowly rotating yin-yang taiji diagram. "Sister Xuanji, Sister Xuanji." The melodious voice of Feng Nishang echoed above the volcano, tinged with urgency and joy, shattering the tranquility of the depths. Xuanji slowly opened her eyes, and within her profound gaze lay the cycles of life and death, the transformations of yin and yang. "It is time to depart." As Feng Nishang entered the earth's core, she heard Xuanji's words, and her smile abruptly faltered, urgently questioning. "Sister Xuanji, why must we leave so suddenly when all is well here?" Xuanji smiled gently, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. "Nishang, there is no feast in this world that does not come to an end. The vast and boundless primordial world still holds numerous realms yet to be explored. After tens of thousands of years spent in companionship, delving into the mysteries of divine fire together, the bond between Xuanji and Feng Nishang deepens further. No longer does Nishang refer to Xuanji as senior, but instead, she affectionately calls her sister. In the immortal volcano, Xuanji contemplates the refinement of the extinguished divine fire and the sacred fire of nirvana. Her understanding of the paths of the yin and yang deepens, and she perceives the essence of life and death, resulting in a significant enhancement of her cultivation. Upon hearing this, Nishang's bright eyes quickly dimmed, and she softly inquired, "Sister Xuanji, when will we meet again?" Xuanji, with a gentle smile, imbued with a hint of anticipation, responded, "Fate comes and goes, as it is destined. Focus on your cultivation. One day, when you achieve the Tao of primordial unity, even if separated by countless galaxies and boundless worlds, our reunion will be but a fleeting thought away." Nishang inhaled deeply, stifling the onset of tears, and lifted her small face, her eyes igniting with an indomitable spirit, declaring with the inherent pride of the Feng clan, "All right, Sister Xuanji, I will remember. When we meet next, I shall surely surpass you." Xuanji smiled slightly, extending her delicate finger, which glowed with a black and white mystical light embodying the essence of life and death. Gently and precisely, she touched the smooth center of Nishang's brow. This insight into the essence of life and death would aid Nishang in comprehending the sacred fire of nirvana and the rules of existence. As Nishang immersed herself in this profound understanding, Xuanji quietly departed. Chapter 105. The dragon's roar over the northern sea. Yuanfeng stood atop the immortal volcano, his crimson golden eyes reflecting the swirling magma below. As the patriarch of the Feng clan, he had long speculated about the origins of the enigmatic woman named Xuanji through the accounts of Feng Zhao and Feng Nishang. The sacred fire of nirvana danced at his fingertips, illuminating his sharply defined, austere features while revealing the swirling doubts and apprehensions within his gaze. Could it be the celestial ancestor Hangjun, the demon ancestor Luohu, or perhaps the revered Yangmei Laozu? Yuanfeng's thoughts churned as violently as the sacred fire at his fingertips. Was his fellow practitioner of the sword the most mysterious Qingming Daozuan? To have nurtured three formidable great Luo golden immortals within this vast primordial realm, Yuanfeng could only contemplate these four legendary figures who had gained renown during the calamity of ferocious beasts. However, following the War of Heaven, these legendary entities vanished from the world. It was said that in that monumental battle, even several giants of the great Luo golden immortal realm fell, including the ancestor of the five elements. Were they gravely injured and lying low, or was there a deeper mystery? Yet, it was precisely their disappearance that afforded rising clans like the Phoenix, True Dragon, and Qilin the opportunity to ascend. With the allegiance of the Bifang, the Zhongming Bird, and the Huodou clans, the Feng clan's fortunes surged. Yuanfeng's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, poised to condense the Tao flower and break through to the realm of completion, instilling within him a renewed sense of hope and greater ambition. To unify the southern continent and amass boundless fortune for his clan, Yuanfeng's crimson golden eyes ignited with flames capable of incinerating the heavens, a surge of overwhelming spirit erupting. Aspiring to transcend all primordial races, should he sweep across the 8 wastelands and unify the primordial realms? Even those legendary giants of primordial unity would find it difficult to keep pace with Yuanfeng, who aspired to surpass them and ascend to their heights. As the ambitious Phoenix clan prepared to ignite a cataclysmic firestorm across the southern lands, the vast expanse of the primordial world was already rife with hidden currents and lurking dangers. The White Tiger clan, entrenched in the western realm of ruthless metal. The heavenly Peng clan, soaring majestically across the eastern skies, their wings shrouding the heavens. The Xuanwu clan, concealed within the endless icy plains of the north, bearing the weight of the profound darkness. The Qilin clan, dominating the central Qilin cliff, ruling over myriad beasts, and the Dragon clan, hidden beneath the boundless eastern sea, stirring the infinite waves with their claws. These ancient races, having survived the bloody carnage in the extermination of the divine court, have undergone millions of years of trials by blood and fire, and now have regained their vigor, their talons sharper than ever. They comprehend the mysteries of fate, and thus, upon their resurgence, they have unanimously chosen to expand outward, gathering more of the world's fortune. In the desolate and ancient North Sea, a sudden tumult erupted. Towering waves ripped through the eternal chill, roaring skyward. The ancestral dragon, the supreme sovereign of the Dragon clan, emerged riding the waves. Beneath him, The boundless dark waters parted as if split by an invisible force, revealing a bottomless passage. Roar! 90,000 elite dragon guards broke through the towering waves, their roars echoing throughout the universe, causing the vast ice plains to crack inch by inch. The might of the dragons coalesced into a tangible force, transforming into a terrifying torrent that spanned the heavens and the earth. The Yinglong flapped its wings, veiling the sun and moon. Its wings resembled clouds descending from the heavens, stirring the swirling mists as divine winds howled. The massive azure dragon glided gracefully, its azure scales flashing with lightning, each breath summoning storms from the 9 heavens. As electric serpents danced and tore through the sky, the eyes of the candle dragon, resembling the sun and moon suspended in the sky, glowed. The left eye blazed like molten gold, while the right was as cold as a wintry moon. Wherever its gaze fell, the very fabric of space groaned under the weight, warping and collapsing. Behind them surged a terrifying torrent capable of darkening the heavens. Hundreds of thousands of elite dragons, along with fierce allied armies, surged forth, their murderous intent filling the air. The 9 dragon kings, Purple Gold Dragon, Azure Dragon King, Crimson Dragon King, Silver Dragon King, Yellow Dragon King, Black Dragon King, Void Dragon King, Thunder Dragon King, and Blood Dragon King. Each commanded their respective dragon legions, their might overwhelming and intimidating in all directions. The moonlight merfolk steered resplendent coral war chariots, ethereal battle songs resonating, piercing the soul and igniting the boiling bloodlust and indomitable spirit of all warriors. The ancient void whale emitted a deep, distant song, swallowing countless starry glimmers, which coalesced around its massive form into an indestructible barrier of starlight, resembling colossal starships crushing through the void and traversing the waves. Brother, the colossal head of the candle dragon, akin to the cycles of the sun and moon, emerged from the roiling clouds, its voice deep as thunder from the earth's core. That old tortoise's formation is indeed formidable. After suffering a great loss last time, how shall we counter it this time? Those eyes, piercing through layers of dark waters, beheld the scene deep within the north, where countless armored wild crabs had transformed the seabed, constructing a terrifying killing array. This marked the second time the ancestral dragon had descended upon this desolate realm of the north. In a previous encounter, the 3 major races of Jinhai Golden Ao, Xuanjia Huang Crab, and Xianjing Ao Shrimp formed a formidable array, catching the ancestral dragon off guard and compelling its dragon army to retreat in defeat. However, the current circumstances differ vastly. This time, the ancestral dragon is thoroughly prepared. His deep, abyss-like dragon eyes fixate on the surging waters of the northern underworld, a flicker of confidence illuminating his gaze. No matter, I am fully equipped for this battle. Today, let that old turtle witness the overwhelming might of the myriad dragons' world destruction formation. The truth of strength and weakness shall be revealed in combat. In his grasp, the ancestral dragon wields the Jinhai blade, a symbol of the dragon race's supreme authority. The blade hums with a chaotic golden light, as countless vivid dragon apparitions roar and swim within its gleaming aura, exuding a terrifying presence that commands submission from the myriad seas. Devouring spirit demon shark clan. Heed my call. The ancestral dragon thrusts the Jinhai blade forward, and the very fabric of space tears asunder. Vanguard assault. Carve a bloody path for me. Suddenly, the ocean floor erupts in crimson waves as 100,000 ferocious devouring spirit demon sharks surge forth, transformed into a destructive dark current akin to a barrage of black arrows, instantaneously rending the murky waters and imbued with an aura of annihilation. They plunged deep into the heart of the northern underworld. Their gleaming, mountain-like fangs glimmer ominously, devouring everything in their wake: sea water, spiritual essence, even light itself, leaving behind a void of absolute death. With this maneuver, the ancestral dragon seeks to wield the insatiable devouring power of the demon sharks as a spear to dismantle the foundation of the opposing formation before it fully materializes. Yet, at the very moment the 100,000 demon sharks streak across the icy waters like bolts of black lightning, the sea floor trembles violently. Boom! The entire icy sea seems to be gripped by an invisible giant hand. A chilling will that freezes souls and suspends time descends abruptly. An unfathomably massive and terrifying whirlpool materializes, vast enough to threaten to engulf the entire expanse of the ocean. The whirlpool spins furiously, its center radiating a bone-chilling azure light, instantly freezing the surging waters into countless crystalline shards of deathly ice. This marks the first transformation of the Zhenhai Golden Ao clan's ancestral formation. The northern underworld's Nine Abyss extreme cold prison, the Nine Abyss returning to ruin swirl. Chapter 106. The Contest of Dragons and Aeons in Quick Succession. A cold radiance ignites from the depths of the whirlpool, revealing razor-sharp giant pincers, each one as colossal as a mountain, inscribed with ancient runes that shimmer with a cold metallic sheen. Beneath these titanic claws lies an innumerable horde of Xuanjiahuang crabs, their imposing forms adorned with intricate patterns, reminiscent of ancient killing machines emerging from a bygone era. The giant pincers unfurl like a hellish mountain of blades, and the multitude of demon sharks, caught unawares, are effortlessly torn asunder by the chilling, colossal claws, shredded to pieces. Mangled limbs, ruptured entrails, and the vibrant blood of dragons swirl violently within the maelstrom, transforming this realm of death into a gruesome meat grinder. Dragonkin, heed my wrath. A roar echoes from the depths of the whirlpool, reverberating like thunder and shattering glaciers for miles around. The immense, suffocating dark golden silhouette of the ancient golden turtle flickered amidst the swirling cold currents and crimson light. Upon its shell, ancient sea-suppressing runes flowed ceaselessly, emanating a weighty pressure capable of subduing the ages. Our clan has long occupied the North Sea. Even the once mighty divine court dared not encroach upon this realm. The last time I spared your lives, yet you still dared to invade. Old turtle, cease your arrogance. Before the golden turtle could finish speaking, the colossal wings of the Yinglong suddenly unfurled. The divine winds of the nine heavens surged with fury, for cataclysmic tornadoes, powerful enough to rend the very continents, materialized from thin air, swirling with terrifying gales that crushed all in their path, like four world-destroying dragons colliding with the visage of the ancient golden turtle. Simultaneously, the azure dragon unleashed its divine might. Vast lightning descended from the heavens, the violet thunderbolts, as thick as mountain ranges, carried the essence of annihilation, merging with the divine winds of the Yinglong. As wind and thunder clashed, their powers surged exponentially. The four cataclysmic tornadoes, now infused with both the divine winds and the vast thunder, transformed into four roaring dragons of storm and lightning, tearing apart the fabric of space and obliterating all existence. Just as the four tempestuous dragons approached the form of the ancient golden turtle, the power of the Nine Abyss whirlpool erupted with a thunderous roar. At the vortex's center, 9 unfathomable depths, reminiscent of a terrifying abyss connecting to chaos, suddenly emerged. An irresistible force of devouring energy, originating from the world's void, surged forth. Those four rampaging, cataclysmic tornadoes, like a cow plunging into the sea, stirred not even a ripple. The eyes of the candle dragon shimmered with the images of the sun and moon. The left eye blazed like the sun, while the right glimmered coolly like the moon. The heavenly net pearl in its grasp erupted with a terrifying wave that twisted time and space. Old turtle, behold as I unravel your deceitful tricks. The candle dragon roared, and a beam of divine light, cleaving through yin and yang and dividing the pure from the impure, surged forth from the heavenly net pearl, hurtling directly towards the ancient golden turtle. This divine radiance embodied the might of the sun and moon cycles, a force of time that shattered the very fabric of space, freezing time itself. The terrifying pull of the Nine Abyss whirlpool, which devoured all, proved utterly ineffective against this black and white divine light. As the radiant beam traversed the layers of time and space, poised to strike the true form of the ancient golden turtle, a mocking laughter, like thunder, echoed from the depths of the whirlpool, laced with derision. You foolish attempt with mere light of the sun and moon seeks to breach my North Sea's Nine Abyss? Such delusions. With his words, the whirlpool shifted once more. The figure of the Xuanjiao wild crab gradually faded, replaced instead by the Xianjing pincer shrimp clan. Their backs glistened with translucent Xianjing, each shard perfectly harmonizing with the array, releasing streams of the ultimate celestial light. Countless brilliant rays, as magnificent as polar dreams yet imbued with a chilling stillness, ascended toward the heavens. They twisted and intertwined in the air, ultimately collapsing and condensing into a North Sea's soul-freezing cold light. capable of freezing the essence of all things and extinguishing the heavens. Wherever this cold light shone, space instantaneously solidified into eternal frost, suspending even the passage of time. Crack! Crack! The black and white divine light of the candle dragon, potent enough to rend time and reverse the flow of light, was also frozen beneath this annihilating cold light, fracturing inch by inch into countless crystalline shards, dissipating into the void. The chilling light of annihilation surged forward relentlessly, imbued with the essence of eternal stillness, bearing down upon the candle dragon. What? The candle dragon's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. For the first time, the ever-revolving phantoms of the sun and moon within its eyes exhibited violent tremors and chaos. It had never fathomed that the divine light of time, infused with the power of the sun and moon, could be so easily frozen and shattered by its adversary. The might of the northern abyss nine chasms formation far exceeded expectations. In a moment of dire peril, the ancestral dragon struck fiercely. The ancestral dragon's sea-subduing blade erupted with boundless chaotic golden light, and countless vivid, roaring dragon phantoms danced frantically along the blade's edge. A terrifying will, surpassing all laws, surged forth from the blade's tip. Old turtle, do you only rely on the might of your formation? I shall shatter you. The ancestral dragon roared, its voice reverberating throughout the cosmos. With both hands gripping the blade, it swung down with ferocity. A golden divine blade, infused with the essence of primordial chaos and stretching for 10,000 zhong, tore through the heavens, wielding the power to obliterate all laws, and fiercely cleave towards the chilling light of utter annihilation. Boom! At the epicenter of the collision between blade and cold light, a cataclysmic storm erupted, enough to instill dread even in the hearts of the great Luo golden immortals. The very fabric of space was utterly rent asunder, transforming into a realm of chaotic void. Arrange the formation. Annihilate the world with 10,000 dragons. The ancestral dragon's strike repelled the cold light without the slightest pause. Its voice rang out like a resounding bell, shaking the surroundings. Let this ancient turtle of the northern abyss witness the true, magnificent might of my dragon lineage. Roar! 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 The 90,000 true dragon imperial guards responded first. The 9 dragon kings, purple gold, azure dragon, crimson dragon, silver dragon, yellow dragon, black dragon, void dragon, thunder dragon, blood dragon, unleashed dragon roars that shattered the stars. In an instant, the dragon roars echoed through the heavens, and the dragon might surged, transforming the entire sea into a boiling dragon nest. The great array of 10,000 dragons annihilating the world commenced. Boom! In the center of the formation, a colossal phantom of an ancient dragon nest, constructed from countless roaring dragon images, descended with a thunderous crash. The dragon nest exhaled world-destroying thunderfire, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of devouring all realms. The 10,000 dragons sang in unison, their voices rending the skies. Meanwhile, the North Abyss Nine Chasms, under the direct command of the Golden Tortoise Ancestor, unleashed an even more fearsome cold wave. The Nine Chasms' return vortex expanded wildly, and deep within the whirlpool, 9 abysses connected to chaotic voids revealed their absolute zero and insatiable devouring power. The cold that froze the ages encapsulated time and space. The 2 clam-protecting divine formations collided with a resounding crash. The dragon nest devouring the heavens, the 9 chasms returning to the void. The destruction of the dragon nest and the devouring whirlpool collided like 2 ancient stars with tremendous force. The entire northern abyss sea was utterly overturned by the violent energy. Billions of hectares of seawater were evaporated, frozen, and torn apart. Space shattered like a broken mirror, layer upon layer peeling away. Energy turbulence transformed into a storm of annihilation, sweeping across the 8 desolations. Chapter 107. The Northern Abyss Turmoil, Second Layer. The annihilating dragon breath, the chilling light of annihilation. Within the dragon nest, billions of dragon phantoms simultaneously opened their mouths. The cataclysmic dragon breath, blazing hot enough to melt stars, surged forth like the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, scalding mountains and boiling seas, ruthlessly washing over those 9 abysses. Freeze! Deep within the abysses, the chilling light of utter annihilation erupted once more. The ultimate coldness clashed violently with the torrent of dragon breath. Hiss! Ice and fire, annihilation and creation. Two diametrically opposed yet equally extreme forces of terror raged in a frenzied battle of obliteration and consumption. In the epicenter of the collision, absolute black holes emerged, consuming all light and heat. Waves of destructive energy radiated outward, reducing everything they touched to primordial particles and dust. The two great formations remained in a deadlock. At the moment of this cataclysmic clash, for terrifying figures, exuding overwhelming presence, thunderously stepped forth from the icy core of the North Abyss Nine Chasms formation, the revered ancestor Ao Qing of the Sea, suppressing Golden Ao clan. The Grand Elder Ao2, the crab ancestor of the Xuanjiao Wild Crab clan, and the shrimp ancestor of the Xianjing Pincer Shrimp clan. Ao Qing stood tall like a divine mountain, his dark golden shell imprinted with ancient sea, suppressing divine runes. Each line pulsating with a terrifying power that could suppress the ages. His gaze, as cold as 10,000 years of ice, swept over the ancestral dragon and others. Emitting a mocking sneer, old mudfish. This is the North Abyss, not your East Sea. The 10,000 Dragons Annihilation Formation? Not impressive, is it? You dare to breach my North Abyss Nine Chasms extreme cold prison formation? The ancestral dragon's eyes, sharp as blades, glinted with fury as he coldly snorted, pointing the ancestral dragon sea-suppressing blade at Ao Qing. Old turtle, spare the chatter. Let's battle outside the formation. Humph, do you think I fear you? Ao Qing's massive claws struck the void, summoning a tidal wave of cold. Zhu Long's eyes, reflecting the sun and moon, instantly locked onto the menacing crab ancestor, whose colossal pincers resembled mountains, as the Tianluo pearl in his palm erupted with a terrifying disturbance that disrupted time itself. Great crab, your opponent is me. The Azure Dragon and the Yinglong transformed into two streaks of light that tore through the heavens, their dragon bodies entwined with destructive winds and thunder, fiercely charging toward the resilient shrimp ancestor, fortified by his unyielding Xianjing shell, and the robust elder Ao2 of the sea-suppressing Golden Ao clan. Kill! The vast divine thunder summoned the wrath of the heavens. The divine winds of the nine skies stirred up blades capable of annihilating worlds. The winds and thunder intertwined, creating a realm of death that swallowed all. The battlefield was instantly divided. The ancestral dragon's blade light split the sea, each strike infused with the chaotic might to create worlds, causing the ancient turtle shell's divine runes to flash and roar like 1,000 thunders. Ao Qing's defense was unparalleled, using his body as a shield to withstand the ancestral dragon's ferocity, while his massive claws swung, freezing the very essence of the world. The crab ancestors' colossal pincers, akin to mountains, tore through space as they unleashed a terrifying maelstrom of annihilation toward Zhu Long. Zhu Long's form flickered like a shadow of time, the Tianluo pearl emitting streams of black and white divine light that sliced through space, clashing violently with the mighty pincers, fracturing the fabric of reality. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon and Yinglong coordinated seamlessly, their fusion of wind and thunder forming a torrent of destruction, relentlessly suppressing the shrimp ancestor and elder Ao Tuesday. The shrimp ancestor's Xianjing shell was extraordinarily hard, enduring the onslaught of wind and thunder, scattering crystalline shards and lightning fire, yet finding it difficult to break free from the pressure. A stalemate ensued, a bloody battle, just as this seemingly balanced struggle reached its boiling point. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Zhu Long's sun and moon-like eyes. He exchanged a secretive glance with the Azure Dragon and Yinglong. The time manipulation, the mud of years, was silently activated. An invisible, formless force, potent enough to stagnate even Deluo golden immortals, descended upon the shrimp ancestor like a silent shackle from the river of fate. What? The shrimp ancestor, whose massive body was covered in glistening Xianjing, suddenly found its movements becoming dreadfully sluggish. Even its thoughts slowed to a crawl. Horror flashed in its eyes. Now, Azure Dragon, Yinglong, strike! Zhu Long roared fiercely. The Azure Dragon roared defiantly at the heavens, its massive form erupting with flashes of lightning. Above the nine heavens, countless ethereal divine thunders coalesced into a colossal judgment dragon, destined to annihilate all evils and obliterate existence itself, tearing through the void as it descended with ferocity. With a thunderous cry, the dragon's enormous wings unfurled to their fullest extent. The divine winds of the nine heavens transformed into countless blades, capable of cutting through all, converging into a cataclysmic tempest that threatened to erase everything. The forces of wind and thunder melded flawlessly. A blade, entwined with boundless wind blades, and at its core a horrifying thunderous essence, surged forth with an absolute intent to extinguish all life, aimed directly at the ancestral shrimp. No. The ancestral shrimp emitted a desperate wail, desperately activating its crystalline shell and innate treasures for defense. Crack, crack, boom. With the aid of temporal divine powers, the combined assault of the azure dragon and the responding dragon struck true, shattering the seemingly indomitable crystalline shell into countless fragments. Following this, the devastating forces of wind and thunder surged relentlessly into its being, mercilessly shredding flesh and obliterating its very soul. With a powerful blow, the massive form of the ancestral shrimp was sent hurtling, crystalline shell shards mingling with faint golden divine blood raining down from the sky. Its aura plummeted to a desperate low, leaving it utterly devoid of combat strength. Ancestral shrimp, you wretched spawn of the dragon clan. How dare you? The colossal Ao Qing erupted in rage, its massive claws thrashing wildly, summoning towering waves of ice akin to a collapsing divine glacier. Crashing down upon the azure dragon and the responding dragon, who had just exhausted their powers and momentarily faltered. Meanwhile, the crab ancestor and Ao tongue simultaneously unleashed their might, invoking terrifying divine powers that bore down upon the azure dragon and the responding dragon. Humph, do you think we are insignificant? The ancestral dragon and the candle dragon will not let you have your way. Subdue. A frigid light erupted from the ancestral dragon's eyes. In its grasp, the ancestral dragon's sea-suppressing blade emitted a resounding dragon's roar that pierced through the heavens. The myriad dragon totems inscribed upon the blade sprang to life in an instant. Gripping the blade with both hands, the oppressive aura of the dragon surged forth, and with a resolute strike, it aimed directly at the enraged Ao Qing. Dragon subduing the cosmos. Boom. The ancestral dragon's blade surged in size, transforming into a colossal blade entwined with chaotic energy, suppressing myriad laws. This mighty blade, imbued with the power to devastate the heavens and earth, crashed down upon Ao Qing. Faced with this onslaught, Ao Qing had no choice but to abandon the azure dragon and the responding dragon, redirecting all its strength to counter the ancestral dragon's strike. On the other side, a fierce and unyielding determination flickered in the eyes of the candle dragon. Suddenly, it bit its tongue, unleashing a mouthful of radiant dragon blood infused with its essence and the laws of time. Buzz. The heavenly net pearl absorbed the essence of the dragon blood, erupting with an even more dazzling and terrifying black and white divine radiance. Heavenly web, time's catastrophe, eternally bound. The candle dragon bellowed. The black and white divine light intertwined wildly, instantaneously transforming into a colossal web that enveloped the past, present, and future. Flowing through this web was the solidified river of time, with each strand entwined with the shackles of fate. This net of temporal calamity disregarded spatial barriers, ensnaring the furious crab ancestor and Ao tongue in an instant, binding them. Roar. Release me. The crab ancestor thrashed wildly, its massive pincers tearing through the void. The back shell of Ao tongue erupted with a yellowish divine light, and together with the crab ancestor, they tore apart the net of time-esque calamity, rushing to the side of the ancestral shrimp. At this moment, though the ancestral shrimp had not fallen, it was gravely weakened, utterly bereft of the strength to continue the fight. The battlefield had transformed into a 4-against-3 scenario. Chapter 108. The Return to the Abyss, a shocking transformation, shameless dragon clan. Cursed be it. Enter the formation. With a sweeping motion of its colossal claws, Ao Qing forcibly repelled the blade light pursuing the ancestor dragon, shielding the crab ancestor. Ao too, bearing the nearly lifeless shrimp ancestor, transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the 9 abyss formation. Children of the golden Ao, heed my command. Ao Qing's voice, laden with monstrous killing intent, reverberated through every inch of the frozen space, reminiscent of a cataclysmic sound echoing from the deepest realms of the underworld. He opened his massive maw, reciting an ancient, forbidden incantation that connected with the primordial essence of the North Sea, summoning the dark powers of the 9 nether. In the North Sea lies an abyss. The Xianming governs the cold. Heed my command, O 9 nether, freeze the heavens. Eternal ice enclosure. Boom. As his incantation concluded, the ultimate killing formation. The North Sea 9 Abyss Extreme Cold Prison was fully awakened. A chilling stream of extreme negative energy, capable of freezing even the great Luo's primordial spirit and extinguishing immortal true spirits, surged forth from the deepest depths of the Nine Nether. Countless bone-piercing ice thorns erupted from the ocean floor, akin to deathly spears thrusting forth from the abyss of hell, instantly engulfing the entire icy sea domain. Wherever the ice thorns traversed, the fabric of space was easily pierced, leaving behind dark fissures. The Dragon Clan's forces bore the brunt of this onslaught. The terrifying cold current, capable of freezing souls, and the piercing ice thorns inflicted immense casualties upon countless true dragons, even under the protection of the formation. A mere parlor trick. The true form of the Chaos Annihilation Ancestor Dragon. Appear. A resplendent golden light erupted from the Ancestor Dragon's eyes, radiating an aura of supremacy over the primordial realm. In an instant, it retreated to the core of the 10,000 Dragons Annihilation Formation alongside the Zhu Long, Song Long, and Ying Long. The 4 dragon ancestors simultaneously infused vast amounts of magical power into the formation. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar, as ancient as the chaos itself, shattered countless bone-piercing ice thorns. At the heart of the formation, chaotic energy surged wildly. A colossal shadow of the Chaos Annihilation Ancestor Dragon, immense enough to obscure the entire sky, materialized with a thunderous crash. Each scale of the Chaos Annihilation Ancestor Dragon glimmered with the primordial divine light from the dawn of creation, and its dragon eyes contained the destructive power of life and death. The Chaos Annihilation Ancestor Dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing the very first sound birthed in the universe. A breath of chaos, entwined with the laws of annihilation, erupted forth like a cataclysmic torrent, colliding head-on with the chilling stream of extreme negative energy. Boom! A storm of destruction, beyond description, was born. This was the ultimate confrontation of the 2 premier, clan-defending formations of the primordial realm. At the center of the collision, space tore apart as if it were mere thin paper, annihilating into a massive black hole that devoured light and heat. Time itself became chaotic, fragments of the past and future flickering within. Billions of hectares of North Sea water were instantaneously evaporated into the void, revealing a terrifying seafloor, frozen and covered in ice thorns. The shockwave of destruction spread outward in a circular frenzy. Wherever it passed, all tangible and intangible entities were reduced to mere dust. Crack. Deep within the North Sea, at the abyss, ice symbolizing the end of all things, an ancient sealing power gradually crumbled under the impact of these 2 forces. Boom. A bottomless chasm, seemingly leading to the chaotic void, suddenly erupted at the very center of the abyss eye. An ancient, vast, and chilling aura of terror, cold enough to freeze the very essence of existence, awakened slowly from the deepest abyss, akin to a world-destroying beast that had slumbered for eons. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. The frantic movements of the Dragon Clan and Jin Ao clan warriors, who were desperately activating the Grand Formation, as well as the fierce struggles of the powerful beings, were all abruptly frozen in place the instant that aura spread forth. The frost on their weapons, as if imbued with life, surged across their bodies at a visible pace. The despairing chill froze their blood, marrow, and even their very souls. No, this cannot be. Is this the seal of the abyssal eye of the returning ruins? Fear, profound and bone-deep, flickered in the enormous eyes of the elder of the Jin Ao clan as he screamed in terror, "Retreat quickly." In an instant, the faint sound of chains breaking echoed from the depths of the abyssal eye, resonating like the death knell of the world, reverberating throughout the entire sea. A figure shrouded in a profound, ice-blue divine flame, as if stepping through the river of time itself, slowly ascended from that unfathomable abyss. With each step, the void beneath his feet crystallized into frost-laden pathways infused with the coldest of laws, and wherever the pathways spread, even the rules of heaven and earth wailed in submission. Forcibly frozen. When those eyes, seemingly carved from chaotic ice and devoid of emotion, slowly opened, the northern undersea was instantaneously encased in ice. Even time and space were locked in a frozen state. Ha 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 ha. The frost ash demon god parted his thin lips. exhaling a breath of ice that seemed capable of freezing the river of fate. Wherever that breath passed, the fleeing warriors of the Jin-Ao clan, Dragon clan, and Shrimp and Crab clan, regardless of their cultivation level or size, were instantly transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, frozen in expressions of despair. The voice of the Pangu demon god was cold and ethereal, carrying the weight of eons of solitude and a hint of mockery. You cannot confine me, after all. Meanwhile, countless light years away, in the domain of the mixed Kuan ancestor, boom, the heavenly pool, nurturing the primordial power of the northern undersea, erupted without warning. Billions of acres of water surged into the sky, freezing midair into countless shards of dark ice, shimmering with deathly cold light. The mixed Kuan ancestor, seated deep within the domain, suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment flashing within them. The primordial power of the northern undersea is in turmoil. The mixed Kuan ancestor stood outside the domain in the void, his colossal wings, capable of overshadowing galaxies, thunderously unfurled. Whoosh! In the next moment, his figure appeared tens of millions of light years away. Standing in the void, the mixed Kuan ancestor's gaze was as grave as ancient ice, penetrating the barriers of endless time and space, locking onto the frosty sea of light deep within the northern undersea. When he beheld the vast expanse of the frosty sea completely frozen into a colossal, eternal tomb of ice, countless beings encased within, even his ancient heart, usually unperturbed, turned pale with disbelief. The seal of the abyssal eye of the returning ruins has indeed been broken. In the frozen battlefield of the frosty sea, the space quivered slightly as the frost ash demon god, enveloped in eerie blue flames, appeared like a specter at the heart of the battlefield. On the battlefield, only the ancestor dragon, Ao Qing, and a dozen other great Luo golden immortals barely withstood the encroaching chill, not completely frozen. The frost ash demon god cast a cold, indifferent glance over these formidable beings, who appeared to him as mere dust. A mocking curve graced his lips, as he mused, great Luo golden immortals? How weak they are. After eons of existence in this world. Chapter 109. The demon god of ice. The faces of the ancestor dragon, Ao Qing, and Zhulong turned grave as they fixed their gaze on the frost ash demon god. From him emanated a profound aura, deep and unfathomable, akin to the very essence of primordial ice. Confronting him felt like facing the ultimate source of the universe's chilling core, and the pervasive, frigid Tao rhythm seemed potent enough to freeze all laws, causing their very souls to tremble. He was indeed a primordial golden immortal, the frost ash demon god, the chaotic demon who wielded the power of the ultimate ice laws. During the great cataclysm of heaven, he had attempted to feign death to infiltrate the primordial world crafted by Pangu. However, his ruse was uncovered, leading to severe injuries and ultimately being forcibly suppressed in the profoundest depths of the North Sea's abyss by Pangu, using the very essence of primordial ice to seal him within the void eternally. Now, the seal had been broken by the battle between the Dragon and Golden Ao clans, allowing him to finally return to the light of day. The frost ash demon god's gaze remained indifferent, as he regarded the ancestor dragon and others as one would view mere ants. Nonchalantly, he raised a hand enveloped in icy flames and grasped at the void. Crack! The space shattered like fragile ice, instantly freezing solid. The body of the shrimp ancestor was ensnared by an irresistible, time-freezing force. He could not even emit a cry of alarm before being drawn before the frost ash demon god. No, ancestor, save me. The shrimp ancestor's eyes erupted with sheer terror as his massive pincers flailed futilely. The frost ash demon god, devoid of interest, merely opened his mouth and gently inhaled towards the trapped shrimp ancestor. Swish, like a great whale consuming water, before the horrified gazes of those present. The shrimp ancestor's colossal form, imbued with immense vitality and the power of laws, along with his distorted, terrified soul, was instantly transformed into an exquisitely pure stream of blood essence and primal energy, devoured by the frost ash demon god. Having consumed the shrimp ancestor, the frost ash demon god closed his eyes momentarily as fragmented memories from the shrimp ancestor flowed through his cold consciousness. Ha ha ha! The frost ash demon god suddenly opened his eyes, erupting into a frenzied laugh. His laughter was chilling and piercing, filled with madness and greed accumulated over countless eons. They are all dead. They have all perished. Pangu, the world you painstakingly created shall ultimately fall into my grasp. Ha ha. Amidst his manic laughter, his chaotic, icy eyes swept once more over the struggling ants below, as well as the countless beings across the battlefield, frozen eternally in ice sculptures. You lucky ants, he intoned, his voice devoid of warmth, as if pronouncing a sentence. You may live on to serve as my shepherds of this realm. Before his words could fade, the frost ash demon god opened his vast maw, capable of swallowing galaxies, and aimed it at the boundless, ice-encased battlefield. On the battlefield, countless frozen beings of the Dragon Clan, Golden Ao Clan, Shrimp Clan, Crab Clan, Merfolk, and Ancient Whales, all encapsulated in icy sculptures that embodied their blood essence and spiritual power, regardless of their former strengths or weaknesses, crumbled and dissolved in an instant. They transformed into vast, boundless torrents of blood and spirit energy, akin to rivers converging into the sea, rushing madly into the maw of the Ashen Demon God. As the devouring commenced, the aura of the Ashen Demon God surged dramatically. He ascended through the realms of the primordial golden immortal from the 5th to the 8th, and ultimately stabilized only after breaking through to the 9th realm. The essence of the ice law radiated around him, thickening to the point of becoming nearly tangible, manifesting as countless ethereal blue ice flame runes that danced and circled him. Wherever they passed, the void silently froze and collapsed, giving rise to eternal, desolate icy domains. The Ashen Demon God furrowed his brow slightly, evidently dissatisfied with his current cultivation. However, having been sealed for countless ages, his essence was nearly depleted. Thus, in his present state, he could only restore himself to this level for the time being. At that moment, he sensed something. A cold gaze suddenly turned toward the distant horizon. With a rush, a figure radiating the formidable aura of a primordial golden immortal, with colossal wings that obscured the sky, seemed to tear through space, appearing instantaneously above this frozen, desolate sea. It was none other than the ancestor of the mixed Kuan. For the first time, a hint of human-like astonishment flickered across the Ashen Demon God's face, which had been frozen for millennia. His gaze, sharp as crystalline ice, pierced the ancestor of the mixed Kuan as his consciousness swept over him. A 6th-level primordial golden immortal? And he bore a mixed aura of chaotic demonic essence? Could it be that this individual is the most powerful being in this realm, the Azure Ming Dao Sovereign, as remembered by the Shrimp Ancestor? From the Shrimp Ancestor's memories, the Ashen Demon God learned that there were only a few primordial golden immortal experts in this world, with the most formidable being the Azure Ming Dao Sovereign. Indeed, he was worthy to become a servant under my command. The ancestor of the mixed Kuan stood in the void, his gaze gravely sweeping over the completely frozen world below, landing on the terrifyingly powerful Ashen Demon God, his eyes flickering with intense surprise and profound wariness. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and respectfully clasped his hands toward the Ashen Demon God, his voice solemn. Fellow Taoist, I am the mixed Kuan, honored to meet you. Is this place the result of the eruption of the abyssal sea? That sea pertains to the stability of the primordial world and is fraught with peril. Might we join forces to seal it once more, and then deliberate on our next steps? Mixed Kuan? Huh. The Ashen Demon God's brow furrowed slightly, the hint of a mocking smile becoming more pronounced, his voice chilling enough to freeze the soul. I am the Ice Demon God, Ashen. You shall be my first servant in the dominion of this realm. Kneel and obey. Before his words had fully left his lips, the Ashen Demon God beckoned with his finger, lightly flicking it towards the space where the ancestor of the mixed Kuan stood, and with a swift motion, 3,000 chains formed entirely of the essence of the ice law erupted forth. These ethereal blue ice chains, shimmering with the power to freeze the paths of the heavens, instantly pierced through time and space. Each chain contained the frigid force capable of binding a Deluo Yuan Shun and extinguishing an entire small world, sealing all avenues of escape for the ancestor of the mixed Kuan, descending upon him like a rain of death. The ancestor of the mixed Kuan's expression changed dramatically. With a sudden tremor of its colossal wings, obscuring the heavens, it shattered vast expanses of frozen void, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The chilling aura that brushed past him dimmed his protective divine light momentarily. At this juncture, how could he remain oblivious? The formidable entity before him, who referred to itself as Frost Ember, was the very architect of the North's frozen plight and the ruin of the Guishu Ci seal. Moreover, was this not the ice demon god, the chaos demon god? The ancient progenitor of the chaos Kuan steadied himself, disbelief flooding his eyes as he exclaimed, a tremor lacing his voice. Did not the chaos demon god perish in the great cataclysm? How is it possible that you have survived until now? Chapter 110. Qingming takes action. Haha. Indeed, they have all perished. The frost ember demon god laughed maniacally, his mirth infused with an overwhelming sense of triumph and disdain for all existence. But I remain. I am the singular chaos demon god in this realm. This world shall submit beneath my feet, yield and become my servant. Boom. At the moment his words fell, a terrifying pressure emanating from the chaos demon god, akin to the 9 heavens of primordial chaos, erupted forth, causing the entire sea to groan and tremble under the weight of this force. In the void, the essence of the ice law manifested, transforming into countless ethereal blue chains entwined with the frozen temporal runes, sealing the surrounding space. The very rules of heaven and earth were suppressed by the ice law, forming a domain of pure ice. Under this oppressive force, the ancient progenitor of Kuan stifled a groan, his complexion paling dramatically. This is a domain of laws. The chaos demon god has returned, and the Guishu Ci's eruption is a grave matter. Perhaps only a few can resolve this predicament. In an instant, the ancient Kuan had made his decision. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed the vast magical power of the 6 heavens of primordial chaos within him. Seated upon the frozen throne, the frost ember demon god flashed a mocking glint in his eyes and sneered. You, with your mere 6 heavens of primordial chaos, dare to defy me? Preposterous. A piercing shriek, capable of rending stone and gold, echoed as the ancient Kuan's form blurred, transforming into countless illusions that permeated the frozen world. A mere parlor trick. With a mere thought, the frost ember demon god conjured millions of chains of the ice law within the frozen domain, resembling a frigid purgatory, rendering the Kuan's myriad phantoms incapable of evasion. Yet the ancient Kuan had no intention of confronting him head-on. His illusions sought merely an avenue of escape. Resolutely, he ignited his essence, his entire form morphing into a blur of azure light, moving with a speed that transcended the bonds of time. This was the power of the supreme speed he commanded. Under this influence, his form distorted, and in the next instant, he pierced through the ice chains like a fleeting bubble, escaping the frost ember's icy domain, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye. The maniacal laughter and disdain on the frost ember demon god's face froze instantly, replaced by shock and disbelief. In all his experience as a chaos demon god, he had never witnessed such an instance of fleeing without a battle. Even though the adversary was not a chaos demon god, they possessed fragments of the chaos demon god's essence. Was this not a source of pride for the chaos demon god? Upon departing from the North Abyss, the venerable ancestor of the mixed Kuan hastened with fervor towards the East Sea. In his contemplation, the only entities capable of resolving this predicament were Hongjun, Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and Qing Ming, with the proximity of Qing Ming's sanctum to the East Sea being fortuitous. In the East Sea, on the celestial island of Fuyao, the Taoist Qing Ming sat serenely upon a white jade platform, enveloped in an ethereal aura that seemed to resonate with the cycles of creation and annihilation, embodying the essence of the cosmos. Suddenly, his tranquil gaze flickered as an indescribable hue passed through his eyes. Just moments ago, an invisible thread of causality, intricately linked to his very existence, tugged at his consciousness. Is this related to me? Qing Ming murmured, his voice smooth as jade yet tinged with a hint of resignation, reflecting the trials of the world. Could it be that those 3 little rascals, the Shinji, had once again stirred trouble outside? With a subtle movement of his fingertips, enigmatic and unfathomable chaotic runes swirled like a river of stars. In an instant, a flicker of mild amusement graced his features. The North Abyss returning to the void? How intriguing. It seems to be a purebred chaotic demon god. Abruptly, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted from outside the island. A somewhat disheveled figure of the mixed Kuan burst through the fabric of space, appearing just beyond the protective array of the island. How swiftly you arrive, Qing Ming remarked with a serene smile, gesturing with his hand as the protective barrier of the island parted, granting the mixed Kuan a passageway. Qing Ming Taoist, the ancestor of the North Abyss, nearly collided with the sanctum, his breath unsteady, Yet he spoke with an urgency previously unseen, his voice laden with gravity. Qingming waved his hand dismissively, his tone composed. "Do not fret, my friend. I am already aware of the matter you speak of." Startled by his words, the mixed Kuan continued with haste. "That chaotic demon god, Shuangjin, wields terrifying power, devouring souls and encasing the North Abyss in ice. I beseech you, Taoist, to act immediately and vanquish this fiend to save the North Abyss." Qingming inclined his head slightly, his demeanor as tranquil as a deep abyss. He slowly raised his right hand, where chaotic energy coalesced, forming a sword of ancient elegance that materialized silently. Upon its blade, supreme runes depicting the return of all things to the void and the silence of the heavens were inscribed, with the essence of chaos swirling at its edge. This was none other than Qingming's innate treasure, the sword of all things returning to the void. With the sword in hand, Qingming gently sliced the air before him, and a colossal rift in space emerged instantaneously. He stepped into the fissure, followed resolutely by the mixed Kuan, who did not hesitate to enter the breach. In the frigid realm of the North Abyss, the ice-encased beings of the Dragon Clan, Golden Ao Clan, and the Crustacean Clan had been liberated from their frozen state by the demon god Shuangjin. In his eyes, this primordial world was now his dominion, necessitating someone to manage it for him. His gaze, devoid of any warmth, swept coldly over the newly unfrozen beings, his voice chilling to the bone, freezing their very souls. "From this day forth, you shall all be my servants. Those who comply shall live, while those who resist shall find their essence and form obliterated, forever plummeting into the void." At this moment, the brows of the demon god Shuangjin, who had frozen the ages, furrowed sharply. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his icy stare piercing the heavens like two divine swords of frost, directed towards a figure standing amidst the clouds, a young Taoist clad in a simple azure robe, arms crossed in contemplation. A faint smile graced his face, as if he had seen through the cycles of existence, his gaze calmly resting upon the frost ash demon god, as if appraising an intriguing artifact. Standing beside this figure was the very ancestor of the mixed Kuan, who had just slipped from his grasp. "Humph, mixed Kuan," the frost ash demon god scoffed, his voice laced with disdain and mockery. "You fled only to return, seeking to submit to me?" Immediately, his chaotic, ice-like eyes fixed intently upon Qingming. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to discern Qingming's cultivation. However, the ancient pride and arrogance stemming from the chaos demon god led him to believe no one in this realm could pose a threat to him. The mixed Kuan ancestor bowed his head and spoke. "Qingming Taoist, this one is the ice chaos demon god, Frost Ash." Indeed, Qingming acknowledged with a nod, his gaze remaining tranquil. He discerned at a glance that this Frost Ash demon god was merely at the 9th heaven cultivation level, severely depleted in essence. Seeing Qingming and mixed Kuan daring to disregard him, the Frost Ash demon god let out a cold snort, a flicker of icy light flashing in his eyes. A surging wrath, akin to that of being offended by an ant, welled up within him. Seeking death, he raised his hand, and countless forces of the pristine ice laws transformed into pristine ice chains, instantly wrapping around the space where Qingming and mixed Kuan stood, sealing them in. Subsequently, the chains began to slowly constrict, while billions of frozen spines, shimmering with a deadly cold light, suddenly erupted from the divine chains, their tips exuding a lifeless chill, tightening around Qingming and mixed Kuan. Chapter 111. The Fall of Frost Asham. Qingming's brow slightly furrowed. With a mere thought, he summoned the return to the void sword domain. Within this domain, multi-hued sword lights swirled, each embodying the essence of different grand principles. The sword domain swiftly expanded, and the moment it collided with the pristine ice prison, the ice, which could freeze all and was indestructible, began to dissolve silently, as if the first snow had met the blazing sun, disintegrating into nothingness. What? The coldness and arrogance on the Frost Ash demon god's face crumbled instantly, replaced by unprecedented shock and disbelief. He stared intently at Qingming, bewildered. "Who on earth are you?" The serene smile at the corner of Qingming's lips remained unchanged as his voice resonated through the frozen expanse. "I am Qingming." As his words fell, the sword was set in motion. With a casual flick of the Wanxiang returned to the void sword, a resplendent sword light, forged from the convergence of 12 grand principal laws, erupted forth as a chaotic sword radiance, striking directly at the Frost Ash demon god. Its trajectory appeared slow and clear, yet it existed simultaneously at every temporal juncture of past, present, and future. It transcended the linear constraints of time, disregarding the layered barriers of space. At the core of the sword radiance, a nascent return to the void principle quietly came into being. Though feeble, it contained the power to annihilate heaven and earth. When the frost ash demon god discerned the essence of the return to the void within the sword light, the sword's tip had already pierced through the blood crystal at his brow. The freezing laws of pristine ice were rendered utterly ineffective before the return to the void principle. Impossible. The true form of the frostfire demon began to disintegrate, its voice imbued with a sense of unwillingness and astonishment. How could such a formidable being emerge in such a brief span since the inception of heaven and earth? Within the radiance of the sword, a phantom of azure seemed to step forth from the endless river of ancient time, slowly coalescing before the brow of the frostfire demon, on the verge of complete dissolution. It extended a slender, jade-like finger, gently touching the shattering blood crystal core. Its voice, though indifferent, carried an echo of nostalgia. As if reflecting on the epics, Brother Pangu left your essence to suppress the eye of the sea, granting you a sliver of survival, yet alas. As the resonance of its fingertip gently rippled through the chaotic dominion of the frostfire demon, a being that had weathered the primordial cataclysm, it ultimately transformed into a swirling mass of the purest essence of ice. Continuously collapsing, the core of this essence emerged, a profoundly clear principle of the ice path, seemingly inscribed directly by the chaotic Great Tao, slowly rising and falling, emanating a terrifying chill capable of freezing the myriad realms and sealing the river of fate. The demon fell, and the ice sealed and melted. However, the eye of the abyss erupted in its entirety, an unfathomable force birthed from the dawn of creation, unleashing terrifying substances such as the boundless profound ice, the primordial heavy water, and the bone-eroding weak water, surging forth like a chaotic river breaking its dam. Where the boundless profound ice passed, all things were instantaneously frozen into eternal ice sculptures, even space itself crystallizing into a hauntingly blue form. The primordial heavy water, as weighty as mountains and stars, crashed forth, effortlessly grinding the ancient mountains formed over eons at the seabed into mere dust. The bone-eroding weak water, insatiable, devoured all in its path. Whether it be the purest essence of heaven and earth or the unfortunate sea creatures that survived, disintegrating them upon contact, leaving even their souls unable to escape. Even more terrifying was the chaotic power of the laws erupting alongside these substances. This force was frenzied, twisted, and chaotic, ravaging the very fabric of heaven and earth like a plague. The laws were distorted, space was torn asunder, and the spiritual energy became wild and tumultuous, rapidly transforming the originally orderly North Sea into a realm rife with death and chaos, a place where the way of ruins was non-existent. This locale, a buffer between the primal four extremes and chaos, due to its proximity to the chaotic realm, was rife with disordered laws. In the future, when the Tao reaches perfection and the four extreme sanctified deities are established to guard it, the ruins will become an inaccessible and forbidden area, known only to the ancient beings of the wilderness, visible only through the four great eyes of the sea that connect the ruins to the primordial world. These four sea eyes, as bridges linking the ruins and the wilderness, each bear the supreme mission of maintaining the balance of heaven and earth. Some consume the karmic debts and impurities of the world, purifying the cosmos. Others transform the violent chaotic energies from beyond the ruins into the purest innate spiritual power that nourishes all beings in the wilderness. They are the lifeblood of the energy cycle in the primordial realm. Should any sea ice spiral out of control and erupt, the consequences would be unimaginable. Either an endless tide of chaotic force flooding into the wilderness, precipitating an apocalyptic calamity, or transforming into a voracious black hole that devours all existence, reverting to desolate chaos. Regardless of the scenario, it would trigger an energy imbalance across the realms, leading to a cataclysmic upheaval and suffering for all living beings. The North Sea Eye is indeed the conduit of energy that transforms chaos, nurturing the primordial realm. At this moment, the Eye of the Sea erupted uncontrollably, unleashing a violent torrent of chaotic power akin to a cataclysmic flood. With the remaining beings of the Dragon Clan and the Gold Tortoise Clan at the forefront of its wrath. Roar! Hold firm. Stand your ground. The candle dragon's crimson eyes burned fiercely, its dragon-like gaze spinning wildly as it, alongside formidable allies such as the Azure Dragon and the Yinglong, struggled to uphold the fragmented defensive formation of the Dragon clan, desperately resisting the pervasive and soul-eroding chaos. He sensed the souls of his kin within the formation flickering like candle flames in the wind, emitting anguished cries of despair. Elder brother, the power of the abyss is too rampant. The ordinary clansman cannot endure. At that moment, a sudden eruption of mournful dragon roars, and the sickening sound of flesh tearing filled the air. Those dragon warriors with relatively lower cultivation levels, under the onslaught of chaotic laws, exploded like ignited firecrackers, their bodies disintegrating into a blinding crimson mist, their fragile souls torn apart and devoured by the chaotic deluge, utterly vanishing from existence. The scene was heart-wrenching. The ancestor dragon's eyes bulged with rage, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms. He abruptly raised his head, casting a gaze filled with complex emotions toward the figure standing aloof in the sky, the Qingming Taoist, clad in azure robes. Countless eons ago, this elder had once saved his life in the East Sea when the ancestor dragon was merely a mid-stage Tai golden immortal. Now, he had reached the perfected realm of the great Luo golden immortal, yet before Qingming. He felt as insignificant as a frog in a well gazing at the moon or a mayfly admiring the sky. The elder's realm was unfathomable, beyond comprehension. He had once ended the celestial chord of the heavens, rewriting the epics of the primordial era. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly dispatched the chaos demon god, who had made the venerable Kuan flee without a fight. Observing his kin struggling under the chaotic force of the abyss, the ancestor dragon drew a deep breath, his figure flashing as he soared into the sky, approaching Qingming. With utmost reverence, he clasped his hands in salute, stating, "I pay my respects to you, elder. I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention." The calm gaze of Qingming settled upon the ancestor dragon, a faint smile flickering in his eyes as if he could see through the ages, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "You are the little dragon from the East Sea, are you not? Indeed, you have reached the perfection of the great Luo." The ancestor dragon, upon hearing this, displayed an awkward smile and replied, "It is indeed I, elder. The eye of the abyss has spiraled out of control, threatening the North Sea and potentially the entire primordial realm. I beseech you to intervene and reseal this eye." At that moment, the venerable Kuan stood nearby, eagerly awaiting Qingming's response. Chapter 112. Sealing the abyss. Qingming, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward the North Sea eye, which spewed forth cataclysmic substances with the ferocity of a primordial beast. His profound eyes glimmered, seemingly calculating the epochs. "Internally, with my current cultivation, subduing this eye is not particularly difficult. Utilizing the primal power of the ice demon Frost Ash, I could seal the North Sea eye. However, having traveled such a great distance from the East Sea to slay the demon god and obtain the source, it would be unreasonable to relinquish it. This is a deal I shall not entertain." With an expression of serene indifference, Qingming cast his gaze over the struggling dragon and Jinao clans below, briefly glancing at the hopeful faces of the ancestor dragon and Ao Qing. He spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unparalleled authority that commanded the cosmos. This calamity arose from the conflict between the dragon and Jinao clans, which shattered the seal of the Sea Eye, leading to the unbinding of the demon god and the eruption of the Guaishu. The cycle of cause and effect dictates that your two clans must take responsibility for the aftermath and re-establish the seal. What? The ancestor dragon and Ao Qing exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw immense bitterness and helplessness. The ancestor dragon, steeling himself, replied, "Esteemed elder, we do not seek to evade our duty, but our cultivation is insufficient to seal the Sea Eye. We humbly request your guidance." Qingming nodded slightly, as if anticipating this response, and his tone remained as calm as a still pond. "I possess a formation known as the 12 Yuanshan Suppressing Abyssal Vault Array. This formation can restore order, suppress the Guaishu, reseal the Sea Eye, and stabilize the cosmos. However, it requires 12 practitioners of profound foundation, at least at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, each wielding a Yuanshan Suppressing Abyssal banner, to take their positions at the array's core in order to manifest the formation." His gaze, piercing as lightning, swept across the ancestor dragon and Ao Qing, Each of your clans must provide 6 practitioners at the late stage of Tai to guard the CI here. Before either could express hesitation, Qingming's tone shifted, imbued with a subtle depth of insight and allure. Do not perceive this as mere toil. The operation of this formation can purify the filth of heaven and earth, transforming the chaotic and violent forces into the purest primordial spiritual energy. To guard here will not only avoid hindrance to your cultivation, but will allow you to bask in the purest sea of spiritual energy from the primordial wilderness, yielding twice the results with half the effort. More crucially, Qingming deliberately paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating into the future. Guarding the CI and maintaining the balance of heaven and earth is a matter of great merit. The Tao will take notice and bestow immeasurable blessings upon you. The responsibility of guarding here today may indeed be your fortune. The mention of Tao merit sent shockwaves through the hearts of the ancestor dragon and Ao Qing. As leaders of a prominent clan in the primordial wilderness, they were well aware of the precious benefits of Tao merit. It not only aids in breaking through bottlenecks and averting calamities, but also enhances the fortune of oneself and one's clan, serving as an unparalleled treasure. Though lingering doubts about Qingming's unwillingness to act personally remained, the calamity of the Guishu had originated from them, and the bestowed opportunity by the Tao was an immense grace. To further evade responsibility would surely provoke the Tao, leading to unimaginable consequences. We shall obey your directive, esteemed elder. The ancestor dragon clasped his hands in respect, declaring, "The dragon clan will exert every effort to select our most elite descendants to eternally guard this eye. The Jinao clan shall share this responsibility with the dragon clan, unyielding even to death." Ao Qing also solemnly pledged, his eyes shimmering with determination. The two acted swiftly, immediately issuing commands throughout their clans. Before long, 12 figures radiating overwhelming presence broke through the chaotic energy, converging by the terrifying CI, resembling the maw of a colossal primordial beast. On the left, 6 powerful members of the dragon clan donned battle armor inscribed with ancient dragon patterns, exuding a majestic dragon might, their blood surging like dragons, their gazes sharp as swords. Among them was one who had achieved the perfection of the Tai stage. On the right, 6 formidable members of the Jinao clan bore heavy armor imprinted with the divine patterns of the sea suppressor, their auras as solid as mountains, unwavering and steadfast. The 12 practitioners stood firm, their gazes resolute as iron, fixed upon the Guishu Sea eye that exhaled destruction, clearly prepared to guard the CI. Qingming's calm gaze swept over the 12 cultivators, his slight nod accompanied by an uncommon note of approval. "Indeed, your foundations are solid, and your resolve unwavering. You are all worthy of cultivation. Your clans possess some depth." Before his words could fade, an overwhelming aura erupted from Qingming, seemingly originating from the primordial chaos and transcending the laws of the universe. A vast domain of the returning ruins sword materialized, enveloping a significant portion of the North Ming Ice Sea. Within this realm, innumerable strands of law intertwined and evolved, redefining the elements of earth, wind, fire, and the cycles of existence. Under this monumental force, the initially tumultuous power of the returning ruins quickly receded towards the CI, and the chaotic energies grew tempered under the sword domain suppression. "Stabilize." Qingming intoned a word akin to the profound resonance of the Tao. With a casual wave of his sleeve, 12 radiant beams of ancient, majestic light surged forth, transforming into 12 colossal banners that obscured the sky. Shadows of 12 demonic deities danced across the banners, fierce and imposing, each intricate line encapsulating a fundamental law of power. The 12 divine banners precisely embedded themselves into the pivotal spatial nodes surrounding the CI, aligning with the celestial principles. As the banners took root, divine patterns illuminated, instantaneously conjuring a barrier. This 12 Yuan star prison profound dome array was inspired by the 12 heavenly deities and the 12 zodiac elements. And its deployment here was no mere coincidence. Guarding the CI with these 12 banners not only suppressed the power of the returning ruins, but also garnered nourishment from the virtues of the heavenly Tao. Once the tribulations of the 3 clans concluded, the CI would fall under the protection of the ancestral dragon, while the Yuan Star prison banners could be retracted, thus acquiring a set of virtuous spiritual treasures without effort. With the array established, Qingming's gaze shifted back to the 12 cultivators, their demeanor resolute. His tone remained calm, yet brooked no argument. You 12, immediately enter the internal spaces corresponding to your respective Yuan Star prison banners, using your beings as conduits to communicate with the banners and guard the array's core. Remember, his voice suddenly intensified, reverberating like thunder in the hearts of the 12. To guard the sea is not merely a duty to the myriad beings of the primordial world. It is intrinsically linked to your own fates and the fortunes of your clans. Should you falter or neglect your duties and allow the sea to awaken once more, the ensuing cataclysmic retribution will be dire. Qingming's gaze swept over the ancestral dragon and Ao Qing, a chilling aura emanating from him. Do not think that you will merely turn to ash in an instant. Your clans behind you shall also suffer the collapse of their fortunes, facing eternal damnation. Upon finishing, Qingming flicked his fingers, 12 strands of luminescent energy, embodying the profound truths of the array, transcended spatial barriers, plunging into the consciousness of the 12 Tai golden immortals. Obey the Taoist master's decree. The 12 cultivators exclaimed in unison, their spirits ignited. Immediately, they transformed into 12 streams of light, unhesitatingly entering the internal spaces of the Yuan Star prison banners, merging with the array to guard the returning ruins. With the entrance of these 12 late-stage Tai powerhouses, the 12 towering divine banners erupted with dazzling, resplendent light. The shadowy figures of the 12 demonic deities on the banners seemed to come to life. An arcane formation materialized above the CI, with 12 demonic gods seated at its 12 cardinal positions. As the formation operated, the ferocious power of the abyss was meticulously refined, suppressed, and transformed. In Chapter 113, the divine pearl of stabilizing the sea, the chaotic laws of the northern underworld restored to order. Once the dust settled, the venerable ancestor of the mixed Kuan stepped forward, his face radiating genuine admiration and mirth, and with a respectful gesture, he proclaimed, "The esteemed Taoist Qingming turns clouds with a mere flick of his hand and stabilizes the seas with a wave. I am in profound awe. Now that we are in the northern underworld, may I invite you to my humble abode for tea and discourse?" Upon hearing this, Qingming subtly shook his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the endless void. Your kind invitation, dear friend Kuan, is greatly appreciated. However, witnessing this frost ash demon evokes a sense within me that necessitates personal verification. Should fate allow, we may converse on the mysteries of the Tao another day. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ancestor Kuan's eyes, yet he understood that beings of Qingming's caliber acted with profound significance. Thus he refrained from pressing further and solemnly clasped his hands. In that case, I shall await your esteemed presence at my humble venue, eager to absorb your teachings. Qingming offered a serene smile, choosing not to elaborate further. With a gentle sweep of his robe, he transformed into a beam of azure light, silently merging into the void, vanishing without a trace. Seeing that all matters had concluded, Ancestor Kuan too transformed into a shadowy light, returning to his own sanctuary. As the two colossal figures of the mixed Yuan departed, the previously frozen northern underworld sea returned to tranquility, leaving only the battered dragon army and the severely weakened Zhenhai Golden Ao army in a tense standoff. Although the atmosphere between the two armies was no longer fraught with hostility, a palpable tension and oppression lingered. In this confrontation, due to the formation's resistance, casualties from direct clashes were minimal. Most perished at the hands of the frost ash demon or from the eruption of the abyssal CI. Particularly for the Zhenhai Golden Ao, their commander, Xiezu, had fallen, and nearly half of their elite forces were lost, resulting in significant depletion of their vitality. The Grand Dragon, with eyes like lightning, gazed intently at the feeble and battered Ao Qing across from him. His voice deep, yet resonant with the undeniable aura of a primordial sovereign. "Friend Ao Qing, I aspire to command the four seas, harness the boundless water's vitality, and ascend to the mixed Yuan. Would you be willing to assist me?" Ao Qing's massive form trembled slightly, falling into a prolonged silence. His gaze shifted toward the Grand Dragon's steadfast and imposing eyes, alongside the Zhurong, Yinglong, and Songlong. After a considerable time, Ao Qing slowly lifted his colossal head, his voice husky and heavy, yet imbued with a sense of resigned determination. "My clan has endured this calamity, our elite forces decimated. We can no longer obstruct your northern expedition. As fate would have it, we of the Zhenhai Golden Ao shall willingly pledge allegiance to the Dragon Clan." "Ha! Excellent." The grand dragon boomed, his laughter resonating throughout the northern underworld, filled with confidence that could engulf the universe and boundless aspirations for the future. His dragon eyes sparkled with intensity, fixed upon Ao Qing, each word echoing like a sacred vow of the Tao. You must understand what the power of fate signifies for us practitioners. Once my dragon clan unifies the four seas and gathers the immense vitality of water, you, the Golden Ao clan, as our vital ministers, shall undoubtedly share in this torrent of fortune. This is not mere subservience. It is a mutual benefit, a shared ascent to the pinnacle of the Tao. In Ao Qing's eyes, the weight of reluctance and discontent was suddenly replaced by a surge of fervent brilliance upon hearing the proclamation of shared destiny and the ascent to the pinnacle of the grand path. How could he be oblivious to the intricacies of fate? If it were otherwise, how could he have subdued the two clans of the Xuanjiao wild crab and the Xianjing pincer shrimp? Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within, Ao Qing spoke with a tone imbued with solemnity and yearning. What the ancestor dragon has articulated is profoundly true. Henceforth, my Jinhai Golden Ao clan shall follow in the footsteps of the Dragon Clan, collaborating to forge dominion over the four seas. The ancestor dragon's smile deepened, akin to the sun rising, dispelling all shadows. His gaze, profound and penetrating, fell upon Ao Qing as he made a weighty promise. When my Dragon Clan establishes the eternal Dragon Palace and reigns over the primordial waters, your Golden Ao clan shall serve as the prime minister of heavenly affairs for the myriad waters of the Dragon Palace, exalted above all clans. Meanwhile, Qingming, departing from the North Sea, did not return directly to the Fuyao Daoist temple, but transformed into an ethereal azure light, piercing towards the depths of the Eastern Sea. With the sealing of the frost ash demon god in the other three sea eyes, what might become of the North Sea's Guishu Sea Eye? Thoughts raced through Qingming's mind. Even in the absence of the chaos demon god, what treasures would serve to guard the sea eye and maintain the balance of primordial energies? In an instant, Qingming arrived at the location of the Guishu Sea Eye. This sea eye resembled a dark, mystical pupil embedded in an endless deep blue, ancient and enigmatic, unfathomable in its depths. The edges churned with viscous, ink-like chaotic gray mist, within which flickered terrifying blood-red lightning that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the starry river. An aura emanated, one that appeared capable of devouring all and bringing an end to existence. Even the formidable Qingming felt a primal instinctive warning rise as he approached. At the core of the swirling chaos, 12 azure orbs, as large as stars, subtly emerged, rising and falling according to an arcane trajectory. These orbs radiated a gentle yet vast blue divine light, akin to the stabilizing sea pearl, firmly suppressing and binding the cataclysmic energies threatening to erupt from within the sea eye. The stabilizing sea pearl. Qingming's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing this primordial treasure of the waters. This orb was born from the fusion of the original essence of primordial waters at the dawn of creation, drawing power from the countless water veins of the four seas. Each orb represented supreme authority to pacify a specific maritime domain, orchestrating the flow of the primordial water veins. Within each orb lay an expansive space, comparable to a medium-sized world, heavy enough to collapse galaxies. Upon witnessing the stabilizing sea pearl, visions of future possibilities surged within Qingming's eyes. If his conjectures were correct, there must be 12 such pearls guarding the sea eyes of the western and southern seas. The great calamity of the three dragon clans, which engulfed the entire primordial world, shattered the elemental sources of water, fire, and earth, causing the sea eyes across the four seas to erupt. At this moment, the 36 stabilizing sea pearls were brought into existence. However, history has whispered that only 24 of these pearls are known to have emerged. Where have the lost 12 wandered? Perhaps it is related to the self-detonation of Rahu in the western earth veins? Gazing at the 12 azure stars floating within the sea eye, Qingming pondered. This pearl bears the heavy responsibility of guarding the sea eye and maintaining the balance of primordial water veins. It cannot be forcibly taken, lest the eastern sea be overturned and the karmic repercussions be insurmountable. However, a knowing smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he contemplated the future. First, to imprint my divine essence, and when the tribulation concludes, and the control of the sea I changes hands, I shall then reap the rewards effortlessly. With this thought in mind, Qingming raised his hand, and a surge of divine essence transformed into 12 streams of luminous energy, silently merging into the CI, each one marking the 12 stabilizing pearls. Upon completing this task, Qingming nodded in satisfaction, his form unhesitatingly transforming into a beam of azure light, tearing through the void. Heading straight toward the South Sea. The stabilizing pearl is indeed a treasure that could ignite the envy of even the primordial golden immortals. A set of 12 is comparable to a superior innate spiritual treasure. In later generations, Zhao Gongming wielded 24, causing the 12 immortals of Yushu to flee in panic, his power nearing the threshold of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The ancient Buddha of Light, upon acquiring these 24 pearls, further evolved them into 24 realms embodying faith, infused with the power of the world, creating boundless Buddhist kingdoms, assisting him in ascending to the revered position of the past Buddha. If all 36 stabilizing pearls were to converge, they would undoubtedly constitute a supreme innate spiritual treasure among the finest of their kind. Chapter 114. The manifestation of the heavenly path with boundless anticipation for the convergence of the 36 stabilizing pearls. Qingming transformed into a chaotic divine light that pierced through countless realms, swiftly arriving at the depths of the South Sea. Indeed, at the heart of the equally profound and terrifying South Sea's return void, 12 stabilizing pearls, identical to those of the East Sea, flowed with a deep blue divine radiance, quietly floating and operating, suppressing the roar of the void. Qingming replicated the process, silently imprinting his 12 divine essences into the pearls. Without pause, he transformed into a stream of light, racing toward the final West Sea, hovering above the chaotic gray mist of the West Sea's return void. Qingming's fingertips gracefully inserted the last strand of divine essence into the stabilizing pearl. The azure brilliance swirled within the depths of the CI, as the 12 stabilizing pearls aligned in an arcane trajectory, rising and falling within the CI, quelling the violent forces of the void. Now, all 36 stabilizing pearls bore his imprint. Qingming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. If these 36 stabilizing pearls were to gather, their might would surely rival that of the primordial golden cauldron, perhaps even surpassing it in certain aspects. Just as he turned to leave the West Sea, an inexplicable tremor, originating from the deepest depths of his divine essence, reminiscent of the very source of the great Tao, suddenly engulfed his entire being without warning. Qingming's form abruptly froze. His profound gaze pierced into the depths of the void, as his supreme divine consciousness, perfected as a primordial golden immortal, instantaneously transcended endless dimensions of the void. In his vision, the very essence of the Honghuang world was undergoing a monumental transformation, one capable of rewriting the rules of the era. Boom! A sound akin to an explosion at the end of chaos reverberated, a supreme Tao voice, transcending the barriers of time and space, suddenly resonating deep within the souls of every being in the Honghuang world. The primordial sea of essence surged violently. Buzz! Countless fundamental laws of the great Tao awakened like slumbering dragons, manifesting furiously. Dragons of pure law, formed from the essence of these laws, roamed freely within the primordial void, roaring with power. In this moment, Qingming could distinctly perceive the subtle pulsations and profound truths of every fundamental law. This sensation was utterly unlike his previous experiences of comprehending the laws. It was no longer akin to observing flowers in a fog. Instead, it resembled the unveiling of the most core and complete principles of the vast primordial world, laid bare before him for contemplation. The intricacies were astonishing, pointing directly to the essence. Yet, this profound feeling lasted but an instant before receding like a tide. The ocean of primordial essence intertwined with 3,000 great laws converged, transforming into a supreme blossom of pure law, slowly unfurling. At the center of this blossom, a majestic, sacred, and formidable golden wheel of laws began to materialize from the void. The heavenly Tao was thoroughly manifested. Qingming's pupils contracted as he murmured to himself. The extraordinary spectacle of the primordial ocean was imperceptible to ordinary beings. Only those like him, standing at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, could pierce through the endless dimensions of illusion and witness it firsthand. Although the myriad beings of the primordial world could not behold such wonders, The stirring within their hearts allowed them to sense the monumental events concerning the very foundation of heaven and earth. As time progressed, the wheel of the heavenly Tao gradually solidified, causing the entire primordial realm to tremble. Creatures in every corner felt the unusual vitality of the laws permeating the cosmos. In the depths of the eastern sea, a pair of cold vertical pupils suddenly ignited. In the secret realms such as the Zhou Mountains, the Bloodbone Plains, the soul-devouring abyss, and the time corridor, ancient innate deities and demons, who had been in deep seclusion for countless epochs, abruptly awakened. What is that? Countless beings instinctively looked up in horror. Above the vast expanse of the sky, the power of the laws surged like a boiling sea of colors, wildly churning. The primordial essence quaked violently. A golden wheel, seemingly forged from billions of great runes and the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, slowly emerged from the depths of the infinite void. The wheel of the heavenly Tao. Upon the wheel, countless rays of law intertwined, swirling with the great divine patterns and primordial runes that elucidated the truths of heaven and earth. Surrounding the wheel of the heavenly Tao, the ethereal river of time intertwined with the rushing river of fate, unraveling the endless mysteries of the past, present, and future. This was the first time since the inception of the heavenly Tao that it had been unveiled in its true form before the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Without reservation, no words were needed, no divine proclamations. A flicker of enlightenment, rooted in the essence of their souls, arose unbidden in the hearts of all beings. The wheel of the heavenly Tao. As the wheel of the heavenly Tao began to turn slowly, a vast and boundless tidal wave of laws surged forth in the cosmos. Wherever the tide passed, withered flora surged back to life, transforming into towering divine trees. The dormant spiritual veins thunderously revived, spewing forth primordial spiritual energy, as pure as liquid. The eyes of bewildered beasts sparkled with newfound clarity, instantly awakening their intelligence and embarking on the path of cultivation. Countless practitioners, trapped at their bottlenecks for millennia, tens of thousands of years, even millions of years, experienced a fortuitous awakening, breaking free from their constraints and experiencing explosive growth in their cultivation. The entire primordial realm welcomed an unprecedented fervor for cultivation. This was the supreme gift of the heavenly Tao to all beings, heralding the grand overture of a new era and a new order. Qingming stood silently in the void, deeply contemplating the transformations of the heavenly Tao. He could sense that new celestial rules were taking shape. From this moment forth, all beings must endure tribulations to transform. The power of cause and effect became increasingly lucid, governing all existence, where virtuous deeds yield virtuous fruits, and malevolent actions result in malevolent outcomes. The primordial chaos was transitioning from a state of disorder to an ordered realm of rules. The celestial path manifested, providing certain protection for the weak, while imposing more invisible shackles upon the strong, restraining their wanton excesses. Is this the way of the heavens, to diminish the surplus and replenish the deficient? A slight smile graced Qingming's lips. Injustice is, after all, the truest form of justice. Were it not for the heavenly way, the ancient beings born at the dawn of creation, through the accumulation of endless eons, would have achieved boundless cultivation, leaving future generations without hope of emergence. As the heavenly path emerged, the cause and effect became evident, compelling the most formidable beings to tread cautiously upon the path of causality if they wished to ascend to greater heights and transcend the heavenly way. Consequently, retreating into secluded cultivation within the blessed realms became the norm. The new generation was granted a precious opportunity to breathe, grow, and surpass their predecessors. In this timeless expanse of primordial chaos, the heavenly way revealed its mysteries. The manifestation of the heavenly wheel lasted a full 3,000 years. During these 3 millennia, the entire world of primordial chaos seemed to be steeped in the essence of the Tao, ushering in a golden age of explosive strength for its inhabitants. Countless ancient beings, trapped at a bottleneck for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, suddenly attained enlightenment and shattered their constraints. With a brief period of seclusion, their cultivation would surely soar to unprecedented heights. In places such as the soul-eating abyss of the 9 hells, Yujing Mountain, the depths of the South Sea, and the Yin-Yang secret realm, extraordinary phenomena erupted continuously, including the spectral figures of demonic gods, the golden lotuses of Tao essence, and the condensation of the void. In the midst of this grand opportunity sweeping across the primordial chaos, some yet to take form among the innate beings unexpectedly received unimaginable benefits. Basking in the brilliance of the heavenly way, they underwent profound transformations. A solitary red cloud in the endless sky, at this moment illuminated by the heavenly wheel, revealed a humanoid silhouette within its vapor, swirling with the profound essence of the Tao. Within the eternal life secret realm, the ancient ginseng fruit tree swayed of its own accord, its branches and leaves exuding an unparalleled richness of ethereal wood essence. The 3 wisps of pure energy within Kunlun Mountain and the 12 blood cocoons within the bronze hall beneath the surrounding mountains also underwent certain unknown changes. As for Qingming, standing at the pinnacle of the perfected golden immortal realm, his gains from this opportunity were not merely the accumulation of insights from the laws, but rather the fleeting moment when the heavenly wheel coalesced and began to reveal its true form. In that ephemeral instant, he comprehended the profound and enigmatic realm of the great Tao, the gateway to myriad wonders. It was an ineffable, transcendent epiphany that pointed directly to the ultimate path of the Tao. If he could thoroughly digest and integrate this momentary insight, he could break free from the shackles of the perfected golden immortal and ascend to the eternal realm of the great Tao, unscathed by tribulations. With a swift motion, Qingming no longer hesitated. He raised his hand to tear apart the void of primordial chaos before him, stepping within and vanishing into the swirling gray mists of the western sea. In the next moment, he found himself seated upon the chaos green jade Tao platform at the core of the ascending immortal island in the eastern sea. The Wanxiang Guishu sword emitted a melodious and ethereal sound, hovering 3 feet above its wielder's head, its blade exuding a chaotic aura potent enough to obliterate the heavens. A resonant hum arose, as a primordial essence, embodying the mysteries of the fundamental Tao, slowly ascended from within the Qingming. Concurrently, from the Wanxiang Guishu sword, an ancient resonance surged forth, originating from the dawn of chaos, encapsulating the truths of creation and the void. The energies of the sword and its master intertwined seamlessly, circulating in a harmonious rhythm. As time slipped quietly within the Hall of Inquisition, the essence of both entities began to transform and strengthen, thread by thread, strand by strand. During the prolonged years following the disappearance of the heavenly Tao wheel, the primordial world succumbed to an overwhelming silence. The profound insights bestowed by the heavenly Tao required digestion, while the nascent order of the universe demanded exploration and adaptation. The more profound one's cultivation, the more acutely one could perceive the supreme will that loomed overhead. This continued until the 3rd Yuan Hui after the vanishing of the heavenly Tao wheel. In the East Sea, within the dragoness nest, lay the supreme ancestral ground of the dragon clan. The vast dragon aura surged like a tangible tide, with countless dragon shadows spiraling in the deep sea, guarding the ancient dragon palace at its core. In the heart of this palace, the chaotic forbidden zone hosted the colossal form of the ancestor dragon, coiled around the source of the chaotic spiritual vein, bound by endless chains of rule power that thundered ominously. Within its purple mansion, the 3 flowers of essence, spirit, and Tao had achieved perfection, converging at the apex, giving rise to a radiant light that seemed ready to burst forth. Its aura was profound as the abyss, expansive as the sea of stars, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Only a final step remained to consolidate the fruit of the Tao and ascend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Under the tidal laws of the heavenly Tao wheel, it had already unraveled the mysteries of the primordial golden immortal realm, and now was the time to break through. With a roar, the ancestor dragon opened and closed its majestic eyes, sending tremors through the myriad chaotic spiritual veins. The overwhelming source power of the rules converged furiously, about to coalesce in the center of its purple mansion, forming the fruit that embodies the Tao. At that moment, an inexplicable stirring within the depths of its true spirit caused the ancestor dragon's heart to quiver. A mysterious choice manifested. Should the fruit of the Tao be entrusted to the river of the Tao's laws, achieving the fruit of the Tao? Or should it be anchored to the essence of the heavenly Tao, attaining the fruit of the heavenly Tao? This was an ultimate choice determining not only its own path, but also the fate of the entire dragon clan. This shift marked a transformation in the post-heavenly Tao era. Prior to this, Beings of the primordial realm who broke through the primordial realm would coalesce the fruit of the Tao, traversing the void via the golden bridge of laws, connecting to the river of the Tao's laws. Now, with the heavenly Tao presiding, the Tao receded. The formation of the fruit of the Tao presented two distinctly divergent paths to transcendence. The Tao fruit of the great Tao, transcending the mundane, free and unbound. Yet after the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, one could no longer cultivate fortune, lest they become ensnared by the heavenly Tao's karmic retribution. Furthermore, with the Tao concealed, the path ahead remained chaotic and fraught with peril. The Tao fruit of the heavenly Tao, governed by the heavenly Tao, yet endowed with the fortune of the primordial realm, paving a smooth path ahead. Within the depths of the ancestor dragon's imposing gaze, a flicker of struggle flashed like lightning, born as the supreme of the dragon clan. Ruling the four seas and gazing down upon myriad races, it harbored ambitions to transcend chaos and rise above all. However, when he contemplated the notion of condensing the fruit of the great Tao, a sudden palpitation gripped his heart, as if it were being tightly clenched. To choose to condense the fruit of the great Tao required enduring the trials of the heavenly Tao, an endeavor fraught with peril. Moreover, the heavenly Tao currently held dominion over the vast expanse of the primordial universe, with his very lineage, the entire dragon clan, having originated and flourished within its depths. In the early days of the heavenly Tao's establishment, its authority was not yet firmly established, still overshadowed by the great Tao and Pangu. The dragon ancestor's gaze deepened as he weighed the pros and cons. At this moment, aligning with the heavenly Tao might grant him its divine favor, perhaps even affording him the opportunity to surpass the likes of Hongjun, Luo Ho, and Qing Ming, ascending to the pinnacle of existence. Silence, a deathly stillness, enveloped the dragon clan's sacred grounds, the dragon palace, with only the restless stirrings of the forces of order echoing through the air. Suddenly, a brilliant light surged within the dragon ancestor's eyes, akin to two ancient stars exploding. An overwhelming and terrifying dragon might erupted, sweeping across the entirety of the myriad dragon nest. Countless dragon shadows raised their heads in a resounding roar. I choose the fruit of the heavenly Tao. Boom! In an instant, the will of the heavenly Tao resounded, as boundless primal energies descended from the heavens. The essence of the heavenly Tao surged forth. Within the dragon ancestor's purple mansion, the perfect three flowers spun wildly, collapsing. The resplendent resonance of the Tao fell like a collapsing galaxy. Ultimately, at the heart of the purple mansion, it coalesced into a fruit of the heavenly Tao, radiating boundless profundity and inscribed with the imprints of the primordial laws. At the very moment the Tao fruit took form, a profound hum resonated. The laws of the entire primordial world trembled violently. Above the void, the will of the heavenly Tao manifested, casting a projection of the dragon ancestor, a colossal figure spanning millions of zhong, across the sky. Above its head, a fruit of the heavenly Tao, exuding infinite mysteries and commanding the energies of myriad paths, shone like a great sun, illuminating the heavens. The dragon ancestor became the first being among the countless creatures of the primordial realm to break into the realm of the primordial golden immortal after the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. He was also the first to condense the fruit of the heavenly Tao within that realm. The heavenly Tao proclaimed to the primordial world, demonstrating its supreme majesty and order. At this moment, beneath the mountains of central primordial, the Qi Lin raised its head in astonishment. Atop the southern immortal volcano, the golden-eyed phoenix's gaze suddenly contracted. In the western domain of malevolence, the white tiger ancestor howled to the heavens. In the northern abyss of Xianming, the mighty gaze of the black tortoise opened and closed. Was that the dragon ancestor? The heavenly Tao trembled. Could there be yet another anomaly? Countless beings of the primordial realm were struck with awe, murmuring among themselves. Yet, the few mighty beings, such as the Qi Lin and the Phoenix, who stood atop the absolute peaks of the primordial world, instantly understood that the dragon ancestor had condensed the fruit of the heavenly Tao and broken through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Chapter 116. The 9 Great Heavenly Taos of Primordial in the Void. The fruit of the heavenly Tao spun slowly, with endless laws manifesting around it, evolving in a cycle of creation and destruction. The rules of heaven and earth resembled countless threads of radiant light, entwining and interweaving to outline the profound truths governing the primordial realm. Time appeared to be suspended. Perhaps it was but a moment. Or perhaps it stretched into the vastness of millennia. A clear, resonant sound, crisp yet echoing throughout the myriad realms, rang out. The sound of the Tao. The fruit was perfected. A magnificent bridge of laws extended from the fruit, piercing the void and sprawling toward the infinite depths. No one could discern its end. Yet deep within the souls of all beings arose an enlightened realization. The end of that bridge connected to the wheel of the heavenly Tao that governs the primordial realm. Roar. In the next moment, the dragon ancestor raised his head to the heavens and sang, his dragon might resounding. In the next moment, the projection of the ancestor dragon, spanning the heavens, emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the universe. The terrifying pressure of the primordial golden immortal, even with its true form far across the eastern sea, penetrated through this heavenly projection, manifesting as a tangible golden tsunami that violently subdued the entirety of the primordial world. Countless beasts bowed in reverence, trembling in fear. Hundreds of millions of sentient beings were struck with awe. At that instant, the entire primordial realm recognized the dragon clan as progenitor. The ancestor dragon had shattered the shackles of the great Luo and ascended to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Its might oppressed the cosmos. On the peak of the undying volcano in the southern domain, atop the ancient phoenix tree, ablaze with eternal flames, the Yuan phoenix stood proudly. Her golden-hued eyes mirrored the slowly dissipating supreme visage of the ancestor dragon and its radiant Tao fruit in the skies above. A flicker of complexity and resolve intertwining deep within her gaze. Graceful and noble, her slender claws caressed the searing divine wood of the phoenix tree, and a low whisper, carried by the wind, floated away. Ah, the Tao fruit of heaven, how resolute you are, I cannot compare. This sigh bore a hint of unwillingness, yet also a resolute acceptance, as if the dust had finally settled. Boom! A terrifying divine fire erupted from the very top of the phoenix tree, burning through the void without warning. The crimson gold flames of nirvana instantly painted the entire southern sky in vibrant hues. With a clarion call that pierced the clouds, a phoenix's cry resonated, tearing through the 9 heavens, reverberating across the primordial universe. In the skies above the southern continent, a colossal golden phoenix, with a wingspan of 1,000,000 feet, emerged, enveloped in flames capable of incinerating all in their path, soaring upwards. Each exquisitely magnificent feather exuded a true flame of nirvana powerful enough to pierce the void and consume the laws of existence. As its wings unfurled, countless crimson gold divine chains, representing the primal laws of fire, resonated throughout the void. In the southern regions of the primordial realm, countless avian beings, regardless of their strength, raised their heads in unison and cried out, paying homage to the phoenix. Simultaneously, a great tremor shook the mountainous terrain of the central region of the primordial realm. A torrential wave of golden earth energy burst forth like a dam breaking, rejuvenating withered trees and transforming stubborn stones into jade. The void rippled as a Chilan manifestation, radiant and translucent as jade, imbued with the primal powers of the earth, trod upon clouds, majestically materializing. With each step it took, petals of 5-colored lotus platforms, embodying the forces of creation and destruction, blossomed in succession, calming the turbulent fires and waters of the earth. Between the Chilan's twin horns, a Tao fruit, swirling with the profound essence of the earth, slowly rotated, surrounded by rich, auspicious purple chi that enveloped its form, casting the entire sky in hues of gold and purple. Across the primordial lands, billions of sentient beings gazed in awe at the terrifying phenomena erupting in the heavens, rendered speechless and their hearts swaying in fear. Some ancient beings, akin to the leaders of the 3 clans, similarly trapped in the perfected realm of the great Luo golden immortal and governing vast clans, suddenly ignited with a startling brilliance deep within their murky eyes. This radiance brimmed with shock, clarity, and a flame of ambition ignited. Without a moment's hesitation, these ancient figures abruptly turned, stepping forth. The space shattered, and they vanished in an instant, returning to their clans to cultivate in seclusion. In the vast expanse of primordial chaos, a more surging and tumultuous undercurrent, powerful enough to upend the very fabric of existence, has begun to surge madly in response to the celestial decrees announced repeatedly by the heavens. In this timeless realm, countless millennia have slipped by in the blink of an eye. Since the three supreme beings, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and First Qilin, ascended to the realm of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal with their resplendent fruits of the heavenly way, shaking the universe. 6 more formidable presences have erupted into the heavens, shaking the cosmos anew. Each breakthrough has been accompanied by the proclamations of the heavenly will, manifesting extraordinary phenomena that illuminate the skies, creating an unmatched grandeur that captivates all beings of the primordial world. In the western Gungjin Valley, a thunderous roar that splits heaven and earth reverberates. A 1,000-mile mountain range is reduced to dust. In the void, a white tiger, resplendent as frost and exuding a fierce aura, shatters the fabric of space as it emerges. Its crimson gold eyes pierce the underworld, and the menacing Gungjin bone spines along its back tear through the firmament, while its limbs are entwined with the primordial golden malevolence capable of obliterating all existence. With each casual swipe of its claws, it creates dark fissures of devouring light in the fabric of space. In the northern Beiming icefield, millennia of frost explode in a thunderous blast as a colossal figure resembling a mountain, the Xuanwu manifestation bearing a towering steel, breaks through the ice. The patterns of the primordial 8 trigrams swirl endlessly upon its carapace, while the Xianming heavy water transforms into 9 ferocious black water serpents, coiling and roaring, freezing the very void. In the eastern Tianshu Duankong Ridge, a piercing cry of the Peng bird slices through the heavens. A celestial Peng, with wings that shade the sky and glimmer with a cold, dark iron sheen, rends the air as it ascends. The edges of its wing blades shimmer with a bluish-golden radiance, effortlessly cleaving through the barriers of space. The 9 extraordinary feathers at its tail stir the winds of the 9 heavens into a cataclysmic storm, weaving a net of thunder and fire that incinerates all in its path. In the central region, the luminous Yuehua Valley, the cool moonlight cascades like a river from the heavens. An extraordinary celestial wolf, bathed in stellar light, strides forth with regal grace as its manifestation steps into the moonlit shadows. A ghostly blue lunar pattern blooms upon its forehead, reflecting the celestial trajectories of the stars. Its gleaming white fangs shine with a frosty glimmer, while its massive tail sweeps like the Milky Way itself. In the southern Ashen Wasteland, the drifting phosphorescent fires suddenly solidify. A moth-like manifestation, exuding an ominous and deathly aura, silently glides towards the heavens. With every flap of its wings, bizarre, fiery red lotuses fall from the void, scorching the threads of fate. Its compound eyes, constructed from myriad blood-colored crystals, whirl, reflecting the spectral souls of countless beings, instilling a chilling dread in the hearts of all who behold. In the southwestern seas, amidst endless calamities, 10 overlapping, chaotic, and violent roars simultaneously tear through the heavens and oceans. A grotesque, deep-sea beast, with 10 heads sharing a single body, breaks through the towering waves. Each head, distinct in form, spews forth toxic mists, dark ice, and soul-corroding demonic light, while black miasma, capable of tainting one's very essence, coils around it, turning the waters to ink. Thus, with the manifestation of the wheel of heavenly law, the primordial realm has given rise to 9 unparalleled giants of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm. The Ancestral Dragon of the Dragon Clan, the Primordial Phoenix of the Phoenix Clan, the First Qilin of the Qilin Clan, the White Tiger of the White Tiger Clan, the Xuanwu of the Xuanwu Clan, the Celestial Peng of the Celestial Peng Clan, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf of the Howling Moon Clan, the Ashen Moth of the Ashen Moth Clan, and the soul-corroding Laura of the Laura Clan. These 9 titans shine like 9 resplendent suns, exerting their dominion over the primordial world. Chapter 117. The Trial of the Heavenly Tao, the Ninefold Celestial Canopy. 18,000 years after the Heavenly Tao manifested 9 distinct phenomena, it once again revealed an extraordinary sight, this time vastly different from the previous 9. A chilling, soul-wrenching hiss of a terrifying serpent echoed throughout the primordial expanse. The void trembled violently. A colossal serpent, its body adorned with dark, chaotic scales, tore through the heavens and materialized. Its crimson eyes resembled 2 blood-red moons, coldly surveying all living beings below. Upon its fearsome head floated a crown, seemingly forged from chaotic blood jade. Atop this sanguine crown, a perfectly round Tao fruit slowly rotated, emanating an aura of the great Tao that was profoundly different from the 9 previous primordial golden immortals. a more transcendent and ethereal essence. The profound light of the Tao fruit radiated forth, sending ripples of harmonious Tao resonance through the void, causing the very essence of the heavenly Tao to quiver. Just as the innumerable beings of the primordial realm believed that the ancestral serpent would forge a bridge of laws to connect to the wheel of the heavenly Tao and attain the status of a primordial golden immortal. An uncanny scene unfolded. From the depths of the limitless void, a voice of the great Tao resonated, revealing an ethereal river of Tao laws. As the Tao fruit of the serpent blossomed, its brilliance intensified, and a bridge of laws gradually extended from it, poised to traverse the void and connect with the river of the great Tao. What is this? Atop the undying volcano, the golden-eyed phoenix of the Yuan suddenly opened its eyes wide, shooting forth two beams of crimson gold light that pierced through the void. Its tone carried an incredulous gravity. This old serpent dared to seek the fruit of the great Tao. On the Chilan cliff of the Shou mountain range, the Chilan abruptly rose, shattering the ancient jade platform beneath it with a single step. Humph! The old serpent harbors grand ambitions. In the depths of the East Sea's dragon nest, the ancestral dragon's brilliant golden eyes narrowed slightly, its claws instinctively clenched, crushing a piece of chaotic crystal beneath its grip. To think it would attempt to condense the fruit of the great Tao? The heavenly Tao of this realm does not permit such easy transcendence, nor the gathering of the fruit of the great Tao. Indeed, just as the ancestral dragon's thoughts settled, the essence of the heavenly Tao underwent a violent upheaval. Yet, instead of manifesting the wheel of the heavenly Tao, a dazzling light curtain emerged, imbued with the supreme will of the heavenly Tao. This curtain appeared out of nowhere, like an insurmountable chasm, separating the serpent's Tao fruit from the river of the great Tao, completely isolating them. Upon this curtain, countless enigmatic Tao runes flickered and flowed, creating a cycle of birth and extinction. In that moment, as if stars were shifting and galaxies collapsing, all beings of the primordial realm, regardless of their cultivation level, instinctively sensed a chilling message from the depths of their souls, the trial of the heavenly Tao, the ninefold celestial canopy. Only by breaking through the canopy can one transcend and condense the fruit of the great Tao. With the emergence of the ninefold celestial canopy, countless Deluo experts across the primordial realms held their breath, observing intently. The serpent's fearsome eyes also ignited with seriousness and insatiable desire. Hiss! Accompanied by a world-rending hiss, the serpent's form propelled the Tao fruit, glowing with a blinding azure light, charging towards the celestial canopy. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying roar erupted deep within the souls of every being in the primordial realm. The essence of the heavenly Tao trembled, unleashing monstrous waves across the seas, while the earth quaked violently. Has it broken through? In the ancestral land of the Boss Snake, a member of the Boss Snake clan, exalted to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, trembled with excitement, his voice hoarse. No, across the vastness of the wilderness, the pupils of numerous Deluo realm powerhouses contracted sharply, their expressions shifting dramatically. Only the first layer had been breached. There remained 8 more layers. In the void, the resplendent celestial canopy of the first layer shattered like fragile glass, scattering into a rain of radiant light. However, the remaining 8 layers did not weaken. Instead, under the frenzied circulation of the heavenly Tao runes, they grew even more solid and oppressive, emanating a suffocating pressure upon the Deluo realm. Atop the peak of Yujing Mountain, where purple mist swirled, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, Hong Jun, stood above the sea of clouds, gazing at the increasingly terrifying celestial canopy. He gently stroked his long beard, shaking his head slightly, his eyes reflecting a sigh, or perhaps an indifferent insight into all things. In the eastern wilderness, at the deepest part of the Nine, the true form of the Boss Snake ancestor coiled within a 10,000-foot toxic green swamp, a savage glee emerging on his fearsome visage as the first layer of the celestial canopy shattered. Ha ha! The trials of the heavenly Tao are but trifles. Watch as I shatter them one by one. Amidst his maniacal laughter, the monstrous serpent head surged forth from the depths of the toxic pool, its vast maw gaping wide, forming a terrifying vortex capable of devouring all realms. Boss Snake swallows the heavens. With a thunderous roar for millions of miles around, spiritual energy surged like a celestial river in reverse, the noxious miasma coalescing into a tangible green torrent. all of which was swallowed by the abyssal maw. This then transformed into an overwhelming torrent of supreme rules and magical power, injected into the azure fruit of the Tao, which encapsulated the boss snake ancestor's lifelong cultivation. Break for me. The Tao fruit was once again activated. This time, it was no longer a test, but a relentless force driving forward. Crashing against the celestial canopy. Boom, boom. With two successive terrifying explosions that rent the wilderness asunder, the celestial canopy shattered in response. The sound of the great Tao reverberating through the void, shaking the very souls of the spectators. They had broken through two layers. The third layer now. Across the wilderness, ancient beings trapped at the pinnacle of the Deluo realm clenched their fists tightly, their murky or sharp eyes igniting with an unprecedented, almost greedy light of desire. Should the boss snake ancestor successfully navigate the trials of the heavenly Tao and condense the fruit of the great Tao, it would signify that in this new era of the heavenly Tao, there remains a chance to tread the path of transcendence. Could he truly succeed? Unlike the masses, those titans of the primordial realm, standing at the pinnacle of the wilderness, wore grave expressions, perceiving a deeper layer of terror. The ancestral dragon stood amidst the tumultuous waves, his golden dragon eyes deep as abysses, reflecting the ever-shattering and reconstituting laws of the celestial canopy. Murmuring to himself, each layer of the heavenly Tao's trials grows stronger than the last. The true calamity lies ahead. Indeed, after the azure Tao fruit forcefully pierced through the third layer of the celestial canopy, its divine radiance suddenly dimmed. It seemed to have expended all its strength, unable to mount another assault. Puff! Deep within the nine, the boss snake ancestor's towering true form trembled violently, his expression hardening. A surge of his life essence, rich with the essence of his origin, erupted forth. The blood twisted swiftly in the void, dividing, transformed into 9 eerie and ferocious blood-red serpents. They writhed as if imbued with life, hissing as they coiled around the dim Tao fruit. The crimson light fused instantaneously with the azure glow. Buzz! The Tao fruit trembled violently. The dim radiance upon its surface was reignited like an ancient star as the 9 serpents morphed into archaic, chaotic Tao patterns, wildly spreading and shimmering upon the fruit's surface. Once more, the frenzied roar of the ancestor of the boss snake echoed with reckless abandon. The Tao fruit stirred again. Yet this time, it did not possess the same overwhelming force as before. Boom! With a fierce impact, the celestial canopy violently caved in, fractures spreading across it. Yet it remained unbroken. Shatter it, ancestor! Accompanied by the ancestor of the boss snake's desperate bellow, the Tao fruit unleashed its final ferocity. Crack! The fourth layer of the celestial dome finally shattered. Chapter 118. The Lament of the Great Tao, the 9 heavens torn asunder. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, the Tao fruit, enveloped in blood light fueled by its burning essence, surged forth like an indomitable spear of demonic wrath, launching one resolute assault after another against the celestial canopy. When the 5th layer finally crumbled amidst a deafening wail, transforming into a torrential rain of light. Roar! In the 9 curves of the abyss, where the towering form of the ancestor of the boss snake lay coiled, the cave he had nurtured for countless ages, along with its restraints, was reduced to the finest dust beneath the torrent of chaotic mana. The dark green scales of the serpent, each as large as a mountain, were now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Scalding crimson, serpent blood gushed forth like a breached dam, flooding from the interstices of the scales, cascading relentlessly. Crack, crack! The hair-raising sounds of crunching grew rapid. The ancestor of the boss snake's colossal maw opened and closed, voraciously consuming countless glimmering, fragrant, innate spiritual fruits and divine herbs. The overwhelming potency of these elixirs surged into his enormous form, which was ablaze with essence, fighting against the will of heaven. Yet it felt like a mere drop in a bucket. The blood-red serpent eyes reflected the remaining 4 layers of the canopy above, exuding a majestic aura that even the primordial golden immortals found unnerving. Roar! After enduring countless eons of arduous cultivation, how could the ancestor fall here? Boom! After replenishing his mana, the Tao fruit charged once more at the celestial canopy, this time leaving only a blinding web of cracks upon the 6th layer. The ancestor of the boss snake spat blood from his 7 orifices, yet grinned wickedly as he urged his mana again. After 3 consecutive impacts, the sixth layer barely shattered. However, the mysterious light upon the Tao fruit's surface flickered like a candle in the wind, uncertain and unstable. Still insufficient. The ancestor of the boss snake suddenly rose, his serpent tail striking the blood marsh. He swiftly bit off a portion of his tongue, and the essence blood that sprayed into the air transformed into a spectral blood serpent. At the moment the blood serpent merged with the Tao fruit, crimson patterns enveloped its surface, emanating a heart-stirring aura. Boom, 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 boom. With the nearly depleted essence blood in a frenzied augmentation, the ancestor of the boss snake, at the cost of his own life force, transformed the Tao fruit into a blood-red shooting star that relentlessly collided with the remaining 3 layers of the celestial dome. The 7th shattered. The 8th shattered. Now, only the final layer remained. The 9th layer, which encapsulated the ultimate will of the Tao, was adorned with runes like a shimmering ocean of stars. The last layer. In this moment, all beings of the primordial wilderness, regardless of race or allegiance, could not help but hold their breath. In the distant reaches of the South Sea, an elderly figure with gentle features and a flowing Taoist robe delicately stroked his elongated silver brows, resembling drooping willows. He gazed at the crimson Tao fruit and the final celestial veil, releasing a long and intricate sigh. Alas, it is fate and destiny. If only I could further stabilize my origins over several epochs and delve into the Tao, perhaps a glimmer of hope might emerge. Suddenly, a series of faint yet distinctly audible cracking sounds echoed throughout the vast wilderness, akin to the ominous tolling of a death knell. Resonating in every corner of the primordial realm, the surface of the Tao fruit, which bore the entirety of the ancestral essence and life force of the boss snake, became marred by spiderweb-like black fissures that expanded at a visible pace. In the fiery depths of the boss snake's crimson eyes, the flames of fervor solidified in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming despair. At this juncture, he understood more than anyone that the shattered mirror of hope was irreparable. The Tao fruit was flawed, and the foundation of the Tao had been compromised. Even if he were to forcibly retreat now, expending tens or even hundreds of thousands of years in nurturing, he could barely maintain his realm, yet the path ahead was irrevocably severed, leaving no possibility for further advancement. In the celestial order of the present world, to transcend the heavens and defy the natural order, one must inevitably pay a price. If he could breach the 9 celestial veils, achieving the perfection of the Tao fruit and establishing a golden bridge of laws across the void, connecting to the river of the Tao, then transcendence would be within reach. Should he fail to cross, the consequences would be dire: death or the extinguishing of his path, with the lighter outcome being a lifetime devoid of progress. Were it not for this, how could a being as formidable as the ancestral dragon, a paragon of supremacy, willingly choose the path constrained by the heavenly order? After countless epochs of arduous cultivation and innumerable life and death trials, was it to culminate in a fleeting moment of despair? Gazing at the final celestial veil, so tantalizingly close, yet seemingly separated by an infinite chasm, the despair in the boss snake's eyes was veiled beneath layers of unwillingness. Yet even in failure, he bore no regrets. The heavenly order had manifested in the world, heralding a new era of transformation in the cosmos. The path of cultivation was inherently fraught with uncertainties. Had he foreseen the trial of the 9 celestial veils, diligently prepared, there might have existed an opportunity to shatter this heavenly barrier. The boss snake's actions could indeed be regarded as paving the way for future generations. Lost in contemplation, the boss snake's gaze suddenly sharpened, as if a resolution had been reached. In the void, his towering boss snake avatar began to visibly wither and shrink at an alarming rate, as if the essence of life itself was being instantaneously siphoned away. Meanwhile, the Tao fruit, riddled with cracks and on the brink of shattering, erupted with an unprecedented sanguine radiance in this sacrificial blaze. He was igniting his final essence for one ultimate gamble. Since the path ahead was closed, he would use this frail form to break the last shackle for those who would follow. Let the beings of the primordial realm witness that the curtain of the heavenly order is not insurmountable. With a resounding roar, the boss snake's shattered essence, burning life force, and lingering Tao rhythm coalesced into countless streams of sanguine light, surging into the Tao fruit like rivers converging into the sea. At that moment, the fissures on the surface of the Tao fruit were mended by the crimson brilliance and a terrifying aura surpassing all limits. briefly ascended to the realm of true Hunyuan golden immortality, sweeping across the 8 desolations. He had gone mad. Atop the immortal volcano, Yuan Feng suddenly rose. Her body enveloped in a tempest of nirvana flames that surged uncontrollably, warping the very fabric of the void. Her phoenix eyes brimmed with incredulous astonishment. This was a sacrifice of life itself, an all-consuming blaze, a testament to the path of enlightenment. At the peak of Qilin Cliff, the primordial Qilin spoke gravely. In the depths of the East Sea, the ancestral dragon revealed a glimmer of admiration in his golden eyes. What a magnificent seeker of the Tao this Bash was. Under the gaze of countless beings in the vast primordial realm, the blood-red fruit of the Tao, embodying the entirety of the Bash's life, will, and the fundamental truths of existence, hurtled toward the final celestial veil like a comet colliding with the moon. Boom! The indescribable roar of horror erupted, akin to the first thunderclap following the creation of the heavens, reverberating deep within the souls of every creature in the primordial world. The primordial sea of origins stirred with tumultuous waves. Time itself seemed to momentarily freeze. The 9th celestial veil shattered in response. Countless golden runes, shimmering with the majesty of the Tao, cascaded from the broken heavens like torrential rain, transforming into brilliant yet cold points of golden light that ultimately faded into the void. Simultaneously, the blood-red Tao fruit, which had consumed all, burst apart with the brilliance of the most resplendent fireworks, scattering into myriad points of light that dispersed throughout the cosmos. Yet, at the very moment the Tao fruit shattered and the celestial veil crumbled, all mighty beings of the primordial realm, including the 9 supreme golden immortals, beheld with utmost clarity the ephemeral river of boundless chaos, flowing with the essence of primordial beginnings, concealed within the depths of the infinite void. This was the shadow of the river of the laws of the Tao. In the void, the once mighty form of the Bash ancestor, which had shaken the heavens, gradually dissipated like grains of sand in the wind, ultimately returning to nothingness. Chapter 119. The return of the demon's shadow in the timeless expanse of the primordial realm. The flow of time surged like a great river. Several epochs passed, but in the grand eternity of the primordial, it was but the blink of an eye. Since the day the Bash ancestor testified to the Tao with his life, staining the heavens with blood, the primordial world had not witnessed such magnificent celestial phenomena that illuminated the skies and proclaimed the Tao to the universe. This was not due to a lack of breakthroughs among the golden immortals, but rather because, after the Tao revealed its sanctity, only the first 9 who condensed their Tao fruits and stepped into the realm of the golden immortal could invoke a resonance with the essence of the Tao, manifesting phenomena that reflected upon the primordial realm. This was a tremendous opportunity and status bestowed by the Tao. Those adorned with such phenomena were inherently favored by the celestial energies, ensuring a smoother path along the road to greatness. As the 10th breakthrough, the Bash ancestor was able to incite a celestial phenomenon because he had condensed the fruit of the Tao itself. The Tao sought to issue a warning to all beings, to showcase its supreme authority. During this seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous period, the power dynamics of the primordial realm underwent monumental transformations. The resplendent celestial phenomena evoked by the breakthroughs of the 9 supreme beings, ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and primordial Qilin, illuminated the primordial world, spreading their illustrious names across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Harnessing this overwhelming momentum, the 9 golden immortals led their respective clans in a frenzied expansion, devouring the weak, waging wars against foreign tribes, and plundering resources. In the present day, the primordial world has begun to take shape around the core of the 9 sovereign races, their territories intricately intertwined, nearly encompassing the entirety of the vast expanse. Yet, even the supreme beings of the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix, having ascended to the realm of the Hunyuan golden immortal, dare not tread lightly in certain forbidden areas. The western 9 nether soul-devouring abyss is perpetually shrouded in demonic miasma, consuming all vitality and light. It is said that the demon ancestor Rahu, who once contended against the sovereign of the divine court, now retreats within, engaged in profound meditation. The eastern jade capital mountain, suffused with violet energy and radiant hues, appears to harbor a transcendent existence within its depths. The floating island of the eastern sea, enigmatic and elusive, exists in the void, visible only to the fated. with none aware of its origins. Only the ancient giants such as the Chaos Kuan and Yin Yang, along with the sovereign ancestral dragon of the Eastern Sea, possess a vague understanding of this island's dreadful lineage. At the deepest layer of the nine nether soul-devouring abyss, endless, inky black demonic fog churns incessantly, its potent negative aura capable of eroding the heart of a great Luo golden immortal. At the core of this demonic mist sits a towering figure, entwined with boundless demonic laws. The mere aura radiating from him distorts the surrounding void, causing it to collapse. Suddenly, those eyes, long sealed for countless eons, burst open, unleashing terrifying beams of demonic light that pierce the nine nether and bewilder the heavens, instantly rending the eternal darkness asunder. In that moment, the entire nine nether soul-devouring abyss erupted in chaos, an inferno of demonic flames exploding forth, countless souls wailing and howling, only to be devoured in an instant, transformed into sustenance for the laws of the demonic path. The nine sovereign races, the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and the beginning Qilin, Rahu murmured softly, his voice hoarse and frigid, akin to the bone-chilling winds from the depths of the nine nether. Rahu's thoughts surged. During the ancient battle of the divine cord against the heavens, the celestial emperor self-destructed his essence. The outcome was catastrophic, with several great Luo golden immortal powerhouses perishing on the spot, and his 4 protective demons were utterly annihilated. Even with the protection of the heavenly demon tower and the 12th great annihilation Black Lotus, his essence was still wounded. However, the spoils of war were significant. He acquired a fragment of the heavenly Tao creation treasure, the creation jade plate. Throughout the endless ages, he has been recuperating within the depths of the nine nether soul-devouring abyss, comprehending the fragment of the creation jade plate. Now, he has reached the pinnacle of the ninth heaven, and, through the jade plate fragment, has gained insight into the secrets of the universe. Discerning the path of the demonic way, little did he expect that upon awakening, the primordial realm would be utterly transformed. The heavenly Tao has fully manifested, and rules now envelop the heavens. Those who once seemed mere robust insects in his eyes have ascended to the Hunyuan golden immortal, becoming sovereigns of the primordial realm. A cold, ruthless glimmer, laden with endless schemes, flickered deep within the unfathomable depths of Rahu's demonic eyes. The demonic fog of the nine nether soul-devouring abyss appeared to thicken, becoming even more perilous. As a chaos demon god, Rahu's aspirations have never been confined merely to returning to the realm of the Hunyuan Great Luo. Rather, he seeks the supreme and boundless path of the Great Tao. Humph! A cold snort echoed, resembling the thunderous roar of the nine nether. Rahu's palm, covered in ebony demonic scales, casually flipped. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 7 spheres of primordial essence, each radiating a distinct hue, yet entwined with a chilling demonic energy, suddenly materialized above his palm, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. In the bygone era of the celestial bloodbath, although the 4 great guardians suffered losses, Rahu, wielding unparalleled demonic prowess, seized the essence of fallen mighty beings from the battlefield, condensing it into 7 primordial sources. Over the passage of endless ages, he nurtured these 7 orbs with the essence of the demonic path day and night, merging them with the dark arts to transform into the primordial true demon seed. This seed could give rise to the 7 Sin-Demon Kings of the demonic realm. In the present primordial world, the so-called 9 sovereigns are merely fledgling golden immortals, insignificant like ants. Yet, lurking in the shadows are ancient powerhouses such as Hongjun, Yangmei, and Qingming. As the demon ancestor, Rahu would not emulate the former celestial court. He devised plans in secrecy, waiting for the opportune moment. These 7 Sin-Demon Kings would serve as his minions. Now, the treasured slaying immortal sword array beneath Mount Shumi is on the verge of completion, ready to shatter its seal. Perhaps it only awaits a cataclysmic slaughter. The primordial realm has remained tranquil for far too long. A chilling smile gradually curved upon Rahu's lips, and his eyes gleamed with a sinister light. It was time to stain this world anew with blood. With a mere thought, the terrifying divine consciousness of a perfected golden immortal surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping an expanse of several 100,000 light-years in an instant. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, and with a flicker of his mind, a section of the 9 nether soul-devouring abyss was silently torn asunder. A writhing mass of chaotic black mist, shifting in form, was forcibly dragged from its hidden shadow by an irresistible and terrifying demonic intent, hovering before Rahu. The black mist surged violently, struggling, and began to coalesce into indistinct, contorted features in the void. Its voice resonated with an ethereal echo typical of the abyss. The shadow clan of the Nine Nether Soul devouring abyss pays homage to the esteemed elder. This peculiar race, born from the depths of the Nine Nether, lacks a fixed form, is ever-changing, and is particularly adept at possessing cultivators. Its origin lies in the resentful spirits and remnants of fierce beasts that perished during the catastrophe, evolving over countless eons into this sinister and malevolent entity within the unique environment of the soul-devouring abyss. From his elevated position, Rahu gazed down like a demonic deity surveying the dust below, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "I am Rahu. Today, I bestow upon you a creation." Before the black mist could respond, Rahu flicked his finger, sending forth a strand of primordial true demon seed entwined with 3,000 demonic curses, which pierced through the air, directly entering the core of the Shadow Clan's black mist. A cacophony erupted. The black mist instantly expanded, contracted, and twisted. Its form wildly morphed between that of a colossal beast, a demonic shadow, a river of blood, and a ghostly visage. Chapter 120. The Seven Sin Demon Kings in the Void. A horrifying and inhuman roar reverberated, at times resembling the anguished cries of myriad ghosts, and at other times akin to the furious roars of ancient ferocious beasts, intermingled with eerie laughter sharp enough to pierce the soul. For a full century, as the final piercing scream that shattered the void gradually faded, the tumultuous black mist at last stabilized. The demonic light receded, revealing a figure clad in a dark patterned black robe, with a sinister and malevolent countenance, kneeling on one knee in the void. Upon his chest, a ghostly purple demonic pattern writhed as if alive, emanating a heart-stirring wave of soul-devouring energy. Rahu's eyes glimmered with a dark light, and a profound demonic seal, condensed from pure demonic essence, instantly embedded itself into the man's brow. "From this day forth, you shall be known as the King of Envy, one of my 7 Sin Demon Kings. Thank you, demon ancestor, for this rebirth." The newly emerged King of Jealousy lifted his head, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a terrifying power capable of eroding the very essence of the Deluo. Originally a being of the Shadow Clan at the Tai-E-Golden Immortal Realm, he had now shattered his constraints, ascending to the formidable heights of the Deluo Golden Immortal, with a chilling aura of demonic energy enveloping him like an abyss. Moreover, under the assimilation and transformation of the innate true demonic seed, he had evolved from the Shadow Clan into a brand new demonic race known as the heart-eroding Shadow Demon. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Luoho's eyes as he transmitted the supreme demonic scripture, the Hahua Zaishan Demon Sutra. This scripture was a fundamental law of the demonic path that Luoho had comprehended over countless eons within the fragments of the creation jade plate, containing unparalleled divine powers of the demonic realm. It could forcibly erode, distort, and transform all beings and things into denizens of the demonic path by leveraging the true essence of demonic origins and the blood of true demons as a conduit. This scripture he bestowed upon his subordinate, the 7 Sin Demon Kings, to serve as the foundation for spreading the demonic path and corrupting the wilderness. After accomplishing all of this, he vanished in a flash from the Nine Nether Demon Abyss. In a secret realm known as the Divine Wind Valley in a certain western world, this place was the ancestral ground of the Tianyu clan. Year-round, the gale roared like a dragon, and the sharp force of the metal element permeated every inch of space, fracturing the void with fine cracks. Countless practitioners of the Tianyu clan, adorned with silver-white wings, traversed the tempestuous clouds, their wings stirring up gales capable of rending the void and obliterating souls. They possessed an innate mastery over the powers of wind and metal, endowing them with extraordinary speed and destructive capability. Deep within the ancestral grounds, the elder of the Tianyu clan was in seclusion, recuperating in a hidden chamber. His 4 pairs of golden wings, marred from battles with other clans, shimmered dimly. Yet he still emanated a terrifying aura characteristic of the Deluo realm. Suddenly, who dared intrude? The elder of the Tianyu clan jolted awake, his golden pupils constricting as they reflected the silent figure clad in black robes that had appeared in the chamber. Enraged and astonished, his divine wings unfurled instantly. Millions of sharp golden feathers transformed into a rain of annihilation, tearing through the void towards Luo Ho. Mere ants. Luo Ho did not even deign to lift his gaze, casually flicking his sleeve. Whoosh. The void became stagnant, and the elder of the Tianyu clan, along with the myriad golden feathers, seemed to be frozen in time. Following this, a viscous, tangible abyssal demonic mist, swirling with countless tormented faces, swiftly engulfed both the elder and the rain of destruction. What is this? Within the demonic mist, a brief yet piercing scream escaped, and then silence ensued. Luo Ho remained expressionless, a sphere radiating the essence of slaughter and destruction manifesting in his palm. He flicked his finger, allowing it to slowly merge into the core of the roiling mist. Centuries passed in the blink of an eye, as the tumultuous demonic mist gradually receded. What emerged was a being of utterly different essence, enveloped in metallic, cold, gleaming dark silver scales, with 2 pairs of razor-sharp black demonic wings, exuding an aura of annihilation and slaughter. A spiral dark golden demonic horn pierced the void, emanating a sense of arrogance and bloodlust. Subordinate, paying respects to the demon ancestor. The newly born demon knelt on one knee, his voice cold and haughty, as if born to reign above all beings. As the ethereal brilliance of Raha's fingertips flickered, a magical rune imbued with the essence of the demonic path embedded itself into his brow. Henceforth, you shall be known as the King of Pride, one of the 7 sinful demon lords under my dominion. Obedience is yours. I express my gratitude for the blessings of the demon ancestor. In the ensuing millennia, the figure of Rahu materialized across the vastness of the primordial realms, with each of the remaining 7 sinful demon lords assuming their positions in turn. In the depths of the molten sea of the earth, an entire ocean of boiling magma suddenly collapsed, transforming into a pulsating, pitch-black heart ablaze with eternal demonic flames. Accompanied by a roar that distorted the very fabric of the void, the infernal flame sovereign, a harbinger of wrath, emerged from the cocoon of darkness. Wielding the flame calamity twin blades entwined with hellfire, the demonic might scorched the heavens. In the eternal slumber marsh, within the desolate depths of a mire, a colossal white jade skeleton, its joints entwined with decaying gray chains, sat cross-legged in the void, draped in a cocoon of apathy that seemed capable of devouring time itself. Gradually kneeling beneath the shadow of Rahu, this was the king of sloth. Its breath was silent, yet it possessed the power to render all existence into eternal slumber. At the core of the devouring insect nest, a wriggling, chaotic worm, seemingly able to swallow the stars, greedily consumed the demonic seeds bestowed by Rahu. Amidst spine-chilling screams and sounds of evolution, it transformed into the matriarch of 10,000 devouring insects, symbolizing greed, consumption, and plunder. In the northern region of the ancient sky, the lord of the devouring python tribe, after refining the primordial true demonic source granted by Rahu, emitted a cry intermingled with agony and ecstasy. Ultimately, it underwent metamorphosis into the king of gluttony, harboring the abyss within its belly, embodying insatiable desires. It could swallow the sun and moon with ease, its belly concealing a darkened void. In the realm of the illusory sea of emotions, the enchantress queen, who weaves illusions of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, lightly laughed as she accepted the demonic seed from Rahu. When she opened her eyes once more, her pink pupils had transformed into mesmerizing, soul-snaring vertical slits. Wielding the heavenly desire scythe, she became the unparalleled demoness who commanded the sin of lust. In the depths of the 9 nether soul-devouring abyss, Rahu loomed above the throne of demonic energy, his cold gaze sweeping over the 7 spectral forms kneeling before him, each radiating overwhelming demonic might: jealousy, pride, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. All 7 sinful demon lords had taken their places. Remain hidden for now, Rahu's voice echoed like the chilling winds of the 9 nether, sweeping through the abyss, secretly cultivating power and infiltrating the ranks of the 9 great sovereign forces, waiting for the opportune moment to act. The demonic light in his eyes blazed fiercely, as if he could foresee the forthcoming blood-soaked tempest sweeping across the primordial realms. Await my command. With utmost diligence, we shall adhere to the decrees of the demon sovereign. The 7 sinful demon lords responded in unison. Subsequently, at Raha's gesture, the 7 illusory demonic figures gradually dissipated from the scene, as though they had never existed. In the boundless expanse of the primordial world, where myriad races vied for supremacy and fortunes intertwined, 5 demonic races were quietly birthed, unnoticed by anyone, and everything remained tranquil as ever. Chapter 121. The Opportunity of Mount Taihua in the Western Continent. Mount Taihua stood majestic, its peaks resembling a celestial sword piercing the heavens. Enveloped in an extraordinarily sharp aura of metallic energy, the ethereal energy within the mountains is as sharp as a blade, cleaving through the clouds. An ordinary cultivator, upon stepping into this terrain, would feel a stinging sensation on their skin, as if beset by a multitude of swords. Those of lesser cultivation might even be harmed by this metallic essence. A young man clad in a blue robe traverses the mountains, a sword imbued with chaotic energy. Named Jingjia, hanging gracefully at his waist. His handsome visage and sword-like brows exude an aura of formidable sharpness with every gesture. This man is Qin Yan. In the bygone days, when the wheel of heaven manifested, it triggered the tides of laws. Although he could not directly comprehend the true essence of the sword Dao from this, his unparalleled talent allowed him to grasp the profound meanings of sword intent from various celestial laws. The law of metal bestowed upon him the unmatched sharpness of the sword. Capable of severing all, the law of wind granted the sword an elusive nature, leaving no trace in its wake. The law of thunder endowed the sword with unparalleled swiftness, chasing light and electricity. Through countless epochs of primordials, trials, and contemplations, he has finally forged his own path within the realm of swordsmanship. Should this path reach its transformative state, with a single thought, a world of sword intent is born. When the sword is drawn, his will becomes the way of heaven. This represents the pinnacle of the sword Dao. Now, Qin Yan's 3 flowers have coalesced atop his head, blooming in tenfold splendor. Having attained the complete realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his journey to the Western Continent, specifically Mount Taihua, was meant to be a spontaneous venture. However, upon reaching the foot of this sacred mountain, his heart suddenly quickened, an inexplicable sense of profound connection arising within him. Is there a fateful bond with the path here? With a flicker of intent in his gaze, he took a step forward, his form seeming to move slowly yet swiftly, and he vanished into Mount Taihua. His vast consciousness cascaded like a sea of stars, instantly enveloping the majestic mountain, meticulously seeking the source of that stirring sensation. Simultaneously, shortly after Qin Yan entered Mount Taihua, a brilliant white light, akin to a falling sun, tore through the heavens, accompanied by a fierce aura of slaughter, crashing down at the mountain's base. As the radiance dissipated, it revealed a figure clad in silver armor, adorned with a kingly glyph on his forehead, resembling a divine brand. The opening and closing of his eyes exuded a palpable aura of destruction. The newcomer was none other than Bai Wujing, the Grand Elder of the White Tiger clan, one of the Western dominators, wielding the authority of slaughter. He was a formidable powerhouse, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo realm. Previously, he had secluded himself deep within the clan's secret territory, striving for the supreme Dao fruit of the primordial golden immortal. Yet, he suddenly found himself restless and unstable in his Dao heart. Reluctantly, he broke his seclusion, but it seemed as if divine will guided him, leading him almost unconsciously to the foot of Mount Taihua. Upon laying eyes on the mountain, Bai Wujing's powerful frame trembled. An indescribable stir surged into his purple palace. The insurmountable bottleneck of the great Luo realm that had plagued him for countless years began to loosen ever so slightly at this moment. What? Bai Wujing's pupils constricted sharply, only to be overwhelmed by ecstasy. A glimmer of realization ignited in his tiger-like eyes. Could this be the opportunity for me to attain the Dao of primordial unity? Right here upon this mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, he stamped his foot. The earth within a 100-mile radius caved in like a drumhead, and Bai Wujing's figure transformed into a blazing white meteor, surging forth with an overwhelming aura of ferocity towards the peak of Mount Taihua. His vast consciousness similarly surged forth, sweeping across the sacred mountains, every inch like a sovereign surveying his domain, seeking that supreme chance to shatter his constraints. Suddenly, the figure of Bai Wujia abruptly halted midair, a tempest of malevolent energy swirling around him. He fixated intently on a specific point atop the mountain, his eyes radiating an incredulous glint of cold fury. Has someone outpaced me? At the pinnacle of Taihua, a slender figure clad in azure stood like an abyss. surrounded by a vortex of sword energy that seemed to resonate with the formidable spiritual essence of Taiwan Mountain itself. With a sudden gust, a fierce wind arose, sweeping up the ominous aura. Bai Wujia's form appeared as if teleported, landing with a thunderous crash 100 paces away, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. The surging malevolent energy pressing outward like a tidal wave. His expression was haughty, brows furrowed in disdain, and he immediately demanded, "Who are you? Why do you trespass on Taiwan Mountain?" His voice boomed like thunder, the icy light in his eyes piercing. Qingyan's brow subtly furrowed. The sword energy around him swirled autonomously, silently shattering the oppressive, malevolent aura. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes calm as water yet profound as an abyss, piercing deep into Bai Wujia's. His tone was devoid of warmth. "This mountain has no master. All beings under heaven may tread upon it. Yet you, upon our first meeting, choose to exert pressure. Might I presume that the illustrious Baihu clan is composed of those who are so discourteous, bullying the weak? Impudent." Bai Wujia had never endured such insolence. His anger twisted into a mocking smile, murderous intent surging. He discerned that the person before him was not one of the 9 dominant clans of the primordial era, perhaps merely a loose cultivator. As the grand elder of the Baihu clan, he had governed the western realms for countless years. And yet this mere loose cultivator dared to belittle the holy clan and make judgments. A mere loose cultivator presumes to criticize the sacred clan? This mountain lies on the western continent, within the domain of my Baihu clan. Those who intrude shall perish. As the final word reverberated, his right claw lunged forward with ferocity. A claw strike tore through the fabric of space. Where the claw passed, the void was effortlessly sliced apart like fragile fabric, leaving behind 5 inky fissures in the air. Clang! A clear, ringing sound of a sword echoed, shattering stone. The sword, known as the Awakening Sword, had yet to be drawn. Qingyan merely extended a finger as if it were a blade, pointing toward the cataclysmic claw strike. An intangible yet indomitable barrier of sword intent manifested before him. Boom! The two forces collided. Rocks crumbled, and the sea of clouds rolled back. The residual waves from their clash marred the surface of Taiwan Mountain with countless jagged fissures, resembling scars from a myriad of sword strikes, while the clouds were violently dispersed, revealing the azure sky above. Bai Wujia's pupils constricted, a mix of astonishment and fury welling within him. The opponent had merely used a finger to thwart his wrathful blow. This was no ordinary loose cultivator. Good courage. Receive another strike from me. With his murderous intent intensifying, Bai Wujia unleashed his true weapon, the sky-ripping blade. The blade was slender and silvery white. As it emerged, the surrounding space rippled violently, as if on the verge of being cleaved by its edge. Flash! The sky-ripping blade was raised high, as the power of the Western elemental rules converged upon it, transforming into a golden blade aura that spanned the heavens. Wherever the blade aura traversed, the space silently split apart, revealing a vast, dark chasm, exuding an aura of severing laws and the ultimate sharpness of destruction. Qingyan's gaze finally turned chillingly severe. This Baihu clansman was domineering and aggressive, intent on delivering lethal blows. Even a clay figurine retained some spirit. How much more so a grand sword immortal who walks the path of the sword, radiating brilliance. Clang! A resounding sword cry akin to the roar of a dragon reverberated through the heavens. The ancient sword, Jingzha, has finally emerged from its sheath. The blade, imbued with an archaic aura, instantly surged with chaotic energy, as if the primordial creation of the universe was swirling upon its edge. Qingyan, with a subtle flick of the wrist, pointed the sword's tip towards the cataclysmic golden blade energy. Buzz! A point of profound darkness coalesced at the sword's tip, seemingly devouring all light from the world. This was not malevolent energy, but rather the pinnacle of swordsmanship, compressed to its utmost limit, manifesting as an obliterating sword radiance. In a single stroke, it transcended time and space. Qingyan bellowed with fury, the sword's edge trembling lightly, and that point of consummate darkness suddenly shot forth. Chapter 122. The Tiger Clans by Wujia. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a thread-thin sword radiance, darker than the void itself. It disregarded the distance of space, as if shooting from the very source of time towards its conclusion. Wherever it passed, space appeared as if it had been sliced by the most precise of blades, with cracks as smooth as polished glass, reflecting the shattered firmament. A lethal crisis. Bai Wujia's brow twitched uncontrollably, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloping his entire being. He barely had time to contemplate the strangeness of the sword radiance. The instinct for survival compelled him to swing the fiercely. Roar. The tiger's roar shook the heavens. The blade, entwined with the murderous energy of the gung metal, erupted with a thunderous force, instantly transforming into 5 streaks of golden light that tore through the sky. Akin to the claws of an ancient, ferocious tiger. Vajra burst. The 5 golden rays, imbued with the ferocity to shatter stars, boldly met the dark, slender line that seemed capable of cleaving the world. Boom! An indescribable explosion erupted at the summit of Taiwan Mountain. It was a collision of ultimate sharpness and utter destruction. A cataclysmic clash between the essence of gung metal and the obliterating sword path. At the center of the explosion, Qing Yan's expression remained stoic as he altered the sword incantation in his hand. Countless sword energies, as tangible as reality, emerged from the void, encircling him and forming a protective shield of celestial sword energy, endlessly manifesting the mysteries of the sword path, effectively isolating the devastating energy from the outside. With Jingzhe in hand, he transformed into an azure sword rainbow, cleaving through the chaotic energy towards Bai Wujia with ferocity. Roar. White Tiger Slaughter God. Dharma manifesting heaven and earth. Bai Wujia's furious roars resonated throughout the cosmos. Behind him, the void erupted violently, and a colossal white tiger Dharma, towering tens of thousands of feet, entwined with the materialized murderous energy of gung metal, stood majestically. That white tiger Dharma let out a mighty roar, merging with the, morphing into a gigantic claw capable of tearing apart the galaxy, wielding the terrifying might of slaughtering gods and exterminating immortals, and fiercely struck towards the oncoming azure sword rainbow. One sword transcending time. Gung metal slaughtering claw. Clang, 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 clang. The 2 figures exchanged blows in the shattered void, moving at extraordinary speeds, colliding and separating. With each clash of sword and claw, a storm of destructive energy erupted, further annihilating the already fragmented space. Sword energy surged, tearing through eternity. Tiger claws rent the fabric of the cosmos. Hundreds of exchanges transpired in the blink of an eye. Qing Yan's sword force became increasingly fierce, his sword intent resembling an immense tide, each wave higher than the last, endlessly cascading. Within that sword light, shadows of mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars flickered in and out of existence, as if striving to forcibly incorporate this realm into the world of his evolving sword. Bai Wuji, however, grew increasingly alarmed and suffocated as the battle progressed. His once proud and indomitable metal-killing aura was gradually suppressed and extinguished by the opponent's endless sword intent, which seemed to carry the weight of an entire world. Impossible. Who exactly is this person? I am the Grand Elder of the White Tiger clan. How could I be defeated by a mere rogue cultivator? The humiliation of his pride being trampled, coupled with a fervent desire for the primordial opportunity, ignited the most primal ferocity and madness deep within his bloodline. In a fit of rage, Bai Wuji let out a furious roar. Roar. True form of the White Tiger. Unite with the god of slaughter. White Emperor's golden radiance slash. The divine manifestation of the White Tiger of slaughter behind him suddenly contracted and merged with his body in an instant, transforming into the true form of the metal-killing deity. He unleashed the White Tiger clan's ultimate technique, the White Emperor's golden radiance slash. Boom. The blade instantly surged in size, becoming a colossal weapon, its edge enveloped in the annihilating aura of the White Emperor's golden radiance, emanating an overwhelming intent capable of severing all existence and causing the fall of deities. Qing Yan's gaze suddenly sharpened. The power of this strike had approached the pinnacle of the mixed-origin golden immortal realm. He dared not show any sign of negligence. The Jingzhe sword sang long and resonantly, as the chaotic aura entwined around the sword's body boiled and surged. Countless sword runes materialized from the void, swirling around the blade's edge. A terrifying sword intent, capable of annihilating all things and destroying the heavens, rose from Qing Yan. Jingzhe 9 Calamities Extinction. Qing Yan bellowed, raising the Jingzhe and cleaving towards the descending thousand-zhong imperial blade with a single stroke. There was no resplendent radiance, only a profoundly dark sword light. Within that sword light, it seemed as if the cycles of countless worlds' birth and demise were unfolding, echoing with the mournful cries of an era's end. This was the strongest sword technique Qin Yan could currently wield. Two formidable attacks, capable of severely injuring or even slaying ordinary Great Luo perfection cultivators, collided above the summit of Taihua Mountain like two ancient stars burning out. Boom! It was as if the chaotic divine thunder from the creation of the world exploded beside them. At the moment of collision between the two overwhelming forces, a crisp crack echoed from the depths of Taihua Mountain, as if some ancient restriction had been shattered. Following that, a colossal, pitch-black, and profound spatial rift, resembling a scar of the heavens, materialized at the heart of the energy storm. At the edges of the rift, countless fragments of space, akin to shattered glass, cascaded down, revealing the ethereal glow of an ancient secret realm, rich with the essence of Tao, an indescribable atmosphere of profound mystery. A trace of energy leaking from the secret realm caused both Qin Yan and Bai Wuji to tremble in their spirits. Opportunity. The supreme chance to break through to the mixed-origin golden immortal realm. It lay within that secret realm. Swish. Two beams of light, surpassing the limits of thought, tore through the void almost simultaneously, penetrating the spatial rift. Bai Wuji suppressed the surging blood within him. The glimmering golden line of blood at the corner of his mouth particularly conspicuous amidst the blinding escape light. The earlier climactic confrontation that shook Taihua Mountain had already left him internally injured, with his meridians faintly aching. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he concealed himself amidst the escape light and the chaotic currents of space, secretly manipulating the White Tiger clan's ancestral seal. A strand of metal-killing divine light quietly vanished into the void. Within the secret realm, the scene was terrifying. Upon entering, one is immediately enveloped by an ancient, primal atmosphere, reminiscent of the dawn of creation when the cosmos was in chaos, so heavy that it nearly suffocates. The earth exhibits a dark crimson hue, with fissures intermittently releasing chaotic gusts. In the distance, mountains appear to hang upside down, and waterfalls flow upwards, as if time itself has become disordered in this realm. The entirety of this secret space is suffused with a raw and chaotic essence, reminiscent of the universe's infancy. Swiftly, two figures, without the slightest pause, dart forth like arrows released from a bow, propelled by an inexplicable yet powerful instinct toward the heart of the secret realm. Qin Yan transforms into a shimmering green sword rainbow, unparalleled in its sharpness. With each step he takes, the void beneath seems to be sliced by invisible sword edges, leaving behind lingering marks. Bai Wuji, on the other hand, resembles an enraged primordial tiger descending the mountains, his body radiating a tempestuous aura of golden energy, manifesting as a searing white stream of light that violently tears through the space, creating deep fissures in its wake. In mere moments, they traverse countless chaotic wonders, arriving at the core of this chaotic secret realm. There, a swirling mass of yellow and black energy, roughly the size of a cubic zhong, floats serenely in the void. Though it appears modest in size, it emanates an overwhelming weight that seems to carry the heavens and suppress the ages. Its colors, a blend of murky yellow and deep azure, intertwine and flow, resembling the first fusion of light and darkness at the genesis of the universe. At times, it transforms into majestic mountain ranges and rivers, spanning across the cosmos. At other moments, it manifests as boundless stars, rising and falling amidst the chaos. The mere essence radiating from this energy stirs a profound yearning within Qin Yan and Bai Wuji, both of whom have reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The primal yellow mother Qi. Bai Wuji's pupils constrict sharply, his breath suddenly heavy as thunder, his voice turning hoarse. Qin Yan, too, finds his breath momentarily stilled, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. Even with his steadfast will, he cannot conceal his astonishment. This primal yellow mother Qi, a treasure born from the fusion of the primal energy of creation and the essence of the earth itself, stands as the foundation of the world, far more precious than the treasures of the heavens. This must be the core essence that evolves this unfinished chaotic secret realm. The aftermath of my battle with that white tiger brute must have fractured the space, allowing it to manifest. Qin Yan's thoughts raced, and he quickly comprehended the significance. He mused internally, if I could obtain this essence, even if I cannot break through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, it would aid me in evolving the sword realm, taking my sword into a new domain of primordial might. This treasure is imperative to possess. Simultaneously, the greedy glint in Bai Wujia's eyes threatened to burst forth. This primal yellow mother chi, which harbors the essence of the earth, is nothing short of a transformative artifact for him, who specializes in the ruthless path of golden energy. It could enhance his foundation, rectify his shortcomings, and make the dream of ascending to the coveted realm of the primordial golden immortal a tangible reality. At that moment, as Bai Wujia's spirit surged with excitement, a sudden, sharp sound akin to the tearing of silk echoed through the air. Qing Yin moved. With a swiftness that transcended thought, the Jingjia sword erupted from its sheath, unleashing a blade of annihilation so concentrated that it seemed capable of devouring all light, cutting through the distance of space to strike directly at Bai Wujia's throat. Meanwhile, Qing Yin extended his left hand, fingers splayed, reaching toward the suspended Xianhuang Mother Qi with a decisive grasp. A tremendous force, imbued with the power of the world, erupted instantaneously. Despicable. Bai Wuji was engulfed in a mix of fury and shock, his scalp tingling. Although both Bai Wuji and Qing Yan had attained the pinnacle of Deluo, Qing Yan's cultivation stemmed from the enigmatic teachings of the Qingming Dao Zun, specifically the Qingming Dao Jing, endowing him with an exceptionally solid foundation. His swordsmanship was tailored for battle, unmatched among his peers, and Qing Yan's treasured weapon, the Jingjia ancient sword, had been forged by the hands of the Qingming Dao Zun himself, wielding power comparable to that of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, far surpassing Bai Wuji's Liakong blade. Moreover, Bai Wuji had already sustained injuries, his condition far from peak. This strike cannot be met head-on. A direct confrontation could lead to death. Bai Wuji made an instantaneous judgment. Roaring with a mix of frustration and fury, he retreated at a frantic pace. Simultaneously, the Liakong blade instinctively positioned itself before him, a torrent of metal essence surging forth as he summoned a substantial metal shield to protect himself. Boom! The annihilating sword radiance struck down upon the Liakong blade, crashing violently against the shield. Bai Wuji's hands were shattered, golden divine blood spilling into the air, his form resembling a kite severed from its string. Just as Bai Wuji struggled to stabilize himself, he heard Qing Yan's cold voice resonate. Receive. That orb, which harbored supreme creation, had been deftly absorbed by Qing Yan using his sleeve's magical prowess, secured within his robe. Not good. Bai Wuji's eyes widened in desperation, his golden pupils nearly bleeding with rage. He suppressed his injuries, resolutely prepared to ignite his essence in a desperate attempt. Yet Qing Yan did not pause for even a moment. Without so much as a glance back at Bai Wuji, he transformed into a streak of azure sword light, darting toward the exit of the secret realm. Qing Yan's mind was as clear as crystal. The Western continent was the stronghold of the White Tiger clan, and should he delay, he would undoubtedly be unable to face the reinforcements. Thus, he decisively seized the treasure and made his escape without a hint of regret for battle. Thief! Leave the Xianhuang Mother Qi for me. Bai Wuji's exasperated roar reverberated through the secret realm as he frantically activated his escape technique to pursue, only to witness that sword light vanish into the fissure of space in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Damn it! Why hasn't the clan's support arrived yet? Bai Wuji, overwhelmed by anger, could no longer suppress his internal injuries, spewing forth a mouthful of rich golden divine blood, his aura instantly waning. At that moment, he suddenly sensed two immense, terrifying presences, imbued with a similar essence of metal and battle, rapidly approaching from afar. It was his second and third brothers. Alas, it was already too late. As Bai Wuji, filled with rage and disarray, burst forth from the spatial fissure, returning to the skies above Taiwan Mountain, he found the surroundings desolate, the fierce winds howling, and not a trace of the azure-clad swordsman remained. He let out a reluctant roar that shook the Western continent, his vast divine consciousness sweeping across tens of thousands of miles in an instant, like an invisible net. Mountains, rivers, flora, stones, and even the seams of space were laid bare before his perception. Yet there was nothing. Not a single trace of the azure-clad swordsman's presence could be detected. The other party seemed to vanish into thin air, completely merging with the vast primordial world. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a thunderous sound of breaking space reverberated across the sky, as two dazzling beams of white light swiftly approached. The foremost figure donned dark golden battle armor, his hair and beard white as snow, his countenance resolute like ancient stone. He was Baijan, the second elder of the White Tiger clan, also at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The other individual bore a sinister visage, his elongated eyes glimmering with a cruel ferocity. Surrounded by a blood-red aura of murderous intent, he was Bai Lai, the third elder, at the later stage of the great Luo golden immortal. The urgency of the first elder's plea for assistance compelled the clan leader to remain at the core ancestral grounds for safety, thus dispatching the strongest second elder and the swiftest third elder to come together. Elder brother, how are you? Are you gravely injured? Bai Lai landed first, the ground beneath him cracking like a spider's web under his immense pressure. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the golden streak of blood at Bai Wujia's mouth and his waning spirit, his voice seething with suppressed fury. Who dares to be so audacious? To injure you within our White Tiger territory? Bai Wujia did not immediately respond to Bai Lai's inquiry, but instead urgently asked, on your way here, did you encounter anyone departing from this direction? Bai Lai and Baijan exchanged glances and shook their heads, responding solemnly, we rushed here at full speed, extending our senses in all directions, and did not detect any suspicious fleeing light. Baijan furrowed his brow and continued to inquire, brother, what exactly transpired? Bai Wujia took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult of his blood and the surging waves of hatred, and spoke in a grave tone. This matter is of utmost importance. I must immediately report to the clan leader. We cannot allow that scoundrel to escape. Before his words had fully settled, he transformed into a blazing white streak of light, soaring skyward towards the clan's stronghold. Baijan and Bai Lai, recognizing the severity of the situation from Bai Wujia's demeanor, promptly followed suit without hesitation. Chapter 124. The White Tiger Pursuit in a certain extremely hidden and secluded secret realm within the western sea of the primordial world. Qing Yin sat cross-legged, enveloped in a faint azure glow. Before him, a mass of dark yellow primordial essence floated silently, emanating a profound aura reminiscent of the chaos at the dawn of creation. Above this primordial essence, the ancient sword of Jingzhi hovered, its tip pointing downward, revealing strands of chaotic sword intent that gently penetrated the primordial essence. Thus, a mysterious bridge was formed between the two. The chaotic aura and sword intent entwined around the Jingzhi sword merged with the primordial essence's foundational power, gradually absorbing the strength of this heavenly treasure. While the ancient patterns on the sword's body appeared to grow even deeper and more enigmatic. After successfully seizing the primordial essence, Qing Yin chose not to immediately flee to the Western continent. His mind raced as he swiftly weighed the pros and cons. The Western continent is the foundation of the White Tiger clan. The clan leader is a true master of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. If the White Tiger clan possesses tracking techniques or sealing methods, and the mixed Yuan master takes action personally, I will surely be unable to escape, unless I can return to the Eastern Sea. But the vastness of the primordial world stretches infinitely, with the east and west poles separated by countless trillions of miles. Even if I exert all my strength to flee, it will undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Rather than risk being intercepted by a mixed Yuan golden immortal during my flight, plunging into a situation of certain death, it is better to refine here and now. In this desolate region of the Western Sea, this secret realm is naturally isolated, perhaps allowing for a brief respite. Should one harness the power of the primordial yellow mother Qi and successfully transcend to the realm of the Hunyuan golden immortal, all impending crises would dissolve. Even if the breakthrough proves elusive, as long as this treasure can be integrated into the sword realm, forming an initial domain imbued with the might of Hunyuan, it would suffice to maneuver against, or even escape from, the Hunyuan golden immortals. With this thought in mind, Qing Yin cast aside all hesitation, swiftly locating this clandestine site, erecting formidable barriers, and embarking on a race against time to refine the essence. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Western continent, within the sacred precinct of the White Tiger clan, the Gungjin Temple, an atmosphere of chilling menace pervaded the air. The lifelike white tiger carvings on the four spiraled golden pillars seemed poised to leap forth at any moment. Bai Wuji, despite his injuries, stood resolutely within the hall, recounting the competition for the secret realm of Mount Taiwa, the emergence of the primordial yellow mother Qi, and the incident of its theft by the cloaked sword cultivator to the clan leader, Bai Zizai. When the four characters Primordial Yellow Mother Chi escaped his lips. What? Primordial Yellow Mother Chi. The two elders, Bai Zhan and Bai Lai, flanking him could no longer maintain their composure, simultaneously exclaiming in disbelief. Their eyes alight with insatiable greed and astonishment. Both were formidable figures at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, particularly the second elder, who had lingered in the great Luo Perfected Realm for an extended period. Clang. On the throne, Bai Zizai, who had been sitting in silence like a golden statue, abruptly opened his eyes. Two beams of golden divine light, as tangible as arrows, erupted from his gaze, capable of piercing through the void. The Gongjin Qi within a 1,000-mile radius surged in response. Merely the act of opening his eyes elicited a resonance with the laws of the cosmic gold element. This was the might of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Primordial Yellow Mother Chi? Bai Zizai's voice rang out like the clash of metal. Is this true? He comprehended all too well what this entailed. Should they seize this treasure, the White Tiger clan could potentially cultivate one, or even two, Hunyuan Golden Immortals in a short span. At that time, the status of the White Tiger clan among the myriad races of the primordial world would undergo a monumental transformation, even aspiring to glimpse the throne of the true overlord of the primordial realm. Suppressing the suffocating pressure of Hunyuan, Bai Wuji affirmed in a deep voice, indeed. Clan leader. The primordial Yellow Mother Chi manifests myriad phenomena. Its aura is unmistakable. I had already sent word to the clan before entering the secret realm, but alas, it was too late. Bai Zizai's gaze sharpened. An invisible force of Hunyuan began to permeate the space around him. He coalesced a point of Hunyuan golden light at his fingertips, tracing an arcane trajectory in the air. In an instant, the invisible web of cause and effect in the primordial world seemed to transform into a vast scroll, poised to unfurl before Bai Zizai's vision, aiming to pinpoint the whereabouts of the treasure thief. Bai Zizai's brow furrowed suddenly. The golden light twisted and vanished at a certain juncture, rendering it impossible to deduce its location. Could it be that there exists a treasure capable of concealing the heavenly mechanisms? He snorted coldly, summoning a White Tiger command token from his sleeve. Transmit my orders. All members of our clan at the Tai realm and above, set forth immediately, sealing all borders of the western continent. Activate the White Tiger Celestial Patrol Formation. Even if we must dig millions of fathoms into the earth, scouring every inch of space, we shall unearth that treasure thief. The primordial Yellow Mother Chi cannot be lost. Outside the hall, a continuous roar of tigers echoed, and countless streaks of golden light surged into the sky. Bai Zizai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the central region of the primordial wilderness, his eyes betraying an unmistakable ambition. At that moment, while the White Tiger clan launched a relentless search across the western regions to hunt down Qing Yin, far away, Jing Huan and Xian Ji, who were traveling with Qing Yin through the vast wilderness, remained oblivious to these events. They too were navigating the treacherous terrains of the primordial wilderness, each in pursuit of their own destiny and path, yet found themselves ensnared in two entirely different, yet equally perilous ancient secret realms. In the eastern domain of the primordial wilderness, within the thunderous abyss of Thunder Marsh, a cataclysmic roar reverberated. Billions of thick, purple bolts of destructive thunder, akin to ancient dragons, tore through the heavy, leaden thunderclouds, descending with the judgment of the heavens upon all existence. Wherever the thunder passed, space contorted, emanating a devastating scent of charred destruction. Even the most formidable Deluo Golden Immortals would find it impossible to endure for more than a brief moment. Yet, at the heart of this tempestuous realm of thunder, a pristine white lotus floated serenely, its immaculate petals gently revolving, radiating a soft yet indomitable aura of purification. Despite the cataclysmic purple lightning crashing down upon the lotus throne, it seemed to sink into the depths as if it were a cow plunging into the sea. Jing Huan, standing upon the thunderclouds, with the white lotus above his head and the staff of silent thunder in hand, stepped deeper into the thunder pool, braving the relentless storm. Jing Huan was an extraordinary being of the primordial wilderness, the celestial purifying cloud deer, inherently possessing the power of purification. His magnificent antlers could even condense the unfathomable might of divine thunder, cleansing the cosmos. He had believed his path lay within the realm of purification. Yet since embarking on his journey through the primordial wilderness, his understanding of the path of thunder had deepened profoundly. It was as if some unseen force guided him, bestowing upon him the rare treasure of silent thunder, which resonated perfectly with his essence, leading him to Thunder Marsh by fate's design. In this boundless sea of blood, the locale was steeped in the utmost malevolence and darkness, a gathering place for grievances. The viscous, dark crimson blood plasma roiled and bubbled, exuding a nauseating stench and a soul-corroding aura of vengeance. For countless epochs, the fallen beings of the primordial wilderness had succumbed here, their lingering souls transformed into endless, ferocious, vengeful spirits, drifting and wailing within the blood sea, choosing their victims to devour. At this moment, within the depths of this desolate and despairing blood sea, in an even more bizarre ancient secret realm, seemingly detached from the blood sea, Xianji wielded the Xianming Forbidden God banner, flames of true solar and lunar fire consuming the approaching vengeful spirits. As she traversed the dark, silent ground of this eerie realm, her beauty remained unparalleled, yet a shroud of profound gravity and confusion enveloped her features. She was even uncertain how she had arrived here. After bidding farewell to the Phoenix clan, she had journeyed westward, recalling the harrowing blood sea battle mentioned by the venerable Qing Ming in the chronicles of the primordial wilderness, her curiosity compelling her to delve into the boundless blood sea for answers. However, as she approached the core of the blood sea, it seemed she had triggered some ancient restriction, resulting in a strange distortion of space. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself ensconced in this uncanny realm, filled with the endless grievances of lost souls. This place seems to be the ultimate resting ground for the fallen souls of the primordial world, resembling an immense prison for spirits. The air is thick with a stifling despair, resentment, and a chilling sense of death. The exit from this secret realm is elusive, fraught with danger. Xuanji, with no alternative, is compelled to venture into the depths of this realm of lost souls, where an even denser aura of death and peculiar fluctuations emanate, step by step exploring the unknown. Chapter 125. The Hunyuan Sword Immortal. Within the depths of the Western Sea's secret realm, Qingyan sits cross-legged upon a platform of azure stone, his white robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. The primordial essence of Xianhuang swirls around him like a galaxy's vortex. The Jingjia sword hovers before his chest, its blade inscribed with runes that ravenously devour the essence of the primordial source. With each strand consumed, the sword sharpens, hinting at the profound rhythms of creation within. Unperturbed, he diligently refines the Xianhuang essence, completely oblivious to the fact that the White Tiger clan is scouring the western continent for her whereabouts. Time flows like a river, and a millennium swiftly passes. The primordial essence, once a vast expanse, is now reduced to the size of a fingernail, thoroughly refined by Qingyan. As the essence is absorbed, the sword intent surrounding Qingyan grows ever stronger and more substantial. When the final thread of Xianhuang essence merges into his being, an overwhelming, transcendent sword intent erupts from within him, piercing the heavens. Instantly, a hazy yet tangible world of swords coalesces around him, expanding rapidly in all directions. Within this realm of swords, sword energy takes the form of mountains and rivers, its resonance echoing the rhythms of wind, thunder, clouds, and rain. The dual essences of Xian and Huang entwine, forming the very backbone that supports heaven and earth. A grand force, reminiscent of a world newly born, surges forth, propelling all existence into motion. Simultaneously, within the depths of Qingyan's consciousness, the three flowers of heaven, earth, and the Tao, symbolizing the perfection of the great Tao, revolve furiously, collapsing and coalescing. Like three stars burning at their zenith, they are on the verge of a final rebirth. Qingyan slowly opens his eyes, revealing the flickering shadows of countless swords within, ultimately settling into a profound tranquility that nonetheless harbors the sharpness to sever all. He gazes at the Jingjia sword, exuding a compelling aura, and murmurs, his voice as cold and resolute as stone striking stone. If the Lord of the Tao were here, he could enlighten me. Yet, almost immediately, his brows furrow with determination, severing any lingering doubts. A fierce will, resolute in cutting through illusions, rises within him. The Lord once said, "Every individual has their own path. To cultivate the sword is also to cultivate the heart." Having embarked on my own sword path, I shall face the thorns ahead with my sword. How can I rely solely on the Lord for everything? Sword cultivation is an innate path. The journey is fraught with challenges, and human strength is finite. I shall condense the fruits of the heavenly Tao, harness the power of heaven and earth, and deduce my sword path. Once my sword path reaches its zenith, and the sword realm is perfected, I can break free from all constraints and transcend. With thoughts racing and weighing the pros and cons, Qingyin's expression hardens with unwavering resolve. At the White Tiger Ancestral Hall, the imposing and lethal hall of Gengjin looms like an ancient beast lying in wait. From the dome above, countless streams of Gengjin energy descend. Within the hall, the innate Gengjin grand formation operates, coalescing into a majestic image that obscures the sky, the murderous aura soaring to the heavens, the white tiger slaying divine manifestation. Seated upon the throne of the Golden King, the White Tiger clan leader, Bai Zizai, sank his 5 fingers deeply into the armrests. The sharp aura of precious metal emanating from his knuckles etching 5 fissures into the armrests. His countenance resembled the eternal chill of ancient ice, and his voice was as frigid as the clangor of metal against metal. It has been 3,000 years. Each word carries the wrath of the heavens. Why have we yet to uncover the whereabouts of that sword cultivator? Below the throne, the 3 venerable elders of the White Tiger clan, Bai Wujia, Bai Zhan, and Bai Lai, lowered their gazes, not daring to utter a sound. The oppressive atmosphere within the hall was thick with a palpable sense of impending doom, as heavy as an ancient mountain pressing down, suffocating all present. An extended silence enveloped the chamber until the eldest elder, Bai Wujia, finally mustered the courage to break the stillness, his voice dry. The scoundrel possesses treasures capable of concealing heavenly secrets. Could he have already escaped the Western territories? Upon hearing this, Bai Zizai pondered for a moment before slowly responding, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Impossible. While he bears the means to obscure celestial truths, I cannot pinpoint his exact location, yet I am certain he remains within the Western domains. Although the second elder Bai Zhan and the third elder Bai Lai remained silent, their eyes exchanged a secret understanding, each recognizing the unspoken thought within the other. 3,000 years have passed. The primal essence of the world has likely been refined beyond recognition. Just as the hall succumbed to a profound silence, an unexpected event transpired. A thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the Western Sea, where a colossal azure beam of light surged skyward, piercing the heavens without warning. Within this luminous pillar, the fierce and sharp laws of swordsmanship manifested, shattering and distorting the void within a radius of thousands of miles. Bai Zizai abruptly rose from his throne, his eyes ablaze with golden light. The terrifying consciousness of the golden immortal surged across boundless space. He distinctly sensed that the sword intent contained the law's power befitting a golden immortal. Could it be that the primal essence had indeed been refined? In the Western Sea, Bai Zizai's expression darkened to the point of near precipitation, and the raging aura of precious metal around him exploded forth. His voice, as chilling as the winds of the underworld, carried an overwhelming intent to kill. Let us go. Accompany me to pay homage to this newly ascended golden sword immortal. Let us see what audacity he possesses to dare claim our White Tiger clan's sustenance. As you command, the 3 elders roared in unison, releasing 3 millennia of pent-up frustration and murderous intent, their fierce aura soaring, stirring the very winds and clouds. With a swift motion, Bai Zizai stepped forth, his form transforming into a blazing golden light. Bai Wujia and the others followed closely behind. The 4 golden streaks of light, akin to 4 lethal swords, cleaved through the sky, racing towards the Western Sea. Above the Western Sea, in that hidden realm nestled within the void, tremors shook the very fabric of existence, as if it could not withstand the terrifying power brewing within and was on the verge of collapse. At the heart of the secret realm, upon the azure jade platform, Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, which contained the essence of creation and destruction, the ultimate understanding of swordsmanship. Before him, the ancient, profound sword, the Jingjia, coiled with the primal energies of the world, floated silently, its resonance deep and haunting. Qingyun reigned in the tumultuous power of his sword intent, grasping the Jingjia, feeling the immense force within, capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, this time not only did I consolidate my Tao fruit and transcend to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, but even the Jingjia sword underwent a transformation alongside me. However, the commotion is rather significant, and it is time to depart. As Qingyun stepped out of the shattered secret realm, he sensed several formidable auras rapidly converging towards his direction. Among them, one belonged to a Hunyuan golden immortal, accompanied by multiple auras of the Deluo realm, exuding a palpable intent to kill. Moreover, Qin Yin discerned a familiar presence. It was Bai Wuji, who had previously contended with him for the primordial essence of Xianhuang. They are arriving swiftly. A cold smirk graced Qin Yin's lips, and the fire of battle ignited in his eyes. Although he was unaware of the frantic search the Baihu clan had conducted for him during his seclusion, he surmised that Bai Wuji would not relinquish the primordial essence so easily. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yin unleashed the Jingzhi sword, which erupted in a dazzling azure light that illuminated the heavens. A fierce battle intent, capable of transcending the ages and gazing down upon all realms, intertwined with an expansive sword intent and erupted forth. Chapter 126. The initial battle in the sword realm in the distant sky. For beams of golden light tore through the firmament, landing before Qin Yin. The leader was none other than Bai Zizai, the chieftain of the Baihu clan. He unreservedly released the oppressive aura of a Hunyuan golden immortal as the violent laws of metal and the principles of slaughter intertwined in the void behind him. Transforming into a fierce white tiger, the divine manifestation of the Baihu roared furiously at Qin Yin, exerting an overwhelming force that bore down upon him. Clad in a green robe, Qin Yin stood alone with his sword amidst the void, his expression unyielding. In the face of the fierce assault from the Baihu's divine manifestation, he stirred his thoughts, and the sword realm erupted with an infinite fusion of sword intent. Within the sword realm, majestic mountains rose from the earth, torrents of rivers surged and roared, while the sun, moon, and stars revolved in cycles of creation and destruction. The malevolent aura could not penetrate the sword realm, being effortlessly repelled outside. Bai Zizai narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Qin Yin. As he sensed the power contained within the sword realm, his expression gradually growing grave. As the chieftain of the Baihu clan, endowed with a portion of fortune, he had ascended to the mid-stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and his understanding of the laws had progressed to the second level, the forming of laws. Yet, the newly ascended Hunyuan Golden Immortal before him, enveloped in the sword realm, instilled a sense of threat within him, suggesting the presence of a domain of laws. His pupils subtly constricted, and he spoke in a voice as cold as ancient ice. "Do you not know the name of my Tao? What is your origin? To seize opportunities belonging to my Baihu clan within our territory is rather disrespectful." Qin Yin remained calm and composed, responding with tranquility. "I am Qin Yin, hailing from the east. Treasures of the world rightfully belong to the virtuous. Your words imply that all spiritual entities of the entire Western continent belong solely to the Baihu clan? You." The killing intent surged within Bai Zizai's eyes, yet he stifled the words that threatened to escape his lips. Though the Baihu clan was powerful and dominant in the West, they could not monopolize everything. The Garuda clan, known for its speed and ferocity, possessed substantial depth, albeit lacking a Hunyuan Golden Immortal to anchor them. Furthermore, the vastness of the primordial world harbors countless hidden talents. The legendary demon ancestor Luo Ho is said to linger in the West. If he were to acquiesce to such statements today, the Baihu clan would surely be unable to bear the consequences. Humph. In a fit of rage, Bai Zizai erupted into laughter, his entire being brimming with a murderous aura and a sharp tongue. Yet, one must wonder if your cultivation is as formidable as your verbal prowess. As his words faded, an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal erupted forth. The title Hunyuan signifies a realm far beyond that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. A Hunyuan Golden Immortal embodies the unity of the three flowers, coalescing into a Tao fruit. This state transcends the river of time, merging past, present, and future into one, and has begun to detach from causality. This realm is later referred to as a quasi-saint. Even amidst the tribulations of calamity, one can remain unperturbed and beyond the fray. In an instant, the cosmos dimmed. A vast and violent surge of the law of metal and the law of slaughter erupted from Bai Zizai's being. Wherever it passed, the void fractured inch by inch. The unparalleled sharpness of his destructive power sent a chilling dread through the minds of those observing from millions of miles away, causing their very souls to tremble. "If we are to battle, let us do so without unnecessary clamor." A cool and austere voice reverberated, as the sword laws surrounding Qin Yin coalesced into a tangible sword domain. Within this domain, boundless sword intent revolved, forming mountains and seas of swords, manifesting the sun, moon, and stars, exuding an aura impervious to all other laws. This declaration acted as a spark, igniting the flames of war. Bai Zizai, his fury ignited, declared, "Do you presume that your fortunate breakthrough into Hunyuan renders you beyond my reach? Today, I shall demonstrate that even among Hunyuan golden immortals, disparities exist." A roar erupted, shattering stars and shaking the heavens, a ferocious tiger's roar. The power of the laws within Bai Zizai surged forth as the formidable manifestation of the white tiger. A towering figure of dark red crystalline bloodlust gradually took form behind him. The manifestation howled to the heavens, its overwhelming might sweeping across the 8 directions and 6 realms, causing even the vast western sea below to sink beneath the pressure of its terrifying intent. His innate treasure, the white tiger's claw of heaven shattering, materialized abruptly, its icy brilliance lunging towards Qin Yan's face. Wherever it passed, the void was cleaved, leaving behind dark fissures. Qin Yan remained as calm as a placid lake, and the Jingjia sword emitted a sound that pierced gold and shattered stone, resonating through the depths of the abyss. Jingjia's 9 calamities, the heavens trembled. The endless sword laws converged into a mystic yellow sword rainbow that cleaved through the heavens, dividing yin and yang, aimed directly at Bai Zizai. Watching the battle unfold, Bai Wuji bore witness to Qin Yan unleashing the power of a Hunyuan golden immortal, matched evenly against his clan leader. Fury filled his eyes. Damn, that primal yellow essence. The opportunity to break into Hunyuan should have been mine. In the arena, the clash of laws commenced. Bai Zizai, a seasoned Hunyuan golden immortal, had traversed this realm for several epochs, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier of Hunyuan golden immortal. The law of metal and the law of slaughter synergized, with his comprehension and application of the laws entering a realm of form. However, despite Qin Yan being newly ascended, his foundation in swordsmanship was extraordinarily solid, having forged his sword domain through the primal yellow essence. With the Hunyuan Dao fruit coalescing and the sword laws evolving into the laws of the sword, his comprehension of the laws directly leaped into the realm of form. Additionally, under the enhancement of the sword domain, his swordsmanship subtly grazed the domain of the laws. His cultivation also surged directly to the 2nd tier of Hunyuan golden immortal. Consequently, he did not falter in the battle against Bai Zizai. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. The brilliance of the sword flickered like a river of stars cascading backward, tearing asunder the ancient laws of the universe. The claws of the tiger rent the void as if a divine mountain had toppled, shattering the very fabric of existence. Qin Yan grew increasingly valiant, his mastery over the power of the laws becoming ever more refined. However, Bai Zizai found himself increasingly alarmed. This young man, having just broken through, was already capable of contending with him. The vast reservoir of magical power and the profound mastery of swordsmanship he exhibited could not possibly belong to an ordinary rogue cultivator. Suddenly, a terrifying suspicion surged forth in his mind. Could he be connected to the legendary Qingming Taoist sword ancestor? Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. In his earlier days, when he was merely at the Tai stage, he had once caught a distant glimpse of that Taoist grandeur. A single sword strike silenced myriad paths. A single thought stirred the heavens and earth. Even now, as he had ascended to the realm of Hunyuan golden immortal, the vague yet eternally imprinted shadow of that sword, etched deep within his soul, still made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Moreover, not long ago, rumors from the primordial wilderness spoke of that Taoist appearing alongside Baiming, effortlessly slaying a chaotic demon god of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm with a mere stroke of his sword. What if this young man is indeed connected to him, or even a disciple of his teachings? A chilling dread surged up Bai Zizai's spine, reaching the crown of his head. In an instant, Bai Wuji resolved, the fight must cease. Otherwise, disaster could befall his entire clan. With a clang, he swept aside the fierce edge of the Jingjia sword, propelling himself backward to create distance. Taking a deep breath, he concealed his anger and replaced it with a warm smile. Ha! Friend Qin Yan, it is a misunderstanding. A monumental misunderstanding indeed. Qin Yan stood resolutely with his sword, the realm of swordplay swirling around him, his brow furrowing slightly as his icy gaze scrutinized Bai Zizai. His vigilance heightened to its peak. What does the clan leader mean by this? Do not overthink it, my friend. Bai Zizai beamed, as if the earlier life-and-death struggle had merely been a friendly spar. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another without a fight. Since the primordial essence has already been acquired and refined by you, it seems we are indeed fated to cross paths. Let us put this matter to rest, shall we? Such words not only shrouded Qing Yin in a cloud of suspicion, leaving him bewildered about Bai Zizai's true intentions, but also left the three elder members of the Baihu clan, Bai Wujia, Bai Zhan, and Bai Lai, dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 127. The overbearing Luo Ho Qing Yan's thoughts raced, his eyes flickering. This man changes his demeanor with alarming rapidity. He must have ulterior motives. Yet, should this old white tiger tear off the mask and lead the Baihu clan in a collective assault? Even though I have just begun to establish my sword realm and ascend to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage, I would be facing certain peril. It would be wiser to feign compliance for the moment, observe his intentions, and seek an opportunity to escape. With this in mind, he maintained an unmoving demeanor, replying calmly, "Since the clan leader claims it is a misunderstanding, let us dismiss the matter." The Jingjia sword dipped slightly, its brilliance dimming, yet it remained unsheathed. Upon hearing this, Bai Zizai laughed heartily, sincerely saying, "Excellent, truly excellent. Friend Qing Yin, you are indeed a paragon of virtue. Pray tell, where do you cultivate your practice? Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, why not visit my clan's Gungjin Divine Hall? I shall extend a warm welcome to express my apologies." Qing Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light flashing before he resolutely declined. "Your hospitality is appreciated, clan leader. But as I have just begun to establish my Hunyuan path, my Dao fruit requires further refinement, and my sword realm needs consolidation. It would be inconvenient to impose." Bai Zizai chuckled, seemingly anticipating this response, and clapped his hands in admiration. "Your diligence and unwavering commitment to the Dao are truly exemplary. I hold you in high regard." Thus, there was no longer a need to insist on his stay. "Should you, my friend, wander to the west in the future, do visit our clan. I, Bai, shall surely prepare a warm welcome, lighting incense and brewing tea to continue our discussion from today." With that said, he waved his sleeve, and accompanied by three elders and the elite of the clan, transformed into golden light and soared into the sky. After flying billions of miles, Bai Wuji, who had long restrained himself, could no longer contain his thoughts. "Leader, why did you—" "Silence, fool." Bai Zizai's sharp reprimand, imbued with the pressure of a primordial golden immortal, caused the three elders to change color simultaneously. At this point, do you still believe that individual to be a mere solitary cultivator? Do you understand who stands behind him? Not only my Baihu clan, but the entirety of the Honghuang can hardly provoke that existence. Bai Wuji trembled violently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Attaining the pinnacle of Deluo was not a feat of foolishness. He had previously been blinded by greed and the obsession to break through. Now, struck by this sudden revelation, infused with the pressure of the primordial and profound fear, he recalled Qing Yin's astonishing mastery of swordsmanship. Bai Zizai cast a cold glance at him and declared, "This matter ends here." After saying this, he paid no further attention to Bai Wuji and vanished into the horizon as a beam of golden light. In the skies over the western sea, Qing Yin, having confirmed the departure of the Baihu clan, felt the tension in her heart finally begin to ease. Just as she intended to retract her sword domain and flee this land of turmoil, an unexpected change occurred. An irresistible, domineering force descended without warning. Qing Yin felt the world spinning around her, the surrounding scenery dissolving like faded ink. When she regained her senses, she was horrified to find herself enveloped in an absolute void of darkness. There was no light, no sound, and it seemed as if time itself had come to a standstill. More terrifying still, her sword's power was completely suppressed here, leaving her unable to summon it. A chilling, deathly silence permeated the air, infused with the essence of boundless chaos and destructive origins. A warning bell rang in Qing Yin's heart, as if a million thunders had erupted. She suspected that this was the work of Bai Zizai, who had pretended to leave to lower her guard, while secretly employing some forbidden divine art to launch a surprise attack. "Bai Zizai," she shouted in anger, her voice echoing in the darkness. A dignified primordial golden immortal engaging in such underhanded tactics. Does he not fear ridicule and the tarnishing of his Dao heart? Ha ha ha. In response, a cacophony of arrogant laughter echoed back. This laughter carried an overwhelming disdain, as if to look down upon the epics of history, regarding all beings as mere insects. A turbulent, viscous dark energy surged forth from the depths of the void, and amidst this chaotic tide, a vague figure began to coalesce. This figure emitted no fluctuations of aura. Though it stood there, the essence of its being was imperceptible, as if it had merged with the void. Or perhaps the whole of existence itself was but an extension of it. Why, Zazai? The shadow scoffed, its tone dripping with endless contempt. That insignificant creature dares to compare itself with me? Before the words had fully escaped, the dark figure seemingly disregarded the concept of space and appeared directly before Qingyan. Shrouded in a cloak of dark mist, the figure possessed only a pair of eyes that seemed to harbor boundless destruction, madness, and ancient indifference. Piercing through the fog and coldly, emotionlessly gazing upon Qingyan, a chilling aura of frozen thought descended, a terrifying pressure that shattered the laws of existence. Under the gaze of those eyes, Qingyan felt as insignificant as an ant. Junior, the voice, domineering and unquestionable, resonated deep within Qingyan's essence. What is your connection to Qingming? Master. Qingyan's heart trembled violently upon hearing this, as he speculated about the identity of the one before him, who dared to call the master so brazenly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his pupils to constrict as he exclaimed, You are the demon ancestor. Luohu. Ha. I did not expect a junior like you to have heard of my name. So, you are Qingming's disciple? Luohu chuckled, a glimmer of amusement in his deep-set eyes, seemingly piercing through Qingyan's very soul. Enduring the overwhelming pressure, Qingyan struggled to shake his head. Predecessor Luohu. The master has not taken on disciples. I am merely a listener in the master's domain. A listener, is it? Luohu mused with a smile, his profound gaze appearing to delve into the depths of Qingyan's spirit. You possess excellent roots and comprehension, and have even forged your own sword path. How could Qingming not take you as a disciple? Ha. If he will not, then I shall take you as my own. A surge of alarm surged within Qingyan, and just as he was about to refuse, he was horrified to find an invisible force binding him in place. His lips could not part, his body, magic, and spirit were all frozen. Not even a flicker of rebellion could arise within him. In this primordial realm, no one has the power to refuse me. Luohu's voice, cold and domineering, echoed like a decree of fate. With his words, a swirling mass of pitch-black, abyssal demonic mist materialized out of thin air, enveloping everything in its path, as if it were a living entity. The mist roiled, containing the purest essence of chaotic demonic energy, exuding a terrifying aura that polluted the foundational path, twisted the true spirit, and eroded the very source of existence. Should one be tainted, they would inevitably descend into the demonic way. Yet at this moment, Qingyan was unable to move, speak, or summon his spirit. Even the primordial sword realm could not be invoked, leaving him helplessly watching as the demonic energy crawled inexorably toward him. The mist enveloped him like countless greedy demonic insects, frantically burrowing through his orifices and pores. As the demonic energy entered his body, it stirred a tempestuous sea of demons within his consciousness. The chaotic demonic mist, imbued with the essence of the demonic path, sought to devour his spirit and foundational path like a malignancy, a poison of the soul. Just when the situation seemed most dire, a gentle sigh unexpectedly resonated. This sigh seemed to emanate from beyond the heavens, echoing in the deepest recesses of his consciousness. It bore the weight of ancient epics, yet felt as close as a whisper in his ear. The voice, calm yet imbued with an unparalleled Tao rhythm that could soothe chaos and stabilize the cosmos, reverberated through the air, as if time itself froze. The absolute darkness enveloping Qingyan under Luo, whose demonic influence became momentarily suspended. The chaotic demonic energy that had violently surged to erode Qingyan was suddenly halted, as if pressed down by an invisible hand of the great Tao, descending into a fleeting moment of absolute stillness. The very river of time in this realm was frozen in that instant. Master, deep within the confines of Qingyan's imprisoned essence, a brilliant light of hope blossomed against despair. In contrast, upon hearing that sigh, a knowing smirk curled upon Luohu's lips, a cold arc that suggested he had anticipated this moment all along. In the depths of his gaze, a fleeting expression of apprehension flickered. It is essential to recognize that this realm is a domain of the laws of Luohu, a manifestation of the demonic world. and yet Qing Ming could effortlessly shake its very foundations. A voice resonated, imbued with a blend of resignation and irony, yet echoing an unparalleled will. I have long warned you, with your self-serving and tyrannical nature, it is impossible for you to have friends. You are destined to live a solitary existence. Before the words had fully dissipated, a gentle yet restrained azure sword radiance suddenly erupted from the ancient sword, Jingzhe, which hovered before Qin Yan. This luminescence was not blinding. Instead, it encapsulated the most pristine and fundamental power of the sword path. Akin to the first glimmer of light that split the heavens and the earth, bearing the supreme force to cleanse all evils and reshape the cosmos. The chaotic demonic energy enveloping Qin Yan and permeating his being began to dissolve, akin to snow beneath a blazing sun, visibly melting away. Within the sword radiance, a hazy yet majestic figure stepped forth from the Jingzhe sword. Clad in a simple azure robe, the figure's face was shrouded in ethereal Taoist essence, rendering it indistinct. Save for a pair of eyes, clear yet profoundly deep, evoking a sense of breathlessness. In those eyes, countless worlds seemed to be in a cycle of birth and demise, a vast sea of stars oscillating in evolution, and the principles that govern the creation of the universe intertwined. This was the Dharma projection of the Taoist master Qing Ming, residing within the Jingzhe sword. During Qin Yan, Jing Huan, and Xianji's sojourn through the primordial wilderness, Qing Ming had quietly inscribed a protective seal within the treasures bestowed upon them, anticipating unforeseen events. With his hands clasped behind his back, the projection of Qing Ming stood in the void, his gaze tinged with a hint of exasperation as he directed it towards the figure shrouded in demonic mist. Luo Ho, you are, after all, a formidable chaotic demon god, the progenitor of the demonic path. How can you disregard your stature and bully a mere novice disciple of mine? What of your dignity? Luo Ho paid no heed to Qing Ming's jest. His eyes, imbued with the essence of boundless destruction, were fixed intently on Qing Ming's Dharma projection, and the expression beneath the demonic fog grew increasingly grave. After a moment of silence, Luo Ho's raspy voice broke the stillness, laced with suspicion and seriousness. Have you taken that step? The Dharma projection of Qing Ming remained poised, the infinite principles of the Tao swirling in his eyes. He did not answer directly, merely curving his lips into a knowing smile, ambiguous yet profound. What do you think? Luo Ho's pupils constricted sharply, and the chaotic demonic energy swirling around him suddenly faltered, only to surge forth even more violently. His expression fluctuated between darkness and light. Qing Ming maintained his inscrutable smile, observing Luo Ho with a tranquil demeanor. He was acutely aware of Luo Ho's thoughts. He was merely concerned that Qing Ming's potential breakthrough into the realm of Hunyuan Daiyuo would disrupt his meticulously laid plans. After a lengthy pause, Luo Ho's tumultuous demonic energy gradually subsided, his gaze returning to a placid indifference. He spoke slowly. Qing Ming, in our previous discourse on the chaotic void, you once stated that my demonic path is tyrannical and ruthless, harming all for the sake of self-gain, an affront to the orthodoxy of the primordial wilderness. He paused, his cold, demonic eyes locking onto Qing Ming. Did you foresee today's predicament back then? At this moment, Luo Ho's heart was anything but tranquil. The battle against the heavens in years past had resulted in the fall of the celestial realm, and he had acquired fragments of the Taoist treasure, the creation jade plate. Through the comprehension of fragments, one attains the essence of the Tao, merging the demonic path with the heavenly path, establishing the demonic path as the rightful order of the universe, and thereby enjoying boundless fortunes, utilizing the heavenly path to validate the boundless. Yet, my mind drifts to the past, recalling the discourse with Qing Ming, where his words linger. If he perceives the individual before me as he contemplates, it could indeed be terrifying. Upon hearing this, a deeper smile graced Qing Ming's lips, imbued with an air of omniscience, as he lightly uttered 3 words. Care to guess again? The suppressed demonic light in Luo's eyes surged violently, akin to 2 suns of annihilation. He articulated each word with clenched teeth. Qing Ming. Qing Ming retracted his smile, narrowing his gaze, and whispered, What? Do you wish to engage in another duel with me? The chaotic demonic mist enveloping Lu surged once more, and in that darkened realm, an endless tide of demonic fog erupted. Yet, Qing Ming appeared unfazed, maintaining an expression as tranquil as a still pond. After a brief moment, Luohu's countenance darkened, And he spoke again. Do you truly believe that I would succumb in the struggle against Hongjun? Those who possess the Tao are aided by many, while those who forsake it find few allies. Qingming replied evenly, echoing words he had previously shared with Lu Hu. You intend to assist Hongjun. The projection of Qingming's dharma subtly leaned forward. His eyes, containing the essence of all worlds, scrutinized the roiling core of Lu's demonic fog, as if capable of perceiving all truths. The pressure emanating from his gaze caused Lu's demonic energy to momentarily falter. After a moment of silence, Qingming spoke softly. Lu, do you think that my lack of aid to Hongjun ensures your victory? He paused, his tone laced with a hint of playful inquiry. What do you rely upon? The fragments of the creation jade plate? Or your prideful Zuzhan sword array? At the mention of the Zuzhan sword array, a thunderous roar erupted. The chaotic demonic energy surrounding Lu spiraled out of control, his eyes alight with an overwhelming fear and disbelief. How could he possibly know? The Zuzhan sword array has yet to break its seal, never having graced the world. While Lu Hu was not surprised that Qingming was aware of the creation jade plate fragments. After all, Hongjun possessed one as well. He was astonished that the Zuzhan sword array had never been revealed. Before Lu Hu could respond, Qingming's calm voice resonated once more. Rest assured, in your struggle against Hongjun, I shall not lend my assistance, nor shall I reveal your secrets to him. However, the projection of Qingming radiated an authority surpassing the primordial chaos, his voice resonating like the very laws of the cosmos. If anyone seeks to pursue their own path at the expense of the foundational principles of the primordial world, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. His gaze pierced through the demonic fog like a divine blade, targeting Lu Hu's primordial spirit. This declaration served as both a warning and a precaution. The conflict between Hongjun and Lu was driven by the heavenly path, and Qingming had no desire to become entangled in this fate. However, he would never allow Lu Hu to ignite the western ley lines. As his words echoed, Qingming's projection suddenly raised a hand, and with a swift motion, the heavens turned upside down, and the cosmos shifted. The stagnant, dark void shattered like a broken mirror, peeling away in fragments. Once stability returned and darkness receded, Lu Hu vanished, leaving Qingyan and Qingming once again suspended over the West Sea. Meanwhile, deep within the Sumera mountain, Rahu let out a muffled grunt, his eyes widening in astonishment as he fixated on the direction of the Western Sea, his expression shifting between gloom and clarity. Who exactly are you, Qingming? Causality? Timing? Recalling Qingming's final warning, a glimmer of realization flashed in Rahu's demonic gaze. It is you. Chapter 129. The underworld of Yomi. Amidst the vast expanse above the Western Sea, Qingming and Qingyan stood suspended in the void. Qingming observed the imposing presence of Qingyan, whose aura was profound and whose swordsmanship soared to the heavens, and he could not conceal his satisfaction, nodding in approval. Well done. The realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, with a solid foundation and a stable sword domain, indicates that your journey through the primordial wilderness has yielded results beyond my expectations. Upon hearing this, Qingyan's expression grew solemn. He deeply bowed to Qingming, his tone laced with respect and gratitude. Master, my achievements today are entirely due to your teachings and guidance. However, a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes. Yet, enemies surround us, and the situation is dire. To ensure my survival, I abandoned the fruit of the great Tao and instead focused on the fruit of the heavenly Tao. Qingming merely raised an eyebrow. Foolish child. When did I ever insist that you must pursue the fruit of the great Tao? Qingyan responded, but master, you once mentioned that the fruit of the heavenly Tao is constrained by the heavenly Tao itself, while the fruit of the great Tao offers a greater opportunity for transcendence beyond the confines of heaven and earth, allowing for true liberation. Moreover, you too have condensed the fruit of the great Tao. As your disciples, we must follow your example and aspire to lofty heights. A knowing smile crept across Qingming's face upon hearing this. He raised his hand in a gesture of support, an invisible force lifting Qingyan. His voice flowed like a pristine stream of the great Tao. Qingyan, it is commendable to aspire to great heights, but do not be overly ambitious. In this present realm, the heavenly Tao reigns, and the great Tao recedes into the shadows. It is not suitable to directly comprehend the great Tao, for forcing the condensation of its fruit may deplete your potential and leave you stagnant at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage. This stage is merely a resting stop on the path of the great Tao, far from the ultimate destination, the subsequent realm of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. and even transcending the confines of heaven and earth to attain the boundless great Tao, is what we truly seek. Thus, whether to condense the fruit of the heavenly Tao or the great Tao is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is to recognize and steadfastly pursue your own path. Qingming's gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of Qingyan's heart, his voice imbued with the power to dispel all confusion. Qingyan, your choice to condense the fruit of the heavenly Tao brings me great comfort, as it signifies your understanding of your own path. The pursuit of the sword path is inherently arduous. Leveraging the primordial heavenly Tao and the myriad beings to elevate your swordsmanship to its zenith is the wisest and most fitting choice for you. As Qingyan absorbed these words that pierced through to his core, the guilt in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and resolve. He nodded firmly, his voice resonating like the clash of swords. Master's teachings will forever be etched in my heart. I shall strive vigorously and shall not remain stagnant at this Hunyuan golden immortal stage. As the master and disciple conversed, the resonance of the great Tao intertwined, and the essence of sword intent harmonized. Suddenly, Qingming's brow furrowed ever so slightly as he gazed toward the south, his eyes glimmering with a profound light, as if he could see through the endless void. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Qingming's mouth, and he murmured, "How intriguing. I did not expect that little Xuanji would stumble upon such a monumental fortune." He promptly turned his head and spoke gently to Qingyan. "Focus on your cultivation. Comprehend the essence of the primordial Tao and fortify your sword realm. Xianji has encountered a significant opportunity related to her path, yet there are some troubles. I must personally undertake the journey." Upon hearing this, Qingyan's eyes instantaneously sparkled with delight, genuinely rejoicing for her junior sister. "Yes. I respectfully send you off, esteemed master. May my junior sister's destiny flourish." Xianming slightly nodded, and in the next moment, her Dharma form gradually became ethereal, fading away, eventually transforming into specks of azure light that dispersed into the heavens and the earth. In the depths of the endless blood sea in the southwestern wilderness, the haunting secret realm, boom, the Xianming forbidden divine banner fluttered vigorously, its surface ablaze with the true fire of the Taiyin. It erupted violently, transforming into a realm of Taiyin fire. Under the influence of the Taiyin soul-eating power, countless ferocious, vengeful spirits, filled with wrath, wailed as they turned into wisps of azure smoke and ash, utterly vanishing. Xianji gracefully raised her hand to retract the forbidden divine banner. She turned, her gaze gravely fixed upon the towering, ancient gate before her, exuding an aura of endless antiquity, silence, and majesty. This gate soared over tens of thousands of zhang, crafted entirely from an unknown divine metal that gleamed with a ghostly green patina, so heavy it seemed capable of suppressing eternity. The door was intricately engraved with ancient Taoist inscriptions. At the pinnacle of the great gate, two symbols containing the essence of life and death emanated a terrifying aura that froze the primordial spirit and caused the true spirit to tremble. Could this secret realm be named Fengdu? Xianji's pupils suddenly constricted, her hand gripping the forbidden divine banner unconsciously tightening. Along the way, this bizarre secret realm was not devoid of other structures. However, all were incomplete, as if they were yet to come into fruition. It was difficult to glean any useful information from them. The ancient city before her was the only relatively intact existence. After a moment's hesitation, Xianji took a deep breath, channeling her magical power, and forcefully pushed against the heavy, mountain-like door. Creak! Amidst the jarring sound of friction, the bronze giant gate gradually opened, and at the instant the gap appeared, whoosh! A gust of 9 hellish winds, potent enough to freeze the primordial spirit of a great Luo golden immortal, surged forth, carrying an overwhelming aura of sinister death energy that swept out like a cataclysmic cold tide. Xianji had long been prepared. Her jade fingers formed a seal, and the Xianming forbidden divine banner instantly surged, transforming into an immense black barrier that obscured the sky. On the banner's surface, the true fire of the Taiyin blazed with a deep azure light, akin to a living ice flame dragon, wildly darting about, incinerating and purifying the encroaching sinister death energy inch by inch. When the heavy bronze giant gate was fully pushed open, the scene behind it was completely revealed to Xianji. Even with her resolute spirit, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. Behind the door was not the complete ancient city of Fengdu as she had imagined. At least for now, It was merely an unfinished embryonic form of the underworld, with rules just beginning to manifest. 5 ancient palatial silhouettes, each exuding a distinct underworld Taoist charm, stood arrayed in the 5 directions, like pillars supporting this realm. At their center, a colossal altar, engraved with billions of reincarnation runes, floated amidst the chaotic underworld energy. On either side of the altar, 2 treasures exuding an aura of supreme authority slowly revolved. On the left, an ancient tome emanating the essence of life and death's cyclical nature, its pages fluttering as if the fates of countless beings flowed within, rising and falling in an eternal dance. On the right, a judge's pen entwined with the rich essence of life and death, its nib flowing gracefully, seemingly capable of delineating the realms of yin and yang, determining the fate of existence. Yet, what captivated Sue New Jersey's gaze most was the pitch-black seal hovering at the apex of the altar. The seal, as dark as the abyss, churned with a tangible mist of the netherworld's primordial essence. Intricate and profound patterns of the underworld were inscribed upon it, radiating an ancient and formidable aura. A powerful sense of attraction, rooted in bloodline and the great Tao, instantly seized Sue New Jersey's heart. The principles of yin and yang and life and death that she had comprehended resonated uncontrollably before this seal, pulsating with vigor. Chapter 130. The Reincarnation Demon God? At the moment Sue New Jersey's spirit was drawn to the seal, the space above the altar distorted silently. A vague gray silhouette, seemingly coalesced from the purest essence of the netherworld, materialized without warning. The hovering black seal, as if recognizing its true master, emitted a joyful hum and automatically flew toward the gray figure's dantian, gently rising and falling, exuding an unparalleled majesty that suppressed the netherworld. Junior, a cold, desolate voice, as if emanating from the depths of an ancient ice prison, resonated directly within Sue New Jersey's primordial spirit, carrying an undeniable authority and scrutiny. Who are you to have entered the nether realm? Sue New Jersey's heart tightened suddenly. She suppressed her trepidation and respectfully bowed toward the altar. I am Sue New Jersey, a junior who, through fortuitous circumstance, has inadvertently wandered into this realm. May I inquire, esteemed elder, is this the netherworld? Inadvertently wandered? The gray silhouette's eyes, which had remained tightly closed, suddenly opened. What a sight those eyes were! Deep and abyssal, the purple-gold irises spun in layers upon layers, like an unceasing grinding wheel of laws. Each wheel radiated distinct resonances of the nether, life and death, reincarnation, judgment, annihilation, merely locking eyes with it. Sue New Jersey felt as though her primordial spirit had been pierced by countless icy needles from the netherworld, delivering a soul-rending agony. Her resolve nearly faltered. The gaze of the gray figure swept over Sue New Jersey before landing on the Su Nim Ing Forbidden God banner before her, eliciting a soft, surprised murmur. Ah? No wonder this treasure could enter the netherworld. With a casual gesture, the gray figure raised a hand. Sue New Jersey was horrified to discover that her connection to the Forbidden God banner had been severed. The treasured artifact that had accompanied her for countless years was now drifting uncontrollably toward the gray figure atop the altar. The gray figure reached out, effortlessly grasping the approaching Su Nim Ing Forbidden God banner. The essence of the netherworld flowed around its fingertips as the banner emanated the laws of yin and yang, life and death, and soul. Indeed, the gray figure's voice bore a hint of satisfaction after scrutiny, though it is merely a high-grade innate spirit treasure. Its essence aligns perfectly with the netherworld. Within this realm, its power rivals or even surpasses that of ordinary top-tier spirit treasures. In his eyes, the golden and purple wheel spun, seemingly perceiving the future of the forbidden divine banner, if placed at the core of this realm, nurturing it alongside the nascent underworld and drawing from the essence of reincarnation. Once this realm is fully formed and the day of its manifestation arrives, it shall become a treasure of rebirth. Ethereal light danced upon the banner's surface, subtly revealing the grand spectacle of life and death's cyclical nature. The ebb and flow of countless souls. The gray shadow, witnessing this, let out a chilling, grotesque laughter, filled with cruelty and greed. To think that this awakening not only grants me a superior blood offering of the Yin-Yang Tao body to replenish my essence, but also yields a remarkable spiritual treasure. Xuanji's countenance turned icy, her eyes ablaze with the ghostly blue flames of the moon and the blazing gold flames of the sun surging simultaneously. a terrifying aura, capable of incinerating the 8 desolations and freezing the 9 underworlds, erupted violently from her being. With a cry, she deftly executed arcane gestures. In an instant, countless ethereal blue moon hairs, forged from the utmost icy power of the moon, and fierce golden crows, born from the fiery might of the sun, erupted from the void like a torrent of ice and fire, shrieking towards the gray shadow upon the altar. Wherever they passed, the space itself was scorched and crystallized. Humph, a mere great Luo realm, daring to resist? The gray shadow scoffed disdainfully, lightly rotating the ebony seal in his hand. Suddenly, the spatial laws of the entire underworld realm were seized as if by an invisible hand, instantly freezing and stagnating. The ferocious torrent of golden crows and the tempest of moon hairs were abruptly suspended in midair, as if preserved like insects in amber. The flames flickering and the ice crystallizing captured in eternity. Overreaching. Return to me. The gray shadow flicked his fingers, gently flicking the frozen torrents of ice and fire. The stilled flames of the sun and moon bizarrely altered their course, surging back with a ferocity magnified several times, akin to an uncontrollable cataclysm, hurtling back toward Xuanji herself, rebounding upon her. However, the true flames of the moon and sun were, in essence, Xuanji's innate divine abilities. Her eyes shimmered with a duality of blue and gold, transforming into 2 unfathomable whirlpools. They consumed the incoming torrents of flames entirely. Following this, Xuanji's form became a streak of blue and gold light, ripping through the underworld, darting toward the altar. Yet, before she could draw near, the gray shadow's cold snort echoed, stubborn, seal. As the mysterious gray shadow's words fell, the underworld space solidified once more. Xuanji's figure was forcibly anchored in midair, her fingers unable to twitch even a fraction. With a rustle, 6 deep, shadowy whirlpools silently tore open behind the gray shadow, each spouting a chain intertwined with dense, deathly energy of the underworld. These chains, like living underworld dragons, swiftly ensnared her, binding her limbs, neck, and waist as though she were a sacrificial offering. They firmly locked her in place. With a muffled cry, Xuanji felt her spirit plummet into an icy abyss. The chains not only restrained her magical powers and essence, but were also slowly devouring her soul and vitality. No matter how she struggled, it was as if she were ensnared in a quagmire, sinking ever deeper. Do not waste your efforts. The shadow loomed above her, declaring, "In this realm, I am the sovereign. I am invincible." Just as those words reverberated, a chilling laughter echoed through the void. Who dares? The shadow's expression shifted dramatically, as the seal in its hand erupted with a torrent of dark radiance, transforming instantaneously into a ravenous black sun of the underworld. A terrifying pressure swept across the secret realm, fracturing the very fabric of space. Cowards who hide in the shadows, come forth. The reincarnation demon god, after all these years. You remain as pathetic as ever, reduced to lurking in darkness, bullying the younger generation, and still proclaiming yourself invincible? As the voice faded, a burst of azure light illuminated the void, revealing a tall figure clad in azure robes, seemingly stepping forth from the very source of time itself. With each step, the underworld trembled, and the chains of law suppressing the celestial sphere began to crack and dissipate. The newcomer was none other than the azure celestial sovereign. My lord. The eyes of the celestial sphere sparkled with delight. Yet the shadow, sensing a formidable threat, was engulfed by a surge of underworld energy, roaring, "What reincarnation demon god? I am the emperor of the underworld, Fengdu. Who dares to intrude upon my realm?" Fengdu? The azure celestial scrutinized the shadow with a smile that bordered on mockery, his eyes weaving through the strands of fate as he discerned the truth from the falsehoods. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of scorn graced his features as he mused internally. Could this reincarnation be a disciple of the Gourd Path? Once allied with the Divine Rebellion to lead the ferocious beast clans in their conquest of the primordial world, how intriguing that they still possess a contingency plan. To entrust a fragment of their soul to this nascent underworld, hoping to leverage the world's essence for their reincarnation, and to re-emerge as Fengdu. A clever scheme. Alas. Chapter 131. The chaotic breakthrough under the scrutinizing gaze of the Azure Celestial. Fengdu felt a chill run down his spine, as if every layer of his being had been laid bare, driving him to the brink of madness. With a furious roar, he launched the first attack. The underworld reincarnation seal erupted with a torrent of dark, profound light, filling the entirety of space with an oppressive aura of death. Simultaneously, the book of the underworld unfurled like a crazed black dragon, unleashing beams of divine light that tore through the duality of existence, reversing life and death towards the azure celestial. Merely a trivial skill. The corner of the azure celestial's mouth curled in derision as he casually lifted a finger, lightly pointing towards the void. In that instant, time itself stood still. The swirling book of the underworld froze midair, and the ink of reincarnation came to a halt. The oppressive underworld reincarnation seal, a symbol of supreme authority, trembled violently before breaking free from Fengdu's grasp, drawn into the hands of the azure celestial. Fengdu's face turned ashen, his body quaking like chaff. This is impossible. That underworld reincarnation seal was his companion treasure, intertwined with his very essence. How could it be so easily seized by another? Severing their connection? The azure celestial toyed with the seal in his hand, speaking indifferently, a mere being of the great Luo realm, akin to an ant. Dares to strike at me? Truly, a fool attempting to shake the heavens. The great Luo realm. Beside him, the celestial sphere gasped in disbelief, staring at the disheveled Fengdu. Yet he had merely borrowed the authority of the underworld reincarnation seal. With a gentle touch, Qingming pressed the seal, intricate patterns swirling upon its surface. In this realm of the underworld, the bearer of this seal embodies the very will of heaven and earth, wielding dominion over the natural order. Upon hearing this, Xuanji's face transformed into one of realization, while Fengdu's countenance paled in alarm, as his greatest reliance was effortlessly taken from him by Qingming. Qingming regarded the ashen-faced Fengdu with indifference, shaking his head lightly. Ah, reincarnation, oh reincarnation. Your fortunes have ultimately run dry. Allow me to personally escort you on your journey, granting you early liberation, which also serves to fulfill my disciple's destiny. Before Fengdu could react, Qingming's alabaster hand, akin to jade, reached out towards him, grasping the air gently. No. Fengdu's agonized scream pierced the silence. As he realized the void around him was collapsing rapidly, his struggles proving futile. In an instant, his form vanished from existence, leaving behind only a haze of primordial energy, within which countless enigmatic patterns of reincarnation flickered, emanating the purest essence of life and death. This reincarnation demon had schemed for eons, under normal circumstances. During the calamity of the witch and the demon, the earth would transform into reincarnation, revealing the underworld. At that time, Fengdu, having attained the level of a Hunyuan golden immortal, would awaken the memories of the reincarnation demon and return as the sovereign of the underworld, Emperor Fengdu. However, fate had other plans, as none could foresee Xuanji's unexpected arrival in the underworld at this juncture. A smile graced Qingming's lips as he waved his sleeve lightly, causing 4 treasures to hover in midair: the Book of the Dead, the Reincarnation Brush, the Seal of Underworld Reincarnation, and the Forbidden God Banner of Xianyuan. Your entry into this realm signifies your destined opportunity. These treasures are rightfully yours. With a subtle movement of his finger, the gray orb, embodying the essence of the reincarnation demon, slowly merged into Xuanji's palm, containing the true meaning of reincarnation. The instant the essence entered her body, a profound azure light erupted around Xuanji. She suddenly realized that the laws of yin and yang, life and death within her, were spontaneously operating, resonating mysteriously with the essence of reincarnation. Countless fragments of insight regarding life, death, and reincarnation surged into her consciousness like a tidal wave. Evidently, Qingming, with his perceptive gaze, discerned the intricate changes within Xuanji, proclaiming, "Your path shall be the path of reincarnation. Remain in this realm to contemplate the mysteries of reincarnation." Recognizing that Xuanji's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of Deluo, on the verge of condensing her Dao fruit and breaking through to Hunyuan, he meticulously explained the nuances, distinctions, and the dangers involved in cultivating both the great Dao and the heavenly Dao. Xuanji, your path lies in reincarnation. Do not rush the matter of condensing your Dao fruit. It is best to comprehend the true meaning of reincarnation and condense your Dao fruit through the path of reincarnation. Xuanji, with newfound understanding, nodded solemnly, as Qingming's ethereal form transformed into a cascade of starlight, gradually dissipating into the void of the underworld. On the immortal island of Fuyao, in the Palace of Inquiry, Sitting upon the cloud bed, the ancient and unmoving essence of Qingming suddenly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment of their opening and closing, it seemed as though a river of swordsmanship surged within, accompanied by the ominous signs of the collapse of the great Tao. He rose slowly, the power of the great Tao shimmering around him, as if a genuine and formidable chain of the great Tao encircled him. In the vast expanse of the chaotic void, Qingming gazed into the infinite, murmuring softly, "It is time." This incarnation had existed since the dawn of creation, bearing the complete imprint of Pangu's cosmic genesis. It had witnessed the emergence of chaos, the birth of the primordial world, and the evolution of the heavenly Tao. It had seen ferocious beasts rampaging, dynasties vying for supremacy, and the divine court reigning supreme across several epochs. It had observed the rise and fall of countless races, the cycle of life and death, and had cultivated to the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. The next step was to attain the Tao of the primordial great Luo golden immortal. With a single step, the chaotic energy beneath surged, illuminating with boundless sword light. This step transcended the barriers of the heavenly Tao, bringing him into the vast, endless chaotic void. The choice to realize the Tao in this chaotic expanse was influenced by several factors. Firstly, Qingming condensed the fruits of the great Tao, and the chaotic void was closer to the essence of the Tao. Secondly, the act of attaining the primordial great Luo would create immense commotion, and Qingming wished to keep it concealed from others. Lastly, due to the heavenly Tao manifesting, even with the protection of the Chaos Pearl obscuring the secrets of the heavens, he could not shake the feeling of being observed. At this moment, deep within the chaos, the primordial laws enveloping Qingming had reached their zenith. Poised to transcend the confines of the laws and transform into the true Tao, Qingming wielded his sword to embody the Tao, first comprehending the true essence of the five elements, then deducing the mysteries of yin and yang, and further grasping the laws of time and space. Everything converged into one, metamorphosing into the ruins sword Tao. This path encompassed boundless phenomena and contained the essence of the evolution of all things, representing the true meaning of the heavens returning to the void. With a single stroke of his sword, myriad paths manifested, and countless laws were extinguished. With a resonant clang that echoed like the first sound of Tao reverberating through the cosmos, the silence of the chaos was suddenly rent asunder. Qingming stood with his hands clasped behind him in the depths of chaos, where the chaotic energies roiled violently behind him. Countless swords of diverse forms, each imbued with supreme law and power, coalesced into their true shapes. The golden blade of the heavenly judgment gleamed fiercely, severing the chaos. The life sword of Mu thrived with vitality, evolving all things. The infinite ruins sword devoured all, returning to nothingness. The luminous flame of destruction raged with cataclysmic fury, incinerating the 8 desolations. The earthly monument, heavy as a mountain, suppressed the heavens. The fiery collapse of the void, unmatched in ferocity, shattered the emptiness. The profoundly mysterious causation sword, unfathomable and enigmatic, severed the threads of causality. The sword of law spanned the chaos, intertwining its intent and evolving into a terrifying sword wheel that encompassed all phenomena and obliterated the heavens. Chapter 132. The sacred realm of primordial great Luo. The sword wheel slowly revolved, unleashing boundless sword intent. Wherever this intent reached, chaos unfolded, manifesting the grand phantom of countless universes being born and perishing, the vastness of the heavens returning to the void. As the sword wheel, imbued with the might of the myriad phenomena returning to the void, fully integrated into Qingming's Tao body, the profound and mysterious emblem etched with the essence of the great Tao upon his brow suddenly erupted with a radiant brilliance, illuminating the ancient chaos. Following this, a Tao fruit, resplendent in chaotic hues, neither blue nor gray, neither black nor white, slowly ascended from the ancestral aperture in his brow. Within this Tao fruit seemed to gestate the embryonic form of a nascent universe, exhaling the breath of primordial chaos. As this Tao fruit manifested, the entire chaos erupted in fervor. The boundless chaotic energies surged wildly, evolving into tempestuous earth, water, fire, and wind, only to be instantly quelled by an invisible, immense power, returning to the void's profound stillness. Boom! From the deepest recesses of chaos, a thunderous roar resonated, an echo that transcended time and space, reverberating through the epochs. The sound waves rendered the chaos momentarily stagnant. Immediately, a river of unfathomable vastness, grandeur, and desolation manifested amidst the endless chaos. The surface of the river surged ceaselessly, each cresting wave embodying the pure essence of the great Tao's fundamental principles. It symbolized the origins and conclusions of all paths, serving as the primordial source of every law, the legendary river of the great Tao. At this moment, Qingming had seemingly completed the first trial of attaining the Tao of the primordial great Luo, summoning the river of the great Tao with the fruit of the Tao. Go! Qingming uttered the sacred words, his voice resonating like a divine decree of the great Tao. The chaotic fruit, which encapsulated his lifelong cultivation and the profound truths of the myriad swords returning to the void, slowly soared toward the river of the great Tao. In the past, breaking through to the primordial golden immortal required a bridge of laws to connect to the Tao River. Yet now, to attain the primordial great Luo, one must directly entrust their Tao fruit to the river of the great Tao. To do so, it was necessary to breach the outer veil of the primordial laws that enveloped the river of the great Tao. This constituted the second trial of enlightenment. At this moment, Qingming's Tao fruit hovered at the river's edge, where a layer of immortal luminescence flowed, appearing as delicate as a cicada's wing, resembling an ancient, indestructible barrier that shrouded the entire river of laws. As the halo swirled, endless Tao runes manifested and perished, emanating an exhilarating aura of absolute will. Come forth. The divine light within Qingming's eyes surged as he hesitated not for a moment. With a clear call, the chaotic Tao fruit erupted in boundless azure radiance. Golden, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, time, space, life, and death. Innumerable primordial laws burst forth from within the Tao fruit, swirling and intertwining. In the next instant, under the supreme might of the myriad swords returning to the void, which dominated all laws and obliterated the heavens, all the light of the laws was forcibly refined, collapsing and ultimately transcending. With a resounding clash that rent the chaos, a colossal sword of chaos manifested, casting a shadow across the heavens and spanning the void, suddenly enveloping the Tao fruit. On the sword's blade, the universe unfolded, galaxies revolved, and terrifying scenes of all things returning to the void unfolded in succession, exuding an essence that signified the conclusion of all. The giant sword, imbued with unmatched brilliance that heralded the creation of the heavens and the earth, pierced straight toward the immortal barrier. When the sword's tip met the barrier, it did not unleash the anticipated thunderous roar. Instead, the halo of the great Tao surged violently, with countless forces of primordial laws forming layers upon layers, unyielding and capable of erasing the light of countless epochs, frantically rushing into the point of contact, attempting to dissolve and dismantle this sword of the void. Meanwhile, the colossal sword evolved the ultimate mystery of the returning to the void sword path, annihilation of all paths. It continuously eroded the power of the great Tao upon the barrier, slowly yet steadily penetrating into its depths. Time lost its meaning in the chaos. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps an eternity in a single glance. Finally, the giant sword cleaved through the barrier. Qingming's Tao fruit transformed into a stream of chaotic light, swiftly passing through the barrier and steadily landing within the core of the surging river of the great Tao, which harbored endless Tao essence. Boom! The entire river of the great Tao seemed utterly enraged. Boundless power, representing the primordial laws of all heavens and paths, transformed into a colossal wave capable of annihilating everything. Amidst the tumult of destruction, creation, time and space, causality, and the cycle of reincarnation, the profound truths of the great path converge, akin to countless invisible hammers capable of shattering stars, relentlessly forging the chaotic fruit of the Tao that has just emerged. This represents the ultimate trial, the most perilous of all, a cleansing by myriad paths. The fruit of the Tao, resembling a stabilizing needle in the tempestuous core of the Tao River, endures wave after wave of immense impact. With each surge, it faces the interrogation and tempering of the will of countless celestial paths. The surface of the Tao fruit, adorned with the divine patterns of the returning void sword Tao, flickers between illumination and obscurity amidst the onslaught, yet it remains unbroken. Rather, it grows ever more radiant, refined, and distinct under the ferocious baptism. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, 10 waves. After the tumult of 10 waves, the entire boiling river of the great Tao suddenly descends into an absolute, heart-stopping silence. At the zenith of this stillness, the fruit of the returning void Tao erupts with an unprecedented, boundless divine light. This radiance pierces through chaos, illuminating infinite realms of time and space, as if proclaiming to the heavens the birth of a supreme existence. The returning void Tao fruit, having endured the cleansing of myriad paths, achieves its ultimate transformation. Simultaneously, the true essence of Qingming in the chaotic void transcends an invisible boundary. The entire being seems to embody the very essence of the Tao. With every blink, the cycles of yin and yang and the birth and death of the cosmos unfold. With every gesture, the myriad paths rise and fall, and the laws submit. An eternal, indestructible aura of primordial chaos sweeps through the void like a cosmic storm. Primordial, golden, immortal. Accomplished. Henceforth, the laws are but dust, devoid of any attachment. With insight into the past and future, a single thought comprehends all time. Remaining unscathed through countless tribulations, unextinguished even as heaven and earth revert to chaos. Yet, an unforeseen transformation occurs. With a sound akin to a terrifying sword's cry that seems to sever the ages, the previously tranquil chaos is rent asunder. The treasured sword of Qingming, the myriad forms returning void sword, unexpectedly flies forth, hovering in the chaotic void. The sword body trembles violently, unleashing a chaotic brilliance that shakes the heavens. Countless surges of furious chaotic energy rush into the sword, akin to rivers converging into the sea. The already enigmatic Tao patterns of the myriad forms returning void upon the sword now awaken, swirling, intertwining, and transforming, exuding an even deeper and more profound aura of terror that beckons all things to return to the void. The sword's cry resounds once more. A primordial unity, harmonizing perfectly with Qingming's own Tao resonance, erupts from the sword. As the cherished artifact that embodies Qingming's sword path, it now evolves towards an innate treasure alongside its master-s breakthrough. The formidable returning void sword Tao permeates the chaos, as boundless chaotic essence is devoured by the divine sword, enhancing its foundational essence. Deep within the sword body, the 49th innate restriction of the innate treasure draws upon the mighty power of chaos, gradually taking shape. Qingming stands with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the myriad forms returning void sword, which floats amidst the chaos, its aura continuously ascending, a faint smile finally gracing his lips. Once upon a time, he had coveted the Qingping sword of the future leader of the celestial sect. Promotion to the innate treasure is not achieved overnight. Qingming, having just transcended to the realm of the Hunyuan Daojingxian, understands the necessity of time to consolidate his cultivation. With this thought, he summoned the Chaos Pearl, enveloping the surrounding chaos, and commenced a prolonged period of seclusion to strengthen his own powers. Chapter 133. The Rising Storms in the Primordial World, Currents Run Deep. Within the depths of chaos, Qingming quietly attained the status of Hunyuan Daojingxian, unbeknownst to anyone in the vast wilderness, without stirring even the slightest ripple. However, the 9 great overlords have long dominated the primordial realm, their power as fierce as a raging inferno, reaching its zenith. To ascend further, they must consume the powers of their equals. In the western realm of Gengjin, the air is thick with the scent of blood and battle. The 3 elders of the White Tiger clan have broken through to Hunyuan Jingxian, compelling the Tianyu clan to submit. The ancestral figure of the Tianyu clan bowed before the Gengjin temple, offering a tribute of allegiance. "O White Tiger, your might is unparalleled. The Tianyu clan wishes to serve under your banner, becoming the sword that sweeps across the 8 wildernesses and hunts in the primordial expanse." Under the persuasion of the Tianyu clan's elder, the White Tiger clan's might pointed its spear at the Garuda clan, which subsequently bowed in surrender. Thus, in the western lands, the White Tiger reigns supreme. In the northern expanse of the Beiming ice field, an eternal chill prevails. The Xuanwu clan guards this territory, steadfast as a mountain. With numerous formidable warriors, several of whom are Hunyuan Jingxian, leading even the formidable Sky-Eating Serpent and other strong factions to submit, leaving no rival to the Xuanwu clan's dominance in the northern continent. In the eastern continent, the Tianshu Broken Void Ridge is dominated by the Tianpeng clan, where the Golden Eagle, Griffin, Thunder Eagle, and the devouring insect clans all lie beneath its wings, establishing it as the foremost power of the eastern continent. Across the four seas, turmoil reigns and blood stains the vast ocean. The Dragon Clan commands the East Sea, North Sea, and half of the South Sea, their roar echoing through the nine abysses. Yet, the West Sea and the other half of the South Sea remain under the fangs of the soul-eating Halua clan. These two factions have been embroiled in conflict for years, with bones littering the ocean floor, resentment lingering. In the southern region, the unquenchable volcano blazes fiercely. The Phoenix clan, revered through fire, controls 7/10 of the southern territory beneath its fiery plumage. The remaining blood-soaked seas and the nearby scorched lands are claimed by the Ashmoth clan and its minions, the underworld blood ravens, blood flame goo crows, and lava giants. The flames of war rage on. In the heart of the primordial realm, the Zhou Mountains tower to the heavens. The auspicious Qilin and the fierce howling moon wolf stand apart, each claiming half of the territory. Tensions at the borders escalate, with undercurrents surging. The nine powers, standing in equilibrium, find their borders increasingly prone to conflict, particularly the long-standing enmity among the Qilin, Howling Wolf, Phoenix, Ashmoth, and Dragon clans, which has accumulated like a mountain of grievances. A single spark could ignite a cataclysmic war. The White Tiger, Tianpeng, and Xuanwu clans, having no rivals within the continent, find temporary refuge, quietly amassing strength while awaiting the opportune moment. In the southern region of the primordial realm, the molten fire wasteland stretches across 1,000 miles of scorched earth. This land serves as a buffer zone between the Ashmoth clan and the Phoenix clan, where life is typically absent. On this day, the young clan leader of the Ashmoth clan, Minji, ventured out with several companions and passed through this desolate area. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. 7 crimson meteors tore through the heavens, trailing flames that obliterated all in their path. Within the firelight, 7 figures adorned in crimson feathers from the Phoenix clan were seen soaring through the air. The Phoenix clan, deep within the wasteland. A figure cloaked in ashes slowly lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of eyes ablaze with smoldering black flames. None other than Minji, the young leader of the Ashmoth clan. He stood atop a charred precipice, with more than 10 attendants behind him, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. The desolation of this place served as a buffer between two clans. As Minji lightly caressed the ashbone dagger hanging at his waist, his voice resonated like the chilling winds of the abyss. Why has the Phoenix clan's red feather guard appeared here? Suddenly, the ground before him fractured. A gigantic lava troll, resembling a mountain, struggled to emerge, its rocky armor shattered, molten lava dripping down, scorching the earth and releasing plumes of acrid smoke. Young master. The inferno demon roared, its voice akin to the cracking earth. The flame essence crystal mine deep within the wasteland has been seized by the Phoenix clan. All guards have been slaughtered. The flame essence crystal mine? A surge of blood fire ignited in Minji's eyes, the surrounding temperature escalating sharply. The lava troll prostrated itself, trembling as it spoke. Yes, young master. According to the ancient pact between our clans, the new mine at the border belongs to the first occupant. But the Phoenix clan has always been overbearing. They mercilessly slaughtered our kin and seized the vein. It is utterly outrageous. An imperceptible, intangible force of wrath and fury seeped into the air, subtly stirring the depths of his heart. Does my father know of this? Minji's voice turned icy, as a faint ring of ash fire began to materialize behind him, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing within. It all happened so suddenly. I have yet to report to the clan leader. The inferno demon bowed its head, the eerie black glimmer in its eyes flickering momentarily. A dismissive, cold laugh escaped Minji's lips. With a swift motion, the ashbone dagger was unsheathed. The deathly pale flames entwined around the blade, radiating an aura of annihilation that seemed to devour the very light around them. Minji slowly turned his gaze towards the 7 crimson meteors that had vanished beyond the scorching horizon, a sinister smile creasing his lips. Since the Phoenix clan wishes to play, let them know who the eternal nightmare of the molten wasteland truly is. Before his words faded, he transformed into a wisp of ash, enveloped in a tempest of murderous intent, tearing through the heated air, leading his formidable subordinates like vengeful phantoms towards the direction where the Phoenix clan's team had vanished. At the extreme of the South Sea, in the abyss of 10,000 fathoms, in the dimness devoid of light, the water pressure was sufficient to crush the stars. A grotesque throne, forged from millennia of blood coral, stood at the abyss's bottom. One of the four ancestors of the dragon clan, the Azure Dragon, loomed atop it. Its gargantuan form resembling a mountain, cold golden eyes gazing down upon the diminutive figure of the elder from the Shirhanhua clan, Luo Huan. Luo Huan. The voice of the Azure Dragon rumbled like thunder echoing through the abyss, laden with endless authority and indifference. You seek an audience with me? What is it you desire? Your Majesty Azure Dragon. Luo Huan bowed his head, his voice reverberating like the depths of the abyss. I have come to present a substantial gift. To aid the Dragon Clan in unifying the seas and ascending to the supreme position. Oh, the Azure Dragon's eyes widened slightly. A blinding flash of lightning dancing within its vertical pupils, its dragon might pressing down like a tangible weight. The blood feud between the Shirhanhua and my Dragon Clan spans generations. Are you not afraid of being obliterated beneath my claws? Luo Huan trembled slightly, but remained unperturbed, respectfully presenting a deep, luminous orb with both hands. As the orb unfurled, it revealed a map of the Western Sea, shimmering with a chilling glow. It not only marked the defensive fortresses of the Shirhanhua clan, but also distinctly indicated several pivotal cores of their protective grand formations. The Azure Dragon's massive form quivered imperceptibly, and an undercurrent surged violently. Its claw instinctively crushed a fragment of blood coral from the throne. This image possesses a certain significance. Yet, with merely this item, how can I place my trust in you? How can I be certain it is not the nefarious scheme of that old wretch, Luo Yuan? Your Majesty, please discern. Luo Huan's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with resentment and urgency. The dragon clans might reverberate throughout the universe, with the ancestral dragons, Zhulong, Yinglong, and your Majesty yourself, reigning supreme. It is our divine destiny to govern the four seas. That stubborn old man, Luo Yuan, is blind to the heavenly order and foolishly attempts to oppose fate. He will only lead our entire clan towards inevitable destruction. I refuse to accompany him to the grave. He inhaled deeply and continued, what I seek is merely self-preservation. I beseech your Majesty, the Azure Dragon, and the Dragon Clan to take action against Luo Yuan and Luo Shi. I shall lead the remaining clansmen to submit to you. At that time, the Dragon Clan shall not only be the sovereign of the four seas, but, more importantly, will achieve dominance in the primordial realm without shedding a single drop of blood. Chapter 134. The Phoenix's cry in the southern wilderness silence descended upon the abyss as the Azure Dragon slowly lowered its colossal head, its dragon eyes shimmering with an ethereal light, seemingly weighing Luo Huan's words. After a prolonged pause, a deep, chilling dragon laugh resonated. What a splendid act of forsaking the dark for the light. I do not trust you. The Western Sea is your clan's nest, cultivated over eons. Are you luring my dragon clan into a trap? A terrifying killing intent locked onto Luo Huan like an icy spear. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Luo Huan urged anxiously. It is not my intention to incite a forceful assault on the Western Sea. I possess a strategy that requires no bloodshed. Shortly, the High Priest Luo Yuan will personally arrive in the Southern Sea. The Azure Dragon's ferocity slightly abated, its eyes narrowing. Why would he come to this place? I have discovered a primordial formation of death and decay in this abyss. Luo Huan's speech quickened. The formation harbors the essence of death, undoubtedly linked to a treasure. Luo Yuan, seeking to break through his limitations, will not overlook this treasure. When the time comes, your Majesty need only lay down a net to ensnare him. He gestured a motion of annihilation. Where is this formation? The Azure Dragon's voice was grave. Luo Huan displayed a hesitant expression. I can reveal the location. But for safety's sake, please do not disturb the formation in the slightest before Luo Yuan is ensnared. His nature is suspicious. He will sense even the slightest irregularity. Very well. The Azure Dragon nodded slightly, its voice resonating like a great bell. If the information proves true, the Dragon Clan shall engage in this transaction with you. The position of the Soul Devourer, I grant you. Luo Huan's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable elation as he swiftly transmitted a coordinate of the abyss with his consciousness. After receiving the Azure Dragon's confirmation, his figure melded into the darkness like ink, silently retreating. In the central primordial region, Moonlight Valley, the cool moonlight cascaded like a waterfall within the palace sculpted from starry jade. The Lord of the Celestial Wolves sat behind a jade table, bathed in the radiance of the lunar star, his aura subtly resonating with the lunar phases. Suddenly, the palace doors opened, and the third elder entered with measured steps. Amidst his silver-white hair, a faint yet ominous black mist flickered, barely perceptible. Patriarch, the Qilin clan has once again trespassed upon the Starfall Plain, seizing our moonlight crystals. The young clan leader was injured while leading the others to intercept. The third elder's voice was low, yet laced with an unsettling emotion. Preposterous. The Qilin clan is exceedingly arrogant. The Lord of the Celestial Wolves roared in fury. With a single strike, he shattered the starry jade table, and crystalline shards, infused with wild demonic power, scattered violently. Outside the hall, the once auspicious and colorful clouds in the sky are now being consumed by ominous black clouds. As if some indescribable entity is silently infiltrating the fate of the Tianling clan. In the primordial world, the ominous aura of impending slaughter thickens like dark clouds obscuring the sun. A storm is brewing, and the universe seems on the verge of collapse. At the base of Mount Sumeru, the core pulsates with boundless malevolent energy. The demon ancestor, Luo Ho, stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe seemingly capable of devouring all light. His profound gaze fixates on the four terrifying swords embedded deep within the earth, each voraciously siphoning the malevolent energy of heaven and earth, exuding a murderous brilliance that pierces the sky. The slaying immortal sword, the exterminating immortal sword, the trapping immortal sword, and the absolute immortal sword. A cold and anticipatory smile lingers at the corner of his mouth. In the southern region's undying volcano range, at the towering peak of the undying volcano, a magnificent phoenix tree stands proudly, its crown piercing the heavens, with branches and leaves flowing with immortal flames of crimson gold. Within the divine tree lies a realm of fire, the sacred hall of the Phoenix clan, nestled here. Upon a throne forged from the essence of the sun, the Yuan Phoenix and the initial Phoenix sit regally, surrounded by the eternal and indomitable flames of Nirvana and the southern luminous fire, emanating an aura that commands the submission of all fires. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echo from outside the hall. Your Majesty, a warrior adorned in scarlet feathers of the Phoenix clan rushes into the hall, kneeling heavily on one knee and proclaiming, "The entire 7th Red Feather Squad has been annihilated in the molten fire wasteland." Elder Qi Feng's direct descendant, Qi Xiao, was among them. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng furrows his brow. The destruction of a small squad is not a grave matter. Such conflicts have been common over countless years of resistance against the Ashmoth clan. However, this incident has now entangled the grandson of Elder Qi Feng. Why was Qi Xiao present there? Yuan Feng's voice is low, carrying an inherent authority. To report back to your Majesty, the warrior continues. It is known that young Master Qi Xiao had heard of the discovery of a flame essence crystal mined by the Ashmoth clan in the molten fire wasteland, and sought to prove his worth to Elder Qi Feng by leading a team there privately. Although they succeeded in slaying the lava trolls guarding the mine, they were ambushed and wiped out by the Ash clan's young clan leader, Ming Yi, on their return. Yuan Feng taps his fingers on the armrest of the throne, producing a deep echo, before gesturing for the warrior to withdraw. The soldier, feeling as if a great pardon has been granted, bows and departs. Yuan Feng's gaze shifts to his side, where stands his daughter, Feng Yanai Chong, clad in flowing battle armor. In recent Yuan gatherings, her cultivation has advanced rapidly. The innocence of her former early stage in Tai has long faded, and now she radiates the profound aura of the great Luo, with ephemeral shadows of earth flowers and celestial flowers flickering behind her. And Aichong, what is your perspective on this matter? Father, mother, Feng and Aichong replies, her eyes gleaming with intensity. I believe the time is ripe to unify the southern region. A spark of brilliance flashes in Yuan Feng's eyes. The unification of the southern territories, following the subjugation of the Zhongming, Bibao, and Huodo clans, has long been his grand vision. Yet, the Ash clan leader, Ming Jin, is a formidable figure who has managed to consolidate the bloodline clans of the southwestern Sea of Blood, standing in opposition to the Phoenix clan to this day. The animosity between the two clans runs deep, and now new grievances have emerged. The Elder Qi Feng is our clan's third most powerful Hunyuan giant. If we allow this matter to pass, it will not only chill the elder's heart, but also undermine the morale of our forces. Feng Yanai Chang's voice is cold and resolute. Observing his daughter articulate her thoughts with such determination and responsibility, Yuan Feng exchanges a glance with the initial phoenix, their eyes reflecting an indescribable sense of pride. The fledgling phoenix sings clearly, already embodying the essence of a sovereign. At that moment, a terrifying aura of the mixed Yuan golden immortal level suddenly erupted from outside the hall. A middle-aged man clad in crimson battle armor strode into the grand chamber. It was Elder Qi Feng, Patriarch. Qi Feng clasped his fists in salute, fury igniting in his eyes. I have matters to report. Before he could finish, Yuan Feng had already risen slowly. With his movement, the entire immortal fire mountain let out a deep roar, and the molten lava beneath surged like an enraged dragon. Elder Qi Feng, Yuan Feng's voice, though not loud, carried an unparalleled authority, instantly quelling Qi Feng's inner turmoil. I am aware of the situation regarding the Qi Xiao. The Ashen clan has repeatedly violated the dignity of our Phoenix clan, and I have resolved to wage an all-out war against them. Elder Qi Feng's robust form trembled violently. He never anticipated such a swift and decisive resolution from the Patriarch, although he understood that this matter was not solely for the revenge of his grandson. Qi Feng was nonetheless moved. The pent-up sorrow and indignation within him instantly transformed into an overwhelming battle intent. He knelt on one knee, his armor clanging. I shall lead the charge. I will pave the way for our Phoenix clan against the Ashen. Excellent. Yuan Feng waved his sleeve, causing the entire immortal fire mountain to tremble. Countless columns of lava erupted into the sky, staining the night with a crimson hue. His voice echoed throughout the clan's territory. Send the orders. All members of the Phoenix clan, gather your forces and march against the Ashen. With this command, a thunderous phoenix cry resonated from the depths of the immortal fire mountain, and tens of thousands of phoenixes soared into the sky, their blazing wings painting half the heavens in crimson. Simultaneously, the calls of the heavy bright birds, the shrieks of the bifong, and the roars of the huodou rose in succession. All subordinate races stirred into action, and a formidable army capable of sweeping across the southern region was gathering. Chapter 135. Inferno of flames. The Phoenix clan's army obscured the sky, their crimson wings blazing and staining half the azure firmament with blood. At the forefront, three presences of the mixed Yuan golden immortal level loomed like ancient divine mountains, suppressing the void. Yuan Feng stood with hands clasped behind his back, the true fire of nirvana flowing around him, manifesting the cycle of creation and destruction. Chu Wang wielded the fiery phoenix wheel, burning the vast wilderness with the southern bright fire, scorching the void into twisting scars. Qi Feng, his battle armor ablaze, was entwined by true phoenix flames that coiled like an enraged dragon, his eyes a deep crimson, fixated on the Ashen camp. Behind them, 10 fully realized Luo experts surged into the heavens. True phoenixes spread their wings, true hallowed ones roared. The Yuk tore through the clouds, while the Qing Yuan danced, stirring the winds of the 9 heavens. Moreover, the Hong Hu and the Yuan Zhan clawed through the void. Bifong exhaled flames that scorched the world, and the heavy bright's divine gaze pierced through the underworld, while the red flame war general roared, and the huodou beasts trampled the ground. The Ashen Moth clan's forces surged forth like a dark red tide, malevolent energy soaring to the heavens, coalescing into an oppressive ash-laden cloud. Patriarch Mingjin stood proudly at the forefront, surrounded by extinguishing black flames. The 9 nether inferno twisted and churned around him, transforming into a towering, grotesque demon, exuding an aura of life-devouring stillness. Beside him, 2 elders were enveloped in true ash fire, their imposing presence indicating their status as mixed Yuan titans. Behind them, leaders of various clans such as the Nether Blood Crow, Blood Flame Gu Sculpture, and Lava Giant stood like ferocious beasts, their gazes ominous. The 2 torrents, capable of overturning the southern domain, faced off amidst the molten fire wasteland. The air thickened, and the murderous intent sliced through the scorched earth like a tangible blade. Mingjin, you old wretch! Qi Feng bellowed, his voice shaking the heavens. Hand over that vile creature, Mingyi. I shall grant you a complete corpse. Mingjin let out a cold, mocking laugh, his voice grating like sandpaper. Harsh and unpleasant. If one lacks skill, death is deserved. Blaming fate only invites ridicule. Yuan Feng's gaze was indifferent, akin to a deity overlooking ants. Yet her voice resonated clearly across the battlefield. Mingjin, your clan has repeatedly defied divine authority, and your sins are beyond reckoning. Henceforth, the name of ashes shall no longer exist in the southern wilderness. Kill. With Yuanfeng's command, it was as though the spark of destruction had been ignited. In an instant, a sea of crimson flames clashed violently with dark red tides. The Phoenix army transformed into a wrathful inferno, with true Phoenix fire, south brightly fire, and countless divine flames intertwined to form a net of annihilation that enveloped heaven and earth, distorting and melting the very fabric of space. The Ashes clan, on the other hand, surged like a tide of death, their dark red waves composed of ashen nether fire, 9 nether karma fire, and the toxic flames of the earth's core, exuding a stench that withered the soul. Yuanfeng became a streak of flowing light. The Nirvana plow heaven spear tearing through the sky, aimed at Mingjin, as the divine wheel and divine spear rotated. A myriad of Nirvana holy flames coalesced into the true Phoenix avatar, spreading its wings and igniting the heaven and boiling the sea, causing the demonic avatar behind Mingjin to crackle and burn. The initial Phoenix and Elder Chi Feng confronted 2 elders of the Ashes clan, where the divine Phoenix fire clashed fiercely with the 9 nether karma fire, the terrifying heat distorting the void. Boom! Mingjin stepped upon the void, his hand wielding the nether chains entwined with gray extinguishing black flames, each swing tearing apart the heavens and earth. Yuanfeng showed no fear, her plow heaven spear radiating a brilliant golden light, effortlessly tearing through the nether chains. The aftermath of the clash between the titans of the Hunyuan Golden Immortals swept across the 8 directions, warping time and space. The ground of the molten fire wasteland was violently torn apart, forming deep chasms. Below, the battlefield had transformed into a hell of slaughter. The vanguard of the Qingluan clan formed the 9 heavens burning heaven formation. Thousands of burning feathers imbued with purifying divine fire cascaded like red meteors, instantly purifying the Ashes side into ashes. In the Ashes camp, the Ming Crow and Blood Eagle also established the Red Lotus devouring heaven formation, invoking the Red Lotus karma fire. Wherever they passed, all living beings fell into the realm of heart-burning karma fire. Lava giants morphed into flame titans, resembling moving mountains of fire, forming the wrath of the world formation, embodying a fiery purgatory. On the battlefield, the true Phoenix fire and ashen nether fire engaged in a frenzied slaughter, obliterating and erupting in a continuous cascade of destructive light. Scarlet golden remnants and shattered ash armor danced through the air. Scorching blood transformed the ground into a molten mire, corpses piled into mountains, only to be ground into dust by the ferocious waves of battle. No one noticed that this blood and these corpses transformed into pure flesh essence and fiery energy, merging into the core beneath the earth. Elder Chi Feng had completely succumbed to madness. The grief and fury of his beloved grandson's fall catalyzed into a burning rage that consumed the 8 directions, infusing every strand of his Phoenix true fire. He appeared almost deranged, wielding the colossal sword of heaven's wrath, each slash imbued with the might to annihilate the 8 realms. Fiercely striking at the opposite elder of the Ashes clan, Mingyan. Elder Chi Feng's eyes blazed crimson like blood, his battle armor charred in multiple places, revealing scorched flesh beneath. Yet he paid it no heed. The immense sword transformed into billions of scarlet golden streams, akin to a torrent of stellar storms, forcibly suppressing the swirling 9 nether karma fire surrounding Mingyan. Under the relentless and frenzied assault of the Crimson Phoenix, an inexplicable fury ignited within the infernal flame, compelling it to unleash the 9 hells' fiery wrath. The backlash of this infernal fire seeped into the body of the Crimson Phoenix, scorching its very soul, yet paradoxically fueling its battle spirit to an even greater frenzy. Both combatants seemed to be ensnared by their wrath, forsaking all defense, each strike imbued with the fervor of mutual destruction. With a resounding cry that shattered the heavens, the Crimson Phoenix emitted a piercing cry, its body enveloped in blood, as the true fire of the Phoenix suddenly collapsed inward. In the next moment, it erupted with the force of a supernova. An endless torrent of crimson gold flames did not disperse, but instead coalesced into a singular, exquisitely refined beam of light, as if it could pierce the very fabric of the universe. This was the world-burning, sky-shattering strike. The Crimson Phoenix, sacrificing a portion of its essence, unleashed a desperate blow. The crimson gold beam disregarded spatial distance, instantly penetrating the hastily formed barrier of the 9 hells' fiery wrath, brutally piercing through the infernal flame's chest. With a heart-wrenching shriek that twisted its form, the infernal flame found its chest rent open, revealing a gaping cavity ablaze with undying golden flames. Even the body of a celestial golden immortal teetered on the brink of collapse from this strike. Yet, it did not retreat an inch. Its eyes glimmered with a dark red hue, its power surging as it chose to drag the Crimson Phoenix into a cataclysmic self-detonation. Just as the Crimson Phoenix had executed its desperate strike, it found itself in a moment of vulnerability, unable to resist. Elder Crimson Phoenix. From a distance, the young Phoenix, locked in a fierce battle with another elder of the Ashen clan, was taken aback. With a sharp command, she unleashed the blazing brilliance of the true Phoenix wheel. As it turned, the boundless south brightly fire ceased its scattered assaults and coalesced into 9 vividly lifelike ancient Phoenix manifestations. Their feathers distinct and their eyes ablaze with the fire of wisdom. The 9 Phoenixes' fiery lock. The 9 fire true Phoenixes let out a resonant cry, transforming into 9 crimson gold divine chains that pierced through the void, instantly ensnaring the elder infernal flame intent on self-destruction. The divine chains, ablaze with the south brightly fire, radiated a holy aura that purified all malevolence and incinerated all laws, fervently burning and eroding the ashen entity and its soul. The infernal flame let out a pained roar, its body thrumming with the tumult of ashen true fire, desperately struggling, yet the divine chains firmly bound its essence and power, akin to a deflated balloon. Though the imminent self-detonation of the infernal flame was averted, the Crimson Phoenix had already lost its combat effectiveness, and the young Phoenix had exhausted the majority of her power, reduced to a stalemate with the other elder of the Ashen clan. Meanwhile, the battle between the Primordial Phoenix and the Ashen Flame had reached a boiling point. Here lay the crux of determining the outcome of this conflict. Chapter 136. The Ashen Exclusion. Behind the Ashen Flame loomed a grotesque, demonic visage, wielding the ghostly chains of annihilation entwined with extinguishing black flames. Each lash seemed capable of tearing the primordial earth asunder, unleashing countless shards of space and waves of obliteration. Its extinguishing black flames were extraordinarily sinister, capable not only of incinerating matter but also of eroding the very laws of existence, draining the essence of life itself. The Primordial Phoenix, wielding the Nirvana Plow Heaven Spear, emanated boundless mysteries from the flowing Nirvana true fire. The spear's shadow darted about, at times resembling a divine blade that cleaved through the chains of black flames. At other moments, it moved as gracefully as silk, effortlessly dissolving destructive attacks into the void. Standing invulnerable, no matter how ferocious the Ashen Flame's assault, it remained unshaken at its core. Primordial Phoenix, do you truly wish to perish together in this struggle? The dark ashes howled as the demonic visage abruptly opened its monstrous maw, unleashing a concentrated beam of purest black deathlight. Wherever this deathlight traversed, even the light itself was consumed, leaving behind an eternal trail of darkness that unerringly targeted the heart of Yuan Feng. This was his ultimate technique, the 9 hells of annihilation deathlight, embodying the essence of obliteration and the true meaning of the path of flames, capable of reducing all things to nothingness. In the face of this terrifying strike, which could potentially devastate even a primordial golden immortal, a flicker of gravity finally crossed Yuan Feng's eyes. Yet, overshadowing it was a serene confidence, as if orchestrating an elaborate plan. The fish will inevitably perish, but the net shall not break, he proclaimed, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unparalleled authority that resonated throughout the southern expanse of the primordial world. No longer resisting with his spear, he gradually raised his left hand. A profound and indescribable aura, as if commanding the myriad fires of the primordial realm, suddenly radiated from his palm. Across the molten fire wasteland, regardless of whether it was the Phoenix true fire, the southern brightly fire, the golden flame of annihilation, or the ashen inferno, the 9 hells of industry fire, and the geothermal Stygian fire, all flames seemed to respond to this supreme call, vibrating in unison with a sound of submission. The forms and powers of the flames subtly transformed, swaying gently towards Yuan Feng. In the next instant, an ancient and enigmatic crimson banner slowly materialized from his palm. This banner, no larger than a hand, billowed without wind, adorned with ever-shifting chaotic flame patterns. Its pole, neither metal nor jade, emanated a warm and eternal luster. The moment it appeared, the laws of fire throughout the cosmos seemed to find their source, becoming remarkably vibrant and clear. This was one of the innate 5 directions banners, the Southern Li Earth Flame banner. Li Earth Flame, all fires converge, Yuan Feng declared, invoking the celestial decree upon the myriad flames. The Li Earth Flame banner surged majestically, transforming into a vast crimson canopy that obscured the heavens. Upon its surface, the chaotic flame patterns came alive, morphing into a torrent of countless profound crimson gold runes. This torrent was not merely fire. It was the very manifestation of the primordial laws of flame. Thunderous sounds erupted as the annihilating 9 hells of annihilation deathlight collided with the flood of Li fire runes, dissipating as if frozen ice were melting away. The fire laws were stripped away, and the remaining essence of annihilation was deconstructed, purified, and utterly obliterated by the infinite source laws of Li fire. Now, the Li Earth Flame banner, having been nurtured by Yuan Feng in the depths of the immortal fire mountain for countless eons, had regained its full splendor. As a supreme treasure commanding the myriad fires. Under the guidance of the flame sovereign Yuan Feng, its suppression over fiery beings reached its zenith. No, Ming Jin let out a horrified scream, sensing the imminent threat. The Crimson Banner appeared to be his sworn nemesis, specifically designed to counter his extinguishing black flames. Yuan Feng's gaze turned icy, devoid of any emotion, as he pointed the Nirvana Plow Heaven spear toward Ming Jin. In the name of Li Fire, I decree your total annihilation. The Li Earth Flame banner fluttered fiercely, as millions of Li Fire runes coalesced instantaneously, transforming into a beam of purest brilliance, seemingly capable of piercing through the past and future. This beam was not a physical entity, but constituted by the most primordial laws of Li Fire, disregarding all defenses and spatial barriers, bearing the supreme will to judge all fires and incinerate all evils, locking onto Ming Jin and the sinister demonic visage behind him in an instant. A faint sound echoed, reminiscent of a scorching iron searing through delicate parchment. All resistance from the ashen, the extinguished black flames, and the protective magical realms crumbled before the radiant beam of the primordial law of departure fire, proving utterly fragile. The beam effortlessly pierced his brow. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The astonishment, malice, and unwillingness etched upon the face of the ashen were instantaneously captured in stasis. His towering, grotesque, demonic visage began to dissolve in silence, as though cast into the blazing sun, gradually melting away into wisps of azure smoke. From his brow, the crimson gold departure fire erupted violently from within. A nearly inaudible, brief cry of despair escaped. In the next instant, the ashen-s primordial body, along with his spiritual essence, was utterly consumed by the flames of the primordial law of departure fire, reducing them to nothingness. No cataclysmic explosion ensued, only an absolute, complete obliteration on a fundamental level. The mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, leader of the Ashen Moth clan, had fallen. Boom! Across the battlefield, whether in the skies or on the ground, whether among the Phoenix clan or the Ashen faction, all beings froze in that moment. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, an absolute stillness. Only the banner of the departure flame flickered behind the primordial phoenix, its crimson gold brilliance illuminating the heavens, proclaiming the demise of one sovereign and the birth of another supreme ruler. Then came the shattering news of the leader's fall. No, despairing wails erupted from the Ashen Moth clan, reaching a crescendo of hopelessness. Their pillar of strength was severed, causing their fighting spirit and the fierce momentum of their formation to collapse like a punctured balloon. The remaining mixed Yuan elder, previously halted by the initial phoenix, appeared ashen-faced, the last glimmer of vitality extinguished in his eyes. Phoenix clan. The voice of the primordial phoenix resonated like a resounding bell, echoing deep within the souls of every warrior of the Phoenix clan, imbued with unmatched authority and undeniable resolve. The enemy chieftain has been vanquished. Let us eradicate the remnants and unify the southern borders. Kill. Following a brief silence, a thunderous roar of battle surged forth from the Phoenix clan. All phoenixes, true phoenixes, Qing Luan, Bai Feng, Chong Ming, and all affiliated races felt their morale soar to unprecedented heights. The crimson gold divine flames surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, fiercely crushing the already shattered and fleeing Ashen army. Defeat came like an avalanche, bereft of their leader and top combatants, the Ashen Moth clan and their allied races, including the Nether Blood Crows, blood flame goo eagles, and lava giants, lost all will to resist. Fear spread like a plague as they abandoned their armor, fleeing in desperation towards the southwestern sea of blood. The Phoenix army surged forth like a torrent of crimson gold flames, sweeping across the molten wasteland, advancing fiercely towards the southwestern stronghold of the Ashen clan, the boundless sea of blood. At that moment, the fortune of the Phoenix clan surged to life, transforming into a mystical bird soaring through the flames, greedily consuming the fortune that belonged to the Ashen clan. Meanwhile, a dark thread that had once resided within the Ashen clan's fortune quietly began to ascend upon the mystical bird. From this day forth, in the southern domain of the primordial wilderness, all fires converge, with the Phoenix reigning supreme. Chapter 137. The Battle of the South Sea, the abyss of eternal silence at the South Sea's extremity. Silence, the eternal tone of this abyss. However, today, the timeless silence has been violently torn asunder by a band of unwelcome guests. At the forefront stands the elder Luo Han of the soul-eating He Luo clan. His figure stooped like withered wood, a nauseating smirk plastered upon his face. A figure who once engaged in a clandestine transaction with the Azure Dragon. He leads the way with his head bowed, yet beneath his lowered eyelids, one might sense the dark undercurrents of a fathomless abyss. Following closely is a presence that exudes a chilling aura capable of freezing one's very marrow. His countenance is grim and forbidding, as if sculpted from the frigid depths of the abyss, enveloped in an air of decay and death. He is none other than the towering giant of the soul-eating He Luo clan, the High Priest Luo Yuan. Behind him, a grotesquely contorted visage with 10 heads flickers in and out of view, surrounded by countless vengeful spirits that wail silently in despair. 20 ghostly green eyes burn fiercely in the darkness, akin to the blazing sun within a shadowy chasm. The High Priest is indeed the master of this place. Luo Han obsequiously bows his head, proclaiming that his subordinates had fortuitously discovered this locale, where the essence of death is pure and potent, further protected by an innate and formidable array. Alas, his subordinates were but simpletons, lacking the finesse to comprehend the intricacies of the formation, witnessing a treasure yet unable to retrieve it for their master. A cold smile crept across Luo Yuan's lips, and the 10-headed visage behind him quivered violently. 20 beams of ghastly green light shot forth. Where the demonic light struck, the air sizzled with corrosive sounds, and an ancient pattern woven from the very laws of death, obliteration, and decay gradually emerged. What a magnificent innate array of ultimate extinction. A sinister smile finally split Luo Yuan's face. Luo Han, you have rendered an extraordinary service this time. Once I acquire the treasure within the array, you shall be handsomely rewarded. Thank you, High Priest. To serve the High Priest is the fortune of countless lifetimes for me. Luo Han's sycophantic grin widened, his back bending lower, yet deep within his drooping eyes. A glimmer of chilling calculation flickered. Luo Yuan did not rush into the array. The 10-headed visage shimmered with ethereal light, and his immense consciousness flowed like an invisible web, meticulously calculating the trajectory of the array's patterns. He dispatched a clan member to enter the array, first for reconnaissance before stepping into the formation himself. Inside the array, an independent realm forms, dense with the overwhelming powers of death, decay, and obliteration, completely isolating the exterior. Just as the High Priest entered the formation, an unexpected upheaval arose outside. Boom! The abyss of death trembled violently. A terrifying grand formation, eclipsing the heavens, rose abruptly without warning, instantaneously transforming the entire sea area into a prison. Within the array, for primordial auras surged like colossal pillars supporting the heavens, soaring into the sky. The true forms of the 4 dragon ancestors, the Ancestor Dragon, the Candle Dragon, the Ing Dragon, and the Azure Dragon, manifested simultaneously. Not good. The 8 He Luo clan guards stationed outside the array turned pale with dread, utterly horrified. Yet, their cries failed to escape their lips as 4 beams of divine light infused with primordial might hurtled toward them, like an intangible ancient mountain crashing down. The overwhelming pressure instantly rendered them immobile, trapped in place. Roar! The dragon's roar splits the sea. The 4 ancestor dragons, filled with rage, unleashed their power. For the might of the primordial was not something mere mortals could withstand. The divine lights intertwined, the laws extinguished, and in the blink of an eye, the 8 He Luo clan warriors were obliterated, reduced to ashes. Only Luo Han remained. Within the primordial great array, Luo Yuan sat cross-legged at its heart, his fingertips gently caressing a recently acquired treasure, the Xianming Ice Silent Pearl. This pearl harbored the essence of weak water, Xian ice, annihilation, and the power of death, perfectly aligning with his own path of cultivation, rendering it an exceptionally rare auxiliary innate spiritual treasure. The acquisition of such a priceless gem should have been a momentous fortune. However, an inexplicable sense of trepidation coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, refusing to dissipate. This was a warning, communicated through the celestial channels by the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Luo Yuan's expression fluctuated between light and shadow, his ten-headed Dharma manifestation shimmering with urgency. Was there a disturbance in the external world? The decisive nature of a ruthless hero quelled his doubts. He swiftly redirected his thoughts, regardless of any upheaval. Enhancing his strength at this moment was paramount. If he could harness the power of this pearl to shatter his constraints, he would possess the capability to confront even formidable foes. Without further hesitation, he exerted all his might to refine the treasure. Outside the array, the killing formation had already been established. The Four Seas Prisoning Dragon Great Array operated silently, resembling an invisible celestial net that firmly sealed time and space, isolating myriad laws. At the core of the array, the ancestral dragon wielded the sea-subduing blade, exuding chaotic brilliance, while the intent of the blade coalesced into a tangible essence, imprisoning the four seas and freezing the void. The candle dragon's eyes opened and closed. The left glimmered with a brightness akin to day, while the right was shrouded in the darkness of night. The celestial net boundary pearl suspended above its head, disrupting the balance of yin and yang. The Yinglong sprouted golden wings, its spear, poised to strike, contained a chilling glimmer at its tip, ready to unleash like a coiled serpent. The Tsanglong's sea-subduing seal floated heavily above its head, drawing upon the vast power of the four seas to manifest the shadow of an ancient divine mountain, its weighty might threatening to crush all in its path. For pairs of cold dragon eyes, akin to ancient deities, remained fixated on the silent death formation, awaiting the moment Luo Yuan would step forth to deliver a thunderous blow. Within the array, Luo Yuan sat in meditation at its heart. The Xianming Ice Silent Pearl suspended above him, radiating a dim, ethereal light. Inside the pearl, weak water ebbed and flowed, Xian ice crystallized, and the force of annihilation surged like a black tide, washing over his ten-headed Dharma manifestation, while the deathly patterns etched into his essence as if they were living entities. Time slipped away unnoticed, and suddenly, Luo Yuan's aura surged explosively. Like a dormant volcano erupting after millennia of silence, the deathly demonic light expanded instantaneously. Behind him, his ten-headed Dharma manifestation solidified in an instant. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding his previous state, swept through the array like a tangible storm of death. The Xianming weak water instinctively circled around him, creating an absolute domain where all things corroded and life was obliterated. Ha! At last, I have broken through. Now, let me see who dares to conspire against me. Luo Yuan laughed maniacally, reveling in the overwhelming power surging within him, capable of shaking the very seas. The earlier trepidation had long since been eclipsed by a euphoric triumph and a boundless desire for slaughter. As his thoughts shifted, the Xianming Ice Silent Pearl spun swiftly above his head, absorbing the accumulated, ancient aura of death within the array as if 100 rivers returned to the sea. Following this, a beam of deathly light, distilled to perfection and seemingly capable of ending all, silently shot forth, striking a critical node at the heart of the array. Boom! The innate return to the void of the annihilation array shattered in response. In that instant, as the barriers of the formation were torn asunder, the voice of the ancestral dragon boomed like thunder from the heavens, carrying an unparalleled majesty. The four great dragon ancestors, having amassed their strength to the utmost, acted without a trace of hesitation. The long-anticipated ultimate killing move, akin to four ancient ferocious dragons breaking free from their shackles, descended upon Luo Yuan with the cataclysmic power to annihilate worlds, striking fiercely as he had just extricated himself, his breath still oscillating violently. The sea-subduing split universe. The sea-subduing blade in the hands of the ancestral dragon transformed into a chaotic torrent that tore through the void, aimed directly at Luo Yuan's neck. Before the blade arrived, The terrifying intent of the blade that confined the seas and suppressed all things had already frozen the space around him. The celestial net reversal. The left eye of the candle dragon shone brilliantly, while the right eye was as profound as an abyss. As the celestial net's boundary pearl unleashed the tremendous power to reverse time. Dawn pierces the stars. The golden wings of the Yinglong flared behind him, and the dawn-piercing spear morphed into a piercing beam of cold brilliance that transcended the heavens, embodying an indomitable will to obliterate, aimed straight at Luo Yuan's heart. The azure dragon subdues the sea. The azure dragon roared, its sea-subduing seal transforming into the phantom of an ancient divine mountain, carrying the immense weight of the four seas, crashing down upon Luo Yuan's head. Chapter 138. The end of soul devouring. The four combined lethal attacks of the primordial level were woven together seamlessly, effectively locking down the space surrounding Luo Yuan. The timing was exquisitely precise, striking just as he broke free from the formation. His old strength dissipating and new strength yet to be born, his mind slightly relaxed due to his breakthrough in realm. Roar. You wish to slay me? Such foolish delusion. Luo Yuan's furious roar sent tremors through the abyss. He never imagined that the four ancestral dragons were scheming against him, nor did he foresee their relentless efforts. In the face of life and death, he held nothing back. The formidable power of the late primordial stage erupted like a cataclysmic flood unleashed from a dam. The realm of eternal silence. Infinite laws of power transformed into a shadowy domain enveloping him. Within this realm, the weak waters sank, devouring all. The dark ice froze the heavens, suspending time and space. The force of annihilation furiously eroded the incoming divine powers, while deathly runes distorted reality, forming layers of barriers as thick as ink. Boom, 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 boom. The four world-destroying attacks collided violently with this realm of eternal silence. The ancestral dragon's chaotic sword clashed with the weak waters, its edge diminishing sharply as it was voraciously eroded by the omnipresent force of annihilation. The candle dragon's time-reversing ripples met the extreme cold ice, the might of time itself unexpectedly stalling and freezing. The Yinglong's star-piercing spear pierced through several layers of deathly barriers, only to be ensnared by the viscous power of death. Its brilliance greatly diminished. Only the gravity from the azure dragon's sea-subduing seal struck down with a thunderous crash, causing the realm to cave in violently, fissures spreading. It was halted, yet Luo Yuan paid the price. The realm of eternal silence twisted and convulsed violently. The radiance of the recently acquired Xinming ice pearl dimmed, and he let out a muffled groan, a trace of ghastly green demonic blood spilling from his lips, his breath surging tumultuously. However, in the moment when the four ancestral dragons' attacks were thwarted and their energies stagnated, a glint of cunning and ferocity flashed in Luo Yuan's eyes, akin to a venomous serpent. Die, little mudfish. One of his 10-headed Dharma manifestations suddenly opened its enormous mouth, unleashing a concentrated soul-eroding demonic light infused with his late primordial stage's essence of deathly stillness, which transcended the confines of space, akin to teleportation, crossing the distance to strike directly at the center of Yinglong's brow. The speed was unparalleled, the power concentrated far beyond any previous attacks. His chosen target was none other than Yinglong, the weakest among the four ancestral dragons, with the intent to eliminate one and break free from the encirclement. The sudden ambush was insidious and swift as lightning. Yinglong's golden eyes abruptly contracted, and the dawn spear could not be raised in time for defense. The soul-eroding demonic light, imbued with an icy, deathly power, pierced through his very soul. Just as he was about to be struck, a chilling snort resonated with utmost authority. It was the ancestor dragon. It seemed he had anticipated this moment. As Luo Yuan launched his attack, the towering dragon figure stepped forth, arriving before Yinglong in a blink of an eye. The sea-subduing blade in his hand shifted from a downward slash to a horizontal guard, chaotic runes flashing brilliantly upon the blade. Clang! The sound echoed as if it could shatter the depths of the primordial sea. The soul-eroding demonic light crashed violently against the broad blade of the sea-subduing blade. The frenzied, deathly cold power aggressively corroded the chaotic sword chi, unleashing a blinding storm of energy. The ancestor dragon's figure swayed slightly, the void beneath his feet fracturing, and his arm, gripping the blade, split, oozing dark golden dragon blood. Yet, He remained as steadfast as a mountain, resolutely blocking this lethal strike for Ying Long. "Big brother," Ying Long exclaimed in a mix of fury and alarm. "Form the formation." For extremities locking the dragon abyss. The ancestor dragon's voice was cold and unyielding. He understood that now. With Luo Yuan having broken through to the late stage, if they did not unleash their full power, their plans would surely be in vain. Roar! The four great dragon ancestors shared a profound connection, instantly shifting positions. The ancestor dragon stood guard in the east, the candle dragon in the west, Ying Long in the south, and the azure dragon in the north. Their auras intertwined seamlessly, summoning the boundless might of the Four Seas Dragon locking formation. A tremendous and ancient illusory formation manifested at the seabed, far grander than before. It resembled the projection of boundless oceanic realms, transforming into four colossal pillars entwined with chaotic chains, crashing down to firmly seal Luo Yuan within the center of the eternal void. Upon the chains were inscribed totems depicting the roars of myriad dragons, emanating an unparalleled power that suppressed all laws and confined the void. This was the legendary Dragon Clan's combined battle formation, the four extremities locking the dragon abyss. "Roar! You wish to imprison me. You are not worthy," Luo Yuan bellowed, his 10 heads howling in a frenzied chorus. He sensed the lethal threat posed by this formation, far surpassing that of the innate Grand Array. The Xianming Frost Pearl erupted with a ghostly light once more, causing the eternal void to expand wildly, unleashing the deadly demonic flames, turbid waters, frosty spikes, annihilation storms, and death path patterns. Various terrifying supernatural abilities bombarded the four chaotic dragon pillars and the entangled chains. Boom, 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 boom. The entire abyss of silence erupted in chaos. The seawater evaporated, space was torn asunder, and the laws lamented. The four extremities locking the dragon abyss flickered erratically, the chaotic chains sizzling from corrosion, and the dragon pillars swayed violently. The expressions of the four dragon ancestors grew grave as they exerted their full power to maintain the formation. Each clash caused their blood to surge. They had not anticipated that Luo Yuan, having merely just broken through to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, would prove to be so formidable. "Where are the dragon guards? Assist me in subduing this demon," the ancestor dragon commanded fiercely. "Here, the 3,000 elite dragon guards, who had long been stationed at the periphery of the Four Seas Dragon locking formation, responded in unison. All were masters of the Tai Golden Immortal and even the Great Luo realm, and without hesitation, they each took their positions in the formation, pouring their entire essence into it. As the torrent of 3,000 pure and vast dragon essence surged in, the radiance of the four extremities locking the dragon abyss swelled dramatically. The four chaotic dragon pillars instantaneously solidified, resembling ancient divine mountains. With the chains entwined around them swelling several times in girth, their thunderous roars resonating through the heavens. The suppressive force of the formation surged dramatically. With a sickening thud, Luo Yuan felt as though he had suffered a grievous blow, as the realm of eternal silence was forcefully compressed back to 3 zhang beneath his skin. He violently spewed forth a mouthful of demonic blood, the radiance of his 10-headed dimming, with cracks appearing on 3 of the heads. The arrival of the 3,000 dragon guards became the final straw that broke the camel's back. "No, how could I perish here?" Luo Yuan was driven to madness, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming despair and malice. He fixated on the throng of 3,000 dragon guards outside the formation, then turned his gaze towards the 4 major dragon ancestors, whose breaths were equally unstable, as a frenzied thought of mutual destruction surged within him. "Do you seek my life? Then let your dragon kin's blood serve as my funeral offering." The 10-headed returned to ruin's sacrifice. Luo Yuan let out a piercing wail of utmost despair. The 10 fearsome heads behind him erupted in an unprecedented, horrific radiance, a cataclysmic aura capable of instilling terror even in the hearts of the Hunyuan Golden Immortals, coalescing into a frenzied explosion. "This is bad. Retreat quickly." The ancestor dragon's expression shifted dramatically, roaring with urgency. However, it was too late. Chapter 139, The Seas Become One. Establishing the Dragon Palace. Boom, 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 boom. 9 resounding detonations shattered the fabric of space and obliterated the laws of existence, erupting almost simultaneously. Luo Yuan, at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, self-destructed his own 9 heads. The concentrated essence of death, profound ice, and corrosive primal power transformed into 9 devouring black holes of annihilation, violently colliding with the 4 core dragon pillars of the 4 extremes dragon locking abyss formation. Crack, 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 boom. The 4 extremes dragon locking abyss formation, capable of suppressing late-stage Hunyuan experts, shattered like fragile glass before the overwhelming force of Luo Yuan's reckless self-detonation, which consumed the majority of his primal essence. The 4 chaotic dragon pillars, entwined with the myriad dragon totem, splintered inch by inch, while the binding chains of the laws disintegrated into dust. The 4 major dragon ancestors, responsible for the formation, were similarly struck down, dark golden dragon blood spilling from their lips. The ancestor dragon's sea-subduing blade let out a mournful wail. The Zhua dragon's heavenly pearl dimmed suddenly. The golden wings of the Ing dragon shattered, and the sea-subduing seal before the Tsang dragon manifested clear fractures. Even though the 4 dragon ancestors managed to withstand a significant portion of the immense power, the self-detonation of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal's primal essence was insurmountable. The 3,000 elite dragon warriors behind them could not even emit a cry. The ferocious energy black holes instantaneously engulfed them along with the surrounding sea, annihilating everything. Luo Yuan emitted a muffled groan of unbearable agony. He had paid an unimaginable price. Of the 10 heads, only 1 remained, barely sustaining life. His aura plummeted to rock bottom, his demonic body riddled with cracks, as if it would completely disintegrate at any moment. Even his late-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm regressed to early-stage Hunyuan. The Xianming Ice Silent Pearl was also marred with cracks, its spiritual light dimmed, nearly rendered useless. Yet, this overwhelming power afforded him a chance to carve out a path for survival. Seizing the moment of the formation's destruction amid the rampant energy turbulence and the 4 dragon ancestors' injuries, Luo Yuan transformed into a nearly imperceptible dim light of death, igniting the last remnants of his Hunyuan essence, akin to a stray dog, recklessly fleeing towards the western sea. In an instant, the swift figure vanished into the chaotic currents of energy. You shall not escape, old thief. The ancestral dragon forcefully suppressed his surging vitality and injuries. His eyes filled with rage. He immediately gathered his forces, marching towards the West Sea. The ancestral dragon's voice resonated like the chilling ice of the abyss, imbued with a deep-seated murderous intent. The sudden breakthrough and reckless self-detonation by Luo Yuan caused this meticulously orchestrated ambush to falter, resulting in the Dragon Clan losing 3,000 elite warriors. As the Azure Dragon, despite his injuries, cast a grim gaze across the battlefield in search of Luo Huan, the latter had already vanished without a trace. The Azure Dragon's countenance darkened, an ominous shadow enveloping his heart. Was this truly mere coincidence? By the shores of the West Sea, tumultuous waves surged, dark clouds loomed ominously, and a 1,000,000-strong dragon army arrayed itself upon the raging tides, exuding a murderous aura that soared to the heavens, their spears aimed directly at the stronghold of the soul-eating He Luo clan. Without the great priest Luo Yuan to command them, and facing the simultaneous onslaught of the 4 primordial dragon ancestors, the defensive array of the He Luo clan, long since deciphered, crumbled like paper before their might. The dragon army surged forth like a golden torrent of destruction, sweeping across the West Sea, staining it with blood. Ultimately, the dragon standard was planted atop the ancient lair of the soul-eating He Luo clan, the abyss of 10,000 corpses. The skeletal throne, symbolizing the dominion of the He Luo clan, was reduced to ashes beneath the ancestral dragon's blade. The West Sea was thus irrevocably incorporated into the dominion of the Dragon Clan. The 4 seas united, the might of the dragons resounding. The ancestral dragon stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the towering waves, his 9-clawed golden scales shimmering with the profound symbols of the celestial path. His dragon eyes, sharp as lightning, pierced through the 4 seas, yet his brow bore no trace of joy at the pacification of the realm, only a profound gravity. Elder brother, the 4 seas have been secured. The candle dragon, putting away the dimly glowing heavenly net pearl, furrowed his brow, troubled by the absence of that old rascal Luo Yuan. The ancestral dragon's palm glimmered with dragon patterns, revealing a miniature representation of the West Sea. The celestial mechanisms unfolded, Yet he could capture not even a whisper of Luo Yuan's presence. Since that day, Luo Yuan's self detonated to escape. The great priest of the soul-eating He Luo clan seemed to have evaporated from the world, even as his clan faced annihilation at the hands of the Dragon clan. Furthermore, the mysterious disappearance of Luo Huan kept the ancestral dragon on edge, as if an unseen hand was orchestrating all these events. His self-detonation had nearly shattered his foundational essence, making recovery an impossibility. The ancestral dragon spoke solemnly, golden lights swirling in his eyes. Let us proceed according to the original plan. At these words, the three dragon ancestors' eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance. They understood that the ancestral dragon was referring to a grand strategy that would determine the resurgence of the dragon clan. 10,000 years later, Eastern Sea of the Primordial Era. In the depths of the Eastern Sea stood a magnificent palace, entirely forged from primordial glass gold. Its apex adorned with 9,999 luminous pearls, illuminating the entire sea like daylight. Before the palace, a towering altar for heavenly offerings rose from the ground, intricately carved with ancient and profound dragon runes, exuding a vast aura that bridged heaven and earth. At the center of the altar, a scroll neither of metal nor jade, radiating a gentle luminescence, titled Chronicles of the Spirits of the Four Seas, floated serenely. This tome chronicled the myriad spirits and tribes of the primordial Four Seas, a monumental endeavor undertaken by the Dragon clan over nearly 10 millennia following their unification of the seas. Around the altar, myriad clans from the Four Seas convened. Naga warriors wielded their glistening tridents, their scales resembling armor. The moonlit merfolk draped in gossamer, surrounded by swirling mists, appeared dreamlike. Representatives from the mighty subraces such as the ancient void whales, soul-devouring demon sharks, sea-guarding golden tortoises, Xuanjiao wild crabs, and Xianjing prawns stood resolutely like a forest, exuding a profound aura. Even the lesser clans, including the clam tribe, silver merfolk, dragonfish, and thorn-scaled fish, were summoned, their multitude of figures blanketing the ocean floor, resembling an expansive sea of life. The three dragon ancestors, Zhu Long, Ing Long, and Song Long, stood at the forefront of the altar, their expressions grave and dignified, radiating an imperceptible draconic majesty that enveloped the gathering, rendering all beings breathless. Suddenly, a resonant dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, piercing the clouds and reverberating throughout the eastern sea. The ancestral dragon surged forth upon the waves, parting the towering tides as if in reverence to its supreme sovereign. Clutching the ancestral dragon's sea-guarding blade, entwined with 9 innate laws of water, it gracefully ascended the heavenly altar, step by step, as lotus blossoms emerged beneath its feet. The heavenly Tao is supreme. The voice of the ancestral dragon thundered like celestial thunder, instantly shattering the barriers of the Four Seas, resonating throughout the ancient cosmos. With arms outstretched, an overwhelming draconic aura surged forth, invoking the laws of the heavenly Tao to manifest. Countless golden runes of the laws spiraled through the void. I, the ancestral dragon, witnessed the ignorance of the beings across the seas, unaware of the celestial order, where the weak are prey to the strong and chaos reigns. Today, I stand in the Dragon Palace, to govern the Four Seas, as the sovereign of scales and armor, to impart the teachings of the heavenly Tao to all beings, to refine the waters, and to establish order. As this solemn and grand vow echoed through the primordial realm, the heavens above erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to the cosmic birth pangs. A vast, profound, and just will descended upon the eastern sea like an invisible leviathan. In this moment, the voice of the ancestral dragon, under the aegis of supreme celestial might, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the primordial continent, imprinting itself upon the hearts of every sentient being. Chapter 140. The Oath of the Heavenly Tao. Central Primordial Region, Qilin Cliff. The majestic Qilin Sanctuary stood atop the sea of clouds, rays of dawn illuminating its grandeur. Within the hall, the primordial Qilin resided upon the throne of chaos, shrouded in ethereal mist, its eyes opening and closing like the cycles of the sun and moon, gazing down indifferently upon the beings below. To the left stood the Ink Qilin King, its scales reminiscent of obsidian jade, with profound runes of the Tao flickering in and out of visibility. Below the hall, the 5 elements Qilin presided over their respective realms, each exuding distinct auras, The golden qilin emanated a lethal chill. The wood qilin radiated vitality. The water qilin flowed with boundless depth. The fire qilin burned with intensity. And the earth qilin bore a weighty presence, their energies intertwining to embody the cycle of the 5 elements. On either side of the hall, the leaders of subordinate clans such as the Celestial Star Unicorn, Purple-Eyed Demon Bull Tribe, and Domain-Guarding Divine Elephant stood in respectful attendance. In the center of the Grand Hall, the leader of the Wolf Clan, accompanied by 4 elders, knelt on one knee, their heads bowed in humility. Their voices resolute yet subdued. Our clan wishes to submit to the Qilin clan. We pledge our loyalty to His Majesty, the Primordial Qilin. After millennia of warfare, the once dominant Wolf Clan, in a bid for survival, found itself compelled to lower its proud head. Well, the voice of the Primordial Qilin resonated like a mighty bell, shaking the very heavens and seas, causing the entire Qilin cliff to tremble in response. He slowly rose to his feet, a magnificent aura swirling around him, transforming into 9-colored auspicious clouds that spiraled above his head, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At that moment, an immense and boundless will suddenly descended upon the primordial chaos. The heavenly Tao trembled. The ground beneath the feet of the primordial Qilin, forged from innate mysterious gold, instantaneously cracked like a spider's web. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the East Sea, chaos swirling in his eyes. The ancestral dragon? What has he done to provoke a resonance with the heavenly Tao? In the depths of the Phoenix secret realm, within the immortal volcano, the heavenly Tao? The Yuan Phoenix suddenly rose from the throne engulfed in the flames of true nirvana, with flames erupting uncontrollably around her. The Lord of the White Tiger, Bai Zizai, the leader of the Xuanwu clan, Wu Zhenhai, and the leader of the Tianpeng clan, Song Jie, felt their spirits tremble in unison, casting their gazes toward the distant East Sea. In the next moment, a scene that left everyone even more astounded unfolded. The sky above the East Sea transformed into a brilliant golden expanse, as boundless merit descended like a torrential river, flooding into the Dragon Palace. The immense power of merit was divided into 5 portions, with half merging into the ancestral dragon's body. 3 parts respectively integrating into the bodies of Zhu Long, Ying Long, and Song Long, the 3 dragon ancestors. The remaining 2 portions transformed into a dazzling golden rain, gently showering the myriad aquatic beings belonging to the Dragon Palace. Boom! With the influx of vast heavenly merit, the ancestral dragon's aura erupted like a dormant volcano, surging higher and higher, faintly reaching the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The primordial chaos was utterly ignited. The expressions of Yuan Feng, the primordial Qilin, Bai Zizai, and other overlords changed dramatically. Deep within the western demon abyss, Luo Ho, clad in a black robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his crimson eyes piercing through the vast void, sneering. An old mudfish dares to claim to act on behalf of the heavens and dominate the primordial world? Utterly deluded. Atop Jade Capital Mountain, the venerable Hongjun slowly opened his tranquil eyes, a fragment of a jade dish in his palm quivering slightly, radiating profound Daoic resonance. He gazed toward the East Sea, his eyes deep and inscrutable, establishing the Dragon Palace, leading the teachings, refining the water's primal ancestral dragon. I have underestimated you. On the shores of the East Sea, as the will of the heavenly Tao gradually receded, the void returned to tranquility. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the heavens. As the ancestral dragon's aura surged like an erupting volcano, instantaneously breaking through the shackles of the 6th level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. He had stepped into the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Zhu Long, Ying Long, and Song Long, the 3 dragon ancestors, likewise experienced advancements in their cultivation. The heavenly Tao runes on their dragon scales growing ever clearer. The hidden powers observing from the shadows could not conceal their astonishment and fervent envy. Merely a few years had passed since the ancestral dragon made his vow to the heavenly Tao, when a piercing cry of the rock suddenly split the skies of the eastern world. The lord of the Tianpeng clan, Song Jie, spread his wings to the heavens, obscuring the sun. His followers had already constructed a grand altar atop the towering cliffs. The leaders of the avian clans, Golden-Winged Roc, Azure-Winged Thunderbird, Scarlet Flame Eagle, and Wind Thunder Griffin, gathered beneath him, their expressions solemn. The heavenly Tao is supreme, Song Jie proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the universe. I, Song Jie, As the lord of the Tianpeng clan, hereby establish the Tianpeng divine dynasty, ruling over the eastern continent and teaching the multitude on behalf of the heavens. As his oath echoed, a golden beam of merit indeed descended from the heavens. However, compared to the vast merit invoked by the ancestral dragon, this merit appeared so slender, utterly incapable of supporting Songjia and breaking through his realm. Yet, this proved their suspicions. To establish a power, one must swear allegiance to the heavenly Tao, allowing it to bear witness, in order to obtain its merits. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. Within the vastness of the primordial world, two resonant oaths echoed, shaking the very foundations of existence. In the south, within the realm of the Phoenix divine dynasty, a magnificent altar, even grander than the dragon palace of the East Sea, rose from the ground, forged entirely from divine red flame gold, piercing the heavens. The Yuan Feng proudly descended upon the pinnacle of the altar. Her voice, clear and imposing, resonated across the 8 desolations. Heavenly Tao above. I, Yuan Feng, hereby establish the Phoenix divine dynasty today, to reign as the sovereign of avian beings. I shall guard the immortal volcano in the south. Among the primordial realm, all feathered creatures shall belong to my Phoenix divine dynasty. Simultaneously, atop the Qilin cliff in the central wilderness, the deep, resounding voice of the Shi Qilin thundered forth. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. Today, my Qilin clan establishes the Qilin divine dynasty to safeguard the primordial land for the heavenly Tao, ruling over all terrestrial beasts. Among the primordial realm, all creatures that tread the earth shall submit to my Qilin divine dynasty. Boom, boom. 2 golden pillars of merit descended from the heavens, infusing the bodies of Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin. The aura of the 2 sovereigns surged immensely. Although their merits paled in comparison to those of the ancestral dragon, they nonetheless surpassed those of the Tianpeng clan. Song Jia, Bai Zizai, and Wu Zhanhai, the 3 sovereigns, exchanged glances, their expressions dark as storm clouds. Song Jia, the lord of the Tianpeng, glared fiercely towards the south, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Humph. So, all with wings are avian? To reign over avians? Such audacity. Bai Zizai, the lord of the white tiger, dug his claws deeply into the armrest of his golden throne. What an audacious Shi Qilin. Do you intend to impose upon my white tiger clan? Most frustrated of all was Wu Zhanhai, the leader of the black tortoise clan, known for his composure. He now smiled with rage. Good. So, my black tortoise clan must submit to the dragon clan when entering the sea, and heed the Qilin's command upon land? Preposterous. Despite their complaints, these 2 lords of the primordial realm were not idle in their actions. Heavenly Tao above. A roar, infused with the sharp essence of gold, reverberated through the skies. I, Bai Zizai, the lord of the white tiger, hereby establish the white tiger divine dynasty today. In the name of the heavenly Tao, I shall enlighten the western primordial realm, suppress the malevolent energies of the extreme west, regulate the earth's veins, and maintain the stability of heaven and earth. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. I, Wu Zhanhai, the lord of the black tortoise, hereby establish the black tortoise divine dynasty today. In the name of the heavenly Tao, I shall enlighten the northern primordial realm, suppress the depths of the northern seas, and maintain the stability of heaven and earth. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. Bai Zizai and Wu Zhanhai, astute and calculating, had already gleaned insights from the previous oaths made to the heavenly Tao. In these oaths, the greater the responsibility, the more merit the heavenly Tao would bestow. However, as the sovereigns of avians, scales, and terrestrial beasts had already claimed their precedence, the 2 were compelled to include the duties of guarding the poles and maintaining stability in their oaths. As expected, with the oaths proclaimed, the heavenly Tao responded once more. 2 golden pillars of merit, comparable to those received by Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, thundered down. A tremendous force of merit surged into Bai Zizai and Wu Zhanhai, significantly enhancing their auras and cultivation. Atop the towering cliff, Song Jia, with wide eyes and trembling golden wings, felt like a jester among the sovereigns of the primordial realm. Unable to contain his fury as he roared towards the heavens, the heavenly Tao is unjust. Boom, boom, high above the 9 heavens, as if responding to the blasphemous words. A thunderous roar filled with supreme divine might erupted without warning. An immense and frigid will instantaneously descended upon Mount Matian, surveying the vast expanse. At that moment, Songjia felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, his feathers standing on end, no longer daring to utter a single word. Chapter 141. The Anomaly of Thunder Lake. As the sovereigns of the primordial realm swore their oaths to the heavenly Tao, the structure of the universe underwent a dramatic transformation. In the four seas, east, south, west, north, and central, each domain was governed by a clan that held dominion over the cosmos, exerting pressure upon the primordial world. Yet, the Lord of the Sky Pangu, Songjia, bore the deepest grievances in his heart, as a fellow giant among them. He had been too hasty in his oath to the heavenly Tao, resulting in the most meager merits and a position at the bottom. In this ebb and flow, among the six sovereigns, his cultivation had surprisingly fallen to the lowest level. The ancestral dragon's prowess was unparalleled, having already stepped into the seventh layer of the primordial golden immortal realm. The other sovereigns lingered at the pinnacle of the sixth layer. Only Songjia had just barely entered the sixth layer, and each time he thought of it, a boulder seemed to settle heavily upon his chest. A century after the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans proclaimed their oaths to the heavenly Tao, announcing their dominion over the primordial world, the long-dormant Thunder Lake of the primordial realm suddenly experienced a cataclysmic upheaval. The ancient, unwavering thick thunderclouds enveloping the heavens were now stirred as if by an invisible hand, violently churning and rolling. Purple lightning, azure thunder, and black storms, various forms of devastating thunder, gave rise to countless thunderous beasts of diverse shapes within the tumultuous clouds, galloping and roaring, their cries echoing through the heavens. In the depths of the void, mysterious and unfathomable runes of thunderous laws flickered into view. Even more unsettling was the faint yet overwhelming aura emanating from the core of Thunder Lake, seemingly resonating with the very essence of the universe. Unmistakably the source of the heavenly Tao's thunder, the tumult of Thunder Lake surged with boundless momentum, eliciting a resonance with the laws of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, from the central and eastern regions, countless powerful and unmatched divine thoughts pierced through the fabric of time and space like blades, all converging upon the direction of Thunder Lake. Songjia, the Lord of the Sky Pangu, who specialized in the path of thunder, was particularly sensitive to this phenomenon. Almost as soon as the anomaly became evident, his immense golden wings tore through the sky, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, arriving first at the scene. Following closely was the Lord of the Qilin, who walked upon the void, each step blossoming with lotuses, his aura exuding an innate grandeur as he too descended upon the shores of Thunder Lake. Simultaneously, Qingyan, having journeyed from the west, happened to pass by Thunder Lake after breaking through to the primordial golden immortal realm. He had condensed the embryonic form of the realm of laws, thus accelerating his cultivation speed post-breakthrough. As time trickled by, the aura at the core of Thunder Lake grew increasingly vast and majestic. The space above Thunder Lake rippled, and more primordial powerhouses began to manifest their forms. The demon ancestor Luo Hu, the Tao ancestor Hongjun, also arrived quietly, hidden within the depths of the void. Even the likes of Songjia and the Lord of the Qilin could not perceive their presence. The treasures emerging this time could indeed invoke the power of the source of the heavenly Tao, and they held fragments of the creation jade disk. Sensing this connection with utmost clarity, in the void, myriad thunders continued to surge violently, reverberating deep within Thunder Lake, through layers of cascading thunderlight. The outline of a pool-like treasure gradually became clear. With a resounding boom, akin to the splitting of heaven and earth, a colossal explosion erupted. A magnificent and formidable pillar of purple-golden lightning surged skyward from the very core of the Thunder Marsh, piercing through the heavens and the earth. This towering lightning column connected the sky to the ground, and amidst the protection of countless thunderous beasts, a radiant pool of lightning, shimmering with purple-golden divine brilliance, slowly ascended. The surface of the pool was intricately woven with an array of profound and enigmatic thunderous patterns, each line imbued with the primordial essence of the thunder path, at times transforming into ancient thunder dragons, and at others condensing into chaotic thunder symbols. Within the pool, a viscous purple lightning liquid surged tumultuously, emitting a rhythmic thumping sound reminiscent of a heartbeat, as if it were nurturing a deity. This exquisite innate spiritual treasure, known as the Thunder Pool, captured the attention of all the powerful beings the moment their eyes fell upon it. Their fates intertwined, they instantly comprehended the origins of this treasure. It was a supreme artifact born from the very essence of the Thunder Marsh, containing the primordial source of thunder and wielding authority over certain aspects of the thunder system within the primordial world, akin to the five elements flags. Upon realizing the provenance of the thunder pool, an intense gleam ignited in the eyes of all the mighty beings, particularly in the case of Songjie, whose golden pupils blazed like fire. This thunder pool seemed tailor-made for him. If he could obtain it and harness its primordial power, he would undoubtedly shatter his bottleneck and ascend to the seventh layer of the primordial golden immortal, ultimately catching up to the ancestral dragon. With greed ablaze, Songjie hesitated no more. His colossal golden wings unfurled, transforming into two massive blades of wind and thunder that tore through the heavens, accompanied by his spiritual treasure, the wind and thunder mirror, which buzzed into the air, swirling around him incessantly. The terrifying and violent power of wind and thunder roared like a ferocious beast freed from its shackles, distorting and shaking the space around him, the murderous intent palpable. Concealed in the shadows, Luo Ho and Hong Jun, cloaked by fragments of the creation jade dish, exuded an aura as deep as an abyss, fully prepared to seize the opportunity to snatch the treasure. Such a supreme artifact would even tempt the likes of Dao ancestors and demon ancestors. Meanwhile, Qin Yin, enveloped in a tide of sword intent, sparkled with keen ambition in his eyes, eager to make a move. In his perspective, this thunder pool was a treasure of the thunder path, perfectly aligned with his younger disciple, Jing Huan, who practiced the way of lightning. However, just as everyone prepared to pounce and claim the treasure, an astonishing transformation occurred within the thunder pool. With a resounding splatter, the surging lightning liquid within the pool suddenly parted to the sides, revealing a flawlessly pristine white lotus, crystalline and immaculate, slowly rising and rotating from the core of the thunder pool. The lotus, blooming with 12 petals, each one pure and translucent, emanated a sacred radiance that could cleanse the soul and purify the world. The pure world white lotus? In the depths of the void, a rare flicker of curiosity crossed the usually inscrutable face of Hong Jun as he pondered how this phenomenon could manifest here. This white lotus was indeed one of the 5 great lotus platforms, renowned alongside the fiery red lotus, the annihilating black lotus, the creation green lotus, and the merit golden lotus, each a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Yet, Hong Jun understood that this object had an owner and should not be present here, for he had witnessed it on the immortal island of Fuyao, another supreme treasure. Songjie's golden pupils nearly ignited with tangible flames, his breath becoming heavy, the wind and thunder power coalescing upon his wings, teetering on the brink of uncontrollable eruption. Qin Yin trembled violently, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixated on the white lotus, exclaiming in a hushed voice, "Jing Huan's pure world, white lotus?" As if sensing his doubts, the pure white lotus radiated an overwhelming brilliance, its 12 petals unfurling in succession, releasing an infinite divine light of purification. At the center of the lotus platform, a figure gradually emerged amidst the intertwining of sacred light and thunder, a young man clad in a pristine white robe. Surrounding him were several strands of tangible thunderous laws, embodying not only the ferocity and destruction of the thunder path, but also the sanctity of purifying all and judging all things. Suddenly, the world fell into an eerie silence. All the formidable beings poised for action seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, frozen in place, their gazes fixated on the figure upon the lotus platform. Luo Ho's expression shifted slightly. The god-slaying spear in his hand emitted a low, resonant hum, and a flicker of ghostly light danced in his demonic eyes. An innate thunder spirit? The ancient era of Lei Zhe once birthed an innate thunder spirit, who proclaimed himself the thunder god, only to be eradicated by the divine court. Could it be that after the endless years, the primordial essence has reconstituted, giving rise to a new spirit? However, what piqued his concern even more was the anomaly of Hong Jun. Since the appearance of the white lotus, the old Taoist's aura had completely receded, as if he had no intention of intervening, although he was unaware of what this old fellow knew. Since Hong Jun chose not to act, he too decided to observe the unfolding situation quietly. At that moment, the figure seated at the center of the pure white lotus slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure, akin to that of a 4th-tier Hunyuan golden immortal, swept across the surroundings. Chapter 142. The Treasure Seizure. Jing Huan, with a hint of bewilderment from awakening, looked around. He recalled that in his quest to comprehend the deeper truths of the Thunder Path, he had ventured perilously into the core of Lei Zhe, inadvertently. He had fallen into the primordial thunder pool that was in the process of forming, unexpectedly turning calamity into fortune, harnessing the vast energy of the thunder pool and the essence of the Thunder Path. He not only broke through to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, but also deepened his understanding of the Thunder Path. Moreover, during the process of refining the Thunder Pool, his cultivation stabilized and ascended, and he had now reached the 4th tier. It was unexpected that upon awakening once more, he found himself emerging alongside the Thunder Pool, becoming the focal point of attention. As he surveyed the surroundings, a chill ran through Jing Huan's heart. The many cultivators eyeing him hungrily had no weaker presence than that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, with several of them even more powerful than himself, being Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Yet, he remained unfazed. With the cultivation of a 4th-tier Hunyuan Golden Immortal, complemented by the protective aura of the pure White Lotus and the offensive might of the Thunder Pool, he felt assured of his safety. Suddenly, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Jing Huan's eyes as he spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd, the restrained brilliance of his senior brother, Qin Yan. Impudence, a voice, imbued with boundless fury and greed, thundered like a celestial storm, instantly shattering the brief silence. Who are you to dare seize the Thunder Pool and usurp my opportunity? Surrender the Thunder Pool to me at once. This lord of the Tianpeng was shamelessly distorting the truth, merely seeking a lofty pretext to claim the treasure. Jing Huan's brow furrowed slightly, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed. Rising with composure, he was enveloped in the myriad purifying divine lights cascading from the pure White Lotus, firmly shielding it. The thunder pool beneath him transformed into a streak of lightning that merged into his body, ultimately coalescing into a mysterious purple thunder path pattern upon his brow. Meeting the gaze of the celestial calamity with calm eyes, he spoke clearly and unhurriedly. This thunder pool is my spiritual treasure. How can there be any talk of theft? Utter nonsense. This treasure has unmistakably just come into existence, and we have all witnessed it firsthand. How dare you speak such baseless words? Song Jiao's fury ignited, his presence surging like a tempest. Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure suddenly blurred and vanished. The terrifying power of the 6th heaven of the primordial golden immortal erupted with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, he appeared like a phantom behind Jing Huan. A pair of ethereal golden wings transformed into 2 colossal blades infused with the very essence of storm and thunder laws. Striking towards Jing Huan's head, where they passed, the space was effortlessly torn apart like thin paper, and dark void fissures spread like a spider's web. Seeking death, Qin Yan, witnessing Song Jiao disregard his own status to launch a surprise attack, felt a surge of rage. With a mere thought, the realm of the primordial sword unfolded, and the Jingzhe sword was swiftly drawn. Yet, Jing Huan, situated at the heart of the storm, displayed no fear. Instead, a gentle yet sharp smile graced his lips as he secretly conveyed to Qin Yan, "There is no need for concern, brother. I have just broken through and require a worthy opponent for trial." He stood firm as a mountain, the celestial brilliance of the pure world White Lotus swirling above his head, and divine light condensed, transforming into the White Lotus Dharma form that enveloped him. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated throughout the universe. The dual blades of wind and thunder struck against the White Lotus Dharma, unleashing an unparalleled torrent of energy. The purple-black lightning and azure-white hurricane rampaged, their destructive shockwaves like countless invisible hammers, ruthlessly smashing in all directions. Some nearby great Luo golden immortals groaned in pain, their protective divine light trembling violently, blood spilling from their lips as they recoiled in terror. As the radiance faded, the onlookers gazed in astonishment at the figure cocooned by the White Lotus, unharmed. Such formidable defense. Song Jiao's pupils constricted, and he bellowed in rage. Humph! Merely the 4th heaven, relying on the advantage of spirit treasures. Let us see how many times you can withstand this. His golden wings flared once more, and his form instantaneously split into 9 afterimages, each infused with the genuine force of wind and thunder laws, launching a tempestuous assault from all directions, above and below. Towards Jing Huan, the wind blades sliced through the fabric of reality like colossal scythes, while the thunder spears pierced the cosmos like javelins, completely sealing off the space around Jing Huan. In the face of this overwhelming offensive, Jinghuan finally moved. He formed a seal with his hands, and the thunderous runes on his brow suddenly illuminated, unleashing a surge of purple lightning. The thunder pool manifest. With a low exclamation, the previously absorbed thunder pool erupted once more. However, this time, it morphed into a boiling expanse of purple lightning sea, covering a 100-mile radius. It resembled a domain of thunder law. Within this sea of thunder, countless ancient thunder dragons, formed from pure thunder law, raised their heads and roared, while chaotic thunder symbols flickered, releasing an essence of innate thunder power even more pure and violent than Sangjiao's previous assault. Boom! The thunder sea roiled, myriad dragons howled. Countless thick strands of purple lightning, as if alive, surged forth to meet the oncoming wind blades and thunder spears. The sounds of explosions rang incessantly, akin to a million war drums beating in unison. The entire sky above the thunder marsh transformed into a purgatory of energy. Purple lightning clashed with azure wind blades and black thunder, annihilating and regenerating in a frenzied dance. Gazing at the figure standing at the heart of the thunder sea, crowned with the pure white lotus of the world, Song Jie's expression darkened. Despite being 2 realms above his opponent, he found himself unable to penetrate their defenses, a predicament entirely due to the opponent's treasures, particularly that thunder pool, which seemed to subtly suppress his own mastery of the thunder path. Were it not for his dual cultivation of wind and thunder, the situation would undoubtedly be even more dire. Cursed be the thunder pool and the pure white lotus. An insatiable greed surged within Song Jie's eyes. Should he acquire these 2 treasures, his strength would undoubtedly rank among the foremost of the 6 great overlords. Among these 6, apart from the ancestral dragon, the Yuan Phoenix, and the primordial Qilin, who possessed supreme innate spiritual treasures, the remaining 3 wielded only high-quality innate treasures. At the moment when Song Jie felt increasingly anxious and at a loss after his prolonged assault, a deep and resonant voice quietly reverberated within his consciousness. Song Jie, my friend, this youth possesses superficial cultivation, yet is in possession of great treasures. Such a waste indeed. I can lend you my strength to slay him. Once the deed is done, the thunder pool shall be yours, and the lotus shall belong to me. What say you? It was the primordial Qilin. Song Jie's heart trembled, swiftly followed by exhilaration. As a fellow overlord, the primordial Qilin was slightly more formidable with his assistance. The chances of defeating this youth soared to 90%. As for the ownership of the pure white lotus, that could be settled after the boy was dealt with. Maintaining his composure, he subtly responded with an affirmative thought. On the battlefield, Song Jie's offensive suddenly intensified, his wings stirring the winds of the heavens and summoning the malevolent thunder, forming a terrifying whirlwind of wind and thunder intended to crush and devour both the pure white lotus and the thunder sea itself. Amidst this frenzied assault, the primordial Qilin made his move. From the voluminous sleeves of his robe emerged a hand, adorned with fine golden scales and enveloped in 5-colored auspicious clouds, gliding silently forward. In the palm appeared a small yet exquisite jade seal, exuding an aura heavy enough to suppress the earth and sustain all things. It was the treasured Qilin seal of the Qilin clan. Chapter 143. Brothers united. This strike, devoid of cataclysmic grandeur, emanated an insidious precision that sent chills down the spine. The target of the Qilin seal was not the main body of the pure white lotus, but rather the radiant lotus resting above Song Jie's head. Known for its unparalleled defenses, the primordial Qilin's objective was clear: to breach its defenses, enabling Song Jie's lethal assault to strike directly at the youth. The Qilin seal concentrated the vast magical power of the primordial Qilin at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, intertwining the ceaseless laws of the 5 elements with a domineering sealing force. It transformed into a beam of 5-colored divine light, refined to perfection, capable of piercing through the heavens, racing towards the foundation of the pure white lotus with an unthinkable swiftness. Under the cover of Song Jie's violent attack, when the youth finally sensed the impending danger, the 5-colored obliterating divine light was already upon him. Just as the 5-colored divine light was about to reach the base of the pure white lotus, a clear, dragon-like sword cry suddenly rent the tumultuous tide of energy asunder. Break the extremes of the 9 calamities. The voice of Qing Yin resonated, icy and laced with murderous intent. Infinite sword intent instantaneously collapsed. coalescing into a razor-sharp beam of light capable of severing all things, arriving ahead of time, with a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The sword light, imbued with unparalleled sharpness, carved through the air, leaving behind dark fissures in its wake. Boom! The sword light collided fiercely with the five-colored divine light. The void twisted violently, resembling a crumpled fabric, collapsing in on itself to form a miniature black hole that devoured light. Seizing this critical moment, Jinghuan moved with the speed of lightning, narrowly evading disaster. He gazed at Qingyan, their eyes meeting, and silently nodded in acknowledgement. Qingyan pointed his sword towards Shikolin, his voice cold and resolute. Shikolin, as a sovereign of this realm, do you not feel any shame in resorting to such underhanded tactics? Even when exposed in his treachery, Shikolin's dignified visage remained as calm as a tranquil lake, as if the act of ambush had no bearing on him. He regarded Qingyan with indifference, his tone unwavering. I have heard of you, Qingyan, but I am not Bai Zizai. I advise you not to mislead yourself. A chilling smile curled at the corner of Qingyan's lips. Oh, what a coincidence. Recently, I have made some progress in my swordsmanship and lamented the lack of a worthy opponent to test my skills. Today, let me witness the might of the Lord of the Qilin, shall we? Very well. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Shikolin's fury transformed into a mocking smile, as the previously serene aura surrounding him surged violently, revealing a menacing and fierce energy that sent shivers down the spine. Qingyan's sword intent erupted, and an invisible realm of primordial sword energy enveloped him. The extreme sharpness radiated outward, causing the surrounding void to emit hissing sounds as it strained under the pressure, as if it might shatter at any moment. Shikolin stood steadfast as a mountain, the power of the five elements circulating around him, an immense force suffusing the space, rendering it even more secure against Qingyan's relentless sword intent, which could not disturb him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the pure white lotus of Jingshi remained radiant, steadfastly protecting Jinghuan. The tempest of thunder roared, a myriad of dragons howling, fiercely resisting the seemingly apocalyptic storm of thunder and lightning unleashed by Songjia. Moreover, Jinghuan wielded the bamboo of extinction thunder, invoking the sound of annihilation, collaborating with the thunder pool to relentlessly bombard Songjia. Thanks to the might of his treasure, he not only held his ground but matched this seasoned sovereign of primordial chaos, resulting in a stalemate. The terrifying auras of four primordial golden immortals clashed violently in the skies above the Thunder Marsh, each pair of forces grappling fiercely. The collision of their laws produced a chilling, creaking sound that resonated through the soul, as the fabric of space became a ravaged canvas, riddled with cracks, only to be continually mended by the laws of heaven and earth. A tempest of chaotic energy transformed into a destructive storm, sweeping across vast distances and turning the Thunder Marsh below topsy-turvy. The observing deities held their breath, their spirits entranced, afraid to make a sound. The melee among the four primordial golden immortals threatened to annihilate any who carelessly ventured too close. Songjia, frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, observed Shikolin firmly engaged with Qingyan, his inner turmoil boiling to the brink of explosion. Abruptly, he withdrew his forces, the colossal dragon whirlwind dissipating slowly to reveal his sinister countenance. His gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated on the white lotus above Jinghuan and the surrounding sea of thunder, then swept over to the far-off Qingyan, whose sword intent surged skyward, and finally to Shikolin, whose complexion darkened, the auspicious aura fluctuating violently. Very well. Today's events will be etched in my memory. Songjia's voice was as chilling as the frost of the netherworld. Having spoken, he shot a piercing glare at Jinghuan, his voice chilling to the bone. The treasures belong to those of virtue, young man. You would do well to pray that you do not encounter me again. In response, Jinghuan shrugged nonchalantly, rolled his eyes, and scoffed. And what if I do? What could you possibly do to me? Songjia's face flushed crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yet he ultimately suppressed his urge to unleash chaos. Surrounded by formidable foes, including the equally powerful Shikolin, he dared not engage in a reckless confrontation that could lead to mutual destruction. With a lingering gaze at Jinghuan and Qingyan, he vanished into the void. As Songjia retreated, Jinghuan swiftly moved to Qingyan's side. Qingyan's previously stern demeanor softened slightly as he smiled. Junior brother, are you unharmed? Jinghuan nodded. the radiance of thunder around him dimming. "I am well, senior brother, rest assured." Their attention then shifted to Shikolin, whose presence emanated a weightier aura than Sangji's. Further augmented by the possession of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin seal, rendering him a greater threat than Sangjia. Upon hearing the two refer to each other as brothers, Shikolin's pupils constricted in astonishment. He had assumed they were merely two fortuitous rogue cultivators, never suspecting they were disciples of the same master. What then, he pondered, was the identity of their esteemed teacher? As memories of the past flooded his mind, recalling how Qingyan had once navigated the lair of the White Tiger clan unscathed, a multitude of thoughts raced through Shikolin's mind. Ultimately, he cast a deep, inscrutable glance at Qingyan and Jinghuan, his eyes betraying a flicker of apprehension, which then morphed into indifference. Destiny dictates opportunities. Striving against it is futile. The gathering at Luai's ends here. With that, clouds of auspiciousness rose beneath his feet, and with a single step, he vanished like a fleeting dream. Witnessing the retreat of these two dominating figures, the probing thoughts in the void receded like a receding tide. In the shadows, Luoho realized the implications of Qingyan's actions and recalled the figure that instilled trepidation within his crimson gaze. Meanwhile, Hongjun's form dissipated silently, like a gentle breeze fading into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the once tense atmosphere above Luai's, rife with murderous intent, was left with only Qingyan and Jinghuan amidst the chaos of shattered space and lingering energy. The sword intent radiating from Qingyan gradually subsided, the mixed Yuan sword realm retreating into his being. He turned to Jinghuan, a warm smile gracing his face. "Congratulations, junior brother, on your breakthrough and the acquisition of a precious treasure." Jinghuan, crowned with the luminous radiance of the pure lotus, calmed the surrounding tumultuous energy. As the thunder pool transformed into a purple lightning bolt that entered his brow, taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within him, he respectfully bowed to Qingyan, his expression reflecting relief and gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your timely assistance. Without you, I fear I would not have returned unscathed today." Qingyan waved his hand dismissively, his tone serious. "This place is not suitable for lingering. We should depart at once." Jinghuan nodded in agreement. Having just acquired a significant treasure, he was now a target for many. Without further hesitation, he transformed into a beam of pure lightning, swiftly following Qingyan's sword light, vanishing from the skies above Luai's. Chapter 144. The 3,000 Great Realms, Beyond the Primordial, in the depths of chaotic void. Suddenly, a resonant sound of a sword echoed. This sound was not a piercing shriek, but rather a deep, tremulous tone that seemed to emanate from the very end of existence, carrying with it a profound essence that rendered the heavens silent and brought all phenomena to an end, instantly permeating the boundless chaos. Qingming slowly opened his eyes, and before him, a divine sword hovered with an air of majesty. The blade was imbued with a chaotic profundity, as if it had absorbed all light and color, with threads of the essence of returning to the void entwined around it. The moment his gaze met the sword, his spirit involuntarily swayed, as if glimpsing the disintegration of his own Tao fruit, a culmination where all existence returned to the void. Even though Qingming had already attained the Tao fruit of the primordial great Luo, impervious to the passage of eons, he could still feel the overwhelming and formidable power within the divine sword, capable of rendering the universe into silence. What a magnificent sword of returning to the void! Qingming murmured, his voice creating subtle ripples in the chaos. With a gentle spread of his fingers, the divine sword quivered slightly, exuding a sense of intimacy and submission, and it gracefully descended into the warmth of his jade-like palm. When he first acquired this sword, it was merely a supreme innate spiritual treasure, imbued with 44 layers of innate restrictions. Although it was a divine blade, it had not yet reached its full potential. However, as Qingming nurtured it with his own sword path of returning to the void day and night, it underwent a transformation, its intelligence blossoming and its might growing. At this moment, as Qingming's sword path broke through and he attained the Tao of the primordial great Luo, this sword of enlightenment naturally culminated in the emergence of the 49th layer of innate restrictions, undergoing a complete metamorphosis. With a subtle shift in his intention, the sword of returning to the void transformed into a stream of profound radiance, merging into the purple palace at his brow, nurturing itself within his vast primordial spirit. Stepping forward, The chaotic airstream beneath his feet parted naturally, as if space itself made way for him in mere moments. His figure traversed the endless torrents of time and space, gazing upon the majestic contours of the primordial universe teeming with life. Having attained the Tao of the primordial great Luo and harmonized with the void, his perception of this chaotic cosmos had undergone a complete transformation. Within the depths of Qingming's eyes, it seemed as though an endless river of time flowed ceaselessly, revealing the supreme mysteries of the universe's genesis and the ebb and flow of stars. Under the gaze of his law-seeing eye, the scenery outside the barriers of the primordial universe began to shift, seemingly evolving into visions of the future. The periphery of the primordial realm was not a mere void, but a burgeoning sea of realms formed from countless drifting fragments. Within the primordial world, the fragments of shattered heavens and earth from fierce battles among the powerful had detached from the main body of the primordial realm and fallen into this space. These fragments, under the influence of chaos and the might of time, were slowly and tenaciously evolving, giving birth to nascent cosmic embryonic forms of various shapes. Could it be that the myriad realms of the future originated in such a manner? Qingming pondered softly. As his thoughts flowed, memories of cataclysmic battles that shook the very foundations of the primordial realm, such as the war of Tao and demon that shattered the West, the calamity of the witch and demon that broke the unbroken heavenly pillar, and the god-slaying calamity that fractured the primordial realm, flashed through his mind. Perhaps it was indeed possible, he mused silently, for otherwise, why would the essence of the primordial realm gradually wane, and the heavens and earth grow increasingly constricted? Yet, within Qingming's eyes, a glimmer of divine light flickered. Such events could never again unfold. Just as Qingming's thoughts surged, the sage's spiritual awareness suddenly sensed something. His gaze sharpened, and the terrifying sacred thought of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, powerful enough to encompass the universe, swept through the seemingly desolate chaos void like an invisible net. The sacred thought searched repeatedly, finally honing in on an unremarkable chaotic whirlpool. A faint smile, tinged with curiosity, appeared at the corner of Qingming's mouth as his figure flickered and traversed the boundless barriers of the void. Before him, the chaotic currents continued to surge, utterly devoid of substance. Yet, in the eyes of Qingming, the sage, this emptiness exuded an ineffable sense of reality. After meticulous probing with his sacred thought, Qingming ultimately confirmed that within this space lay a universe in the midst of gestation and evolution. The primordial world was not the sole universe within the chaos. As he attuned himself to the faint, ancient, and violent essence emanating from that universe, Qingming comprehended its nature. It was intertwined with the remnants of the ancient chaotic demon gods, suggesting it was one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods felled by the mighty Pangu during the great opening cataclysm. The fallen chaotic body had since evolved here into a nascent universe. In that moment, Qingming understood. This new universe was enveloped by a vast and primal will of the great Tao, shielding it as if wrapped in an invisible fetal membrane. Even with Qingming's capabilities as a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, he found it impossible to penetrate this barrier and discern the particulars within the universe, let alone enter it. In Qingming's perception, this universe's scale was minuscule compared to the boundless primordial world, as they existed on entirely different planes. However, its potential and stability far exceeded those of ordinary great thousand worlds. Moreover, this universe was not static in its evolution. It was slowly and steadfastly drifting deeper into the chaos, much like the primordial heavens at the dawn of creation, sheltered by the great Tao. When it matured to a certain stage, the will of the great Tao would retreat, and Qingming's gaze was profound, pondering that by then, this universe might have drifted to an unknown corner of the chaos. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Qingming resolved that since he could not enter at this moment, he would leave a mark, awaiting future opportunities. After imprinting his primordial spirit upon this universe, Qingming did not pause. Following his intuition, he commenced a search in the more expansive chaotic regions nearby. After all, if his conjecture held true, there should be nearly 3,000 such universes birthed from the remnants of chaotic demon gods. However, the chaos was vast, and perhaps these nascent universes were all under the protection of the great Tao's will. Qingming spent nearly 10,000 years meticulously probing with his sacred thought, ultimately discovering only a second universe akin to the first, not far from his initial find. After leaving a marker there as well, Qingming relinquished his persistence, Under the shelter of the great Tao's will, searching yielded diminishing returns. It was wiser to wait for their emergence, when the protection would dissipate, and then return to explore. As a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, Qingming was not a heavenly sage, yet even in the depths of chaos, he could still wield his utmost strength. Thus, even if these universes drifted into the depths of chaos, it would not significantly affect him. It was merely a matter of seeking trouble. Given the vastness of these universes, they can at most give rise to ordinary primordial golden immortals, while by that time, I might have already transcended to the realm of the Tao Master. Although the realm of the primordial golden immortal is divided into 12 heavens, with the 10th heaven and above representing the Tao Master realm, the disparity between the Tao Master and an ordinary primordial golden immortal is immense, essentially constituting two distinct realms. Furthermore, the universes within the chaos, constrained by their source, are utterly incapable of birthing a Tao Master realm. With this realization, Qingming no longer lingered. In a flash, he set forth towards the direction of the Hongwang universe.